In a fantastical realm, an adult wage slave finds himself traversing into another world, assuming the role of a militia leader tasked with expanding territory. Armed solely with a band of 300 frail, elderly, women, and children, how shall he survive amidst the treacherous wilderness? Witness the protagonist's meticulous strategies as he evolves from a mere militia leader to a knight, a lord, a count, and ultimately, a noble ruler, orchestrating a remarkable resurgence in this foreign land. Years hence, the illustrious king of all races delivers an oration. People of all races, before you stands the esteemed Count of Riverbend, Lord of the Courtyard, King of the North. The dog-biter, dragon slayer, father of sorrow, scion of the demigods, the merciless Halasario Mondo. To all my subjects, I shall extend equal regard. As for those who refuse allegiance, my firearms shall prove formidable. Chapter 1. The Awakening. From the nascent stirrings of life beneath the waters, through the era of colossal beasts, to mankind's inaugural steps upon the earth, you have endured much. Thoughts scattered like startled tadpoles, disordered and chaotic, time slipped by as consciousness gradually coalesced. Liao began to regain awareness. The familiar voice of the game narrator whispered from a distant realm, rousing him from a nightmarish slumber. A searing headache. A pervasive sensation of burning coursed through him. It felt as though his mind had been thrust into a blender, having an early taste of a funeral pyre. Liao could not suppress a pained groan, deeply dissatisfied with his physical condition. Was it merely a few consecutive days of overtime followed by a session of a barbaric game? Was it truly necessary to succumb to unconsciousness? After all, he had been a diligent worker for 5 years, a chosen laborer, and during his academic years, he had excelled in athletics, boasting a physique among the finest in his school. How could a mere game render him unconscious? With great effort, Liao endured the throbbing pain and slowly opened his eyes, becoming acutely aware of the jolting beneath him and the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He strained to lift his head, finally discerning his surroundings. A howling cold wind, a muddy path, a lengthy caravan, refugees clad in tattered garments, burdened with their meager possessions. The braying of donkeys, the wails of children, the shouts of drivers filled the air. This was a caravan of refugees trudging through the biting wind. At present, he lay upon a donkey cart, covered by a tattered blanket, surrounded by a heap of belongings and animal hides. Before him, through the swaying vision, he beheld fluttering skirts and ample bosoms. The violent jolting was somewhat cushioned by the cargo, yet it remained exceedingly uncomfortable, almost inducing nausea. A golden-haired maiden with emerald eyes knelt beside him, cradling his head in her arms to prevent him from choking on his own blood during his unconscious state. "You've awakened?" The golden-haired girl had been vigilantly observing Liao upon witnessing his groans and open eyes. Her anxious expression brightened with a smile. She called down from the cart, "Leo has awakened. Leo has awakened. Finally, the damned fellow is awake. He's been unconscious for 3 days. If he hadn't stirred, I'd have buried him alive." A gruff voice emerged from beneath the cart, followed by a pair of rugged hands gripping the cart's railing. A Viking, adorned with a horned helmet and a bushy beard, emerged into view. He stabilized himself by wedging an elbow against the wooden board of the cart, while his other hand roughly grasped Leo's head, twisting it to inspect, exclaiming, "I've been dead for 3 days and haven't turned this pale." The burdened donkey ahead let out a cry, causing the cart's speed to diminish and tilt precariously. "Father, get down." The golden-haired girl pressed down on the bearded man's head, pushing him aside to save the cart. Then, she tenderly wiped the blood flowing from Liao's mouth and nose. Liao groaned once more in agony. It felt as if his brain were a blender, with fragments of memories splattering forth. In these memories, he glimpsed a horde of dog-headed beings, armed with short spears, surging down from an ambush on the hillside towards the refugee caravan. These dog-headed creatures bore resemblance to upright golden retrievers, albeit with bulkier and more agile limbs, possessing primate-like hands and canine claws. The leader stood at an imposing height of 1.5 meters, while the others averaged around 1.3 meters. Most were huddled together chaotically, while a few stragglers dashed frantically, devoid of any semblance of formation. It evoked a vivid image of a school cafeteria at mealtime. Yet the sheer number was astounding, and the onslaught was formidable. The caravan responded swiftly, with donkey carts herded together as the elderly, women, and children sought refuge at the rear. Militia members armed with rudimentary shields formed ranks, while some archers climbed atop the carts to unleash a sparse volley of arrows at the dog-headed assailants. Many militia members bore bandages, indicating that such attacks had occurred more than once. As the newly appointed militia leader, the original occupant of this body, Leo Mondo, displayed remarkable composure. The dog-headed creatures lacked considerable combat prowess, and their fighting spirit was feeble. The well-trained militia, seasoned through numerous skirmishes, could easily drive them off. In previous ambushes, the horde of dog-headed creatures had charged at the militia's shield wall, resulting in swift skirmishes that left only a handful of their corpses behind. The dog-headed beings had fled in disarray, with minimal casualties among the militia. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the dog-headed horde charged halfway, their leader let out a ferocious howl, prompting all the creatures to unexpectedly hurl their spears in unison. Hundreds of short spears rained down from the hillside, catching the militia off guard, leading to chaos. Not only did some militia members behind Leo, armed solely with weapons, lack shields, but even several in front wielding wooden shields found themselves pierced and perished in the fray. The already diminutive militia of fewer than 50 men suffered immediate losses of a third. This was due, in part, to the dog-headed beings' poor aim and the leader's premature command. Many of the following creatures lacked the strength to follow through, causing some spears to fall short of the militia's formation. As he witnessed his comrades falling lifelessly and others shrieking in agony from spear wounds, the militia's shield wall began to falter. Leo Mondo, both shocked and furious, could not fathom that the dog-headed beings retained such a tactic. He shouted to maintain formation while picking up a spear from the ground and hurling it back, accurately piercing one of the charging dog-headed creatures. Yet it was too late. The horde surged forth. A chaotic melee ensued. Though the dog-headed beings were diminutive and recognized for their limited combat abilities, this comparison was relative to trained warriors. Years of mining, hunting, and pillaging had endowed them with muscle strength that rivaled even the most impoverished of human civilians. Coupled with their natural sharp teeth and claws, their individual combat capabilities often surpassed that of an ordinary wolf. In contrast, the militia consisted of ordinary civilians with minimal training, wielding makeshift weapons such as sickles, pitchforks, and axes. Fewer than half of the militia wore leather armor, meaning the individual strength of both sides was relatively balanced. In the tumult of battle, most of the seasoned militia, having endured previous invasions, managed to maintain their shield wall against the overwhelming number of dog-headed creatures. However, several impetuous or panicked recruits, having inadvertently broken formation, were swiftly overwhelmed and torn apart by the dog-headed beings. Like a calf surrounded by a pack of African hyenas, once the militia falls, there is little chance for them to rise again. The anguished cries and the splattering of blood amidst their struggles swiftly dampened the spirits of the remaining fighters. Among them, the most fervent and reckless is the newly appointed captain of the militia. He raises his shield to deflect a flying spear, cleaving through the skull of an oncoming gnoll with his sword, and drags back an injured comrade who has strayed from the shield wall. Surveying the grim situation of his companions fills him with a fiery rage. He shouts for the militia to maintain formation, yet leaps forth, wielding his hide-covered wooden shield to crash through several smaller gnolls, charging towards the largest and most ferocious among them. This towering gnoll warrior, the leader of their pack, though shorter than Leo, boasts a muscular build beneath its mottled fur, resembling a monstrous pit bull bred on protein powder. Since the onset of the gnoll assault, this leader has orchestrated the attacks with piercing howls from a distance, rarely entering the range of arrows. Leo's instincts tell him that if he can slay this gnoll leader, the wavering morale of the gnoll pack will cause them to flee in disarray. As Leo charges, the gnoll leader, defying its nature, raises its head and lets out a wild howl, swinging a heavy mace towards Leo. The strike shatters his shield. The iron head, weighing over 2 kilograms, descends with a deadly force, effortlessly demolishing Leo's wooden shield. Seizing the opportunity, Leo plunges his dagger into the gnoll leader's vulnerable abdomen, enduring the excruciating pain from his fractured left hand, twisting his wrist to thrash within the gnoll's innards. This half-beast gnoll, with the physique of a wolf, disregards the pain as it retaliates fiercely. It hurls its mace into Leo's chest, then pounces, knocking him to the ground and aiming to bite at his neck. Leo narrowly evades a fatal blow, but the gnoll's teeth sink into his shoulder. Fortunately, Leo's shoulder is protected by a bear-hide shoulder guard reinforced with iron strips. Though the gnoll's fangs embed deeply into his muscle, they fail to shatter his scapula. In a frenzy, Leo's left arm goes numb while his right hand continues to stab at the gnoll's gut, attempting to weaken its grip, yet he cannot break free from the gnoll's overpowering hold. The original owner of this volatile body was no gentle soul. Instinctively, He bites into the Knoll leader's sinewy neck, and they remain locked in a struggle until he succumbs to blood loss. The memories are hauntingly vivid, and the brief yet brutal encounter sends shivers down Leo's spine. The physical injuries manifest as unrelenting pain, assaulting his mind from every direction. Leo, accustomed to a mundane life of overtime work and solitude, has never encountered such primal and savage combat. So, did I just kill a Knoll by biting it? How painful. I would rather have simply dropped dead. Oh, I want to go back. Chapter 2. My name is Leo Mondo. Struggling to calm himself, Leo slightly shakes his head, and amidst the intense dizziness, the remnants of his consciousness relay some context about this world. The realm in which he finds himself is a quintessential fantasy world, teeming with deities and diverse races. The Orlantis Empire, where he resides, is located in the eastern part of the Morning Light continent, bordering the Orc kingdoms of the northern snowfields. Centuries ago, the Orlantis Empire rose in the southeastern corner of the continent, uniting the southern nations through advanced technology, formidable military prowess, and a well-established military system. Subsequently, it allied with the northern tribes to expel orcs, trolls, and other humanoid races deep into the northern tundra. Much like the transition from classical to medieval times in his previous life, the once glorious Orlantis Empire has slowly descended into decline over the centuries, fragmented by feudal lords. Currently, the northern province is governed by Duke Mitchell of the Odolov family, as the economic and military focus of the north gradually shifts southward in the struggle for imperial dominance. With the north faltering, small bands of orc troops and troll scouts have begun to reappear near the northern ice river, raiding human villages along its southern banks. Leo's own village is among the first to suffer had it not been for Uncle Julian, a retired soldier who expanded and reinforced the militia. They would have long been reduced to ruins like neighboring settlements. But this situation is unsustainable. After a year of fighting, Uncle Julian makes a bold decision. He plans to lead the entire village southwest, traversing 1,000 miles from the northernmost edge of Count Frelov's territory to its southernmost point, settling in a river bend at the foot of the majestic barrier. On the northern frontier map, the river bend lies west of Isenpol, at the source of the Anzino River. It is a place where Uncle Julian had once garrisoned for many years, familiar with the surrounding powers. There are only a few small, disparate tribes there, and no high-tier magical beasts roam. Moreover, through connections with his military comrades, Uncle Julian has obtained a charter for colonization authorized by the Frelov family. As long as they establish a foothold in this unclaimed land and cultivate sufficient territory to pay enough taxes, they can be granted the title of Knight of Colonization by the Frelov family. Years ago, he served the Frelov family, stationed at a watchtower dozens of miles downstream, guarding the westernmost village from potential dragon attacks from above the majestic barrier. Of course, the so-called dragons or legendary high-tier magical beasts had never made an appearance during his 5 years of service, nor had they in the century prior. As for more detailed background information, do not inquire. There simply isn't enough room in Mondo's mind to accommodate such knowledge. The original owner, Leo Mondo, is a typical hot-headed, reckless warrior. His mother died in childbirth, and his father succumbed to alcoholism, leaving him alone, without guidance or care. He pilfered food from neighbors, begged for porridge, stole bathwater from widows in winter, and tricked children out of their sour plum soup in summer. If he encountered a dog on the road, he would kick it twice. He once barehandedly captured a half-grown snow bear cub from the mountains, hosted a feast for the entire village, and ended up having everyone guard against the bear's revenge. Fortunately, the bear never came to retaliate. Leo buried it alive during its hibernation. After 3 days, when he unearthed it, it was still not fully dead. By the age of 15, he had already bested everyone in the village, only to be effortlessly subdued by Uncle Julian, who had returned from military service. Subsequently, he was incorporated into the militia, honing his combat skills and charging into battle, more savage than the savages themselves. Now at 17, he has gained some awareness, though it remains limited. As Leo stirs in his embrace, the golden-haired girl slightly adjusts her ample bosom, gazing at him with concern. Olivier? Leo muses, his voice rough like sandpaper, the metallic taste of blood overwhelming him, uncertain if it is from the Knoll leader or his own mouth. His left hand is bound with wooden strips, propped to the side, its condition uncertain. A chain mace struck heavily against his chest, likely fracturing several ribs if the relentless blood spitting continued. It was inevitable that his internal organs had sustained injury as well. His shoulder bore only a minor wound, protected by a bear-hide shoulder guard reinforced with iron strips. Though the gnashing jaws of the dog-headed leader had left 2 deep bloody punctures, they had since scabbed over, and as long as he avoided rabies, he would be fine. "I am here," the blonde maiden, Olivia, gently replied, extending her slender fingers to smooth the damp golden locks on Li Ao's forehead, which were slick with cold sweat. "What of the dog-headed creature? It has been driven away by you." Upon hearing this question, Olivia's body trembled slightly, yet she answered promptly. As the one directly involved, Li Ao could only recall the moment he had slain the dog-headed leader. However, as an observer, Olivia had watched from behind the cart as the burly, muscular dog-headed leader thrashed about on the ground, biting and clawing, tearing at Laos' armor until it lay in tatters, blood splattering everywhere. Its neck remained ensnared as if caught in a massive beast trap, unable to break free until it succumbed to asphyxiation. Who could have imagined that such a handsome, sunny-haired youth was, in fact, a foolhardy lad? As for the other dog-headed creatures, upon witnessing the gruesome fate of their leader, they could not withstand even a minute longer, leaving behind a sea of corpses as they fled in terror. "That is well," Li Ao nodded, recalling the memories of the original owner, yet his heart remained heavy with concern. Dog-headed beings are inherently bullies who prey on the weak. They only dare to hunt when their numbers surpass their prey by at least double, if not more. The audacity of this pack of dog-headed creatures to ambush a convoy of nearly 50 armed militia, totaling around 300 individuals, was indeed unexpected, and they might have underestimated their foes as a result. However, the primary concern lay with the convoy itself. When they set out, the survivors from the village and nearby settlements had gathered to form a large convoy comprising nearly 1,000 individuals. The militia assigned for daily patrols and road clearing exceeded 100, including retired veterans like Uncle Yulian. Moreover, not all members of the convoy outside the militia were utterly defenseless. While they lacked proper weaponry, in a life-or-death crisis, they could still muster 200 or 300 able-bodied men. Yet, the journey spanned thousands of miles, lasting over a month, passing through several prosperous and tranquil towns. Those with any wealth, skills, or abilities gradually departed from the convoy. Ultimately, the remaining 300 were primarily those who trusted Uncle Yulian, consisting largely of the elderly, women, and children, with only about 100 young and able-bodied individuals. This exemplified the flaws of non-noble pioneers lacking familial resources and military support. They also had no official authority to compel loyalty. The people were not his subjects. They could leave at any time they wished. Unlike noble lords, who could hold their vassals accountable. According to Uncle Yulian's earlier recollections, several other tribes of exotic beings, possessing combat prowess akin to that of the dog-headed creatures, surrounded the river bend. Could this severely diminished pioneering team endure? "Leo, do not worry, focus on your recovery. Your father is here." Olivia seemed to perceive Li Ao's unvoiced concerns, tenderly stroking his forehead as she spoke softly to console him. In her eyes, her father, Yulian, was omnipotent and capable of anything. There was nothing beyond his reach. The original Li Ao shared the same sentiment. Li Ao nodded, offering a smile in return, before lapsing into silence once more. Thus, from this moment forth, Li Ao would cease to exist. Only I, Leo Mondo, shall remain. The traveler, dog slayer, leader of the militia, Leo Mondo. Chapter 3. The little mouse do not stop. We are almost there. The leader of the convoy, Uncle Yulian, shouted intermittently along the way to uplift the spirits of his companions. Following the hasty map provided by Uncle Yulian, the villagers descended southward along the World Tree Avenue for 1,000 miles. After more than a month of arduous travel, they reached the outpost where he had once been stationed, then veered off the main road to head west along the banks of the Anzino River. Crossing over 30 miles of untamed forest would bring them to their destination at the river bend. The current position of the convoy marked the final stretch away from the westernmost outpost of Count Frelov's domain, officially entering the primordial wilderness. The high-definition, unmarked, top-secret map of the western outpost, revealing Uncle Yulian's early service location, illustrated a mere 30 miles. Yet this distance proved more arduous than the previous 1,000 miles. The lurking beasts posed a constant threat, and the goblin ambushes alone had occurred 4 times. The last attack resulted in casualties that surpassed the sum of the previous 3 encounters. Of the remaining 50 militia, only half retained their fighting capability. Even the newly appointed militia captain, Leomondo, was gravely injured in the skirmish, in addition to the frequent assaults by goblins. The villagers' slow pace was exacerbated by the absence of a proper road. The heavily laden convoy faced numerous obstacles. Wheels became mired in mud, carts overturned, and axles snapped. Donkeys bolted in fright, becoming obstinate. Rain and snow fell relentlessly, while fallen trees obstructed their path. The villagers, overwhelmed with despair, caused disturbances and fell ill. Even a modest 3-meter cliff could halt the convoy for half a day. A myriad of incidents reduced their pace to a crawl, nearly bringing their progress to a standstill. The entire convoy struggled through the frigid muck, wrestling with their tribulations. How much farther? When will we arrive? Can we not rest here? Voices of lament and cries echoed among the ranks. We will arrive tomorrow. We will reach our destination tomorrow. Everyone, muster your strength. With a beaming smile, Yulian leapt atop a massive rock, brandishing his horned helmet while exclaiming loudly, "There are plump fish within reach. Elk running wild. Trees ripe for the felling. Vast expanses of fertile land where everyone can be well fed." Uncle Yulian had echoed these sentiments throughout their journey, so much so that the children of the convoy had woven them into a nursery rhyme. Undeniably, his words served to inspire hope, allowing the villagers to persevere. Had it not been for Uncle Yulian's considerable influence and authority, coupled with the villagers' lack of retreat after traveling such a long distance, this fragile band would have surely disbanded long ago. Nonetheless, amidst countless tomorrows filled with promises of arrival, the villagers' convoy ultimately reached the river bend, arriving at the idyllic new homeland that Uncle Yulian had so fervently described. This place was a vast peninsula formed by the accumulation of sediment over countless years, resulting in an expansive plain. Unlike the verdant primeval forests flanking the vast river, the Riverbend Peninsula is adorned solely with meadows and small lakes, where only a few scattered hills bear sparse trees and shrubs. The winter grasslands are dominated by withered grass reaching up to the thighs, with robust roots that even the snow could not entirely crush. This attests to the land's fertility. Even a novice like Rio comprehends that this terrain is exceptionally conducive to cultivation. After languishing in the cargo truck for 3 days and nights, Rio Mundo finally mustered the strength to stand and walk upright. During this period, the memories of the original owner seemed to cascade from the heights, shattering like glass shards, chaotically piercing his mind. This incessantly and subtly influenced his cognition and character, rendering him somewhat dazed and disoriented. Fortunately, the original owner was inherently a person of lethargy, and his inability to move while lying in the cargo truck went unnoticed by those around him. As the convoy halted upon the gravel shore of Riverbend, everyone exhaled in relief, experiencing a joy akin to surviving a calamity, yet overshadowed by uncertainty about their next steps. Uncle Yulian leaped onto a truck, vocally assigning tasks and directing the villagers, who stood in a stupor, to chop wood, prepare meals, and set up camp. The recently silent encampment sprang to life under Yulian's commands. Departing from the chaotic camp, Rio settled on a large boulder by the riverside, relishing the leisure afforded by his injury. The grand river before him is named the Anzino River. It originates from the depths of the magnificent barrier, plummeting from heights of thousands of meters, flowing northeast for over 2,000 miles before merging with the Northern Ice River at the prominent northern town of Olenek, ultimately spilling into the stormy fjord and the icy sea. Although a tributary, it is a substantial river marked on continental maps. Its waters flow gently, with a brief freezing period, and are abundant in fishery resources. In comparison to the perennially frozen Northern Ice River, the Anzino River is indeed the mother river of the northern people. The area of Riverbend belongs to the upper reaches of the Anzino River, where the water surface is not particularly wide. As the swift river waters approach Riverbend, they begin to calm, with the originally 50-meter wide riverbed suddenly expanding to over 100 meters, resembling a small lake, where the crystal-clear waters reveal schools of fish swimming in search of food. To the west, one can gaze upon the snow-capped mountain ranges. Beyond a few low peaks, steep and sheer cliffs rise dramatically, their summits lost in the clouds, as if reaching the end of the world. This is the magnificent barrier, encircling a vast circle in the heart of Morning Light Continent, resembling a colossal tree stump upon the level ground. What Rio perceives is merely the tip of the iceberg. The waters of the Anzino River cascade from the sky, spilling down the steep cliffs of the magnificent barrier, where numerous grand waterfalls intertwine, creating a breathtaking spectacle. To the north, beyond the great river, lies an unending expanse of primeval forest, filled with towering conifers that several people would need to embrace, their crowns burdened with thick layers of snow. A majestic herd of deer, towering as tall as horses, grazes on the opposite bank of the river. Among them, a few curious fawns gaze intently at Leo, emitting soft calls. Uncle Julian recounts that this area was once a vast grassland known as the wolf-driving plain, where a millennium ago, the beast folk raised their wolves, marking the birthplace of their renowned cavalry. The beast folk's wolf cavalry was once a formidable force, rivaling the imperial knightly orders in strength. However, following the retreat of the beast folk to the snowy lands beyond the northern ice river, this expansive plain has been ensconced in forest due to the combined magical efforts of the beast folk shamans and elven druids. Countless once glorious relics of the beast folk now lie submerged beneath the dense thickets of the woods. The original owner admired Uncle Julian not only for his martial prowess honed in the army, but also for his extraordinary gift of storytelling. Everything that passed his lips bore a rich history and captivating narrative. Before long, the golden-haired maiden, Olivia, approached to examine Leo's injuries. After confirming that he was unharmed, she admonished him with a serious expression. "The tent has been set up for you. If you're tired, lie down and refrain from wandering about. Understand?" "Understood," Leo replied, dutifully nodding. After taking in the scenery, he shivered from the biting cold and returned to the camp, locating his tent. This small structure, sewn from various colorful pelts, was filled with an array of hides, trophies from Leo's years of hunting. However, due to poor tanning techniques and excessive use, many of the pelts had become mere clumps of fur. Even so, it was one of the few decent tents in the camp, providing ample warmth. Outside the modest tent, a mud-covered child squatted, trembling. He hugged his knees, wrapped in a tattered blanket riddled with holes, pressing his back against the tent in a futile attempt to shield himself from the cold. Leo approached and playfully kicked him into the tent, jesting, "Little mouse, have you found something to eat today? What a sin. It's not my fault. It's the original owner's fault." Years of living as a half-wild, half-thieving being had ingrained rudeness and violence into the original owner's very blood, constantly influencing his actions. The moment Leo kicked, he instinctively tempered his strength, nonetheless. The child tumbled several times, landing at the farthest end of the tent. The child, who Leo referred to as Little Mouse, shook his head in a daze, his blank expression devoid of any emotion. Standing at less than 2 meters tall, the boy was thin and frail, with the rare black hair and eyes characteristic of the northern regions. Leo first discovered him over 10 days ago on a wintry morning, hiding beneath a donkey cart in the caravan. At that time, light snow fell as the little mouse nestled beneath the cart, lying on a small blanket spread out on the muddy ground. That very blanket was the same one he now draped over himself, resembling the doormat from Leo's memories. Measuring less than half a square meter, spread upon the ground, it was impossible to cover the body. When the original owner, Rio, discovered him, he was already frozen stiff. Perhaps reminded of his own childhood, the original owner casually picked up the frozen child and tossed him into the pile of tattered furs within his tent, offering him his breakfast. To his astonishment, the nearly breathless child truly revived, thereafter trailing behind the caravan. By day, he remained unseen, while at night, he curled up in a corner of Rio's tent, managing to survive for an additional fortnight. However, while the original owner may have possessed a semblance of kindness, it was hardly abundant. Since departing from the village, he had only been able to satisfy his own hunger to a modest extent, scarcely affording attention to others, merely allowing a corner for the little mouse to nest. Initially referred to as Little Mute by Rio, upon discovering his ability to speak, he was renamed Little Mouse. It remained a mystery whether he scavenged, begged, or foraged in the wild for sustenance, yet he continued to thrive. During the days of his own injury, he lay on the cargo truck under the care of Olivia, entirely unaware of how Little Mouse had managed to endure. Chapter 4. The True Protagonist. Julian, as Rio leaned into the tent, he was immediately repulsed by the nauseating stench that forced him back out. The pungent odors of greasy hair, foul feet, mildew, and decay nearly suffocated him. This was worse than a dog-s den. What a wretched mousehole. Rio's face contorted in disgust. Even with the original owner's protection, the stench was nearing unbearable limits. He had not anticipated such a horrifying dwelling. Discarding all the foul-smelling furs from within the tent, Rio rummaged through the mess and extracted 2 snow bear pelts, the only remnants that remained relatively intact. He tossed the smaller pelt to Little Mouse, beckoning him. Come with me. When he remained motionless, Rio grasped the scruff of his neck and effortlessly lifted him, carrying him to the riverbank. At that moment, it was midday, and the sun shone brightly, adding a touch of warmth to the crisp winter day. Finding a sheltered spot behind a large boulder, Rio tossed the snow bear pelt into the water. As he stepped in, murky water surged forth, and a colorful sheen spread across the surface, causing him to exclaim in wonder. Releasing the binding on his left arm, he struggled to remove his clothing. Glancing at the dazed Little Mouse standing nearby, he called out, "Come help me." Clumsily, Little Mouse approached and assisted Rio in shedding his garments. Standing stark naked in the river, Rio shivered as he picked up a rag and began to wipe the water across his thighs. Watching the dark, murky water disperse around him, he noted the significant lightening of his skin tone, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. When was the last time he had bathed? The fragments of the original owner's memories provided no clarity. Immobile, Rio perched upon a stone in the water, tossing the rag to Little Mouse, promising, "Come wash my back. And if you do well, I shall reward you with a black loaf." Upon hearing the words black loaf, Little Mouse's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he leapt into the water, seizing the rag to diligently scrub Rio's back. His trousers soaked in water, the thick layer of hardened mud dissolved, transforming into sludge that fell away. From the life experiences of the original owner, Leo, it was evident that this thick layer of mud served as a warming device for the Little Mouse, as its meager clothing could hardly fend off the biting cold. Perhaps after a bath, the Little Mouse would once again revel in the sunlight, rolling in a mud puddle. After scrubbing for a few minutes, the Little Mouse was left breathless, its limbs weak. Leo gazed at his reflection in the water. Golden hair, a chiseled face, and well-defined muscles, embodying the quintessential physique of a northern barbarian. Although merely 17, he could already be deemed a robust young man. Despite growing up wild and untamed, he was commendably fierce and industrious. Whenever there was something delectable to be had, he would follow the scent, ensuring not a single piece of smoked meat could evade his grasp until spring. The woods beyond the village were riddled with traps he had dug, pushing the local mice and rabbits to the brink of extinction. The food chain teetered on the edge of collapse, forcing even the larger predators to migrate. When it came to meat consumption, he claimed the second spot in the village, with no one daring to contest his dominance. Observing the Little Mouse, drenched and muddy, Leo remarked with disdain, "You should wash yourself as well. You're filthy and reeking. Take advantage of the sun and wash your clothes too." The Little Mouse stood frozen, unresponsive. What is there to fear about the cold? Jump in, it's quite warm. Leo insisted impatiently, threatening, "Strip, or there'll be no bread for you." Only then did the Little Mouse slowly remove its tattered garments, the original color long obscured. Beneath, it wore a yellowed silk nightgown. Standing face to face, they presented a striking contrast. Leo's muscular form against the Little Mouse's frail frame. Leo flexed his arm, showcasing his biceps with pride, exclaiming, "You see, with a build like yours, I could take on 100. Mid-sentence, he paused, "But where's your little?" He hastily grabbed a small bear skin from the bank, wrapping the Little Mouse in it, demanding, "Where is it?" Realizing the absurdity of his question, he shook his head at his own foolishness. The Little Mouse remained dazed, only murmuring weakly after Leo had set her on the shore, "Will you still give me bread?" With one arm cradling the Little Mouse, Leo returned to camp, seeking out the busy Olivia, scratching his head as he sheepishly asked, "Could you boil some hot water for me? What do you need it for?" Olivia inquired, stepping closer to Leo, sniffing the air and nodding in satisfaction. "Haven't tea you just washed up? This little one hasn't tea bathed yet, and I fear she might freeze in cold water." Olivia huffed lightly, turning her head away. "You provide food, shelter, and even hot baths. You really know how to pamper." Yet, she gently took the Little Mouse by the hand, leading her toward a nearby tent. The Little Mouse, clearly familiar with Olivia, sought to endear herself, but Olivia subtly released her hand, creating distance. Unfazed by the slight, the Little Mouse obediently followed them into the tent. Leo found it difficult to follow them inside, and could only sneak into Uncle Julian's tent on the other side. As the leader of the caravan, Julian possessed the largest tent in the entire camp. Inside, there were even partitions. The inner chamber served as a sleeping area, while the outer chamber housed a round table, upon which a map was pinned down with a dagger, surrounded by a circle of people. Yulian was busily organizing matters, with several key figures of the caravan attentively listening beside him. Those whose names were called stepped forward to affirm their presence, and throughout the proceedings, no one raised a single doubt, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a military council. Yulian, a retired imperial soldier, had, within a year, endeared himself to everyone with his insights and strategic acumen that far surpassed that of ordinary villagers, becoming the undisputed authority in the village. Even from the perspective of a transmigrator, one could not help but admire Yulian's series of maneuvers, raising questions as to whether he was indeed the true protagonist. Upon returning home, Yulian, having grasped the village's current situation and circumstances, immediately utilized all his savings to procure food, recruit militiamen, and forge weapons. Rapidly assembling a militia of about 50 men, after several months of nurturing and training, he led them to exterminate and drive away the nearby beast dens and foreign tribes, thereby expanding the village's living space. He successfully persuaded a small trading caravan to alter its route, allowing it to pass through his village for an extra day, thus facilitating the sale of the accumulated furs, beast teeth, and herbs. Unfortunately, just as the small village began to thrive, it was swiftly met with the invasion of a scout team from the beastmen. After a period of resistance, many surrounding villages were reduced to ruins, and Yulian realized that persisting was futile. He decisively gathered the refugees, expanded the militia, and, through his decade-long military connections, managed to acquire a development certificate with great difficulty. Then, at considerable cost, he eradicated a wolf den and successfully hunted a herd of bison, turning them all into dried provisions and warm tents. Ultimately, he set fire to the village and, with everyone in tow, commenced their migration. Before the flames consumed their home, he had repeatedly dispatched envoys to the nearby town, seeking aid from a night lord to whom his village was subject, but predictably received no response. When the refugee caravan, devastated by the orc assault, reached the outskirts of the town, the knight disdainfully barred their entry, tossing them a cart of bran to fend for themselves. With no alternatives, the desperate refugees could only continue their southward journey to the promising new homeland described by Yulian. Chapter 5. The Soul Transmigration. Throughout the migration, there were, of course, setbacks, conflicts, and casualties. Yet, the ultimate outcome was that, whether those who departed midway or the 300 frail souls who reached their destination, the majority of them survived. In this era, achieving such a feat through the strength of commoners could undoubtedly be deemed a miracle. Naturally, the original host, Leo, was one of Uncle Yulian's staunch supporters. This wild and untamed youth was entirely devoted to Yulian. As Leo entered the tent, a flicker of amusement crossed the bearded face of Yulian. It was swiftly replaced by a glare as he barked, "Have you healed? Wandering aimlessly all day, I've tolerated you long enough." Instinctively, Leo recoiled, smoothly clutching his chest in a feigned display of discomfort. Yet he inquired, "What are you all discussing? We've arrived, and there are still so many matters at hand? You understand nothing. 300 people to feed and care for. Everything is a concern." Yulian had no desire to explain anything to a mindless warrior. Waving his hand dismissively as though swatting away a pesky mosquito, "Hasten your recovery. Once you are well, take some men to scout the surroundings, familiarize yourself with the area. We must drive off anyone we need to and confront those that threaten us. This will be our home, and we cannot be ambushed day in and day out." As he spoke, he turned to Leo's companion, Valerie. "You gather a team to dismantle the useless trucks and erect a fence. A few rows in 3 directions will suffice for now, providing some basic cover. Once we are settled, we can construct proper shelters." The robust man named Valerie, evidently experienced in such matters, nodded in agreement and set out to fulfill his task. "Rashka, take a few men and clear the northern pasture by burning it down. Tomorrow, we will begin to cultivate the land." "Understood," Rashka replied. "Rusev, accompany the militia to scout the area. See if there are any sellable goods, as our resources are dwindling." The elder Rusev, the village grocer, and nearly the sole individual making the journey between the village and the market, nodded silently. Compared to the villagers toiling in the earth, he was undoubtedly more knowledgeable about the value of various items. Having lost both of his sons to an orc raid, he was left with only a small grandson. Like Valerie and Rashka, He was among those capable individuals who had not abandoned the caravan. Gazing at the rough map upon the table, Julian scratched his chin, filled with confidence as he rallied his companions. I have been in this place before. It holds everything we need. If we unite our efforts and endure this first half of the year, the latter half will be easier. Once we are more comfortable, I will invite a surveying team to assess the land. Should they discover any mineral deposits, we could strike it rich. However, his words did little to uplift the spirits of those gathered within the tent, the core of the entire pioneering group, who possessed far more knowledge than the villagers, who were merely puppets clinging to survival. The expedition had reached a point of desperation, devoid of resources and hope. In comparison, the hardships endured during their migration were but a mere appetizer. Had this been Leo of the past, he would have undoubtedly been swept up by Julian's optimism, enchanted by visions of a bright future, filled with fervor and fighting spirit, momentarily forgetting the dire straits they faced. Yet, he was no longer the same man, and thus did not succumb to blind enthusiasm. Instead, he focused intently on the map, lost in thought. Uncle Julian deliberately chose the transition from late winter to early spring for migration, not merely to evade the large-scale plunder by the beastmen scouts that follows the advent of spring, but also to cultivate sufficient barren land in the river bay before the thaw, in order to coincide with the rye sowing period in April. With the fertile soil of the river bay and a climate considerably milder than that along the banks of the Northern Ice River, the pioneering group could achieve self-sufficiency in food within the first year, provided they had adequate labor. The issue at hand, however, is that the caravan now comprises fewer than 300 individuals, a majority of whom are the elderly, women, and children. Most of these families lack survival skills and savings, choosing to remain in hopes of receiving Julian's protection. Those families with savings and ample labor resources could hardly endure the hardships of migrating through the northern winter, opting instead to settle in the prosperous villages and towns along the way. Thus, even the most optimistic scenario, with 300 elderly and frail individuals striving for self-sufficiency in food during the first year, they must confront the pressing issue of food sources for the better part of 6 months before the rye harvest. Relying solely on fishing and hunting is impractical. Although the small village where Leo resides is a naturally formed settlement, it is one of the few agricultural villages along the Northern Ice River. A century ago, the village was granted by Lord Freylove to a knightly family as a fief, meaning that theoretically, everything on the land, aside from their own homes and plots, belongs to the knight. The villagers rely entirely on farming for their sustenance. Not only does the local lord prohibit hunting and logging, but even if they were allowed to fish and hunt, most villagers are so impoverished that they lack the necessary tools. The village's finest hunters, aside from Julian, include Leo, a self-taught wildling. Moreover, the bows and bone-tipped arrows crafted by the villagers can only take down small game like rabbits and foxes, incapable of even slaying adult moose. Were it otherwise, during the goblin attack, a volley of arrows would have easily repelled them. Furthermore, the wilderness of this world is fraught with numerous alien tribes, dens of wild beasts, and even magical creatures. For a group of poorly armed villagers to hunt in an unfamiliar wilderness is tantamount to courting death. Amina, what sort of mine are you referring to? Leo pondered his options while scrutinizing the map. With a grand gesture, Julian proclaimed, whether it be gold or silver mines. Even a copper mine would be acceptable. Leo scoffed. What nonsense, copper mines? How about an iron mine? An iron mine? What iron mine? Julian and the others in the tent widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging glances, bewildered by the notion of an iron mine. Leo retrieved a spearhead from a box in the corner of the tent and tossed it onto the round table, exclaiming with pride, "Isn't this it?" The spearhead, aside from its sharp tip, was coated in a thick layer of rust, yet it could not conceal the myriad of tiny pores on its surface. This spear had been left behind by the goblins a few days prior and had been collected by Julian. Intact spears were distributed to the villagers for self-defense, while damaged ones had their heads removed to be repurposed into farming tools once they had settled, to aid in the cultivation of barren land. In the Empire, several nobles are embroiled in fierce conflict, and the battlefield is filled not only with human lives, but also with a plethora of weapons, armor, and other war supplies. The cold northern regions are already barren compared to other parts of the Empire, with the scant steel resources monopolized by the aristocracy, forged into weapons and armor that are continuously dispatched to the front lines. This has caused iron prices to soar in the villages, leaving many residents unable to afford even a simple hoe. As the crowd remained bewildered, Leo patiently guided them. Where do the goblins acquire their iron tools? Surely they aren't purchasing them? Julian slapped his thigh in surprise and exclaimed, "Are you saying the goblins have found iron ore?" Leo gestured towards the spearheads on the table. The answer was evident. Such a notion could be deduced with a bit of thought, especially for someone like him. A reclusive individual steeped in the lore of fantastical novels and games, where terms like goblins and mines are intrinsically linked in one's imagination. Leo's mind was preoccupied with the issues surrounding the mining and transportation of iron ore. He pondered the quality of the ore the goblins had unearthed, its suitability for extraction, the labor force required for mining, and how to transport it for profit. These were the crucial considerations. However, the others were fixated on a different matter entirely. Julian stared at Leo in disbelief and exclaimed, "My goodness, you've actually used your brain?" This question ignited a frenzy among the crowd, with people chattering excitedly. "Impossible. Even my pig is smarter than him. I suspect he is possessed by the spirit of a goblin he killed. Perhaps it's the soul of a demon that has crossed over into him. Yes, it's a soul crossover." Leo looked at the crowd in exasperation, wondering why they could arrive at such wild conclusions so quickly, yet fail to devise a single plan to fill their stomachs. Chapter 6. The Camp Kitchen Given the Circumstances. The current plan needed some adjustments. Julian, excitedly toying with a poorly crafted spearhead, proposed that the first step should be to fortify the camp, ensuring everyone had a safe place to stay, followed by locating the goblin's lair and devising a way to breach it in order to find the iron ore. Everything else could be set aside for the time being. Once the others had departed, leaving only Julian and Leo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What good will it do to find iron ore? It is not edible, and we lack a blacksmith. There is over 30 miles to the western watchtower without a road, making it impossible to transport the ore. Our priority should be securing food, shouldn't it?" These doubts were not ones he could voice in front of the group. Otherwise, the morale bolstered by the prospect of iron would plummet once more. "What do you know? Just focus on healing. Once you're well, scout ahead and locate the goblin's nest to see if we can take it down." Julian, as per his usual habit, offered no explanation and simply waved him away. With no other choice, Leo shook his head and exited the tent. Once everyone had left, Julian finally sank down with difficulty, the excitement and confidence on his face slowly fading, revealing the fatigue beneath. The statuesque blonde maiden, Olivia, entered the room and, upon witnessing her father's weary and anguished expression, hurriedly approached him, kneeling at Julian's side. With deep concern, she softly murmured, "Father." She gently lifted Julian's trouser leg, revealing his pallid skin marred by dark veins that snaked from his calf into the confines of his boot, emitting a faint whiff of decay. "It's nothing. Just a minor ailment. I can endure it," he replied. Meanwhile, Leo emerged from his modest tent to find the little mouse returning from a bath, laboriously spreading the freshly cleaned snow bear pelt over a makeshift wooden frame to dry. The tattered fur that Leo had discarded outside was meticulously arranged by her, with not a single scrap lost. Even the fallen tufts of fur were carefully gathered into a ball for preservation. Clad in a worn, thick woolen sweater, with a coarse burlap tunic draped over it, she no longer appeared so frail. However, the garments, lent to her by Olivia, were evidently oversized, resembling a religious robe that trailed on the ground, causing her to walk in a somewhat clumsy and endearing manner. This was the first time Leo had seen her in a clean state. After her warm bath, a hint of color had returned to her cheeks. Her dark hair and eyes lent her a striking beauty, and her skin bore a peculiar whiteness, unlike that of the impoverished. Yet, she was undeniably emaciated. Prolonged hunger had hollowed her cheeks and sunken her eyes, creating a somewhat eerie appearance. Even in her previous muddy state, it was clear that the little mouse was indeed a girl, though Leo, in his obliviousness, had never considered her gender. In his original form, Leo's indifference extended even to matters of race. Today, in a rare act of kindness, he felt compelled to rescue the mouse. But tomorrow, should his benevolence wane, she might very well become a meal. Leo held the delicate silk nightgown that the little mouse had shed, which, after being washed, was too damp to be hung out to dry. In his grasp, it was but a small ball, akin to a fragment of cloud. Without unfolding it, the play of sunlight upon its surface revealed a spectrum of colors. The fabric, smooth to the touch, emanated a gentle warmth. Such exquisite silk, even Leo from the modern world had never encountered. Perhaps this was the fabled magical textile, a vital source of warmth for the little mouse in the frigid northern winter. This undoubtedly indicated that the little mouse possessed a remarkable identity, yet Leo had no inclination to delve into her background. His foremost concern was to address the immediate issue of survival. Any side quests requiring time and effort could wait for another day. "Here," Leo exclaimed, handing the silk nightgown to the little mouse. "Put this on discreetly. Keep it hidden from prying eyes, or it will surely be taken." The little mouse clutched the gown, remaining silent and lowering her head. "By the way, where have you been sleeping these past few days? What have you been eating?" Leo inquired, voicing his earlier concerns. The little mouse opened his mouth and stammered. "Sister Olivia set up a tent for me." Her eloquent and melodious speech in the imperial tongue, though charming, bore a distinct accent that was not characteristic of the northern realms, leaving Leo, who had never ventured beyond his village, unable to discern its origins. Was Olivia truly so kind? Her demeanor towards the little mouse appeared rather indifferent, yet this aligned with Leo's recollections during his time in the village. Olivia had always been the one to prepare the snow hares he caught. However, she often hesitated to slaughter them, especially when food was plentiful. There was a period when Leo was particularly fortunate, and Olivia's household cared for 7 rabbits and a young deer. Despite the evident resistance of the impoverished and conservative villagers towards the waifs, Olivia could not bear to see the little mouse succumb to the bitter cold. Casting a glance at the sun overhead, the little mouse tucked away his pajamas and grasped Leo's hand, leading him towards the center of the camp. At that moment, the camp was alive with the sounds of activity. Tents being erected, wooden planks from the supply carts being dismantled, fences being erected, and the clearing of dead branches, weeds, and rubble. The villagers appeared relaxed, and the atmosphere was far more vibrant than it had been on their journey. Rows of wooden fences rose around the camp, with the villagers' tents huddled against them, providing a meager shield against the wind and snow. Should an attack occur, these wooden barriers would serve as a temporary defense, at least capable of withstanding arrows and spears. The center of the campsite was quite spacious, dominated by a semi-open tent erected between 2 supply carts, which served as the kitchen for the expedition team. Beneath the carts were several cages housing chickens, ducks, and rabbits, totaling 14 heads and 38 legs. 7 or 8 village women of various ages were busily preparing food for the caravan, while a group of young girls, under the guidance of a robust woman, returned from outside the camp bearing baskets filled with unfamiliar yet edible plants that Leo could not name. Although mealtime had not yet arrived, a few large pots were already boiling, filled with an assortment of unknown wild vegetables, legumes, and minced radishes along with jerky, while the aroma of baking bread wafted from an adjacent tent. The bread, however, was not freshly baked but rather hardtack that was being temporarily heated. This long, stick-like bread could serve as a weapon. Without heating, it was nearly impossible to cut with ordinary utensils. The so-called meat broth simmering in the pot was similarly intended to accompany the hard bread, for without soaking it in hot soup, the hardtack was akin to solid wood. From a mere glance at this scene, one might be led to believe there was an abundance of food, a deliberate atmosphere crafted by Julian by placing the kitchen at the camp's heart. Yet Leo, as a key member of the team, was acutely aware that the entire caravan was nearly reduced to these 2 carts of provisions. The little mouse tugged at Leo's hand, bringing him to one side of the kitchen cart, where a throng of ragged, emaciated children had gathered, their faces alight with hope. As the little mouse approached, no one greeted her. Instead, upon seeing Leo, they all called out to him as Brother Leo or Captain. These children were the offspring of villagers and had all experienced Leo's wrath, yet the more they endured his blows, the more they revered his strength. However, they dared not approach him as the little mouse did, for none could guarantee that Leo would not send them flying with a single kick. Due to the hard bread mixed with copious amounts of bran, legumes, acorns, and cassava, which was difficult to digest and could easily cause discomfort, the younger children in the caravan were provided with different sustenance. Chapter 7. The landlord's daughter. After a brief wait, Olivia approached with a basket in hand. Upon noticing Leo amidst the group of children, she appeared slightly taken aback, but chose to ignore him. Instead, she produced a key and unlocked the cargo truck, retrieving a bundle of long baguettes. These baguettes, similarly dark and of unclear composition, were at least sufficiently fermented and delightfully soft. Olivia tore the baguettes in half and distributed them among the children. Once the bread was dispensed, she opened her basket and gently announced, "Today, each of you shall receive an additional egg." Amidst the cheers, Olivia began handing out eggs smaller than ping-pong balls, all the while earnestly advising, during this busy period, "You must behave, help your families with chores, refrain from wandering off the camp, and avoid fishing in the river. Those who disobey will find themselves facing hunger should I catch them." The caravan's chickens laid almost no eggs during the winter, resulting in only a handful collected along the way, which were initially intended to be exchanged for coarse grains at the last market. However, after missing the final market, Olivia decided to present them as a reward for the children's successful arrival at their destination. The cold and hunger experienced during the journey had rendered many children gaunt, and without some nourishing food, they would soon be unable to stand. The little mouse was the last to receive her portion of food, cradling the soft black bread in her hands, her gaze fixed on the eggs Olivia held, yet she hesitated to reach out. The young girl acutely sensed that the settlers of the camp did not favor her. Even the kind-hearted elder sister Olivia was no exception. In the frigid north, no one would cherish a waif when one's own family struggled to survive. Sharing even a morsel with a street child only increased the likelihood of their own kin perishing from hunger. Does she belong to us? She is a beggar. She has no father to provide for her. She doesn't deserve to eat. Several children exclaimed in indignation as they regarded the little mouse. Do you wish to perish? Leo raised his arm, clenching his fist, the muscles in his arm twisting like tightly coiled cables, silencing the children in fear. He seized the egg from Olivia's hand, firmly grasped the little mouse's chin, and effortlessly pried her mouth open, thrusting the egg inside. Mission accomplished. With the egg lodged in her mouth, the little mouse gently nudged Leo, directing him toward Olivia. During this period, she has sustained herself on the meager half-loaf of black bread she receives daily, a lifeline she naturally feels compelled to share with Leo. Such kindness from the elder sister surely extends to offering Leo a portion of her meager rations. Olivia and Leo exchanged glances, Olivia instinctively shielding the compartment behind her, indignantly exclaiming, "Are you really going to snatch food from a child?" Lao, who had no intention of eating, felt provoked by her words and retorted, "Who isn't a child? How old do you think I am?" Olivia rolled her eyes at him in exasperation and turned to produce a piece of jerky, roughly the size of her pinky finger, offering it to him with a simple, "Here, have something tasty." As Leo accepted the jerky and began to chew, he was struck by the texture reminiscent of gnawing on tree roots. While chewing, his gaze fell upon Olivia, who was bent over rummaging through the front of the truck. She wore a light yellow corseted coat over a coarse cotton dress, adorned with several patches. This ensemble resembled that of other village women, with the sole distinction being a black fur shawl draped over her shoulders. Her well-developed figure rendered her attire particularly appealing. Every movement, every smile, evoked the image of a heroine from a video game or anime. Olivia, the artist, lamented her inability to alter her clothing. Compared to the other villagers who toiled in the earth for sustenance, Olivia, with her military father, appeared akin to the daughter of a landowner. Her educated mother had cherished and nurtured her before passing, ensuring she hardly labored in the fields, leading to a physique that diverged from her peers, who were often stocky. With a gentle and kind disposition, she never resorted to coarse language that would leave men blushing. Her literacy and numeracy naturally positioned her as the right hand to her father, Julian, managing the assets and supplies of the exploration team. Throughout Leo's recovery from his injury, it was Olivia who provided him with attentive care. She tended to his wounds, administered medicine, and fed him, ensuring he received enough nutrition through spoonfuls of warm porridge to survive and heal. It would be impossible not to feel gratitude. Yet the memories from the original owner of this body revealed a familiarity that rendered their exchanges akin to bickering, making expressions of thanks seem unlikely. Fragments of memory surfaced in Leo's mind, recalling moments from childhood when he had bullied her until she cried, only for her mother to invite him for a meal while gently reprimanding him. What? Bullying someone still leads to a meal? How delightful. After a prolonged search, Olivia finally gathered the supplies she needed and turned to find Leo staring at her, his face flushed with embarrassment. "What are you still doing here?" she snapped. At that moment, Leo, bewildered, realized that the so-called treat she referred to was indeed the small piece of jerky he had just consumed. "Oomph, this is beef jerky. I can hardly bear to eat it myself." Frustrated, Olivia felt her conscience weighing heavily. This was hardly better than a spicy strip. Leo, equally vexed by the weight. Turned to leave, catching sight of a small mouse following closely behind, eagerly tearing off a large chunk of black bread and stuffing it into its mouth. The little mouse gazed sorrowfully at the piece of black bread with a missing corner, then gingerly spat out the half-eaten egg it had been holding in its mouth, extending it towards Leo in a bid for approval. Leo, observing the drooling egg, barked "Get lost." After a meal that was decidedly fit for adults in the camp, Leo felt the weight of their dire circumstances more acutely. Lying atop the cargo truck and subsisting on porridge for several consecutive days had left him yearning for a proper meal, only to discover that the hard, tooth-chipping bread was a stark contrast to the comfort he had previously enjoyed. He brazenly monopolized a large pot, laboriously fishing around with a spoon, yet managed to extract little more than a watery broth. As night fell, Leo lay in the tent, staring blankly at the ceiling. Fragments of knowledge from his past life and the experiences of survival in this one flickered through his mind, attempting to coalesce into a solution that could effortlessly address his current plight. How he wished for a golden finger akin to an encyclopedia search. If only I could find guidance on wilderness survival, how could I lead a group of the old and weak to fill their bellies? The little mouse cautiously entered, curling up in the tattered pile of fur at Leo's feet, subtly inching closer to his calf. After a few moments, it edged a bit nearer. Minutes later, it crept even closer. Feeling the chill emanating from below, Leo sighed softly and lifted his foot, resting it atop the little mouse. Happy to be embraced by Leo's leg, the mouse ceased its movements, despite being clad in sleepwear that bore the semblance of magical fabric. The warmth it provided was evidently insufficient to ward off the lingering chill of late winter and early spring. The mouse's frail constitution and meager sustenance were wholly inadequate for generating sufficient warmth. Leo's leg, enveloped by the mouse's embrace, felt as if it had extended outside the tent, freezing for a full 10 minutes before the heat from Leo's robust body could restore its warmth. "Leo, may I call you Daddy?" came the barely audible voice of the little mouse in the darkness. "Why? They say that with a daddy, there's food to eat." "Very well then, Daddy." Chapter 8. Assembly. Upon awakening the next day, the little mouse was nowhere to be found. Leo searched the camp, inquiring of everyone he encountered, "Where's my little mouse?" A child timidly pointed towards the great river beyond the camp, saying, "I think she went towards the riverbank." Leo searched along the riverbank for a while, eventually discovering her on a patch of gravel shoal. At that moment, the little mouse was huddled on the riverbank, shivering and curled into a ball, while her little hands rummaged through the shallow water. To avoid getting her clothes wet, she had hiked up the hem of her overly long garment to her waist, exposing her bare lower half. From her thighs to the soles of her feet, her pale skin was marred by distressing frostbite. Olivia had more than one child to care for, and she had no spare trousers to lend to the little mouse. At last, she clasped her hands together and seized a tiny fish no larger than a finger, her large eyes narrowing into delightful crescents of joy, fearing the fish might wriggle free. The little mouse, lacking the time to wash off the mud clinging to its scales, hastily stuffed it into her mouth. The younger children of the expedition were permitted to receive food only once a day. Their morning meal consisted merely of a few bites from their parents' bowls or a handful of boiled peas. Yet it was evident that no one would offer anything to the little mouse. Thus, she had to secretly reserve a few morsels of bread or scavenge for food in the wild. Fortunately, she did not have to toil alongside her family like her peers, allowing her an entire day to seek sustenance. Unfortunately, food was exceedingly scarce in the harsh winter of the north. Leo approached, gripping her cheek and attempting to extract the fish with 2 fingers. Startled, the little mouse hurriedly gulped down the half-chewed fish, shielding her head in anticipation of an attack, only to realize it was Leo. She resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, her head bowed in anxious shame. "I was wrong. I should have given the fish to Father first." Leo, lacking the energy to chastise her, merely remarked, "You are too slow at catching fish. Watch me." With that, he moved some stones, swiftly clearing a small pond and constructing a dam, leaving an opening that led to the river. He clapped his hands and beckoned the little mouse, saying, "Come, don't linger by the river alone. Be careful, or Olivia won't give you anything to eat." "What about the fish?" "You will have it in the evening." "What about the bread?" "What bread?" "The one you promised yesterday." With Leo's persistent pleading, Olivia finally relented and stealthily handed him a piece of soft bread. In the admiring gaze of the little mouse and her repeated calls of daddy, Leo bestowed the bread upon her. Breakfast consisted of the same hard bread that was difficult to chew, weighing only half as much as the evening meal and accompanied by a large pot of boiling water. Additionally, there was a segment of a plant resembling a sweet potato, yet more akin to yam. This was the North's unique cassava, capable of surviving in frozen soil and more sustaining than bread. Its sole drawback was its toxicity, as overconsumption could prove fatal. After a challenging breakfast, Leo waved his hand and instructed the young man beside him, Ivan, notify the militia to assemble for training. In mere moments, the members of the militia had gathered. Only 20 individuals were present, several of whom bore bandages. The expedition's young labor force was already severely depleted, and the militia represented the core of that workforce, as they had daily tasks to fulfill. Previously, when they were conscripted by Julian in the village, they could only spare time for training before breakfast and after dinner. In truth, Leo was the only member of the entire team who did not need to work the land. The others had initially joined the militia solely for the promise of an extra pound of bread each day as a supplementary meal. This is quite alarming. Many impoverished farmers struggle to secure even a pound of sustenance in winter. However, after enduring the trials of migration, the surviving militia have come to deeply appreciate the significance of armed forces, particularly amidst this untamed wilderness. Thus, upon summons, aside from 7 or 8 seasoned veterans patrolling the camp perimeter under Julian's command, the remaining militia swiftly congregated, even including the injured. Having benefited from over a year of enhanced rations and training under Julian, these militia members exhibit a noticeable robustness compared to ordinary villagers, and their attire is comparatively substantial. Half of the militia sport rudimentary armor crafted from various furs, resembling a band of hunters from the Tsarist era. Due to the scarcity of adequate food supplies, the militia seldom engages in high-intensity physical training. Instead, most of their time is devoted to learning fundamental weapon handling, defensive techniques, and combat formations from Julian and other retired veterans. Many combat techniques, seemingly simple, significantly bolster the militia's combat effectiveness and survival rates. Engaging in battle and taking lives is not as straightforward as one might imagine. Merely arming 2 villagers could result in them inflicting numerous superficial wounds upon each other without any serious injuries or fatalities. However, trained and battle-hardened warriors differ vastly. Opportunities for attack on a battlefield are often limited to just 1 or 2, and these moments can determine the outcome of a conflict. This explains why disabled veterans can still effortlessly dispatch a few ruffians. Their physical conditioning is superior, but more importantly, their strikes are swifter and more lethal. Since the former militia leader departed mid-migration due to the illness of his wife and child, Leo, who demonstrated the greatest enhancement in combat prowess, was promoted to the position of the new militia leader. Yet, due to the arduous nature of their journey, Leo had never convened the militia for collective training. Unlike Julian and his predecessor, possessing a mindset shaped by experiences beyond this realm, he holds slightly distinct perspectives on combat. Engaging in close-quarters brawling feels too brutish and lacks elegance. Remote strikes are the true path to victory. Having previously perished at the jaws of a knoll, Leo is reluctant to risk such a fate again. Although the original host's irritable and combative temperament continues to influence him, the elegant spirit of the traveler prevails, fostering a strong aversion to melee combat with cold weapons. Regrettably, Leo's village is not known for its skilled archers. Its inhabitants are simple, hard-working farmers. Had he emerged from a village reliant on fishing and hunting, gathering the men from the community could have easily formed a formidable team of archers. However, that is of little consequence. Their ruggedness and strength can be harnessed for other training. Leo instructs the militia to stand in formation before announcing loudly, "From this day forth, we shall practice spear throwing. My requirements are simple: no drops within 50 yards and 5 hits out of 10 within 20 yards. Those who fail will receive half rations at dinner." The militia exchanged glances, and a brown-haired youth named Vicky, who was only 2 years older than Leo, hesitantly interjected, "But we still need to clear the land, right?" Uncle Julian stated that over the next 3 months, we must cultivate at least 300 acres of wasteland. Otherwise, we would miss the spring sowing in April. Leo was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "How large is an acre?" The militia members displayed expressions of disbelief, followed by intense scorn. The ignorance of their leader left even the illiterate astonished. As a genuine rural inhabitant, shouldn't you have a basic understanding of the size of an acre? Observing the expressions of those around him, Leo felt equally at a loss. How was I to know your system of measurement? Who could discern whether it was an imperial acre, a metric hectare, or some other obscure unit? Moreover, the original owner had never farmed, possessing no fundamental grasp of land measurement. In Chapter 9, titled Javelin Throwing Through the Gestures of a Militiaman, Leo gleaned the approximate dimensions of an acre in this world, which seemed akin to an acre from his previous life, roughly equating to half the size of a football field. Although the agricultural techniques in this world were woefully primitive, and the extent of land reclamation did not necessitate the meticulousness of his past life. Indeed, it could be described as exceedingly rudimentary. The prospect of cultivating nearly 300 acres of wasteland within 3 months, without mechanized equipment, relying solely on the predominantly elderly and infirm group of nearly 300 individuals, remained an unfathomable task for Leo. The concepts of land reclamation and planting cultivated land are entirely disparate. The labor involved in clearing land, burning, tilling, removing stones and shrubs, leveling the ground, constructing ridges, digging ditches, and ultimately sowing, maintaining, and harvesting requires a labor force that is tenfold what is needed for already cultivated land. This was mitigated by the fact that the River Bay Peninsula boasted vast grasslands and lakes with flat terrain, fertile soil, and abundant water sources, which instilled confidence in Julian. However, further from the River Bay and across the river on the expansive plains, the land was shrouded in ancient forests of coniferous giants, a terrain and vegetation that was far beyond the reach of their refugee expedition. Having grown up in a modern rural environment, Leo subconsciously believed that if taxes were not a concern, each person could cultivate 2 mu of land and suffice for their sustenance. However, this was the remote frontier of the Northern Kingdom, where the agricultural techniques employed were notably backward, and the grains available were not high-yield, genetically modified crops. In the previous village of the original owner, only 1 crop of rye could be grown annually. Sowing 200 pounds of seeds per acre would yield merely 800 pounds of grain. After deducting the seed and without tax obligations, 1 acre could only sustain a person without leading them to starvation. By this calculation, Julian's demand for 300 acres was indeed not excessive. Even if the target were achieved, it would still fall short of ensuring adequate nourishment. 300 acres translated to over 1,800 mu. Even with a plow, I cannot possibly cultivate it all. Yet, the original Leo was evidently not one to reason. Understanding these facts would only serve to exacerbate his anxiety and lead to frustration. Seizing this advantage, Leo resolutely declared, "I don't care. We train first. Anyone who wishes to leave shall face my wrath." The militia members exchanged glances, yet none dared to utter a word. Many did not necessarily respect the young Leo, but they certainly feared the might of his fists. Moreover, only a few days prior, the militia had suffered a devastating assault from the dog-headed warrior's volley of javelins, which had left a profound impact on their perception of the weapon's lethal capabilities. That rain of javelins had claimed the lives of over 10 militia members, with several still incapacitated in their tents at the camp. This marked the most severe casualty they had endured from a ranged attack during their migration, second only to the flying axes of the beastmen and the headhunting spears of the troll scouts. Thus, a group armed with various javelins, spears, and clubs ventured to an unoccupied clearing outside the camp. Leo assessed the distance and promptly altered the rules, marking a straight line on the ground and pointing towards a small hillside over 20 meters away. "Begin your practice from here. Hitting the tree trunk counts as a successful throw." The hillside was sparsely dotted with small trees, making it no simple feat to strike a trunk from such a distance. One militia member eagerly stepped forward, grasping a suitable javelin, and with all his might, hurled it into the air. The javelin flew erratically, landing several meters short of the small trees. The remaining militia erupted in laughter, emboldened to take their turns. Ultimately, only a handful of javelins found their way into the thicket, with but one fortunate javelin embedding itself at the base of a tree trunk. The results were disheartening. However, Leo remained undeterred. Having been an athlete in his past life, he understood that, without training of a running start and with subpar javelin quality, this level of performance was commendable. He had witnessed javelins flying sideways, spinning in the air, and skimming across the ground. The javelins collected by the militia could only be described as resembling javelins. Aside from those seized from the dog-headed warriors, the rest were an assortment of long weapons of varying thickness, including several pitchforks, weighing anywhere from half a kilogram to 3 kilograms, with a throwing feel vastly different from standard javelins. To achieve a successful throw of 20 meters on the first attempt was already indicative of considerable athletic talent. Continue, Leo encouraged. He allowed the militia members to take 2 rounds of throws before gathering the discarded javelins and began to meticulously demonstrate the art of javelin throwing. He explained the grip technique, the mechanics of power application, the methods for both assisted and unassisted throws, and the optimal angles for throwing. As he elucidated, he retreated, lifting the javelin above his shoulder, taking a few slow, deliberate steps in a running motion, and then released the javelin. The javelin he threw soared with an elegant and stable arc, effortlessly traversing over 20 meters to strike a small tree trunk with precision, piercing through and protruding from the back. It was a flawless demonstration. Years of rigorous athletic training in his previous life, combined with the robust physique of this one, endowed him with exceptional javelin throwing skills, even in a state not conducive to vigorous activity due to his injuries. At present, Leo is nothing short of a natural athlete, not only in javelin throwing, but with his remarkable strength and athletic prowess. Had he been in a past life, a modicum of training would have sufficed to make him a decathlon Olympic champion, or at the very least, to excel in multiple disciplines. The militia present were utterly astonished by his prowess, engaging in hushed whispers amongst themselves. Who, you may ask, is the finest javelin thrower? The first answer, Leo, who has never thrown a javelin. The second answer, the dog-headed leader who met a grim fate. The correct answer, however, it is the soul that has transcended. After approximately an hour of training, Julian arrived from the camp. By this time, the militia had begun to throw javelins with a semblance of skill, having grasped the fundamentals of the technique. The robust militia members, even without a running start, managed to propel their javelins a distance of 30 meters, albeit with questionable accuracy. Enhancing precision in throwing necessitates prolonged practice and the standardization of throwing implements, both of which will require time to achieve. Observing the militiamen, who were massaging their sore arms yet wore expressions of excitement, Leo declared, "The morning training has concluded. You barely qualify, but from now on, you must train in javelin throwing for at least an hour every morning." Julian, having watched for a while, wore a look of surprise as he clapped Leo on the shoulder. "Who would have thought, young lad, that you possess such talent?" Ouch! Leo hunched his shoulders and shrank away, evading Julian's playful slap while explaining, "I discovered this skill during my hunting days." Very well, very well. With this, our chances of vanquishing the dog-headed creatures have significantly improved. Don't rush, just watch closely. I have many more tricks up my sleeve, Leo replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Hey, how extensive are your talents? Am I not aware? Julian raised his foot, feigning a kick. You seem rather cheerful. Have you fully recovered? If so, off to the fields with you. Chapter 10. The curved plow. The militiamen, having concluded their training, wasted no time resting and eagerly made their way to the northern grasslands of the camp to join the fervent team of land reclamation. They were, after all, the main force behind the cultivation efforts, for farming is the essence of a farmer's duty amidst the backdrop of warfare. Julian had once promised that in the second year of land reclamation, plots would be distributed to each household, with every adult male receiving an acre of land exempt from taxes in perpetuity. The actual amount of arable land would depend on how much territory the villagers could cultivate in their first year. This arrangement is an unprecedented advantage not found in any other region or frontier. With the advent of feudal lordship, the viability of self-sustaining farmers has dwindled, while the estates established by noble lords do not grant ownership of the land, much less any resources upon it, to the serfs. In truth, only the sparsely populated borders of the empire still boast a significant number of self-sustaining farmers. In contrast, the economically prosperous and densely populated southern provinces have been entirely overtaken by the system of noble estates, leaving no trace of self-sustaining farmers. Only tenants and serfs remain. Bored, Leo accompanied Julian to the land reclamation site, perching himself upon a rotting tree stump to observe the industrious laborers. Hundreds of able-bodied men formed lines in various configurations, sometimes in a V shape, at other times in a straight line. They danced with hoes, iron shovels, and pickaxes, gradually turning over the charred earth beneath their feet. The remaining elderly, women, and children followed behind, transporting the unearthed stones, while the grass roots were gathered into heaps and set ablaze. In just a few short hours, several acres have been turned over. The land here was exceptionally suitable for cultivation, proving far easier than the villagers had anticipated. And both young and old became engrossed in the task. Leo, too, was filled with emotion in the fragmented memories of the original owner. The land back home was still blanketed under a foot of snow at this time of year. Even the most cultivated fields required a pickaxe to break the frozen ground. Although he had only migrated over 1,000 miles to the southwest, the climate was remarkably different, akin to moving from northeast to North China, from the frigid zone to the temperate zone. The fertile land and fervent scenes of labor stirred hope within people, allowing them to forget their hardships. However, as Leo observed, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He suddenly sprang to his feet and shouted, "Where are the donkeys? Where are your donkeys?" "What donkeys?" came a reply. "The donkeys have been taken by the children of the Badova family to graze." "Why aren't the donkeys plowing the fields?" Leo asked in frustration. His question immediately incited laughter, with one villager mocking, "Ha ha, let the donkey plow the fields? Why don't you ask the donkey to learn magic?" Infuriated, Leo turned to Julian beside him. "Haven't you ever seen a donkey plow?" He intended to say plow, yet the original owner's memories lacked the term. Surely he couldn't ask Julian in Chinese, could he? After 10 years in the military, traversing the land and gaining vast experiences, Julian stroked his chin and mused, "Donkeys can indeed plow, but it must be quite difficult, perhaps requiring some sort of magic." Leo, uninterested in further discussion, cursed under his breath and strode back to the camp. How could farmers cultivate land without a plow? This was something that had existed since primordial society. It was as absurd as a medieval peasant having never seen a plow, akin to a 21st century recluse never having encountered a smartphone. With such a low level of production, it was reckless for Julian to lead the villagers into the wilderness to cultivate. It can only be said that the northerners were truly reckless. Upon returning to the camp, Leo, despite Olivia's protests, rudely snatched and smashed her family's finest pointed shovel. He then procured several thick, curved branches, simply whittled them down, and nailed them together in a cross, affixing the damaged, pointed shovel to the base of the makeshift plow. Thus, a rudimentary plow was crafted. The simple curved plow he had made was even more basic than this one. Looking at the crude and rudimentary plow before him, Leo felt a surge of accomplishment. In the first week of his journey, he had invented the curved plow. Hoisting the plow, Leo instructed Olivia to lead a donkey back to the wasteland, fastening the donkey's harness to the plow. Steadying the plow, Leo called out, "Let's go." The donkey remained utterly still. Olivia discerned Leo's actions and, with a light chuckle, took hold of the donkey's reins, guiding it forward. Leo supported the plow, gently pressing the blade into the soft earth. The soil in the riverbend's flatlands was exceedingly pliable, offering little resistance apart from withered grass roots and a few pebbles. The donkey required minimal effort to pull the curved plow ahead, carving a trench about a foot deep in the ground behind them. The villagers, absorbed in their own efforts of land cultivation, initially showed little interest in the spectacle. In their eyes, Leo, who had never farmed before and was somewhat simple-minded, seemed incapable of producing anything noteworthy. However, as Leo effortlessly surpassed the sweating members of the militia within mere minutes, they began to take notice of the remarkable device he had created. Julian, who had been observing Leo's operations, was captivated, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and he exclaimed in the refined tongue of the Empire, "I have seen this before. It feels familiar indeed." In truth, this world, akin to Earth, had known the plow for millennia. In the bountiful southern provinces of the Orlantian Empire, there existed even 2-horse and 4-horse-drawn heavy plows, yielding agricultural outputs 3 times that of the northern regions. Such strength was necessary to unify the eastern coast of the Dawnlight continent and to drive the fierce and warlike beastmen from the northern provinces deep into the snowy expanses beyond the northern banks of the Ice River. Yet, the frigid and barren banks of the Ice River presented a different reality. The principal economic sustenance of the local lords derived from herds of cattle, sheep, and horses on their pastures, as well as the furs of wild beasts, magical herbs, and rare timber from their forests. They had no inclination to organize their subjects to cultivate the land, The rye and beans collected from the peasants were merely for feeding horses. The noble class had no use for the coarse grains produced in these northern territories. In fact, few nobles chose to reside north of the Anzino River, as their lands were managed by stewards cultivated by their families, while they themselves dwelled in relative warmth on the southern banks of the Anzino. The small village where Leo resided was one of the few agrarian settlements along the banks of the Ice River, naturally formed due to the land's suitability for cultivation. Before Julian enlisted, the village had no beasts of burden, such as donkeys, cattle, or horses. Many impoverished villagers did not even possess an iron hoe. The wealthiest households merely raised a few pigs and sheep. They lacked both sufficient labor and land to sustain their families. Over one-third of their food sources came from the natural offerings of nearby forests, including acorns, mushrooms, wild vegetables, and cassava from deer antlers. Had it not been for Julian's return from military service, becoming the village head, the villagers, even aware of the terrifying beastmen scouts, would have been resigned to a silent demise like their neighboring settlements. In the mature estate system of the South, these free folk could abandon their land to become tenants of noble estates. However, in the North, they would become vagrants, perishing in the icy wilderness. With Leo's demonstration, Julian immediately recognized the immense advantages of the curved plow. Although he claimed to have traveled extensively and witnessed all manner of sights, in reality, he had merely served as a border scout for 5 years at the outposts of Count Frelov's domain, later being summoned, due to his skills and military achievements, to serve another 5 years in the infantry corps stationed at Wingod Fortress. Throughout his military career, from being a conscripted soldier to a regular infantryman, and then advancing to the elite heavy armored infantry, he ultimately attained the esteemed rank of imperial soldier, all while spending his days in the barracks. The plow, an instrument he had only glimpsed fleetingly during his journeys, was a distant notion to him. Promptly, Julian called upon the most skilled carpenters in the village, and under Leo's guidance, they crafted 18 rudimentary, curved plows in one go, driving all the donkeys from the camp into the fields. Leo settled once more on a decayed tree stump, contentedly observing the villagers fervently tilling the land at triple speed. As if a distant voice echoed in his mind, "You have unlocked the technology of iron plowing with oxen, increasing agricultural productivity by 1. Grain output increased by 1. Chapter 11. The sling. The technique for utilizing the curved plow was remarkably simple. The plows crafted by Leo lacked complex components such as plowshares, plow tips, or plow handles. The user merely needed to use the plow's beam, close to the ground, as a fulcrum to lift or press the handle, thereby adjusting the depth of tillage. With just a few words of instruction from Leo, even children and women could master the skill with ease. Soon, the young and able-bodied villagers shifted their efforts, leaving the elder, women, and children behind in the barren fields. The children led the donkeys, while the women maneuvered the plows, and the elders collected roots and stones from behind. The iron plow, drawn by the donkeys, glided effortlessly through the soft earth, unearthing the buried roots and stones, transforming the charred wasteland into arable land at an astonishing pace. The men had all relocated to the slopes of the western side of River Bay Peninsula. Cultivating land was not merely about turning the soil. In addition to leveling the ground and clearing debris, Julian needed to lead efforts on the inland side of River Bay Peninsula to carve out a water channel at least 5 feet deep along the hillside, connecting the southern marshes and small lakes to regulate the moisture levels in the fields. Although Julian had chosen the northern wasteland of the peninsula for its flatness and suitability for initial cultivation, the naturally formed terrain still presented considerable undulations and variations that fell short of agricultural standards. Some areas were elevated by several meters, overgrown with shrubs, while others resembled muddy swamps. Most locations could be gradually leveled by human effort, but some would require irrigation channels or drainage ditches. After sowing the seeds, it was imperative to construct a small dam along the riverbank before the summer floods to prevent the rising waters from inundating the farmland on River Bay Peninsula. There are pros and cons to everything. The lush land on River Bay Peninsula, despite its fertility, bore no trees for a reason. Although Leo was injured and unable to partake in farming, he remained industrious, observing the iron plowing while crafting hemp rope from the hemp fibers stored in the camp. The protagonist, having spent over a decade in a semi-wild existence, has fully mastered the art of survival in the wilderness. Not only can he craft hemp ropes from readily available materials, but he can also strip bark from trees with his bare hands to create a noose trap capable of ensnaring wild boars. The knowledge and common sense bestowed upon him by the soul of the traveler only serve to enhance his skills. For instance, the hemp rope he weaves is a product of his own ingenuity, relying on sheer strength to achieve results. Traditionally, he would tie knots every meter to prevent the rope from unraveling. However, with his current dexterity and sharp mind, the rope he crafts is slender as chopsticks, yet far more durable than previous, thicker versions. As he works, a rope over a meter long with a small net woven into its center takes shape in his hands. One end is fashioned into a wheat ear design, while the other forms a circular ring. He slips the ring onto the index finger of his right hand, gripping the wheat end tightly. Picking up a stone the size of an egg, he places it into the net and begins to swing the rope. As it whirls faster and faster through the air, he releases the wheat end and the stone is launched, soaring across the broad riverbank and splashing into the tranquil waters of the Anzino River. The slingshot, a manifestation of ancestral wisdom, retains its legendary status even in modern times. After testing its feel, he sets it aside to begin weaving a second slingshot. Nearby, Olivia and the little mouse join in, helping to craft hemp ropes. Olivia's creations closely resemble Rio's model, while the little mouse's output resembles a giant centipede, tangled and unruly. After crafting over 30 slingshots, Rio stands, assesses the sky, and calls to the villagers nearby. Militia members gather by the river. Once everyone has assembled, he distributes a slingshot to each person and demonstrates the technique of launching stones. The slingshot, akin to a javelin, is simple to learn and possesses far greater power than the villagers' makeshift bows and arrows. In small-scale skirmishes, particularly against unarmored foes like goblins and kobolds, it proves to be exceedingly effective. However, it has its drawbacks, the most significant being accuracy. The newly practicing militia members struggle not only to hit target objects, but even to launch the stones straight ahead. Don't use too much force, just a gentle flick. Yes, lighter. Release the stone when it is in front of you. What are you doing? Do you think you're a catapult? Rio circles among them, offering guidance. And when he observes one militia member attempting to load a stone the size of a cannonball into the slingshot, he kicks it away. Under his direction, most of the militia successfully launch their stones into the river, causing splashes to erupt across the wide surface. A few, however, haphazardly send their stones flying in all directions. One of the pebbles soared straight towards Leo's forehead, striking him with such force that stars danced before his eyes. Leo clutched the swelling on his brow, incredulously staring at the blundering militia. How could you possibly hit the target from 15 meters away while facing away? Despite Leo's prior warnings to the militia to refrain from excessive force and his own retreat, the stone slung from the catapult retained its formidable power. Had the militiamen exerted even a modicum more strength, the blow would have resulted in more than just a bump. For the next hour, the militia familiarized themselves with the use of the catapult. Once they adeptly launched small pebbles into the river before them, Leo began to instruct them on the vertical rotation technique, a favored method of the ancient Greek stone throwers. Only after they mastered both techniques did he permit them to gradually increase their strength, catapulting pebbles further afield. Concurrently, the selected stones grew larger and heavier, eventually reaching the size of goose eggs. When these hefty stones were hurled from the catapult, their terrifying potential began to manifest. Initially, Leo dared not allow them to launch such cumbersome projectiles, as a misfire could lead to grievous injuries. Nevertheless, this training proved far too easy for the militia. Compared to the arduous toil of tilling soil and digging trenches, mastering the catapult felt akin to play. Yet, they could also sense its might, for none present could throw a goose egg-sized stone 50 meters unaided, while the catapult enabled them to accomplish this effortlessly. Meanwhile, a small mouse mimicked the practice with a catapult of her own, though her limited strength restricted her to smaller stones and shorter distances. Surprisingly, her aim surpassed that of the clumsy militiamen, as each pebble landed within a remarkably confined area. Observing the militia scattered along the riverbank, eagerly honing their skills, Leo's spirit surged with determination. With a new invention each day, I refuse to believe we cannot survive together. Chapter 12. The small fish pond, as the militia began to proficiently wield the catapult. Leo resolved to leave this perilous location and beckoned the small mouse to accompany him upstream. He intended to retrieve fish from the small pond he had constructed that morning. Upon arriving at the pond, the small mouse circled it twice, searching the crystal-clear shallows repeatedly before turning to Leo, asking, "Where are the fish?" Indeed, Leo, too, was incredulous. Within the several square meters of the pond, not a single fish was to be found. Witnessing the small mouse's expression of disappointment and desolation, Leo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was not right. This was not how it was depicted on television. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the small mouse. She instinctively took a step back, but it was too late. Leo swiftly captured her under his arm and rummaged through her pocket, retrieving a small piece of bread. It was her secret stash of provisions, saved for breakfast the following day. The little mouse, helpless and wringing its hands in place, showed no inclination to resist as it prepared for the impending punishment after Leo snatched away its food. "Rest assured, I shall return the favor tenfold," Leo reassured, while crumbling the bread in his hands and sprinkling the crumbs into the small fish pond. "Come, let us return for dinner. Olivia mentioned there would be a rich soup, and I shall procure a generous bowl for you." As the sun dipped below the horizon, wisps of smoke began to rise from the camp, and the villagers scattered across the wasteland gradually made their way back, filling the camp with a lively atmosphere. Outside the central kitchen tent, 3 large cauldrons were set up, bubbling with a fragrant soup. Leo pilfered 2 large ceramic bowls from Olivia's cart and positioned himself in front of the cauldron, causing the surrounding villagers to step back. Even the matronly figure in charge of ladling and distributing the soup willingly handed over her large spoon to Leo. Yet, unlike the previous expressions of disgust, dissatisfaction, or familiarity from the villagers, their gazes now held elements of suspicion, scrutiny, and even admiration. Whispers of it is the soul's transference echoed through the crowd, ignoring their murmurs. Leo fixated on the thick soup within the cauldron, his large spoon stirring the contents in search of the most succulent morsels. In Leo's eyes, the concoction was less a soup and more a porridge, primarily composed of whole barley, interspersed with pickled vegetables, radishes, acorns, peas, dried mushrooms, and a snow hare captured by a militia scout, all simmered into a delightful dish over the course of the afternoon. To the untrained eye, its appearance mirrored that of slop prepared for pigs by families in the 90s. However, for the villagers who often went hungry, this was indeed a rare delicacy, far superior to the nutritionally void and coarse hard bread. This single meal could evoke a sense of festivity akin to a grand celebration. In the fragmented memories of Leo, the tradition of communal cooking in large pots had always been a hallmark of his village, an ancient custom that persisted since the days of the northern clans. During the harsh winters, the village leader would periodically bring out a large cauldron and set it in the center of the village, lighting a bonfire and filling it with snowmelt. Villagers would contribute a handful of food, irrespective of its type or quantity. Once the cauldron brimmed and the food was cooked, the leader would distribute the contents among all the villagers. This practice not only fostered mutual aid and solidarity among the villagers, but also allowed the leader to account for how many households had perished in the cold each week. In prosperous years, they might retrieve some meat bones. In lean times, only a thin broth remained. Nonetheless, it was always preferable to the gnawing pangs of hunger. As a child, Leo eagerly anticipated the arrival of the winter cauldron, for it signified a day when he need not beg or scavenge for mice in the snow. However, as he matured, that anticipation waned. Leo had become an anomaly within the village, possessing sufficient skills for survival, and more often than not, he found himself giving back to the very villagers who once sustained him. Most villagers harbor a deep-seated aversion towards him, a genuine fear that lingers. Yet there exists a faction of villagers who owe their survival through the winter to the occasional offering of a rabbit or a deer leg from him. It is not solely the little mouse who wishes to call him father. During the initial phase of migration, each individual consumed their provisions independently. However, as they progressed into the latter part of the journey, scarcity of resources necessitated a shift towards efficiency. Julian resurrected the village's traditional communal pot, modifying it to serve meals once a day. By the time they reached the riverbend's clearing, most of the villagers had nearly exhausted their supplies, with the primary sustenance in the communal pot now provided by Julian. Families with remaining reserves silently entrusted all their savings to Olivia for management. Having arrived at this juncture, They had no choice but to place their unconditional trust in her. In this pioneering settlement of 300, they temporarily reverted to a clan society based on communal ownership. As Leo nonchalantly boasted to the little mouse while savoring the otherworldly 8 treasure porridge, he recounted tales of a pie as large as a grinding stone, topped with a generous sprinkling of almonds, walnuts, and raisins, drizzled with cream, bursting with juice with each delectable bite. He described the fragrant roasted suckling pig, its skin crisp and the meat tender, with succulent bites easily pulled from the leg. Fresh and plump lamb, sliced thin and briefly immersed in a rich broth, was also part of his culinary reverie. The little mouse, holding a large ceramic bowl nearly as big as her head, listened in rapt attention, saliva pooling in her mouth. After indulging in the most sumptuous dinner of the month, Leo took the little mouse to the small fish pond, excitedly carrying a large wooden bucket as twilight descended. Upon reaching the edge of the pond, he noticed ripples disturbing the water's surface, prompting him to spring into action, blocking the opening that led to the river. Yet, one sizable fish managed to leap over his arm and vanish into the river. "We're fishing! We're fishing!" Leo exclaimed, leaping into the pond, startling the wild fish into a frenzy. He grasped a thrashing fish with fervor, nearly overwhelmed with tears of joy. Finally, he could savor a decent morsel of meat. Julian was indeed correct. There were plump fish here, ripe for the taking. "We're fishing! We're fishing!" The little mouse echoed, bubbling with excitement as she jumped into the water. Overcome with exhilaration, she plopped down on the bank and promptly expelled a mouthful of thick porridge. The evening's rich soup had been so delightful that she couldn't bear to waste a single drop, licking her bowl clean. As she observed the thick porridge flowing gently into the water, the little mouse fell into contemplation, pondering whether to retrieve it. Lao, striking her lightly on the back of her head, urged, "Hurry, catch the fish. They're escaping." The makeshift dam they had built was not particularly high, and the startled wild fish, fueled by an astonishing vigor, were already leaping back into the river. Leo showed no restraint. Each fish he caught was unceremoniously slammed against the rocks. The little mouse, who had struggled in the water without success, dutifully climbed ashore to collect the fish that had been dispatched. The wooden bucket filled to the brim with fish. As Leo returned home with a bucket in hand, he cautioned the little mouse by his side, saying, "Tomorrow, I shall prepare roasted fish and fresh fish soup for you. Do not dare to steal the raw fish." That night, in the haze of slumber, Leo heard the little mouse murmuring, "Father, will we have roasted fish tomorrow?" "Yes, roasted fish," he replied. "Father, will we drink fish soup tomorrow?" "Yes, fish soup." "Father, is roasted suckling pig fragrant?" Just as Leo was about to express his irritation, he felt a gentle nibble on his calf. It turned out that the little mouse had already fallen asleep and was merely talking in her dreams. Chapter 13. The attack of the dog-headed men. As dawn broke the next day, Leo was roused from his dreams by the little mouse shaking him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the little mouse's dark hair and her luminous, sparkling eyes. Seeing Leo awake, the little mouse exclaimed in urgency, "Let's go catch fish. Why the rush?" Leo turned over, intending to return to sleep, but then noticed the little mouse's sleeves were damp and her small hands were turning blue from the cold. Clearly, she had ventured to the small fish pond on her own at the break of dawn. Desperate and on the verge of tears, the little mouse shook Leo insistently, urging him, "We must catch fish. There are so many." At her words, Leo felt a surge of energy, emerging from the tent with a spear in hand, bucket in tow, and hurried alongside the little mouse towards the small fish pond. The riverbank in the early morning was exceptionally tranquil, shrouded in a delicate mist. The herd of deer Leo had previously seen had crossed the river at some point and now rested on the opposite bank, watching Leo and the little mouse from a distance, showing no inclination to move. At that moment, the small fish pond was teeming with fish. The shallow water's surface obscured by the dark backs of large fish, shattering the ice crust that surrounded the pond. Leo thrust his spear into the pond, emerging with a sturgeon weighing 4 to 5 pounds. The fierce wild sturgeon, akin to a loach, was pierced by the thick spear, yet continued to thrash wildly, easily freeing itself from the barbless spear and flopping about on the riverbank. The little mouse let out a yelp and pounced upon it, engaging in a fierce struggle. Leo surveyed his surroundings and called out loudly, waving his arms in a particular direction. Several startled militia members approached, and upon seeing the pond brimming with wild fish, Their faces lit up with delight as they seized their spears to fish. Unfortunately, though the pond appeared to be abundant with fish, the actual yield was only a few dozen pounds, far from sufficient to satiate the hunger of 300 people. Nevertheless, combined with a large bucket from the previous day, it would at least allow the villagers to enjoy an improved meal. Moreover, the method of fishing was remarkably effortless, akin to scooping fish from a market's water tank, requiring minimal manpower and time, while Leo coordinated the delivery of fish back to the camp. He and a few militia members busily constructed 7 or 8 small fish ponds along the riverbank, scattering breadcrumbs and other bait. He did not harbor illusions of such bountiful catches every time, but it certainly provided a glimmer of hope. As they diligently worked on the small fish ponds, Leo and the militia members suddenly heard the distant sound of a horn emanating from the dense forest to the west. It was the alarm sounded by the militia scouts, and immediately the same horn echoed from the nearby camp. The previously quiet encampment was suddenly thrown into a frenzy. The elderly, women, and children hurried out of their tents, seeking refuge behind the makeshift barricades by the riverbank. Meanwhile, several tents under the barricade were torn down by the militia, transformed into temporary shelters. Leo swiftly seized a small mouse and sprinted towards the camp with a few militia members. Along the way, he spotted diminutive figures emerging from the dense forest on the western side of the peninsula. Fortunately, the expanse of the peninsula was vast enough, with nearly 1,000 meters of barren land separating the western woods from the riverside camp. Half of the area closest to the camp had already been scorched to a charred plain, and with the scouts' warning, the goblins could not approach the camp for a surprise attack. Upon returning to the camp, Leo set the small mouse down and shouted loudly, "Militia, form ranks! Form ranks!" At that moment, the figures in the forest had already crossed the desolate grassland and appeared on the scorched earth. They were a horde of goblins, both large and small. And this time, their numbers were greater than during the previous encounter, though their combat abilities were clearly more varied. Unlike before, where each goblin wielded a spear or javelin, this group was armed with a mix of tools. Some carried javelins, while the majority were equipped with small pickaxes, wooden clubs, wooden spears, or sharpened stones. A majority of the robust goblins led the charge, followed by a throng of unarmed or stone-wielding young and old goblins. They could not keep pace with the stronger ones, soon falling behind and scrambling on all fours in a frantic chase. Leo found himself pondering whether the goblins had devolved from dogs or evolved into something else. For the goblins running on 2 legs were much slower than dogs, quickly being overtaken by their 4-legged kin, resulting in a comical scene of jostling and pushing. Do not panic. It is merely a horde of goblins. Upon seeing them, Julian breathed a sigh of relief. Armed with a bow, he stood atop a cart alongside several archers, loudly reassuring the villagers, "Stay calm. Stay calm. Follow my instructions." Leo gathered 20 militia members, suppressing the urge to charge recklessly, and instructed them to form ranks as they had been trained. Prepare the slings. A group of brave young villagers, emboldened, gathered with hoes and pitchforks at the sides of the militia's barricades to bolster their numbers. The 20 militia members formed a sparse line, firmly planting their assigned javelins into the ground, shields in one hand and slings ready with pebbles in the other. They had accumulated considerable combat experience, no longer as panicked and fearful as they once were. Those who had survived to this point had become seasoned veterans among the militia. To say they were unafraid of death would be an exaggeration, but they were no longer easily intimidated by a swarm of goblins. Meanwhile, Leo, infused with the original owner's fiery spirit, felt a surge of adrenaline as the atmosphere of real battle electrified him, his heart racing with a desire to charge forth. Fortunately, the refined restraint of modern individuals has quelled the savage impulses of the barbarian. As the goblin-like creatures approached within 100 meters, Leo swung his sling with determination, commanding, "Prepare." The militia followed suit, mimicking Leo's movements with their slings. Fire. A multitude of pebbles soared through the air, some landing with a thud, while the majority fell harmlessly to the ground, only a few striking the advancing goblins. Among those knocked down by the stones, one struggled to rise, while the others, dazed, managed to stand only to be toppled once more by their own kind rushing behind them. The resilience of the goblins surpassed that of humans. Even one whose skull had been caved and managed to rise again. Leo felt no disappointment. This outcome was entirely anticipated. Given the lack of training and numbers, their long-range assault could only be described as a mere token effort. To harness the true potential of the sling, extensive training and concentrated firepower were essential. It was fanciful to expect the minimally trained militia to achieve victory through slings alone. Nonetheless, the slings served a purpose, creating further disarray among the already chaotic goblin ranks and momentarily stalling their charge. Many goblins, armed with javelins and stones, hastily retaliated, yet they grossly overestimated their strength. The majority of their projectiles fell short, landing well before the militia. Conversely, the arrows from Julian and several archers atop the wagon soared over the heads of the militia, felling several goblins in succession. Prepare the javelins. With Leo's command, the militia lifted their javelins in unison. Fire! 20 javelins flew forth, instantly piercing the bodies of 7 or 8 goblins, pinning them in place. Hitting a charging goblin proved far easier than striking a tree in the thicket. Without pausing to admire their success, Leo shouted decisively, "Prepare the javelins. Fire!" After the second volley, the remaining goblins had closed to within 10 meters. Leo continued to command. Shield formation. Following the second launch, the militia swiftly regrouped, drawing their weapons close as 20-round shields interlocked, with only a few short spears and sword tips protruding outward. The most robust goblin warrior, leading the charge, bared his sharp teeth in excitement, drooling as he barked and leapt, attempting to vault over the shield wall. Die, wretch! At that moment, Leo, positioned in the center of the shield wall, bellowed fiercely, swinging his mace with force, hurling it like a sling. With tremendous power, the heavy mace shot forth like a cannonball, colliding with the leading goblin warrior. The creature's body spun mid-air before crashing to the ground, its head reduced to a gruesome pulp. Observing the shield formation before him, flanked by a group of young humans wielding scythes and pitchforks, ready to charge. Along with the gruesome fate of their leader, the beleaguered goblins suddenly emitted a series of pitiful whimpers. In their confusion, the goblins collided, tumbling into a disarray, before hastily turning to flee. Such is the nature of goblins. They are bullies against the weak and cowards before the strong, driven by a primal instinct to survive. Without the oppressive presence of their leader, the goblins crumbled faster than Leo had anticipated. Watching the retreating goblins, Leo exhaled in relief. For him, driving off the goblins without sustaining casualties was the best possible outcome given the camp's lack of military strength. Chapter 14. The expedition goblins can be considered sentient beings, albeit of limited intellect. They possess a modicum of cunning, yet it is scant. Their bestial instincts often overshadow their human-like traits, and an inherited propensity for self-preservation prevents them from engaging in desperate combat against foes. In the absence of a formidable leader, once their brief animalistic fervor subsides, all that remains is the instinct to survive. Much like a pack of wolves without a dominant alpha, they are even more easily scattered. This is why goblins, along with other diminutive intelligent races such as gremlins and fishmen, are often subjugated by other species. What is the matter with these goblins? With such meager strength, they dare to approach? Watching the goblin horde vanish into the thicket, along with the 20 or so corpses outside the camp, Julian approached Leo, mumbling in confusion. Leo explained, "Is it not curious? They came out en masse, which only indicates that we have cornered them at their doorstep, and they are desperate." Accompanying Julian, he watched the goblins until they disappeared, suddenly resolute. "Let's eat quickly. After we finish, we shall pursue them relentlessly and annihilate them in one fell swoop." Julian scrutinized Leo in astonishment. "Are you in such a hurry? Have you recovered?" Leo pressed his hand against his still aching chest and lifted his somewhat stiff arm. Responding helplessly, there is no time to waste. It is not only goblins who may attack us. Today it is the goblins. But what will it be next time? Their frequent ambushes have drained their fighting capacity, yet other foreign tribes remain eerily silent. With a sigh, Julian revealed a hint of fatigue. "Indeed, we have an overwhelming number of tasks ahead of us, and none can be neglected. Starting today, I shall allocate half of our men to fell trees. We must hasten the construction of shelters and erect barriers. Who knows what may come next? If we cannot cultivate 300 acres, we shall start with half. We must ensure our survival first." Observing Leo's silent contemplation, Julian felt a sense of satisfaction. In the past, this reckless youth would never have contemplated such matters. Fight when necessary, Eat when hungry, sleep when tired. At last, you have matured at least in wisdom. Splendid. Once I am bestowed the title of Pioneering Knight. You shall be my first knightly squire. Leo immediately protested. After all I have accomplished, is that all I am worth, to be a mere knightly squire? Julian's eyes widened, and the gentle visage of his father instantly vanished. What? Do you think I will be your squire while you assume the role of a knight? The villagers in the encampment were not as anxious as one might have imagined. They seemed rather accustomed to the incursions of the kobolds. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the creatures, the villagers promptly emerged in groups, commencing yet another cycle of their day. This latest attack by the kobolds not only failed to incite panic, but, surprisingly, bolstered the confidence of the encampment's inhabitants. At the very least, there were no casualties this time, which was a significant improvement. The wilderness suddenly seemed less perilous. In the center of the camp, a large cauldron was set up, and on a nearby table, fish of various sizes were being scaled and gutted, tossed into the pot. Just as Leo was about to select a suitable live fish for grilling from a barrel, Olivia slapped the back of his hand. Without regard for her appearance, Olivia plopped down on the barrel, spreading her dress to cover another barrel, like a mother hen guarding her chicks, and glared at Leo, demanding, "What are you doing?" Frustrated, Leo exclaimed, "This is the fish I caught. You caught it, but you must share with everyone. This morning, we only have fish soup to drink. I just want to take one. Not even one." When Leo realized a forceful approach would not work, he immediately altered his tactic, his expression turning despondent. "After breakfast, I must go eradicate the kobolds. I might not return, and this could be my last meal." Olivia was momentarily taken aback, flustered, but Leo seized the opportunity, swiftly reaching under Olivia's dress to grab a live fish from beneath her barrel. Unfortunately, in his hasty attempt, he only managed to catch a small fish, no larger than his palm. Holding the tiny fish aloft like a triumphant general, Leo made his way to grill it, accompanied by a small mouse who looked up at him with admiration. After breakfast, Leo promptly organized a militia of 25 men, along with 25 reserve youths, totaling 50 individuals. With Julian's assistance, under the guidance of 2 scouts, they set off, following the trails left by the kobolds to their lair. Julian remained behind with the remaining youths to safeguard the camp against potential raids. Leo had taken away the camp's core fighting strength. The elderly and weak could not be left unprotected, as there were more threats in the vicinity than just the kobold nest. During his time stationed at the Western Watchtower, Julian often ventured upstream along the Anzinu River, delving into the wilderness of the river bend for reconnaissance patrols, occasionally leading knights from the Frolov family to clear out and expel the encroaching beasts and tribes from human territory. However, that was 5 years ago. Enough time had passed to alter the balance of power in the wilderness. The current situation in the River Bend frontier required fresh reconnaissance to ascertain. According to the initial plans, the greatest challenge faced by the pioneering expedition was the migration route exceeding 1,000 miles. Although the surrounding tribes had grown in number over the past 5 years, they were still no match for the over 100 trained militiamen. Regrettably, circumstances have not aligned with aspirations. The scale of the pioneering force has significantly diminished, rendering it a marginalized group. Currently, the militia at the pioneering camp comprises fewer than 30 individuals. Fortunately, after extensive training and real combat experience, they have nearly attained the capability of conscripted infantry. Among them, 7 or 8 have consistently been utilized by Julian as personal guards, demonstrating particularly exceptional performance. Once equipped, they transform into competent regular infantry of the Empire. The Orlantis Empire once boasted a comprehensive standing army system. However, with the fragmentation of power among lords, the standing forces have experienced a substantial reduction. Even top-tier soldiers like Julian have had to retire and return home. Nonetheless, military structure continues to thrive in various regions, often adopted by lordly armies. The imperial military system categorizes civilian infantry into 4 tiers. The first tier of conscripted infantry is drawn from the lordly armies, elite militia, and foresters, equipped with iron-plated armor, wooden shields, and iron swords. Those who serve for over 3 years and excel in prowess are promoted to regular infantry, the so-called professional soldiers, who receive iron helmets, leather-lined chainmail, reinforced wooden shields, and one-handed swords. Ascending further, the heavy-armored elite infantry constitutes the core fighting force of the imperial infantry. In addition to the regular infantry gear, They are further adorned with breastplates, plate armor bracers, shoulder armor, and steel components for light protection. The weight of their full armor alone exceeds 100 pounds, making it arduous for all but the most elite to move, let alone engage in combat. Centuries ago, the Imperial Heavy Infantry, composed of these heavy-armored elites, could intercept cavalry from the steppes and confront the Beastmen infantry head-on. The fourth tier, the Imperial Military Officer, represents the pinnacle of civilian soldier ranks, standing just below the noble knights. Thus, the composition of their troop can be described as follows. 1 Tier 3 soldier, accompanied by 5 Tier 2 soldiers, 20 Tier 1 soldiers, and 25 conscripted farmers. Their sole deficiency lies in their subpar equipment, which directly halves their combat effectiveness. The vegetation along the banks of the Anzino River reveals stark contrasts. The northern bank, known as the Wolfbane Plain, is adorned with towering coniferous giants, their canopies draped in thick snow. In contrast, the southern bank near the river bend is populated by various deciduous trees, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky, yielding an eerily sinister atmosphere in the winter. The ground is thickly carpeted with decaying leaves, a foot deep, strewn with fallen twigs, thus clearly revealing the paths taken by the goblins. Although Leo harbors little belief in the goblins' capacity for organized ambushes or luring enemies into traps, he prudently assigns several capable veterans to lead the main force, advancing with caution. Chapter 15. The surrendering goblins traversing several miles through the grove, the terrain begins to grow rugged, with vegetation giving way to low shrubs and exposed rocks. Gazing upwards, one can behold the magnificent barrier that pierces the clouds, the source of the Anzino River, where numerous waterfalls cascade dramatically from the skyline. Following a creek further upstream for another mile, Leo discovers the valley that houses the goblins' lair. It is not surprising that the kobolds frequently launch attacks. The expedition team has encroached upon their territory, nearly blocking their very doorstep. Under normal circumstances, the kobolds, being a weaker species, would never dare to assault a target stronger than themselves. Even a mere 50 militia would deter a horde of 100 kobolds, who would only observe from a distance, paralyzed by fear. However, when their territory is invaded, any group with a sense of territoriality will strive to expel the intruders. This is a sparsely vegetated little valley, with a stream coursing through its center. The kobolds have erected a haphazard cluster of shanties along the slopes on either side of the stream, some merely covered with a roof, revealing the entrances to caves nestled in the rocky hillside. The valley's rock walls have been excavated, resembling a honeycomb, cluttered with heaps of, or that have even obstructed the stream in several places. Rusty mineral dust and refuse have rendered the banks barren. Evidently, the kobolds have scouts. As they received word early on, by the time Leo and his men entered the valley, chaos reigned. At the insistence of a black and white furred kobold's desperate howl, kobolds of all sizes were driven out, gathering in the open ground of the valley, excluding the kobold pups rolling about on the ground. At least 100 still posed a threat to the militia. Despite the numerical disadvantage, Leo harbored no fears of defeat. He could see the fear and panic reflected in the eyes of the kobolds. After several rounds of sending foes to their doom, this kobold tribe had depleted its core fighting strength. The strongest and most valiant warriors had perished, leaving behind a gaggle of the old and feeble. Among the gathered kobold ranks on the valley floor, the few remaining warriors displayed faces marked by terror. To the kobolds, averaging less than 2 meters in height, the imposing figures of the human men standing at 8 meters represented the apex of the food chain. Had the kobold leader, rallying over 100 of their kind, managed to break through the militia's defenses, they might have capitalized on their numerical superiority to achieve a Pyrrhic victory, driving these outsiders away. Alas, there are no what-ifs. From the moment the brutal humans claimed the kobold leader's life, the tribe was doomed to extinction. Form ranks. With Leo's command, 25 militia members, armed with wooden shields, encircled him as they advanced steadily, followed by another 25 young militia wielding sickles and pitchforks. The Northerners, often labeled as barbarians, have their reasons. The militia, despite being merely a group of farmers raised on meager rations, have grown tall, averaging 8 meters due to their exceptional genetics. After a year and a half of hearty meals, the frontline militia, clad in thick fur armor, appeared particularly imposing. The crude round shields they bore were replicas created by Julian, modeled after the standard round shields of heavy infantry, large, round, and hefty, seemingly capable of crushing a kobold with a single blow. The villagers, though largely unaccustomed to bloodshed, had gradually adapted to the grim realities of battle after witnessing several confrontations with the dog-headed creatures. Now, they bore fierce expressions, ready to fight should the need arise. The Militia's shield formation and their steady march instilled a profound sense of pressure upon the dog-headed beings, prompting many of them to involuntarily hurl stones and javelins. Some of these projectiles fell harmlessly to the ground, while others struck the Militia's shields without inflicting any casualties. The dog-headed creatures, unable to replicate the overwhelming volley of javelins that had previously rained down upon their foes, found themselves nearly powerless against the Militia's defensive line. Due to the distance and terrain, Leo refrained from using the sling once more, opting instead to draw his javelin. "Prepare the javelins," he commanded, as the militia slightly adjusted their formation, raising their weapons in unison. A wave of astonishment swept through the ranks of the dog-headed creatures, causing many to instinctively retreat. Fire! As two volleys of javelins flew, the morale of the dog-headed beings finally crumbled, leading them to flee in disarray, leaving chaos in their wake. Leo, cautious, chose not to pursue them, but instead called upon the militia to retrieve their javelins and reform their ranks for observation. Soon after, amidst the frenzied barking of a distinctive black and white dog-headed creature, the majority of their numbers returned, huddled together once more to obstruct the Militia's advance. It was evident that this was their homeland, with their winter provisions and a brood of younglings behind them. Leo felt a stirring within him. The dog-headed tribe before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his own village. They, too, had been ravaged by marauding beastmen, unable to match their strength, yet compelled to stand their ground, sacrificing the lives of their militia to safeguard their homes. Ultimately, they had no choice but to flee for survival. This was, after all, the best outcome. At least they were still alive, unlike several neighboring villages that had faced utter annihilation. Along their migration, they had encountered numerous other refugees, some frozen to death by the roadside. They had even witnessed several groups of hundreds perish overnight in the merciless snowstorm. None of these refugee bands possessed a leader as formidable and astute as Yulian, capable of stockpiling sufficient food, furs, tents, livestock, and carts prior to their exodus. Yet Leo found little time or inclination to pity the dog-headed creatures. This frontier was home to more than one tribe, and failing to eliminate potential threats promptly could lead to the obliteration of their camp at any moment. It was not beyond possibility that, during the next assault from another alien tribe, these dog-headed beings might seize the opportunity to strike from the shadows. As Leo prepared to call for javelins once more, the black and white dog-headed creature stepped out from the throng. It detached itself from the pack, raised its hands, and walked to the center of the clearing, emitting a series of unintelligible growls. "What is it doing?" Ivan, a militia member beside Leo, inquired curiously. "Is it challenging us to a duel?" Another militia member, Vich, speculated. Leo gestured for the militia to lower their javelins, stepping out from the shield formation to discern the intentions of this peculiar creature. The black and white gnoll, Gulu, made a series of sounds, observing that Leo could not comprehend. It fixated on the chain mace in Leo's hand, the weapon it had seized after slaying the gnoll chieftain. Its continuous growls began to fragment, transforming into discernible words. "Surrender, you surrender." To Leo's astonishment, he realized this gnoll was speaking the imperial tongue. The militia, evidently taken aback, leaned forward, exchanging hushed whispers. "You can speak?" Leo queried, emboldened by curiosity as he approached the gnoll. "Yes, Gulu, we surrender." The black and white gnoll articulated its words in a guttural manner, with half being incomprehensible sounds, while the other half was coherent in the imperial language. The ability to communicate was a different matter entirely. Leo felt an inexplicable closeness with the gnoll, more so than that between Vikings and Anglo-Saxons. "Food, woof. You, Gulu, iron. Take us away." As the black and white gnoll spoke, the surrounding gnolls grew restless, emitting unintelligible barks. Yet at the low, threatening growl of the black and white gnoll, they quieted down. A few gnolls emerged from a mine above the valley, dragging several bags and placing them between the two groups. The black and white gnoll opened one of the bags, spilling a large quantity of acorns and pine nuts onto the ground. It pointed at the bag filled with acorns and then gestured towards the valley behind it, continuing, "Food, Higher you give, we leave. After listening twice, Leo finally grasped its meaning and repeated, "You want us to give you food and iron, and in return, you will let us leave?" The black and white gnoll nodded. Leo fell deep into thought. Chapter 16. Conditions. The black and white gnoll before him did not appear menacing. From a distance, it resembled a standing husky, even somewhat foolishly endearing. In truth, the entire gnoll tribe, when not baring their teeth or displaying fierceness, appeared rather docile. Most bore a resemblance to golden retrievers, while a few, with their muscular builds, resembled pit bulls. After all, they were gnolls, not ferocious species like boarmen or wergs. Observing the black and white gnoll, Leo pondered for a moment, then smiled resolutely and declared, "No." The black and white gnoll, temporarily dubbed Husky Man, instantly displayed a fierce countenance, baring its teeth and emitting a threatening growl. The golden retriever and pit bull gnolls behind it joined in with their own barks. "Hurry, we don't want your food. We do not desire your home. We are a peaceful race," Leo exclaimed. The husky man was taken aback, retracting its ferocity, yet it growled, "We do not trust. Smiles are treacherous, humans are treacherous, the common tongue is poor." Leo quickly regained his composure, stating earnestly, "Trust us, we are a peace-loving race. We can trade. We will exchange your iron for our food. Your home remains your home." The husky man hesitated, glancing back at its kin, a group of golden retrievers equally frozen, unable to decide. Instead, several clearly battle-crazed goblins remained bare-toothed and lowly growling, ever ready for a skirmish. Leo, unwilling to yield, tilted his head forward and lightly tapped his carotid artery. The goblins, fixated on his neck, soon shifted their gaze to the hammer dangling from his waist, emitting a series of whines before retreating into their ranks. They evidently recognized they could not best this peace-loving human. Realizing persuasion was futile, Leo turned to the militia and declared, "Surrender all provisions," uncertain of the distance to the goblins' lair before their departure. Julian had allocated 2 days' worth of rations for each militiaman to guard against unforeseen circumstances. The collective provisions for 50 men over 2 days amounted to quite a substantial cache. Leo cast the gathered rations into a pile of acorns, and as the hard bread scattered across the ground, a chorus of swallowing sounds erupted from the goblin horde. Leo gestured towards the provisions, stating, "We offer food in exchange for your iron. We can coexist peacefully. As you can see, our intent is merely to cultivate the land, not to engage in battle. You cultivate, and we provide iron." The huskies murmured softly, descending into silence. As one raised its head, poised to accept this innocuous proposition, Leo added, "However, I have a small condition. Woof, you must send at least 20 pups to our camp to learn our language. Only through communication can we maintain peace." The huskies bared their teeth once more, growling, "Humans, treacherous, we leave. Goblins, never enslaved. Woof, all meals and lodging included, and adult goblins may come as well. With no limit on numbers, you may come and go freely." Leo employed his trump card. At his words, the goblins' eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a group of golden retrievers spotting food. "If you cannot accept my terms, then you must vacate this place." Ultimately, amidst hushed whispers among the huskies and golden retrievers, they acquiesced to Leo's demands. Goblins possess remarkable reproductive capabilities, typically birthing 4 to 5 offspring per litter. Given adequate food and nutrition, they could multiply abundantly. Moreover, their growth rate is astonishingly swift, with a goblin pup maturing from birth to adulthood in merely 3 years. This small goblin tribe had long dwelled at the headwaters of the Anzeluo River, subsisting on small game, fishing, and foraging. Their primary food sources, aside from the rodents in the mines, included acorns from the oak groves on the southern bank of the Anzeluo and pine nuts from the red pine forests on the northern shore. One should not expect this primitive tribe, with intellect even lower than that of early humans, to possess any foresight. During the bountiful summers and autumns, they blissfully mined and foraged, while in the winter, when food was scarce, they could only hide in their burrows, enduring hunger as they watched their pups perish. When they discovered these humans encroaching upon their sacred foraging grounds, conflict was, of course, inevitable. Now, as the defeated party, the goblins have mentally prepared themselves for a severe reckoning. Upon reflection, it seems plausible to send 20 of their young as hostages. Should they refuse the terms and opt to migrate during this frigid winter, the young ones would likely perish along the way from hunger. Furthermore, They could trade iron or for food, eliminating the need to wander in search of sustenance daily, allowing everyone to joyfully engage in mining instead. The conditions proposed by Leo are undeniably tempting, and many of the goblins are reluctant to abandon their homeland. Centuries ago, the northern goblins were vassals of the Orcish tribes, their presence ubiquitous north of the Anzino River, with countless settlements in the Wolfbane Plains. They possessed a rich clan culture, shamanistic beliefs, and a legacy of sorcery, even establishing a city of goblins. However, as the human clans south of the Anzino River allied with the Orlantis Empire, bringing with them formidable armored cavalry and elite infantry, the Orcish forces were driven into the northern snowfields, leading to the dissolution of goblin culture. A significant portion of the goblins perished in the conflict or were enslaved, while the survivors, like other vassal races, scattered into the vast primal forests, settling at the southeastern foothills of the Great Barrier. After centuries, these small tribes have regressed to a primitive state, living a life akin to savages. The entire southeastern foothills of the Great Barrier are dotted with such diminutive alien tribes, cautiously surviving in the hidden corners of human society. Only when a tribe grows too large to sustain its population do they launch raids on nearby human villages. During Yulian's tenure at the Western Watchtower, ostensibly to guard against the age-old threat of the colossal dragon, the primary adversaries turn out to be these small alien factions. To some extent, the goblins have always yearned to return to the days of yore, becoming vassals of a powerful race, hoping to gain a modicum of breathing space, ideally to mine and forge freely. Here, as a jest, goblins shall never be enslaved. Yet, humans regard them with disdain, their first instinct being to exterminate, drive away, or capture them for profit. Even the fledgling adventurer groups venturing into the wilderness relish the opportunity to hunt goblins, honing their combat skills. The Husky, accompanied by 9 golden-haired goblins and 20 fluffy goblin pups, set forth with Leo along the mountainous path to the river bend camp. The goblins possess a commendable aptitude for language. Half of them can speak a few phrases in the imperial tongue, yet they lack the courage to approach the human camp, relying solely on their new leader, the Husky, to guide them. 20 able-bodied villagers each carried 10 baskets of iron ingots and 10 baskets of carefully selected iron ore. Though termed iron ingots, they could only be deemed a heap of scrap metal, produced by the goblin blacksmiths through a rudimentary smelting process, yielding spongy iron that resembled dirty, misshapen black sponges. The roughly processed spongy iron is of inferior quality, laden with impurities, yet sufficiently malleable, making it highly suitable for forging. The Husky individual explained that a piece of such sponge iron, through the repeated forging by a dog-headed smith over 10 days, could be fashioned into an iron spearhead or a pickaxe head. Each adult dog-headed creature is granted a small iron pickaxe, allowing them to joyfully mine for the glittering treasures they desire. Every dog-headed warrior receives a hunting iron spear, which is akin to the javelins wielded by the militia at this time. These primitive iron implements, crafted using the most rudimentary metallurgy techniques, remain formidable weapons in the wilderness, serving as vital tools for the dog-headed folk, enabling them to hunt prey of similar size, fell trees, extract ores, and fend off wolf packs to safeguard their homes. Gazing at the baskets filled with sponge, iron, and iron ore, along with the earlier bags of dried fruits, Leo fell into deep contemplation. Where did your baskets and linen sacks come from? Chapter 17. Fesha Inuit. This group of dog-headed beings, besides possessing primitive ironworking skills, seemed to lack any notable technologies. They did not even wear clothing, appearing more primitive than Leo had imagined. Yet, they possessed a plethora of intricately woven willow baskets and well-crafted linen sacks. Even in Leo's own village, such skilled handiwork was a rarity among the village women. Leo found it hard to believe that these were handmade by the dog-headed folk. The Husky stood with his mouth agape, staring blankly at Leo, yet remained silent. Leo immediately grew wary. This was precisely why he was reluctant to let the dog-headed tribe depart. He certainly wished to eradicate this nearby dog-headed tribe, to eliminate the threat they posed. However, 100 dog-headed beings fighting to the death would resemble 100 organized wolves, not easily vanquished. A bloody battle would undoubtedly lead to numerous casualties among the militia. Moreover, half of his 50-man contingent lacked combat prowess comparable to that of the dog-headed creatures, merely serving as backup to bolster morale. Driving them away did not guarantee their peaceful departure. there was always the risk that the dog-headed beings might, in a moment of desperation, ally with other neighboring races, launching a counterattack. They could even become guerrillas, lurking near the river bay camp, preying on isolated villagers and patrols. The most prudent strategy, of course, was to employ the most formidable tactic of the Great Xia, conciliation. By utilizing relatively gentle economic and political measures, one could win over other ethnic groups or nations, drawing them to allegiance. True to form, shortly after their submission, a small yet revealing detail exposed the secret of the dog-headed beings. Under Leo's increasingly serious gaze, the husky finally managed to produce a word that Leo could comprehend after much throat-clearing: savages. Leo's expression turned entirely grave. Savages is a term that stands in contrast to subjects. Subjects refer to the common folk who, within the noble's domain, pay taxes, serve, and receive protection from their lord. Savages, on the other hand, are individuals who refuse to pay taxes and serve, thus also foregoing the protection of their lord. If the subjects are the docile lambs in the hands of the nobility, then the wild folk are the howling wolves of the mountains and forests, known by a more resounding name: bandits, robbers, marauders. Centuries ago, when the northern tribes were still in a clan society, they joined the mighty Orlandes Empire. The supreme king of the north, the chieftain of the clans, the son of the war god Tyr, transformed into the Grand Duke of the North. The chieftains of over a dozen major tribes became the imperial barons, while those with arms, the lesser chieftains and village leaders, naturally ascended to knighthood. However, a multitude of unrecognized chieftains and village heads were unwilling to submit to the empire's rule or relinquish their power, resenting their lands being annexed by neighboring barons. Thus, countless rebellions erupted. These so-called rebels were the ancestors of the wild folk, retreating into the deep mountains and forests, living by hunting and fishing, and frequently raiding noble territories. Over the centuries, the wild folk, lacking martial potential, gradually faded into obscurity, and the term wild folk became synonymous with bandits and brigands. The northern tribes, already regarded as barbaric by the southerners due to their primitive systems and culture and their long-standing alliance with the beast folk, were perceived as savages. The wild folk, then, were the savages among savages. Thus, in the eyes of Leo, the wild folk were not to be considered virtuous, despite his own potential to be included among them. Whether traditional wild folk or bandits, they were not auspicious news for the frontier camp. At the same time, he understood why this dog-headed creature, resembling a husky, spoke the human tongue and was willing to engage in dialogue. It was not their first encounter with humanity, and this one was far more astute than the previous dog-headed leader. Noting Leo's serious demeanor, the husky man began to plead. "Galu, wild folk, good trade, we, peaceful race." A peaceful race? Leo pondered. How peaceful could they be? Peace, iron, trade, willow basket, bag, food, one repair. Where are they? How many? Under Leo's intense scrutiny, the husky man fell silent for a time, finally gesturing towards a distant waterfall. Lake, good, peaceful race. Upon returning to the camp, Leo first arranged for the dog-headed man to be placed in an open area away from the crowd, guarded by 20 militia members, before calling for Julian and several leaders of the camp to convene. What? One willow basket in exchange for it filled with iron, or one linen bag in exchange for it filled with iron ingots? Is this what you call goodwill? Cruelty, deceit, ruthlessness. I feel indignant for the dog-headed man. Listening to the husky man's fragmented introduction and the news Leo had gathered along the way, the leaders in the tent became incensed. Julian was also furious, glaring fiercely at the husky man. Those despicable merchants. Liars. Never trade with them again. Whatever they offer, we shall match it double. The surrounding leaders displayed profound disdain, nodding in agreement. Unexpectedly, the husky people became cautious, taking a step back and barking. Woof. Humans, treacherous, we must depart. Leo quickly interjected. Wait, you mentioned a price. Let's negotiate. The husky had already prepared his terms on the way, articulating them in clear imperial tongue. Trade, wild folk, the same. 1 bag of grain, 5 bags of ore. You are not permitted to enter the mountains. Half of the oak grove for us. Excellent, Julian exclaimed, slapping the table. Eager to shake hands with the husky, 1 bag of grain for 5 bags of iron ore and half of the oak grove to you. I shall not renege. However, the husky scrutinized him warily before turning to Leo. Leo promptly declared, the deal is struck. I shall not retract. The husky's gaze shifted to the chain hammer at Leo's waist, muttering, no retraction. We are a peaceful race, having unexpectedly secured a favorable outcome. The mood in the tent lifted. One leader glanced at the husky and suddenly remarked, "You are a female, are you not? Does your clan lack male dogs?" "I am the chief, the daughter of the chieftain, a princess," she replied. Another leader chuckled, pointing at Leo. "Why not arrange a marriage? A union guarantees peace." Laughter erupted among the group, and the first speaker added, "Leo, marry a dog-headed princess, and you can boast for a lifetime." Silence. Show some respect. Before Leo could unleash his anger, Julian bellowed, "This is an ally. They will be our neighbors. Do you understand?" Julian's military presence surged, causing even Leo to tremble slightly. The laughter of the leaders faded, and they lowered their heads in silence. The husky, startled, retreated a few steps, nearly exiting the tent, but then realized and wagged her tail slightly. "Neighbors." Stepping out of the tent, Leo regarded the husky with a smile. "My name is Leo. What is yours?" "Fisha. Fisha in it. Are you now the chief of your tribe? What happened to the previous chief?" Leo paused abruptly. "Dead, bitten to death," replied the dog-headed Fisha, fixing her gaze on Leo, speaking clearly in imperial tongue. Chapter 18. The happy dog-headed people when 10 bags of rye were placed before Fisha, along with the other 9 golden retrievers, wagged their tails excitedly. Julian pointed at the pile of grain and then at the adjacent stack of sponge iron, stating, "These 10 bags of grain will exchange for your 20 baskets of ingots and iron ore. The surplus shall serve as our apology for the previous conflict. From now on, we shall require only iron ore, not ingots. 5 bags of iron ore for a bag of grain, including the bag." The golden retrievers wagged their tails vigorously. Humans were indeed exceedingly generous. For the dog-headed people, the valley's iron ore was abundant, and mining was ingrained in their very essence as a source of recreation and exercise. The dog-headed folk mined not solely for the ore, but rather for the glittering treasures they cherished. The valley is strewn with discarded iron ore, excavated and deemed as refuse or obstacles, with only the highest purity iron ore being processed by the blacksmiths. To the goblins, 5 bags of iron ore bear little distinction from 5 bags of stones. Conversely, the processed sponge iron, which requires considerable labor, time, and timber from the goblins, represents the collective effort of their entire clan, making it a precious commodity not easily relinquished. Food, without doubt, remains the foremost necessity for any tribe's survival. The accompanying flax bags are even more significant, for a tribe lacking the knowledge of cultivating and weaving flax. These exquisite bags serve not merely as containers, but can also be repurposed into clothing, bedding, curtains, and various adornments for courtship. Flax bags are a luxury, akin to the Louis Vuitton of goblins. Trade in the wilderness cannot be measured by the market prices of humanity. The value of goods is entirely contingent upon their rarity. In the eyes of the goblins, a flax bag far surpasses the worth of a bag of iron ore. For Julian, it was immediately apparent that these rusted sponge irons held no greater value than high-quality iron ore. Any blacksmith in a human town would disdain such scrap that requires reprocessing. In contrast, the goblins' excavated red iron ore is of decent quality, consistently sourced, abundant, and easier to sell. A flax bag filled with rye, weighing less than 50 pounds, could be exchanged for an equivalent bag of iron ore weighing as much as 200 pounds. A simple calculation reveals that 1 bag of rye could be traded for 1,000 pounds of iron ore. Fesa promptly suggested that the goblins could handle the transportation, delivering the iron ore to the River Bay campsite for trade. It was akin to a fortuitous boon from the heavens. Several informed chiefs observed the jubilant goblins with a tinge of pity, their hearts heavy with guilt. With 10 bags of rye in tow, Fesa joyfully returned to the tribe to share the good news, leaving behind 20 oblivious goblin younglings, staring vacantly at the retreating figures of their elders. They had been forgotten. "Is it wise, given our dwindling food supplies?" Leo inquired, watching the goblins disappear into the dense forest, before turning back to Julian. They had already been left with only 2 carts of provisions, and removing these 10 bags of rye had significantly reduced their stock. "No worries. I shall set off tomorrow to the town to seek out some old acquaintances and offload this iron ore," Julian replied, a look of delight on his face as he waved his hand dismissively. "I'm a local expert, you see." Leo, exasperated, involuntarily cast his gaze towards the great waterfall suspended in the sky. The wilderness dwellers, a peaceful race, soon heralded the return of the goblins with the sound of whistles echoing through the western thicket. A line of goblins emerged, each bearing wicker baskets laden with iron ore. Approximately 20 goblins carried baskets, while the remainder balanced sizable chunks of iron ore on their heads. These stout, diminutive golden-haired beings did not enter the encampment, but instead lingered at the forest's edge, instinctively baring their sharp teeth and emitting low growls as the humans approached. It is impossible to exist without animosity, especially considering that the warriors and leaders of the goblin tribe had recently perished at each other's hands, merely an hour prior. They were adversaries. Under the guidance of the husky named Fraser, they set down the iron ore and unfurled 5 sacks, meticulously filling them with the ore. The goblins, not particularly large in stature, bore small backpacks. A single load of iron ore weighed no more than 30 pounds, and, collectively, the ore they brought together barely exceeded 1,000 pounds. It adequately filled 5 sacks, prompting the golden retrievers to pause, their bright, glistening eyes brimming with hope as they gazed at Leo. Leo approached, carrying a sack of rye, which he tossed at Fraser's feet. The 2 goblins eagerly seized the bag, sniffing and inspecting it before emitting a series of guttural sounds to their companions. Instantly, a chorus of whimpers and barks erupted within the goblin ranks, as if they had just claimed a significant victory. Grain. Like humans, goblins are omnivorous creatures, yet this particular tribe had evidently lost the art of cultivation. Aside from foraging for acorns and pine nuts, they occasionally gathered edible grass seeds and wild legumes, but the taste was certainly inferior to that of cultivated rye. Although rye is often deemed the least palatable of grains, the goblins were entirely oblivious and exceedingly unparticular. A generous sack of rye poured into a large pot, mixed with some tree bark, acorns, pine cones, and rat meat, simmered for half a day, would be sufficient for the entire tribe to enjoy a hearty meal. What? Does rye need to be shelled? The goblins believed that shelling the rye was a waste, insisting that it was delicious even unprocessed. At last, the goblins were indulging in commercial grain. Observing the goblins, jubilantly shouldering the sacks of provisions with Fraser, who remembered to retrieve their own 5 sacks of ore before departing. Leo breathed a sigh of relief. The threat posed by the goblins was momentarily alleviated, yet did not guarantee their compliance. Leo could not assure that the peace between the 2 small factions could be firmly established solely through the hostage of 20 younglings and a simple transaction. Even in this brief span, Leo discerned that, aside from a few female goblins like Fraser, the vast majority showed little regard for their young. They could not even distinguish which youngling belonged to whom. Ultimately, the only assurance of peace rested upon one's own strength. Upon returning to the camp, the militia member responsible for confining the goblin younglings approached, fretting, "What shall we do with these little pups? In no time, they have already damaged the pigsty." After the goblins departed, the 20 younglings were left unattended, forcing the militia to toss them into the newly enclosed pig pen. In a matter of moments, a gaping hole had been chewed through the pen, and the goblin younglings scurried about the camp in a state of panic, with the militia in hot pursuit. Despite their appearance as fluffy little pups, adorably tumbling over themselves while walking, the teeth of the weaned goblin younglings had already developed, and the militia dared not allow the camp's children to interact with them. In the pig pen, there were no pigs. It had been hastily constructed by a young villager to win the favor of the widow, Agatha. Agatha had lost her husband and mother-in-law during the orc invasion, leaving her alone with only 2 newborn piglets. She cherished these piglets as if they were her sons, even allowing them to sleep under her covers. The original owner, Leo, attempted to steal them several times, but was unsuccessful. Agatha brought the piglets with her on a long journey south, all the way to the riverbend camp. Presently, the 2 half-grown black pigs resided in Agatha's tent, much to the frustration of many young men with ulterior motives. When Leo approached the pig pen, he noticed a group of puppies staring blankly at a cluster of human children through the fence. He opened the gate, stepped inside, and casually dropped a few sticks of firewood he had collected. He pointed at the firewood, bared his teeth, gestured toward his own mouth, and then pointed emphatically at the fence while mimicking a throat-cutting motion, saying coldly, "Understand?" The pack of puppy-headed creatures huddled together in fright, nodding in unison, displaying an unexpected cleverness. Chapter 19. Isambor Olivier, who had followed closely behind, witnessed Leo's antics and couldn't help but mock him, saying, "How dull. You're an adult. Yet you bully little ones. Do you truly regard them as children?" Do you lock your own children in a pigpen? Leo, accustomed to banter, retorted menacingly. These are the little ones I brought back for you. You shall raise them as your sons. If one dies, beware of the dog-headed rebellion. He then pointed at Olivier and instructed the puppies come call her mama. Mama. Olivier rolled her eyes at Leo's antics, yet she did not disdain the puppy-headed creatures. Instead, she squatted down with genuine interest, attempting to communicate with them. Unfortunately, the puppies only became clever under Leo's threat, and in Olivier's presence, they could only babble mama, unable to learn any additional words. The following morning, Julian set off for the nearest town, Eisenbohr, accompanied by 2 militiamen and a sack of iron ore. Riding on a donkey, Eisenbohr was the southernmost town of the Freilauf family, positioned at the intersection of World Tree Avenue and the Anzino River, thus thriving in commerce and serving as a vital trade hub connecting the West and North realms. The Grand Barrier encircled the center of the Morning Light continent in a circular formation, resembling a colossal tree stump on a map of the continent. This tree stump was referred to as the World Tree by the elves residing on the Central Plateau. The so-called World Tree Avenue was a circular road constructed around this stump. This remarkably long avenue, a marvel in itself, had existed for over 10,000 years, and even the elves found it difficult to ascertain who its builders were. Previously, Julian had led a pioneering team from a small village near the northern icy river, alongside the Wind God Fortress, following this World Tree Avenue for over 1,000 miles to reach the Riverbend settlement. Without the existence of this road, Julian would not have dared to entertain such ambitious aspirations. In theory, the entire territory west of the World Tree Avenue, encompassing the majestic foothills of the Great Barrier and the vast expanse of the Wolf-Driving Plain, belongs to the Freilauf family. However, in reality, the human populace has established only a few small towns and villages along the periphery of the forest to the east of the Wolf-Driving Plain. The depths of the plain and the eastern foothills of the Great Barrier remain shrouded in primordial forests, harboring countless beast dens and tribes of alien races. Due to cultural disparities, the noble hierarchy in the north differs significantly from that of the Empire in other regions. Titles such as Baron and Viscount are virtually non-existent here. Beneath the Grand Duke of the North lie 7 powerful earls, each akin to a king of a small nation, wielding territories of unimaginable vastness, unparalleled by their southern counterparts. Below the earls are their vassal knights. Indeed, centuries ago, the Empire had conferred a number of lesser titles such as Viscount and Baron, aiming to fragment and diminish the power of the Grand Duke of the North. Yet, these comparatively weaker nobles have proven to be no match for the robust and unrefined chieftains of the North, who regard them as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Within less than a century, these lesser houses succumbed to various misfortunes, leaving their lands to be managed or inherited by the surrounding earls. To this day, the North remains under the dominion of the Grand Duke and the 7 earls, all of whom belong to ancient lineages. Among the 7 earldoms, the Freilauf family does not boast significant strength. Nonetheless, they possess 4 small to medium-sized towns and 7 or 8 castles along the World Tree Avenue, with over 200 knights under their command, departing from the Riverbend encampment and traversing over 30 miles of wilderness along the Anzino River. One arrives at the Western Watchtower under the jurisdiction of Eisenpahl, which grants access to the World Tree Avenue. Continuing eastward along the flat expanse of the avenue for over 60 miles, passing through 2 small villages, one reaches the quaint town of Eisenpahl. This town is home to the only grand bridge spanning a 200-mile stretch of the Anzino River upstream, featuring an inland waterway that flows downstream to the eastern metropolis of Olenek. Consequently, the majority of trade between the northern regions of the West and the western North transpires here. However, the geography and produce of the northern West and the western North are largely similar, resulting in a modest volume of trade. Merchants from the West often venture southeastward towards the central plains of the Empire, trading warhorses and furs that are akin to those of the North. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Empire of Orlantis and the Isles of the Free Federation in the southeast, the substantial bulk of trade has shifted to depart from the southernmost ports of the West, traversing the Free Federation directly to the imperial cities along the eastern coast of the continent, rendering the North seemingly superfluous. After Julian's departure, Leo, having been Julian's foremost aide, confidently assumed the overarching responsibilities of command, eager to take decisive action. Yet, his peers paid him little heed, The essential tasks of logging, constructing shelters, and cultivating land were overseen by specialized leaders, seasoned veterans who dismissed Leo's suggestions as mere nonsense. The management of the encampment fell entirely under the purview of Olivia, who was responsible for addressing everything from villagers' ailments and food distribution to the minor disputes of children. Amidst a throng of apathetic and bewildered illiterates, Olivia, who wielded the reins of financial power and was the sole literate individual, embodied the very essence of the goddess of wisdom, possessing an authority that could dictate laws with her words. It was easy to forget that she was merely a 16-year-old girl. A gaggle of goblin pups clustered closely around her, trailing behind as she moved through the camp, reminiscent of a hen leading her chicks out to forage. In the span of 2 days, aside from steadfastly training the militia, Leo's only accomplishment was to coerce the villagers into utilizing the newly excavated latrines for their needs. Instead of defecating haphazardly around the camp and outside the tents, employing displays of his muscles and brute force. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that Julian returned atop his donkey. His first act upon returning was to gather several villagers and construct a rudimentary wooden bridge by the riverbank, instructing others to pile aldi or at the riverside. In these 2 days, industrious goblins had transported nearly 10 tons of iron ore, successfully trading it for 20 sacks of rye, plunging the entire goblin tribe into a fervor of mining. If Julian did not return soon, Olivia would have to halt this transaction. Leo discerned Julian's intent and exclaimed in surprise, "Is a boat coming?" It dawned on Leo at that moment that the Anzino River traversed the northern border. As long as there was a boat, reaching the nearby town of Eisenbor or even the significant northern stronghold of Olenek, or perhaps even venturing out to sea, was not beyond possibility. Of course, this was contingent upon the availability of a vessel. Julian cast a smug glance at Leo, but refrained from speaking, instead standing confidently on a makeshift bridge with his hands clasped behind his back. After enduring the chill of the river breeze for half an hour, Julian could no longer withstand it and, shivering, returned to the camp. He instructed Leo, "Stay by the river and alert me when a boat arrives." Thou, accompanied by the little mouse, spent over an hour fishing on the bridge. As twilight descended, for small boats finally appeared on the downstream waters. These were common fishing boats of the Anzino River, each under 5 meters in length, capable of carrying no more than 1,000 pounds of fish at most. Nevertheless, this was a significant improvement, as the outpost had not even possessed a small skiff that could float. At this moment, among the 4 boats, the first was filled to capacity with people, while the remaining 3 were laden with goods, manned by only 2 fishermen who were responsible for rowing and steering. Chapter 20. The night of Roman Leo instructed the little mouse to notify Julian while he stood on the bridge, awaiting the approach of the fishing boats. As he caught the rope tossed from the boat, he secured it to draw the vessel close to the bridge. Smiling at the individuals aboard, he welcomed them. "Welcome." The first to disembark was a young knight, distinguished by his golden hair and blue eyes, tall and slender, with sharply defined facial features that unmistakably marked him as a true northerner. He was deemed a knight solely because of the fitted thin plate armor he wore. This armor was not the heavy plate typical of medieval knights in Leo's memory, but rather a sophisticated design, featuring large thin steel plates embedded in a black hard leather suit, with the gleaming steel and the edges of the leather armor revealing exquisite soft leather lining within. The lustrous black bear fur shoulder guards enveloped his neck and shoulders completely, while the delicate cashmere cuffs were embroidered with golden patterns. Upon his back rested a broad-bladed knight's sword, embodying the simplistic yet robust style of the North, suitable for wielding with both hands. And a dagger was strapped to his thigh. Leo gazed enviously at the knight's equipment. The craftsmanship of the armor and weaponry was exquisite and remarkably lightweight, betraying none of the medieval essence, instead evoking a hint of science fiction. In stark contrast, Leo donned a tattered armor crafted from patchwork fur, resembling a barbaric brigand from a bygone era or a character from a low-budget web series. Despite sharing the same bear fur material for the shoulder guards, his attire bore the resemblance of a cloak sewn by savages. The thick leather knight's boots, reinforced with thin steel, thudded against the wooden planks of the pier, causing them to tremble. The young knight surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the rudimentary camp, prompting a frown. He nodded at Leo, disregarding the latter's impolite stare, and directly approached the arriving Urian. Although the upstream waters of the Eisenball flowed gently, the riverbed was littered with rocks, rendering navigation perilous. Even larger cargo ships dared not venture forth, leaving me to procure a few small fishing boats. The young knight held Urien in high regard and, after a simple nod of acknowledgement, began to explain, "Not at all. As long as people arrive, it's sufficient. I only just set up camp, and conditions here are quite rudimentary. It matters not, for I am not a noble." The young knight promptly shook his head with a smile, recalling how he had often slept in tents while following the captain. "Ha, good lad. A soldier of mine." Urien also chuckled, the earlier tension dissipating like mist. As he led the young knight toward the camp, he introduced him to others, saying, "This is Sir Roman Petahov of the Petahov family, a comrade in our ranks." The Petahov family is a venerable knightly lineage from Isenball. When Urien served as a scout at the western outpost, he was under the command of Sir Rigolov Petahov, Roman's father. Subsequently, Urien was summoned to become a squad leader of the heavy infantry regiment at Fortress Wingod, and under his father's arrangement, Roman became Urien's subordinate. While the knightly class in the north adheres to the same hereditary rules as the noble ranks, the lands they oversee do not belong to their families, but are granted by the Earl of the North to whom they are sworn. Unlike the Earl, who commands a vast clan and army to secure his inheritance, the knightly lords must rely on their martial prowess to maintain their status. Weaker knightly descendants are often dismissed in the name of the war god tier, replaced by more formidable warriors. Of course, the laws of the Orlantis Empire do not explicitly define noble hereditary rights. Theoretically, the Grand Duke of the North could similarly depose an earl, though he would first have to contend with the earl's thousands of vassal lords and tens of thousands of conscripts, along with the earl's numerous relatives. The Petahov family, as a long-standing knightly house under the Frelov banner, has diligently upheld its legacy for centuries, with each generation contributing several members to military service, earning accolades and garnering the earl's favor through valorous deeds. The Petahov family now possesses 4 knightly fiefs near Isenpol, standing amongst the prominent knightly families of the region. "This is my daughter, Olivia," Julian indicated, gesturing towards Olivia at his side. The gaze of the young knight had long been fixed upon Olivia, who, in stark contrast to the beggar-like villagers surrounding her, resembled a freshly blossomed orchid, radiant before his eyes. "Good day, my lady," Sir Roman said, extending his right hand to his chest and bowing slightly. Startled like a frightened rabbit, Olivia quickly nodded and bowed in return, but after a couple of awkward gestures, hesitated and extended her right hand. Sir Roman offered a gentle smile, refraining from commenting on her error in etiquette. Graceful, composed, and exuding an air of nobility, Olivia swiftly withdrew her fingers, retreating behind Leon Mundo. "This is my nephew, Leon Mundo." "Hello, Sir Roman." Leon Mundo exclaimed eagerly, fully expressing his enthusiasm. Roman replied, casting a glance at Leon Mundo, nodding in acknowledgement. The impudent gaze, lack of decorum, and the unrefined demeanor of the lower-class youth could be easily disregarded. After a brief tour of the camp, they finally settled into Julian's grand tent. Sir Roman furrowed his brow and remarked, "Captain, is this truly your frontier fief?" "Indeed, Roman. What are your thoughts?" Julian gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. "It is rather different from what I envisioned. In your letter, you mentioned nearly 1,000 settlers would establish themselves here, and that the militia was well trained enough to fend off the foreign tribes and beasts in the area," Roman replied, his brow furrowing. "However, from what I observe, there seem to be discrepancies. That is indeed the case. After all, it is difficult to part from one's homeland, and many have chosen to remain in the north. I cannot force them to leave," Julian awkwardly explained. He then waved his hand confidently, asserting, "But rest assured, once I establish my foothold, there will soon be a second and third wave of settlers arriving at the camp, and we shall easily reach a population of 1,000. In just a few years, the Riverbend frontier will become the largest knightly fief in Isenpol, and your father's investment will yield 10-fold, 100-fold returns." His words were purely boastful. If it were not for the invasion of the beastmen, who would willingly venture into such perilous wilderness? Even the refugees of Isenpol would shake their heads at such claims. However, my father would not readily support the captain based on mere words. Roman sighed in resignation. "Of course, I have full faith in the captain. This time, in addition to the agreed-upon provisions and tools, I have personally sponsored 20 steel swords, which I have saved for 2 years. A good lad. It was not in vain that I looked after you." Yulian exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands and advising. You must speak kindly of me to your father, saying that I have strong troops and ample resources, but merely lack a bit of funding. A son can surely indulge in a few little fibs or charms with his father, can't he? Roman's expression turned slightly awkward as he responded hesitantly. I will certainly choose my words carefully, but my father is not so easily deceived. He will always send someone to investigate. Isn't that precisely why you are here? Rigolav, that old fellow, has but one precious son. Who else could you possibly trust? Yulian gripped Roman's shoulder, his aged face slick with flattery. Directing his gaze toward his daughter. What do you think of my daughter? You two should get to know each other. His eyes landed on Leo, who stood nearby with a look of disdain, and he immediately barked, You little rascal, what are you dawdling for? Get to unloading. Chapter 21. The original him being expelled from the tent left Leo seething with anger. In his memory, Yulian was a leader adorned with a halo, a savior to the villagers, a formidable force, a tyrant. Yet, he had never witnessed such obsequious behavior from him, creating a jarring psychological contrast. Although these ingrained impressions were mere remnants of the simple-minded original Leo's memories, the present Leo perceived Yulian as an ambitious, capable, and cunning old fox. Such behavior was hardly surprising. In truth, as an adult worker, Leo comprehended Yulian's actions quite well. Seeking investment is not shameful. A little flattery goes a long way. If one can please the nobles, a bounty of goods will come pouring in, benefiting oneself in the process. However, a lingering discomfort remained in Leo's heart. Among transmigrators, none were as woeful as he. Others arrived as noble scions or knightly lords, yet he found himself still a mere laborer, and without pay at that. Even the most unfortunate of transmigrations typically come with a portable system, attribute templates, or a wise old guide. What did he possess? A single-minded determination? A lineage of diminished intellect? Seated on a wooden plank by the riverside, Leo gazed at the villagers joyfully transporting grain and farming tools, lost in thought. As a transmigrator, who wouldn't he aspire to reverse the tides and save the populace from calamity? Yet, reality is harsh. Even after crossing worlds, life still demands steady steps. The river bend leading to the ice and pole had a gentle current, yet it was riddled with rocks and shallow shoals, alongside numerous tributaries, constituting a natural waterway untouched by human hands, ill-suited for vessels. Only the humble fishing boats, manned by seasoned fishermen who had spent their lives navigating these waters, could traverse it effortlessly. Consequently, during the initial stages of the river bend's development, river transport was destined to remain a minor artery for the territory. In contrast, the 30-mile forest along the riverbank presented a more promising opportunity for the establishment of a land route. Once the path from Riverbend to the Western Watchtower was cleared, the territory could engage in trade with the thriving World Tree Avenue and Isenpool, or exchange goods with nearby knightly domains. However, before any of this could transpire, the development team had to survive, and Knight Roman was their salvation. Unable to endure the awkward atmosphere within the tent, Olivia sought an excuse to flee. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted Leo's figure and made her way to the riverbank. Sitting beside him, Olivia caught a glimpse of the emerging angles of Leo's profile, feeling an unsettling unfamiliarity wash over her. This strangeness stirred a sense of unease within her. In former times, he was impetuous and fervent, his thoughts laid bare upon his countenance. He and she engaged in playful banter, yet shared an intimacy that was undeniable. After the passing of her mother and with her father serving in the military, those 2 years became etched in her memory. The village men, young and old alike, were undeterred by the fact that she had a soldier father far away, as they often dared to scale the walls under the cloak of night. However, those who ventured over to Olivia's abode invariably found themselves confronted by Leo's formidable fists. Now, he gradually concealed his emotions, his emerald eyes deepening into a tranquil abyss, obscuring their depths. Recently, Olivia frequently caught glimpses of him in solitary reverie, lost in contemplation, an occurrence that would have been unfathomable in the past. So much so that few would believe it if spoken aloud. In his carefree days, he would roll upon the ground, crawl in shadows, ambush village children, or poke at anthills for hours on end. What? Are you not attending to your night? Leo exclaimed as Olivia approached, his eyes widening. Instantly reverting to his former self, Olivia gazed at him, suddenly laughing. You're jealous. Jealous, you say? Not in the slightest. Leo retorted sharply. I hear that a kiss on the hand is a courtesy owed to married women or perhaps to one's fiancé. Oh, it seems someone has taken a liking to you. Perhaps Uncle Julian intends to sell you off. Not at all. I merely made a fool of myself. Olivia brushed off Leo's taunts, for despite her uniqueness, she remained a naive country girl, unfamiliar with the intricate customs of the nobility. The nonsensical gesture of kissing hands was merely a whimsical fantasy she had shared with her village companions while washing clothes. In a moment of nervousness, she extended her hand. How unfortunate to misstep on my first encounter with a noble knight. How shall I atone for my faux pas? The handsome and graceful knight seems like a worthy match. Leo felt a pang of loss, feigning an intent to grasp her hand, exclaiming, No, I must have a kiss too. Ha, get away. Olivia playfully pressed her hand against a stone behind her, lifting her foot to kick at Leo to fend off his advances. After a bout of laughter, Olivia composed herself, adjusting her attire, and with a hint of shyness, summoned her courage to extend her hand once more. As Leo beheld her delicate hand, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Before Olivia could react, he struck her hand with a swift motion, laughing heartily as he made his escape. Olivia's fingers tingled from the impact, and in a fit of anger, she lifted her skirt and pursued him, unleashing a torrent of imperial exclamations. You scoundrel! Where do you think you're going? Meanwhile, within the tent, Julian and Sir Roman continued their deep conversation. As the current head of the Petakov family, Rigolov had once relied heavily on Julian, who was his most capable warrior, and their rapport with Sir Roman, along with his father, was far closer than outsiders might presume. Leading 1,000 commoners southward across vast expanses to cultivate untamed wilderness is indeed a notion that defies imagination. The head of the family, Ligolaf, found himself hesitant to place any bets. Should he wager, it might be preferable for the venture to fail swiftly, allowing for a timely cessation of losses. The fear lay in the possibility of plunging the Petakov family into an abyss. Captain, are you aware of how we acquired our third knightly domain? The one situated south of the Western Watchtower? After exchanging updates about their respective situations, Roman hesitated several times before finally mustering the courage to inquire. You have mentioned before that your uncle received the personal commendation of Duke Mitchell Odolov during his service in the Gale Knights, and upon retiring, he was honored by Count Freylov with this knightly domain. Indeed, but do you recall the origins of this territory? I am not particularly well informed on that matter. I remember visiting it 7 or 8 years ago, and it was a sizable village. The lord at that time was named Miski. It was Sir Misvich, Roman corrected, noting that the Misvich family was a venerable knightly lineage from Isenball, though regrettably, they have fallen into decline over the last 2 generations. His father, old Sir Misvich, chose to support the younger son, Haikovai, during the Count's succession 20 years ago, which led to the forfeiture of their lands. After losing their territory, old Misvich opted to cultivate new lands, and over 2 decades, he and his son managed to establish a village of 100 households. However, upon old Misvich's death, this land was bestowed upon my uncle. Julian, in disbelief, asked, was there no opposition? Who would dare intervene? For the past 20 years, the Misvich family nearly squandered their fortune in pursuit of new territories. The primary issue was that young Misvich failed to awaken and advance by the age of 30. No one would rally behind a fallen, knightly family devoid of even a single ascendant. The reason your father has consistently opposed your aspirations to become a pioneering knight largely stems from this reality. Without support, even if the venture succeeds, it may not be yours to claim. Roman had articulated his point clearly, stopping just short of stating outright, you are but a commoner, lacking familial backing, devoid of awakening, stripped of martial prowess and financial resources, with only a daughter and no distinguished offspring worthy of investment from other families. The harsh truth is that without strength and connections, success in entrepreneurship cannot be safeguarded. Chapter 22. No choices left. Julian fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, You think too much. None of this concerns me. I have never aspired to be any sort of noble. What? Roman the Knight exclaimed, startled. But do you comprehend the current state of the Northern Ice River? Myriad orc clans are surging southward, their raiding parties descending like locusts. While what is the Empire doing? Reducing military expenditure, disbanding the standing army, The garrison at Wind Spirit Fortress has been slashed from a minimum of 5,000 to fewer than 1,000. With such a meager force, they cannot even fully occupy the battlements. Perhaps Duke Mitchell is acutely aware of the pressing circumstances, continually reallocating troops from various earldoms. Yet, those accursed Southerners remain utterly indifferent. They await the grand invasion of the orcs, eager to exploit the chaos and seize a share for themselves. The northern lands hold little hope. All I can do is lead my kin southward, for this is the farthest I can venture. My aspirations have never been to become a pioneering knight or a noble lord. I merely wish to secure a stable life for my daughter and my people in my lifetime. Even if the territory is granted to another, it is far preferable to being slaughtered by orcs. Roman listened quietly to Yulian's words, refraining from further speech. Others may not comprehend, but he understood all too well that with Yulian's abilities and the wealth accumulated over a decade of service, he could easily take his daughter and flee to a southern town, living a life of comfort as a wealthy gentleman, leaving behind a substantial dowry for his daughter to marry a worthy suitor. However, when it comes to bringing along hundreds or even thousands, everything becomes uncertain. At least Roman dared not imagine whether he possessed the courage and capability to do so. Although Roman hailed from a knightly family in a town and harbored little affection for the ignorant and apathetic rural populace, he was not a fool and could somewhat grasp Yulian's perspective. In a freezing cold, with difficult transportation along the northern icy riverbanks, how far can familial ties extend? In the same village, most are interrelated, closer ancestors or cousins, while more distant ones are half-brothers. Even the neighboring villages are filled with aunts and uncles. How could one, as an imperial soldier, a village head, and, in essence, a clan leader, bear to flee alone? The northern people place immense value on blood ties. The enduring dominance of the Odalaw family for a millennium is primarily rooted in its lineage as the firstborn of the war god Tyr. Thus, for all northern folk descended from Tyr, rebellion has always been framed not as an attempt to overthrow, but as a refusal to submit. Even Roman himself, should the day come when Isenball cannot be defended, would find it impossible to abandon his kin to save himself. After expressing these thoughts, Yulian patted Roman on the shoulder and said, "You consider whether this investment will yield returns. I contemplate how to ensure the survival of my people. There is no choice." After a moment of silence, Roman replied earnestly, "Captain, I understand. I will do my utmost to persuade my father to agree." The following day, under Yulian's guidance, Roman surveyed the camp, listening to Yulian boast with exuberance about his commanding presence and the awe-inspiring feats that compelled the goblins to bow before him. He then cautiously presented some suggestions from the locals before boarding a fishing vessel laden with iron or drifting downstream. A steward, well-versed in the intricacies of iron or trading, communicated with Yulian regarding the pricing and projects. The iron ore from Goblin Valley will be categorized into 3 classes based on quality, each capable of exchanging for an equivalent weight of food, with the potential to double the yield. Although the husky, named Fascia, harbors concerns about the cunning nature of humans who might scrutinize their work, meticulously selecting only the finest iron or to send to the River Bay camp, the other inept goblins do not share such considerations. Driven by greed, some goblins go so far as to transport rocks that contain scarcely any iron, merely because these stones are sufficiently large and heavy, hoping to exchange them for more food. The rocks that the villagers, tasked with receiving, discard are not entirely without merit. They serve as excellent materials for constructing dams and the foundations of houses. The selected high-quality iron ore is transported to the blacksmith's forge in Isenball, where it is fashioned into agricultural tools, components, and weapons, before being sent back to the River Bay territory for further trade. This exchange is quite equitable. The North is not genuinely lacking in iron or resources, but rather in productivity, miners, and transportation. The intrinsic value of the iron ore is only a fraction of the overall cost, with the expenses of transporting it back and forth over 100 miles in small fishing boats consuming a substantial portion. Therefore, until the road spanning over 30 miles to River Bay is adequately repaired, this trade is destined to remain on a modest scale. Were it not for the relationship between Yulian and the Petikov family, no one would be interested in such a perilous and troublesome small-scale transaction. Roman has brought nearly a ton of wheat and a shipment of iron agricultural implements, rivets, and saw blades as pioneering supplies. Observing the replenished grain carts, the villagers are filled with exuberance and vigor in their work. Ding! Due to the surplus of food, the happiness of your residents has increased. The grain here is not the sour, coarse rye that is difficult to swallow. Rather, it is the high-quality wheat abundantly produced along the banks of the Enzino River. As for the rye, the steward of the Petakovs discreetly indicates that the proportion of rye in the grains cultivated in Isambol is quite minimal, and generally, before it even reaches the heading stage, the stems and leaves are harvested to feed donkeys and horses. A ton of wheat may sound substantial, but when distributed among 300 individuals, even with the most frugal mixing of grains, it barely sustains them for a week. The true value lies in the iron implements and steel swords brought by Roman, which are the most urgently needed and scarce resources in the camp. Particularly noteworthy are the steel swords gifted by Roman, all of military grade, embodying the robust northern style of thick, one-handed swords. Far surpassing in worth the iron bar swords forged by rural blacksmiths or the worn-out steel swords that have changed hands 100 times. In the markets of Isambol, such a steel sword is equivalent to a ton of wheat. As the chief enforcer of Yulian, Leo is the first to receive a steel sword, significantly enhancing his regard for the knight Roman. If he were willing to part with that armor and offer it to me, I would support the uncle in selling you. No, marrying you. Sitting atop a large wooden barrel in the camp kitchen, Leo grips the steel sword, extending a finger to flick the blade. Feeling its substantial weight and the rapid, dissipating vibrations, involuntarily expressing his approval. The sharp edge and point of the sword can effortlessly slice through or pierce the hides of beasts and foes alike. 2 deep blood grooves not only reduce the weapon's weight, but also adjust the balance of the blade. The robust, yet supple spine of the sword ensures that the blade is resistant to deformation and breakage. In stark contrast, my beloved iron sword often bent from excessive force during thrusts, compelling me to straighten it with my foot to continue its use. I even hesitated to wield it with vigor. The frequent strikes against bones and other hard objects accelerated the deterioration of the iron blade, akin to the melting of a candle. Had I possessed such a steel sword in the beginning, coupled with the lightweight armor of Sir Roman, I would not only have dared to confront the mere goblin chieftain, but even the formidable Yulian. With your demeanor. Olivia, disinterested in conversing, meticulously assessed the supplies. The goblin, well concealed beneath her skirt, seemed to sense his mother's emotions, promptly poking out its tiny head and barking at Leo, only to be frightened back by a glare from him. Chapter 23. The Wild Hunter with the Iron Tools brought by Sir Roman. Initially intended as a trade, but effectively a form of aid, the progress of the camp's construction accelerated significantly. Prior to this, the settlers struggled even to provide each person with a shovel, let alone saw blades, iron drill bits, or woodworking axes. Half of the elderly and weak had no choice but to labor with bare hands or wield the small iron picks and spears discarded by defeated goblins. A few days prior, tilling fields on the riverbank was barely manageable. However, the lack of tools became acutely problematic when it was time to fell trees for shelter. Villagers lacking appropriate implements found themselves at a loss when confronted with trees large enough for a single person to embrace, and in the western forests, such trees were merely considered small. Most were at least the girth of 2 individuals combined. Armed with Sir Roman's iron tools, Leo felt a renewed enthusiasm for labor and eagerly joined the villagers in the forest to saw lumber. Yet, after spending nearly an entire morning alongside a group of villagers to fell a single large tree, cut it, and transport it back to the camp, his zeal for labor waned. Unable to endure the inefficiency of such toil, Leo resolved to scout upstream along the Enzino River. This was by no means an act of idleness. According to information divulged by the goblin, Fisha, a tribe of wild folk, existed beneath the waterfall at the river's source. However, the camp's armed forces were merely sufficient to intimidate the weaker goblins, in the face of a hunting tribe nestled deep within the mountains. Leo dared not act recklessly until he had fully healed from his injuries. The frigid northern territories were ill-suited for agriculture. Over half of the villages north of the Enzino River relied primarily on fishing and nomadism, with spears and hunting bows being the standard for villagers. The wild folk hiding in the dense forests were even more daunting. Leo suspected that if he foolishly led a band of farmer-born militiamen into a raid, they would likely be turned into pincushions mid-journey. Nonetheless, based on Fish's descriptions, this tribe did not appear to be as savage and barbaric as he had imagined. Perhaps peaceful coexistence through communication and trade was achievable. Until the camp established a firm foothold, Leo had no intention of engaging in any conflict with them. He even cautioned the scouts patrolling around the camp to refrain from venturing more than 10 miles upstream while investigating the river, emphasizing the necessity of avoiding conflict even in the event of an encounter. The scouts, composed of militia trained personally by Julian, were invaluable. The loss of even one would be a significant blow. Yet, the prowess of these scouts increased the likelihood of clashes with the wildlings, and any casualties on either side would undeniably escalate tensions, leading to an irreparable situation. During their initial contact, it was crucial to leave a favorable impression. As the second voice of the expedition, with Julian being the first, Leo resolved to take the initiative himself. Departing from the Bay Peninsula, he followed the winding source of the Anzino River, where the terrain gradually steepened. The rushing waters cascading from above splashed against the exposed rocks, occasionally obstructed by small waterfalls rising 4 to 5 meters high. In some areas, the riverbed was split into several turbulent ravines, each flowing for hundreds of meters before merging downstream or vanishing underground altogether. After traversing the fragmented river for over 10 miles, Leo suddenly heard a commotion. He quickly crouched down, concealing himself in the shadows of the forest to observe discreetly. On the gravelly riverbank ahead, several diminutive kobolds were scattered in the water, brandishing short wooden spears as they fixated intently on the surface of the river. One kobold suddenly thrust its spear into the water, only to retrieve it joyfully. Discovering nothing on the tip, it let out a frustrated yelp, but was soon met with the jubilant cries of a companion nearby, who had successfully speared a foot-long black fish. The triumphant kobold let out a gleeful shout, promptly sinking its teeth into the fish's belly and tearing off a sizable chunk of flesh. Its companions, in a sudden frenzy, rushed over, grappling with each other to snatch the black fish from its grasp. In less than 10 seconds, the fish had vanished into their eager maws, leaving only a few streaks of blood dissipating in the river water beneath their feet. Having interacted with kobolds on several occasions, Leo could discern that these particular ones were not yet seasoned kobold warriors, but rather freshly matured individuals. The simple minds of the kobolds lacked any notion of industrious wealth accumulation. Thus, after satisfying their basic hunger, many grew weary of transporting iron ore. Some returned to their glittering pursuits, while others slipped away to hunt for meat. The young kobolds before him belonged to that naive and fearless group that had yet to fully grasp the harshness of the wilderness, still yearning for the fats and proteins necessary for their development. This reckless desire had led them to stray from their main group to this secluded riverbank in search of fish. A surge of malice welled within Leo as he slowly crouched down, picking up a smooth pebble, preparing to impart some lessons in wilderness survival. Just then, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, a sudden awareness of danger that rendered him motionless. Raising his head, Leo beheld a towering figure standing imposingly upon a massive stone above the riverbank, coldly fixated upon him. Draped in garments fashioned from stitched animal hides, the helmet, crafted from the complete skull of a great wolf, cast much of his visage into shadow, rendering him akin to a colossal wolf standing on 2 legs with the slightest inclination of his head. Adorning his wrists, shoulders, and waist were various sharp animal fangs and bones, not merely for decoration, but serving as armor or weapons in the heat of battle. At his waist hung 2 hand axes, a formidable longbow was slung across his back, and a quiver of arrows rested nearby, alongside a white-boned spear planted into the ground. This ensemble instantly conjured images of a barbarian from certain game in Leo's mind. While reminiscent of portrayals in various films, the essence and physique were indeed worlds apart. A savage hunter, reminiscent of the barbarian from Diablo 3, yet decidedly less formidable, belonging to a lower tier of power. In truth, Leo's own attire was not vastly different. Yet the other's wildness and palpable aura of menace rendered them akin to the stark contrast between herbivores and carnivores. The two stood in a standoff from a distance, with a few kobolds merrily fishing between them. After a brief pause, sensing no immediate aggression from his counterpart, Leo relinquished the pebble in his grasp, gradually raised his hands, and stood up, presenting a radiant smile to convey his lack of hostility. The discarded stone rolled down the rocky wall and plopped into the water, causing the kobolds to glance up in alertness, their gaze landing on the savage hunter perched atop the boulder upstream. Instinctively, they took several steps back, concealing their wooden spears behind them, too timid to point at him. One particularly small kobold, scarcely a meter tall, mustered the courage to bare its teeth at the hunter, only to be swiftly chastised by a companion with a wooden stick, causing it to wilt immediately. The savage hunter paid no heed to the kobolds. With a mere wave of his hand, they fled as if granted a pardon, darting into the woods like startled birds. Leo found the scene amusing, noting the kobold's attitude towards the savage hunter was one of respect, though not overwhelming fear. It resembled a group of youngsters caught in the act of sneaking a cold bath, aware of the potential scolding from an elder, but not fearing for their lives. Once the kobolds had retreated, the savage hunter scrutinized Leo anew before gradually stepping back, disappearing behind the great stone. Chapter 24. The Screaming Marmot. Regrettably, no greetings were exchanged, nor inquiries made about one another's well-being. Watching the figure depart, Leo felt no inclination to pursue, instead standing in place for a moment before turning back, filled with a sense of loss as he concluded his reconnaissance for the day. It was as if a solitary wolf had intruded upon the domain of a fierce tiger. No words were necessary, for a single icy glance sufficed to convey their intent. As a master of this territory, the wild hunter exuded an aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast, conveying his intentions to Leo with but a glance. Here is where the journey must cease. Should there be a next time, courtesy will be a luxury he cannot afford. Leo harbored no desire to provoke the other. Having been raised in a half-wild environment, he possessed an instinct that far surpassed that of ordinary men, allowing him to perceive the inherent danger of his counterpart. Within the vast forested plains of the wolf tribe territory, diverse races and formidable beasts roamed, with even magical beasts occasionally manifesting. It was inconceivable for the wild tribes, which had managed to survive in such perilous conditions, to do so without sufficient martial strength. The tribesmen were adept jungle hunters, skilled in both short-range and long-range combat, and those brave enough to patrol alone were the elite among them. For instance, the 2-meter-long yew slung across his back and the thick arrows, capable of felling a grizzly bear, were formidable weapons. The oak-hide shield that Leo had pilfered from Julian, though an inch thick and crafted to the standards of the Empire's regular infantry, would offer little defense against the lethal arrows fired from such a powerful bow at close range. In the ensuing days, aside from training the militia, Leo devoted the remainder of his time to patrolling and scouting near the upstream river, familiarizing himself with the terrain to guard against incursions by hostile races or beasts. He was careful not to cross the massive stones that marked the territory of the wild hunter, lest he unwittingly find himself struck by an arrow. As his reconnaissance area gradually expanded, Leo's footsteps ventured deeper into the forest across the riverbank. The environment here was markedly more intricate than that near the river bend. Not only did wildlife abound, but he also encountered footprints of creatures he had never seen before. Could this be a wild boar? Do wild boars have such large footprints? Are the wild men pursuing them? Crouching down, Leo examined the deep impressions left in the soft humus of the forest floor, mumbling to himself as he meticulously recorded his observations. Although he had never encountered these creatures, he had Julian at home, a well-informed individual, to whom he could return and sketch the footprints for further inquiry. What is this? Following the trail of footprints with cautious vigilance, Leo found himself halted before a massive claw print. Before him lay an enormous imprint that resembled a human hand, yet bore sharp claws extending nearly a foot in length. An utterly terrifying sight. Wisely, Leo refrained from advancing further and resolved to return to camp to inform Julian. Despite his robust physique and rigorous training, where he could easily overpower the militiamen like a father with his son, he knew that in the wild, without preparation, he might not stand a chance against an adult grizzly bear. This unknown creature, whose prints were far more daunting than those of Snow Bear, was not something Leo could confront alone. He could only return and rally his companions to devise a plan to drive it away. Just as he turned to depart, Leo felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, accompanied by the sound of trees swaying in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, he scaled a great tree, climbing over 10 meters before casting his gaze downward. As the tremors intensified, even the thick pine trees began to sway, and from the forest emerged a colossal creature. Before him stood a peculiar giant bear, its length exceeding 3 meters, adorned in a somewhat familiar, yet bizarre, brownish-yellow coat. It stumbled clumsily past the tree where Leo was perched, merely brushing its robust hindquarters against the trunk, causing the entire tree to sway violently and nearly dislodge Leo from his perch. In pursuit, for horned wild boars, resembling miniature rhinoceroses, huffed and puffed as they fervently chased after the bear. "Why don't you turn around and confront it?" Leo mused, bemused by the sight. Though the quartet of horned wild boars was significantly larger than the wild boars he had previously envisioned, they appeared no more imposing than a gaggle of piglets trailing behind a sow when juxtaposed with the bear, which resembled a hulking van. Leo found it perplexing that the giant bear seemed to harbor any fear. After a minute of waiting in the tree, ensuring the beasts had retreated, Leo spotted 4 robust bipedal creatures hastily following the bear's massive footprints. These beings stood approximately 178 meters tall, with a stocky and slightly hunched physique. Their bare skin, exposed beneath rudimentary fur armor, was cloaked in coarse, curly black hair, and a tuft of spiky mane adorned their heads and backs. They wielded bone spears and large stone hammers, with makeshift crossbows slung over their shoulders. One of the creatures paused beneath the tree, lifting its head cautiously to sniff the air, granting Leo a clear view of its visage. They were wild boar men, each weighing over 200 pounds, with dark, hairy bodies and short, stout limbs, their heads resembling that of a wild boar. Leo held his breath, silently observing as the wild boar men moved on. This marked the second type of alien race he had encountered, following the dog-headed beings. However, they appeared far more menacing, their primitive weaponry and crude crossbows, coupled with the ferocious tusks protruding from their snouts, seemed far more lethal than the dog-headed creature's spears and stones, capable of inflicting grievous harm upon him. After several more minutes, convinced that the danger had passed, Leo prepared to descend from the tree. Yet as soon as one foot touched the ground, a tremor resonated through the forest, signaling the return of the giant bear and its horned pursuers. "For heaven's sake, you deal with your own battles. But can you keep your distance?" Leo swiftly ascended the tree once more, settling on a branch as he observed the bear darting about, evading its hunters in a frantic loop through the woods. Estimating the distance to a nearby pine tree, Leo sprinted along the branch and leapt gracefully to another tree. He repeated this maneuver, moving forward with the agility of Tarzan among the branches. After leaping across more than a dozen trees, the foliage thinned and Leo's view expanded. Ahead, he spied the frantic bear cornered at the base of a small earth mound. Although the slope was not steep, rising only 7 or 8 meters, the soft ground could not support the bear's immense weight, causing it to slide back down after 3 attempts to ascend. Its limbs moved with the speed of an excavator, clawing at the earth while its body remained stubbornly grounded, the excavated soil nearly burying it. As the 4 horned wild boars and their masters approached, the giant bear man stood upright, his back pressed against the earthen slope. He flailed his forepaws in a haphazard manner and then let out a sharp scream. "Do not come any closer." Upon hearing this childlike, piercing voice, Leo finally understood why he found this giant bear both familiar and peculiar. For this was not a bear at all. It was a colossal groundhog. Its size was so immense and corpulent that it bore a striking resemblance to a bear. However, when it stood upright, spread its claws, and revealed its 2 enormous incisors, the characteristics of a groundhog became unmistakable. A screaming groundhog, and it could speak human language. After crossing into this world, Leo finally sensed the atmosphere turning fantastical. Chapter 25. The Elven Druid. Is this the legendary magical beast? Yet why is it being hunted by the wild boar men? It appears rather feeble in combat prowess. Observing the encircled giant groundhog, Leo felt a flicker of doubt. The 4 wild boars scraped the ground with their forehooves, grunting in apprehension, yet they dared not charge forward. The wild boar men stood at a distance, raising their crossbows, ready to load and shoot. However, the groundhog's panic was not feigned. It clasped its forepaws over its head, covering its eyes, resolutely refusing to resist. The powerful crossbow bolts struck its forehead, bouncing off like chalk, leaving not a single hair displaced. Leo, unable to contain himself, unslung a short spear, preparing to come to the creature's aid. Groundhogs are gentle, herbivorous creatures, easily tamed. Ironically, the wild boar men who were hunting the groundhog were more distressed than the creature itself. Their crossbows could effortlessly slay wolves and snow leopards and inflict serious damage on brown bears. Yet they could not penetrate the defenses of this groundhog. In close combat, they were utterly overwhelmed. Even the 600 to 700-pound horned wild boars could not budge the groundhog's immense body, let alone the wild boar man. With a mere swipe of its paw, the giant groundhog could send a 200-pound wild boar man flying 5 meters away, leaving them too fearful to approach. Yet, this groundhog was a persistent nuisance. It had ravaged the wild boar men as cultivated deer antler cassava, which was the entire tribe's winter sustenance, in just a few days. It had even excavated a 2-mile-long stone tunnel from the opposite cliff, solely to pilfer the wild boar men as food stores. Whenever they attempted to strike it, it would flee, wailing and lamenting, appearing utterly distressed. Yet, within a few days, it would forget the pain and return to steal again. The sole consolation was that this groundhog was exceedingly timid, exhibiting almost no aggression. One wild boar man, setting down his weapon, retrieved a torch and flint, preparing to show the invulnerable groundhog a lesson with fire. Just then, the sharp sound of something slicing through the air was heard. As a short spear flew from the forest, accurately piercing its thick neck, the sharp tip protruding from the other side. The wild boar man possesses a resilience akin to that of the wild boar itself. Even under such a fatal blow, he finds himself powerless to reverse his fate. He discards his torch and flint, clutching one hand over the gushing wound while the other futilely attempts to dislodge the spear. This endeavor lasts merely a second before the wild boar man sways and collapses to the ground, convulsing as life slips away. The remaining 3 wild boar men, taken aback, retreat behind a large tree, peering out cautiously. One of them emits a series of guttural calls toward his tamed unicorn wild boar, gesturing toward the direction from which the spear had come. The unicorn wild boar, larger and more fearsome than its wild counterparts, immediately charges into the forest where Rio is located, sniffing around intently. After a few sniffs, it seems to catch a scent, following it to one side of the woods. Observing his pet's pursuit of the enemy, the wild boar man notices that the unicorn wild boar, after wandering, is turning back toward him. Instantly, he becomes alert, shrinking his robust frame behind the tree. Alas, it is too late. Another spear hurtles through the air from over 20 meters away, pinning the wild boar man's foot to the ground. He lets out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, drawing forth a crossbow and forcefully extracting the spear, rolling and scrambling backward in retreat. Meanwhile, the beleaguered giant groundhog perceives the commotion, as if it has found its backbone, becoming fierce and using its adorable yet threatening voice to intimidate, brandishing its sharp, curved claws in the air, forcing the 3 unicorn wild boars that surround it to retreat. Caught in a vice, the wild boar man panics. The remaining 2 wild boar men no longer hesitate. One supports the injured companion, while the other drags the lifeless body of their fallen comrade, both hastening into the forest. Once the wild boar men vanish among the trees, Rio descends from the branches, cheerfully greeting the surviving groundhog. "Hello there." The towering groundhog grins widely, revealing its prominent incisors. And suddenly, as if recalling something, it exclaims in terror, "Run!" Without waiting for Rio to react, it bolts away, and in the direction the wild boar men had fled. The cries of unicorn wild boars resound once more. A horde of over a dozen unicorn wild boars burst from the forest, followed by an even greater number of wild boar crossbowmen. Glancing back, Rio sees the giant groundhog has already vanished into the distance, having fled to the banks of the Anzino River, leaving the wild boar men far behind. Rio finally exhales in relief, slowing his pace. His leather shield bears 2 short, stout crossbow bolts, remnants of a previous encounter where a rain of arrows had been unleashed upon him from a distance. Thankfully, it was in the forest. Had it been in the open, the 70-centimeter diameter shield would have offered little protection for his entire body. Nevertheless, the whistling and thudding of arrows nearby still send shivers down his spine, preventing him from daring to look back. Fortunately, having foraged in the forest since childhood, growing up pursued by grizzly bears and wild boars, running is his forte. Scaling mountains and traversing valleys feels as effortless as walking on level ground. He is truly gifted. The charging speed of the unicorn boar is indeed swift. However, once it escapes the command range of the wild boar hunters, these foolish creatures swiftly become sluggish and indecisive, allowing Leo to gradually increase the distance between them, ultimately evading the battle. Sitting on a stone by the riverbank to catch his breath, Leo scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a massive groundhog engrossed in drinking water not far upstream. "Hello there," Leo called out from a distance, mindful not to startle it. "I am Leo, a human." The giant groundhog stood upright, regarding him with curiosity, and replied in an endearing, childlike voice, "I am Freya, an elven druid." The groundhog, now bipedal, towered over 3 meters tall, its short, dense fur concealing layers of thick fat that quivered with its movements. Summoning his courage, Leo stepped closer, gazing up at this colossal being. "Goodness, it's like a small car. Surely it weighs nearly 2 tons. Disappointed by its non-monster status, Leo scoffed. "Elves? Is this how you elves look?" It is well known that druids cannot be captured as pets, thus their rarity is halved. A flicker of chagrin passed through the groundhog's eyes as it pivoted 90 degrees and plopped down, refusing to meet Leo's gaze. In a muffled tone, it declared, "I am an elven druid, and this is my dire bear form." "Are you certain it's a dire bear?" Leo queried incredulously. A deal. Bear." Freya reiterated each word with fierce emphasis. "Very well, dire bear druid. Where is your home? Would you like me to escort you back?" Leo, eager to avoid offending her, quickly sought to appease. Upon hearing this, Freya strained to lift her gaze toward the distant waterfall, her expression turning melancholic as she lamented, "I cannot return." Under Leo's watchful eye, the groundhog hesitated, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Was it a sorrowful history too painful to articulate? Indeed, many characters bear tragic backstories. Leo rose on his toes and gently stroked Freya's soft fur, offering consolation. "Then come to my home. I shall treat you to delicious food." Regardless of whether she was an elf, a dire bear, or a talking groundhog, the priority was to coax her back. Freya spun around suddenly, agile as a mouse, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What delicious food! Chapter 26. Freya, upon returning to the camp, the giant beast following Leo immediately caused a stir. Even the most robust snow bears of the North Ice River could not possibly grow to such a size. It was evidently a magical beast. In this world, magical creatures, much like the large predators of Earth, are not as abundant as depicted in literary works. They are equally a part of the food chain, and due to their superior strength, they occupy vast territories, rendering them even more rare. However, the primary reason for their scarcity lies in the presence of humankind. To adventurers, a magical beast embodies a treasure trove. The profits from hunting a single magical creature far exceed those from 10 large predators. Wherever news of beasts emerges, throngs of adventurers swarm to the location until the creatures are hunted to near extinction. At this point, not to mention ordinary beasts, even legendary dragons must seek refuge in volcanoes, snow-capped mountains, or retreat to desolate wildernesses thousands of miles away from human realms. As for common folk, their encounters with these creatures typically occur just before they become prey. To everyone's astonishment, the colossal beast that Leo brought back was even more timid than the villagers, perpetually shrinking behind him, as if wishing to burrow its head beneath his armpit to dare glance outside. Members of the militia and young men brandished their weapons, observing from a distance, too fearful to approach. Only a small mouse mustered the courage to scurry towards Leo, clutching his leg with curiosity as it scrutinized the giant groundhog. The 2 mice, one large and one small, stood before Leo, exchanging glances filled with trepidation and curiosity. Upon realizing that the villagers did not seem inclined to violence, Freya felt a sense of relief. Amid the gasps of the crowd, she stood upright, taking clumsy steps into the camp. Under Leo's guidance, Freya followed him to the central bonfire of the camp, where she beheld several large pots, her eyes lighting up instantly as she obediently squatted down, patiently awaiting her meal. Noticing Olivia's gaze filled with fear and inquiry, Leo waved his hand and commanded, "Add more food. I wish to treat my new friend to dinner." Olivia felt slightly reassured. At least it wasn't a matter of bringing her human meat. Glancing at the groundhog's size, she quietly inquired, "How much more?" "Just add another pot." "Oh," Olivia replied somewhat reluctantly, but complied nonetheless. Sitting beside Freya at the bonfire, Leo had to tilt his head back to the limit to see her face, prompting him to shift to a position a little farther away. "Can't you transform back into an elf? You're scaring the children." Freya, with a dejected tone, replied, "I can't help it. My teacher hasn't taught me the spell to revert." Leo, at a loss for words, queried, And where is your teacher? Where do you live? Freya pointed a paw towards the distant waterfall and responded forlornly. My home is on the cliff. I fell down accidentally and can't return. That's impossible. From such a height, even a gorilla would have flattened you. Freya huffed, I can fly. As she spoke, she puffed up her cheeks and proudly turned her back to Leo. Look, I have wings. From her back sprouted a pair of tiny, furry wings, identical to those of a small yellow duck. Leo stood there, astonished, and approached to poke at Freya's wings, which are so small they were almost invisible from the front. Can this thing actually fly? Freya became indignant, standing up and vigorously flapping her wings. With a determined leap, she crashed to the ground. The groundhog looked at Leo, eyes sparkling with anticipation for praise. Did you, perhaps, manage to fly? Leo asked uncertainly. I came crashing down. Freya, in a fit of anger, explained that the descent had slowed, which was why she had not met her demise. Well, you can fly. Leo covered his face with his hands, realizing that, under these circumstances, returning was not an option. Unexpectedly, Freya appeared unperturbed, confidently asserting, Do not worry. My teacher will come looking for me. Once he awakens, he will realize I have gone missing. How long does your teacher usually sleep? Leo inquired. My teacher said that mastering advanced transformation spells requires a thorough understanding of the various behaviors associated with different forms, which is why he hibernates every year. When spring arrives, he will awaken. Leo was about to ask another question, but Freya's attention had shifted to the food. In the center of the camp, there were 3 large cauldrons. One was an ancestral ceramic pot, and the other 2 were robust iron cauldrons forged by Julian. These cauldrons were not the half-moon-shaped ones typically found in rural China. Rather, they resembled large, flat-bottomed pots akin to those used in rice cookers, each capable of holding over 100 liters of food, ample to feed 100 people. However, not every meal was filled to capacity. Often, only 1 or 2 cauldrons would be used to prepare thick soups, accompanied by some dark bread, cassava, or similar fare, barely sufficing to fill the villagers' stomachs. Since the goblins' iron mine had been exchanged for grain, the camp's food supply had become abundant. Not only were all 3 cauldrons simmering at every meal, but the soups had also grown increasingly hearty. Olivia had even begun using precious wheat flour to make pancakes, providing additional nourishment for the village's laborers engaged in irrigation and logging. Such extravagance had once been unimaginable. The thought of daily pancakes made from wheat was something even the landowners could not afford. At this moment, in addition to the original 3 cauldrons, a 4th backup pot had been set up, filled with an array of ingredients and brought to a boil. As the village women responsible for cooking stirred continuously with pine wood sticks, enticing aromas began to waft throughout the camp. Freya, along with a group of children from the camp, united in their efforts to inhale the delectable scents, ensuring they did not escape and go to waste. Leo, unwilling to be left out, began to prepare live fish, eager to showcase his skills in grilling and steaming fish. Finally, dinner was ready. Olivia ladled a generous portion of thick soup into a large ceramic bowl and presented it before Freya with a warm smile. Freya modestly crouched, carefully cradling the bowl that seemed no larger than a teacup compared to her large head. With a tilt of her head, she gulped it down in one swift motion, then deftly licked the bottom clean with her tongue. She set the bowl down, gently nudging it towards Olivia with a claw, then settled down obediently. Delicious. A little mouse approached Freya's bowl, gazing enviously at its pristine state, even cleaner than before the porridge was served. Olivia watched in astonishment as Freya executed her actions with such grace, then hesitantly suggested, why not just use the pot directly? In that case, I shall not hold back. Freya joyfully shook her head, almost wishing to join the goblin pups in calling her mother. A pot of steaming, rich porridge settled in her stomach. Freya contentedly stroked the soft short fur on her belly with her forepaws, her gaze fixed upon Leo. Subsequently, amidst the anxious glances of Olivia and the flurry of Leo's playful jabs, Freya forcefully demonstrated her unique culinary prowess in consuming both steamed and roasted fish. She showcased her ability to devour a 1-meter-long black bread in a single bite, as well as her talent for chewing raw barley and cassava. With a swift motion, she lifted the lengthy steamed fish high above her head, tilting it back to fit the entire fish in her mouth, then gently tugged on the fish's head as she closed her lips. In an instant, only the fish head remained, along with the spine that connected to it. Amidst the astonished gasps of the children, Freya triumphantly tossed the exquisite fish skeleton into her mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing. The children exclaimed in awe, not merely at the quantity she consumed, but at the fact that she had fish to eat. Leo, unable to thwart Freya's audacious antics, watched her performance with great reluctance, feeling his status among the children challenged. Chapter 27. The mischievous child having feasted to their heart's content, the group sprawled languidly before the campfire, observing the village women tidying up the remnants of the meal under the fading rays of the sunset, while they awaited the encroaching night. In contrast, the other villagers did not share Leo and his companion's sense of leisure. After dinner, the veterans prepared to switch shifts with their patrolling comrades, while the militia diligently practiced their skills with javelins, slings, and sword and shield techniques. Youngsters aspiring to join the militia would gather to watch, summoning courage to approach and even endure a few hearty blows in the process. Meanwhile, a number of villagers busily fortified their tents, piling up collected stones, branches, and bark outside their small shelters, enhancing their safety and warmth. Many tents had undergone considerable modifications over time, evolving into semi-subterranean structures that not only shielded from wind and rain, but also ensured that during the next invasion by hostile forces, a stray spear or arrow would not pierce through, leaving its occupants exposed to the chill of the elements. At the highest point of the entire riverbend encampment, a large circle of stone foundations was gradually taking shape. This was the construction site of the Lord's Manor. This was not merely a grandiose ambition of Julian, seeking to create a marvel from the outset. The Lord's Manor served not only as the residence of the Lord, but also functioned as a simplified version of a castle, forming the heart of the northern village. It acted as the village court, where under the organization of the village chief, gatherings would occur regularly, resolving any disputes or injustices within its walls. Furthermore, it served as the village's granary, being the only two-story building in the small settlement, with its cellar and upper floor better equipped to store food and valuables. It also provided refuge for the villagers. Whenever faced with incursions from foreign tribes, wild beasts, or bandits, the elderly, women, and children would seek sanctuary within the Lord's Manor, closing the heavy doors and quietly awaiting the end of the conflict. In contrast, the villagers' own huts and small wooden doors offered little protection against the ravages of thieves and invaders. Regardless of the era or culture, the human yearning for a homeland is an intrinsic aspect of our nature. For the caravan to establish roots in the river bay, it must first construct a lordly mansion. Leo tended to the fire, preparing a meal, while absent-mindedly grooming the long black fur of a small mouse, straightening a stray strand atop her head. This is your receiving antenna, akin to a third eye or a third ear. It enhances your intelligence. Do you understand? The little mouse remained dazed under his ministrations, only to glance up and see the hair drooping again, hastily reaching out to smooth it down. Really? I want to do that too. Freya expressed her keen interest, lowering her head and stretching her forepaws to attempt straightening her short black fur. Unfortunately, her paws were too short to make any meaningful progress, and her hair was too brief to stand upright. That evening, Leo arranged for Freya to stay in the pigsty, to accommodate the 20 dog-headed pups. The pigsty had been expanded, resembling more of a stable, complete with elevated walls and a roof of branches to shield from wind and rain. The interior was lined with a thick layer of leaves and hay, and Olivia had even brought out some stored pelts to serve as bedding for the pups, ensuring that her adopted sons wouldn't freeze during the night. Curious, Freya stood outside the enclosure, observing the dense cluster of silly dog-headed pups, regarding Leo with a look of disdain. "Oh, you humans actually eat dog-headed creatures." Leo, uninterested in explaining, opened the door to let her in. "Why not give it a try? A little morsel is quite delectable." The pups, hearing their exchange, became alarmed, their faces contorting in fear, huddling together and whimpering. Freya squeezed in, sprawling on the ground, taking up a significant portion of the space. "Not bad," Leo remarked, watching Freya's sprawled posture with a bemused expression, too fatigued to offer any further commentary. Once they left the pigsty, Olivia caught Leo by the sleeve, angrily warning him, "Don't bring just anything home." When he had taken a little girl to raise in his tent, his companions joked that Leo was seeking a wife for himself. Although Olivia was initially irked by this, she ultimately conceded, recognizing that at least a life had been saved. Moreover, After cleaning the small mouse, she no longer resembled the filthy, mud-covered creature with a foul stench, gaunt and starved from consuming toxic insects and roots. Everyone appreciates a pretty little girl, and the mouse, as clumsy yet earnest attempts to endear herself, only endeared her further to Olivia. As for the dog-headed pups, they were quite the handful, eating and relieving themselves frequently. However, they appeared obedient and charming, often trailing behind her, calling out "Mama, Mama," in a delightful manner. Now, there was yet another mouth to feed, a hefty groundhog at that. Leo was picking his nose, and with a mischievous tone, he asked, "Which one do you find displeasing? Shall I have her sent away?" Olivia was momentarily at a loss, engulfed in a whirlwind of conflict and guilt. The following morning, while Leo remained lost in slumber, Olivia roused him with urgency. Furiously tugging at his ear, she exclaimed, Look at what you brought back. What is the matter?" Leo, bleary-eyed, was pulled out of his bed, hastily dressing as he followed her out of the camp. Outside, by the edge of the farmland, Freya sat despondently on the ridge, her massive frame appearing forlorn. Her head hung low, ears drooping, and her paws clasped against her belly. She was caked in mud, resembling a remorseful 4,000-pound husky. Before her lay the newly tilled farmland, now utterly transformed. The fields were riddled with gaping holes and depressions. The land, once plowed by the farmers, had been compacted even further. Villagers of all ages were diligently filling the pits and loosening the compacted earth again. They regarded the unfamiliar giant with trepidation, daring not to voice their grievances, thus silently bearing the burden of loss. Yet, this only deepened Freya's sense of guilt. Leo stared in shock at the devastation, a stray thought flitting through his mind. Fun fact, groundhogs are pests. What have you done? He questioned Freya in anger, wishing he could reach out and tug at her ear as well. Freya, feeling wronged, replied, "I just wanted to help." It turned out that before dawn, with boundless energy, Freya had awakened early. Possessing night vision, she beheld the expanse of farmland outside the camp, and, feeling guilty for consuming so much food, thought she should contribute in some way. Mimicking the farmers, she attempted to aerate the soil, but as she dug, her own weight compacted the ground behind her, causing her to flail around like a headless chicken, thus exacerbating the damage. By the time dawn broke, at least 2 acres of land had been ravaged by her antics. When the villagers discovered her, Freya had completely forgotten her initial intent, happily wallowing in the dirt of a hole she had dug. Internally, Leo labeled Freya as a troublesome child. However, he knew he could not scold her. What if she retaliated? Instead, he gestured for her to follow and said kindly, "Come with me. Have you eaten?" Freya sprang up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 28. The proper approach to groundhogs, leading the large groundhog away from the camp. They journeyed to the base of a slope on the northwest side of the River Bay Peninsula. This was the starting point for a water channel. Just 5 or 6 meters across the slope lay the upstream course of the Enzino River. Once the waterway was completed and this section of the slope was excavated, the river would flow seamlessly, traversing the peninsula and irrigating thousands of acres of land. At this moment, a channel over 500 meters in length had already emerged at the bottom of the slope. It was a trapezoidal waterway, approximately 2 meters wide at the top, 1 meter at the bottom, and 2 meters deep. The terrain of the Bay Peninsula is relatively gentle, thus facilitating the construction of canals. The elevated sections of the canal require merely a depth of 3 meters, while the lower areas necessitate only about 1 meter. The earth excavated can be utilized to raise the banks. Should Urian's planned canal be completed, it would connect the upper and lower reaches of the bay, effectively cleaving the peninsula into an island. By deepening the canal day by day, raising the embankments, and even erecting a wall alongside the waterway, the entire Bay Peninsula could be transformed into a secure agricultural haven. A few individuals patrolling would ensure that villagers no longer need to fear wild beasts from the forest attacking their homes or their crops being ravaged. However, the scale of this endeavor appears somewhat impractical given the current population, as Urian had originally planned based on 1,000 inhabitants. Thus, in the first phase, Urian only needs to excavate a 2-kilometer-long canal to connect several small lakes in the peninsula's center, draining excess water from the marshlands in the northern reclamation area. The geological composition of the peninsula is relatively soft, and while most of the channels can be compacted with yellow clay, certain sections have loose sediment that collapses upon contact with water, requiring reinforcement with gravel and branches. Consequently, the pace of construction has not been ideal. A workforce of 50 has toiled for an entire week, achieving only 500 meters of excavation. If this were a well-established small town with a lord possessing some financial means, Leo would already be researching cement formulations. Yet in the bay, the entire village lacks even a competent craftsman and is utterly impoverished, making do with whatever is at hand. Do you see? Can you continue digging from here all the way to the foot of that mountain? Leo asked, bringing Freya to the canal's end and pointing toward the distant mountain base. Digging holes? That's my forte, Freya replied, tentatively digging a few times before looking up at Leo to ensure he wouldn't scold her. Go on, keep going, Leo encouraged. Reassured, Freya threw herself onto the ground, her front paws swiftly excavating the earth before her. Whether the soil was dry and clay-like or soft and sandy, beneath her sharp claws it turned to mere plastic foam, effortlessly removed and pushed behind her with her hind paws. The canal extended visibly forward. Leo watched from the bank, beaming with joy. This was no mere pest. She resembled a veritable excavator. This was the proper way to unleash a groundhog. In the medieval era, I possess an excavator. In comparison to a machine, Freya resembled a harvester, her forepaws blurring as the hard earth and sedimentary rocks swiftly vanished before her, becoming debris that splashed behind her. Die, die, die. How delightful, Freya exclaimed, her tongue lolling and her features animated, resembling a spirited husky. By the time the villagers repairing the canal arrived, Freya had already excavated several dozen meters ahead. A group of individuals stood in astonished silence, gazing at a massive creature resembling a bear. Its back adorned with a line of black fur, emerging from the waterway, mud splattering against their faces as it was propelled 10 meters away. 50 of them, united in purpose and diligently organized, were tirelessly digging and chiseling. Yet their progress paled in comparison to that of this industrious groundhog. What are you all dawdling for? Get moving. Julian, who had come along, was the first to regain his composure and immediately chastised the able-bodied villagers, urging them to swiftly follow the groundhog, transporting the excess soil and reinforcing the canal walls before the icy underground water seeped in, preserving the fruits of their labor. Just last night, he pondered how to drive away this edible druid. Yet today, he only wished to offer her more sustenance. With satisfaction, Julian observed the fervent scene of labor, then approached Leo with his hands clasped behind his back, inquiring with a jovial tone, "My lad, where did you find this groundhog? Quite the capable creature, isn't she?" "It is a giant bear, a bear druid," Leo corrected him with a serious tone. Yes, indeed, a giant bear," Julian echoed enthusiastically, "as long as she is industrious. It matters not if you call her a giant bear or even a Totoro." Leo recounted his encounter with Freya, detailing with meticulous care the size, adornments, and armaments of the boarman. Despite Julian's usual appearance as a simple rural man, he was, in fact, an elite scout stationed at a wilderness outpost for 5 years, well-versed in the cultural practices and lifestyles of various alien tribes. From Leo's descriptions alone, Julian could roughly gauge the military strength and civilization level of this boarman tribe. Thus, the more details Leo provided, the more precise Julian's intelligence became. Upon finishing Leo's report, Julian instinctively maintained an air of control. But once he realized no one was paying attention, he let out a slight sigh, revealing a hint of gravity. "This is somewhat troublesome. This is no mere kobold." Thou, unwilling to relent, inquired, "How troublesome could it be? Relying solely on ourselves, we cannot manage." As they glanced at the approaching villagers, their conversation ceased, and they both turned their gaze towards the distant waterfall. With the addition of the excavator, the progress of the canal surged forward, so much so that even the 50 individuals responsible for transporting soil and constructing the canal walls struggled to keep pace with Freya's rhythm. However, this excavator possessed a unique personality. Upon encountering a tree root, it would gnaw at it for a taste, and when it unearthed a beautiful stone, it would pause to play with it. At times, it would simply lie down in the mud and fall asleep. What could they do? They could only keep promising her delectable treats. By the end of the morning, Leo had already promised all the camp's provisions to Freya. They had dug their way down to the foot of a small rocky hill, which extended as a ridge into the peninsula for several hundred meters, obstructing the waterway's path. Just as Leo was about to step forward to explain the next steps to Freya, according to Julian's plan, the canal was to be built to this point, then adjust its direction along the ridge of the rocky hill, turning eastward at the foot of the mountain, winding around in a large circle before merging into a small lake situated south of the ridge. Undoubtedly, this would significantly extend the length of the aqueduct. However, the current excavation team lacks the capability to tunnel through the Rocky Mountains. Attempting to breach this ridge and construct a stone tunnel is evidently an irrational endeavor. Unexpectedly, the exuberant groundhog, upon reaching the base of the stone wall, showed no signs of halting. She leaned against the rocky facade, clumsily extending a claw to trace a circular pattern upon the surface, then gently prodded the seam of the circle with her paws. The once formidable stone wall crumbled beneath her claws as if it were mere snow, and under the immense pressure, the center of the circle fractured, sending large shards tumbling down and revealing a basin-sized opening. Following this aperture, Freya tirelessly expanded its area and depth in less than 5 minutes. Her head had already penetrated the stone wall. What an invincible tunneling machine! Leo watched in genuine envy. Chapter 29. The Boorman tribe while Freya was busy excavating. Leo returned to the camp to instruct Olivia to prepare more large flatbreads for Freya. Such a valuable helper should not be dismissed with a mere bowl of porridge. She deserved something substantial. What? Cheese in the baked flatbreads? Olivia exclaimed in exasperation. There's no cheese. No cheese? Then what is this? Seizing the moment while Olivia was distracted, Leo peered into the cart and expertly lifted a small wooden barrel. Oh, what's this? Pine nuts? Sprinkle some. Almonds? Sprinkle some. He held off Olivia's frantic attempts to reclaim her treasures with one hand while rummaging through the cart with the other, unearthing Olivia's hidden provisions. Anything that exuded a delightful aroma was fair game, concerned that if he were absent, this mischievous child would indulge in chaos. Leo felt compelled to return to the construction site to keep watch. Upon his return, he found Freya had indeed ceased her labors, standing on the bank of the aqueduct, gazing vacantly across the waterway. Opposite the aqueduct was a large gathering of goblins, with a particularly conspicuous black and white goblin named Fizar among them. These goblins were transporting iron ore, and the aqueduct was their necessary passage. After the initial frenzy, the quantity of iron ore being delivered by the goblins began to decline significantly. This was due in part to the dwindling supply of readily available ore in the Goblin Valley, much of which was of inferior quality. The current trade involved newly mined iron ore. Additionally, many goblins had ventured into the mines or gone hunting, resulting in fewer goblins available for transportation. Nevertheless, Fizar continued to lead his subordinates daily, delivering 2 loads of iron ore to the riverside camp in exchange for provisions. Food was perpetually scarce. According to the tribal customs of the goblins, the elderly, weak, and children received less than 1/3 of what an adult goblin consumed, while the adult goblins were satiated. The vulnerable remained hungry. As the transporting goblins approached the newly opened aqueduct, they were startled to behold a colossal beast, halting in fear at a distance. Regardless of Urian's explanations, they dared not cross the channel. Freya also discovered this group of goblins. She dared not descend into the channel to work, fearing that these goblins might leap upon her and nip at her behind. "Let us go back and have a meal," Leo called out to Freya upon noticing her trepidation. At the sound of meal, Freya's 2 short ears perked up immediately. She paid no further heed to the goblins and dashed off to the camp with a lively gait. Once Freya had run a considerable distance, the goblins finally felt emboldened to step onto the makeshift wooden bridge spanning the waterway. Leo, with warmth, beckoned to Fisha. "Would you care to join us for a bite?" The goblin hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Through their regular exchanges over the past few days, Fisha had grown quite familiar with the human encampment. Unlike her kin, who remained wary and reluctant to engage in extensive communication with humans, Fisha exhibited remarkable boldness, possessing a notable flair for languages and an aptitude for interaction. During this period, she not only facilitated iron ore trades with humans outside the River Bay encampment, but also ventured into the camp with audacity to check on the well-being of her goblin offspring. On one occasion, at Olivia's invitation, she even stayed at the camp to partake in a few meals. Upon returning to the camp, Freya, who had arrived earlier, was happily munching on a large barley cake made especially for her. The substantial cake, roughly the size of a pot lid, was sprinkled with pine nuts, dried dates, and almonds, exuding the aroma of freshly baked bread. She had 3 of these delightful cakes. A group of children at the camp were drawn to her, their mouths watering as they gazed longingly at Freya. Olivia, anticipating this, had prepared the leftover scraps of the baked cakes to distribute among the children, while also delivering a gentle admonishment. Each person gathered around the campfire received a cake the size of a human head. Even without any additional ingredients, these wheat cakes, mixed with a generous amount of bran, were far more palatable than the sour and difficult-to-swallow rye bread. As Leo chewed on his cake, he inquired of Fisha, "What do you know about the boar people across the river?" Freya was happily wagging her tail and savoring her cake when Fisha paused. Taking a moment to formulate her thoughts, the boar people are very strong and quite fearsome. There are a great many of them across the river. The goblins do not cross. In the span of just a week, Fish's command of the common tongue had noticeably improved. Through her narration, Leo gained a deeper understanding of the boar people across the river. The opposite bank of the Anzino River, known as the Pine Plains, once the site of the Wolf Drive, hosts several boar tribes, with a near settlement located about 30 miles away in a rocky, hilly area. This particular boar tribe comprises approximately 200 members, a third of whom are boar warriors, while the remainder consists mainly of hunters, with only a few elderly or infirm. Due to the considerable distance, which exceeds the hunting range of the boar people, conflicts between Fish's goblin tribe and the boar people are relatively scarce. Only during the annual maturation of pine nuts do the dog-headed people secretly traverse the river to the opposite pine forest for gathering, and during this time, they occasionally fall prey to the wild boar people, losing 7 or 8 dogs. Such minimal casualties are inconsequential to the dog-headed people, and thus, these years have been relatively peaceful. In contrast, the wild folk tribe beneath the great waterfall frequently engages in combat with the wild boar people, with the paths leading into the wild folk territory adorned with the skulls of their foes. Leo had previously heard Julian discuss the social structure of the wild boar people. In a wild boar tribe, there is typically a single leader, either a chieftain or shaman. Beneath the leader are the most elite wild boar warriors, followed by hunters, and finally, the elderly and infirm. Much like the majority of savage tribes, the hierarchy within the wild boar tribe is rigid, most visibly demonstrated in the distribution of food. The warriors of the wild boar tribe receive a full ration of sustenance, and due to their ample provisions, prolonged combat, pillaging, and hunting, they grow tall and robust, possessing individual strength that surpasses even that of the northern folk. If one considers only physical attributes, the wild boar warriors are comparable to the elite heavy infantry of the Empire, reaching the standard of Tier 3 soldiers. Equipped with the tribe's finest fur armor and wielding primitive heavy weaponry, they carry crossbows and tame wild boars. A hunting party of 10 wild boar warriors can dominate the wilderness. Below the warriors are the wild boar hunters, comprised of the less powerful wild boar individuals. Female wild boars and injured warriors, dressed in the remnants of the warriors' worn armor and armed with crossbows, one-handed hammers, and bone spears. They are typically tasked with gathering food, hunting small beasts, and guarding the lair, and may also provide cover fire during collective battles, sometimes even serving as cannon fodder. Due to receiving only half the rations of the wild boar warriors, they appear considerably smaller in stature, although they remain stout compared to humans. They weigh a third less than the wild boar warriors. The next tier, the elderly and infirm, receive merely half of what an adult wild boar would consume, equating to a quarter of the warrior's rations, existing in a state of barely staving off starvation. Most barbaric tribes adhere to or closely resemble such a food distribution system, which may seem profoundly unjust, yet it ensures the tribe's combat efficacy in the wilderness. The wild boar people are notoriously savage, brutal, and combative, maintaining adversarial relations with nearly all other races, even among their kin. As omnivores, they consume virtually anything. Wherever a wild boar tribe establishes itself, no flora or fauna within a 30-mile radius can find peace. Chapter 30. Has Grandma also transcended? Are you saying that the wild folk tribe frequently clashes with the wild boar people? As Leo listened to Freya's account, he discovered the aspects that piqued his interest the most. The wild boar people are formidable. The wild folk are extraordinarily powerful, armed with longbows and invincible. In Fraser's eyes, admiration gleamed as she momentarily forgot about her meal, excitedly gesticulating with her paws. Meanwhile, Leo privately scoffed, reflecting that her initial desire to surrender was likely driven by a wish to seek refuge among the wild folk, hoping they would aid her in regaining her standing. Yet, Outwardly, he maintained a cordial demeanor, inquiring, "Could you introduce me to the leader of the wild tribe? We might discuss strategies to confront the Boer people." How does one swiftly forge a friendship? Certainly, by identifying a common adversary. In the wilderness, a straight-line distance of 30 miles is neither excessively far nor trivially close. Without the proper path, the actual distance could easily triple. However, given sufficient time, the Boer people would inevitably come knocking, and conflict between the two parties was unavoidable. The Boer people are not as easily deceived as the dog-headed folk. To put it differently, the Boer people lack the intellectual capacity for subterfuge, while one contemplates communication. Their sole focus is on how to consume you. They are utterly incapable of comprehending the common tongue. Fraser, the dog-headed individual, found herself in a quandary, as her relationship with the wild folk was far less amicable than Leo presumed. The wild folk regarded this dog-headed tribe much like rural villagers view a few dogs at the village entrance, neither particularly close nor overtly hostile. They trade iron or only once every month or two, and on good days, they might offer some minor assistance. Ultimately, it is a matter of power imbalance. The wild folk do not take the dog-headed tribe seriously, permitting their existence merely as a front or shield. Reflecting on Leo's expedition against the dog-headed tribe, one wonders if the wild folk remained entirely uninformed. Perhaps they were observing from the shadows, biding their time. At that moment, the ever-busy Olivia approached, noticing the little mouse with crumbs all over its face, promptly seizing a towel and playfully wiping it clean. Nearby, Freya, witnessing this, eagerly leaned in, nestling her massive head into Olivia's embrace, squinting her eyes in anticipation of service. This hefty groundhog had been easily tamed by Olivia after just 2 meals. She was more beloved than even Freya's own mother. Leo would wager that if both he and Olivia fell into water, Freya would undoubtedly rescue Olivia first. Olivia, however, did not share Freya's affable nature. She remained somewhat apprehensive of the colossal beast. Yet, seeing Freya's submissive and harmless demeanor, she mustered her courage and delicately wiped the groundhog's head, removing the crumbs. Taking a step closer, Olivia locked eyes with Fraser, who also bore remnants of food on her face. After a moment's hesitation, Olivia could not resist. She playfully slapped the towel atop Fraser's head, wiping her clean in one swift motion. Fraser, resembling a kitsune from the realms of World of Warcraft, stood dazed, bewildered by this unexpected display of maternal affection. Leo stared blankly at Olivia as she executed a series of fluid movements, almost doubting his senses as if his grandmother had somehow inhabited Olivia's form. After enjoying her flatbread, Freya, in high spirits, reclined by the campfire, comfortably stroking her belly, and turned to Leo, saying, "Would you like to visit the village beneath the waterfall? I can take you there." "You?" Leo was taken aback. "Have you spent time there?" He soon deduced the humorous implication. "Did they kick you out for eating too much?" "Umph, I did eat a lot, but I wasn't kicked out," Freya retorted, indignantly swinging her little legs. "I left of my own accord." "Why?" "Because," Freya replied, unhappily. "Because they were too good to me." Leo was left speechless. "They were too good to you, so you ran away? What kind of logic is that? Should I beat you every other day to keep you around?" "Oh, you'll understand once you go." Freya dismissed the conversation, laboriously turning her body to present her ample backside to Leo, signaling her unwillingness to continue. The campfire where Leo sat stood out for its surreal quality, typically deterring other villagers from approaching. Most gathered around other fires to eat, casting distant glances their way. When Olivia walked over, several peers immediately gathered to whisper among themselves. "That groundhog is enormous." One exclaimed, "Its voice is so adorable, it sounds like it's under 10. The little mouse is the prettiest, but doesn't talk much, right? It seems a bit dim-witted. I think that dog-headed fellow is the smartest. He greeted me last time." As the chatter continued, someone made a startling observation. "Don't you think Leo has too many friends? A little mouse that seems daft, a gigantic groundhog acting like a husky, and a mature, composed husky. All female. Olivia, you better keep a close eye on Leo." Olivia turned to regard the peculiar scene by the campfire that starkly contrasted with the village's ambience, chuckling. "What are you all worried about? Afraid Leo will start a circus?" Agatha, the widow with the most experience, grasped Olivia's hand and spoke earnestly. "When a man has been single for too long, he begins to see even a donkey is handsome. Leo sleeps every day with that little mouse. It may seem harmless now, But what if the mouse grows up in a couple of years? Olivia shook her head. That thick-headed Leo, what could he possibly be thinking? That was in the past. Leo has wised up. Do you see him still as that foolish, bumbling lad? Agatha gazed at Leo with a hint of nostalgia, recalling how he once snuck in her bed at night just to steal her pig. What a waste of all that muscle. Olivia observed Leo in silence, his mind entirely occupied with his grand ambitions of conquest, oblivious to the romantic entanglements around him. He convened a brief meeting with Julian and several leaders of the camp, finalizing certain details for negotiations with the wild men. The following day, accompanied by Freya, Faye, and gifts, they set forth once more towards the great waterfall. Initially, Faye was reluctant to join. However, she found herself unable to resist Leo's persuasive rhetoric and reluctantly agreed to accompany them. Concepts of shared enmity, united fronts, and the expulsion of savagery in pursuit of civilization echoed in her ears, burdening Faye with a historical mission her kin should not have to bear. Bringing Faye along was not without reason, as Leo understood the wild men were not easily placated. A moment of displeasure could lead to a sudden arrow that might send Leo away from their territory. When life and death were at stake, Leo naturally wished to be surrounded by as many acquaintances among the wild men as possible, even if it meant preparing for a confrontation. Should the opposing party see familiar faces among Leo's group, the likelihood of a skirmish would diminish. Chapter 31. The Wild Men tribe departing from the River Bay Peninsula, the trio ventured upstream along the river. Just the day before, Freya had tirelessly excavated a water channel for an entire day, demonstrating no signs of fatigue despite the labor of 100 able-bodied workers. She leaped into the frigid pool with exuberance, startling the small fish lurking within, and devoured them as a snack. Moments later, she embraced a large tree, shaking it vigorously in hopes of dislodging any squirrels or foxes hiding above. Observing Leo carry a wooden crate at the forefront, Freya suddenly felt a pang of jealousy towards the box and deliberately flopped onto the ground. "Oh no, I've fallen," she exclaimed, raising her short, stout paws towards Leo. "Ouch, I need a hug." When Leo did not respond, she reluctantly rose and continued to follow. Faye watched Freya darting about, her massive form moving erratically, and couldn't help but feel envious. With such stature, such strength, and that luxurious coat, wouldn't one be fearless even in the wilderness? Why, she pondered, was it that fate favored the other husky so uniquely? As they arrived at the massive rock where they had previously encountered the wild hunters, Leo set down the crate and paused. "Why have we stopped?" Faye inquired. "We shall wait here," Leo replied, surveying the surrounding forest in search of the wild men's presence. Before long, the trio heard a sharp whistle in the distance, followed by several echoes of whistles resonating around the riverbank. Leo discerned that this was the wild men exchanging messages, likely confirming whether any military forces were trailing them. According to the laws and beliefs of the Empire, the wild men held a status akin to that of foreign races, regarded as even lower than slaves, devoid of any human rights. The act of killing a wild man or foreigner was deemed no different from slaying a beast and did not violate imperial law. Capturing wild men and foreigners for the purpose of slave trading was, within the Empire, a lawful profession. Even many frontier knights, supported by familial martial prowess, often resort to one of the most cunning methods of territorial expansion: the eradication and expulsion of the indigenous populace, seizing their villages and farmlands, and capturing inhabitants, thereby circumventing the early stages of colonization. In such circumstances, the exposure of the indigenous villages poses a significant risk, as their xenophobia and conservatism are unavoidable. At that moment, atop a colossal boulder upstream, an indigenous hunter appeared, his wolf-like, icy gaze surveying a trio below on the riverbank. Leo recognized that this was not the same indigenous hunter he had encountered previously, yet the same ferocity and palpable aura of menace compelled him to suppress any frivolous thoughts. Surrender first, he resolved. Observing Leo with his hands raised high, the indigenous hunter lowered his longbow, coldly inquiring, "Is it just you?" His imperial tongue was somewhat awkward, yet far superior to that of the dog-headed creatures, and Leo understood him well enough. Leo glanced at the dog-headed creature and the groundhog beside him, both imitating his gesture, and nodded affirmatively. "It is just me." The indigenous hunter leaped down from the boulder and approached Leo, locking eyes with him for a full 10 seconds before bowing respectfully to Freya, addressing her as Master. Master? Leo looked at Freya, confusion etched on his face. Freya proudly patted her chest, explaining, Druid Master. That is me. Surprisingly, the indigenous hunter did not inquire about Leo's intentions, but instead gestured for them to follow him upstream along the river. Throughout the journey, the indigenous hunter maintained a silent demeanor, only breaking it during a brief rest to tell Freya, the villagers have missed you dearly. I have missed them too, Freya replied, somewhat bashfully. The arduous path seemed endless, the steep riverbanks stretching infinitely before them, as the group traversed deep ravines, scaled ridges, and navigated through canyons, covering at least 20 miles. Yet there were no true mountain trails. They followed the indigenous hunter, who expertly guided them through the more accessible woodlands. Without his guidance, outsiders would likely find themselves ensnared by sheer cliffs or deep gorges, or perhaps trapped in a headless canyon with no escape. In the final canyon, Leo beheld a stone wall across the stream, pockmarked with numerous hollowed cavities, each filled with the skulls of various beasts and foreign creatures. The wall appeared densely perforated, resembling a beehive, evoking the atmosphere of a horror film set, or perhaps a sacred site of a certain cult. Upon closer inspection, Leo noted that the skulls of boarmen constituted half of the collection. Judging by their size and formidable tusks, they were likely warriors of their kind. The weathering of some of the boarmen's skulls suggested that the conflict between the indigenous people and boarmen had been ongoing for quite some time. Having traversed this canyon, they finally encountered a path marked by human alterations, ascending a low peak where a breathtaking vista awaited. From atop the peak, a vast lake unfolded before them, at the far end of which cascaded a magnificent waterfall tumbling from a sheer precipice. The majestic waterfall at the source of the Anzino River, which typically hangs far above the horizon, now reveals itself before Rio after a trek of 20 to 30 miles through rugged terrain. Surrounding him, 4 low peaks rise like a crown around the grand waterfall, creating a basin that captures the rushing river waters, forming a vast lake nestled between these hills and the imposing cliffs. The surface of this immense lake sits at least 1,000 meters higher than the River Bay Peninsula and the Wolf Driving Plain, resembling a luminous pearl suspended in the sky. Overflowing, the lake's waters cascade through the valleys between the low peaks, creating numerous waterfalls that continue their descent, with some flowing into the Anzino River while others meander in different directions. From his vantage point atop the low peaks, Rio could easily behold the panoramic view of the River Bay Peninsula. In the distance, he could observe the villagers of the camp moving about like ants. A sense of trepidation gripped him. Despite his mental preparation, the complete exposure of the River Bay camp to the gaze of the wild tribesmen was unexpected. He felt akin to a fish in a small pond, believing himself to be well hidden, yet fully visible to those on the shore. In this light, Fraser S. assessment of the wild tribe seemed remarkably astute. They appeared to be a benevolent people. At the very least, they had not launched a surprise attack to seize their food and population before the River Bay camp had even settled. Many pioneers struggle for 5 to 10 years without achieving self-sufficiency, often succumbing to abandonment, largely due to the multitude of bandits in the vicinity. Within the basin formed by the 4 low peaks and the grand cliffs, alongside the vast lake, there lay a quaint village nestled against the mountains and waters. The lake's shores were adorned with expansive willows, and narrow fields had been cultivated, while wooden houses near the water's edge boasted corridors and piers extending into the lake, where small fishing boats were moored beneath the bridges. In essence, this was a tribe with limited farmland, primarily subsisting on fishing and hunting. It was a veritable utopia, seemingly existing only in Rio's imagination. Gazing at the lakeside village and listening to the distant roar of the waterfalls, he felt a pang of envy. Surely, the inhabitants here must find themselves susceptible to rheumatism. Chapter 32. The Elder of the Wild Tribe. As Rio and his companions descended from the low peak and approached the village, a considerable gathering awaited them at the entrance. Clearly, hidden wild hunters had notified the village in advance. Leading the assembly was an elder adorned with a crown of antlers and draped in a vibrant feather cloak. His face and exposed chest were marked by dark skin etched with an intricate tapestry of battle scars. With the encroachment of imperial culture, tattoos had gradually come to be regarded as a custom of the savages, and it had become rare for the northerners to adorn their faces, hands, or other prominent areas with ink. Even among those traditionalists of noble descent, family battle marks were typically inscribed on the back or chest, while the majority, like their southern counterparts, prefer to display them on robes and banners. Had it not been for the lingering essence of the original soul of Leo, one would surmise, merely by observing the elderly gentleman's deeply etched wrinkles and his mane of silver hair, that he had already traversed into his 70s or 80s. However, the experiences of the original Leo informed him that such an elder was, in truth, merely in his 50s. Much like Julian, a scruffy old man, whose actual age had yet to reach 40. In the wilderness, though, the age of 50 commands a certain respect. It signifies not only a revered status, but also the assurance of survival in advanced years, while concurrently indicating that in his youth, he must have been sufficiently formidable, having emerged from countless battles unscathed by severe disabilities. Aside from him, the majority of those who greeted Leo and his entourage were a collection of the elderly, the frail, women, and children. On the rooftops, stone walls, and watchtowers, strategic high points, stood a scattering of robust wild hunters, each brandishing a longbow. These hunters were tall and muscular, their forms imposing, adorned with thick, curly body hair, and their faces painted with mud. They donned wolf or bear helmets, cloaked in thick furs, and decorated with bone and the sharp teeth and claws of beasts, emanating an aura of fierceness and primal strength. Leo had heard from Julian that many wild tribes still adhered to the ancient rites of passage of the North, wherein they would cast their newly adult children into the wilderness. These wild hunters lived off the land, subsisting like beasts, until they fully acclimated to the wild and successfully hunted formidable creatures to demonstrate their valor, thus earning the right to return home. Each adult wild hunter was a remarkable warrior, honed in the crucible of the harsh wilderness. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, Leo would not dare to claim invincibility. In the realm of guerrilla warfare, he feared he would be turned into a sieve in mere moments. The original Leo had practiced archery, but his usual bow was a self-made soft bow of modest draw weight, suitable only for hunting rabbits and small deer. As for wolves and bears, the former would sense danger long before entering range, while the latter had thick hides and substantial flesh, rendering his small hunting bow ineffective against such formidable foes. It was not for lack of desire to wield a powerful hunting bow. Rather, he lacked the requisite skills in bow-making, relying solely on trial and error, often resulting in bows that were either easily snapped or lacking in accuracy, mere toys in comparison. In contrast, the wild hunters wielded longbows, nearly 200 pounds in draw weight, capable of felling a brown bear from several dozen paces. An untrained commoner would find it strenuous not only to draw the bowstring, but even hold a longbow in a single arm, let alone strike a pose. Unless absolutely necessary, Leo had no inclination to make enemies of the wild folk. Greetings, esteemed elder. Leo approached the gathering of villagers with alacrity, shedding any semblance of arrogance as he bowed deeply, speaking with utmost respect. His humble gesture momentarily caught the elder off guard, rendering him somewhat speechless. In the minds of the wild folk, the imperial frontier and the tribes of foreign lands were indistinguishable. Both had claimed territory through conquest, driving out or enslaving other peoples. In preparation for this meeting, he summoned all the hunters, intending to showcase the tribe's martial prowess to warn the outsider that they were not to be trifled with. He anticipated that the envoy or scout from the empire would arrogantly issue territorial proclamations, perhaps even coercing the village into paying taxes or rendering service. As a man who had lived for half a century, he had witnessed the gradual expansion of the imperial town of Eisenbor, where the burgeoning population spilled into the wilderness, and the frontier knights established settlements one after another at the foot of the mountains. In just 50 years, at least 10 new frontier territories had emerged along the banks of the Anzino River to the west of Eisenbor. Of course, there had been attempts at resistance. Over 20 years prior, the wildlings had gathered hunters from several tribes to plunder and burn the fledgling villages and lumberyards. However, the repercussions were dire, drawing the wrath of the Freylov family's knightly order, which, under the command of formidable awakened knights, sent well-equipped and battle-hardened imperial infantry, along with seasoned mercenary bands, into the wilderness to obliterate the wildling tribes and drive the survivors deeper into the forests. Now, they were ensconced in this basin, backed by majestic barriers and a great waterfall, with no retreat left. When the campfire at the river bend first flickered to life, The young wildling hunters had proposed a raid to frighten the intruders away. This notion echoed the sentiments of his youth. Yet each time the elder stood upon a low peak, watching the rising smoke from below, he pondered that the outcome would likely mirror that of the past. Violence may resolve immediate needs, yet it is not a sustainable path, he mused, adhering to the druid's way and increasingly adept at contemplation. You are well, my child. The demeanor of Leo influenced that of the elder, who, seeing the situation, revealed a gentle smile and responded kindly. Indeed, the initial communication was met with a welcoming smile. Leo felt a measure of relief in his heart as he opened the wooden box he had carried with him, saying, "This is a gift from our chieftain." In the northern villages and tribes, leaders were referred to as chieftains or elders. Titles such as lord, knight, or noble were customs imported from the south, which resonated with the wildlings as synonymous with adversaries. Referring to their leader as a chieftain sounded far more agreeable to their ears. Within the box lay 2 steel swords wrapped in oil-soaked linen, precisely the batch gifted by Sir Romon. These single-handed swords, crafted in the grand southern workshops, exhibited craftsmanship a century ahead of the north. Not only the wildling tribes, but even Isenbor's blacksmiths would struggle to forge such weapons. A fine sword, a splendid gift, the elder exclaimed, lifting one of the steel blades, testing its balance with a flick and expressing his admiration for the present, making a show of appreciation before accepting it. In the north, there was no custom of refusing gifts, as an appropriate reciprocation was always expected. The elder was momentarily troubled by the challenge of finding a suitable return gift. Upon exchanging a few words with Leo, the elder of the wild folk, known as Zulvin, turned his gaze towards Freya. The once benevolent and gentle expression on his face transformed into one of solemnity. After adjusting his feathered cloak and antler crown, he bowed slowly to Freya, performing a peculiar gesture of respect, and addressed her with reverence. Master Freya, in Chapter 33, titled The 80-Year-Old Child, Zulvin stood before Freya, who was awkwardly clutching her paws and lowered her head clumsily. Zulvin stepped aside, and immediately the elderly and weak, along with women and children, surged forward. Several elderly women, carrying food atop dry lotus leaves, raised them high above their heads in homage to Freya, subsequently placing the offerings respectfully before her. Some women and children followed suit, kneeling behind their elders, while a few mischievous wildling children bobbed their heads in worship, exchanging knowing glances with Freya. Freya stood stiffly, accepting the reverence of these druidic devotees. And it was the first time Leo witnessed her maintain her composure in the presence of food. Observing the scene, Leo began to comprehend why Freya had departed from this tribe. It was simply too stifling for her spirit to soar. Eventually, a young woman approached, cradling an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes, and gently placed the child before Freya. The infant lay asleep, its breath faint, and its complexion pallid. Freya fixed her gaze on the tiny being, resolutely shaking her head. "I do not consume children." Leo, standing nearby, could only offer a bemused suggestion. Might it be possible that they do not wish for you to eat the child, but rather to heal it? Upon hearing this, Freya exhaled in relief, a hint of disappointment flickering across her features as she nodded. She extended her front paw, beginning to gather energy, her fur standing on end as it gradually emanated a verdant glow. This green luminescence converged towards her outstretched paw, forming a sphere of light the size of a soccer ball. As she relaxed her grip, the glowing orb fell and impacted the wildling infant, bursting forth in a brilliant display. In an instant, the child's pallor was restored, and it opened its eyes, wailing loudly. The infant's mother, overcome with joy, embraced her child tightly, repeatedly bowing in gratitude towards Freya. Freya bent down and gently tapped the young mother on the forehead with her paw, prompting the woman to express her profound thanks before retreating. Leo stood in astonishment, having not anticipated that this seemingly clumsy groundhog possessed such remarkable abilities. This was indeed magic. Yet, it was understandable. After all, a druidic elf transforming into a bear would naturally be capable of performing rejuvenation or healing spells. Once the villagers dispersed, Leo couldn't help but whisper a teasing remark. Accepting the veneration of elders may shorten your lifespan. Freya wiped away non-existent sweat from her brow, having successfully cast a druidic spell, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment, making her lively demeanor return. Hearing Leo's jest, Freya placed her hands on her hips. "Elders, I'm 80 years old. You are 80? Leo exclaimed in disbelief. And yet you possess the intellect of an 8-year-old? With a proud puff of her ample belly, Freya offered an enlightening correction. The typical lifespan of an elf spans 800 years, you ignorant human child. Following Zorwin, Leo ventured deep into the village until they reached the Lord's grand residence. Before the imposing entrance, he beheld a 3-meter-tall statue, intricately carved from immense timber as thick as a person's embrace. Although its form closely resembled that of a colossal bear, the details of its head, claws, and teeth unmistakably revealed it to be a groundhog. This statue depicted a groundhog standing upright, its mouth agape in a ferocious roar. This is my mentor, the sovereign of the wild cult, the guardian of the forest, the grand druid, Bobuk Maramotus. Freya proudly introduced the statue to Leo, then pointed to herself. And I, the future sovereign of the wild cult, the future guardian of the forest, the future grand druid. Hee. The grandeur of her aspirations was indeed impressive, and Leo could not help but lavish her with praise. Such a remarkable teacher undoubtedly fosters equally remarkable disciples. Freya beamed with delight at his commendation. However, in her excitement, a bundle of lotus leaves she was holding tumbled to the ground, scattering its contents everywhere. In a flurry, she knelt down, her tongue darting out to lick up the fallen food. During a light-hearted exchange with the elder Zorwin, Leo learned of the origins of the groundhog statue. It turned out that Freya's mentor, the elven druid Bobuk, had visited the wolf-driving plains decades ago and had once aided this nomadic tribe. The northern realms have long been steeped in ancestral worship, sharing roots with the shamanistic doctrines of the beast tribes, and they do not exclude the elven druidic beliefs. The wilds in which the nomads thrived naturally aligned with the tenets of the wild cult. Hence, during Bobuk's stay in the wolf-driving plains, he imparted various druidic knowledge and philosophies, which the nomads revered as doctrine, leading to the emergence of numerous adherents over the decades. Of course, these followers were broadly devoted, like most inhabitants of the North, simultaneously venerating both the ancestral spirits of the shamanistic faith and the nature deities of druidism. The ability of the elven druids to shapeshift into beasts was, to them, a manifestation of divine power. When Freya descended from the heavens into the nomadic tribe, Zorin initially thought that Bobuk had returned, only to discover it was his disciple, Freya. So, you fell from the cliff while pilfering honey and were stung by bees? Leo expressed his bewilderment after hearing Zorwin's recounting, having initially presumed Freya harbored a tragic backstory. It turned out her predicament stemmed from sheer foolishness, a fact she seemed reluctant to divulge. Freya, with a hint of defensiveness and a pout of indignation, retorted, "My mentor has been in hibernation for 2 months without preparing food for me. I haven't eaten in 2 months. Those bees are utterly despicable. They stung my nostrils." Once settled in the Lord's residence, Leo carefully articulated his intentions. "I come as a neighbor to pay a visit with no ill will. The Riverbend camp is not a nightly frontier, merely a refuge for a group of homeless refugees, the only place we could find to settle. Surely you have observed that our military strength is not formidable. Even dealing with goblins proves to be a considerable challenge." Zorwin fixed his gaze upon Leo, his eyes seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul, seeking to unveil his true intentions. No one would reveal their weaknesses before negotiations. Even the weaker party, despite the vast disparity in strength, would strive to present themselves in the best possible light. Leo recounted the reasons and processes behind his village's migration to the Riverbend, meticulously narrating the turmoil and death along the banks of the Northern Ice River, as well as the tribulations faced during their journey, releasing the fragments of fear embedded within the original soul. Now, having finally settled the camp, they discovered the looming threat of the wild boar men. The wild boar men are a common enemy. If we unite to vanquish them, the survival of both our tribes will undoubtedly be more secure. Elder Zolwyn gazed at Leo and said, "Child, your sincerity has moved me. I am grateful that hardship could not destroy you. The Basakans welcome your arrival. However, we shall not join your battle." In the ancestral legends of the Northern Realms, the war god Tyr had 100 sons who spread across the north, forming 100 clans. Apart from the eldest, Odalov, and a few others, such as Freylov and Isharov, who later became renowned family names in the north, there were also descendants like Basaka and Lawad, revered as ancestors by many clans. Basaka, meaning warrior clad in bear skin. is the self-designation of the wild folk surrounding the wolf drive. Chapter 34. The situation why? Leo asked, somewhat perplexed. Isn't it better for your tribe to eliminate this threat and expand your living space? Child, the enemies of the wilderness are inexhaustible, Zolwyn replied earnestly. Once we drive away this tribe of wild boar men, a stronger foe will inevitably set its sights on this land, be it another wild boar tribe, werewolves, or the imperialists. Forcing a war will only result in mutual destruction, allowing a third party to benefit. What we can do is reduce their numbers, balance their strength, and maintain a state of equilibrium. Leo fell silent. Zolwyn's words held considerable wisdom. The diverse foes of the wolf drive extend beyond just the wild boar men. With multiple tribes of wild boars existing, engaging in battle would inevitably lead to casualties, and the number of wild folk is limited. Although the wild hunters are fierce, each one lost diminishes their ranks. What would happen if, after defeating the wild boar men, a werewolf tribe emerged? Even if the wilderness were entirely cleansed of its foreign entities, who would claim this land? Surely it would be the imperial pioneers rushing to occupy the wilderness. Any tribe of wild folk or foreign entity that grows powerful and dominates the wilderness ultimately meets the fate of being purged by imperial forces. Conversely, Zolwyn's small band of wild folk remains remote, concealed, and devoid of any significant resources, rendering them unworthy of attention from slave-hunting teams or mercenary bands. And certainly not a target for large military operations. They consciously control the number of their enemies by hunting the surrounding foreign entities, even allowing some smaller entities to survive, thereby creating a buffer zone around their territory to shield against the prying eyes of distant foes. They use their enemies to protect themselves. The wild folk have lived here for centuries and have developed their own means of survival. Elder, times have changed. Just as Zolwyn believed that Leo was about to concede, Leo spoke once more. He took a handful of sunflower seeds from the low table in front of him, scattering them across the surface. These belonged to the Besaker people. Then he grasped a handful of almonds, placing them beside the sunflower seeds, representative of the other tribes. Next, he took a handful of dried dates, laying them alongside the almonds, symbolizing the orcs. With a deliberate motion, he pushed the dates, causing them to press against the sunflower seeds and almonds, blending them together. The orcs had already begun their southward advance. Perhaps one day, the Empire would succeed in driving them back across the icy northern banks. But such an endeavor would not be accomplished in mere days. Would it take a year? Perhaps 3, 5, or even 10. The orcs were not merely raiding the human tribes. The other races of the wolf-driving plains, as well as the beasts, were equally displaced, migrating southward just like the humans. As long as the Empire could not expel the orcs, the myriad races of the wolf-driving plains would continue their inexorable advance southward. The strong would survive, while the weak would be eliminated, leading to a complete reshuffling of the powers in the wilderness of the wolf-driving plains. Perhaps in a year, or even half a year, the northern boar tribes could expand from 200 to 1,000, or they might be overtaken overnight by even more formidable races. Elder, are you prepared to face them? Zolwyn gazed at the dried fruits on the low table, pointing out the flaw in Leo's logic. Those sunflower seeds were not from Besaker, but rather from your people. Were they not? If the orcs truly advanced southward, and the races of the wolf-driving plains surged forth, the first to confront them would certainly not be the wild folk hiding beneath the great waterfall, but rather the river bend territory, blessed with fertile land and expansive forests. Is there a difference? In the face of the other races, we are all humans. If Riverbend falls, the Besaker will find themselves isolated and helpless, facing the same fate. After laying the groundwork, Leo finally articulated his true purpose for being there. My demands are modest. Riverbend will continuously absorb the influx of refugees and bolster its military strength, thereby withstanding the onslaught of the advancing races. Moreover, we have the support of Isambor. I simply hope that when the warriors of Riverbend confront the enemy's charge, the Besaker will be there to unleash their arrows, rather than watching with cold indifference. By then, the Besaker will remain the Besaker, Riverbend will remain Riverbend, and both will still be alive. Zolwyn regarded the dried fruits with an air of indifference. His half-century of survival wisdom rendered him impervious to the words of a young stranger, no matter how reasonable they might sound. Conditions must be substantiated before they could be deemed credible. The news of the orc southward movement had not been verified, and there were no clear signals of disturbance in the wilderness. Therefore, No matter how sincere Leo's words were, they remained open to debate. Observing this, Leo remained unperturbed. He had never anticipated that a few words would suffice to sway his counterpart. Establishing a connection, engaging in rational dialogue, and presenting the broader picture to the wild folk served to fulfill the purpose of his visit. As twilight descended rapidly upon the valley basin of the northern spring, Leo settled in for the night under the arrangements made by the wild folk after enjoying a fiery dinner filled with exotic flavors. That night, two wild maidens climbed into Leo's bed, one of whom appeared to be quite experienced. In the secluded wilderness, where the primitive tribes resided, devoid of external communication, the preservation of their lineage took precedence over any laws or morals. Some tribes near the empire dared to abduct women from nearby villages to ensure reproduction, while remote tribes, like the one beneath the Great Waterfall, were left to practice intermarriage among neighboring tribes or resort to consanguinity. Naturally, the wild folk could not afford to miss the opportunity presented by someone like Leo, a quality suitor delivered to their doorstep. To ensure a successful union, they even paired him with a maiden who had prior experience in childbirth. Leo, however, politely declined their advances. Although he was tempted, he could not bring himself to engage in such acts under the curious gazes of Freya and Frazar. Indeed, the three of them slept by the hearth in the Lord's great hall on a thick layer of fur, a privilege reserved for esteemed guests within the tribe. After spending a night among the wild folk, Leo departed the following morning. Before his departure, Elder Zulvin presented him with a yew longbow and a pouch of heavy arrows as a gesture of gratitude. Frazar, the ever-silent goblin, received a blanket crafted from bear fur, while Freya was showered with countless expressions of affection and wild delicacies. Despite being deeply touched, Freya ultimately chose to refuse their offerings, yearning instead for Olivia's delightful flatbreads. Upon reaching the summit of the hill, Freya stood at the edge of cliff, gazing down at the expansive Wolfbane Plain, where the Anzino River wound like a silver ribbon. Turning back to the majestic barrier that vanished into the clouds, she instructed Leo and Frazar to stand back, further away. Once they had retreated 10 meters, Freya took a deep breath and let out a piercing scream. The sharp, dolphin-like shriek resonated in the air, prompting Leo and Frazar, standing 10 meters behind her, to cover their ears. After a couple of cries, Freya joyfully exclaimed, "The teacher's ears are quite sharp. My voice can be heard from 100 miles away." Chapter 35. The Two Fools Beneath. Upon returning to the riverbend camp, Leo reported the outcomes of his expedition to Urien. "Not bad. At least we need not worry excessively about the wild folk encroaching upon us." Urien nodded, saying for now, focus on training the militia, gathering equipment, and enhancing vigilance across the river to prevent attacks from the wild boar men. "Yes, you must keep a close watch on the wild folk." "Understood," Leo agreed without dissent. Observing Leo's departing figure, Urien sighed. He is truly grown. Beside him, the elder Rutherf chuckled while knocking his pipe, teasing, "Why not hastily marry off your daughter to him? Secure those grandchildren sooner rather than later." His pipe long devoid of smoke, like all tobacco smokers in the north, Rutherf relied on his own cultivation. The tobacco he had brought from his homeland had been consumed long ago along the journey. "Impossible. What conditions does he possess to desire my precious daughter?" Urien shook his head and, noticing Ruzev's laughter, inquired, "If you had a daughter, would you dare let her marry this rascal?" "Certainly not. He is far too rascally." Ruzev shook his head repeatedly, as if to avoid a venomous snake. However, after a brief moment, Ruzev suddenly remarked, "Olivia is truly a fine girl. It would be a pity if she does not marry Leo." Aside from the hushed whispers of the old men in the camp, there were numerous matters concerning Leo. He needed to continue luring and coaxing the groundhogs to dig ditches with food, urging the militia to enhance their training, and rigorously addressing the issue of indiscriminate defecation throughout the camp. Particularly with regard to the latter, Leo even formed a Boy Scout troop, issuing orders that anyone caught defecating in or around the camp would receive a discreet poke in the rear with a stick. Consequently, the camp was often filled with the shouts of men and the screams of women. During militia training, Leo would draw his yew longbow and practice archery under the envious gazes of the militia. This 2-meter-long yew longbow, with a draw weight nearing 200 pounds, required even the naturally strong Leo to muster considerable strength to draw, while also being cautious to avoid straining his tendons. Thus, at first, he merely practiced drawing the string to strengthen his waist, only trying to shoot arrows once his body had acclimated to such a powerful bow. While this single longbow appeared simple, its construction was quite challenging. Achieving such a high draw weight while ensuring practicality demanded exponentially increasing standards for both material selection and craftsmanship. Even the yew trees abundant in the region were not all suitable for creating a longbow of such quality as the one in Leo's hands. Moreover, its energy conversion was not particularly efficient, ranking among the lowest of all bow types, relying solely on brute strength, thus placing significant demands on the archer's overall physical prowess. For someone like Leo, a robust young man standing at 1 meter 80, being a Tier 3 heavy infantryman was more than sufficient. However, to aspire to become a Tier 3 elite longbowman of the Empire, he would need to grow taller. When Yin observed Leo practicing archery, he would offer guidance. Although Yin was a sergeant of heavy infantry, the Wind God Fortress housed numerous elite longbowmen of the Empire, and he frequently witnessed their training. He possessed a longbow himself, though its draw weight was far less. Since his mobility had been impaired, this longbow had nonetheless brought down quite a number of game. The shooting posture and force application of longbowmen differed significantly from that of ordinary hunters. Without proper instruction, relying solely on self-exploration could lead to considerable detours. With Urian's guidance, Leo soon became adept at wielding the yew longbow, though reaching the standards of wild hunters or elite imperial longbowmen would still require time and practice. The incessant supply of iron ore from the dog-headed folk was exchanged for food through a small fishing boat provided by the Petahov family at Isenpal, temporarily alleviating the camp's food shortages. Furthermore, Freya's presence liberated a substantial amount of labor. She excelled not only at digging ditches, but could tackle any heavy labor that humans found difficult. With a headbutt, she could shatter boulders weighing several tons and then roll the massive stones around as if they were mere snowballs. The Lord's grand residence initially envisioned a 3-foot stone foundation, but it was stubbornly elevated to a height of 2 meters. This whimsical alteration, devoid of vigilant oversight, posed a risk of calamity at any moment. Seizing the opportunity, Julian crafted a batch of shields and expanded the militia to 50 members. Lacking surplus, standardized weaponry, the newly recruited militiamen retained their customary single-handed axes and short spears, with an additional 50 able-bodied youths selected as reserves to train alongside the militia. As the camp's food supply stabilized, Olivia, under Julian's guidance, endeavored to provide the villagers with additional rations. The villagers' vitality visibly improved, no longer resembling the emaciated figures they had been upon their arrival at the river bend. Many young villagers, after a day's toil, were brimming with energy in the evenings, rather than engaging in brawls or harassing women. It would be more prudent to teach them the art of true combat. Each evening, hundreds of militiamen and reserves assembled on the riverbank for drills, creating an imposing presence that offered the populace a sense of security. In the past, when Leo was at the camp, the little mouse would cling closely to him, never straying far. In his absence, she would shadow Olivia, assisting her diligently. Influenced by Leo and Olivia, the other village children grew less averse to the little mouse. During playtime, they would no longer scold or shoo her away when she quietly approached, opting instead to ignore her. Yet, she remained the same timid creature, wary and fearful of unfamiliar things, often retreating to Leo's small tent in contemplation or venturing alone to the small pond to catch fish. Only when Leo teased her would she respond with a shy giggle. Now, although she still tucked away leftover bread beneath her blanket, she had ceased to hide in her clothes the porridge she could not finish. Upon Freya's arrival at the camp, the little mouse quickly befriended her, as they both served as Leo's faithful companions. Freya even offered to carry the little mouse and Olivia, along with Olivia's 26 adopted sons, into the oak grove to explore and drive out the malevolent goblins lurking there. Wait, why 26? Leo meticulously counted the goblin pups in their dwelling thrice, identifying a few clearly malnourished ones, then fixed his gaze on Freya, questioning, "Are you certain you haven't thrown any more sons in there?" The husky, who had come to protest the groundhog's mischief, averted her gaze and hesitated before weakly retorting, "They followed us on their own." Summoning her courage, she then asked, "You mentioned that adult goblins could come to camp, right? Of course, let them come, but only those who work will eat." Leo, indifferent to the matter, knew that whether they arrived to be slain or soothed, it was Julian's responsibility. The camp's labor force remained woefully inadequate, with much to be accomplished and a pressing need for hands in every endeavor. Even if they're goblins, if they are capable of labor, it is not entirely unfeasible. Fraser's eyes gleamed as he began to ponder the potential endeavors of his canine companions. Chapter 36. The Goblin Blacksmith Beside the Lord's Grand Hall. The bald giant Valerie was engaged with several others in constructing a furnace against the outer wall of the hall. This furnace towered impressively, reaching a height of nearly 3 meters, resembling a colossal water bottle. Meanwhile, the leaders Yulian and Ruthov stood nearby, gesturing excitedly. Leo approached, observing the peculiar contraption before him, and inquired, "What is this?" "This is a smelting furnace. I presume you have never encountered one before?" Yulian replied with an air of pride, taking the opportunity to educate the younger generation. "This is a splendid creation." In his youth, Valerie served as an apprentice blacksmith for 5 years, so he possesses at least a modicum of blacksmithing knowledge. If we can restore this furnace to functionality, we shall be able to smelt the iron or the goblins bring us into ingots. Leo found himself equally exhilarated. In Istanbul, the price of qualified pig iron ingots is more than 5 times that of iron or of equivalent weight. This implies that once the furnace is operational, the goblin's iron ore could be resold for 3-fold its original value. However, this is contingent upon its usability. Leo held little hope for a furnace repaired by an apprentice blacksmith. His disdain was evident. After 5 years, still just an apprentice? Yulian and the other leaders chuckled dismissively, disregarding Leo's naivety. Being a blacksmith is no simple task. In the north, blacksmithing is regarded as a prestigious profession, with the techniques and formulas of metallurgy being closely guarded secrets. For a rural lad like him, if his master refuses to impart knowledge, he may toil a lifetime and remain merely an apprentice. In Valerie's youth, he spent 3 years at a blacksmith shop operating the bellows, chopping wood, forging charcoal, and performing menial tasks before he was finally permitted to wield a heavy hammer. After 5 years, he had merely gained the ability to independently cast iron ingots. As for the craft of forging, he received no instruction from his master, relying solely on observation and trial and error. In a blacksmith shop, there are typically 5 or 6 apprentices like him. Those who linger long enough may acquire some skills, able to craft simple tools or nails, but to inherit the title of blacksmith is a rarity, unless the master bequeaths it due to having no sons. In his 6th year, the old blacksmith accepted the Lord's summons to forge weapons and armor for the Lord's army. It was an opportunity for advancement, yet he did not take Valerie along. Valerie, resourceful in his own right, did not complete his blacksmith training and instead turned to carpentry and stonemasonry. Now he possesses a diverse skill set, making him the most competent craftsman in the village. The villagers, who toil in the fields, dare to construct a grand hall of several hundred square meters, largely due to his expertise. Greatly intrigued, Leo and the others gathered around the primitive smelting furnace, ultimately unable to offer any constructive input. While Leo could regale the villagers with tales of the various techniques and history of iron smelting, he found himself at a loss for specifics. As he observed, Leo suddenly remarked, "Do the goblins not possess a blacksmith? Why not bring one over to exchange experiences and learn from each other? Perhaps in the future we won't need to purchase farming tools and can create them ourselves." Yulian clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Indeed. Then why aren't you hastening to go?" Leo retorted with reluctance, "If you won't go, who will? Among the goblins, you are the most familiar and they respect you the most. My words carry little weight. Didn't you say last time that if you camped outside the lavatory 3 times in a row, you could summon the goblin strategist? Why can't the goblin blacksmith do the same?" Leo questioned, puzzled. Would I ever say that? With the urging of Yulian and several leaders, Leo reluctantly set off. Approaching the oak grove, Freya, who was digging ditches, also abandoned her work and clamored to join. The Goblin Valley was not far. A clear path had formed on the hillside, leading directly to the River Bend camp due to the continuous passage of the goblin mining teams. The goblins spotted Leo and Freya from a distance, barking in alarm, some turning back to inform the valley, while others raised their weapons, attempting to fend off the intruders. However, as Leo and Freya drew closer, the goblin sentries sheepishly concealed their weapons behind their backs, resembling a group of remorseful schoolchildren. In the valley, the elderly and weak goblins gazed in terror at the colossal groundhog, some even scampering away in fright, fearing that the beast had come to devour them. Finding it amusing, Freya deliberately stood up, baring her teeth and intimidating the nearby goblins. Leo was quite pleased with this situation. A measured display of strength could better ensure peace and dispel any unwarranted intentions. However, he also keenly noted that many goblins had upgraded their equipment. After several battles with the River Bend camp, the goblin tribe's warriors had significantly dwindled, with the current main force comprised of leaner adult goblins. These adult goblins wielded small shields fashioned from bark or wooden planks in one hand, while the other held a short spear or iron pickaxe, with a pouch tied at their waist containing stones the size of eggs. A few goblin warriors even carried 3 or 4 short spears on their backs. Almost every goblin was equipped with a sling. They resembled a makeshift militia of the River Bend inhabitants. Although they were intimidated by Freya and dare not approach, they instinctively grouped together at a distance, forming a defensive shield formation. Previously, while the goblins had numbers, they lacked discipline, and even an outsider like Leo could see they would crumble under a single blow. Remarkably, this husky, named Fiza, appearing a bit foolish, had managed to organize the goblin tribe quite effectively in such a short time since taking the stage. It was as if she had fully mastered the art of governance. By the time Leo and Freya entered the valley, Fiza had arrived upon hearing the news. Familiar with both Leo and Freya from frequent visits to the River Bend camp, Fiza approached them with calmness, showing not a hint of anxiety. To her kin, this was extraordinary. They viewed their new leader as brave and formidable, truly a force to be reckoned with. As Leo awaited an explanation, Freya nodded with alacrity and said, "You may come." With that, she led Leo and Freya deep into the valley, directly to the iron smelting furnace of the lair. The goblins' smelting furnaces bore little resemblance to those of humans. They appeared as diminutive mounds, each less than a meter high. Among the 10 or so small mounds, half still emitted wisps of smoke, while a group of goblins diligently tended to the furnaces, using blowpipes to stoke the flames. One of the cooled mounds had been excavated, revealing 2 soot-covered goblins inside, searching for the smelted iron. These were tiny iron beads, resembling grains of sand, which were collected in ceramic jars. Once sufficient quantities were amassed, they would undergo a second heating to form blocks of sponge iron. To one side of the furnace, 4 robust goblins encircled 2 anvils, hammering rhythmically to shape the glowing sponge iron. An elder goblin, adorned with a headband woven from grass and draped in a cloak of feathers and leaves, danced nearby, offering prayers for the blacksmiths. Immersed in this scene, Leo felt as if he had been transported back to a primitive society. Freya spoke up, saying, "You may take one of our blacksmiths." Unlike other goblins, who regarded this rudimentary ironworking technique as a mystical art, Freya perceived it as a straightforward task devoid of complexity, thus deeming it unnecessary to conceal. Chapter 37. All are striving. Leo approached the 4 goblin blacksmiths and inquired, "Who among you is the most skilled at forging?" The goblins halted their work, staring blankly at Leo until he repeated his question. In unison, they pointed, directing their fingers towards Freya. Not only they, but the surrounding goblins also paused to point at Freya. An elderly goblin, speaking in a convoluted form of the imperial tongue, proclaimed, "Freya, the princess, is the most skilled, the very best." Leo, taken aback, asked, "You're the most skilled at forging?" Freya wagged her tail and replied, "A goblin chief must be either powerful or clever. I, the princess, possess both wisdom and strength. I can see and I can do." Although Freya was the daughter of the former goblin chief, the traditions of the goblin tribe dictated that her claim to leadership did not rank among the top 30. A goblin tribe does not have a single powerful chief. It also includes an exceptionally intelligent shaman, a blacksmith with a legacy of forging skills, and leaders of several hunting teams, comprising nearly a third of the goblin warriors. These individuals, possessing personal prowess and influence, far outweigh the importance of lineage. For Freya, a naturally disadvantaged female goblin, to ascend as the tribe's leader, she must undoubtedly excel beyond her counterparts. This was further facilitated by the circumstances at the River Bend camp, where the strongest goblin warriors had perished in numerous battles. The old shaman is utterly incapable of casting a fireball, merely a useless individual who can only teach the others to sing and dance. She did not mention that even the small earth mound was inspired by her visit to the wild tribes at the Great Waterfall. Originally, the dog-headed tribe lacked even a smelting furnace. It was merely a muddy pit where iron ore was crushed into powder, shaped into clay balls, and placed in a pit filled with charcoal, topped with a bonfire to burn for 3 days and nights. The success of producing iron beads was entirely left to fate. Merely adding an insulating clay mold to the earth mound doubled the likelihood of extracting iron. Furthermore, the iron tools crafted by the ingenious Faisa were the most robust and durable, making her the finest blacksmith in the den. Her linguistic talents were unparalleled, and her courage unmatched. She not only dared to trade with the wild tribes, but also engaged in negotiations with fearsome humans. She even organized a hunting party, learning human tactics and weaponry, ensuring that every dog-headed individual had a role to play. She even attempted to construct walls in the valley. Without such initiatives, how could the dog-headed tribe, which valued strength as a measure of status, allow a female dog-headed being with modest combat prowess to assume leadership? It is truly astonishing how clever you are, Leo thought, filled with genuine admiration for Faisa, devoid of any mockery. Faisa's performance was far from that of a mere dog-headed creature from a small tribe, and the significant transformation of the dog-headed valley was evident to Leo. This black-and-white dog-headed individual was clearly of a different breed than the golden-haired ones, exhibiting a vast disparity in intelligence. Even among the villagers of the riverside camp, few surpassed her intellect. After retrieving Freya, who had been frolicking and causing a ruckus in the dog-headed valley, Leo took along a dog-headed blacksmith. Choosing Faisa was out of the question. He relied on her cleverness to maintain the dog-headed tribe's governance, hoping to avoid the emergence of another mindless individual fixated on battling humans. The dog-headed blacksmith he brought back struggled to comprehend the imperial tongue, making communication with Valerie quite challenging. Moreover, had it not been for Faisa's soothing presence, this dog-headed creature, filled with animosity and fear towards humans, would have fled back to its den at any moment. However, there was no rush. They allowed the dog-headed individual to acclimate to the human environment, planning to communicate once the furnace was repaired. Leo was confident that after a few meals from the camp's kitchen, this dog-headed blacksmith would find it difficult to leave. This unfortunate dog-headed blacksmith could do little more than forge iron. The unfamiliar surroundings left him disoriented, sitting alone in the center of the camp at a loss. Olivia attempted to bring some dog-headed cubs before him, hoping to offer a bit of emotional solace. Yet the male dog-headed creature showed no interest in the cubs, even baring its teeth and emitting a low, threatening growl to drive them away. The cubs could only whimper back to find their mothers. Why is it that others traverse to another world and immediately encounter a dwarf master blacksmith, bowing their heads in reverence? Here, not even a ghost appears. The only half-hearted blacksmith can merely cast iron ingots, and one must go and capture a dog-headed blacksmith to fill the void. Why must I personally attend to every trivial matter? Leo murmured, resting his head upon Olivia's thigh. This alternate world he had traversed seemed excessively realistic. Olivia, accustomed to his ramblings, nonchalantly placed the ledger upon his forehead, diligently recording the day's transactions and expenditures. As she observed the ever-increasing figures in the ledger, a sense of joy enveloped her. The village's food supplies were sufficient for a month, and the forthcoming iron ore could be exchanged for various other commodities. 15 pounds of cheese, 10 pounds of nails, 2 spinning wheels, and 20 logging axes. In the distance, robust young men, under Valeri's command, collectively shouted, "Yo-hey, lift!" With the foundation of the Lord's manor completed, the first floor was beginning to take shape. Freya, returning from the excavation, was covered in mud, sprawled in the center of the camp, her 4 short limbs flailing wildly as she exclaimed, "I refuse to get up. I demand a hot bath." Listening to these sounds, Leo's troubles gradually dissipated. He realized he was not alone in his efforts. Everyone was striving for their homeland. As night fell, just as Leo was about to drift into slumber, he felt the tent flap lifted, and Olivia, clad only in a linen nightgown, slipped inside. The nightgown, worn thin from frequent washing, was as sheer as gossamer. The flickering firelight illuminated her exquisite figure, rendering her almost ethereal. "What are you doing?" Leo exclaimed, his eyes widening. Crawling beside him, due to the tent's cramped quarters, Olivia could only lie on her side, clutching Leo's arm. "I fear you may bully the little mouse. I am here to supervise you." "Supervise me? It seems you have wandered into the lion's den, seeking your own demise." With a swift motion, Leo rolled over, pinning Olivia beneath him. Despite bracing himself on his arms, he could still feel the softness of her form pressing against him. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, a sudden shriek from the little mouse broke the tension. A massive beast's head intruded into the tent. Out! Out! The three of them, 6 legs combined, strained against the groundhog's forehead, attempting to push it out. I, too, wish to reside in the tent, Freya insisted, firmly squeezing into the wobbling little tent. With a resounding crash, the poor tent finally succumbed to the weight and collapsed. Chapter 38. The battle after resting in the camp for a few days. Leo could no longer endure the monotony of life. He gathered his equipment and stealthily ventured once more into the wolf-driving plains across the river. In the now routine bay camp, each day was filled with strenuous labor, devoid of any novelty. Julian had no intention of sparing him. He was either herded to repair the dam or compelled to assist the young men in carrying beams. I, the future knight squire of noble status, should not be reduced to such menial toil, Leo declared as he hastily packed his belongings and made his escape at dawn. The terrain of the wolf-driving plain is not a mere expanse of flat land. It is characterized by numerous hills and mountains, particularly on the side adjacent to the majestic barrier mountain, where one can find ravines and deep gorges carved by the relentless flow of water. This land shall become their future sanctuary, yet it is on the verge of transforming into a battlefield against the wild boar people. Although the wild boar tribe has yet to locate the riverbend camp, this does not imply that they will remain oblivious indefinitely. With their strong territorial instincts and aggressive nature, the wild boar people will not idly observe the fortification of any neighboring race. Despite the fact that the wild folk have not consented to launch an assault on the wild boar tribe, Leo will not passively await their arrival, igniting the flames of war at riverbend camp. Thus, Leo must familiarize himself with the terrain in advance, seizing the advantage of time and place. Continuously ascending the nearby high points, he meticulously cataloged the landscape, and while outside the valley, Leo stumbled upon traces of the wild boar warriors. This location was already quite close to the Anzino River. If one were familiar with the way, it would take less than 2 hours to reach Riverbend. Stealthily approaching, Leo, from several hundred meters away, spotted a group of wild boar warriors appearing in the valley. Among them, 5 warriors were sheltered from the wind, resting around a campfire. Beside them lay 4 robust, single-horned wild boars. Surveying the area, Leo also observed 3 wild boar warriors, armed with crossbows, stationed at the valley's vantage point, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The scene suggested that this was a hunting outpost for the wild boar tribe. Estimating the distance to the nearest wild boar sentry, Leo drew out his longbow, preparing to sneak closer. A swift arrow, followed by a hasty retreat, was the thrill he sought. Just then, a faint whistle caught his attention. Turning cautiously, he spotted a bare-headed figure approximately 20 meters away. The figure raised its head, revealing a face adorned with a thick beard. It was a wild folk hunter. This hunter gestured for Leo to halt. Moving quietly towards him, Leo noticed that 2 more wild folk were lurking nearby. Their stealth skills were remarkable. Hidden amidst the trees, their brown bear or gray wolf pelts melded seamlessly with the pine needles and dried leaves, rendering them nearly invisible beyond 20 meters. The wild folk hunter raised his longbow, signaling Leo to follow, and then stealthily made his way towards the valley. Following the 3 wild folk hunters, Leo descended the slope, drawing nearer to the wild boar campfire. As they approached within 100 meters of the wild boar warriors, Leo suddenly heard the distant twang of a bowstring. The 3 sentinels atop the hill simultaneously fell, struck by arrows, rolling silently down into the valley. Before the wild boar warriors could react, the 3 wild folk hunters beside Leo swiftly knocked their arrows, sending 3 lethal projectiles whistling through the air, directly hitting 3 wild boar warriors. 2 of the heavy arrows penetrated the skull and chest of a wild boar warrior, the hefty iron tips emerging deformed from the opposite side. The final arrow struck the wild boar man only because of his swift reflexes as he managed to roll aside, resulting in the arrow merely piercing his palm. The boar man's robust hand, under the tremendous force, exploded, sending his fingers flying. Although the warrior narrowly escaped disaster, he emitted a harrowing scream, yet did not lose his fighting spirit. Instead, he swiftly retrieved his heavy weapon, dragging it with one hand, charging alongside his remaining comrades. Leo was left in awe. These wild hunters were akin to keyboard warriors from a past life, each capable of remarkable precision, Despite Leo's rigorous practice with the yew longbow, even with decent talent, he could barely ensure a hit within 50 meters, let alone achieve the remarkable feat of hitting targets at 100 meters. The wild hunters launched their assault without hesitation, their heavy arrows flying with fluid grace. 6 arrows rained down upon the wild boar warriors from all directions, nearly creating a deluge of projectiles. The remaining 3 boar warriors managed to charge forward a mere 10 meters, only to have time to fire their crossbow bolts before being pierced and tumbling forward like hedgehogs. Leo too loosed an arrow in haste, but whizzed past the boar warrior, disappearing into the forest. In the blink of an eye, an 8-man hunting party of wild boar men was completely decimated, leaving only 4 frenzied unicorn wild boars. The wild hunters were exceedingly adept at dealing with these unicorn boars. Before the beasts could draw near, they swiftly ascended the towering trees, clutching them tightly. Leo emulated their swift movements, climbing a sturdy tree. After scaling 5 or 6 meters, the entire tree suddenly shook violently, almost dislodging him. A powerful unicorn boar crashed into the tree, its nearly 1-foot-long horn embedding itself deep into the trunk. Remarkably, the boar seemed unfazed by the tremendous collision, struggling only to extricate its horn from the bark. Drawing his steel sword, Leo gripped it with both hands, blade pointed downwards, and leaped down. Utilizing the momentum of his descent, the sword plunged deeply into the boar's neck, almost piercing through entirely. Habitually, he twisted the sword and then pulled it aside. The boar's neck was severed, blood gushing forth as its struggles quickly diminished, then ceased entirely. The other 3 wild hunters switched to bone spears, collaborating to dispatch the remaining unicorn boars one by one. Once the battle concluded, the lead wild hunter approached Leo, glancing at the boar he had slain, then at Leo's sword, his eyes reflecting envy. "I am Bjorn," the wild hunter extended his right hand. "I have seen you before." "I am Leo." Leo promptly grasped Bjorn's arm in return, adhering to the traditional customs of the Northerners. "What brings you here?" Leo inquired, noting that although they were near the river bay, the great waterfall was still many miles away. "The number of wild boars is increasing. We need to eliminate some." Bjorn provided a brief response, seemingly aware of Leo's intentions, and remarked, "Not every battle proceeds as smoothly as this one. At times, we suffer significant casualties, especially in larger conflicts." Leo understood that while the wild men were adept archers, their armor and weaponry were rather primitive, whereas the boar warriors possessed immense strength, naturally overpowering the wild men. In close combat with the boar warriors, the wild men would find themselves at a disadvantage. If the numbers were in favor of the boar warriors, their commanders could direct the horned boars to charge, disrupting the wild men as shooting. Once engaged in melee, the wild men would inevitably retreat. Chapter 39. The plan in small-scale skirmishes such as this. The clashes never mirrored the cinematic exchanges of blows. Life and death were at stake, and both sides exerted their utmost effort. A single encounter determined fate. If the boar warriors were to assault a wild men as stronghold, the scenario would likely be no different. Leo discerned the gravity in Bjorn's words and promptly suggested, "If you find the boar warriors troublesome, you might consider my proposal." Riverbend could lend its support. Without hesitation, Bjorn declined, stating, "Elder Zulvin has his own considerations." Leo refrained from pressing further, wary of inciting discord among the wild men. As they conversed, the other wild men hunters were diligently clearing the battlefield. The heavy weaponry of the boar warriors weighed over 20 pounds, far too cumbersome for an ordinary human to wield, yet they could not be left unattended, so they were discarded into the stream. The remaining crossbows and leather armor were gathered for packing and transport. Bjorn gestured towards a horn boar at Leo's feet, saying, "This boar is your kill. Its carcass belongs to you, and you may take it." Leo glanced at the pile of crossbows and inquired, "May I exchange them for these weapons?" Bjorn turned to examine the crossbows and replied, "The Basarka people have no use for such rubbish. I can give them all to you." The wild men preferred their yew longbows, finding these crossbows difficult to manufacture and maintain. Bjorn intended to reclaim the metal and beast sinew from them. "How could I accept such generosity?" Leo rubbed his hands together, beaming with delight. His audacity was clearly advantageous. The craftsmanship of these crossbows was uncomplicated and rather crude. Leo estimated their effective range to be less than 50 meters, significantly inferior to standard equipment in all attributes. What high technology could one expect from an intellectually limited primitive tribe? Yet, they possessed their merits, notably their high draw weight, delivering far greater power than typical bows. A close-range shot could easily pierce an enemy's skull. If mass-produced and equipped for the militia, they would still serve as formidable weapons in the wilderness. Before departing, Bjorn, dragging a horn boar, turned back to say, although Elder Zulvin is reluctant to incite war, the Basarka and Boar people are arch-enemies. Should you engage the Boar warriors, the Basarka will willingly unleash their arrows. Leo waved goodbye with a smile, acknowledging I understand. Elder Zulvin, an adherent of the druidic path of balance, exerts an undeniable dominion over the wild tribes. However, this does not imply that all wildlings share his profound foresight. The wildling hunters, who have long battled on the front lines, inevitably suffer losses each year at the hands of the Boarmen, rendering it impossible to claim a lack of animosity. Nevertheless, the limited number of wildlings cannot withstand significant casualties. Thus, Zulvin's decisions are undoubtedly the most prudent. Yet if the militia of Riverbend could form a bulwark at the forefront, it would enable the wildling hunters to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows. Merely envisioning such a scene sent a thrill through Bjorn. Naturally, the wildlings harbor animosity towards the Imperials that is no less fierce than that towards foreign races. For them, Riverbend too poses a formidable threat. Collaborative warfare necessitates a period of observation and dialogue to cultivate sufficient trust. As Leo gazed upon the 600 or 700-pound unicorn boar, he found himself in a quandary. Discarding it was not an option. The impoverished Riverbend encampment could scarcely afford to waste such a substantial piece of meat. He proceeded to dissect the unicorn boar on sight, meticulously extracting its entrails and draining its blood to alleviate its weight. He then fashioned a rudimentary sled from some branches, enabling him to drag the beast over hills and valleys, making it back to the Riverbend encampment before nightfall. Upon witnessing the crossbow Leo had brought back, Yin and Valerie engaged in fervent discussion, shaking their heads in dismay. Difficult, very difficult. Not feasible, they lamented. Leo, incensed, retorted, such a simple contraption. You can't replicate it? They clarified that it wasn't a matter of inability, but rather one of mass production. A carpenter could take 10 days or more to craft a single one. And that was merely a subpar version. What a waste of time. Moreover, material quality posed a significant issue. If the materials were inadequate, the crossbow would disintegrate after a few shots, rendering it useless. Once the village was established and manpower sufficient, they could consider producing a batch, but for now, it was certainly unworkable. With bows and crossbows both deemed unviable, Leo's aspirations for firepower were dashed once more. In the ensuing days, Leo wandered the pine plains across the river, even daring to approach the stony hills inhabited by the Boarmen to observe their numbers and activities. Skirmishes between the wildlings and Boarmen frequently erupted, with the wildlings' strong bows and sharp arrows often prevailing. However, there were instances where wildling hunters were pursued and encircled by the Boarmen. He even witnessed a wildling hunter, unable to escape the Boarmen's ambush, being impaled upon a stake, left to dangle at one of the most contested hilltops of their conflict. This stark reality underscored Leo's preference to embark on solitary explorations rather than bring along members of the militia. Not every Riverbend militiaman possessed the agility to navigate the wilderness as he did. Even wildling hunters faltered at times, let alone farmers turned militiamen. In a direct confrontation with the Boarmen, it was likely that few would emerge unscathed. As Leo grew increasingly familiar with the terrain, a bold plan began to crystallize in his mind. Days later, he encountered wildling hunter Bjorn in a secluded river valley. The familiarity of these wild hunters with their homeland surpasses that of the outsider, Rio. Though they appear few in number, they seem omnipresent in the wilderness, serving as a deterrent to intruders. Bjorn brought forth good news. Elder Zulvin agreed to your proposal, provided that the Basakans would solely be responsible for archery. This was sufficient for Rio, who nodded in delight and inquired, if we engage in battle with the Boar people, how many of you can you muster? Bjorn gazed at Rio in silence for a considerable time before responding, 50 archers who will not partake in close combat. Rio was taken aback. It was astonishing that a small village of just over 100 could harbor so many wild hunters. How shall I contact you? He asked. Bjorn replied, when the battle commences, the Basakans will appear. Upon returning to the camp, Rio shared his plan with Yulian. Yulian shook his head repeatedly, expressing skepticism. Your plan seems utterly unfeasible. Is it not too perilous? Angered, Rio retorted, am I truly so unreliable? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Yulian, accustomed to banter, hesitated before pressing on. Even if you are dependable, can we truly trust these wild folk? Can we trust Freya? Trustworthiness must be tested, Rio asserted. Chapter 40. The joint operation begins. During dinner, Rio suddenly approached Freya with an air of flattery. What are you doing? Freya asked warily. He removed the small mouse that had been diligently grooming her fur and stated earnestly, Tell me, if someone bullies you, should you not retaliate? Without hesitation, Freya replied. You should tell the teacher. Rio coaxed her, but your teacher isn't here, is she? Those boar people are bullying you, and your teacher cannot help. Should you not fight back? Upon hearing this, Freya curled her plump body, her limbs drawn close, and with downcast eyes, she murmured, but, I'm just a weak little groundhog. Furious, Rio exclaimed, Are you not a mighty bear? You must stand tall. Freya bowed her head, refusing to speak, resembling a guilty schoolchild. I do not require you to fight. Merely, Rio revealed his plan. Can we not send someone else? How about you, little mouse? Freya struggled to decline. Just then her oversized flatbread was ready. Rio snatched the large flatbread from her, taking a huge bite, which accounted for a fraction of its entirety. Will you join me? I will, if it must be so. Freya hurriedly consented, holding her beloved flatbread, tears welling in her eyes at the sight of the small bite taken from it. After dinner, Rio gathered 50 militiamen from Riverbend, articulating his plan in detail. The militiamen had long been aware of the existence of the Boar people, and their recent training had primarily focused on them as the hypothetical adversary. However, the sudden call for an offensive strategy left them hesitant and apprehensive. They were not hardened brigands by nature, but rather a group of farmers who had not yet laid down their hoes. Were it not for the relentless training and guidance of Yulian and Leo, they might not have even dared to confront the goblins. Although Leo had exaggerated the threat posed by the Boar men, the ordinary militia was reluctant to face them without first-hand experience. Trust me, as long as you follow my orders, this battle will not be perilous. Consider it a practical training exercise. If we succeed, there will be meat for every meal, Leo ardently encouraged, though his efforts yielded little effect. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yulian stepped forward and bellowed, What are you cowards afraid of? Back in my day, I could single-handedly vanquish a nest of them. Steady your nerves. For every Boar man you slay, I shall grant you an acre of land. Those unwilling to fight may leave the militia. With Yulian's promises and threats, the militia finally began to muster some courage. At the break of dawn the following day, Leo, accompanied by Freya and the militia, departed the camp, intending to swim across the river upstream. Before they set off, Leo instructed Olivia to stoke the campfire to its maximum, serving as a signal to avoid alerting the wild men of their movements. Before they could cross the river, a large group of goblins emerged from the woods. The militia nearly mistook them for an enemy attack, instinctively raising their shields and drawing closer together. The leader, Fiza, proclaimed loudly, We, the goblins, wish to join the fray. Neighbors, allies, the Boar men are our foes. Leo furrowed his brow at the sight. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain. The number of warriors among the goblins had dwindled, and though the ordinary adult goblins had been well fed during this time, giving them a more polished appearance, that very gloss seemed to diminish their combat prowess, rendering them more foolish and simple-minded. Fiza had brought along 60 or 70 goblins, all equipped with makeshift wooden shields, slings, and short spears, far superior to their previous armaments. This force represented the entirety of the goblins' combat strength, as if they were prepared to abandon their homes. Very well. Keep your distance and heed my commands. Understood? Adhering to the principle of the more, the merrier, Leo did not refuse Fiza's request to join the battle. A handful of goblins tossing stones and short spears could indeed provide some assistance. However, Leo was cautious not to allow the goblins to mingle with the militia, having witnessed their wavering combat spirit. Should they be intimidated by the Boar men and flee, they might lead the militia into disarray. All right, Fiza wagged his tail excitedly. As Fiza eagerly led the goblins to follow the militia, Ivan, one of the militiamen, muttered gloomily, Are we really joining forces with the goblins? What is the matter? Do you have a problem? Leo inquired. My elder brother was slain by a goblin spear, Ivan murmured. Leo was taken aback, placing a comforting hand on Ivan's shoulder, yet found himself at a loss for words. The tribe of wild boar people is said to be situated over 30 miles from the river bend. Yet the actual journey is considerably longer, even with Rio having scouted the route in advance, choosing the most direct and accessible paths. Halfway through their trek, Rio spotted Bjorn, accompanied by several wild hunters, perched upon a massive boulder beside the road, scrutinizing the advancing militia. Clearly, the number of militiamen did not satisfy the wild hunter. For as Rio approached, Bjorn remarked, "With such a meager force, you cannot breach the wild boar's lair, nor can you withstand their charge. I understand that your sole duty is to shoot arrows. Should the battle turn unfavorable, feel free to retreat." With unwavering confidence, Rio replied, then inquired, "Could you lead your men ahead to eliminate the wild boar scouts, ensuring they do not detect our movements?" Bjorn regarded him for a moment before nodding, signaling to his companions as they vanished into the forest. Rio then guided the militia forward another 7 or 8 miles, halting the main force upon reaching a valley. He surveyed his surroundings, muttering to himself, "This is the spot. Freya, it is time to work." Several hours later, a mud-covered Freya appeared outside the wild boar's den. Crouching low, she advanced with caution, moving stealthily. However, the small boulders, standing at 1 to half a meter high, could not conceal her enormous size. The wild boar sentinels, gripped by terror, murmured amongst themselves, "After half a month, that monstrous beast has returned. What shall we do?" One wild boar queried the squad leader beside him. "Pretend not to see it. Let it pass," the squad leader replied, feeling helpless. "Quickly, go inform the chieftain." Aside from one wild boar hastily departing, the rest gazed skyward, as if oblivious to the presence of the groundhog. Noticing their indifference, Freya grew anxious. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, taking a few steps. She seized a rock as large as a milling stone in her claws. With a swift rotation, she hurled the stone with tremendous force. The heavy boulder soared over 100 meters, crashing down upon the watchtower of the wild boar den. The stone, imbued with terrifying might, obliterated the entire tower, sending the sentinel stationed atop hurtling through the air, screaming as he fell. Catapult of the groundhog, the wild boar chieftain, who had initially intended to endure the situation in silence, could no longer contain himself upon witnessing the destruction. He bellowed, "Charge out and slay it." Instantly, the wild boar den erupted into chaos. Nearly 100 wild boar warriors and hunters surged forth, driving over 20 unicorn wild boars towards Freya outside the encampment. With her objective achieved, Freya wasted no time, shrieking as she took flight. After running over 10 meters, she remembered her true identity as a groundhog and swiftly dropped to all fours, darting into the forest with remarkable speed. Chapter 41. The valley ambush. Over 20 unicorn wild boars pursued Freya closely, while the slightly slower wild boars followed closely behind under the leadership of their chieftain. With a single breath, they pursued for 7 or 8 miles. The enormous beast ahead, resembling a rat in its demeanor, seemed to tire, occasionally slowing its pace and glancing back. This invigorated the wild boar men, who were determined to capture this menace at all costs. When the groundhog disappeared into a valley, the wild boar men did not harbor any suspicion, allowing the foremost unicorn wild boar to follow suit. Upon entering the valley, Freya waited a few seconds until the unicorn wild boar drew near, then surged forward in a sprint, leaping over a 5-meter wide pit, racing deeper into the valley without a backward glance. The taken-aback unicorn wild boars could not halt their momentum, tumbling into the chasm. The once familiar valley now harbored a colossal pit, 5 meters wide, 5 meters deep, and over 10 meters long, an elaborate trap that Leo, alongside Freya, the militia, and the dog-headed man, had labored for 3 to 4 hours to excavate. More than half of the unicorn wild boars tumbled into the pit, while the remaining few huddled together, attempting to turn back. "All of you, down you go," Leo commanded as he and the militia surged forth from the woods flanking the valley, blocking the unicorn wild boars' escape route with their tightly clustered shields. Seizing the moment while the unicorn wild boars struggled to regain their footing, they forcefully shoved them one by one into the pit. However, the unicorn wild boars possessed immense strength. Even 50 militia members pushing and prodding could only manage to topple a few of the more unsteady ones into the abyss. Yet, 5 or 6 of the unicorn wild boars fiercely tossed aside the obstructing militia and raced back. Leo delivered a swift kick to one of the unicorn wild boars, attempting to impede its flight. With his strength, even a brown bear would be sent tumbling. Yet the unicorn wild boar merely stumbled and then sped away even faster. They were not simply wild boars. They were akin to a herd of diminutive rhinoceroses. With no time to relish their success, Leo quickly directed the militia to reassemble their formation, facing the valley entrance in readiness. Outside the valley, the wild boar men finally charged in, undeterred by the relatively small militia, brandishing their weapons as they launched their assault. During the charge, the crossbows in the wild boar men's hands did not relent, unleashing a deluge of bolts. Over 100 arrows transformed into a rain of projectiles. The incoming bolts thudded against the militia's round shields, with only a few managing to pierce the gaps between the shields, striking the militia. The reloading of the wild boar men's crossbows was a slow affair. Leo, peering through the shield's crevices, observed that they did not intend to fire a second round. "Prepare. Up," he bellowed. Several militia members strained to pull the ropes buried beneath the grass, erecting sharpened wooden stakes at intervals of 5, 10, and 15 meters ahead of the militia formation, angled to obstruct the wild boar men's advance. Simultaneously, from the left side of the valley, the sound of bowstrings snapping resounded, followed by a cacophony of arrows slicing through the air. The arrows of the wild hunters descended like a torrential downpour. Unlike the slow-firing crossbows of the wild boar men, the hunters could unleash 6 or 7 arrows in a minute. Once the arrow storm began, it showed no signs of abating. 50 wild archers unleashed an aura reminiscent of hundreds. In a single encounter, more than 10 wild boar men fell, their bodies pierced by 5 or 6 long arrows, sprawling across the path of the charge. These arrows, as thick as a finger and a meter long, possessed an astounding lethality, effortlessly penetrating the boar men's fur armor and their naturally thick skin, driving deep into their robust musculature and vital organs. Many arrows even protruded from the opposite side of their bodies, effectively shooting through them. Without the interference of the unicorn wild boars and the counterattack from the wild boar men's crossbows, the elevated wild hunters unleashed their arrows with reckless abandon. On the right side of the valley, the voices of the dog-headed men echoed as they emerged from the forest, wielding their slingshots to assault the wild boar men. The projectiles they hurled were polished mirror iron stones, nearly twice the weight of pebbles, resembling iron balls in their formidable might. Rio distinctly witnessed a charging wild boar man having its massive tusk shattered by a mirror iron stone, which then ricocheted, collapsing its nasal bridge. Although the damage inflicted was far inferior to that of the wild hunters' longbows, it still left wild boar men bloodied and howling, effectively halting their charge. Some of the wild boar men ceased their advance to reload their crossbows and retaliate against the dog-headed men. While the small wooden shields of the dog-headed men managed to deflect some of the crossbow bolts, they could not stop all of them. Upon witnessing casualties, the morale of the dog-headed men swiftly plummeted, causing them to retreat into the woods. However, their distraction allowed even more wild boar men to fall beneath the longbows of the wild hunters. Meanwhile, the wild boar chief led over 30 warriors toward the militia, their hunting companions still trapped in the pit, crying out for assistance. Rio and the militia had underestimated the strength of the wild boar men. The stout wooden stakes obstructing their path merely delayed their charge. The foremost wild boar warriors wielded their two-handed hammers and spike clubs, smashing and breaking the pointed stakes with a few powerful blows, casting them aside. Nonetheless, the 3 rows of wooden stakes had successfully bought the militia some time. Prepare the spears. Throw. With 2 volleys of spears, over 10 wild boar warriors fell outside the militia's shield formation, 10 meters away. One particularly corpulent wild boar warrior, with a short spear embedded in his belly, stumbled forward to the front lines of the militia, swinging a nearly 30-pound stone hammer down upon a militia shield. The immense force shattered the 1-inch thick oak shield, sending the splintered remnants crashing against the militia, causing blood to spew from his mouth and nose. His arm twisted and broken, flung aside by the blow. Before the wild boar men could capitalize on their victory, comrades swiftly dragged him away, filling the gap in the shield line. The militia did not remain idle, awaiting their impending defeat. Before the majority of the boar men could wield their heavy weaponry, They advanced together, brandishing shields and forcefully colliding with the boarmen to restrict their heavy arms, thereby entering the grappling phase prematurely. The combat techniques imparted by Julian to the militia were derived from the heavily armored infantry regiment of the Wind God Fortress. This regiment was trained to confront adversaries even more formidable than the boarmen, the orc warriors. Orc infantry stood at an average height of 2 meters. Their arms thicker than human thighs, wielding double-headed axes that weighed no less than 30 pounds. In a one-on-one confrontation, human infantry, due to their height and strength disadvantage, found it arduous to contend against orcs. However, in the theater of war, the human heavy infantry could still engage on equal footing with orc legions through their tightly formed shield wall, specialized combat techniques, and the close coordination of their comrades. The militia led by Julian was a simplified version of the Wind God Fortress's heavy infantry, and their daily training proved invaluable at this moment. They desperately braced their round shield against the bellies of the boarmen, hindering their movements, while their other hands wielded one-handed swords and short spears to viciously pierce, extracting the innards of the boarmen. One boarman seized the edge of a militia's shield and yanked it violently, pulling both shield and soldier out of formation and toppling him to the ground, placing a foot upon his chest. Just as he raised his massive hammer to crush the militia's skull, he found his limbs growing weak, his accustomed weapon suddenly feeling unbearably heavy. Glancing down, he discovered that his abdomen had been rent with several gaping wounds, leaving him with half of his innards. Raising his gaze again, he saw multiple short spears and swords simultaneously piercing his chest and neck. As the last of the boarmen warriors fell before the militia, the remaining 20 or so boar hunters began to turn and flee. Yet, these boarmen were no match for the arrows of the wild hunters within mere minutes. The ground was strewn with their corpses. As the battle concluded, the vast valley echoed with the frantic pursuits of a few deranged unicorn wild boars, chaotically chasing after the dog-headed beings. Chapter 42. Victory emerging from the wooded hillside, Bjorn surveyed the ravaged valley littered with the carcasses of boarmen, mentally assessing the situation. It was a flawless ambush. The battle erupted with such rapidity and ferocity, from the moment the boarmen charged into the valley to their swift retreat. Scarcely a quarter of an hour had passed. The quivers of the 50 wild hunters were nearly exhausted, having unleashed at least 1,000 arrows upon the heads of the boarmen. Had there been more surviving boarmen, Bjorn would have had to lead the wild folk into a charge. The notion of avoiding close combat was merely a statement for Leo's ears. Once absolute superiority was established, the wild folk were eager to slay as many boarmen as possible. In fact, the close combat prowess of the wild hunters surpassed that of the militia. The wild folk emerged from the woods, raising their longbows and bone spears, erupting into triumphant cheers. Leo keenly observed that among the archers of the wild folk, there were not only many elderly men with graying hair and weathered faces, but also young maidens with youthful visages. Clearly, the 50 archers Bjorn spoke of did not refer solely to 50 wild hunters. In this rugged society, every individual was a soldier, trained in archery. Even young wild maidens, barely in their teens, bravely accompanied their elders on hunts, capable of drawing back a bow with a draw weight exceeding 100 pounds and hitting their targets with unerring precision within 100 meters. The seasoned hunters, their hair, now silvered by age, might not possess the physical prowess of the youth, yet their archery skills and mental fortitude were undoubtedly more refined. Bjorn approached Leo, gesturing toward the massive corpse of a boarman, declaring, "This is the chieftain of the boarmen." The creature towered at least 2 meters high and weighed no less than 3 times Leo's own weight. It lay a mere 7 or 8 meters from the militia's line, sprawled on the ground, its face obscured. Several long arrows were embedded in its back. However, due to the thickness of its hide and the additional rusted chainmail, donated by an unknown adventurer, the arrows had not penetrated deeply, measuring less than 10 centimeters. For the robust chieftain, this depth was insufficient to breach its muscular layer, rendering the wounds non-fatal. As Leo turned the body over, he discovered 3 short spears still lodged in its chest, their wooden shafts broken upon impact, leaving the remaining fragments deeply embedded in its flesh. The chieftain, being such a conspicuous target, had attracted the attention of both the wild archers and the militia, and had succumbed before reaching the militia's front lines. While examining the chieftain's corpse, Leo remarked casually, "Why don't these boarmen carry shields?" Bjorn replied, somewhat exasperated. Who hunts with a shield? One should indeed carry a shield while hunting. Leo proudly patted the round shield secured his back. Militia member Vich approached, troubled, and inquired, "What shall we do about these wild boars?" A dozen or so uni-horned wild boars were still struggling in the large pit, causing its walls to collapse around them, nearly burying them alive. A few militia members stood guard at the edge of the pit, striking down any boar attempting to escape with their clubs. "Use your wits. Capture them if you can, but if not, we shall slaughter them for meat," he concluded. Vich scratched his head and walked away. Only about 10 boarmen managed to engage directly with the militia, yet each one was an elite warrior among their kind. Despite the militia's numerical superiority and coordinated efforts, dispatching these formidable foes proved to be a considerable challenge. 2 militia members were severely injured by the boarmen, lying on the ground, uncertain of their fate, while others tended to various degrees of minor wounds, bandaging themselves at the scene. The remaining militia began to scavenge for spoils alongside the wild folk. The collected treasures were piled together, and Leo and Bjorn swiftly divided the spoils, awarding all crossbows and bolts to the Riverbend territory, while armor was allocated to the wild folk. The wild folk had no need for meat, leaving the uni-horned wild boars untouched. As for the gnolls, they received the heavy weaponry that neither Leo nor the wild folk desired. As for their desire for these stone-aged stone hammers and axes weighing 10 or 20 pounds, Leo dared not inquire. In any case, among the 3 factions, the goblins were the most exuberant, wagging their tails as they walked. With a heart burdened by guilt, Leo generously gifted the goblins several rampaging wild boars that roamed the valley. Whatever they caught was theirs. Bjorn, accompanied by the wild men, severed the heads of the wild boar people, preparing to take them back to the tribe as trophies. The head of the wild boar chieftain was cut off and presented to Leo. "This is what you deserve." Before all the militia and wild men, Leo accepted the head without disdain. This was a recognition from the wild men. In a moment of respite, Leo looked up and spotted the groundhog squatting alone on a hillside far from the battlefield. She stared blankly at the carnage below, watching the militia and wild men scavenging for loot among the corpses of the wild boar people, showing no signs of the anticipated joy. Upon seeing Leo approach, she did not greet him with her usual excitement, but instead drooped her ears and turned her back to him. "I miss the teacher." A wave of guilt washed over Leo. This seemingly formidable creature was, in truth, a soul younger than a mere mouse. Moreover, she was an elven druid, with thought processes and values that starkly contrasted with those of humans. The elves of this world are a peaceful, life-loving race, harboring an even greater disdain for war than he had imagined. Thousands of years ago, elves were scattered across the corners of the continent. But as other races grew in strength and conflicts escalated, they now nearly face extinction, retreating into the grand barriers of their ancestral homeland. Their preferred method of confronting threats is to flee. While humans revel in the violence of war and the joy of victory, the elves see only a landscape littered with corpses, flowing blood, and the spread of death, with life wilting away. Previously, he had heard Freya mention that in her homeland, the most common way to resolve disputes among kin was through a sleeping contest, determining who could sleep soundly and the longest. The first to awaken would then be required to make concessions. Many elves diligently practiced transformation magic to become some slumbering creature, thus maintaining their advantageous position within the community. Freya's teacher, for instance, could sleep for 3 to 5 months without a care, resulting in no conflicts arising around him. Leo gently stroked the groundhog's back, offering gentle reassurances and promising her the camp's remaining rations for the 3rd time, which finally lifted her spirits a little. After scouring the battlefield, Leo, leading the main force, approached the wild boar people's lair. They were met with a barrage of arrows. Despite the main force suffering catastrophic losses, over 100 wild boar people remained in the lair, armed with crossbows and prepared to resist fiercely behind the defensive structures. "Freya, do you speak the language of the wild boar people?" Leo, in a state of desperation, sought any possible remedy. "Please, go persuade them to surrender. If all else fails, have them pay tribute. I will share half of the resources gained." Fraser shook her head. "I cannot." "Then what shall we do?" Leo exchanged a glance with Bjorn. "Retreat." Chapter 43. Good news, what else could we do? Wait for the Boarmen to invite us to dinner? The Boarmen tribe, having lost their main forces, was indeed no match for the coalition of 3 armies. Yet, Leo knew that to eradicate this tribe would require a significant cost. Could the militia withstand a direct assault into the Boormen's lair? Would the common folk, deprived of their long-range strike advantage, be willing to engage? The kobolds, however, were brimming with zeal among the three factions, wielding 30-pound stone hammers, fearless and ready to charge forth with an air of invincibility. Absent Fraser's restraint, they would eagerly lead the charge. Given the disparity in size and strength, the fierce and battle-hardened wildlings might trade blows one for one with the Boormen hunters. But the militia would need to coordinate in pairs to best a single foe. Leo and Bjorn recognized this reality with clear heads. Elder Zolwyn spoke truly. To nurture the enemy is to invite disaster. The once formidable threat of the Boormen had diminished significantly. Now, it was their turn to tremble. Thus, from the perspective of the Boormen, the once fearsome purge force was driven back by a volley of arrows, retreating chaotically. Each faction returned home with their spoils. Unable to bear the sight, the wildlings aided the kobolds in hunting down 2 unicorn boars. The kobolds expertly butchered the carcasses into sizable pieces of meat, hoisting and carrying them as if they were a band of minor demons returning with a captive monk. This expedition of the kobolds would surely be etched into their annals, should they possess any. Together with humans, we have slaughtered the Boormen mercilessly. Ultimately, only 6 unicorn boars were captured alive from the pit. The rest, either dead or wounded, were processed on-site and carried back by the militia. By the time they returned to the camp, it was already midday on the following day. The village women rushed forward to receive the chunks of boar meat. Some parts were sliced into strips for drying, while others were transformed into sausages. The meaty bones were chopped into large pieces and tossed into a cauldron to simmer into a rich broth. The entire camp was adorned with hanging strips of meat, thousands of pounds. A group of kobold pups squatted beneath the meat racks, drooling and jumping excitedly, attempting to snatch a bite. Some, with impressive leaps, managed to latch onto the ends of the meat strips, only to be left swinging until the village women, armed with rolling pins, knocked them down. The 6 living unicorn boars were confined within the Lord's Hall. Ordinary cottages and wooden fences could not contain them. Only the nearly 2-foot-thick, 6-foot-high stone walls of the Lord's Hall could withstand their forceful charges. At this moment, the Lord's Manor is nearing completion, with only the ventilation section at the pinnacle still under construction. The building crew of the territory has disbanded, leaving Valerie and a handful of assistants to hammer and toil atop the roof. The entire manor, reminiscent of a Viking longhouse, bears the rudiments of a stone castle. Spanning nearly 300 square meters, it is ample enough to shelter the elderly, women, and children of the village during times of conflict. The grand entrance is set atop a 6-foot stone foundation, accessible only by a wooden staircase constructed from the outside. When faced with invasion, the villagers retreat into the manor. Once the half-foot-thick oak door is secured and the external staircase dismantled, even siege engines find themselves at a loss, relying solely on the assailants' axes and hammers to gradually chip away at the stronghold. In contrast, the lord's manors of other small villages in the northern realm lack such opulence. Often constructed from mud and timber, resembling merely oversized, thatched huts. However, having originated from the Yulian military, he looks down upon those archaic edifices. Not only does the manor exude grandeur, but the entire encampment is imbued with a distinctly military essence, emphasizing a balance between offensive and defensive capabilities, with safety and practicality prioritized over comfort. Observing the frenzied antics of a unicorn boars within the manor, Yulian mutters in discontent, lamenting how he has yet to occupy the space, only for these beasts to take residence instead. Although the manor is said to comprise 2 stories, it indeed encompasses 3. At its center lies a fire pit, surrounded by tiered wooden steps that extend towards the hall's beams, ultimately aligning with the 6-foot stone foundation, connecting to the entrance and various chambers. The 6-foot drop from the wooden floor to the ground constitutes the manor's dark level, originally intended by the northern folk for the husbandry of pigs and sheep, thus making it entirely reasonable for the unicorn boars to reside therein. However, currently, the territory lacks the manpower to produce sufficient wooden planks, leaving the hall rather barren, adorned only with a few crossbeams atop the stone walls. The 4 corners of the hall have been partitioned into several rooms, destined to become the Lord's future dwelling. "Where shall I reside? Where shall I reside?" Leo exclaims, brimming with excitement at the prospect of no longer living in a tent. "You? Yulian fixes his gaze upon Leo, recalling his daughter's affectionate demeanor towards him. Suddenly feeling a twinge of discomfort, his expression turning somewhat unfriendly. Leo, however, shows no signs of yielding. What are you staring at? What of it? Just as the tension between the two escalates, the militia member Vich enters. Uncle, Sir Roman has arrived, clad in light armor. Sir Roman stands at the center of the encampment, flanked by two attendants, surveying the sun-drying strips of meat and the industrious village women. During this period, the camp's kitchen has undergone expansion, with a sturdy little wooden structure appearing behind the cart, filled to the brim with sacks of wheat and other provisions. Several large cauldrons are now sheltered beneath a canopy, no longer exposed to the elements, and are currently simmering with food. Robust village women, sleeves rolled up, stir the contents of the pots with pine wood sticks. The rich aroma of meat wafts through the air, while children squat nearby, engaged in breathing exercises. As they practiced the breathing techniques imparted by Leo, they cast curious glances at Roman, the outsider. When Urian approached, Roman smiled and remarked, "It seems you have made significant progress." Urian, brimming with pride, boasted about his achievements, recounting the story of the dog-headed men, albeit this time substituting the characters with wild-boar men. This indicated that their territory was temporarily secure. Roman nodded, filtering out the boastful elements of his former superioress narrative, and added, "I bring good news as well. My father has agreed to provide assistance to the Riverbend territory for the next 3 years." Splendid. The old man does have some sense of loyalty, Urian exclaimed with immense joy. Despite having shamelessly sought aid from Roman's father, Rigolav, since their arrival from the south, the confirmation of support still came as a surprise. Roman chuckled wryly, fully aware of his father's nature, even if there was a sense of obligation, as the head of a family owning for nightly fiefs. He could not unconditionally assist an outsider. If he were to send a bag of grain to Urian, how many would he owe his own uncles? "Let us go. Tonight we drink until we drop." Urian and Roman linked arms. "By the way, have you brought any wine?" Chapter 44. New tidings seated before the campfire. Roman frequently cast sidelong glances at Freya, who had just returned from the canal excavation. This enormous bear, with its timid demeanor, was the center of attention wherever it went. Two village women wielding large wooden brushes vigorously scrubbed Freya, removing the dirt and stones from her fur while she munched on pre-dinner snacks. After their evening meal, the women would prepare 4 large pots of hot water to bathe Freya. Through her tireless efforts over this period, Freya had surpassed Leo, achieving the status of the labor monarch of Riverbend, enjoying the highest level of treatment. The villagers nearly revered her as if she were a wildling deity. With Freya's accelerated excavation pace, the first phase of Urian's plan had already been completed. The canal successfully connected the upstream of the Anzino River with a small lake in the middle of the Riverbend Peninsula. Nearly 500 acres of land in the northern part of the peninsula had been irrigated and drained. Meanwhile, the villagers' unwavering efforts in land reclamation had opened over 100 acres, awaiting planting come spring. Had he not witnessed it himself, Roman would have found it hard to believe that such a vast area had been primarily cultivated by the village's elderly and women and children. However, Urian was not one to rest on his laurels, adhering to the principle of utilizing resources to their fullest. He devised various methods to entice Freya to continue her canal excavations. In just a few days, the southern section of the canal was nearing completion, and it was progressing far straighter than Urian had planned, almost plowed directly through the stony ground. Viewed from above, the canal resembled a straight gash, cutting sharply into the Riverbend Peninsula. The entire peninsula appeared as if it had been sliced from the southern land, transforming it into an island. In contrast to provoking the wild-boar men and engaging in warfare, Freya undoubtedly preferred this task that aligned with her groundhog nature. However, during moments of laziness and folly, she found it somewhat difficult to restrain herself. Although Yulian explained that she was a druid elf in the form of a giant bear, Roman still dared not turn his back on her, fearing that this colossal beast might devour him whole as an unfamiliar stranger. While keeping a wary eye on the groundhog, Roman spoke. "My father has pledged to provide continuous support to the River Bay territory for the next 3 years, primarily in the form of food, cloth, and some weaponry, as well as a degree of military assistance. This is the document signed by my father, and I shall be responsible for its execution." When I arrived, I had already delivered my father's handwritten letter to Sir Noise at the Western Watchtower. Sir Noise is the garrison commander of the Western Watchtower, commanding 15 cavalry and 50 regular infantry. In times of need, the captain can seek assistance from Sir Noise, who will also keep a watchful eye on the River Bay territory. As Roman enumerated the items of support, Julian's face brightened, and he rubbed his hands together in delight. A large family is indeed different. Either they refrain from action or they engage in grand endeavors. With the Petahov family as a backing, the River Bay territory could typically endure minor calamities, provided they were not sudden and catastrophic. When your father served as the garrison commander at the Western Watchtower, I was the captain of the infantry under his command, Julian remarked, rubbing his hands together as he sought further information. What is the background of this Sir Noise? Sir Hubert Noise. He hails from the esteemed Hubert family of Isambor, and, well, he is also the husband of my distant cousin, my cousin-in-law, a member of our own kin. Julian felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the arrival of Sir Roman, dinner became exceptionally lavish, featuring not only crispy baked bread and fragrant thick soup, but also a substantial portion of bone-in meat from the unicorn boar, rewarding the militia for their valiant efforts in battle. Furthermore, Julian promised that due to the resounding success in the campaign against the wild boar men, regardless of whether they had slain any, every member of the militia would receive an acre of land as a reward. Once the River Bay territory successfully expanded, Julian would be promoted to frontier knight, and the finest among these militiamen would become the first professional soldiers of the territory. Leo, on the sidelines, held a roasted pig's leg, eating while observing the lively scene. If one were to view it solely through the perspective of Leo's original half-soul, one would witness Julian's tearful gratitude in response to the unexpected assistance and Sir Roman's mature composure, creating a harmonious tableau. However, from the vantage point of the other half-soul of the transmigrator, one would perceive a cunning and shrewd brute manipulating a young man with ease. Every dialogue and subtle expression was imbued with performance. Throughout the entire evening, under Julian's patient guidance, Sir Roman divulged all his secrets without finding the opportunity to mention the conditions set forth by his father. The little mouse crouched beside Leo like a small dog, fixated on the roasted pig leg in his hand. Whenever Leo set the leg down to chew and digest, she would pounce and take a fierce bite, tearing away a piece of meat. Other children mimicked her, hovering near their brothers or fathers, seizing the opportunity to taste the roasted meat. Those without fathers or elder brothers could only gather around Olivia, vying for attention with the young dog-headed ones. Freya, cradling a flatbread in her hands, glanced back and forth between her bread and Leo's roasted pig leg, suddenly finding her bread unappetizing. In frustration, she asked, "Why can you eat roasted meat while I am relegated to flatbread?" Leo replied slowly, "The Great Bear does not consume roasted meat, but the Great Bear eats roasted meat. Can the Great Bear start a fire? Can it roast meat?" Leo surveyed the surroundings. The villagers, noticing Freya's ample belly, hastily concealed their food and shook their heads in unison. "You jest. One bite from you is worth an entire meal for others." With a serious tone, Leo remarked, "Your master is correct. To master transformation magic, one must learn the various habits of transformed beings, including their diets." With a wave of his hand, he called out, "What are you all dawdling for? You are interrupting the druid master's meal." As his words echoed, everyone dispersed, leaving the groundhog clutching the flatbread, pondering her existence. In addition to providing assistance, Roman also brought news of the latest orc invasions. In less than 2 months, the orc onslaught had spread across 300 miles of the northern bank of the Ice River, plundering countless human villages and driving many refugees southward. The Frelev family, guardians of the World Tree Highway, had amassed their forces in the town of Valanger, 200 miles south of the Wind God Fortress, temporarily halting the advance of the orcs' western front. However, numerous small orc clans had seized the opportunity to breach the human defenses and vanish into the wilderness. In the wilds north of the Anzino River, many foreign tribes and beast herds had been disturbed and began migrating further south, with numerous villages already suffering attacks along their path. As the forces of Count Frelev were concentrated in the north, only a scant few troops remained in the south, unable to protect all villages, forcing many remote villages, lumberyards, and mines to retreat towards the towns. Refugees had begun to appear in Isambol. Chapter 45. The woes of an old father. Against this backdrop, Rigolov still agreed to aid the River Bay territory. even though it seemed an unwise decision in the eyes of beneficiaries Leo and Julian. The old man was evidently anxious. Once Sir Roman departed, several local leaders gathered in the village, salivating over the aid list while discussing the impending challenges. The blacksmith Valerie, quartermaster Ruzov, treasurer Olivia, and agricultural supervisor Rashko were present. As for the militia captain Leo, he was called away by Julian to escort Sir Roman. You may not know, but the Petakov family currently possesses 4 knightly territories, one belonging to the head, Rigolov, one to his second brother, one to the eldest son of the second brother, and one to the third brother. Rigorov's son was born late, and his younger brother's eldest son is already 30. Apart from managing their own knightly territory, several years ago they exchanged military achievements for a charter to expand their holdings. Now, they have cultivated a piece of land south of the Western Watchtower, capable of sustaining over 500 individuals. The old man is anxious. Once he departs, who will inherit the Petahov family legacy? Will it be Roman or his younger brother? The degree of civilization in the northern territories lags far behind that of the south, still steeped in robust clan traditions, where the law of the jungle prevails, and survival of the fittest is ingrained in every individual. No one believes that being a second son obliges them to toil for the family for a lifetime willingly. Given the chance, who wouldn't aspire to be the leader? Even if the second son of the Petahov family harbors no ambitions, Rigorov must find ways to bolster his strength and silence the murmurs of discontent. The chief blacksmith of the bay, Engineer Valerie, stroked his bald head in confusion and asked, "But what does this have to do with us?" "You fail to grasp the situation," interjected Rusev, tapping his pipe and speaking grandiloquently. "They are envisioning a delightful scenario where Sir Roman marries Olivia, and when Julian passes, the Bey would adopt the Petahov name." Julian nodded and remarked, "That seems to be the case, which complicates matters." He then turned to Olivia with a troubled expression and suggested, "Why not marry Roman? That lad is a fine specimen, having trained under me, and now he is a proper knight. Should you wed him, you would be a knight's lady." Olivia rolled her eyes, disinterested in his proposition. Lashka chimed in with a laugh. "Your daughter has someone in her heart. Your words will fall on deaf ears." Julian retorted angrily, "What is so special about that fellow Leo? He is parentless, a mere brute, and if a battle arises, he would be the first to perish." Unable to contain herself, Olivia exclaimed, "You know he is reckless, yet you still encourage him to engage in battles? Are you wishing for his demise?" She then reached to tug at Julian's ear. "Stop!" Julian shouted, briefly stunning his daughter. "This is a lesson for him. If he cannot handle small matters, how can he protect the Bey in the future? If he lacks ability, let him perish." Rusev quickly intervened to mediate. "Leo has matured considerably. Look at the tasks he has managed recently, each executed with finesse." "Finesse? My foot. He is always fooling around, lacking any seriousness. Give him a modicum of power, and he thinks he is the king of the world. He even meddles in others' affairs." Julian's outburst resonated, prompting Lashka to seize the opportunity to tease, "Olivia, you ought to keep an eye on him. Don't let your Leo ogle the women's figures in the village, or he'll lead my grandson astray." Rusev immediately recalled the incident when Leo's scouts had caused a ruckus and nodded, "I retract my previous comments." He shifted his focus back to Julian, saying, "At your age, once you become a knight, finding a mother for Olivia wouldn't be out of the question. However, waiting to produce a son to train as a knight to inherit the family legacy may be too late. No matter how displeased you are with Leo, you will ultimately depend on him. Trust me, it is wise to arrange their marriage sooner rather than later to avoid further complications." Urian listened, his aged face contorted in a frown, yet he found himself unable to refute the argument. According to the laws of the Empire, a knight's fief is a land grant bestowed by a noble lord to a loyal knight, intended to ensure that the knight possesses sufficient resources to maintain his steed and armor, thereby serving the lord in battle. In certain exceptional circumstances, such fiefs can be reclaimed, such as in the event of a knight's rebellion or criminal activity, or in cases of an heir's demise or inability to fulfill the knightly duties due to weakness or incapacity to respond to summons for military service. Thus, to secure the inheritance of a fief, one must ensure that their offspring are commendable, with the most reliable path being to ascend to knighthood. Logically, this equates to the noble lord reclaiming the fief from the incumbent knight and redistributing it to the next knight without land. Without the status of knight, one must pay substantial inheritance taxes to continue owning the land. In unfortunate circumstances, the land might even be confiscated by the lord and reassigned to other knights. For someone like Urien, a commoner without connections facing a multitude of envious competitors, the difficulty of bequeathing the newly acquired fief to his descendants naturally ranked among the highest. If given the choice, Urien would prefer to marry his daughter to the capable and well-born knight Romon. The fate of the River Bay fief after his demise was of little concern to him. However, he was acutely aware that his daughter had set her sights on Leo, and it was likely futile to dissuade her. If he did not marry her to Romon and wished to pass on the River Bay fief, he would have to cultivate a knight himself. The mere thought of subjecting his cherished daughter to the whims of that scoundrel Leo filled Urien with discomfort. While he wished to treat Leo as a beloved son, he hoped fervently for a more advantageous future for Olivia. Valerie, on the other hand, was preoccupied with the incomprehensible list before him. Should they accept this assistance or not? Olivia had already read the first batch of supplies allowed, ample enough to launch his blacksmith shop. His furnace, having undergone 2 renovations, had successfully melted iron ore and begun producing pig iron ingots. However, the conditions at the River Bay camp were exceedingly rudimentary. Even their solitary anvil had been salvaged from the goblin-infested valley, and many tools and equipment were still needed to forge agricultural implements. I will take the supplies, but not the people, Urien resolved. Tomorrow, I shall journey to Isenbor to personally explain to Rigolov, endeavoring to maintain our amicable relations. The reason he had spent the entire evening thwarting Roman's attempts to present his conditions was that he wished to negotiate in person. If no conditions were raised, the conversation would be easier, but if they were brought forth and he outright rejected them, it would certainly strain their friendship. Though 300 men had retreated into the wilderness, giving the impression of isolation, the greatest risk facing the River Bay still emanated from human society. Ruther nodded in agreement. Indeed, it must be so. Moreover, we have regained our footing. Even if we cannot come to an agreement and opt to forego these supplies, we can still manage, but we must not jeopardize this relationship. Having just concluded their discussions, Leo entered the room with an air of nonchalance, inquiring, "What are you all chatting about? Aren't you going to sleep?" The group cast him sidelong glances, none exhibiting a welcoming demeanor. Chapter 46. The Craftsman. The following day, Urien set forth to Isenball with 2 companions, returning after a full 2 days. Upon his arrival, he was accompanied by several individuals and 2 horses. Urien, brimming with enthusiasm, introduced the 2 craftsmen from the Petikov family to Valerie, stating, "These gentlemen are here to assist us in constructing the watermill and sawmill." "Greetings, esteemed masters," Valerie said, affectionately rubbing his bald head as he welcomed the seasoned craftsman. "I entrust these masters to you. Please bring along a few more hands to assist diligently," Urien remarked, casting a knowing glance at Valerie, who promptly understood the unspoken implication. Urien was intent on acquiring the craftsman's skills without cost. This was a familiar tactic for Valerie, as he had honed his own abilities in a similar manner. It remained unclear how Urien had negotiated with Rigolov, not only securing material support, but also acquiescing to numerous additional requests. Before departing, he not only borrowed the 2 craftsmen from the Petikov household, but also discreetly led away 2 horses under the cover of Romon. Though these horses had yet to reach the caliber of war steeds, they were nonetheless exceptional riding horses, sufficient for regular use. The western watchtower was situated nearly 30 miles from the River Bay. Should the need for assistance arise, traveling on foot to deliver a message would undoubtedly be too slow. Moreover, as knights, they could not be without steeds. Without horses, they would merely be infantry. The 2 riding horses were carefully housed in the newly constructed stable, joining the ranks of other animals such as donkeys, young dog-headed creatures, groundhogs, and unicorn boars, thus becoming the latest additions to the River Bay's menagerie. The newly built stable and blacksmith forge were strategically positioned on either side of the Lord's stone mansion, each with a small door leading to the main house. After all, livestock and iron goods were considered strategic resources for such a modest village estate. Urien had long envisioned constructing a hydraulic sawmill across the river at River Bay. Even if it could only power a single saw blade, it would equate to the labor of at least 20 individuals. Had there been a sawmill from the outset, not only could the Lord's mansion have been erected, but the very framework of the villagers' homes could have been completed. Urien could have even built several watchtowers in advance. transforming the River Bay encampment into a miniature military stronghold. Regrettably, in such impoverished regions, skilled craftsmen and blacksmiths were considered rare and valuable assets, either serving as vassals to various lords or being affluent townsfolk, none of whom were keen to venture into the wilderness with him. Leo had indeed suggested harnessing hydraulic power, yet merely voicing an idea was easy. Even Valerie, the most knowledgeable among them, hesitated to guarantee the successful construction of a hydraulic saw. Crafting a small iron smelting furnace had taken 5 or 6 men an entire week, collapsing twice before finally succeeding. Undertaking the research for a hydraulic saw would necessitate a crew of 10 or more robust individuals, requiring a month of labor, all while bearing the risk of failure. Everyone possessed intellect, but sadly, the requisite skills were lacking. As for why it is across the riverbank, it is because the opposite side of the river bend is closer to Songyuan, allowing the processed timber to be directly cast into the water, facilitating transportation to this camp or downstream. Most importantly, the opposite bank serves as an eroded shore where the water is deeper and the current flows more violently. In contrast, this peninsula is a sedimentary shore where the water is too shallow and the current is gentle, with whirlpools formed by the river bend occasionally pushing small boats upstream. Not to mention water wheels. Even small fishing boats with a shallow draft cannot approach the shore. Therefore, to enable the transportation of ore and goods by small fishing boats, the camp had no choice but to construct a 10-meter-long walkway extending into the river. Aside from the sawmill, Julian also requested the craftsmen to build a mill. The craftsmanship required for a water mill is significantly less complex than that of a water saw. For a seasoned artisan, it merely involves creating another water wheel and a few bearings. Once the mill is established, the village women of the camp will no longer have to rely on manual grinding to process wheat, thus freeing up substantial time for land reclamation, spinning, weaving, and leatherworking. After arranging for the craftsmen, Julian discreetly pointed to a frail young man he had brought back and sighed to Rutherf. "Do you remember old John S. family?" Rutherf replied, "Old John? That old fellow is here." He knocked his pipe heavily. "No, he has passed away." Julian's expression remained impassive. The entire family has perished, leaving only his grandson, Harry. Rutherf fell silent, suppressing a harsh good riddance that lingered in his heart. Old John had been a refugee from the neighboring village that was destroyed, and although he wasn't a small landlord, he belonged to the wealthier peasant class with a large family. With around 10 members, they had journeyed over 100 miles with Julian's convoy, only to demand to part ways and settle in a small town before the city of Varanger with several other families from their village. Unfortunately, just days after their separation, a beast-folk attack ensued. The entire town was slaughtered, and only old John S.'s grandson, Harry, managed to escape. Fortunately, Harry remembered the destination of the pioneering convoy and followed the tide of refugees to Eisenbohr, where he had lingered outside the city for 7 or 8 days. Surely, he was not the only one like this. During Julian's visit to the city, he deliberately wandered around the refugee camp, preparing for the future reception of refugees at the river bend to expand their influence. It was then that he spotted the nearly starving Harry. It would be a pity to let such a poor boy perish, so he brought him back. This young man, once as robust as Leo, had now become gaunt and hollow-eyed. First, he would be fed well to recuperate. The other villagers harbored no thoughts of mocking Harry. 2 village women busied themselves changing his tattered, mud-stained clothes and brought him food. As he gazed at the wheat cakes and richly oiled soup in his hands, Harry, who had narrowly escaped death, began to doubt the reality before him. In his expectations, arriving at Julian's pioneering camp would mean subsisting on meager rations and perhaps some cassava. Surviving at all would be a stroke of fortune. How has it been 2 months without seeing each other? And how has the River Bend camp resorted to such drudgery? In the absence of Uliana over these past days, the gossip sparked by the loquacious old men of Lutherv has swiftly spread throughout the village. Olivia, in her devotion to Leo, has declined the advances of Sir Roman. What news could possibly arise from such a remote wilderness camp? Most likely, any novelty is the doing of Leo. Olivia's close friends, upon hearing this, were incensed and eagerly urged her to reconsider her decision. The dashing Roman knight, clad in splendid armor and exuding charm, embodies the dreams of this group of village beauties. He hails from the city, belongs to the upper echelons of society, and is a noble scion, something everyone covets. Why then would she refuse him? As for Leo, he has temporarily receded to the background, At this moment, the very Leo they secretly criticized stood not far away, wielding a large manure fork, lost in thought while gazing at a heap of dung. He was clad in a tattered linen tunic, its sleeves long gone, and his entire being was soiled, resembling an escaped prisoner from a dungeon. His cropped golden hair shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight, and his well-defined, athletic physique was mostly exposed, even the parts concealed by his thin tunic revealing clear contours. Olivia watched with keen interest as her friends swallowed their envy and disparaged Leo. Chapter 47. Who isn't a princess, after all? Leo, with his manure fork, was engrossed in studying composting techniques. The North is not devoid of fertilization concepts. Farmers gather the droppings of cattle, horses, donkeys, and sheep, drying and crushing them to scatter over their fields, or they simply graze livestock in fallow lands. Some remote forest villages or wild tribes practice shifting cultivation, burning land as part of their agricultural methods. However, human waste is seldom used as fertilizer, for their ancestors warned them that it is toxic and could kill the wheat seedlings. As a seasoned worker of 30 years, Leo fancied himself somewhat of an intellectual. Yet upon traversing to this foreign realm, he discovered he was merely a plethora of knowledge without practical ability. He knew everything, yet could accomplish nothing. The notion that human excrement could kill wheat seedlings arises from the fact that if waste is scattered on a soil without fermentation, it may undergo secondary fermentation in the fields, generating heat that scorches the seedlings. Thus, simple composting fermentation suffices. However, even the most straightforward high-temperature composting techniques cannot be successfully executed with mere keystrokes. Leo could only search through his childhood memories while experimenting slowly. One of the village beauties, increasingly uneasy, suddenly grasped Olivia's arm tightly and exclaimed in terror, "Leo can't possibly be considering consuming dung, can he? Olivia, you must stop him at once." Olivia, unable to bear it any longer, concluded her brief respite and returned to work with her 32 adopted sons. As for the matter of Olivia's growing number of sons, Leo had previously taken it upon himself to observe the interactions between Fisha and the goblin pups after they entered the camp. Under the pretext of assessing the well-being of her kin, Fisa leaned against the stable's fence, engaging in conversation with a young goblin pup. Casting her gaze around to ensure no one was observing, she suddenly pulled a small puppy from beneath her garments and tossed it into the pile of dogs before swiftly turning away. Indeed, after frequent interactions with humans, Fisa had mastered the art of dressing. She had commissioned Olivia to transform her bearskin blanket into a bearskin coat, which not only signified her status, but also facilitated the concealment of small puppies when entering the human camp. On one occasion, Leo abruptly emerged and ruthlessly exposed Fisa's little ruse. Enraged and infuriated, Fisa refrained from visiting the camp for 3 consecutive days. Seated beside the newly constructed canal, Fisa, Freya, and the little mouse swung their legs, observing a group of villagers laboriously transporting logs under Yulian's command. They intended to erect a watchtower atop a rocky outcrop in the middle of the canal. The 7 to 8 meter high outcrop, combined with a 3-meter tall watchtower, would provide a vantage point sufficient to survey the surrounding plains, ensuring that no intruders, be they human or animal, could escape the watchful eyes of the sentinels. Situated over 1,000 meters from the camp, once the horn sounded, it would afford the militia ample time to don their gear and arm themselves. During the day, the militia was also required to work, serving as the primary labor force. Thus, they could not be clad in full armor while engaged in labor. In addition to this rocky outcrop, Yulian planned to construct watchtowers and gates at both ends of the canal, encompassing the entire peninsula within protective measures. The endeavor to build stone walls and wooden fences along the inner side of the canal was equally significant, though its priority was lower, relegating it to a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, another group of over 30 individuals had set forth towards the opposite side of the peninsula, aiming to establish a 30-mile road connecting the bay to the western watchtower. The term road construction here did not imply the creation of a concrete or stone thoroughfare. Rather, it referred to the clearing of an existing path along the flat riverbank, which had already been traversed by a convoy, providing a basic route and outline. In the initial phase, it sufficed to eliminate obstructive trees and shrubs along the way, flatten small steep slopes of 2 to 3 meters, and remove any boulders that impeded progress. Additionally, Simple wooden bridges would be constructed over several streams that fed into the Anzino River. Julian's demands were modest. As long as the freight vehicles could barely pass through without capsizing or disintegrating as they had previously, it would suffice. Aside from miraculous thoroughfares like the World Tree Avenue, many roads and knightly territories were similarly rudimentary, with mobile trade caravans often assuming the role of road maintenance when paths became difficult or damaged. The solution was not to turn back, but rather to pause and make repairs, endeavoring to pass through. As the population of the bay grew and trade flourished, this mountain path would naturally become increasingly navigable. Faisa, the goblin, watched enviously as humans toiled fervently, perceiving her own kind as rather clumsy in comparison. Most goblins, apart from mining, were reluctant to engage in any other activities unless coerced by whips or starvation. Faisa compelled her kin to construct a wall at the valley's entrance, only for it to be swiftly swept away by the stream within mere days. Remarkably, she stood in the very waters unscathed. A diligent learner, she frequented the human encampment each day, stealthily absorbing their techniques, and subsequently returned to impart her newfound knowledge to her fellow beings. In just a month, she clandestinely mastered the art of the sling, the methods of militia training, culinary skills of humankind, and even the intricacies of iron smelting in a furnace. She had even commenced the creation of crossbows. Yet, in stark contrast to the rapid advancements of the Riverbend domain, the Goblin Valley appeared to stagnate, with no discernible progress in her recollections. Were it not for her relentless efforts to sustain trade with humans, her kin would have immediately reverted to a life of scavenging for rodents and enduring hunger. Unwilling to accept this fate, Faisa rose and proclaimed, "I, the Goblin Princess, Chief, Leader, the astute Faisa, shall strive." Beside her, a colossal groundhog endeavored to mimic the leisurely pose of the little mouse and Faisa. Yet her short legs could not lift under the weight of her ample belly. Just moments ago, Julian had approached, seeking her assistance in transporting logs to expedite their project. But she had declined, citing a lack of shoulders. Upon hearing Faisa's declaration, Freya, refusing to be outdone, exclaimed, "I too am a princess of the elven kind." The clever Freya, the little mouse, gazing at the proud duo, mustered her courage and timidly declared, "I am a princess of the human race, the intelligent Gulwig." Alas, her feeble voice failed to reach her friend's ears. On the fourth day of their playful mischief, Leo suddenly sensed an unusual presence. He cautiously lifted his gaze, only to behold a remarkably towering stranger standing upon the ridge outside the encampment. This unfamiliar figure, nearly 2 meters tall, bore an imposing stature, crowned with magnificent antlers, and draped in long, dark green hair and beard that cascaded like a waterfall. His upper body was bare, clad solely in a pair of leather shorts, with muscles sculpted like rock adorned with intricate green tattoos. The villagers laboring in the nearby fields and the militiamen stationed further away seemed oblivious to his presence. When Leo's eyes met those of the giant, an overwhelming sense of pressure made his spine stiffen, his focus sharpening to the extent that the surroundings began to blur, leaving only the two of them in existence. Malfurion Stormrage. No, it was the druidic archmage Bobuk Maramotas, strikingly reminiscent of Malfurion. Without hesitation, Leo instantly deduced the identity of the visitor. Volume 1, Who Isn't Princess? The End. Chapter 48, The Archdruid Bobuk Maramotas. Apart from Leo, the first to notice Bobuk was his disciple, Freya. This groundhog stretched out her forepaws, laboriously waddling with her short legs, her ample backside swaying as she bounded forward, shaking the earth beneath her. She called out for her mentor, her voice tinged with the quiver of impending tears. Since the weakening of the wild boar men, Freya has evidently been yearning for home. Each morning, as dawn breaks, she ascends the nearby hill and lets out a shrill cry, even more punctual than a rooster's crow. Whether her master hears it or not remains a mystery, but the surrounding wildlife clearly does. The once frequent sightings of brown bears and snow leopards have vanished, leaving not a single one in sight. Just as an accident seemed imminent, Bobuk extended his arm and seized the chubby cheeks of the groundhog, pulling her down. Freya took the opportunity to bury her enormous head in her teacher's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Do not cry so fiercely. It feels as though I have mistreated you." Leo thought uneasily as Freya's wailing echoed around them. Indeed, Bobek's gaze towards Leo grew colder with each note of her lament. In response, Leo could only offer a sheepish smile. Master, I have missed you dearly. After a bout of tears, Freya's mood swiftly transformed into one of joy and excitement as she nudged Bobek's backside with her forehead, guiding him toward the camp. Master, master, I shall take you to eat flatbreads. Sister Olivia bakes them for me every day. They are delicious. Master, master, have I grown taller? Have I become stronger? Upon reaching Leo, the towering druid extended his hand. I am Bobek Merimotast, an elven druid. Leo promptly reciprocated, grasping his arm. Master, I am Leo, a friend of Freya. Other identities were inconsequential. The priority was to establish kinship rather than enmity. Julian and Olivia, along with others, soon arrived, greeting Bobek in turn. Villagers working nearby gathered at a distance, curiously observing the stranger adorned with massive antlers. My student has caused you all trouble during this time, Bobek remarked. Not at all. Not at all. Julian waved his hands dismissively, responding with a cheerful smile. In the presence of the teacher, Julian praised Freya profusely. Freya has been diligent, helping out as soon as she arrived at the camp. She has been a tremendous aid. So obedient and capable. Everyone adores her. Freya beamed with delight, squatting decorously as she awaited her teacher's commendation. Bobek merely patted Freya's back and nodded, that is good. Those few words filled Freya with immense pride. She wagged her tail excitedly, closing her eyes in bliss as she welcomed her teacher's affection, yearning to roll on the ground for a belly rub. Since living with the dog-headed cubs, Freya had increasingly taken on their canine traits. Once settled in the camp, Julian, in his capacity as the camp's host, exchanged pleasantries with Bobek, yet their conversation remained superficial, lacking substantial content. Ultimately, he was merely a seasoned soldier, although his experiences could overshadow those of farmers who had never ventured beyond their villages. He found little ground to stand on before a grand druid who had lived for 5 centuries and traversed the entire continent. Surprisingly, it was Leo, the young brash one, who managed to engage in a few exchanges with Bobek, defying everyone's expectations. Your composting technique is indeed remarkable. In the days before the rise of the Atlantis Empire, the utilization of seabird droppings from the islands within the kingdom, combined with the heavy plow, enabled the average yield of crops to surpass that of neighboring nations by threefold. This agricultural success led to a population explosion, propelling the nation from a mere frontier state to the most formidable human empire on the continent. Leo nodded in agreement, stating that agriculture forms the bedrock of a nation. The prosperity and advancement of a country hinge upon the capacity of a single farmer to sustain multiple mouths. For each additional person a farmer can support, another individual can engage in weaving or land cultivation, and with yet another, one can delve into mining or metallurgy. And further still, one can enlist in military service or warfare. Rather than employing textbook knowledge to elucidate the relationship between agriculture, light industry, heavy industry, and military power, Leo simply concurred and pursued the topic. I have heard that druids possess the ability to manipulate plants. Could this not enhance crop yields? This unexpected insight from a humble villager intrigued Bobek, prompting him to share more knowledge. Indeed, druidic spells can augment crop production, yet each druid's magical capacity is limited, making it impractical to oversee an extensive array of crops. The most effective approach remains the continuous breeding and improvement of seeds to achieve higher yields. Leo sighed, lamenting that humanity does not share the elven druid's expertise in plant cultivation. Much of humanity's conflicts stem from a scarcity of food. Bobek chuckled, shaking his head, and remarked, human warfare is not solely linked to food scarcity, but arises from an inherent greed. If one half of the conflict stem from a lack of sustenance, the other half springs from an abundance of it. Whether hungry or satiated, all covet what belongs to others. After laying the groundwork, Leo finally revealed his intent. At least in the north, most wars arise from food shortages. If the elven druids could contribute by cultivating higher yield seeds, perhaps many conflicts could be alleviated. How do you know the druids have not already made efforts? Bobek countered, a millennium ago, when wheat was sown on the northern banks of the Anzino River, the yield was meager, scarcely outnumbering the weeds. Consequently, the beastmen had no choice but to survive through hunting and plundering, while human clans remained confined to the southern banks. Curious, Leo inquired, was it the elven druids who improved the wheat strains? Indeed, it was the great elven lord, the grand druid Chisel Candler, moved by the plight of his beastmen friends suffering from hunger and mutual raids, took it upon himself to cultivate and adapt southern wheat strains to thrive in the northern soil and generously bestowed them upon the orcs. Alas, the outcome did not improve. The surplus of food led to a population explosion, and the burgeoning beastmen began to invade the elven forests, thereby igniting conflicts with humanity, and thus, war ensued. The ultimate result was that the elven race retreated to the heights of Treshul. The beastmen were driven north beyond the ice rivers, and the human empire seized vast territories, only to descend into internal strife. Bobek sighed, remarking that it is not merely humanity, but any species that possesses an inherent greed and excels in reproduction, whose expansion ultimately leads to devastation. He turned his gaze toward his disciple, noting that even the groundhogs of the Trellashire Highlands, once freed from their natural predators and with ample food, would proliferate uncontrollably, wreaking havoc on the entire ecosystem of the Highlands. Leo felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that all this discourse was simply a means to persuade the esteemed druid master to procure some valuable resources for the camp. He was eager for bountiful wheat seeds, trees laden with bread, and livestock that thrived without the need for sustenance. He would have welcomed any such offerings. Chapter 49. An all-night discourse with the great druid upon first laying eyes on Bobek. Leo's mind conjured the image of Teacher Yuan, alongside the golden rice fields that flourished behind him. In stark contrast, the fragmented memories of his former self depicted the wheat fields of his northern homeland as utterly dismal. Sparse rice stood askew, each stalk bearing only a meager 10 grains of shriveled wheat. The yield was even inferior to the weeds that thrived in the rice paddies of his previous life. Outmoded agricultural techniques and crops ill-suited to the environment were significant impediments to the development of the North. The sparsely populated North was not uniformly conducive to cultivation. Aside from the expansive farmlands in the Anzino River Basin, most areas further north were dominated by grasslands and forests. In numerous regions of the North, an acre of land could sustain but a single individual, while the labor cost of clearing an acre far exceeded the benefits derived from that land. This burden was beyond the means of self-sufficient farmers with limited grain reserves, and even the heads of villages and minor lords found it unfeasible, relegating them to a life of herding and fishing for generations. Much like the vast wilderness of the northern Great Plains in his past life, geography, society, timing, and religion all constrained the advancement of agricultural civilization. Yet, could one truly assert that the northern Great Plains were unsuitable for cultivation? It was merely a matter of insufficient technology and productivity. Bobek saw through Leo's subtle intentions with ease. Throughout his centuries of existence, he had grown accustomed to such individuals and scenarios. Every ambitious, capable, and aspiring person, upon encountering him, sought to leverage his knowledge for their own gain. If each time he arrived in a new settlement, he were to be easily swayed like Freya, tirelessly toiling for others, then his 500 years would have been in vain. Moreover, his vast life experience and the ancient tomes of his elven kin revealed a consistent truth. The more knowledge humanity acquires, the swifter the world approaches its demise. Nevertheless, there was something intriguing about this young human's insights and thoughts. Thus, he abandoned the notion of leaving with Freya early, opting instead to engage in a leisurely conversation with Leo. Their dialogue stretched from day into night and from night until dawn, transitioning from the warmth of the campfire to the hearth of the Lord's grand hall, resulting in a rich exchange spanning numerous domains. The erudite Bobek possesses an extensive understanding of the histories, geographies, and religious cultures of various races, succinctly elucidating Leo's predicament as an outsider in this unfamiliar realm. Previously, Leo had been utterly oblivious to his surroundings, his location, and his position within the food chain, with all his efforts solely directed toward survival. Such a state is profoundly distressing for a modern individual. Without an accurate worldview, one cannot cultivate a proper perspective on life. A lack of comprehension of this world makes it exceedingly challenging to ascertain one's purpose, leaving one adrift and unable to find a meaningful direction, merely flowing with the currents of fate. Why did the farmers from remote mountain villages in the last century refrain from venturing into the bustling world? Because they possessed no understanding of it and lacked the means to thrive. If Leo remains ignorant of this world, he too would be condemned to languish as an old farmer by the riverbend. Moreover, Leo's occasional utterances, devoid of the theoretical knowledge and logical reasoning inherent to this world, have sparked new insights within Bobuk. Their conversation extended through the night until dawn, while Yulian could no longer bear it and returned to sleep. Olivia and the little mouse, however, remained steadfastly by Leo's side, dozing off. As for Freya, she had fallen asleep before the campfire, only to be carried into the stable by her teacher. As the first light of dawn broke, the well-rested Freya burst into the room, calling out, "Teacher! Teacher!" Her exuberance met with the ominous creaking of the wooden planks as she rushed into the large room. Both Leo and Bobuk shouted in unison, "Get out! Get out!" The sawmill was still under construction, and the Lord's house lacked sufficient timber to create proper floors, leaving the interior desolate. Save for a staircase around the fire pit and some makeshift corridors crafted from salvaged wood and branches. Had it not been for Bobuk's calming presence, Leo would have had to endure the cacophony of the unicorn wild boars racing and bellowing around the stone walls of the large house, separated only by the wooden staircase. Clearly, the flimsy wooden planks and small branches could not withstand Freya's formidable weight. As she perched precariously on the creaking boards, one foot lifted, she froze in place. At the urging of Leo and her teacher, Freya reluctantly took a step forward. With a thunderous crash, the entire wooden bridge leading to the fire pit collapsed, sending Freya screaming into the abyss below, where she was promptly besieged by 6 ravenous unicorn wild boars. Leo and Bobuk simultaneously placed their hands on their foreheads in exasperation. In response to Leo's concerned gaze, Bobuk reassured him, "It's all right, she won't be harmed." Thus, is this the reason you taught her to transform into a giant bear? Bobuk nodded in silence, teaching her the bear transformation without instructing her on how to revert, impervious to blades and unable to be harmed. Even if she gets lost, perfect. Owing to Leo's influence, Bobuk remained in the river bend for a full 3 days. Although there were no earth-shattering transformations brought to River Bay through sorcery, knowledge, or artifacts akin to those of fantasy, he did not withhold all wisdom. At the very least, he imparted to the villagers the means to soothe and tame the restless unicorn wild boars. He also attended to the wounded and disabled militiamen, providing them with healing. Furthermore, he reinforced the Lord's manor using druidic spells. The 300-square-foot manor posed a construction challenge that exceeded the capabilities of Valeri's craftsmen, and his villagers were unable to fulfill his requirements entirely. Thus, some illogical structures and flaws within the manor were readily discerned by Bobuk. With a subtle wave of his finger, vines and roots emerged from the rafters of the manor, writhing as if alive, swiftly intertwining with another beam to unify the entire supporting structure. He informed Leo that the land of River Bay was already sufficiently fertile and that fertilization was unnecessary in the first year. Instead, attention should be given to drainage and aeration. In the second year, they could excavate forest humus from the nearby woods as fertilizer, while in the third year, they could obtain peat from the marshlands. Only after several consecutive years of cultivation should they resort to composting with human and animal waste to enrich the soil. Leo felt disheartened, realizing that his efforts over the past few days had been in vain. However, he understood that in agriculture, the application of fertilizer is not simply a matter of quantity. Various factors must be considered, and everything should be tailored to the specific conditions. In this regard, the assistance he could offer paled in comparison to that of an experienced farmer. On the second day of Bobuk's arrival, news reached the wild tribes that Elder Zulwyn had come to River Bay with a group of wild hunters and druid followers to pay homage to their Earthwalker. Thanks to the presence of Bobuk and his disciple Freya, both the wild folk and the villagers of River Bay exhibited a spirit of camaraderie, exchanging numerous gifts, resulting in a splendid gathering. Within 3 days, Leo and Bobuk became swiftly acquainted. Contrary to Bobuk's preconceived notions of humanity, this intelligent and humble young man embodied a rare civility found among humans in this world. One's worldview is often revealed through their daily discourse, especially in the presence of a 500-year-old sage who can easily see through facades with just a few words. Although Leo often displayed the brashness and mischief characteristic of a rustic youth, occasionally feigning malevolence to tease others, his inadvertent expressions, demeanor, and approach to matters earned Bobuk's admiration. Not only did Bobuk appreciate him, but also the kobold Fiza, the groundhog Freya, and the wild hunter Bjorn quickly grew to trust Leo through their interactions. The Cobalt Valley and the Wild Tribe maintained peace with River Bay, bound together by Leo, as they could genuinely perceive his sincerity, inclusiveness, equality, and respect. It is a jest to suggest that a person truly immersed in the core socialist values could exhibit grave moral failings. Such admirable qualities align seamlessly with the doctrines of Druidism, prompting Bobuk to transition from initial caution to a willingness to share more of his knowledge. Were it not for Leo being human, he might have considered taking Leo as his apprentice. Alas, humans are a fleeting and capricious race. While they may embrace certain superficial tenets of Druidism, they are unlikely to traverse far along the Druidic path. Elves may take centuries to alter their convictions, whereas humans seem to change their minds daily. All short-lived species exhibit this flaw. Thousands of years ago, elves attempted to disseminate the Druidic faith among trolls and orcs. Yet today, those races have only retained a path of war that stands in stark opposition to the original teachings. On the fourth day, Bobuk formally announced his departure. Leo made a final plea, distressed, asking, "Master Bobuk, is there truly no way for me to learn Druidic spells?" Bobuk shook his head, responding, "To learn Druidic spells requires more than mere intelligence. One must first grasp the principles of Druidism and become a competent Druid." Leo, unwilling to relent, replied, "Freya can do it. Why can't I? She is an elf, naturally inclined to believe in Druidism, unlike you. If need be, I can believe too." Bobuk chuckled, his gaze penetrating as if it could unveil Leo's very soul. As he met Bobuk's deep green eyes, Leo felt an amplification of his essence, as if the secrets hidden within him were laid bare. Just as he anticipated Bobuk would label him a skeptic, the great Druid instead remarked, "How intriguing. I did not expect you to possess such unwavering faith, one that no miracle could shake." Leo was taken aback, internally exclaiming, "What faith do I possess? How am I unaware of it?" Bobuk paused, inquiring, "Is it the ancestral faith of the Northerners?" Leo scratched his head, uncertain. "I suppose so." Bobuk nodded, stating, "The ancestral worship of the Northerners originates from the shamanic traditions of the Orcs, which is far more rational than the prevailing faith of the Light in the South. Perhaps you could become a shaman." The mention of monotheism seemed to evoke some unpleasant memories for Bobuk, causing him to shake his head repeatedly, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Olivia busied herself securing a large bag of baked flatbreads on Freya's back, all the while offering a stream of admonitions to ensure her safety and heed her teacheress advice. Having long been involved in the management of the camp and serving as the head of the nursery, Olivia had matured from an innocent girl into a responsible 16-year-old. Little Mouse fidgeted with her clothing, drawing close to Olivia but too timid to speak, instead employing a pleading gaze to retain her dear friend. In truth, Freya's psychological age is even younger than Little Mouse's, and she is timid as a mouse, habitually reliant on others. Having met Leo, she depended on him. In his absence, she turned to Olivia for support. Olivia's absence left a void, one that even the little mouse felt compelled to fill. In their companionship, it was indeed the mouse that assumed the role of the elder sister. Freya, with tears glistening in her eyes, embraced the mouse, resting her massive head atop it, gazing at her teacher with a look of pitiful longing. Bobuk, observing his disciple, sighed with resignation. During this period, I shall journey through the northern realms with my student and shall not return to Tresher immediately. However, we shall pass this way again upon our return. The groundhog and the little mouse felt a flicker of joy at this news. As he spoke, Bobuk extended his finger, tracing several runes in the air before pointing at Leo. A peculiar pattern illuminated Leo's forehead, its brilliance fading only after a span of over 10 seconds, vanishing beneath his skin. This was the shaman's soul link spell. Should he encounter an insurmountable crisis, Leo could call out his name from within, and Bobuk would hear his heart's voice from 1,000 miles away. Embracing a pragmatic approach, Leo unabashedly tapped his finger upon his forehead, earnestly exclaiming, "Master Bobuk Maramotis, please activate the microphone for communication." In response, Bobuk's voice resonated in his mind. "I am here." Freya's voice, faint yet present, followed. "I am here too." Bobuk continued, "The range of a soul link spell depends on the strength of both souls. Should you one day tread the path of the extraordinary, the mightier your soul, the further I shall be able to hear your voice." Overjoyed, Leo felt a surge of elation. He had anticipated a farewell that would cast them into distant realms. Yet he had unwittingly acquired a means of communication. In future quandaries, he would finally have a mentor to consult. Nonetheless, the moment of parting arrived. Under Bobek's guidance, Freya turned back repeatedly as they gradually vanished into the wilderness. Watching the master and disciple retreat, Leo was filled with profound reflection and a sense of loss. This world indeed harbored extraordinary beings, gods of various races, demigods of the wild, ancestral spirits, and legendary heroes. If these seemed too distant, then surely, within the mortal realm, many extraordinary individuals existed. Apart from titans like Bobek, numerous formidable knights, warriors, and renowned adventurers must have awakened extraordinary powers as well. In the Orlantis Empire, once one became an extraordinary being, they inevitably ascended to the knightly class. However, the path to becoming extraordinary was not so simple. Among the human populace, naturally awakened extraordinary beings were exceedingly rare. Beyond ancient training methods passed down through families or sects, one also required the stimulant of awakening potions. Awakening potions, anciently referred to as magical elixirs, are concocted from various magical materials, significantly enhancing the body's threshold for absorbing magical energy, thereby breaking physical limitations and achieving the extraordinary. Yet, even the most inexpensive awakening potion was beyond the means of a commoner like Leo. Many knightly lords, after a lifetime of saving, would also find it impossible to procure one for their sons. Chapter 51. Freya's telephonic assistance with the departure of Freya and her apprentice. The Riverbend territory returned to its tranquil state, transforming once more into an unremarkable new village. Aside from the scurrying goblin pups, there were an increasing number of goblin blacksmiths. Like all newly developed lands, the villagers began to fret over a colossal 2-ton boulder obstructing their path and trembled at the thought of a mere cold. The night watchman would occasionally beat drums in the dead of night to frighten off the encroaching packs of wolves and brown bears. The children who had once roamed freely with Freya were now confined to the camp, learning the imperial script and basic arithmetic under the tutelage of Olivia. It was at this juncture that Leo realized his own illiteracy. He could not comprehend a single character of the written language in this world. Thus, during this period, aside from learning to ride from Julian, he also endeavored to master the imperial script and the elegant tongue alongside Olivia and the timid little mouse, enduring great hardship. To everyone's surprise, the little mouse exhibited a remarkable command of imperial history, language, and etiquette, yet her shyness rendered her an ineffective teacher, often responding only after several queries. Leo attempted to uncover her past, but the mere mention of it would cause her complexion to pale with fear, leaving her trembling in the night. To date, Leo had only gleaned that the little mouse's true name was Gerwage, and that she had escaped from a slave trader in the northern lands. As time flowed steadily onward, Riverbend prospered. With the establishment of a lumber yard, a substantial amount of timber was delivered to the camp daily, forming the primary framework for the villagers' wooden homes. The smaller rooms of the Lord's Manor were prioritized for flooring with thick planks, and Julian and his daughter, accompanied by Leo and the little mouse, moved into their new abode. Leo was assigned to a small room next to Olivia's, furnished with a large bed, a wardrobe, and a desk crafted by Valerie. As he gazed upon the plush furs draped over the spacious bed, Leo was overwhelmed with emotion, and he joyfully leaped onto it with the little mouse, rolling about in exhilaration. After such a long struggle, he had finally attained the comfort of a bed. Julian, the reluctant lord of this fledgling territory, was finally reaping the rewards befitting his station. Along the gravel path leading from the Lord's Manor to the camp kitchen, 2 rows of small wooden cabins had sprung up, creating a quaint little street. The number of small fishing boats ferrying iron ingots and provisions had unknowingly increased, and the industrial evolution from ore to wrought iron had fostered a surplus in trade, allowing many villagers, who had never ventured beyond their village and had always relied on barter, to behold the visage of imperial currency for the first time. In addition to essential supplies, the fishing vessels occasionally brought along 1 or 2 craftsmen seeking to make a living in Riverbend, having found life in Isenport unbearable. These individuals were not mere rootless wanderers from beyond the village, but rather local freemen introduced by fishermen. Most were the younger sons of local free farmers or artisans, unable to sustain their families with their meager inheritances, and thus compelled to venture forth into the world. Regarding the plan to accommodate the displaced populace, despite ongoing preparations, Julian and others have remained indecisive due to concerns over the stability of the River Bay territory. The resettlement of these individuals and the villagers' resistance are trivial matters compared to the primary issue, the restlessness of the displaced. If a significant portion of the wild folk can be likened to mountain bandits and robbers, then a considerable number of the displaced could be equated to ruffians and outlaws. They possess no noble moral compass and are unlikely to feel gratitude towards the River Bay territory or develop a sense of belonging to their new home. Perhaps among 10 displaced individuals, half are genuine refugees without a home, while the other half consists of fugitives unable to return to their abodes, spies from nearby gangs, and aspiring petty thieves. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing safety, Julian has hesitated to accept the displaced, instead cautiously allowing the inclusion of some local freemen. Some opportunistic merchants dare to venture with fishing boats to the River Bay territory, bringing goods and seeking to acquire furs and herbs. The journey from the Western Watchtower to Isenpaul, spanning over 60 miles, is not entirely through desolate wilderness. It encompasses several long-established villages, some close to the Anzino River, and small docks for fishing vessels. However, once one crosses the Western Watchtower, it exceeds the patrol range of Lord Freylaw's forces. And not all fishermen and merchants possess the courage to traverse the 30 miles of wilderness into River Bay. Freya, traveling with her mentor, frequently calls Leo. During the day, she is too engrossed in her adventures to think of her dear friend. Yet, in the stillness of the night, Leo would hear her distant and faint call. "Leo, I am here. Please tell Little Mouse that I miss her." Leo would reply, "Little Mouse, Freya says she misses you." Little Mouse would scurry over, resting her small head against Leo's forehead, unable to hear anything, and could only respond, "I miss her too." Leo relayed, "Freya, Little Mouse says she misses you as well. Leo, please tell Olivia that I miss her." "Olivia is not here. She's sleeping next door." "Then let her sleep with you tomorrow." "All right. Now, I want Olivia to bake me a large barley cake every day and keep it under your bed. When I return, I can enjoy several of them. Is that okay?" "Leo, I've made up my mind. When the teacher isn't paying attention tonight, I'll sneak back to River Bay and eat the big cake you saved for me. Have you considered that your teacher can hear us talking?" "Huh? Leo, help me." Leo. Frustrated, Leo found Freya less endearing. "Will you ever stop? Go to sleep." The following night, after Julian had fallen asleep, Olivia stealthily made her way to Leo's room, lying beside him with a suppressed laugh, and inquired, "Are you certain it was Freya who called me over, and not you yourself?" One day, Olivia received an invitation from Leo and immediately informed her close friends. As they expressed their disapproval of Leo, a mix of envy and admiration filled the air. One married sister and the widow Agatha eagerly shared numerous clandestine insights, wishing they could demonstrate them in person. Leo feigned innocence, claiming it was Freya who wanted to speak with her. "But where is she?" Olivia inquired. "Perhaps she's asleep," he replied. Olivia playfully mounted Leo, resting her hands on his chest and gently caressing it to ease her own anxiety. "Where have you hidden the little mouse?" she casually asked. The little mouse timidly peeked out from beneath the bed, responding softly, "I'm right here." Olivia quickly covered her bare body, mischievously twisting Leo's waist while smiling at the little mouse. "Can I swap rooms with you tonight?" Reluctantly, the little mouse crawled out of the room, lingering at the door for a while. After observing that neither of them intended to invite her back in, she left with a heavy heart. Chapter 52. A father arrives in the village. As dawn broke, Julian rose early. Passing by his daughter's room, he was taken aback to see Olivia emerging from Leo's quarters. Dressed, enraged, his eyes reddened, and he was about to storm in and confront Leo, only to turn and discover Leo peacefully nestled in Olivia's room, sleeping soundly with the little mouse. Confusion washed over Julian. Did I mistake the rooms? Perhaps I am growing old. Without further contemplation, he bellowed, "You lazy rascal. What time is it that you're still in bed? Such idleness." The little mouse scrambled up, quickly dressing and obeying without hesitation. Yet Leo remained unfazed, lazily rolling over and asking, "What time do you think it is?" Julian faltered. There were no churches or clocks in the bay, and no one truly knew the time. As everyone awoke at their leisure, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to chastise the slothful youth. It seems 3 days of absence has allowed you to grow bold." Before Julian could advance, Olivia seized his arm and gently urged, "Father, aren't you supposed to go to the Great Falls? I prepared everything. Let us go together." Today, Julian intended to visit the wild tribes, meet Elder Zoan, and present gifts as a gesture of reciprocity for their previous visit to the bay. While Bobuk's influence still lingered and relations between the two settlements were harmonious, Julian seized the opportunity to strengthen ties. Failing to act promptly to foster communication would risk future conflicts between the villages, which could easily escalate into violence. No one wished for a mere tree being cut down or a hunt being stolen to spark a war between their communities. If he, as the leader of the bay, could forge a friendship with the elder of the wild tribes, many issues could be resolved with a simple word. Recognizing the importance of the situation, Julian chose to disregard his grievances with Leo. He and Olivia stepped out of the grand house, leading a donkey, accompanied by 2 militiamen and gifts. As they made their way towards the magnificent waterfall, once Julian departed, several sisters surrounded Olivia, inquiring about the events of the previous night. Olivia stammered for a while before shyly revealing, "It was too painful. Leo said I am too young and should wait another 2 years." The group of sisters gazed incredulously at the shapely and alluring Olivia, doubting Leo's judgment. The young widow Agatha expressed her dissatisfaction. 16 is too young? Others become mothers at that age. She then delightfully asked, does he prefer older women? How about 20? The village beauties regarded the 20-year-old Agatha with disdain, while their hearts brimmed with envy. Both Olivia, still unsettled from the previous night, and Leo, who stood tall, found it difficult to sleep, and they exchanged a wealth of knowledge while lying together. Concerned for the little mouse, Leo could not resist checking on Olivia in her room. Indeed, the little mouse was huddled under the covers, trembling and slick with cold sweat. She noticed him as soon as he entered the room. Clinging to his arm, she grasped him as if he were a lifeline. After a restless night, Leo did not rise until well past noon. After riding for a while in the corral behind the grand house, the militiaman Ivan approached Leo, reporting, "Captain Leo, a father has arrived in the village." Lao, mounted on his horse, regarded Ivan as if he were a simpleton. Ivan, feeling guilty, nervously explained, "He claims to be a father. He wants to speak with our Lord." "How audacious! Let's go meet him," Leo exclaimed, raising his riding crop, but remaining on horseback. Ivan had no choice but to lead his horse carefully out of the corral. Previously, when Leo had ridden out alone, he had been thrown from his horse, which had caused chaos in the camp. Therefore, he now rode only while being led, yet those around him still regarded him with trepidation, as if he were a thief of cattle entering the village. As they made their way to the center of the village with the horse, taking small steps, Leo quickly grasped Ivan's meaning upon seeing the newcomer. The man was a stout, middle-aged figure, less than 5 feet tall, clad in a white robe that marked him as a religious figure. His robe was adorned with golden floral patterns, and the golden cross emblazoned on his chest was particularly striking. Under the sun's rays, the golden embellishments emitted an unusual gleam, rendering the already short and stout wearer an image of sanctity. Following him were 2 armed attendants, clad in intricately designed chainmail shirts, polished plate armor on their shoulders, and equipped with iron gloves and visored steel helmets. Their appearance was far beyond the villagers' experience, had it not been for the villagers' reverence for their ancestral war god. Some might have knelt in reverence. Having spent several days conversing with Bobuk, Leo had gained some understanding of the religions in this world, and from his elevated position on horseback, he inquired, "Are you a priest of the Church of the Holy Light?" In the Empire's tongue, the terms for priest and father are synonymous. However, the denizens of the North, who revere their ancestors, lack the common understanding of a priest. The ill-informed villager Ivan was entirely oblivious to the dual meaning of the word father. Indeed, the short and stout priest, clad in white robes, gazed up at Leo with a hint of displeasure, introducing himself as Father Lawrence of the Church of the Holy Light. "Where's your lord?" "I seek to converse with the lord of this land." Standing at less than 1.5 meters, he appeared diminutive in the presence of the typically tall northerners, especially with Leo mounted upon his steed. Although it was a riding horse, it too was one of the northern variety, standing at a height of 1.5 meters at the shoulder. Before Leo, who towered over him, Father Lawrence resembled a gnome. Consequently, he was disinclined to engage in dialogue with this arrogant and exceedingly rude youth. Leo dismounted, grinning. "Our Lord is absent. I am responsible for all matters here." "And you are?" Father Lawrence inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. Leo replied nonchalantly, "I am the local militia captain, magistrate, constable, tax collector, and the Lord's personal guard and son-in-law, Leo Mundo. One impressive array of titles: administrative, judicial, military, and financial. And he is also the Lord's son-in-law. Ivan, standing nearby, was utterly astonished, hearing so many novel terms for the first time. Father Lawrence, too, was struck with respect, shaking Leo's hand and stating, "Young Mr. Mundo, I am Father Turs Lawrence, the priest of the Church of the Holy Light stationed in Isenbor. You may call me Father Lawrence." "Esteemed Father Lawrence, what brings you to our humble abode?" Leo inquired directly, nodding in acknowledgement. "The Lord of the Holy Light has commanded me to disseminate his gospel. A land illuminated by the Lord's brilliance cannot be devoid of his church." Father Lawrence replied with a slight smile, radiating a sacred aura. "Has the Holy Light truly reached this place?" Leo asked, slightly astonished. Father Lawrence gestured towards the sun above, his expression enigmatic. "This is a manifestation of the Holy Light, an embodiment of the Lord's majesty, as I, too, am engaged in spreading his gospel." He spoke in the Empire's elegant tongue, akin to the classical Chinese of Europe, the formal written language of Orlantis. Had he not learned some of this refined language from Olivia and the Little Mouse, coupled with his agile intellect from a previous life, Leo would have struggled to comprehend his words. At the very least, Ivan appeared somewhat enlightened, perceiving Father Lawrence as lofty and mysterious, enveloped in an aura of reverence. Leo had engaged in discussions with Bobak regarding religious beliefs, understanding that the northern veneration of ancestors, the shamanistic practices of the orcs, and the druidic faith of the elves all stemmed from polytheistic roots, exhibiting a strong sense of inclusivity that readily embraced other deities and doctrines. However, in terms of religious expansion, this could represent a flaw, particularly when confronted with the incursion of monotheism, which could prove catastrophic. Much like the ancestor worship in the north, it was disorganized and lacking in theoretical foundation. Many northerners who revered their ancestors would not object to adding a powerful deity to their altars, but were unwilling to share their ancestral worship. Adhering to the principle of believing in what exists rather than in what does not, the pragmatic denizens of the north revere the spirits of their ancestors, the wilderness demigods of the elven druids, and the elemental spirits of the orc shamans. When the faith in the southern god of holy light reached the north, many were willing to embrace it. However, no northerner would ever pull a southern friend aside and proclaim, "This is my ancestor, immensely powerful. You ought to call him your forebear." Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Leo possessed a clear understanding of these matters, allowing him to easily grasp Bobak's explanations and follow his train of thought, earning Bobak's admiration in the process. With such foundational knowledge, Father Lawrence's attempts at persuasion seemed somewhat inadequate. Leo chuckled and remarked, "So, you intend to construct a church of holy light in Riverbend?" "Precisely," Father Lawrence replied with satisfaction. "I have come from Ethanbor, guided by my Lord, to establish a church here and spread the gospel." "But don't you already have a church in Ethanbor? Why venture to Riverbend?" Lawrence paused, taken aback, and said, "The priest of the church in Ethanbor is not I, but Father March. The Lord has decreed that the church I oversee shall be established here." "Then you're not a father, but a brother," Leo stated flatly. As a priest of the Holy Light, to manage a church and become a priest, one must possess documentation signed by the bishop of the diocese. In the Empire's language, priest and father are synonymous, as are monk and brother, according to the regulations of the Church of Holy Light. A monk aspiring to priesthood must undergo an assessment by the local bishop and obtain legitimate documentation. Of course, regulations are regulations. Across the rural expanses of the Orlandese Empire, small wild chapels still proliferate. This is largely due to the fact that most minor knightly lords are oblivious to the intricacies involved and can be easily influenced by a few well-chosen words. Furthermore, the majority of southern knightly lords are adherents of the Holy Light, eagerly welcoming the establishment of churches. Many noble families arrange for the eldest son to inherit the estate while the younger son inherits the church, thus collecting taxes from both the land and the church, effectively consolidating their power. Perfect. Unfortunately, this is the north, and this is Leo's domain. My brother of the Holy Light, if you wish to be a father, please present your documentation. Chapter 53. The Holy Light never said such a thing. Father Lawrence was clearly taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Was this young man fresh from his studies at the cathedral in the imperial capital? Why did he seem to understand more than himself? The lords of Ethanbor would not have been so difficult. In his accustomed frame of reference, a newly established territory would see its common folk desperate for spiritual support, while the Lord would greatly benefit from someone to consolidate their loyalty, especially among the unsophisticated villagers who were rather easy to sway. In his previous visits to several villages, he had simply strolled with 2 attendants, and before uttering a word, numerous villagers had come forth to pray and kneel. Regrettably, those villages were impoverished, yielding little in the way of resources. Unlike this newly developed territory, which bustled with activity, the sounds of construction echoing everywhere, teeming with life and industriousness. Not far away, the Lord's mansion resembled a miniature castle, a clear testament to the wealth of its owner. Once the Lord acquiesced to his requests, he could solicit donations under the pretext of constructing a church, securing initial funds. Should the donations prove substantial, it would indicate a lucrative venture right for further investment. A completed church would ensure a steady stream of income, while an incomplete one could simply be abandoned, allowing him to abscond with the funds. The annual contributions and taxes garnered by a church rival those collected by the Lord himself. In the presence of a devout Lord, it was not uncommon for the Lord to contribute personally to the church. Even if the returns were meager, the property could be sold to another cleric, ensuring a guaranteed profit. What? Pulling a fast one? The esteemed cleric's time and energy spent engaging with these rustic folk were not without cost, were they? Unwilling to concede defeat, Brother Lawrence patiently explained, "The guidance of our Lord is infallible. Once the church is constructed, the documentation will follow." It was not an impossibility. Suddenly, Leo nodded in agreement. With his arms crossed, he scratched his chin while surveying the surroundings, then pointed to a vacant plot in the distance, exclaiming, "Let me built there." Brother Lawrence was overjoyed. The location Leo indicated was but 100 meters from the Lord's mansion, positioning the church at the heart of the village. When he eventually wished to depart, he could sell it for a handsome profit. However, there were 2 conditions. Speak. Lawrence nearly resorted to formal address. The first condition was that the funds for the church's construction could not be sourced from the river bay. Leo would need to provide them himself. The second condition stipulated that the church must not only honor the god of holy light, but also pay homage to the god of war, Tyr, of the north. Preposterous. How could a church possibly venerate 2 deities? Brother Lawrence was incensed. Moreover, Leo's hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, his gaze turning perilous. In nothing, Brother Lawrence quickly regained his composure, shaking his head. He had initially intended to assert that the god of holy light was the one true deity. Yet this was not the south but the north. The true god of the north was indeed the god of war, Tyr. This was a stipulation enshrined in the laws of the Empire of Orlandes upon the North succession, and it was acknowledged firsthand by the Pope of the Church of Holy Light, to unite the tribes of the north and consolidate the eastern continent. The Emperor of Orlandes and the then Pope of the God of Holy Light journeyed to the sacred city of Ansurs in the north, where they signed a covenant with the Supreme King of the North. Without delving into the minutiae of the agreement, the crux was that the Supreme King of the North relinquished his throne, descending to the status of Duke, leading the North into the Empire of Orlandes. In return, the Empire would grant the North autonomy far exceeding that of other regions and recognize the god of war, Tyr, as the true deity. Of course, only a select few were privy to these details. The common populace would seldom pursue knowledge so distant from their daily lives. For centuries, to embellish and obscure the truth, many high-ranking clerics of the god of holy light would depict the northern god of war, Tyr, as an avatar of the god of holy light or as one of his archangels, often neglecting to mention him entirely rather than branding him heretical as they would with other deities. As Lawrence the monk gazed into Leo's cold eyes, a sudden realization dawned upon him. The other party understood everything, whether from a religious standpoint or a perspective of self-interest. They were equally aware of the intricacies involved and articulated their stance with a few words that only an insider would comprehend. Without feigning any longer, Lawrence declared with a fierce tone, "Without the protection of the god of holy light, darkness will engulf all, including this humble bay. I hope you contemplate this thoroughly." With that, he turned to leave. Leo, watching him depart, retorted coldly, "The god of holy light has never stated such." Lawrence paused momentarily before continuing on his way. Their exchange was brief, yet Ivan, standing nearby, finally grasped some of it, irritably muttering, "What nonsense is this? Just because he builds a house, he expects everyone to call him father?" Even Uncle Julian isn't that ruthless. Leo chose to ignore him, instead earnestly advising, do not let your guard down during this period. Train diligently and enhance your patrols. Should there be the slightest sign of disturbance, sound the horn or strike the gong. Do not fear a false alarm. Consider it a drill, understood? Yes. As Leo's trusted aide, Ivan was quite obedient. His countenance turned serious upon hearing the words, and he nodded before setting off to convey the orders. Leo watched the direction in which Lawrence had departed, a vague unease stirring within him. Surely, any traveler from another realm would harbor a suspicion towards the monotheistic church of the medieval era. Leo was no exception, though he dared not be careless. He would prefer the fear to be unfounded. With the main construction of the bay completed, labor was released and the militia gained additional training time. Each morning and evening, Leo endeavored to lead the militia members in running laps around the bay's shores. This served to bolster their physical fitness and to drive away nearby beasts. The lone wolves, wild leopards, and brown bears lurking in the woods, as well as even magical beasts, found no opportunity to ambush as they observed dozens of fully armed men traversing the bay. Over time, these creatures would vacate the area, marking it off from their hunting grounds. The crossbows seized from the wild boar men also became part of the militia's arsenal during this training period. Although these crossbows boasted significant power, second only to the longbows of the wild hunters, their craftsmanship was exceedingly crude, failing to ensure shooting accuracy beyond 50 meters. Adopting a mindset of better than nothing, Leo never expected his militia to evolve into a long-range force akin to the wild hunters. However, in small skirmishes in the wilderness, being able to unleash a volley of arrows before the enemy charged was quite advantageous. In addition to the crossbows, each militiaman was equipped with a heavy round shield an inch thick, a one-handed iron sword, and 2 short spears. They would suppress at a distance with the crossbows and engage in close combat with thrown spears, forming a shield wall when the clash commenced to stab with their short swords. Even the slings, which had not proven immensely useful, remained on the historical stage, still serving as a life-saving weapon for every villager. Casually worn as a belt around the waist, it was often taken out for practice, serving as a source of amusement. Now, even the village children have begun to use it for hunting birds, with the exceptionally talented little mouse standing out among them. Chapter 54. The Rise of the Dog-Headed Man. Just after Brother Lawrence departed, the dog-headed man, Fraser, arrived at the camp. Since the last incident where the loss of the dog was exposed as a petty trick by Leo, Fraser had not been seen in Riverbend for quite some time. Even the mining team of the Dog-Headed Men had suddenly become disorganized and chaotic. Leo even suspected that the Dog-Headed Man Valley might have acquired a new leader. After all, the Dog-Headed Men were not a civilized race, and no matter how clever Fraser was, he could not withstand the brute force of his subordinates. Had Yin not been so preoccupied, Leo would have ventured to the Dog-Headed Man Valley to assess the situation. The iron ore from the valley was currently Riverbend's primary economic resource, and should any misfortune arise, Leo would not hesitate to lead the militia to strike again. Upon seeing Fraser enter the camp, accompanied by several robust dog-headed soldiers, tail wagging and strutting with confidence, Leo felt reassured. In the past, when the little mouse and the groundhog gathered together, their primary task was to experiment with the styling of their quirky hair. Compared to the little mouse, who could effortlessly smooth down her hair, the short-limbed and short-haired Freya found herself at an impasse in this endeavor. Ultimately, it was the astute Fraser who provided them with a solution: to use the pine resin from the forest to fashion their hairstyles. Consequently, Freya often roamed the camp, sporting a flamboyant crest atop her head. What to do when the quirky hair is not long enough? Simply increase the quantity. Not only did Freya don a crest, but the entire line of dark fur along her back was styled into a similar fashion. The groundhog transformed into a saber-toothed creature. This look quickly became a sensation among the naturally strength-admiring dog-headed race. At this moment, Fraser and her few dog-headed soldiers all sported crests, clad in fur armor, carrying small round shields, short spears, and crossbows, resembling a miniature version of the Riverbend militia. Surprisingly, the once seemingly simple golden-haired individuals appeared much more ferocious with their distinctive crest hairstyles. Moreover, they seemed to gain a bit of height, as if elementary students had suddenly become middle schoolers. Striding confidently into Riverbend territory, Fraser approached Leo, wagging her tail, her expression jubilant, and exclaimed loudly, I, the clever Fraser, king of the dog-headed men. Leo shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, "Are you looking for a fight?" Fraser, proudly placing her hands on her hips, declared, "No, Fraser, attack." Another band of dog-headed men. Surrender on the other side. I, the king of the dog-headed men. Leo, taken aback, stammered, "So during your absence, you were off to war?" "Yes." "Va? Victory." As it turned out, the ambitious Fraser had returned to rally her armed dog-headed compatriots, traversing over 10 miles of rugged terrain to assault another dog-headed tribe. Under the long-range assault of Fraser's improvised iron slingshots, throwing spears, and crossbows, the larger number of dog-headed men had disintegrated into disarray, as Fraser led her kobold legion into the enemy lair, forming a shield wall to advance steadily. Intent on reenacting the historic events of yore, the opposing leader surrendered with remarkable decisiveness. Much like the moment when Leo progressed into the Kobold Valley, it resembled a confrontation between an equal number of riot police and a horde of unruly thugs, where the outcome could be discerned merely by observing the military formation. The sole distinction this time was that both sides were comprised of kobolds, rendering the act of surrender devoid of any psychological burden. Naturally inclined to submit to the stronger, and lacking in intellect, kobolds do not possess the intricate thought processes of humans. They simply yield to whoever is superior without excessive contemplation. Fraser's father, the former kobold leader, had perished at Leo's hands not long ago, yet she seemed to have forgotten that grim fact. Some tribes of kobolds, on the brink of extinction, would even offer their elders and the weak as sacrifices to nearby ogres or dire wolves in a desperate bid for protection. Many approaching human adventure groups would presume that a kobold tribe capable of taming an ogre must possess considerable strength, unaware that they had merely resigned themselves to become the ogre's sustenance. Leo had little interest in the skirmishes between two elementary school classes. However, Fraser's actions raised his suspicions. The bloodshed and territorial conflicts in the wilderness were even more intense than he had anticipated. How long had it been since he conquered the Kobold Valley? And already, thoughts of attacking another tribe began to surface. While Fraser's intellect played a significant role in this endeavor, the strength of the Kobold tribe and the support of her subordinates were equally crucial. In the wilderness, any tribe with even a modicum of power would either proactively or reluctantly expand their influence to avoid being discovered by stronger forces and subsequently facing invasion and enslavement. Moreover, with the orc invasion now underway, the entire wilderness of the Wolf's Drive was in turmoil, akin to the grand reshuffling of the food chain that Leo had described to Elder Zulvin. Where the large devour the small is not an affair that can simply be evaded. It seemed that upon Yulian's return, discussions regarding the acceptance of refugees would be imperative. Fraser's expedition had brought back over 100 individuals to the Kobold Valley, with a remarkable proportion of able-bodied warriors, exceeding even those of her own tribe. Not every Kobold tribe is fortunate enough to have amicable neighbors like the Riverband, as most find themselves in proximity to more savage races such as gnolls or boarmen, or even the lairs of monstrous beasts. This inherently disadvantaged race struggles for survival in the wilderness. Even with a gold mine at their disposal, many kobolds perish from starvation each winter. During this early spring season, it was a time for weeding out the weaker members of the community. Fraser's population expansion did not unduly concern Leo. The Riverbend and the Kobold Valley were less than 10 miles apart, making the exchange of information quite feasible. Should Fraser remain in power, her intellect would undoubtedly lead her to recognize the necessity of maintaining trade relations with Riverbend. If she were to be ousted, and a new leader were to stir up trouble, Riverbend would serve as an excellent opportunity for military training. However, Leo must find a way to accelerate the development of River Bay. After all, no one knows when the clever Faisa will embark on another expedition. It would be unacceptable to traverse this distance and prove less capable than even a husky. Faisa's visit is not merely to flaunt her military achievements. She also presents a request for joint operations. En alliance, against whom? The ogres. Faisa gestures emphatically with her hands, creating large circles. Ogres, extraordinarily large, as big as Freya. Leo cannot help but chuckle, recognizing the audacity of the goblin. It seems that the battles against the Boar people in this recent expedition have inflated Faisa's confidence. You dare to confront ogres? Can you breach their defenses? Ogres to the west, quite close, a significant threat. Faisa fervently describes, then scrutinizes Yulian's tattered map, suddenly pointing to a specific location. Here, Leo gazes at the map, falling into contemplation. This location lies approximately 10 miles southwest of the Goblin Valley, not far from River Bay, forming a near, triangular configuration with the others. In comparison, the Goblin Valley is somewhat concealed within the northwestern mountains of River Bay, while River Bay, albeit slightly farther from the ogres, is actually more susceptible to discovery. How many ogres are there? 2. Leo feels a slight sense of relief and nods. That's manageable. I will prepare, and then we shall slay them together. Excellent. Neighbors, allies, Fisa, having received the promise, wags her tail with enthusiasm. Chapter 55, The Attack of the Horse Thieves. Although Leo has acquiesced to Fisa's request, he cannot recklessly deploy troops. An adult ogre stands nearly 3 meters tall and weighs over 600 pounds. Human warriors are but infants in their presence. Even an awakened extraordinary warrior would need to exert their utmost to defeat a single ogre. The militia of River Bay, having undergone training and practical experience, along with upgraded equipment, has seen half of its members reach the standards of Imperial regular infantry. However, they cannot withstand a single blow from an ogre. Moreover, the threat posed by Brother Lawrence still lingers, and Leo has always approached otherworldly beings with the utmost caution. He resolves to remain vigilant and awaits Yulian's return before making further plans. Retribution arrives swiftly the very next morning, just after Leo concludes his morning exercise and finishes grooming the horse, preparing to practice archery at the range beside the manor. He hears the urgent sound of horns in the distance. The sentinel tower that Yulian constructed by the waterway has proven effective, as the watchman stationed there spots the enemy at once. Yet this time, the attackers are not the feeble goblins, but a band of horse thieves. The horn sound has scarcely echoed when a group of over 40 horse thieves emerges from the forest across the waterway, clad in tattered and filthy fur armor. Wearing turned-up felt hats, they ride swift horses, effortlessly leaping over the 2-meter-wide waterway, emitting terrifying howls as they charge directly toward River Bay. Suddenly, Leo felt a surge of urgency. Grasping his shield, he commanded the bewildered young mouse beside him, retreat to the Great Hall. The marauders, having traversed from the Western Territories, represented the most loathsome threat. They were skilled horsemen, swift as the wind, and utterly impossible to eradicate. Whether in agrarian or nomadic villages, these brigands posed an insurmountable challenge. In agricultural settlements, the knightly lords possessed but a handful of steeds, and their retinue of vassals and militia formed a force that could neither pursue the horse thieves nor match their marksmanship, leaving them defensively confined within their villages. Conversely, while nomadic villages could muster a larger number of herders to form light cavalry equal to that of the marauders, their dispersed populations rendered them even more vulnerable to sudden attacks. Only those fishing and hunting tribes nestled in the deep mountains remained unperturbed by the marauders, for the rugged terrain thwarted the galloping of swift horses, and the hunters' longbows posed a formidable challenge to any equine assailants. The response from the River Bend territory was swift. Ivan, following closely behind Leo, seized a small horn and sounded the alarm. The settlers to the north, engaged in land reclamation, hastened toward the encampment, seeking refuge within the Lord's Hall. Olivia appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall, anxiously observing the elderly and weak villagers as they entered, maintaining order while directing the militia reserves to retrieve those still attempting to transport grain and leather. The militia members, who had previously been occupied with hauling logs for construction, quickly armed themselves with nearby weapons and rallied at the village center alongside Leo. To ensure the River Bend's martial strength, Leo had previously assigned all militia, save for those on patrol, to focus solely on tasks within the encampment, with weapons and equipment kept nearby for immediate readiness. The construction efforts in River Bend were nearing completion. The main body of the militia was tasked with building houses in the village, while the reserves worked on reinforcing the riverbank in the northern peninsula, and the remainder continued to cultivate the land. This was entirely due to Freya's efforts. This remarkably strong groundhog, under Leo's guidance, had advanced the construction timeline of River Bend by at least a month. The marauders approached with astonishing speed. Scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed since their emergence from the waterway, and they were already upon the village. Shouting fiercely, they raised their short bows to rain arrows upon the militia. In this brief span, the militia had barely mustered half of their ranks. with the early arrivals preoccupied with loading their crossbows for a retaliatory shot against the marauders. Leo, wielding his longbow, loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, successfully toppling one of the marauders. "Raise your shields! Raise your shields!" The militia, having discharged their crossbow bolts, prepared to reload when Leo interrupted them. The wild-boar men's crossbows lacked precision and fired sluggishly, rendering them ineffective against the marauders. While long-range exchanges were tolerable, relying on luck, the imminent approach of the marauders made any attempt to engage them at this juncture tantamount to courting death. In the midst of shouting commands, the marauders had already reached the village entrance, and several militia members, caught unprepared and unable to raise their shields, fell victim to arrows, groaning in pain. Fortunately, the short bows wielded by the horse bandits lacked considerable power. After piercing through the thick pelts of the militia's armor, the arrows did not penetrate deeply, rendering them non-fatal for the moment. Upon approaching the village entrance, the bandits dispersed, infiltrating the village from various corners, relinquishing their bows to brandish curved sabers and long spears as they charged towards the militia. The village was cluttered with construction timber and obstructed by houses, creating a complex terrain unsuitable for the horsemen's long-range skirmishing. Moreover, an increasing number of militia members were converging from all directions, and the seasoned bandits knew they could not allow these soldiers to coalesce into a cohesive fighting force. In a typical assault, the bandits only needed to wreak havoc and cause sufficient casualties before the militia could regroup, thereby shattering their morale and paving the way for a bloodbath. No militia, caught in disarray or fleeing for their lives, could withstand the onslaught of the horsemen. One bandit, laughing maniacally, raised a saber and charged at a nearby militia member who had yet to form ranks, sweeping his weapon viciously. Under normal circumstances, the momentum of his swift steed would amplify the deadly arc of the saber, comparable even to the cleave of a two-handed weapon, capable of severing heads or limbs with ease, instilling terror that could make the surrounding villagers cower in fright. Even a strike against a shield would pose no issue. In his memory, the flimsy wooden shields of the militia could merely deflect arrows. However, the militia member before him did not choose to evade, but, with bravery, raised his wooden shield. The bandit, grinning with malice, swung down without hesitation, intending to cleave both man and shield in two. This time, the militia's shield absorbed the brutal blow, the surface of the round shield marred by a deep gash yet remaining intact. The shield bearer staggered slightly, but emerged unscathed. The oak shield wielded by the militia was a full inch thick. This round shield was crafted by Julian, who had commissioned a new batch for Valerie. It featured a soft outer layer of pine and a robust inner layer of oak. This dual-layer structure, mimicking the Imperial infantry shields, allowed the round shield to better withstand slashes and blunt strikes, while significantly mitigating the impact endured by the militia. Had time and materials permitted, Julian even contemplated reinforcing the shield with a layer of thick leather. Frustrated at failing to inflict harm, the bandit prepared to pivot and strike again. Yet, before he could turn, he caught sight of another militia member hurling a spear in his direction. The sharp spear soared over 10 meters, striking the bandit squarely in the chest and piercing through, with at least half of the shaft protruding from his back. A torrent of blood gushed forth as the bandit fell from his horse, lifeless. Meanwhile, the 20 or so militia members who had formed ranks also launched their spears. Chapter 56. The Militia's Counterattack. Many bandits had already surged to the forefront of the militia lines, poised to sever heads with a mere downward swing of their blades. However, the scimitars of the marauders were still a moment too slow compared to the short spears hurled by the militia. Over 20 short spears, imbued with terrifying force, flew forth, instantly impaling the first 7 or 8 horsemen, sending them tumbling from their steeds. The short spears, launched with great vigor by the militia, met the charging marauders with devastating results. The tattered fur armor provided no protection whatsoever. Regardless of where they struck, the spears pierced through directly. Even the swift horses beneath the marauders were not spared. One horse was struck in the neck, the spearhead emerging from the opposite side and then plunging into the abdomen of its rider. The marauder, who had thought he had evaded the spear's wrath, found himself impaled in the gut, every jolt of his mount causing the spear to twist mercilessly within him. As his steed collapsed, the marauder's insides were mangled, intestines spilling onto the ground. Only a few of the more perceptive marauders managed to pull on their reins, crouch low, and successfully evade the spears, flanking the militia from either side. Within Rio's heart, a sense of calm settled as he observed the militia's performance with great satisfaction. Had this been a month prior, these militiamen would have lacked the courage and composure to hurl their short spears at marauders charging within 10 meters. In fact, seeing the marauders galloping toward them would have prompted some to retreat like ordinary villagers, causing the shield formation to falter. Others might have raised their shields in a cowardly manner, akin to turtles withdrawing into their shells. Even those who did manage to throw their spears would have struggled to hit their targets due to fear and panic. Indeed, practical combat proved to be the finest teacher. After witnessing a few bloody encounters, the militiamen, who would have once panicked at the sight of goblins, now faced the marauders' charge with unwavering resolve. Some veterans among the militia could even disregard the marauders' howls and the glint of blades, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. The initial losses suffered by the marauders were staggering, leading the subsequent wave of marauders to steer clear of the militia. Only a handful of audacious marauders attempted to breach the militia's shield line, swinging their scimitars, yet their assaults were deftly thwarted by the composed militiamen wielding their shields. The marauders, seasoned in plunder, quickly recognized that this was a formidable challenge, and they decisively abandoned their pursuit, charging instead toward the Lord's manor. They were not there to engage in battle, but to pillage, with no need to entangle themselves with the tightly knit militia. Creating sufficient carnage and chaos was their primary objective. Seeing all the marauders converge upon the Lord's manor, Rio commanded loudly, "Spread the line, advance forward, maintain formation, do not act impulsively." With his stern admonition, several militiamen, eager to leap over the shield line and pursue the marauders, restrained their impatience and returned to their ranks. An ever-increasing number of militiamen stood in two lines, shields raised, following closely behind the marauders as they marched towards the Lord's manor. Just as a few marauders at the forefront prepared to strike down isolated villagers, they were suddenly met with the relentless sound of bowstrings snapping in succession. A multitude of crossbow bolts erupted from the nearby houses, the roof of the Lord's manor, and the small windows of the second floor, transforming the marauders and their steeds into a veritable porcupine. Not only were the militia present, but a contingent of 50 militia reserves, similarly armed with crossbows seized from the Boer men, also stood ready. Among them, Vich, a militia member appointed as a reserve instructor by Leo for his outstanding performance, boldly took position with a dozen crossbowmen on the balcony corridor constructed outside the second floor of the Lord's manor, targeting the approaching marauders to draw their attention. What a broken village. How can there be so many militia? The marauder leader cursed vehemently as he cast a quick glance at the advancing shield formation of the militia behind him, then turned his gaze toward the half-closed door of the Lord's manor. Reluctantly, he roared, "Charge in and kill them." Prior to the ambush, he had discreetly dispatched scouts to observe the situation at the river bay, assessing the strengths of both sides. Unfortunately, the scouts had failed to witness the lively scene of the militia and reserves engaged in extensive training. Thus, the number of militia in this village far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he could not have anticipated the impressive organization, formidable strength, and the abundance of crossbows among the militia. Seeing the militia maintain their composure, even exhibiting a degree of calmness, he began to suspect that they were regular soldiers returned from a military campaign under some illustrious lord. Perhaps it was even a trap. The elite forces assembled by the lords to eradicate bandits were only of this caliber. Yet, burdened with his mission, the marauder leader was unwilling to concede easily. Should the marauders breach the manor and seize control of the entrance, taking the elderly and weak inside as leverage, they would reclaim the initiative. One marauder, drawing near the Lord's manor, dismounted his steed and ascended the wooden stairs, hoping to intercept the door before it closed. In such a bastion-like manner, once the door was shut, it would be impossible to open it with the short weapons in the marauder's possession. Suddenly, a diminutive figure burst forth from within the door, colliding with the marauder. With a malicious grin, the marauder prepared to kick the intruder away, but before he could react, the figure had reached him, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck his chin. Amidst the sharp crack of breaking bones, the marauder's final sight was a massive, fur-covered fist and an arm so muscular it rivaled the girth of his own legs, accompanied by a bark from a dog. This was the dog-headed blacksmith of the River Bay, whose years of forging had endowed him with an unusual and grotesque physique. His upper body was incredibly strong, with arms thicker than his legs. Never donning clothing, his body bore the scars of the forge's heat, with patches of fur missing, presenting a terrifying visage. The marauder was sent flying by a rising dragon punch. His jaw shattered, skull rattled, and he soared a meter into the air before crashing to the ground, consciousness lost. Another marauder, witnessing this, leaped from his swift mount, landing on the wooden platform of the door. Without waiting to raise his weapon, he suddenly sensed something, turning sharply towards the entrance. Within the gaping maw of the black hole, pairs of crimson eyes drew near, revealing the forms of 7 or 8 dog-headed blacksmiths. Lunging towards him, the scene of several hellish, muscular, black-furred pit bulls pouncing upon a man, tearing him to shreds, unleashed a visceral horror that weighed heavily upon the minds of the onlookers, no less than the gruesome spectacle of entrails spilled upon the ground. The other bandits hastily dismounted, eager to intervene. However, the crossbows wielded by the reserve militia finally showcased their lethal potential at such close quarters. A single hit could either maim or kill. Some of the marauders were shot down before they could even ascend the wooden platform of the Lord's Hall, collapsing in the open space outside. The casualties among his comrades shattered the bandit leader's resolve. He circled his steed in the clearing before the hall, toppling 3 militia crossbowmen in succession. In a fit of frustration, he thrust his fingers into his mouth, emitting a sharp whistle. All the bandits, upon hearing this signal, abandoned their assault, mounted their horses, and fled towards the outskirts of the village. Chapter 57. A gentleman's revenge cannot wait until morning. The battle had concluded. As the bandits retreated like a tide upon swift steeds, a few militia members, futilely pursuing with their crossbows, found their leader, Leo, cloaked in a dark countenance. Despite his utmost caution, the marauder's assault had exceeded his expectations. Had been a typical robbery, the presence of sentinels would have afforded the militia ample time to form ranks before the bandits breached the village, allowing the villagers to seek refuge within the Lord's Hall. With the stronghold of the Lord's Hall as their defense, Leo held confidence in repelling enemies twice their number. Yet this time, they faced bandits who all rode horses, their speed surpassing that of the militia's assembly. Even until the battle's end, many villagers have been unable to find shelter within the hall. In the skirmish, the marauders claimed 18 bodies, yet they also took the life of 1 militiaman and several villagers. These isolated villagers fell victim to swift, merciless strikes during the assault. Utilizing the momentum of their mounts, the sharp curved blades swept through their targets, inflicting fatal wounds regardless of where they landed. Moreover, 7 or 8 militia and reserve crossbowmen were struck by arrows in the exchange of fire with the bandits and were now receiving treatment. Fortunately, the bandits had launched their attack from the southwest. The villagers of the river bend predominantly toiled in the northern fields. Had the marauders emerged from that direction, pursuing villagers across the flat farmlands and potentially cutting off their path to safety, it would have culminated in a massacre. Observing the militia elated and celebrating their perceived victory, Leo found himself unable to share in their exuberance. Perhaps to them, this was indeed a triumph. Yet in Leo's heart, regardless of how many foes were vanquished, any loss equated to a grievous defeat. Slaying 100 bandits held little value if even a single villager fell. It represented a tangible diminishment of strength. Furthermore, this was no mere game. The villagers and militia were not expendable pawns. They were flesh and blood, possessing their own lives and stories. The deceased militia member was once personally selected by Leo from among the able-bodied villagers, as if he had been consulting him on swordsmanship just yesterday. A bandit, struck by an arrow in the chest, was being forcibly dragged by a militiaman by one leg to Leo's side, still clinging to life, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes pleading, yet unable to articulate his words through coughs. Growing impatient, Leo dismissed the need for interrogation with a mere wave of his hand. Slay him, strip him of his garments, and drag the corpse to the waterway to be impaled on a stake. He mounted his steed and commanded all remaining militia, gather forth with provisions for a day, led by Ivan, and follow the markers I've left. Yes, he replied. Vich, do not commence repairs on the dam. Guard the camp with the reserves until Yulian returns. Yes. The village once again stirred with activity as Leo spurred his horse into a brisk trot, pursuing the direction in which the bandits had fled. A gentleman's vengeance must not linger overnight. This time, the bandits had suffered a setback. Should they regroup, they would surely muster greater numbers. Leo intended to strike before they could recover, aiming to cripple them decisively. Moreover, with Lawrence having departed only yesterday, Leo found it implausible that the bandit attack today bore no relation to him. To resolve a problem, one must first eradicate its source. Bandits were no elite soldiers. They could not traverse the wilderness overnight and launch an immediate strike the following day. The speed of horseback travel in the wilderness was not particularly swift, suggesting that their encampment was likely not far from the river bend. Tracking them on horseback, Leo occasionally dismounted to search for footprints and climbed into the treetops to keep watch, ensuring he did not lose their trail or get spotted by the bandits ahead. Once in hunting mode, the innate instincts of the original Leo, honed since childhood, combined flawlessly with the meticulous nature of his other half. Not a single clue would escape his notice. After following their trail for over 20 miles, Leo caught sight of an abandoned watchtower in the distance. This structure, modest in size, could accommodate 50 soldiers for defense, a common sight in the Northern Territories. Centuries ago, following the defeat of the Beast tribes by the Orlandese Empire, the North underwent a significant expansion, with clans migrating en masse from the southern bank of the Anzino River to establish strongholds on the northern shore. However, with political reforms and conflicts erupting, countless outposts and military fortifications gradually fell into ruin, ultimately consumed by the wilderness. The watchtower before him might have once served as a garrison constructed by the Imperial Standing Army hundreds of years ago, intended to intimidate the nearby wild tribes. Alternatively, it could have been a border outpost built by Count Freylov to repel the burgeoning wild folk over subsequent centuries. Yet now it lay utterly derelict, brick-shattered, drawbridge rotting, and vines entwined. In the sheltered area beneath the tower, a haphazard collection of animal skin tents stood, with wisps of smoke curling from several smoldering campfires, where iron pots and skewers were set up. A few bandits loitered atop the watchtower, idly moving about with short bows in hand. Leo tethered the horses beneath a nearby tree and stealthily advanced forward, skillfully evading the gaze of the bandits stationed atop the tower, until he reached the wall of the stronghold. "Father, it is time we discuss the remuneration." The voice of the bandit leader resonated from the opposite side of the stone wall, laced with anger and menace. "The village of E is not as simple as you claim. The 20 gold coins previously given are insufficient for the compensation of my deceased brother. If you do not make some gesture, I fear I shall be unable to contain the fury of my brethren. By the holy light, a band of marauders dares to negotiate compensation with me? Since when did you acquire such vocabulary? Was it during your time serving under Tarkhan Bek? Have you ever received any compensation?" The leader's words elicited nothing but scorn. The bandit leader darkly remarked, "Lawrence, this is not Ethenbor. The holy light cannot shield you here." Lawrence's tone softened slightly. "We have collaborated more than once. What advantage would I gain from deceiving you? You have witnessed that grand abode. Could an ordinary lord construct such a structure? It undoubtedly harbors immense treasures. A village capable of sustaining 300 souls cannot possibly struggle to support your mere band of marauders." The bandit leader sighed in resignation. "However, the militia there is far too numerous, and every man is armed with a crossbow. My current numbers are insufficient to mount an assault. That is your concern. If your numbers are lacking, seek other allies. The caravans here are not solely yours. Harold to the south also commands a considerable force. Should you be interested, I could facilitate an introduction." The bandit leader mockingly replied, "I did not anticipate the breadth of your connections, father." Through the immense crack in the stone wall, Leo observed the bandit leader seated cross-legged on a woolen blanket before a campfire, while directly opposite him, the stout and rotund Father Lawrence sat with an air of arrogance. He was not clad in the sacred white garments of the church, but rather in the attire of a merchant, accompanied by 2 armed retainers, resembling a wealthy peddler. After observing for a while, Leo turned back to the horses, sitting quietly to recuperate his strength. Soon, a sound emerged from the front as a militia scout appeared, and upon spotting Leo, he whistled back to his comrades. Moments later, Ivan arrived with a militia group. Chapter 58. The hunt for bandits. Casting a glance at the militia behind Ivan, Leo quietly inquired, "How many have arrived?" "With me included, there are a total of 40. Ivan attempted to elaborate. "A few who were struck by arrows wished to join, but I did not permit it." "You made the right decision. 40 men are more than sufficient." Leo patted his shoulder and beckoned several key members. Pointing towards the distant stronghold, Leo began to devise a battle plan. "Eugen, take 10 men and approach from the left thicket. Conceal yourselves behind that large rock. Once you see someone emerge, strike fiercely. Moros, lead 5 men to the right. When the battle commences, guard the horses and ensure the enemy does not mount. The rest will follow Ivan to that location. When I signal, charge forth to block the entrance. After the instructions were given, Leo surveyed the crowd, still harboring some doubts, and added, the bandits number merely over 20. Yet each is a skilled fighter. Therefore, endeavor to use crossbows for concentrated fire. Avoid engaging them in one-on-one combat, and refrain from pursuing them. Losing a few is inconsequential. Let us adhere to our usual training. Do you understand? The small leaders listened, their expressions reflecting a hint of struggle, yet they obediently nodded in agreement. To them, with the bandits reduced to just over 20, a direct assault seemed feasible. Fueled by vengeance, they were determined to annihilate their foes. Leo, disregarding the militia's apprehensions, waved his hand for them to disperse. He retraced his steps, returning to the stone walls of the watchtower. After a moment of stillness, waiting for the sentry to move away, he gripped the crevices of the stone wall and, like a lizard, swiftly scaled its height. Atop the wall sat a robust bandit, idly toying with his short bow. This tower, lying over 10 miles from the World Tree Avenue, had been abandoned for 2 or 3 centuries, with the path now consumed by encroaching forest. In such desolate terrain, the likelihood of enemy ambush was exceedingly low. The primary concern of the sentry was to deter nearby wild beasts from startling the horses. They had anticipated trouble and had driven away the usual brown bears and leopards, which would scarcely dare confront a band of several dozen bandits. The recent raid on the river bend had resulted in the loss of 18 brothers. Yet not a single horse had been captured. In 5 years of banditry, such a dismal failure had never occurred. Perhaps it was an opportunity to stir up dissent among the ranks and vie for leadership. As the bandit sat in boredom, contemplating grand ambitions, he suddenly sensed a faint rustle behind him. Before he could react, a hand clamped over his mouth and nose. A sharp steel sword sliced across his throat, with such force that half of it was severed. Blood gushed forth like a burst pipe, splattering against the stone wall below. Leo released the bandit, allowing him to tumble from the wall, then took a few steps back and leapt upward, raising his sword high for a fierce strike. On a slightly lower section of the wall, another bandit, alerted by the noise, turned just in time to see Leo descending upon him, the raised sword cutting through the air with a chilling wind aimed at his head. The narrow confines of the wall left the bandit no time to evade. He could only raise his short bow in defense. However, this was a futile gesture, due to the height and strength advantage. The standard steel sword used by the Northerners weighed a solid 3 kilograms, with an extended hilt and blade, colloquially referred to as a bastard sword by the Southerners. In the South, such swords were wielded as two-handed weapons. Now, wielding a hefty 3-kilogram, 1.2-meter-long broad-bladed sword, Leo's descending strike was utterly unstoppable. The short bow of the bandit, along with a wrist adorned with a fur guard and the entirety of his head, was cleaved in twain. Had the bandit not instinctively recoiled while drawing his bow, Leo might have cleaved him in two like a hapless pig. Amidst the splatter of blood, Leo sheathed his long sword, retrieved his longbow, and with unhurried grace, knocked an arrow and drew back the string, piercing the chest of a bandit on the third stone wall with a single shot. It was only at this moment that the bandits realized they were under attack, erupting into loud cries of alarm before raising their bows to fire at Leo. After swiftly dispatching the sentinels on the stone wall, Leo turned and ducked into the cover of a nearby parapet, simultaneously blowing a sharp whistle. Several arrows flew through the air. One whizzed past his head while the other struck the stone wall, the iron tips sparking against the weathered stones, leaving behind a trail of marks as they ricocheted and fell. Outside the tower, Ivan let out a furious roar, charging forth with over 20 militiamen. The structure of the tower restricted the attacker's path, while simultaneously confining the defender's escape. The bandit leader and Brother Lawrence, eager to assert their unique status, occupied one of the few intact rooms within the tower. The remaining bandits were left to pitch their tents outside. This small courtyard enclosed by the tower was limited in space, and with parts of the stone wall collapsed, it could accommodate only a handful of tents. Consequently, some bandits opted to set up their tents in a sheltered area behind the tower. In the face of the assault, the bandits inside the tower grasped their weapons and scanned their surroundings, also needing to defend against Leo's potent archery from above. Meanwhile, the bandits behind the tower, hearing the shouts, circled around to investigate. As these bandits approached, they had not yet reached the main entrance when a volley of crossbow bolts suddenly rained down from the opposite side, instantly claiming 4 of their lives. From behind a massive rock, a group emerged, 10 militia men led by Yujin, faced with the unsuspecting bandits moving along the wall. The militia found shooting them as effortless as practicing at a target range. With only 5 bandits remaining, Yujin, forgetting Leo's admonitions, discarded his crossbow, drew his one-handed sword, and shouted, "Annihilate them!" Contrary to the anticipated panic, the remaining bandits, their eyes glinting with malice, unleashed guttural howls and charged at the militia with their curved blades. At the front of the tower, under the bandits' hesitation and Leo's precise shots, Ivan successfully barricaded the main entrance. 7 militia men raised their round shields, forming a shield wall to block the arrows raining down from the bandits inside the tower. The militia at the rear, armed with crossbows, returned fire against the bandits. Although the bandits wielded short bows with rapid firing speed, they posed little threat to the militia protected by shields. Conversely, a single bolt from a militia crossbow could incapacitate a bandit with 1 hit. Witnessing their comrades fall one by one, the remaining bandits could only retreat into the tower's chamber, seeking refuge behind its formidable stone walls. The militia advanced steadily while firing, swiftly entering the open ground within the walls of the watchtower, forcing the bandits to cower inside. Leo, perched atop the stone wall, continued to shoot from his elevated position, toppling 3 bandits in succession until they all retreated into the watchtower, obscured from view by the stone barriers. Only then did he descend from the wall and leap to Ivan's side. At that moment, the authoritative voice of Brother Lawrence resonated from within the tower. "Cease all hostilities." Chapter 59. Who among us lacks an elder? The sounds of combat fell silent as the militia and the bandits confronted one another through the narrow corridor of the watchtower. To bolster its defenses, the entrance of the stone fort leading to the main hall featured a corridor approximately 5 to 6 meters long, wide enough for only 2 individuals to pass side by side. The walls on either side concealed rooms that had been opened from within, and there were small windows in the stone walls designed for defensive shooting to thwart enemy advances. However, most of the rooms in the watchtower had collapsed, leaving the bandits congregated in the main hall. After an intense battle, only the bandit leader and 4 others remained, alongside Brother Lawrence and his 2 armed attendants. Having taken refuge in the main hall, Brother Lawrence hastily donned his sacred white robe adorned with golden patterns, holding a tome of scripture. He appeared at the opposite end of the corridor, emanating a faint golden glow, radiating an air of solemnity. He proclaimed, "I'm a believer in the holy light. Your Father, those who trust in me shall have their souls forgiven. Those who do not shall face the judgment of the holy light." The militia and the bandits watched his performance in silence. Brother Lawrence found this unexpected quietude bewildering. In his subconscious, he believed that fear of the holy light surpassed the fear of death, and that the people should have been retreating or kneeling in prayer at this moment. However, he soon realized that this was the North, where the holy light held little sway. The people of the North had no faith in the holy light. All were heretics. Determined to take action, he began to recite lengthy invocations in a low voice, unintelligible to those around him. The faint golden glow surrounding him began to recede. And not only that, but the light and shadows around him quickly dimmed, rendering him pale as though the colors of a portrait had faded. The already dim main hall seemed to plunge into night, making even the faces of those present difficult to discern. Dark incantation, spiritual scourge. With a thunderous cry, Brother Lawrence pointed, and Leo suddenly felt as if he had been struck by a blade, a searing pain radiating from his forehead, as though his very soul were being cleaved. This was a world imbued with magic. Amidst the excruciating agony, a thought sprang forth in Leo's mind. And yet, I remained steadfast in watching him cast his spell. In an instant, a voice of uncertainty echoed deep within his mind, followed by a surge of profound, inexplicable mental strength. Like a gentle breeze brushing against him, the excruciating pain that had seared his soul vanished, leaving only a refreshing coolness. The torment he had just endured seemed but a fleeting illusion. Understanding the situation, Leo silently proclaimed in his heart, "Master Bobuk, I adore you." The gentle response from the great druid Bobuk followed, "You are most welcome." The childish voice of Freya echoed from afar. Leo, I love you too. Initially, Leo believed that the soul-linking spell cast by Bobuk served only for communication. He was astonished to discover its capability for remote dispelling as well. Before Bobuk's formidable soul power, the most rudimentary curse spell dissipated like wisps of smoke in the wind. For a moment, Leo felt elated. Who doesn't have an old grandfather, after all? To outsiders, Leo merely furrowed his brow for an instant before resuming his usual demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He sensed the intensity of the curse, akin to a mere passing breeze, and it was even released by a love-struck partner. The curse's caster, Brother Lawrence, was incredulous. Even an awakened extraordinary being would succumb to his dark incantation, suffering mental shock and soul burns, losing their combat prowess temporarily. How could this ordinary lad before him remain unscathed? According to the typical narrative arc, he ought to have dropped his weapon and knelt in anguish, causing his militia to surrender in fright. The bandit leader regarded Brother Lawrence with the incredulity reserved for a fool, believing the charlatan was merely attempting to deceive him again. At this juncture, who would still fall for such trickery? It was time to showcase true power. Pushing past the still doubting Brother Lawrence, the bandit leader stepped forward. He shouted at Leo, You cursed one, you have left my men strewn across the ground. Shall we settle this one-on-one? In a duel, below the awakening threshold, he had never feared anyone. The previous leader had fallen precisely this way. Leo, finding the bandit leader's peculiar accent perplexing, gazed at him with a displeased expression. Woof, woof. He accepted the crossbow from Ivan beside him and pulled the trigger directed at the bandit leader. Still barking, are we? The bandit leader stared in disbelief at the bolt embedded deep within his chest, one hand clutching his wound while the other pointed at Leo. You. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed. What audacity to challenge me with such bravado. Even goblins would not be so bold. Leo looked coldly at the bandit leader's lifeless body and called to the remaining men. Drop your weapons. Come forth to surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Seeing the remaining bandits hesitate, Brother Lawrence shouted, Do not listen to him. We can hold the passage. They cannot breach our defenses. Under his command, 2 armed retainers raised their fan-shaped shields to block the exit. The militia attempted to shoot the bandits inside with crossbows, yet their seasoned armed defenders skillfully thwarted the attack with their shields. Leo had no intention of risking the lives of the militia for a siege. He waved his hand decisively and commanded, Burn them alive. Immediately, half of the militia continued to guard the entrance while the other half ran to gather firewood, preparing to incinerate the bandits within the passage. The main hall within was rather modest in size, comprising only a few rooms, with no other exits. After burning for half an hour, the smoke could suffocate anyone inside. At that moment, Wu Jin, accompanied by a group of ambushed militia, entered, lowering his head in deference and avoiding eye contact with Leo. 11 militiamen, nearly all bearing wounds, were present. One had his fur armor split open, revealing a gaping wound. Though bandaged, his pallor suggested he could scarcely remain upright. What transpired? Leo inquired, his brow furrowed. Wu Jin stammered, We clashed with the enemy, but rest assured, none escaped. We dispatched them all. Upon observing him, Leo instinctively grasped the situation and murmured, You will pay for this upon our return. Wu Jin had miscalculated. Believing that with only 5 bandits remaining, his 11 men held the advantage. Thus he led them into a charge. Unexpectedly, the bandits were seasoned killers, their battle experience far superior to that of the militiamen. Previously, in the face of spear and crossbow fire, the bandits appeared clumsy and unremarkable. However, when it came to close combat, the disparity in combat prowess became glaringly evident. In mere moments, several militiamen were wounded, their shields proving ineffective against the bandits' cunning techniques. Conversely, the bandits evaded the militiamen's short swords like slippery eels. Fortunately, Leo's daily training bore fruit. Even amidst the charge, the militiamen instinctively maintained formation. After sustaining losses, they quickly regrouped. Behind their shield wall, they provided mutual cover and coordinated their assaults, ultimately managing to slay the 5 bandits. In the courtyard of the watchtower, the militiamen gathered some firewood, along with a few bandit tents and woolen blankets, which they tossed into the corridor and ignited. The flames billowed forth, and upon witnessing the inferno, those inside finally panicked. Brother Lawrence frantically shouted, Charge out! Fight them! Chapter 60, The Gallows. The remainder of the battle held no suspense. Had the bandits formed a cohesive charge before Leo set the fire, they might have posed a genuine threat to the militia. However, with the flames spreading, merely attempting to rush through the blaze left the bandits flustered, swinging their weapons blindly with closed eyes. Some of the slower bandits transformed into living torches, their fur armor easily igniting, and with 3 decades of neglect, their hair and beards were matted, their bodies filthy. Truly, they were human torches. The militiamen stood guard at the entrance. As each bandit emerged, they were swiftly kicked down and dispatched with a sword thrust. Only 2 armed retainers proved to be a considerable challenge for the militiamen. Both possessed the strength of elite Imperial heavy infantry, clad in full iron armor, rendering them nearly impervious to blades. Under normal circumstances, 2 such armed retainers could easily overpower 20 bandits, which was precisely why Brother Lawrence felt emboldened to venture into the wilderness. Had Brother Lawrence summoned the armed retinue to join the fray during the earlier conflict between the brigands and the militia, the latter would have found it considerably more challenging to vanquish the marauders. However, now, under the vigilant watch of 5 or 6 militia members, even the most heavily armored elite infantry struggled to maneuver. The moment one armed retainer emerged, he rolled to the ground, his shield deflecting the thrust of a militia member's short sword. He swung his sword upward, only to have it blocked by the militia's shield. As he regained his footing, 2 more short swords lunged toward his waist. Unfortunately for the militia, the retainer was clad in a heavy chain shirt, reinforced with a layer of hardened leather beneath. The militia wielded substantial strength. Had their blades found purchase on a brigand, they would have easily penetrated the fur armor, inflicting grievous wounds upon the abdomen, wreaking havoc upon the intestines and kidneys. Yet, when the short sword struck the retainer's chain shirt, they merely sparked and glided harmlessly aside. Realizing their inability to inflict damage, the militia ceased their attacks and instead pressed their shields directly against him. The armed retainer, caught between the onslaught, found his weapons ineffective. Attempting to retreat, he was forcibly shoved forward by 2 militia members striking him with their shields. As 5 or 6 militia members bore down upon him, they trapped the retainer in their midst, rendering him helpless before plunging their short swords through the seams of his armor, swiftly ending his life. Once the brigands and armed retainers had been dispatched, Brother Lawrence emerged from the corridor, his demeanor frantic. His hair and beard smoldered. His once pure white robe was singed and marred with charred patches, flames having licked at the fabric until they reached his backside. Ignoring his appearance as flames continued to scorch him, Brother Lawrence rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire. Finally, having quelled the flames, he sat amidst the carnage, despairing at the sight of fallen bodies and the encroaching militia. "You desecrate the holy light. This is heresy. The holy light shall bring judgment upon you." R.O. approached, crouching to scrutinize Lawrence with a cold gaze. "My dear monk, the holy light has not spoken thus." Rising to his feet, R.O. proclaimed loudly, "Thursday Lawrence, a monk of the Holy Light Church, has engaged in deceitful practices, colluded with brigands, and attacked the territories of Riverband, resulting in the deaths of numerous citizens. His crimes are egregious and unforgivable. I, R.O. Mond, in the capacity of Sheriff of Riverband, hereby sentence you to hanging." With R.O.'s pronouncement, 2 militia members stepped forward, producing a length of rope to ensnare Lawrence's neck. Ignoring his frantic struggles, they swiftly hanged him from the gate of the watchtower. As Lawrence gasped for breath in his final moments, R.O. commanded Ivan, "Clear the battlefield. Do not overlook any valuables." "Understood," Ivan responded enthusiastically, gathering his men to scavenge for spoils. An hour later, R.O. mounted his steed, followed by militia members leading 24 horses, each laden with a substantial bounty. Although these swift horses were capable of bearing brigands into battle and plunder, they had yet to reach the status of war horses, thus merely qualifying as swift steeds. The Empire recognized 2 classifications of war horses. There exists a type of light war horse, adept at long-distance gallops and capable of bearing a total of 300 pounds of light cavalry, equipped for short-range charges. Conversely, there is a heavy war horse, which can carry 500 pounds of heavy cavalry, armor, and gear for similar short bursts of speed. Clearly, neither of these types meets the minimum requirements, as this batch of swift steeds falls short. The western frontier is abundant in light war horses, and the nomadic tribes excel in archery and horsemanship. thus placing the light cavalry legions of the West at the pinnacle of the Empire's military prowess. Most of the marauders infiltrating the northern and southern regions are, in fact, criminals and deserters from the West. Ironically, while the northern plains are rich in heavy war horses, the north boasts almost no heavy cavalry legions, predominantly fielding light cavalry instead. This anomaly arises from the towering stature of the northern folk. Those who ascend to the rank of elite soldiers from the north are invariably robust individuals, often exceeding 6 feet in height and weighing over 200 pounds. Donning full suits of heavy armor, wielding swords, shields, and lances, and outfitting their steeds in armored gear, their total weight can surpass 600 pounds. Ordinary heavy war horses are incapable of running under such burdens, often resulting in broken legs or, after a battle, severely bent spines, rendering them useless. The premium heavy war horses, or those possessing the bloodlines of magical beasts, are beyond the financial reach of even the average landholding knights, let alone equipping heavy cavalry regiments. In contrast, the southern folk are generally shorter, with cavalrymen typically ranging from 5'3" to 5'11". Moreover, the South boasts advanced technology and superior craftsmanship in armor forging, allowing for a third reduction in thickness while maintaining the same defensive capabilities. Fully equipped, including weapons and horse armor, the total weight aligns perfectly with the heavy war horses procured from the north. Most importantly, the southern nobles possess substantial wealth. The war horses cultivated by the northern folk are too precious for them to ride, and they are sold at high prices to the affluent lords of the south. Aside from the 24 swift steeds, the cargo they bear is of little value, comprising merely some grain, cloth, and the tents, fur armor, and woolen blankets gathered by the militia from the marauders. The impoverished militia of the River Bay is reluctant to part with even the smallest item, scavenging everything from the marauders' grills to their battered pots. Among the few treasures, aside from several imperial gold and silver coins, are 2 full suits of iron armor belonging to armed attendants. This customary ensemble of mercenaries consists of leather-lined chainmail shirts, steel pauldrons, visor helmets, and iron gauntlets, offering greater agility than the heavy armor of elite infantry and exuding a more imposing presence than the equipment of regular imperial soldiers. The entire River Bay territory lacks even a single chainmail suit. With the acquisition of these 2 suits of armor, Urian, the pioneering knight, and Leo, his knightly attendant, will appear quite formidable. Leo, mounted on his horse, casually peruses Brother Lawrence's tome of teachings while reveling in his thoughts. His companion, Ivan, leads his horse, lost in contemplation until suddenly a spark ignites in his eyes, and he exclaims, "Is it possible? Is it possible? Did the marauder chief just challenge you to a duel?" Leo is momentarily taken aback, carefully digesting the marauder's Western accent before a realization dawns upon him. Alas, it is a pity that we could not engage in a proper exchange of skills. The 2 individuals shook their heads, lamenting their misfortune as they continued on their way. Chapter 61. The bold peasant woman. As the group passed by the irrigation canal, Leo beheld the corpses of bandits impaled on wooden frames by the militia. 18 bodies were lined up in a row, stripped of their garments and displayed upon crosses. Their wounds lay exposed to the elements, flesh peeling back, some even with entrails spilling forth, the blood nearly drained away, rendering their skin an ashen hue devoid of life. As the fervor of battle waned and modern sensibilities took precedence, Leo found these corpses exceedingly macabre, reminiscent of scenes from American horror films. How barbaric! How cruel! After a few glances, he shook his head and shouted as he moved on. The militia members exchanged glances, left speechless. "Wasn't this your own command? Should we not take them down? Bury them?" One of the militia quietly inquired of Ivan. Ivan shot him a disdainful look. "What business is that of ours? If you have the time to ponder such matters, why not dig your own grave first?" The militia considered this and found Ivan's perspective quite reasonable. Upon returning to the river bend, Leo observed the bodies of villagers laid out in the clearing outside the Lord's manor, while the surviving townsfolk gathered in silent mourning. Olivia, with the assistance of Ruth, was comforting the families of the deceased villagers. Overall, the villagers displayed a rather subdued sadness, some even exhibiting a sense of relief. Only a few young women and children were seen discreetly weeping. In Leo's fragmented memories, whether it was a bandit raid or the harsh winter snows, some lives were always lost in the small northern village, which seemed to have become an integral part of their existence, particularly since the orc invasion. Nearly every attack claimed a dozen or 20 lives, ultimately leading the villagers, under Julian's guidance, to migrate as a whole. Moreover, in the wake of this large-scale bandit assault, leaving behind 18 corpses, the fact that only 9 had perished was almost unfathomable. 7 or 8 brawny gnoll blacksmiths sat idly upon the wooden platform of the Lord's manor, observing the peculiar gathering of humans, eager for it to conclude so they could return to their forge. The gnolls lacked such intricate emotions and customs. When a companion fell, they would simply discard the body into the wilderness without a second thought. Their abstention from consuming the remains was a testament to their sufficient civility. Upon seeing Leo return from the village outskirts with the militia, Olivia hurriedly approached with the little mouse in tow, her face etched with concern. Habitually, she took out a towel to wipe the blood from him and check for injuries. During the earlier skirmish, bandit blood had splattered all over Leo, now dried and impossible to wipe away. He was grimy from head to toe, the collar of his leather armor matted and caked, presenting a rather dismal sight. In their past interactions, whether hunting in the wild or partaking in battles alongside Julian, Leo's recklessness had often led him to be the first into the fray, frequently returning home adorned with numerous scars. Olivia's medical skills far surpassed those of the other villagers, honed through her experiences with Leo. Observing the anxious expressions of 2 girls, one large and one small, Leo smiled and reassured them, "It's nothing, merely the blood of bandits. Not a single hair on me is harmed." As he strode forward, he boasted, "Just a bunch of bandits, utterly feeble. None can withstand a single strike from me. I dispatch them as easily as slicing through vegetables." Little Mouse, filled with admiration, followed closely behind him, basking in the glory. However, Olivia was less impressed, behaving like a dutiful wife as she scolded him. "Father warned you long ago. You never listen. Now that you are the militia captain, you should command from a distance and not always rush to the front." Leo merely shrugged, blah, blah, blah. "You nearly got bitten to death by a goblin last time. Have you learned nothing? Blah, blah, blah." Olivia stamped her foot, rolled up her sleeves, and began to punch Leo's back, exclaiming, "You are going to drive me mad." Leo, unfazed, dodged her playful attacks while speaking in the refined imperial tongue he had learned from Little Mouse. "How bold! This little peasant girl dares to disrespect me." He casually discarded his weapon and shield, ducking beneath Olivia's legs and lifting her up playfully. "Put me down." Amidst the envious gazes and cheers from onlookers, Leo paraded around the camp with a blushing, squirming Olivia perched on his shoulder, resembling a lion surveying its territory. As night fell, Julian finally returned from the wild tribes. 4 hunter escorts from the tribes accompanied them to the riverbend, ensuring their safe passage over the waterway before disappearing into the wilderness. Although the encroachment had considerably diminished the population of large predators nearby, they were not entirely absent. Should a famished brown bear or a ferocious tiger emerge unexpectedly, Julian's party, consisting of merely 2 militia members and a donkey, would face inevitable peril. To honor Julian, Elder Zolwyn had thoughtfully arranged for 4 hunter escorts to accompany them home. This was a privilege that neither Leo nor Freya had ever experienced. During their initial encounter, despite Leo's sincere and benevolent demeanor, Elder Zolwyn had been outwardly amiable, yet inwardly cautious and resistant. Indeed, communication among individuals is paramount. Riverbend had consistently extended goodwill towards the wild tribes, adhering to customs and fostering equitable relations, which eventually bore fruit. There are no grand gestures without reciprocity, akin to an employer painting an extravagant vision without offering wages. Leo recounted the events of the past 2 days at Riverbend to Julian in meticulous detail, from the arrival of Brother Lawrence to his execution at the gates of the abandoned watchtower. Upon hearing Leo's account, Julian nodded repeatedly, praising, "Excellent, excellent. This is how it should be. Those wretched missionaries, do they have no ancestors?" Once the flow of population began in Hewan territory, a plethora of peculiar individuals set their sights on this newly developed land. Initially, only a handful of merchants peddling sacred relics were present. For instance, feathers plucked from the wings of a 6-winged archangel could be acquired for a mere 30 silver coins, believed to ward off malevolent spirits when placed beneath one's pillow. The staff of Bishop Ethan Bohr, a finely carved wooden rod, could be obtained for just 2 gold coins, promising immunity from ailments when held. Additionally, the desiccated blood of the first pope, St. Peter, could be obtained for 10 gold coins when applied to the cross of a church. It was said to protect the territory for a century of bountiful weather. Regrettably, the impoverished inhabitants of Heian territory could scarcely spare a copper coin, with many unaware of the appearance of the empire's golden and silver currency. Furthermore, there was not even a modest church in sight. Especially when encountering Leo, the situation became dire, far worse than a ghostly apparition, with the potential for dire consequences. These swindling merchants faced ruin at the hands of Leo's anti-fraud measures, leaving them to question their life choices on their way back. However, someone of Brother Lawrence's stature was a first in this territory. Leo, feeling a twinge of concern, inquired, "Are you not worried about retaliation? It is the church, after all. The death of a monk, especially one versed in magic, would surely prompt an investigation." Having read an abundance of Western novels in his past life, Leo harbored a more profound aversion to the oppressive influence of religious authority than Yuri Yin and others. "Young man, this is the North. It is Tyr who holds the power, and the holy light holds little sway here," Yuri Yin replied nonchalantly. Chapter 62. Goblin Warrior. After a moment of contemplation, Yuri Yin suddenly remarked, "Yet faith is indeed a matter of concern. Consider the villagers who have lost loved ones. They lack even a place to grieve." Leo nodded in agreement. "Then let us construct a small church dedicated to Tyr. Since they would be honoring the war god Tyr, they might as well include Odalov, Freylov, Lawad, and Basaka. This could no longer be termed a small church. It must be called a temple." Listening to their exchange about creating wonders, the chief craftsman Valerie grew anxious. Is this wise? The flooring of the main hall remains unfinished, and many villagers are still living in tents. Yuri Yin, however, was undeterred, gesturing broadly as he issued his command. "This is splendid. You may manage it as you see fit. The village, regardless of size, must have a temple. We shall honor our ancestors first, lest those dubious entities deceive the hearts of the people." The faith of the northern folk was rather haphazard, regardless of whether it was a church or a temple or even an unfamiliar deity. They would pay their respects whenever they passed by. Even ancient and peculiar trees, oddly shaped boulders, or insurmountable mountains were often the subjects of worship and prayer. The theoretical foundation of the Holy Light Church was remarkably solid, far more enticing than the chaotic doctrines of rogue philosophies. Failing to erect a temple promptly, to solidify their ancestral beliefs, would leave the villagers vulnerable to brainwashing and exploitation. The figures mentioned by Yuri Yin, Odalov, Freylov, Lawad, and Basaka, were all sons of Tyr in northern mythology. The names of the first two should have been Odaro and Ferreira. During the late period of the Northern Clan Society, several clans, including Odaro and Ferreira, rose to prominence, each claiming kingship, thus ushering in the era of the Northern Kings. Ultimately, the Odaro royal family ascended to the pinnacle, becoming the supreme royal lineage of the North, with Odaro elevated as the firstborn of the war god Tyr. The ancestral name Odaro became the hereditary surname of the supreme royal family, which gradually evolved into Odalov over the course of a millennium. Similarly, several other noble families with a legacy spanning 1,000 years transformed, such as the Ferreira royal family becoming the Furilov earldom and the Western Asia royal family evolving into the Ishtarov earldom. As for Lavad and Basaka, the former is the ancestor of the village of Rio, while the latter hails from the wild tribes. The naming traditions in the north starkly contrast with those in other regions. Common folk typically use only their given names, resorting to surnames only in cases of identical names, unfamiliar encounters, or formal occasions. However, in impoverished and backward villages, there are not enough intellectuals to create new names, leading to a repetition of a few old names. Just as every village in Huaxia has a certain way, every village in the north has an Ivan, to the extent that there exists a proverb stating that those with names are Ivans, and those without are fools. In Rio, a young companion named Ivan is often referred to as Little Ivan, because his father also bears the name Ivan, as does his grandfather. Should he encounter an Ivan from a neighboring village, he introduces himself as Ivan Ivanovich, indicating he is Little Ivan, the son of the Ivan family. If the Ivan from the neighboring village is also named Ivan Ivanovich, he would then declare himself as Ivan Ivanovich Lavad, signifying he is the son of Little Ivan from the Lavad clan. Alternatively, One could simply append the name of their grandfather to create an endless nesting of names. The full names of northern nobles often consist of a lengthy string, sometimes exceeding 100 characters, as they include all notable ancestors to showcase their family's glory. The utmost respect for a noble is demonstrated by reciting their full name, as it signifies remembrance of their family's illustrious history. In contrast, descendants of lesser surnames, such as Lavad and Basaka, who do not come from affluent lineages, seldom indulge in such elaborate naming conventions. Constructing a temple in the territory to honor the war god Tyr and their ancestors serves not only to solidify governance and pacify the populace, but also symbolizes an entry into the ranks of nobility. This temple also functions akin to a clan hall, exclusive to nobles who possess the means to maintain their own ancestral shrine. When the day comes that Rio inherits the title of the pioneering knight of Yulian and has progeny of his own, he can proclaim to all beneath the deity's altar in the temple, "This is my son, so-and-so, Rio Yulian Lavad." As for why Basaka is also included in the temple's worship, Yulian's intentions are as clear as day. Once the river bay flourishes and gains popularity, it is hard to believe that the wild tribes would not come to pay homage to their ancestors. The so-called sense of belonging is thus cultivated. In addition to discussing the construction of an ancestral temple, Leo also plans to bestow honors upon several dog-headed blacksmiths. Before the campfire, in the presence of all the villagers of Riverbend, Leo proclaimed loudly, in recognition of the valiant efforts of the dog-headed blacksmiths in defending Riverbend, "I hereby confer upon all dog-headed blacksmiths the title of dog-headed warriors, granting them the formal identity of Riverbend citizens." Leo graciously noted that this title is a rank above that of a dog-headed warrior. Furthermore, each dog-headed blacksmith shall be rewarded with a leather apron and a warrior-s hammer, an ordinary blacksmith's hammer inscribed with the words warrior's hammer. This seemingly playful gesture, in the eyes of Yulian and others, unexpectedly garnered the admiration of the dog-headed folk. The dog-headed blacksmiths who ascended the stage to receive their awards stood tall and proud, tongues lolling, tails wagging furiously, resembling a group of elementary school students delighted with their red stars. Below, a throng of dog-headed pups barked excitedly, filled with envy and longing. Old man Rutherf tapped his pipe, shaking his head in wonder. The thoughts of the dog-headed folk elude our understanding. It takes Leo to comprehend them. A chorus of agreement rippled through the crowd. Through Leo's actions, the dog-headed blacksmiths seemed to undergo a transformation, their demeanor markedly altered. Previously, they had come to work at the Riverbend Forge solely due to Fraser's command, receiving not only room and board, but also 2 extra bags of grain as payment, which naturally went to Fraser. Their days revolved around hammering iron and eating, reluctant to leave the forge or interact with any villagers beyond the human blacksmiths. Even harboring suspicion and hostility towards humans, unwilling to share their blacksmithing knowledge, and fearing sudden slaughter by humans. Despite Fraser's repeated reassurances that humans do not consume dog-headed folk. Following this day, the dog-headed blacksmiths began to actively engage with the people of Riverbend. They boldly reprimanded inattentive apprentice blacksmiths instead of turning a blind eye. It was at this juncture that the dog-headed blacksmiths gradually revealed their astonishing talent for forging. Remarkably, they could discern the quality of ironware through scent alone. In the past, if you asked a dog-headed blacksmith to forge an iron spearhead, they would dutifully produce one. If you requested an iron pickaxe head, they would oblige without deviation. Now, however, the dog-headed blacksmiths would suddenly point at a human apprentice's ironwork and exclaim, "This is unacceptable. Continue hammering. You fool, woof woof." Valerie examined the iron pickaxe crafted by the apprentice, unable to discern any faults. In a swift motion, a dog-headed blacksmith snatched the pickaxe, striking it forcefully against the anvil. Sparks flew as the pickaxe's tip shattered upon impact. With such quality, it would be unfit for mining, let alone for cultivating wilderness, in mere days. The scent, something was amiss. The nearby kobold blacksmiths sniffed the air from a distance, nodding in agreement before barking enthusiastically. Clang, temper, temper, woof woof. They continued to hammer away, barking incessantly, humans, fools, woof woof. Observing the chaotic scene within the smithy, Valerie's keen intuition sensed a significant turning point. Without acting impulsively, he promptly summoned Yulian and Leo. As they watched the kobold blacksmiths sift through a pile of ironware, deftly selecting items that appeared nearly identical yet failed to meet quality standards, the onlookers were left astounded. One iron spearhead, of seemingly good quality, was chosen by a kobold blacksmith, yet no flaws could be discerned. Two kobold blacksmiths approached to sniff it, and one suddenly seized the spearhead, twisting it forcefully. In an instant, the spearhead transformed into a hook. Too soft, overtempered. Woof woof. Is it true that you rely on your sense of smell for blacksmithing? Leo asked, incredulous. Woof woof. After a challenging exchange, Leo and the others grasped why Freya could train so many kobold blacksmiths in such a short span. Those who had never engaged with traditional blacksmithing often believed that it merely required brute strength and incessant hammering. However, the intricacies involved in transforming a block of iron into a tool or weapon were immeasurable. The processes of material selection, heating, forging, shaping, polishing, quenching, and tempering each demanded a minimum of a year for human apprentices to master, assuming their mentors were willing to impart their knowledge. Individuals like Valerie, as marginal disciples, spent years swinging a heavy hammer alongside their masters without ever getting the opportunity to work on their own. In stark contrast, the kobolds exhibited an astonishing ability. With just a sniff, they could discern the quality of iron, determining whether it needed to be remelted. A mere whiff revealed whether the iron was too brittle or too soft, indicating whether further forging, quenching, or tempering was necessary. Armed with their inherent experience, they could seamlessly continue the processing. Essentially, every kobold blacksmith apprentice, after learning the fundamental procedures of blacksmithing, would master the key information after crafting a tool 10 or 8 times. The rest was merely a matter of following established protocols. Meanwhile, human apprentices lacked such remarkable olfactory prowess. They could only rely on intuition gained through relentless practice and the tactile feel developed over time to assess the quality of ironware. This placed them at a 3-year disadvantage compared to the kobolds. In the eyes of the kobold blacksmiths, this was utterly inconceivable. They deemed humans unworthy of the craft. When Freya arrived at the riverbend, Leo shared these discoveries with her and questioned why she hadn't disclosed this information earlier. With a mix of schadenfreude and feigned surprise, Freya exclaimed, "What? Humans? Cannot do it. How foolish humans are, woof woof." It became evident that the kobolds possessed not only exceptional olfactory abilities, but also remarkable visual and auditory senses, allowing them to see clearly in the pitch black of mines and to discern the shapes of creatures from 100 meters away on moonlit nights. They possess an extraordinary sense of hearing, capable not only of detecting the faintest breaths of nearby mice to ascertain their locations, but also of discerning the distant low howls of wolf packs and comprehending the messages they convey. Moreover, they can perceive the emotions of their targets through the rhythm of their heartbeats and breaths. Therefore, whether Leo is lying, expressing disdain, or speaking from the heart, is utterly transparent before Faisa. Yet, the most formidable attribute lies in the goblins' olfactory prowess. They are not only adept at gauging distance through the sense of beasts, evading danger, and foraging for various foods, basic survival skills, but with a modicum of training, they can detect the presence of minerals, herbs, and even diseases. A seasoned goblin blacksmith can discern the various components within iron, allowing for optimization. Listening to Faisa's enthusiastic descriptions, Leo's eyes were finally opened to new horizons. In his previous life, despite not owning pets, he was fond of watching videos of animal companions, particularly those remarkable scent hounds showcasing their abilities in search and rescue. With merely their noses, they could uncover bombs, poisons, and even cancer. He often lamented why humans lacked such capabilities. And now, the goblins had appeared. Perhaps this was the true reason why goblins, as a marginalized race, managed to survive in the wilderness without facing extinction. Feeling triumphant, Faisa unabashedly extolled her race. While listening to her incessant boasts, Leo's gaze fell upon the group of bumbling goblin pups by Olivia's side. These young goblins, tenderly cared for by Olivia as one would nurture a child, possessed digestive systems far superior to those of humans. They seemed to thrive endlessly, growing rapidly from a mere few pounds to dozens within just over a month. In addition to the food provided by the riverbend camp, they foraged for roots and insects to supplement their meals, often accompanying little mice to tend to the small pond. Indulging in fish and shrimp, the bounty they acquired was far more abundant than that found in the Goblin Valley. Some of the older, early arrivals, having grown swiftly, were nearing a height of nearly a meter, their fluffy baby fur giving way to a sleek golden coat. These goblins, raised by Olivia, enjoyed 2 hearty meals a day, along with regular baths, grooming, and even clothing habits, appearing far more appealing than their filthy, disheveled kin in the Goblin Valley, each one a veritable paragon of canine beauty. However, having spent too much time with the little mice, they had adopted a rather taciturn disposition, simply seeking affection from Olivia, often dazedly lounging about, exhibiting a rather dim-witted demeanor. In this manner, Leo's smile began to take on an eerie quality. Having nurtured them for so long, it was time for them to contribute and repay the sustenance provided by Riverbend. Observing Leo's sinister grin as he approached her with purposeful strides, Olivia seemed to sense his intentions immediately. "What are you planning to do?" Olivia set aside her tasks and gathered the smallest of the goblin pups, cradling them in her arms like a hen protecting her chicks. "These are my little ones." Chapter 64. It is time to repay the nurturing of Riverbend. With a bundle of pups in her embrace, Olivia was far less agile than Leo. With a feint, he deftly maneuvered around Olivia, seizing the hind leg of the largest goblin pup. Goodness, this creature weighed at least 50 pounds, nearly rivaling a small dog. Due to their genetic heritage, goblins grow at an astonishing rate, reaching maturity within 3 years. An adult goblin stands about 1.2 meters tall, and upon reaching adulthood, their growth slows vertically and begins to expand horizontally, resulting in a more robust physique. Within the wild goblin tribes, the distribution of food is unequal. The younger goblins often lack sufficient nutrition, leading to the newly matured goblins appearing slender, resembling upright golden retrievers. Once they reach adulthood and food becomes more abundant, they begin to bulk up, transforming from lanky golden retrievers into muscular pit bulls. Some, who eat well and develop properly, can grow an additional 20 to 30 centimeters in height and triple their weight. For instance, the goblin blacksmiths of Riverbend, who feast twice a day, exhibit significant increases in both height and weight due to their relentless labor. Their strength surpasses that of their kin, with arms thicker than a human's calves. The chief of the goblin tribe is typically the strongest, receiving the highest food allocation, almost monopolizing the tribe's meat supply. Fraser's father, the previous goblin chieftain, had almost grown into a werewolf. The goblin pup in Leo's hands was among the first batch sent to Riverbend. It was likely just over a year old, but due to the excellent diet in Riverbend, it was already nearing the size of an adult goblin. This sizable pup, however, still hid behind Olivia, pretending to be a mere infant, which Leo found rather contemptible. "What's your intention?" Olivia called out with concern. Leo briefly articulated his thoughts, and Olivia, relieved, set down the whimpering pup in her arms and soothed the others. She feared that Leo, in a moment of curiosity, might decide to slay one of the goblins for a taste. There was nothing Leo Mundos could not do. With the firstborn goblin pup in his grasp, Leo brazenly divided the goblin pups into 2 groups by size, disregarding those that cowered beneath Olivia's skirt. He commanded the selected 15 pups, "Follow me." The fear that these 15 goblins felt towards Leo surpassed even that of their own father, and they obediently trailed after him, arriving at the riverbank of Riverbend. This area served as a training ground for the militia, equipped with numerous archery targets and training props such as wooden swords, shields, and spears. Though the militia members had dispersed, a dozen human youths continued their training. From the Northlands to Riverbend, the village had suffered casualties among its able-bodied men, leading to a considerable proportion of women and children among the villagers. Aside from the few children who often require Olivia's care, there are numerous adolescents aged 10 to 15. Within the Northern Territory, these young individuals can no longer be regarded as mere children. They labor daily like adults, and some have even become the pillars of their households following the death of their fathers in battle. Recently, several projects in Riverbend have reached completion, entering a phase of expansion, and thus, Leo has organized these youths into a reserve to partake in the training of the militia. Having been an athlete in a past life, Leo is acutely aware of the significance of nutrition and exercise during adolescence. Compared to the already mature militia members, these youths undoubtedly possess greater potential for growth and adaptability. While the militia members, through relentless training and combat experience, may aspire to become regular infantry of the Empire, those who can rise to the status of elite heavy infantry constitute less than 1/10 of their number. After all, given their foundational limitations, Without targeted training from a young age, and unless exceptionally gifted, it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to bear the weight of 100 pounds in weaponry and armor while marching into battle. Upon arriving at the militia training camp, Leo gathered everyone and called forth a young lad. This boy, not yet 15, exhibited a mature demeanor and calmness, and he was typically responsible for training the youth squad due to his commendable skills. Henceforth, you shall be known as the 3rd Squad of the Riverbend Militia, Noise. You are hereby promoted to the position of squad leader. These 15 goblin pups shall also join the 3rd Squad and train alongside you. Noise found himself troubled as he gazed at the bewildered goblins, his response hesitating. The surrounding human youths murmured among themselves as well. Despite increasingly frequent interactions with goblins, the villagers subconsciously do not regard them as equals. These goblin pups are often bullied by the village children, and were it not for Olivia's diligent care, they could easily fall victim to malicious acts. Some villagers have even lost family members at the hands of goblins. Thus, how could they possibly regard these creatures favorably? Rather than tolerating the existence of goblins, it is more accurate to say that they endure them out of a long-standing acceptance of Leo's whimsical antics. Given Leo's propensity for outrageous behavior, his outlandish deeds surpassed those of the entire village combined. What could they do if he chose to adopt a bear as a pet? They could only choose to swallow their grievances. Noticing the evident laxity among the youths, Leo exclaimed, "I do not care what thoughts you harbor. Keep them to yourselves and adhere to the militia's regulations. Those who disobey orders will never gain entry into the militia." His stern words instantly commanded respect, and no one dared to express dissent. Joining the militia is the aspiration of every youth in Riverbend. Just considering the privileges currently afforded to militia members, each has already secured an acre of tax-exempt land, while other adult men in the village must wait until the following year for their allocation. Moreover, the distribution of food prioritizes militia members who also receive additional rations. The ever-evolving arsenal and armor are promptly bestowed upon the militia. Although they stand resolutely at the forefront of battle, casualties are an inevitable consequence. Yet, the fervent youth perceive matters differently. Rather than cowering in the rear awaiting demise, they prefer to charge ahead to protect their kin. Noise, you're tasked with training the goblins. Whatever you teach, they shall learn, be it slings, throwing spears, crossbows, or sword and shield, impart it all. Leo instructed Noise firmly, treat all equally. Should any cause trouble, they shall be dealt with accordingly. These goblins hold significant potential for me. Noise, possessing a maturity surpassing even Leo's, nodded earnestly, understanding the gravity of the task. The initial militia training for the young goblins focuses on physical conditioning, but Leo has more advanced courses planned, including scent training, auditory training, and subsequent reconnaissance and search training. However, given the current limitations, progress must be incremental. The goblin race inherently lacks in size and strength, ranking near the bottom in the wilderness. A single ordinary brown bear can easily chase a goblin hunting party across mountains. Even at their utmost potential, they merely attain the prowess of a wolfman warrior, incapable of besting a boarman hunter. Yet, upon recognizing their innate talents, Leo envisions their application in alternative roles, such as goblin scouts. In the realm of human and other races' reconnaissance units, the ultimate choice often leads to the companionship of a dog. Leo finds this convenient, opting for a seamless integration of man and dog. Chapter 65. The Adorable Hakimi. With a cadre of well-trained goblins serving as sentinels and scouts guarding the river bay, there is little to fear from marauders. Furthermore, their training in herb gathering and mineral locating promises to evolve into a substantial industry. This is a fantastical world where numerous rare minerals and herbs emit a soft glow and radiate magical energy upon collection. Clearly, these treasures possess great value. Even a dog would scoff at claims to the contrary. Why do adventurers from other worlds continuously venture into the wilderness? Is it merely to court danger? Just days after establishing a foothold, the River Bay has already attracted adventurers seeking to gather geographical intelligence. Currently, Leo has organized a militia into 3 squads. The first squad is the core combat unit, essentially the formal militia enjoying the highest level of benefits, with the condition of being ready to sacrifice their lives at any moment. The second squad serves as the militia reserve, training half as much as the first squad. and will select the most capable members to replenish the first squad in the event of casualties. The third squad comprises the youthful inhabitants of the River Bay, now augmented by a host of goblins. The first two squads provide the current martial strength of the River Bay, surpassing that of most knightly domains. For not every noble knight, like Urian, is willing to invest heavily in the militia. Investing in the militia would hardly deem them militia at all. In the north, militia members are expected to supply their own weaponry. Those from impoverished homes take to the battlefield wielding mere pitchforks, while those from affluent backgrounds may don plate armor. The southern region is even more absurd. Lacking any militia, it is entirely composed of the Lord's private armies and serf soldiers. In battles among the Lords, they are reluctant to suffer losses among their private troops, opting instead to send the serfs into the fray. A throng of commoners armed with pitchforks fills the battlefield. Meanwhile, the knights and lords, clad in plate armor and mounted on northern warhorses, charge into the masses of defenseless serfs, slaughtering at will to showcase their valor. Rather than a war, it resembles a game among the nobility. The third squadron represents the future security of the River Bay. If nurtured properly, it could yield not only special forces but perhaps even knights. After arranging matters with the kobold chieftain, Leo returned to the Lord's mansion, where he found Physa and the little mouse sitting on the steps, enviously watching the children play in the distance. Physa, the youngest among the three fools of River Bay, is paradoxically the most mature. However, the intellect of the kobolds is akin to that of a 10-year-old human child. While slightly more mature, they hardly surpass that. Though Physa is cleverer, she often inadvertently reveals a childlike side. In contrast, Freya, an 80-year-old preschooler, behaves like a mischievous child prone to tantrums, while Physa, an adult of 4 or 5 years, has taken on significant responsibilities, managing the Kobold Valley with remarkable order. By comparison, only the little mouse appears entirely normal. At that moment, the little mouse had Lawrence the monk's textbook resting on her lap, evidently having just taught Physa some reading. Physa's eagerness to learn is genuine. She seizes every opportunity to acquire knowledge. Upon witnessing Olivia and the little mouse's literacy lessons, Physa immediately became a student. Compared to the village's rascals and simpletons like Leo, Physa's speed in learning to read is remarkable. She likely surpasses Leo in her literacy skills. However, Leo is skeptical about the practicality of this skill in the wilderness. Still here? Are you waiting for dinner? The ogre. How should one put it? Physa is clearly waiting for Leo. I have already sent word to Bjorn, asking him to bring 10 wild hunters to assist us. Just the two of us will struggle against the ogre. The crossbow lacks sufficient power, and the spear is too short range. Against an ogre, they seem inadequate. The only powerful ranged weapon Leo can conceive of is the wild hunter's longbow, which to him resembles a bolt-action rifle from another world, capable of being utilized well into modern times. Without the wild hunter support, they would have to rely on sheer numbers, which is not Leo's style. The wild tribes of the Great Waterfall have always served as a protective umbrella for the kobold clans, so Physa naturally admires the wild hunters. Upon hearing this, she joyfully wagged her tail, exclaiming, "How wonderful!" She then leaped down from the wooden steps, waved goodbye to the little mouse, saying, "Farewell, adorable Hakimi." The little mouse responded, "Farewell, clever Physa." In the past, when the three friends gathered, Physa boasted of her cleverness, while Freya was equally unyielding, proudly proclaiming her bravery. The little mouse, feeling insecure and restless, incessantly pestered Leo for a nickname. Thus, the endearing title of Hakimi was born. Leo, on the other hand, was dubbed the Heartless Harashao, though she lacked the audacity to call herself that. She felt a surge of joy when addressed in such a manner. After 2 days, Bjorn arrived at Riverbend, accompanied by 10 other wild hunters. The combined forces of the wild hunters from the Great Falls and the militia of Riverbend had significantly diminished the wild boar tribe, allowing their hunting grounds to expand comfortably for a time. However, the words of Elder Zolwyn and Leo soon proved prophetic. As the wild boar tribe's power waned, vast stretches of the northern wilderness became unclaimed territory, leading to the emergence of other foreign tribes. At least 3 types of scouts from these tribes crossed the territory of the wild boar tribe, leaving their marks on the northern bank of the Anzino River. Thus, Elder Zolwyn's assertion held true. The wilderness harbored endless threats. Defeating the wild boars would only bring forth wolfkin and minotaurs. In the wilderness, Even with formidable warriors like the wild hunters, humanity remained at a disadvantage. Yet Leo's words were equally valid, with the orc invasion intensifying. The unrest in the wilderness became increasingly apparent. Reports from the more northern wild tribes indicated that they were even contemplating migration southward. Any communal race possesses a profound attachment to its homeland and seldom opts for relocation unless faced with dire circumstances. The fact that the northern wild tribes began to consider migration signified the severity of the situation. In such times, survival hinged not only on strengthening one's own power, but also on seeking suitable allies. Therefore, Bjorn readily acquiesced to Leo's request without hesitation. The ogre tribe of the Wolf Drive was exceedingly sparse. These 2-meter-tall behemoths were lazy and averse to the cold, ill-suited for the northern environment. Most ogres hailed from the southern and western realms, making it implausible for them to traverse human blockades in large groups. Consequently, the occasional sighting of a few was understandable. Bjorn had previously dealt with an ogre and found it only marginally stronger than a brown bear, with an intellect that potentially fell short of the goblins. Through simple bait and traps, one could easily outmaneuver and eliminate it. 2 ogres posed no challenge at all. Chapter 66. The ogre tribe. The den of the ogres lay just a few miles beyond the abandoned watchtower. Had that band of marauders not encountered Leo, the harbinger of doom, and established a foothold there, they would inevitably have crossed paths with the ogres one day. This location featured a sloping cliff, beneath which a shallow cave had formed, housing a small pool of water inside. Over a dozen ogres sprawled lazily on the rocky ledge beneath the cliff, basking in the sun. On a hillside a mile from the cliff, Rio, Faisa, and Bjorn stood together, keenly observing the enemy situation. Bjorn, with a stoic expression, gazed at Rio, his eyes seemingly demanding an explanation. Rio, equally at a loss, felt the weight of Faisa's intelligence, having brought only 20 militiamen, whose primary roles were to dig traps and draw fire. In stark contrast, there were nearly 70 goblins, all heavily armed. Yet, in the presence of a colossal ogre, these diminutive creatures resembled mere children, posing no real threat. A fully grown ogre stood nearly 3 meters tall, weighing over a ton, wielding a wooden club as thick as an adult's arm. The ogre's skin was rough and thick, akin to that of a rhinoceros, serving as natural armor capable of withstanding most arrows. Should even a single ogre charge into the crowd, it would result in a massacre. Had he known that there were more than a dozen ogres, he would never have ventured forth. Was this what you referred to as 2 ogres? Faisa counted on her fingers before joyfully declaring, "Indeed, 15, 2-headed. This tribe of ogres all possessed 2 heads. Of course, they were not yet adept in magic. In the second tripartite alliance, Faisa contributed the most troops, clearly the main force, which delighted her and made her feel her international stature had risen. She was practically wagging her tail in excitement. If it weren't for the muscular guards surrounding Faisa, Rio might have impulsively charged forward. What should we do now? What else is there to do but retreat? Bjorn replied tersely. The wild hunter, having spent years in the wilderness, was well-versed in survival tactics and had encountered formidable foes more often than Rio had fought. He was entirely comfortable with the notion of a tactical withdrawal. To tackle such a tribe of ogres, it was imperative to gather the archers from the entire wild tribe, launching a barrage of arrows from a distance to eliminate them without giving them a chance to react. I will observe a bit longer. He, though reluctant to abandon the field, was equally helpless. Bjorn departed without hesitation, swiftly disappearing into the wilderness. Faisa, still oblivious, watched the wild hunter's retreating figure and asked vacantly, "Why are we leaving? Why stay? To wait for the ogres to fill their bellies with us?" Rio replied curtly, "You should leave too. We're not fighting anymore." As Faisa walked away, she frequently turned back to Rio, hoping he might change his mind. If wild boars can be fought, why not 2-headed ogres? Their numbers appear significantly fewer. At that moment, it seemed the commotion had alerted the ogres. More than a dozen 2-headed ogres sat up, peering around, then quickly rolled into the nearby underbrush. Some of the larger ogres, unable to conceal themselves in the foliage, draped prepared shrubs and grass over their bellies and heads. Remarkably, these ogres exhibited considerable camouflage skills. Had Rio not been vigilantly watching, one could hardly discern their presence. Leo found himself somewhat amused, his courage unexpectedly swelling. After all, A person who dared to tease a snow bear at the tender age of 15 could surely jest with an ogre. He sauntered toward the precipice, gauging the distance to ensure an escape route was available, before calling out loudly, "Is anyone there?" After 3 shouts, a muffled voice responded from a distance, "No one." "Oh," Leo lamented to himself. "I thought there might be someone. I wanted to invite them for a meal." Suddenly, several ogres sat up, peeling back the foliage that covered them. One ogre earnestly explained, "They're people. People. Ogres. That counts as people." Leo disagreed. "Ogres are people? Aren't they known for eating humans?" The ogres, referred to as people by humans, insisted, "We are all guy." One particularly animated ogre rose to his feet, towering nearly 3 meters high, a veritable mountain of flesh. Freya, though equally colossal and heavier, lacked the long limbs of the ogres, often appearing less intimidating due to her endearing demeanor. However, her speed was no less impressive. She could outrun a wild boar. "Oh, so you're all guy. Do you eat humans?" The ogres immediately bowed their heads, mumbling in disappointment. It wasn't shame they felt, but rather frustration. Clearly, this human would not be inclined to invite them for a meal. "How about this? Wait here for a moment while I fetch some food." Leo made a bold decision as he regarded the group of ogres. He returned to the hillside, instructing all the militia to bring forth their rations and load them onto a donkey. Since capturing the bandit swift horses, the livestock in the river band had flourished, and many militia members had begun to learn horseback riding. Though they couldn't fight on horseback like the bandits, they could at least become mounted infantry, significantly conserving energy and increasing marching speed. However, riding in the wilderness was not practical. Donkeys were far more adept at navigating rough terrain. Therefore, the militia had brought several mules for alternating rides, which also facilitated the transport of spoils and the wounded, leading the donkey laden with food back to the ogre den. Leo handed the reins to the foremost ogre with a smile, saying, "Dinner is on me." "Thank you." The ogres were overjoyed, and with a casual twist, one ogre crushed the unfortunate donkey's skull. Several female ogres moved forward, swiftly preparing the carcass. Lacking metal tools, they relied on their immense strength, tearing the donkey apart with their bare hands, tossing the pieces into a large pot, and skewering the legs on wooden sticks to roast over the fire. Quite civilized. At least they weren't eating it raw. The militia's rations were also tossed into the pot to stew. Poor donkey, just a minute ago lively and full of vigor, now found itself in the cauldron. While the food cooked, Leo surveyed the ogre's dwelling, frowning as he remarked, "Your living conditions are rather poor. Isn't it cold at night? Does it leak when it rains?" "Cold. It leaks. Allow me to arrange a dwelling for you. After our meal, follow me." The ogres exchanged glances in astonishment. Providing food and shelter? Are the northern humans truly this hospitable? Though Rio would not partake in the donkey meat feast, as the intestines were unclean, he led the ogre tribe to an abandoned watchtower. After several days, the corpses of the bandits had vanished, leaving only charred remnants of fire and scattered fresh bones. At the entrance, a rope was tied to a disfigured human skull, connected merely by a single spine, with the rest long lost to oblivion. Terrifying. Gruesome. The ogres gazed upon this scene with delight, clearly enamored by such decor. Chapter 67. Ogres are friends too. Rio entered the dilapidated tower with the ogres, exuding an air of familiarity as he introduced their new abode. You may erect a canopy in the courtyard within the walls and reside there. The rooms inside are too small for your kind, but they can serve as storage for provisions. Though the tower is not insignificant in size, numerous areas have collapsed. You might consider repairs, but I advise against it, lest it further deteriorate. Rio continued his exposition, while the ogre chief followed closely, nodding incessantly in approval. The chief, the largest among the 15 two-headed ogres, had one robust head with piercing eyes, and another frail and withered, seemingly in a state of slumber. The conversation flowed from the sturdy head, while the frail one remained squinted, appearing to doze. The robust head of the chief wore a broad grin, evidently pleased with this new home. The northern humans are indeed exceedingly warm and welcoming. He half expected a trap and remained poised to wield a club at any moment. Once the ogres were settled, Rio, still uneasy, cautioned them. "Here, do your utmost to refrain from pillaging. It may lead to undesirable repercussions." The ogre chief scratched his head in distress, pondering, "If we do not pillage, what shall we eat?" How reasonable he seemed. Rio, with gentle persuasion, replied, The surrounding tribes are all my friends. Should you rob them, and then seek my aid, whom shall I support? Moreover, the human lord's military here is no mere rabble. There are hundreds of armored knights. If you rob them today, they shall come to eradicate you tomorrow. Instead, hunt as much as you can. If that fails, consider cultivating the land. A glimmer of fear flickered in the chief's eyes. All wilderness tribes dread the human lord's army, for otherwise they would not have been driven into the wild. The ogres, with their insatiable appetites, cannot sustain large numbers in one place, leading them to continuously split into smaller tribes of 10 or 20, wandering until they encounter formidable foes that spell their demise. This, too, accounts for their proficiency in the art of camouflage. As for the scenes in previous lives where hundreds or even thousands of ogres congregate, such occurrences are fundamentally non-existent. The consumption capacity of a single ogre exceeds that of 10 humans, and they are not adept at agriculture. Relying solely on hunting and plundering, they could deplete the resources of an area spanning several dozen miles within a year. Should a multitude of ogres gather, they could resort to cannibalism in moments, leading to their eventual extinction. Thus, despite their formidable individual strength, ogres remain a disadvantaged race, capable only of preying on small tribes in the wilderness, and they would wisely avoid larger settlements. The ogre chief clearly resonated with Leo's words, nodding vigorously as he exclaimed, "Indeed, we shall hide, hunt, and cultivate." Sensing Leo's goodwill, the chief placed a hand upon Leo's shoulder, solemnly declaring, "You, friend, must not be consumed. Yes, we are friends." Leo felt his heart stop as the giant hand rested upon him, acutely aware that a mere exertion could crush him. Once the ogres were settled, Leo exited the abandoned watchtower, finally able to exhale in relief. On the way back, Ivan, with an odd expression, could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Leo, can you truly befriend anyone?" Leo shrugged, "Why not? These ogres, though lazy, ultimately require sustenance, do they not? We must first placate them, establish rules. And if they can abide by them, we shall leave them be. If not, we shall expend some effort to eradicate them." Leo articulated his true thoughts. "This area is primarily under the influence of the goblins. I have instructed Freya to keep a close watch, as long as they do not prey upon our folk. All is negotiable. Moreover, the task of eliminating bandits is not solely ours. If conflict arises, we shall enlist the aid of the Southern Night Lords and the garrison at the Western Watchtower to share the burden." Ivan nodded thoughtfully, realizing there was much for him to learn. Although he was actually a year older than Leo, he had become Leo's devoted follower. Previously, it was due to Leo's formidable prowess, being second only to Julian in Riverbend. Now, it was because Leo had gained insight and accomplished numerous reliable feats through unconventional means, which opened Ivan's eyes and made him willingly follow. The following day, early in the morning, the mournful sound of a horn echoed from the aqueduct watchtower. Leo swiftly climbed to the top of the Lord's Mansion's lookout tower and, upon observing the situation beyond the aqueduct, shouted to the gathered crowd below, "All is well. The alarm is lifted." Though he declared the alarm lifted, Leo still assembled over 20 militia members before heading to the aqueduct. The ogre chief, whom he had pacified just the day prior, stood on the opposite side of the aqueduct with 2 ogre warriors, facing off against several militia members. The expressions of these militia were pale, trembling with fear, yet they did not flee. Instead, they held their swords and shields aloft, resolutely preventing the ogres from crossing the aqueduct. Their bravery was commendable, indeed, as defending their homeland had doubled their morale. As they fled, it was the villagers who bore the brunt of the consequences. If they could delay for a few minutes to allow the militia to assemble, even dying here would be worthwhile. Leo felt a sense of relief as he observed the vigilant militiamen. They had finally undergone training. Once equipped, their courage and combat prowess matched that of the Empire's regular infantry. A single soldier could pursue 10 peasant soldiers. However, before the ogres, this was insufficient. Even the most elite heavy infantry of the human race could not withstand their blows. Only warriors who had awakened their powers stood a chance. The 3-headed and 2-headed ogres did not become enraged by the militia's resistance. Instead, they quietly stood outside the waterway, awaiting Leo's appearance. "What brings you here? Are you here as guests?" Leo asked, parting the stiff-bodied militia to stand face-to-face with the 2-headed ogre chief. "Hunting. Success," the stout head of the chief explained. while the other, thinner head, added friends, gifts. At that moment, one of the ogres dropped a deer it had been carrying on its back, tossing it over the waterway. The massive carcass landed at Leo's feet, kicking up a cloud of dust and producing a dull thud. This was an adolescent stag, nearly the size of a donkey. There were plenty of stags around the river bend, but they were swifter than horses and exceedingly alert. It was a mystery how the ogres had managed to catch one. Relieved, Leo happily accepted the gift and said to Ivan, "Quickly, take some men to carry back a few bags of wheat. I need to return the favor." Seeing Leo's joyful demeanor, the ogre chief was equally pleased and turned to leave. As he walked away, the two heads continued to converse loudly. Humans so fragrant. Friends cannot eat, steal, and eat secretly. The nearby militiamen turned pale upon hearing this, collectively sensing the precariousness of their fate. Chapter 68. Recruiting the dispossessed. Another alien tribe had been turned from foe to friend through Leo's persuasive words. However, the Null Fiso was less than pleased. The sudden appearance of an ogre tribe in her hunting grounds was, of course, disconcerting. Although their diets did not overlap, ogres hunted animals such as brown bears, stags, and saber-toothed tigers that gnolls could not capture. Gnolls were still on the ogre's menu. Moreover, it seemed that Leo was accumulating more friends, while the friendship she derived from him dwindled, which felt profoundly unfair to her. Thus, Fisa had taken to visiting the river bend in recent days solely to argue with Leo. Ogres are not human. They're called Allgai. Ogres eat gnolls. I've already told them not to eat gnolls. With a huff, Fisa stormed off, leaving Leo indifferent to her outburst. Yulian and Ruthov were busy preparing to receive the dispossessed, and together they went to Ethenbor for an on-site inspection, leaving the management of the river bend to Leo and Olivia. When a migration to River Bend first commenced, the newly established settlement was nearly severed from the outside world, and the thoughts of the inhabitants were considerably simpler, revolving solely around unity and the relentless struggle for survival. Now that stability has been achieved, however, the complexities of life have multiplied. Certain individuals, emboldened by their numbers, have taken to oppressing their neighbors. Others, blinded by desire, have preyed upon vulnerable women and the defenseless. Some have even squandered their hard-earned savings on a merchant's feather, only to face brutal repercussions from their husbands. In such domestic disputes, even the kind-hearted Olivia finds it challenging to mediate effectively. In contrast, Leo, with his imposing presence, commands respect from both villains and any ne'er-do-wells alike. Many conflicts that Olivia struggled to resolve dissipate at Leo's mere presence, with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword and a disdainful gaze. Most individuals quickly opt for conciliation. Apologies are offered, and wrongs are acknowledged with remarkable ease. Should Leo, in his wrath, choose to strike with his sword, what consequence would follow? Even a just and fair arbiter like Yulian cannot resurrect the fallen. Moreover, in this feudal society, the Lord's power often eclipses that of the king. As Leo self-appointed himself as the constable, he wielded the authority to take lives, standing just below the sovereign in power. Besides the restless villagers, there were also more cunning merchants and swindlers who required Leo's cunning and bravery to outwit them. It was not until Leo exposed his fifth con artist, hanging him at the River Bend dock, that the incoming traders began to behave more cautiously. Yulian and Rusev returned from Ethenborough after a week, bringing with them the first wave of refugees. This group consisted of 100 individuals, predominantly robust young men, with a smaller number of young women. They were settled at the lumberyard across the river, separated from River Bend by the wide Enzina River, utilizing rafts and small boats for transportation. The cleared area outside the lumberyard became their temporary camp. As the clearing expanded, Yulian planned to have the refugees construct a wall and watchtower, forming a modest military encampment. This had been part of the initial strategy, although the land in the newly established territory belonged to the Lord. The 300 villagers brought by Yulian had effectively transitioned from free men to serfs. Nevertheless, Yulian, hailing from a humble background himself, subconsciously retained the mindset of a village leader, a patriarch, and had yet to develop the exploitative consciousness of a feudal lord. The villagers from the northern territories, aside from a few refugees from other villages, were largely related by blood. Yulian not only refrained from treating them as serfs, but also intended to allocate tax-exempt land to them, aspiring to ensure their lives were better than those they had endured by the frigid banks of the northern ice river. However, The newly recruited refugees would not enjoy the same privileges. The North was not devoid of a system of slavery, and not treating them as such was already a considerable act of benevolence. Hence, the new arrivals would be regarded as serfs of the newly established territory, lacking their own land and solely responsible for cultivating and clearing the Lord's fields. The military encampment constructed around the lumberyard serves as their dwelling, effectively isolating them from potential epidemics. When required, it can also function as an outpost for the riverbend territory, fending off the initial wave of assaults from the northern tribes. The lumberyard stronghold, designed to draw fire, provides a means of retreat via small boats to the riverbank when the tides of war turn unfavorable. This strategy is certainly preferable to allowing the northern tribes to invade Riverbend unchallenged, trampling the northern farmlands before any confrontation occurs. The newly arrived refugees must not only fell trees and construct shelters, but also engage in militia training, acquiring the fundamental knowledge of marching formations and weaponry. As an incentive, the most exemplary among them will be inducted into the militia reserves, specifically the 2nd Squadron, granting them access to tax-exempt plots of land in the following year. Luen scrutinized these newly integrated inhabitants with the same discernment one might display toward livestock. Most of the refugees in Ethampal had gradually fled from the turmoil of the northern lands. Those who managed to reach Ethampal were either robust or hail from affluent backgrounds. Naturally, Yuri N selected the finest laborers from the former category. Although they had become emaciated during their ordeal, they were still vastly more capable than the original villagers of Riverbend. The initial residents of Riverbend were characterized by a high proportion of the elderly and weak. Aside from the specially trained militia members, the rest were gaunt and frail. If one were to see them without clothing, they might easily be mistaken for a skeletal army summoned by a spectral lord. However, the situation is transformed. 2 months of ample nourishment and labor have collectively increased the villagers' weight, restoring their vitality, making them more appealing than the current batch of pallid refugees. Yuri N stood beside Luen, observing as though he were inspecting a freshly acquired herd. His expression one of genuine concern as he remarked, "A hearty soup in the morning, a cake in the evening, and meat every 3 days. Let us start with lighter tasks to build their strength." The soup was a rich porridge, served in a large earthen bowl containing a generous 1.5 liters. The bread was a sizable wheat flatbread, akin to a basin, far too much for even the smallest appetite to finish. As for the so-called meat, it consisted primarily of various meat broths. Yet each person could expect a piece of bone, serving to nourish the villagers without pretense, focusing instead on authenticity and quality. Ruthven gazed on with envy, exclaiming, "What a treatment! They are truly fortunate." In his old village in the north, he operated a general store, firmly within the ranks of the affluent peasantry. Yet he had never experienced such a lifestyle. Urian sighed, explaining, "We cannot afford to withhold provisions. The world is harsh, and food cannot be hoarded. If we do not nurture them, all our stored grain will merely benefit the northern tribes." His insight revealed a clear understanding of the necessity to convert resources into combat readiness. Without such foresight, relocating an entire village across 1,000 miles would be implausible. Many noblemen along the southern banks of the northern ice river clung to their coffers until their dying breath. Simultaneously, news of the land being cultivated in Riverbend spread throughout Ethampal. In the wilderness, 2 months had already proven to be an interminable duration. Those unable to endure had long since retreated, and those destined for annihilation had already met their demise. After successfully enduring the initial 2 months, the necessary defensive structures were nearly completed. As long as they were not besieged by forces thrice their number, the risk of total annihilation had significantly diminished. Regardless of what the future may hold, it appeared to the outside world that the River Bay territory had, at least for the time being, established a firm foothold. Following closely behind the throngs of refugees were small merchant caravans bustling between the various nightly domains of Isenball. A few days later, a modest adventuring party made its appearance at the southern gate of the River Bay Peninsula. At long last, the River Bay territory welcomed its first adventuring troop. Chapter 69. The First Adventuring Party. The party comprised only 6 members, yet each possessed 2 fine steeds, exceptional Northland warhorses. For their profession, this was somewhat extravagant, yet it also subtly underscored their remarkable prowess. After circling the River Bay territory, they opted not to enter the village, but instead chose to camp on the riverbank between the village and the southern gate. The southern end of the River Bay Peninsula's waterway led to the river mouth, where a narrow riverbank barely 20 meters wide connected to the outside world. Flanked by a slope rising 4 to 5 meters. Julian erected a gate here, placed wooden barriers, and stationed several militiamen on guard. Although their defensive capabilities were minimal, and they had no intention of imposing taxes, the setup was enough to deter some prying eyes with an illusion of vigilance. Leo, with his dual souls brimming with curiosity about the adventures of this fantastical world, eagerly took his little mouse companion to witness the commotion. 6 independent tents had been set up, and just a few meters away, freshly felled trees had been fashioned into hitching posts, creating an aesthetically pleasing line of 12 war horses tethered together. An elderly man, well past his 50s, was busy feeding these noble steeds. Lacking a war horse of his own, Leo cherished the sight and remarked, "The Lord's manor has a stable. If we squeeze in a bit, we could shelter them. It's quite pitiful for the war horses to endure a night in this biting cold." The old man, still clutching a handful of fodder, scrutinized Leo and scoffed. "Do you have the authority to make such decisions?" The local lords viewed adventurers with the same disdain as a bureaucrat might regard street urchins. Inherently at odds and unable to see eye to eye, unless one belonged to a renowned adventuring group with a solid reputation in the area. The average adventurer was regarded as a troublesome disruptor in the eyes of the Lord. The fact that they hadn't found a pretext to expel them was a testament to the Lord's leniency. At that moment, Leo remained oblivious to the chill. Clad in his tattered linen shirt, a stark contrast to the bundled-up little girl beside him, swaddled in a snow bear pelt. His golden locks had been haphazardly cropped, and leaning against the girl, he appeared disheveled and carefree, embodying the image of a carefree countryside youth. With bravado, Leo proclaimed, "Of course, in this territory, my word carries the most weight." The old man shook his head, replying, "I do not believe you." Uncle Peter interjected, "Since he claims such authority, perhaps we should inquire with the local lord." At that moment, a melodious voice emanated from within the tent, followed by the emergence of a brown-haired maiden from one of the tents at the adventurers' camp. She was a charming girl, slightly older than Olivia, adorned with a deep brown cowboy hat, a bright yellow exquisite leather jacket, and a cinched waist. Between the intricate laces at her chest and ribs, a pristine white shirt peeked through, its collar and cuffs elegantly trimmed with lace. Her lower half was clad in thick denim trousers, complemented by tall leather boots that accentuated her long legs. Leo nearly mistook her for a Western cowgirl transported to another realm. Or perhaps she was merely embodying the role of a leading lady from a pirate tale. Nonetheless, such a refined outfit seemed ill-suited for the wilderness. In an instant, a phoenix could turn into a mere chicken. Not to mention, the elaborate laced leather boots, cinched waist, and jacket would likely take an hour to don or doff. Noticing Leo's scrutinizing gaze, the self-assured maiden, believing her appearance to embody the essence of a capable adventurer, tolerated his unabashed appraisal. She had encountered many a reckless and impetuous youth from the countryside. However, no need for that. The northern steeds were not so easily managed. Old Peter pondered for a moment before shaking his head, dismissing Leo and his companion's proposal. It was simple to bring horses into the Lord's stables, but when it came time to depart, it was uncertain to whom the war horses would belong. Though seasoned in adventure, Old Peter did not fear the minor lords of such places, yet he preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. In contrast to Old Peter's indifference, the astute maiden seized the opportunity to engage with the locals. "Greetings, I am Danny's." "Hello, I am Leo." "Leo, do you know the local lord well? Could you introduce me to him?" Leo waved his hand. "Quite well, follow me." The other 4 adventurers, each with their own distinct figures, were gathered in the center of the camp, preparing the bonfire while observing the unfolding scene. The adventurer Barrett, towering over 2 meters and nicknamed the Giant, jested to the young Ranger Lynchy beside him. "Aren't you going to chase after her? Your beloved is running off with someone else." Lynchy chuckled shyly, choosing not to respond. Such country youths reminded him of his own self before departing the village, thick-skinned and seeking attention for beauty, only to face cold shoulders from a lord. In the end, he might find himself at odds with everyone, perhaps even facing a beating. There was no threat at all. Leo escorted the adventurer Danny's to the entrance of the Lord's manor, where they found Julian reclining in the sun, moving a chair into position. "There, that is our lord. Feel free to ask him any questions." Danny smiled in gratitude at Leo before bowing to Yulian with respect. "Greetings, my lord." "Hello, adventurer." Yulian, disinclined to rise, lounged nonchalantly, looking down at Danny's and inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Our adventuring group is preparing to embark on an expedition to the Howling Plains. Initially, we require some reconnaissance. Thus, we will be disturbing your esteemed locale for a period of time and acquiring essential provisions, such as food and fodder." "Not an issue," Yuri Yin said, extending a hand towards Leo. "Just consult him." Denise glanced at Leo in surprise and inquired, "Esteemed lord, do you possess a map of the vicinity? Preferably one that directs towards the northern Howling Plains. If available, I would gladly purchase it." Yuri Yin turned to Leo. "Do we have a map of the Howling Plains?" "None," Leo replied. Yuri Yin addressed Denise. "We do not have one." Denise cast another look at Leo. "Esteemed lord, do you have a guide familiar with the terrain of the Howling Plains? I would be willing to pay for their services." Yuri Yin inquired once more. "Do we have a guide acquainted with the Howling Plains?" "None," Leo reiterated. Yuri Yin responded to Denise. "We do not have one." Frustration began to bubble within Denise as she fixed her gaze upon Leo, feeling as though she were being mocked. "Who, after all, is the true lord here?" "Don't look at me," Leo said, exasperated. "I am merely the local snake, while you are the esteemed lord." Denise, her cheeks flushed with indignation, declared, "If a suitable map were available, I would be willing to pay 5 gold coins for it. And for an appropriate guide, I would offer 1 gold coin per day. If not, our adventuring party will have to find a way on our own." Before she could finish her sentence, Yuri Yin tumbled off his chair, exclaiming, "We have it! We have everything! The finest map, the best guide, satisfaction guaranteed." Chapter 70. Gold Suler. Leo looked at Yuri Yin with disdain, deeply dissatisfied with his obsequious demeanor. "Is this trifling sum enough to placate you? Where has the backbone of the Northman gone? At least you are a lord." Yuri Yin pulled Leo aside and urged him in a hushed tone, "Quickly draw a map." Leo was reluctant to move, pondering the meagerness of the sum. 5 gold coins. Imperial gold Suler. Do you grasp its worth?" Leo hesitantly replied. "Is it truly worth 5 gold coins? Your steel sword could buy at least 2. If exchanged for grain, it would procure 100 bags of wheat." Although Leo had little concept of the currency and prices in this world, he had gleaned some understanding from observing Olivia's calculations. Historically, the standard gold coin of the Orlandes Empire was called the Suler, a high-value currency reserved for purchasing estates, land, or vessels in substantial transactions, typically held by nobles and wealthy merchants. With centuries of imperial expansion and economic development, numerous gold mines were discovered and exploited, leading to the broader circulation of gold Sulers, eventually finding their way into the hands of common folk. Naturally, most people also grew accustomed to referring to their silver and copper coins as silver Sulers and copper Sulers, providing a sense of spiritual wealth enhancement. 1 gold Suler equates to 100 silver Sulers, or 10,000 copper Sulers. In Athenber, a standard bag of wheat generally costs around 5 silver Sulers. In Leo's grasp lay a hybrid sword, undoubtedly a military-grade artifact, scarcely circulating in the marketplace. A private treasure of the nobility. Listening to Yulian's simple comparison, Leo suddenly grasped the reality. This was not merely a map, it was a treasure map. Exchanging 5 gold coins for 100 bags of wheat was sufficient to feed the entire village for a week. Not only Yulian, but Leo himself felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, he recalled the last time he had dealt with bandits, where he had hanged Lawrence and acquired several coins, at least 20 of which were gold. He collected the pouch of coins and casually tossed it to Yulian. After all, the original Leo had never touched money and held no interest in it. However, now he understood that this sum was akin to hundreds of thousands in his past life, nearly bringing him to tears. "Return my money." He had thought that such a small pouch of coins was worth only a few hundred or 1,000. "What money? Where?" Yulian immediately turned confrontational, staring at Leo with wide eyes. After a moment of standoff, he relented, saying, all right, you draw the map, and once you earn this, I will repay you. I'm merely safeguarding it for you." Leo chose to ignore him and turned his gaze to the financier, Danis, his eyes gradually softening with affection. Not only that, but he also aimed to earn the guide's fee. Approaching Danis, Leo reintroduced himself. "I am Leo Mundo, the captain of the militia of Riverbend, the most elite scout of the Wolfbane Plains, and the finest guide you could find." Danis displayed considerable skepticism. Recalling their previous interaction where Leo claimed he had no such experience, and now he asserted otherwise. Trust between individuals is established through effective communication. Leo sincerely explained, "Our prior communication was indeed lacking." Danis, faced with the unreliable local lord and an even more dubious local rogue, felt overwhelmed and said, "I can provide the funds, but it cannot be without return. I must consult with my companions and will respond to you tomorrow." "No hurry, no hurry," Julian interjected, rubbing his hands together like a simple, honest farmer. "You are welcome to join us for dinner." "Thank you, my lord, but I must decline." Watching Danis walk away, Julian reluctantly withdrew his gaze and instructed Ivan, who had been watching the drama unfold, "Why are you standing there like a fool? Quickly, fetch some leg meat from the warehouse to present to our esteemed guest." Then he turned to Leo and analyzed, becoming their guide could be quite lucrative. This is no mere band of adventurers, but rather young ladies out for a leisurely excursion. Simply guiding them across the river for a brief jaunt, enduring a little discomfort, and they will soon clamor to return home. "But the spring planting season is nearly upon us. Will you be able to return in time?" Leo replied, exasperated. "Why would I need to rush back? As if I were a farmer. Guiding this adventurer group on a jaunt, earning a gold coin a day, would suffice to support all 400 of us. Why would I need to till the fields?" Julian found himself at a loss for words, stifling his retort. In the northern villages where agriculture sustains life, the arrival of spring heralds the momentous occasion of sowing, akin to a significant festival. The Lord, accompanied by his family, graces the fields to inspire the farmer's diligent labor and bestow blessings for a bountiful harvest. In such moments, Julian subconsciously wishes for Leo to be at his side, akin to a son, constantly affirming his status as heir. Although many villagers are now aware of his intention to marry his daughter to Leo and cultivate him as the successor of Riverbend, the population of Riverbend is growing, attracting individuals with ulterior motives. Julian, a mere soldier without political acumen, has relied on the wisdom acquired through a life of struggle to navigate his current circumstances. While he may manage as a village head or a bandit leader, the role of a noble lord proves somewhat daunting. Though he cannot articulate his thoughts, he instinctively desires to eradicate any destabilizing elements before they can take root. Upon returning to her companions, Danis recounted her recent experience. When she expressed her willingness to hire a guide for the price of 1 gold coin per day, her 5 companions regarded her with sympathetic glances. Was 1 gold coin too extravagant? Danis, lacking social experience but not intelligence, quickly recognized the incongruity. 1 gold coin could easily allow a villager, who had never ventured beyond the confines of the village, to falsely proclaim himself a world-traveling adventurer. The leader of the adventuring party, the heavily armored warrior Harkins, sighed deeply and remarked, "What shall we do then? Yet you have stated that a guide is crucial in the wilderness." Harkins clarified, "A reliable guide is paramount, as they can help the adventuring party avoid most risks and save considerable time in scouting. Much of the locals' knowledge cannot be purchased, even with wealth. It can only be gained through experience, often at the cost of lives. However, this newly established territory presents many uncertainties, and we may find it challenging to locate the guide we seek. Without a reliable guide, we may be forced to remain here, gradually exploring and familiarizing ourselves with the terrain." A mocking voice emerged from the shadows. "Time waits for no one, my friend. I understand that time is of the essence." Came the response, "Isn't there a map available? Let's procure it first. If we ascertain its authenticity, it suggests that the locals possess at least some knowledge of the Howling Wolf Plains. Then we can search for a guide. If they prove trustworthy, 1 gold coin per day may be acceptable. If nothing is available, we shall rely on ourselves." The Firefly Adventuring Group has reunited. Can we truly fear a mere expanse of the Howling Wolf Plains? Indeed, you speak wisely. The following morning, Danis, accompanied by old Peter, returned to the Lord's manor in search of Leo. Leo produced a hastily drawn map, declaring 5 gold coins. Danis gazed at the scrawled map before her heart sinking with disappointment. In her mind, a map was an iconic artifact of adventurers, an ancient, dusty parchment imbued with an air of mystery. One must even mark several exceedingly perilous areas, as well as the lairs of formidable beasts, and sketch the silhouette of a dragon in the corners. Instead of this mere scrap of paper adorned with a few wavy lines and triangles. Moreover, the ink has yet to dry. Meanwhile, the silent old Peter took hold of Leo's map, scrutinizing it carefully before nodding at Denise. Denise showed no inclination to haggle. She produced 5 gleaming gold solars and handed them to Leo, her eyes narrowed in warning. "You had better not deceive me. I am a seasoned adventurer." Leo maintained a facade of seriousness, fervently assuring her, while inwardly he chuckled. "Surely, your extensive experience in adventuring is derived from the lyrics of bards and tales of adventure, is it not?" In the ensuing days, the small band of adventurers fell into a quietude. During his leisure, Leo would occasionally visit and find Denise either seated on a stone by the riverside, basking in the sun while engrossed in a book, or accompanying old Peter in fishing. At times, she would venture into the river bend to assist Peter in procuring food, observe the villagers constructing their homes, or playfully engage with the village children and the young goblins. Denise took an unexpected liking to these diminutive, humanoid creatures and was quite eager to acquire one. However, when the beleaguered Olivia revealed the fearsome visage of the goblin blacksmith, Denise promptly relinquished her desire to purchase one. What a delightful excursion this has turned out to be. Observing her tranquil demeanor, she exuded the essence of an artistic young woman, overshadowing her identity as an adventurer. Resembling an inexperienced university student whose eyes sparkled with navet and a yearning for adventure. Conversely, her fellow adventurers were often absent, perhaps traversing to the opposite bank to scout the terrain and verify the maps they had provided. Yet, it was equally plausible that they were merely indulging in leisure before returning home. As days passed, just when Leo believed he had secured his earnings as a guide, Denise returned once more. "Your map is indeed without fault, yet it is somewhat limited in scope and lacks detail. We still require a guide. Are you certain you are the best guide available here?" "Absolutely, without a doubt worth every coin," Leo boasted. "Very well then, my previous proposal remains valid. I shall hire you as a guide for a gold coin per day, with a 5-coin deposit paid in advance. Upon concluding this adventure and returning here, I shall pay the remaining balance, contingent upon your lord serving as a guarantor." "Agreed. Prepare yourself. We shall depart tomorrow morning." Regardless of whether Denise's words were her own or imparted by her companions, Leo harbored no objections as long as there was money to be made. Even if this adventuring party had not materialized, Leo had already intended to scout the northern shore. Though Bjorn and his band of wild hunters frequently roamed the northern foothills, relaying fresh tidings from the wilderness, nothing could compare to witnessing the sights with one's own eyes for accuracy. The wild folk have long been isolated from the world, and the language of the Empire is difficult to decipher. Leo, being a foreigner who has migrated from 1,000 miles away, faces certain discrepancies in communicating with the local wild inhabitants. He certainly does not wish to entangle himself in a language barrier as he did previously with Fraser, particularly not with the 2 ogres, an idea that she had remarkably conceived. The following morning, Leo donned a complete suit of armor stripped from Lawrence's armored retinue. The exquisite leather-lined chainmail shirt, steel shoulder guards, iron gauntlets, and a visored helm adorned him, while he bore a round shield and a yew longbow on his back, along with a steel sword and quiver at his side. Fully equipped, he appeared before the small camp of the adventuring party. With the surplus of iron in the territory, Leo had Valerie enhance his double-layered wooden round shield by affixing a ring of iron strips and rivets, significantly augmenting its defensive strength. The infantry round shield previously crafted by Julian boasted only one merit, its thickness, yet its quality paled in comparison to that of a genuine Imperial infantry round shield, akin to the heavens and the earth. Given the scarcity of iron and the lack of advanced craftsmanship, the Militia round shield was essentially a pot lid fashioned from several thick wooden planks. It could withstand arrows and sword strikes reasonably well, but would easily splinter and break under the impact of a blunt weapon. With the added iron ring and rivets, it could endure several more blows from the wild boar warriors. Indeed, one must be suitably adorned. Leo, already tall and robust, nearly resembled an adult from the north, though his youthful visage led most strangers to perceive him as a mere boy. Clad in this armor, he exuded the appearance of a seasoned warrior, instilling a sense of security in those around him. At the very least, a group of village women had their eyes glimmering with admiration, unable to tear their gaze away from Leo. The entirety of his weaponry and armor weighed approximately 70 to 80 pounds, nearing the burden of a fully armored elite infantryman. Yet, Leo, with his sheer strength, felt no difficulty in movement akin to an ordinary person donning an additional bulletproof vest. However, he soon discovered that the leader of this adventuring party, Harkins, was even more extraordinary. Clad in a full suit of standard knightly plate armor, he presented a striking figure. In this realm, heavy plate armor was indeed forged from steel, not mere thin iron sheets. Resembling the armor of Iron Man, Harkins, the leader of the Firefly adventuring party, was a handsome and elegant middle-aged man. He held his visored knight's helm with one hand and greeted Leo with a warm smile as he approached to report in, extending his hand in introduction. "I am Harkins, a knight of the Imperial Square Banner and the leader of the Firefly adventuring party." The Square Banner Knight is a noble rank within the Orlandes Empire and also a military title. Those like Julian, who are junior pioneering knights, are referred to as pennant knights, derived from the triangular family banner they possess. Should his liege, Count Frelov, call for a levy to assemble a legion, Julian, upon rallying his subordinates, would not need to display his banner on the vast battlefield. After all, a junior knight commands but a handful of knightly retainers, a dozen professional soldiers, and several dozen conscripts, at most, barely 100 men. With the addition of one standard bearer, the number of combatants diminishes. Thus, he and his soldiers shall be assigned beneath a knight bearing the imperial standard, forming a military unit alongside other knights of the banner. Akin to the concept of centurions not carrying flags while the tribunes do, Yulian's former superior, Rigolav Pedikov, is indeed a knight of the imperial standard. Should the day arrive when the orcs encroach upon Isimpor, it is likely that Yulian will once again find himself under Rigolav's command. Chapter 72. The Extraordinary Firefly Adventure Group. An imperial knight of the standard, even if not an illustrious commander, is at the very least a substantial landowner. Such a person, who ought to be enjoying a life of leisure, unexpectedly ventures into the wilderness, leaving Leo quite astonished. Moreover, the weight of his full suit of knightly plate armor is nearly equivalent to that of the wearer, far heavier than the armor of the Empire's heavily armored cavalry. While dismounted, the heavy cavalry suffers a considerable reduction in mobility, yet he appears unaffected in his movements. No ordinary individual, regardless of their strength, could achieve such feats. He must undoubtedly be an extraordinary being. Leo's thoughts sprang to life as he extended his hand to grasp that of Sir Harkins. "Greetings, Sir Harkins." The customary greeting among the Northerners is an embrace of the arms, a gesture born out of the rugged, impoverished terrain where individuals traverse mountains and rivers, offering mutual support. In contrast, the Southern tradition favors a handshake, where the citizens of the Orlandes Empire, who are armed and armored, remove their helmets and gauntlets to shake hands with friends and family, signifying peace. Having met the leader of the adventure group, the other members approach one by one. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, more robust than an orc, stepped forward with a hearty chuckle. "I am Barrett." This colossal man donned a suit of hardened leather armor, marred by numerous sword scars, with a significant tear in his chest piece revealing a dense mat of chest hair beneath. Over this, he wore a large chainmail shirt and a bear pelt cloak. His arms, as thick as a normal man's thigh, were bare, and he wielded 2 heavy battle axes as though they were mere single-handed weapons. Behind him stood a diminutive figure, not even 1 meter 60, entirely cloaked in black, with only fragments of black leather armor and a quiver of crossbow bolts visible. He spoke coolly, Fisher. Beside him was the young ranger, Lynch, who regarded Leo with reluctance to engage in conversation. "This is Lynch, our young ranger," Old Peter cheerfully introduced. "As for myself, I am Old Peter, the cook for our adventure group." Observing the 6 members of the adventure group, Leo felt as though he were standing before a character selection screen in a role-playing game, enveloped in a sense of wonder. With enthusiasm, he introduced himself. "I am Leo Mondo, captain of the militia from Riverbend, and I shall be your guide. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I hope that in the time ahead, we can assist one another and coexist harmoniously." Denise gazed at the fully armed Leo, nodding in satisfaction. The ability to maneuver effortlessly while donning 70 to 80 pounds of equipment indicated that he was, at the very least, a competent warrior in terms of physical prowess. Even if he were merely a F.A. Ade, he was a robust F.A. Ade, capable of keeping pace with the adventuring party. Moreover, his eloquence and quick wit alleviated concerns regarding communication or the risk of foolish mistakes. This was a marked improvement from her initial impression. Thus, Denise extended her hand and reintroduced herself. "I am Denise, a historian, and the initiator of this adventurous endeavor. Mr. Mundo, welcome to the Firefly Adventuring Guild. With that said, let us prepare to embark. Leo, decisive in his actions, immediately set to organizing. First, he instructed that all their steeds be taken to the Lord's stable and to retrieve them upon their return. He proposed to arrange for several donkeys to carry the supplies. Tents, sleeping bags, weapons, gear, food, and medicine. All must be inspected and listed to ensure nothing is overlooked. The adventurers exchanged glances. Had they truly found a leader? As the captain of the militia, Leo was accustomed to leading troops into battle. These preparatory measures stemmed not only from the teachings of Julian, but also from the meticulous nature ingrained in him from his previous existence. At this moment, his instincts compelled him to speak without hesitation. Old Peter was the first to react, showing no signs of discontent as he began to work. Urging his companions to check everything thoroughly, Leo summoned a few militiamen to lead the horses to the stable, while he procured 3 donkeys to carry their supplies, dividing the tents, food, and other provisions into 3 bundles for the animals' backs. Noticing Denise's puzzled expression, old Peter quietly explained, in the wilderness, donkeys are far more manageable than horses. Traversing mountains and rivers can easily injure a horse's hooves. Should danger arise, a donkey can be sacrificed as a shield, but a horse cannot. They run faster than people, and losing one would be quite a pity. He was right. It was only March, and in the northern realms, the temperature fluctuated drastically between day and night, with the possibility of snow still looming. You might want to leave that box of clothes behind, aside from what you wear. Just bring 2 additional warm coats. Denise felt a slight panic and whispered, "What will I do for clean clothes?" Old Peter hesitated before finally saying, "You'll have to figure that out." Once everything was in order, Leo led the adventuring party through the village and along the riverbank heading north, preparing to cross the river upstream. A few miles ahead, where the river bifurcated, there was a shallow area where the water barely reached the knees, making it an ideal crossing point. The last time Leo had led the militia, they had crossed the river here to ambush the Boermen. As for taking a boat to the lumberyard on the opposite side, and then continuing north, they would have to navigate 2 ravines along the way. These small ravines, less than 5 meters wide and 7 to 8 meters deep, were manageable for a person, but a donkey could not traverse them. In the wilderness, there were no proper paths. Such 3 to 5 meter wide ravines and 8 meter high cliffs were abundant. If it were only Leo, he could easily overcome such minor obstacles. However, as the number of team members increased, so did the burden of supplies, which became quite cumbersome. They could only rely on their familiarity with the terrain to navigate around obstacles in advance. This is one of the roles of a wilderness guide, to ensure that the adventuring party does not waste an entire day merely by stumbling upon a small ravine. Leo was already well acquainted with this forested expanse, having previously traversed it with a militia. Leading a donkey and guiding the adventuring party felt akin to a leisurely outing. Along the way, he engaged in conversation. "Sir Hawkins, does that armor weigh heavily upon you?" "Not at all. With such a robust physique, you must surely be an extraordinary being, yes?" Sir Hawkins cast a sidelong glance at Leo and exchanged a knowing smile with his companions, yet offered no reply. It was instead Denise, standing nearby, who, with an air of pride, declared, "Our Firefly adventuring party does not recruit ordinary folk. We are all extraordinary beings." Leo was taken aback. This revelation was unexpected. In his mind, extraordinary beings were figures of great stature, at the very least, rare talents. In the Northern Territories, any extraordinary being willing to pledge allegiance to a count would be gifted an estate, instantly transforming into a landed knight, without the arduous task of establishing one's own domain. Why did it suddenly seem so commonplace? All extraordinary beings? Even you? Denise modestly replied, "I am a mage." Leo regarded her with skepticism. With a playful smile, Denise raised her hand, gently rubbed her fingers together, and a burst of flame erupted between her thumb and forefinger, hovering in midair, radiating heat. Despite the absence of combustible materials, it did not extinguish. Leo felt a pang of envy. He had not anticipated that this seemingly innocent young woman was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse. A mage. How could an elite adventuring party possibly function without one? Yet, he feigned indifference, retorting, "That's merely a parlor trick, isn't it? Can you cast fireball? Or perhaps a portal?" Denise rolled her eyes and replied tersely, "Portal spells are the domain of high-ranking archmages. You cannot ask if I can cast them. You can only inquire if I have ever witnessed one. And the answer is no, I have never seen one. As for Fireball, since I am merely a newly awakened low-tier mage, casting such offensive fire spells requires a certain amount of preparation time. Nevertheless, I am ready. Look, with that, she lifted her garment, revealing a belt adorned with a row of small glass vials. These vials, resembling those for bottled oral solutions, contain colorful powders and liquids. This is fire oil, which I use to enhance the ignition effect of my fireball spell. This is lizardman saliva, which I employ to enhance the paralyzing effect of my ice arrow. These spellcasting materials not only enhance the potency of my incantations, but also reduce the time required for their execution. After all, igniting the air is far slower than directly igniting oil, and freezing the air cannot compare to the rapid freezing of liquids. Observing Danis proudly presenting her spellcasting materials like a social media influencer, Leo felt a sense of exasperation. How naively innocent she appeared. If I were a nefarious individual, your trump card would be entirely exposed. He glanced back at the members of the adventuring party, the Iron Man driven solely by human effort. A giant wielding 2 execution axes weighing 50 pounds each, a black-armored assassin who treads silently, leaving no trace in the snow. And a young ranger whose green longbow emitted a faint glow, his gaze sharp and penetrating. At that moment, it became evident that each of them was extraordinary. And here I am, the only ordinary one. This adventuring party did not seem like a mere recreational group. Leo suddenly sensed that the danger level of this expedition had significantly escalated. So, what is your objective for venturing into the wolf-driving plains? Previously, Danis had only requested that he lead the adventuring party through the pine forest to reach the foot of a mountain north of the Shatterstone Hills, without specifying any particular purpose. The truth is, I am a student at the Imperial Capital University. My mentor, the renowned historian Mr. Hyrode, has devoted his life to the study of elven civilization. 2 years ago, my mentor finally unearthed information regarding the city of Midgard, established by the elven Lord Kai's Elka's Grandar from ancient scrolls. The highland at the heart of the Grand Barrier is known to the elves as Treehill. At the center of the Treehill Highland lies the elven capital, referred to as the High Hall. This is the birthplace of the elves, the very place where they resided during the Age of Elves. Over 1,000 years ago, the elven Lord Kai's Elka's Grandar led his kin away from the High Hall, traversing from Treehill to the foothills of the north, where he established a second elven city known as Midgard, the only city founded by elves beneath the highland, and simultaneously a city of all races. The so-called city of all races advocates equality among all beings, allowing for the coexistence of diverse races, provided they adhere to the laws of Midgard. Although the current freehold of the archipelago is often referred to as the Second Midgard, it is predominantly human, with most of the non-human races still living in servitude. Following the establishment of Midgard, countless races migrated to the north along the World Tree Avenue, congregating in the wolf-driving plains under the protection of the elven Grand Lord. Unfortunately, approximately 1,000 years ago, the savage beastmen were the first to violate the laws of Midgard, brazenly attacking the various races of the north, leading to the slaughter of some elves as well. However, the formidable elven Lord Kai's Elkas chose not to lead a coalition against this aggression. Instead, he opted to retreat with his people back to the Treehill Highlands, sealing off the city. The splendor of Midgard dissipated in an instant, the alliance of races fragmented, and chaos ensued among the factions. The once glorious city-state of all races transformed into a pasture for beastmen, and later, under the disturbances of magic, it devolved into a perilous expanse of dense forest. The wolf's howl, once dominated by the beastmen for over a century, has since transformed into a desolate wilderness for an even longer duration. All remnants of the city-states have vanished without a trace, buried within ancient scrolls and time-honored poetry. The profound question of why the mighty elven lords were treated without a fight, transforming from revered heroes into mere footnotes in millennia-old verses, has been a lifelong research subject of my mentor. As Denise spoke, her eyes sparkled with fervor. Alas, my mentor, Mr. Hyrode, has grown too old to personally seek out the relics of the Middle Court in the Wolf's Howl. As his academic successor, I must shoulder this responsibility, which shall also serve as the theme for my thesis. Leo nodded repeatedly, realizing that his instincts had not led him astray. Indeed, Denise was a true scholar, Denise's enthusiasm evidently ignited the conversation. Uncle Harkins, a friend of my father, was once a formidable adventurer and the leader of the Firefly Adventurers Guild. After marrying and having children, he concluded his adventurous life as a captain in the Imperial City Esgard Knights. My father, concerned for my safety, generously hired Uncle Harkins as my protector, alongside the giant Barrett, the shadowy Fisher, and the cook, Old Peter, all former companions of his adventures. Although the expenses were considerable, it was undeniably worth it. Every companion was exceptionally skilled. So, this entire cadre of extraordinary beings is here to serve you? That seems quite reasonable. A seasoned elite adventuring party would hardly take a novice under their wing unless they were financially motivated. Leo felt an immense envy. This was true wealth. Upon reflection, he surmised that his own earnings were likely the least among them. As they walked and conversed, Leo gradually understood their objective. This group was here in search of the so-called Elven City ruins of the Middle Court. Ordinary adventurers flocked to wealth, but for extraordinary beings, reputation held greater significance, even without the promise of additional income. The mere achievement of being the first to discover the Middle Court ruins would suffice as ample reward for this endeavor. Unfortunately, Master Bobuk had been unreachable for quite some time, leaving Leo unable to glean any information about the Middle Court from him. This ancient elven archdruid, who had lived for 5 centuries, undoubtedly possessed knowledge far surpassing that of any human historian. However, even if the call were to connect, whether he would be willing to share such insights remained uncertain. Leo held no extravagant thoughts. He merely aimed to fulfill his role as a guide and earn his modest paycheck. At that moment, a rustling in the underbrush broke the tranquility, as a large group of fully armed goblins emerged. Chapter 74. The Language of Goblins. Knight Harkins immediately stepped forward, retrieving his knightly kite-shaped shield from his back and drawing his sword, adopting a combat stance. The goblins before him numbered just over 20. Yet each was considerably larger and more robust than any he had encountered in his adventurous career, standing in a precise formation, many wielding crossbows. The goblins possessed wild, crest-like heads adorned with beastly tooth necklaces, their lower bodies draped in diminutive leather skirts. The foremost goblin brandishes a small round shield, measuring 1.5 feet in diameter, in one hand while wielding a short spear in the other. Several more short spears are slung across its back, clearly intended for both throwing and close combat. The goblins lurking behind carry their small shields on their backs, aiming crossbows with precision, poised for an imminent shot. While this band of goblins may pose a threat to ordinary adventurers, they are insufficient to breach Harkins' defenses. However, Harkins, drawing from his extensive experience, surmises that such a well-trained alien force could not possibly have been cultivated by a mere wilderness tribe. There must be a larger cohort behind them, and once entangled, they would face an overwhelming horde of goblins. Even the extraordinary can tire, and endless combat deprives them of rest and recovery, ultimately forcing them to retreat ignominiously from the wilds. This is merely half a day into their wilderness venture. Denise, while preparing for battle, cast a reproachful glance at Leo, evidently blaming him for not promptly informing them about the nearby large goblin tribe. Leo responded with a bark. The goblins across the way immediately became agitated, dropping their shields to bark furiously at Leo. Stepping forward with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Leo watched as the goblins instinctively huddled together, exchanging nervous glances before they scurried away. The fearsome reputation of Leo, having slain the goblin chieftain, had only intensified over the past 2 months, becoming a legend among those goblins who had witnessed that battle, now singing tales of a world-destroying demon king. To dare to bark back at him was the mark of a truly valiant warrior. Denise, rendered speechless, observed as the goblins hurriedly approached and then retreated in less than a minute. Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly asked Leo, Mr. Mondo, do you speak the goblin tongue? Leo modestly nodded, replying a little. What was that just now? Denise inquired. That was me telling them to get lost. Driven by a thirst for knowledge, Denise tentatively attempted to mimic him, barking, woof? No, that's a mating call. The goblins would be offended by that. They do not favor human women. Denise's face turned a deep crimson as she quietly stepped aside. Old Peter and Barrett chuckled heartily, finding the young woman exceedingly amusing. Since the abandoned watchtower was overtaken by ogres, goblin hunting parties have been reluctant to enter the ogre's territory. Consequently, some hunting teams ventured eastward across the river, hunting squirrels, wild rabbits, foxes, and the abundant deer antler cassava in the pine forest on the opposite bank. This pine forest was originally the hunting ground of the boar tribe, but after the boars retreated, it defaulted to become a logging area for the river band. The wild hunters prefer to operate amidst the majestic mountains, seldom venturing onto the plains unless they sense a threat. As for the sentinels of Rivermouth, their attitude towards the goblins resembled that of a farmer regarding his free-range dogs, which happened to possess mining capabilities. Generally, they would turn a blind eye, refraining from expelling them. Unlike the naive Dannies, old Peter and his companions quickly deduced, based on their previous encounters with goblin offspring and blacksmiths in Rivermouth, that the relationship between the Rivermouth domain and the goblin tribe was one of close ties, at the very least non-hostile. The young guide before them held significant influence within the goblin community, suggesting that he was an authentic local native of considerable stature. The journey resumed its leisurely pace, with Leo leading the adventurers along the boundary between the wolf-driving plain and the foothills of the mountains. From Rivermouth to the rocky hills where the Boarmen resided, Leo had explored these 1,000 square kilometers countless times. It was akin to his own backyard. The route Leo had chosen now was far easier to traverse than the pine forests of the wolf-driving plain. Although the plain overall was a vast expanse, it was interspersed with numerous small hills and rugged terrains, shrouded in ancient trees, dark and enigmatic, serving as habitats for wild beasts, rife with ravines, swamps, pools, and earthen slopes. In contrast, the foothills offered ample flat riverbanks, grassy meadows, and sparse woodlands, with a relatively open view that allowed for timely course corrections, enabling them to avoid gorges and eliminating the fear of losing their way. After an entire day of travel, they had yet to encounter a single spot that necessitated a halt. By evening, Leo led the adventurers to the valley where they had previously encountered Bjorn and the boar hunting party. This had once been a base for the boar hunters, later occupied by wild hunters, and served as an excellent windbreak. The valley boasted ready-made campfire sites, clear mountain springs, and a dry cave suitable for shelter or storage. Having walked all day, Danny's, now thoroughly fatigued, unfurled a blanket upon the ground and sat down, rubbing her aching calves, struggling to rise. Old Peter and Barrett busied themselves with unloading provisions, erecting tents, and preparing a campfire dinner. Leo and the Ranger Lynch ascended to a vantage point overlooking the surrounding terrain. With sharp eyes, Ranger Lynch scanned the area, suddenly fixating on something, raising his green longbow, which now bore a steel arrow. Leo placed his thumb and forefinger in his mouth and blew sharply. A whistle echoed forth, and in response from deep within the forest over 300 meters away, another whistle returned. Resounding from the nearby woodlands came 3 or 4 successive whistles before silence reclaimed the air. Lynch, fixated on the direction from which the whistle had come, coldly inquired, "Who is that?" "While hunters," Leo explained. "Do not worry, there are people," descending from the hilltop back to the campsite. It was evident that everyone had heard the commotion. Fisher, like Lynch, regarded Leo with a hint of wariness in his gaze. The indigenous guide led the small band of adventurers deep into the bandits' lair, a tale not unfamiliar to them, and they harbored suspicions that Leo might have similar intentions. However, old Peter, Barrett, Hawkins, and Denise seemed utterly unconcerned. The first 3 were seasoned adventurers, having encountered countless situations. If the guide truly brought them to a bandit's stronghold, it merely meant an additional skirmish and a chance to profit. As for Denise, she was oblivious to such considerations. Her interest piqued as she surveyed the valley they inhabited, contemplating the words she would inscribe in her adventure journal. Chapter 75. The weathered stone pillars seated before the campfire, Leo savored the stew crafted by old Peter, showering him with praise. Truly, the seasoned chef who had traveled the world with adventurers had perfected his culinary skills to an extraordinary level, nearly achieving mastery. With merely simple provisions and a dash of homemade spices, he transformed the broth into a fragrant delight that stirred the appetite. The villagers of Riverbend merely sought to fill their bellies. The village women could only boil food to a basic readiness. Yet, the finest cook among them was Leo, the lazy little savage. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous industrial seasonings, none of which could evoke such a delectable flavor. Old Peter, overwhelmed by Leo's enthusiastic compliments, beamed, his wrinkles spreading wide as he ladled him a generous portion. In contrast, the old companions of the adventuring party appeared somewhat envious, having consumed his meals daily without a single word of commendation. Denise, however, was far more astute. Recognizing the shift in atmosphere, she promptly launched an unabashed verbal onslaught of praise, winning old Peter back to her side. As a student of the Imperial University, hailing from a distinguished family, her eloquence far surpassed that of Leo. The other adventurers watched the two of them encircle old Peter, showering him with flattery, their expressions tinged with envy. Yet, they were either tongue-tied or too aged to abandon their pride. Leo and Denise, both under 20, bore no such psychological burdens. Once the meal concluded, Leo's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he cautioned, "From this point onward, heading north, I am not well acquainted with the terrain. The journey ahead will undoubtedly become more arduous and perilous, so I urge everyone to remain vigilant." A short distance further lay the rocky hills inhabited by the wild boar folk, with mountains looming to the north, the adventurers' destination nestled within their embrace. Even the wild folk seldom ventured there, and Leo had only recorded the terrain from a nearby vantage point without actual exploration. In Denise's mentor's notes, several landmarks were documented, closely resembling those depicted on Leo's map, which was precisely why the adventurers had requested him as their guide. During their idle chatter on the road, Denise revealed that their original plan was to enter the Wolfbane expanse from the northern town of Varanger, following the majestic barrier southward. Varanger was a renowned gathering point for adventurers, with a river flowing into the heart of the Wolfbane expanse, where adventurers had established a forward base. Entering the Wolfbane expanse from there was not only more convenient, but also significantly safer. However, now Varanger has transformed into a frontline bastion against the orc hordes. For extraordinary beings, such as themselves, venturing to Varanger would only lead to forced conscription by the military, entangling them in a standoff with the orcs. Consequently, they opted to reroute from the southern path of Isambor, entering the Howling Plains and pausing at the river bend, where they encountered Leo. This was inevitable. "You have performed admirably," Harkins reassured, as he produced a map sketched by Leo, marking their progress. Journeying here in a single day was indeed far beyond expectations. The other adventurers instinctively nodded in agreement. Travel through the wilderness is fraught with uncertainty. One might cover 10 kilometers in a day, or perhaps 20. The straight-line distance of 1 kilometer on the map may translate into an actual trek of 5 or even 10 kilometers. This merely pertains to the journey itself. More crucial is the information regarding the wilderness factions, where foreign races reside, where wild tribes linger, and where magical beasts roam, each bearing consequences for the lives of the adventurers. The morning of the following day unfolded as leisurely as the previous, yet by afternoon, the path grew perilous and rugged. The adventuring party found themselves frequently pausing, consulting the map while inquiring Leo for precise geographical details and deliberating their subsequent route. The Ranger Lynch and the Assassin Fisher began to frequently detach from the group to scout ahead. By evening, they had traversed only half the anticipated distance, and the team made camp beside a riverbank. After gazing at the towering stone pillars in the distance for a considerable time, Danis lowered her head, packing her tent while speaking to Leo. According to legend, outside the Elven city, there are 24 lofty Elven watchtowers, equipped with formidable Elven arcane cannons capable of striking an area spanning hundreds of square kilometers. This region has become a sanctuary for myriad races. Her tone brimmed with excitement. If the stone pillars ahead were remnants of ancient Elven watchtowers, perhaps the ground beneath our feet was once a dwelling place for countless races. Leo gazed at the stone pillars, retorting, "These are clearly naturally formed weathered stone columns, with visible signs of erosion from flowing water. They bear no relation to Elven watchtowers." The distant pillars resembled those of Zhangjiaji from a past life, albeit in fewer numbers, scattered amidst the mountains. These conspicuous landmarks were marked on Leo's map, thus capturing the adventuring party's attention. Although Danis was a historian, she also had some knowledge of geography. At that moment, hearing Leo's terminology, she inexplicably felt as if she were conversing with classmates from the Imperial Capital University. Engaging with individuals outside the university often led to incessant talk of miracles, which could be rather irksome. In their eyes, the Grand Barrier is a miracle, the World Tree Avenue is a miracle, the weathered stone pillars are miracles, and even the 100-meter-high trees are miracles. There is neither the exquisite craftsmanship of nature nor the skillful artistry of mortals. Everything is merely a gift from the divine. Before her stood a boy younger than herself, yet he emanated an air of rebellion and skepticism, occasionally revealing an intelligence that seemed incongruous with his age and status. This was precisely why she enjoyed conversing with Leo. Denise couldn't help but chuckle. "Leo, you possess quite an impressive depth of knowledge. Frankly, you ought to pursue further studies at the Imperial University rather than languishing in this quaint village. The way you aristocrats speak is truly out of touch with reality." Leo silently scoffed at this remark but refrained from retorting, instead playfully suggesting, "As for further studies, I'd prefer being invited to teach instead." As they were engaged in their light-hearted banter, a sharp whistle pierced the air. It was Lynch, stationed not far away, who had climbed to the crown of a massive tree, evidently having detected something alarming. Just as the group began to arm themselves, they observed the treetops of the nearby pine forest trembling, accompanied by a series of increasingly intense, low growls emanating from the thicket. With a rustling sound, it appeared as though gigantic hands were parting the trees on the opposite bank of the river, causing a flurry of broken branches and pine needles to erupt into the air. A colossal shadow loomed before them, the Seat Wolf, a beast named after the very region they inhabited. Its sleek fur shimmered with a satin-like black sheen, its massive form neither clumsy nor overweight, but rather the epitome of a maximized wolf, towering even above the northern warhorses. In terms of both strength and agility, it surpassed ordinary wolves by several magnitudes. Without any discernible movement, a miasma of the feral beast's bloodlust began to saturate the surroundings. Chapter 76. The Assault of the Seat Wolf. The Seat Wolf, known among the wild inhabitants of the region as the forest giant wolf or the demon of the woods, was rumored to be a formidable war mount bred by the orcs, embodying the essence of a powerful, advanced magical beast. Centuries ago, the Orcish wolf cavalry had been a nightmare for human cavalry. The immense Seat wolves carried robust orc warriors effortlessly across treacherous terrains, charging across the plains with a ferocity that rivaled human heavy cavalry. The growl of the Seat wolf could instill terror in warhorses, its razor-sharp claws capable of slicing through steel barding and eviscerating steeds. It was not until the Supreme King of the North, the first Grand Duke of the North, rallied all the extraordinary knights to form the renowned Gale Knights Order that the onslaught of the wolf cavalry was finally halted. After the orc tribes retreated to the Arctic tundra, a number of Seat wolves remained in the region, hidden within the dense forest. And now they found themselves unexpectedly confronted here. However, the members of the adventurer party were not to be underestimated. The giant Barrett stepped forth, brandishing 2 execution axes, striding boldly into the shallow waters of the river. He raised his weapons high and defiantly proclaimed, "Come, little wolf cub, let us engage in a duel." After all, it was merely a Seat wolf, and he was a man who had battled the earth-shaking bear. The massive black Seat wolf fixed its gaze upon Barrett and let out a low howl. Behind it, in the dense thicket, more Seat wolves revealed themselves. 1, 2, 3, 6 in total, lined up across the riverbank. Barrett let his arms hang limply, scratching his scalp as he turned to face Captain Harkins. Without waiting for Harkins to issue a command, he suddenly roared, his battle spirit ignited, and charged towards the 6 seated wolves. With a heavy executioner's axe wielded in one hand, he struck down fiercely upon the skull of one wolf. In a sweeping motion, the other axe carved an immense arc, driving back those wolves that dared to approach him. Simultaneously, an arrow streaked through the air, piercing the skull of a seated wolf that could not evade in time. Following this, a barrage of arrows rained down from above, as if the trees were inhabited by a multitude of archers. Several wolves were struck, letting out pained howls. The diminutive figure of the assassin, Fisher, had also appeared above one of the wolves, free-falling with twin daggers in hand. By the time the wolf realized his presence, Fisher was already mounted on its back, with both sleek daggers thrust deep into the sides of the wolf's neck. Only the hilts remained visible. The severely wounded wolf thrashed wildly, blood splattering everywhere, yet it could not dislodge Fisher from its back. Only when another wolf leaped towards him did Fisher elegantly leap away, performing a graceful flip in mid-air, landing on a large tree trunk before swiftly climbing to a branch above. Drawing out his crossbow, he took aim from his elevated position. Leo watched in astonishment, filled with envy. While he might have dared to tease an ordinary brown bear, in a life-or-death confrontation. He wouldn't necessarily stand a chance against one. The strength of an adult brown bear's paw is 4 times that of heavyweight champion Tyson, and its charging speed exceeds 50 yards, akin to a vehicular collision. Yet, such statistics multiplied when faced with the seated wolves. Although Barrett was fearless and Fisher as light as a swallow, they were ultimately outnumbered, and the battle reached a stalemate. Harkins turned to old Peter and instructed, "Protect Miss Denise." He then raised his knightly kite-shaped shield and armed sword, striding across the river to support his comrades. Old Peter, still clutching a frying pan, exchanged glances with Leo. Reluctantly, Leo drew his shield and positioned himself in front of old Peter and Denise. With Harkins' arrival, the tide of battle swiftly shifted, and 3 of the 6 wolves were dispatched in an instant. At that moment, the black giant wolf let out a low howl, and Leo keenly sensed movement behind him, quickly turning to raise his shield. Unbeknownst to him, a wolf had approached from the opposite side of the camp, leaping from the forest with its gaping maw nearly upon Denise's head. Leo thrust his shield forward, intercepting the wolf's charge just in time. The enormous wolf's head collided with Leo's round shield, its sharp teeth leaving deep grooves, splintering wood and curling metal, failing to secure its attack. The wolf landed and swung its forelimbs down upon Leo. Leo braced his round shield against this powerful blow, feeling as though he had been struck by a sledgehammer, his entire arm nearly rendered useless. A clear sound of shattering resonated from the round shield, fissures appearing on its reverse side. The specially reinforced thick iron shield could merely withstand a single strike from the dire wolf. Without a moment's hesitation, he bore the pain and thrust his sword forward. The sharp steel blade sliced through the dire wolf's neck, severing a tuft of fur and sending a shower of sparks flying. The dire wolf's fur resembled fine steel wires, and its hide was tougher than rhino skin. When juxtaposed with the combat prowess of an ordinary human seemed woefully inadequate. Undeterred by the sweeping claws of the massive wolf, Hawkins boldly collided his shield against them, not only blocking the assault, but also leaving a scar on the beast's flank. Barrett's enormous axe, once it struck, could easily carve a significant gash into the dire wolf's body or even sever an entire claw. Yet, for Leo, the task felt insurmountable. He felt utterly despondent, as his strength was far too feeble to breach the dire wolf's defenses. With the appearance of this dire wolf, more emerged around the camp, charging towards the evidently weaker trio of Leo, Hawkins, and Barrett. These dire wolves were clearly intent on luring the main force of the adventurers across the river, only to hunt down the vulnerable. Old Peter brandished his frying pan, striking it rhythmically with a wooden spoon, akin to an avid football fan urging his team on during a match, urgently imploring Denise, "Hurry, cast a fireball. Where's your fireball?" It was then that Denise snapped to attention, swiftly lifting her leather jacket, retrieving a small glass vial, and popping the cap to spill its contents of incendiary oil. With her other hand, she raised her walking stick, which Leo had always assumed to be merely that, but in reality, it was a staff of magic. Fire elements rapidly coalesced at the tip of the staff, and the oil was ignited instantaneously, not falling, but rather forming a sphere, hovering above the staff. "Foul! Falarama! Flog!" With her whispered incantation, the fireball, centered around the oil, continued to draw in surrounding fire elements. Leo felt a wave of heat wash over him, and in the blink of an eye, a fireball the size of a soccer ball materialized atop Denise's staff. Upon the conclusion of her spell, she raised the staff, and a suspended fireball shot forth in a graceful arc, striking a dire wolf directly. The explosion sent a violent wave of heat radiating outward, causing the dire wolf to stagger, half its body ignited as it howled in agony amidst the roaring flames, plunging into the river in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire. However, the specially formulated oil and the magically concentrated fire elements were not easily quelled. As the dire wolf emerged from the shallows, the nearly extinguished flames reignited with ferocity. Denise's fireball spell utterly shattered Leo's preconceived notions of such magic. Having seen countless anime and played numerous games in his past life, Leo had regarded fireball spells as weak, low-tier magic. Yet, this display before him was akin to a cannonball. Chapter 77, The Battlefield. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. If a fireball were weaker than an arrow, there would be no point in its existence. The terror of the mage was fully unveiled. Under Leo's diligent protection, Dan is transformed into a mobile artillery, conjuring a fireball every 5 seconds to launch at the dire wolves, inflicting wounds and igniting them. In just a minute, the area surrounding Leo and Danis was cleared, as the dire wolves chose to flee, preferring to cross the river to assault the ferocious warrior Buffett or gnaw on the metallic canister that was Hawkins, rather than provoke Danis. Meanwhile, old Peter remained sheltered behind Leo and Danis, engaging the dire wolves in a game of eagle catches chick, while also directing Danis and advising his companions. After leaving 3 dire wolf carcasses behind, a horn suddenly echoed from afar, prompting all the dire wolves to abandon their adversaries and flee towards the sound. Out of 11 dire wolves, 6 perished and 5 escaped. One was slain by the precise shot of the Ranger Lynch. Another fell to Fisher's ambush, while the remaining 4 met their demise at the hands of Barrett's executioner's axe. The vitality of the dire wolves was astonishingly resilient. Danis's fireballs, Fisher's daggers and hand crossbow, Hawkins' shield strikes and armed sword, and Lynch's rain of arrows could only deal severe injuries, weakening their combat strength and limiting their mobility, but failing to deliver a swift death. Fisher's first successful ambush involved 2 1-foot-long daggers plunging deep into a dire wolf's neck. Despite being mortally wounded, the dire wolf valiantly battled the adventurers for several minutes before succumbing to its excessive blood loss. Only Barrett's executioner's axe could swiftly end its assault with a single decisive blow. Observing the retreat of the dire wolves, old Peter held his pot of soup without spilling a drop, clucking his tongue in admiration, exclaiming, "Fortuitously, my strategic command and adept management have repelled the dire wolves. I truly am an experienced adventurer." Leo, rubbing his sore arms and standing over a completely shattered round shield, glanced at the self-satisfied old Peter, momentarily unsure whether he was a hidden talent or simply favored by fortune. After all, an adventurer over 50 must either be a master or a harbinger of good luck. However, Hawkins and Barrett regarded the direction in which the dire wolves had fled with grave expressions. Danis stepped forward, remarking, "That horn we heard was undoubtedly the Beastmen's wolf training horn. Could it be that these dire wolves were secretly raised by the Beastmen in this area? Or perhaps they were brought from the northern snowfields, having been bred in the wild for hundreds of years, suggesting they wouldn't be so well trained." According to legends, after the sealing of the court, the Beastmen ruled here for a century, leaving behind many remnants, with numerous locations still serving as war fortresses. The orcs may be seeking to revitalize this place and seize the initiative. Hearing their conversation, Leo could not help but interject, "Shouldn't we inform the military of this intelligence?" Hawkins smiled slightly and replied, "Child, the one who currently commands the Northern Territory is none other than the legendary Grand Lord, the high-ranking knight, Duke Mitchell Odoloff, reputed as the sword saint of the human race. He is the greatest and most powerful lord after the first Duke of the North, and before him, the mere beastmen are insignificant. These orcs are merely a band of marauders unable to survive in the frigid north, taking advantage of the opportunity to descend southward. Our primary concern should be our own affairs. Should the orc clans truly make their way here, the journey ahead may prove exceedingly perilous." Leo remained silent. Harkin's perspective reflected the predominant sentiment among the southern nobility, with few perceiving the orc invasion as a significant threat. Leo had even overheard Sir Roman and Julian mention that many southerners scarcely believe the news of the orc invasion to be genuine. After all, why did they not invade 200 years ago or a century ago, but rather now, amidst the turmoil of the Empire's 3 territories and the struggle among lords? It was evidently a pretext to demand military funds from the western and southern realms. The garrison at Wind God Fortress originally belonged to the Empire's standing army, directly overseen by the royal family. Yet now, from soldiers to generals, scarcely a soul hails from the southern territories. They are all northern barbarians. The Empire is utterly incapable of commanding this so-called standing army, which is, in reality, the private militia of the northern duke. Nonetheless, substantial military salaries are still allocated each year. Of course, should one assert that the Southerners are reluctant to guard the borders in the bitter cold of the North Ice River, they would vehemently disagree. Thus, the Empire's continuous reduction of the standing army has led to gaps in the defenses of the North Ice River, allowing the occasional small clan of orcs to slip through, which is entirely reasonable. The astute Danis discerned the cause of Leo's silence and gently reassured him. "Do not fret. The march through Wolf Drive is arduous. Even if orcs were to invade here, they would only be minor clans, capable of disturbing only a few small villages. They cannot alter the tide of battle. As a student at the Imperial Capital Academy, Danis was privy to more information than the average person. After all, students and mentors alike relished in grand discussions, strategizing and sharing their insights on the chessboard of war. Compared to the power struggles among the Empire's 3 territories, the orc invasion could only be deemed a trivial topic of conversation. Even Danis was aware of a well-known truth. As long as the military strongholds of Wind God Fortress upstream of the North Ice River and Storm Fjordes Alane downstream remain unfallen, the orc invasion is but a minor skirmish. Nevertheless, she was comforting Leo, not a noble scion who could withdraw to the south at any moment. Leo retorted in exasperation. Am I worried about the battle? I am concerned about the small villages you speak of. Danis fell silent, eventually mumbling an apology. On the battlefield of noble heirs, towns like Eisenbor were merely pawns, and the fate of villages like River Bay was hardly a matter of concern. After a restless night that weighed heavily on Danis' conscience, Leo resumed his previous demeanor, playfully praising old Peter and seeking knowledge from Harkins and Barrett regarding the extraordinary beings, as if nothing had transpired. It was at this moment he learned that extraordinary beings are also stratified. Newly awakened extraordinary beings are referred to as initiates, or the so-called primary tier of extraordinary beings. The members of the adventure group are all at this level, in accordance with the strength classification of 3 tiers and 9 levels. Barrett is categorized as a primary mid-level warrior, while the other members fall into the primary lower ranks. Conversely, Danis is a newly awakened primary novice extraordinary being. Duke Mitchell Odilov, on the other hand, is considered a high-tier advanced level 9 powerhouse, one of the rarest among humanity, second only to the sacred tier. Leo was counting on his fingers: primary, mid-tier, high-tier, sacred tier, demigod, true god, 6 tiers in total. That amounts to 18 levels. It is said that only those at the advanced mid-tier can awaken their innate combat skills. In simpler terms, does that imply that reaching level 6 is substantial? Chapter 78, The Storm Altar. Danis interjected, generally speaking, that is correct, but in the southern region, it cannot be measured in the same way. It can only be counted as 5 tiers. The scriptures of the Church of Holy Light clearly state that mortals cannot ascend to become true gods. The rank of a true god is supreme and immeasurable. Typically, once a formidable being reaches the sacred tier, they cease to concern themselves with levels. Hence, throughout history, human champions are simply referred to as sacred. If you ever have the opportunity to venture south, be cautious not to speak carelessly, lest calamity befalls you, she added playfully. Thus, even if one day you were to become a true god, you would only be referred to as Leo SC, not Leo Ding. In the Imperial dialect, the names of saints are suffixed with SE, while true gods have the suffix ding to denote veneration. However, the Imperial dialect is a form of ancient language, and only the Church of Holy Light continues to adhere to such conventions. Outside of the Church, few would engage in this practice, at least in the northern region. No one would refer to their ancestors as tildoing. At this moment, the team had finished their preparations and was ready to set off. The slain direwolf lay discarded on the riverbank, with only the finest pelts and some wolf fangs stripped away as spoils for the adventure group. Old Peter also took a piece of wolf liver, intending to fry it for the group later that evening. Hawkins approached Leo and said solemnly, "Leo, as we proceed, the journey will become increasingly perilous. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time." Danis added, "Indeed, your guiding duties are nearly fulfilled. If you turn back from here, you can return alone, but if you press on, you will have to accompany us to the end." Frankly, the attack by the direwolves had instilled a sense of trepidation in Leo. These ferocious magical beasts were far beyond the strength of an ordinary person like him. Yet, he was reluctant to retreat. Unlike the adventurers he had seen in films, the Firefly Adventure Group exhibited formidable strength and rich experience, not behaving like a horde of mindless, greedy individuals recklessly charging into dangerous territories at the cost of their lives. Thus, being with them offered some assurance for his safety. Danger always accompanies opportunity. Returning now would undoubtedly be the safer option, but Leo might end up spending his life in a secluded mountain nook, merely serving as a militia leader. At best, he could hope to successfully wed Olivia and inherit the pioneering knight territory of Yulian. Moreover, Earning a gold coin a day translates to a daily wage exceeding 10,000. Taking some risks seems quite reasonable, does it not? No, I shall accompany you forward, Leo firmly declined. The movements of the wolf pack are of utmost significance to me. Even if I do not journey alongside you, I must still scout the surroundings. Harkins nodded and said, Very well, you shall be responsible for safeguarding Danis, and remain vigilant at all times. As the group pressed onward, Lynch, the Pathfinder, discovered traces of the jackal-like creatures, yet they still did not encounter them. After traversing 2 mountain peaks, the team finally arrived at the base of a colossal stone pillar. From a distance, these pillars appeared as slender candles standing amidst the mountains. But upon nearing them, their immense size became apparent, with diameters exceeding 20 meters. Danis approached and examined the pillar intently, yet found nothing of interest. Eventually, she expressed her disappointment, saying, It is merely a weathered stone pillar. Lynch and Fisher, agile in their movements, had already scaled the top of the pillar for a closer inspection. Descending, they too shook their heads, stating, There are no signs of human craftsmanship. This was anticipated. The central courtyard ruins would not be so easily discovered by us. At that moment, Barrett, seated on the cliff's edge, enjoying the cold breeze and the panoramic view, suddenly pointed toward a distant location among the mountains and exclaimed, Look, what is that? The group gathered at the cliff's edge and beheld. Nestled in the steep cliffs below, several ancient man-made stone pillars scattered about. These pillars, standing over 10 meters tall, were mostly in a state of ruin, with only a few remaining relatively intact. Behind the pillars, colossal stone statues were carved into the cliff face, yet enormous vines had burst forth from the crevices, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Fragments of shattered stone lay bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, exuding an atmosphere of desolation and decay. Harkins contemplated the scene for a while before concluding, These are the remnants of a beast-folk structure. Judging by their specifications, it could very well be a storm altar of the beast-folk. The storm altar serves as a sacred site for the orc tribes, with only the heroic tribes being deemed worthy to construct such altars. In orc culture, those among the tribes who possess the strength of the saintly tier are revered as heroes, and only the larger tribes, numbering in the thousands, can afford to nurture a saintly warrior. This implies that even if this place is not the legendary central courtyard ruins, it is at the very least an orc city-state. Let's go and see, Barrett exclaimed eagerly, leading 2 donkeys down the mountain. The others exchanged glances before following him down the slope. While the rarity of orc ruins pales in comparison to that of elven ruins, it is nonetheless a significant discovery. The orc storm altar stands amidst the cliffs of a grand canyon, hidden from sight unless one is atop the mountain or within the canyon itself. The adventurers rested in the canyon for a night, savoring the expertly cooked wolf liver prepared by old Peter, and the following day they discovered a path leading to the cliff. Through a narrow, man-made trail, they arrived at the cliff's edge, where an expanse of 300 to 400 square meters lay before them, strewn with massive stone pillars entwined with withered vines. The foundation beneath the stone pillars rises several meters above the ground, yet has been penetrated and ravaged by creeping vines, reduced to a heap of rubble, leaving little room to maneuver. These stone pillars merely serve as the entrance to the altar, with the main structure hidden within a cliff. The collapsed pillars and colossal statues nearly obscure it, though a few dark openings remain visible. The diminutive Fisher squeezed into one of the openings, emerging moments later to declare, There is no danger. Hawkins assessed the size of the opening, glanced at Barrett, and instructed, Barrett, you are to stand guard until we return. Disappointed, Barrett nodded. The narrow passageway could accommodate only one person at a time, and his larger frame would risk a collapse if he attempted to widen the entrance. The others set aside their burdens, taking only their weapons for protection, and ventured into the opening, entering the altar's interior. After crawling through the constricted passage for several meters, Leo suddenly found himself in a spacious area. He rose to his feet, assisting the following Denise to stabilize herself as she raised her staff, emitting a radiant light. A sphere of concentrated magic floated upward, illuminating the entirety of the altar's interior. To their astonishment, the altar was vast, as if the entire cliff had been hollowed out. Regrettably, it was devoid of any adornments. The emptiness echoed, lacking even the most basic sculptures or decorations, reminiscent of an emptied warehouse. While examining the surroundings, Denise murmured, This is unexpected. The storm altar is a sacred place for the orcs. Even if it had been stripped bare, some fundamental structures should remain. There isn't even a mural. As the group reached the altar's end, they were confronted by a solid stone wall with no further passage. A massive crack diagonally bisected the wall from the upper left to the lower right. The wall towered 20 meters from the ground to the ceiling, as if cleaved by a mighty blade, with the widest part of the fissure measuring a full meter in width, its depths unfathomable. Within the entire altar, this crack was the sole feature present. Chapter 79, Death Like the Wind, ever at my side. Hawkins stepped back slightly, surveying the immense crack in wonder. This fissure does not appear to be a natural formation. It resembles a wound inflicted by a sword. He drew his weapon, tracing the crack's path with it, remarking, "The power behind such a strike surpasses that of mere mortals. Perhaps this is the legacy of the Orcish sword saint." Noting the gazes of his companions, Hawkins elaborated. "It is said that among the orc clans, there exists a formidable lineage known as the Blade Clan, distinct from other orc factions. This clan dedicates itself entirely to the art of the sword, producing masters of swordsmanship. The heroes of the Blade Clan are referred to as sword saints, wielding great swords capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas, even tearing apart the fabric of space itself. Only an Orcish sword saint could deliver such a blow." Leo listened intently, his gaze fixed upon the crack, increasingly convinced of Hawkins' assertions. This was unmistakably a sword mark, tapering at both ends and broadening in the center, with a smooth, fierce cut. However, a 20-meter-long, 1-meter-wide sword mark seemed rather exaggerated, did it not? The members of the adventuring party, all of whom were novices, could only exclaim in astonishment, "Wow, I feel the same." Only Danis could keep pace with Hawkins in their conversation. She lamented that while human literature perpetually extols the ancient history and profound heritage of humankind, the reality is quite different. Both elves and orcs possess cultural legacies that far exceed those of humanity. 10,000 years ago, when humans were still engaged in primitive agriculture, both elves and orcs already boasted remarkably advanced civilizations. Many martial techniques of the northern regions are derived from the Orcish culture, and the dual-handed swordsmanship of the Odolov family is said to be a legacy of the Blade Clan. Harkins nodded, recalling that a millennium ago, the people of the north resided on the southern bank of the Anzino River, while the orcs inhabited the northern bank. The exchanges between the two races were more frequent than those between the northern and southern realms of the current empire. The shamanistic doctrines prevalent among the orcs and the ancestral worship of the north share a common root, both fundamentally venerating the strong. The storm altar serves as both a site for religious rites and a sanctuary for sword saints, and these purposes are not mutually exclusive. The sword mark before them is likely a testament left by the ancestral sword saint of the orcs, where the young swordsmen of the clan come to practice and comprehend the essence of their forebear swordsmanship. As Danis and Harkins engaged in their exchange, the air within the spacious altar became thick with a profound sense of history and ancient legend, and the expressions of the onlookers turned solemn. Danis glanced at Leo and said with a smile, "Leo, you wield a sword as well. Seize this opportunity to observe. Perhaps you might grasp the sword intent of the Orcish sword saint." Leo, unable to bear their grandiloquence while feeling out of his depth, unsheathed his sword with a metallic clink. Cradling the blade, he recited in the refined language of the Empire, "Death is like the wind. It accompanies me always." Danis was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. The surrounding companions, one and all, stared at Leo in disbelief. Internally, Leo reveled in their surprise, his demeanor growing increasingly aloof. With a flourish, he executed a graceful sword flourish, completing a smooth and elegant Japanese-style sheathing motion, and declared, "The long road ahead is best traveled with a sword as companion." The heavy sense of history and ancient legend dissipated entirely, leaving only Leo's overwhelming presence within the dojo. For a fleeting moment, the onlookers felt as though Leo had become an embodiment of the sword saint. Just as he was about to burst into laughter, he suddenly noticed the enormous sword mark on the stone wall looming ominously toward him. A colossal beam of sword light surged forth, instantly engulfing Leo. Before the eyes of the spectators, he became as stiff as a puppet, collapsing backward. The force was akin to a mountain collapsing or the earth splitting apart. It was as if a massive vessel burdened with 10,000 tons were descending upon Leo, or like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. enveloping him in a wave of annihilation, leaving no trace of his remains. If the mental lashings previously inflicted by the monk Lawrence struck Leo like a cleaver to the forehead, then this sword strike was akin to 5 thunderbolts crashing down upon him. In summary, this fierce and unparalleled sword intent could obliterate Leo's very soul in an instant. Before Leo succumbed to darkness, he could still hear the exclamation from Danis and feel a boundless surge of spiritual power emanating from behind, safeguarding his feeble soul's flicker. There was also a distant, ethereal sound of surprise. Upon awakening, the sky had already darkened, and Leo was beset by a splitting headache and parched throat. Was this punishment from the heavens for his arrogance? He lifted his gaze to find himself relocated to the stone platform outside the altar, lying upon a prepared blanket. Danis looked at him with concern, offering a cup of water. "You're finally awake. Here, drink some water." "What transpired?" Leo inquired. Danis shook her head, replying, "Nothing happened. You simply fainted." She hesitated before adding, "But before you lost consciousness, you seemed a bit strange, as if possessed by something." Nearby, old Peter was busy cooking. Upon hearing this, he turned with conviction and declared, "It was the spirit of the Sword Saint. That demeanor, that aura, is beyond that of mere mortals." Danis' eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Leo. "So, did you truly comprehend the sword intent of the Beastmaster Sword Saint?" Leo felt as though the two souls he had painstakingly merged were once again cleaved apart, leaving him with a splitting headache. He even entertained the notion that his recent experiences were merely a figment of a dream. Instead of responding to Danis' inquiry, Leo turned to old Peter, puzzled. "Didn't you say that everyone in the adventurer's party is extraordinary? What sort of extraordinary are you?" Old Peter, holding a frying pan, replied uncertainly, "Does culinary skill count?" Once old Peter wandered off, Danis chuckled softly, "Don't underestimate Uncle Peter. He is quite remarkable." As she counted on her fingers, she continued, "He can fish, cook, perform first aid, care for horses, identify herbs, skin animals, gather resources, and even repair armor. He possesses all the skills of an adventurer and excels in many areas beyond their expertise." Leo, always attentive to details, understood well the prowess of old Peter. In every encounter, old Peter remained unusually calm. With a simple skinning knife, he could strip the fur from a dire wolf with greater ease than one would have in catching a fish. Yet, he had not faced a true battle, leaving Leo particularly curious about his capabilities. While they conversed, the sentinel, Fisher, raised his hand, signaling for silence. The group fell quiet and, under Fisher's direction, approached the edge of the precipice. They stood at the canyon, its walls towering several hundred meters high, with the storm altar positioned precariously in the middle, 100 meters above the canyon floor. At this moment, far below, a large group of orcs was making its way upstream along the river coursing through the canyon. This band of orcs numbered around 40 to 50, half mounted on dire wolves, while the others advanced on foot. A few massive humanoid bears appeared upstream in the canyon, blocking the path of the orcs. Chapter 80, The Thunder Clan. These humanoid bears, with fur of an ashen hue, were as towering as ogres, their physiques even more robust. With arms thicker than the waists of adult men, their taut muscles exuding unmatched strength. The Bearmen clan, allies of the elves, and the indigenous race of the Trellashire Highlands, are beings of extraordinary nature. They possess hands akin to those of humans, albeit with fingers transformed into formidable claws measuring half a foot in length. Their manes resemble that of a lion, intricately braided and bound by polished bone beads at the back. Though only 5 in number, they stand resolutely, forming a barrier against dozens of orcs. "It is the Bearmen," Danis exclaimed. According to the ancient elven scroll deciphered by her mentor, the Bearmen are the most steadfast allies of the elven kin and one of the native races of the Trellashire Plateau. Not only are the Bearmen formidable in individual strength, but they also possess an innate mastery of magic, enabling them to manipulate elements to cast spells. However, they excel in infusing their claws with elemental power for hand-to-hand combat. These powerful Bearmen warriors wield the strength of the earth, their claws imbued with thunder, frost, and flame, capable of effortlessly shattering rocks and dismantling steel. Some scholars even speculate that they are the progenitors of the orc shamans. When Lord Chizarel led his kin down from the mountains, a portion of the Bearmen clan accompanied them. The guardians of the central courtyard are constituted by the Thunder clan among the bearmen. At this juncture, Danis felt a surge of excitement. The presence of bearmen might indicate their proximity to the courtyard. While Danis recounted tales atop the mountain, the orcs below were not idle. Riding upon colossal dire wolves and brandishing a black greatsword, more accurately, a long knife, the orc chieftain approached the bearmen, conversing in an ancient and peculiar tongue. Great guardians of the Thunder clan, we, the equally ancient Blade clan, once your allies, extend our most sincere greetings. Among the 5 bearmen sentinels, the most robust, a snow-white bearman, retorted sharply, "Orc, state your purpose." 700 years ago, the orc leader declared, "My kin were betrayed by humanity and exiled to the northern tundra. Now, we merely wish to return to our homeland. You should have anticipated this day when you betrayed the elves." The bearman sentinel scoffed, "And this place is not your homeland." The orc chieftain raised his long knife, gesturing towards the storm altar where the adventurers stood, causing them to shrink back in fear. He bellowed, "Upon the mountain lies our altar. Below the mountain rests our burial ground. This is our homeland." The bearman sentinel, with arms crossed over his broad chest, gazed down coldly at the orc, remaining silent. A millennium ago, during the height of Orcish power, they ravaged countless races, enslaving and slaughtering nearly half of them, claiming the entirety of the wolf-driving plain as their own. The elves and bearmen retreated to the courtyard, ultimately sealing it away. The turmoil endured for 3 centuries, culminating in a victory for humanity. The storm altar, erected 900 years ago, stands upon the remains of countless races from a millennium past. After the orcs retreated, the wolf-driving plain transformed into a vast forest under the magical influence of elven druids and orc shamans, returning to a state of tranquility at the foot of the majestic barrier. The clan of the Bear Folk, which had resided at the foot of these mountains for centuries, now claims this land as their homeland. Yet, when faced with the encroaching Orcish horde, the Bear Folk may consider retreating, though the mere presence of a few dozen orcs does not instill fear in them. Observing the Bear Folk's impassivity, the orcs grew animated, brandishing their long blades and bellowing. "Home! We are going home." From her vantage point above, Danis felt a surge of urgency. What should she do? A confrontation seemed imminent. In the face of the malevolent Orcish wolf riders, she clearly sided with the Bear Folk. Although the Bear Guards were formidable, the sheer number of Orcish riders tipped the odds in their favor. What to be done? Simply observe. These wolf riders were indeed powerful, even in one-on-one encounters. Defeating them posed a challenge, let alone in groups. Barrett, seemingly a loss for words, settled cross-legged and retrieved a snack, preparing for the spectacle. As he spoke, he raised his arm, striking a formidable pose, boasting, "A warrior my caliber could barely take on 2. For you, even 1 would be a struggle." Leo nodded in agreement. He could hardly breach the defenses of a single wolf, let alone those notorious riders, commonly referred to as wolf riders by humans. The accurate term would be wolf knights, elite warriors within the Orcish legions, comparable in strength to the extraordinary knights of humanity. The Odorov family's Windrider Order was established specifically to counteract the Wolf Rider battalions. Orcish ranks are classified according to individual prowess, ascending from orc laborers to orc soldiers, orc warriors, orc sergeants, orc generals, and finally orc commanders. Orc sergeants, awakened in their magical abilities, are considered extraordinary beings among the Orcish infantry, holding officer status. However, within the Wolf Rider battalion, sergeants represent the lowest tier of wolf knights. After all, lesser orcs could not possibly conquer a wolf, much less achieve the status of a wolf knight. Armed with heavy long blades weighing several dozen pounds, wolf knights can cleave even a massive tree in half with the momentum of their mounts. Even the most heavily armored elite infantry would find it difficult to withstand their blows. Leo was decidedly unwilling to test the sharpness of their blades with his own flesh. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Leo's mind. Ethereal and mechanical, it seemed to emanate from the distant heavens, devoid of any emotional resonance. Each word struck Leo like a thunderclap. "Ding! You have activated the Civilization Lord system. Loading system. Chosen one, you have activated the Civilization Lord system. Led your people towards civilization. Beginner's task. Assist the Thunder Clan in repelling the invading orcs. Task reward. Gain access to the courtyard." Leo stood there, bewildered. As he listened to the voice in his mind, feeling as though he were ensnared in a surreal dream. Thus, have I activated the system? The system may be tardy. It shall never be absent. With no time for further contemplation, Leo could only exclaim, "The orcs are our adversaries. We must devise a means to repel them." Observing the gazes of the crowd, Leo elucidated, "With such a multitude of orcs, they could discover us at any moment. If we do not retaliate, do we not invite their aggression? Rather than that, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to eliminate a few, thereby diminishing their strength and ideally compelling them to retreat from this area." Hawkins pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Leo speaks wisely. The presence of such a horde of orcs greatly escalates the difficulty of our exploration, perhaps even forcing us to withdraw. Moreover, joining the fray at this juncture might earn us the friendship of the bear folk and glean some information about the Midgard. What course of action shall we take? Chapter 81, The Boulder Assault. Leo surveyed his surroundings and beheld the dilapidated altar behind him. Centuries of erosion and the encroachment of vines had reduced the altar's outer structure to a mere pile of rubble. "Move the stones." The others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and began to labor, transporting the altar's floor tiles and shattered columns to the precipice. The young lady, Denise, also joined the effort, carrying a stone the size of a head to the edge of the cliff. Upon witnessing her companions handling boulders weighing hundreds of pounds and Barrett bearing a column of 1,000 pounds, the small stone in her hands felt like a misfit cub. Discreetly, Denise set the stone down and sat upon it, feigning a moment of rest. After moving a few stones, Leo began to feel dizzy. The spiritual blow he had endured that morning still lingered with severe aftereffects. He crouched next to Denise, observing the commotion below, and raised a hand, whispering, "Do not engage yet. Wait for my signal." He picked up a stone the size of an egg and gently cast it over the cliff, counting silently as he watched it tumble down. The small stone landed in the water between the orcs and bear folk, creating a splash that, although not insignificant, failed to draw their attention. As the group continued to transport stones, the standoff below in the canyon reached its conclusion. After negotiations bore no fruit, the orc leader raised his long blade and bellowed, "Warriors of the Blade Clan, reclaim our homeland." The wolf riders simultaneously lifted their blades, charging alongside their leader towards the bear folk defenders. The massive, snow-white bear folk let out a mocking laugh, raising its claws as a tremendous surge of electricity enveloped its form, causing its fur to stand on end and its physique to appear even more formidable. In this electrified state, the bear folk guardian concentrated the energy in its palms and pointed towards the orc leader. A colossal arc of electricity surged through the air, leaping over 20 meters to strike the orc leader with unerring accuracy. The charging wolf, now rigid, toppled forward, its fur singed, as it sent the orc leader sprawling to the ground. Moreover, the arc of electricity continued to leap, ensnaring 5 wolf riders in its wake. With a single blow, 5 wolf riders were unseated. The wolf mounts and orcs tumbled on the ground, their bodies charred and twitching, rendered momentarily incapacitated. Only the formidable orc chieftain struggled to rise, continuing the assault. Behind him surged over 20 wolf riders, roaring as they charged past him toward 5 bear guards. The bear guards bared their fangs, growling low, their forms coiling as they summoned crackling energy around their claws, preparing to withstand the oncoming onslaught of the wolf cavalry. Following the wolf riders, another 20 to 30 orc infantry brandished their long swords and great blades, pressing forward in pursuit of the cavalry. Observing their speed, Leo, silently calculated, lifted his hand, and with a sudden motion, commanded, "Throw." The adventurers promptly pushed the stones before them off the cliff. The stones, brought by the extraordinary beings, weighed at least 100 pounds, with some exceeding 1,000. These massive boulders tumbled down the steep cliff, shattering upon impact before even reaching the ground, transforming into a deluge of stone rain. The fragmented rocks, akin to cannon fire, surged with immense potential energy, raining down upon the orc infantry, sending them sprawling in chaos. Even the extraordinary orcs could not withstand the force of these falling stones. Anyone struck by a rock larger than a fist would suffer severe injuries. The intact stones, weighing over 100 pounds, were like projectiles hurled from a catapult, capable of demolishing walls, and the flesh and blood orc infantry were immediately turned to pulp. This barrage of rolling stones claimed at least 10 orc infantry lives and 1 wolf rider. effectively splitting the orc forces into two. The trailing group was impeded by the continuous cascade of boulders, forced to retreat and unable to advance further. One wolf rider, looking up at the cliff's sheer face, spotted Leo and the others at the source of the falling stones, bellowing commands to his subordinates. Charge! Eliminate them! Two wolf riders and the remaining orc infantry turned and raced up the narrow path leading to the storm altar, intent on attacking the adventurers. Observing the orc forces advancing along the path, Hawkins raised his sword and shield, calmly stating, 15 orc infantry, 2 wolf riders, prepare for the challenge. He boldly positioned himself at the path's end. The narrow trail leading to the cliff allowed only one person to pass at a time, and with him blocking the way, no matter how numerous the orcs, they could only engage him in one-on-one combat. However, the orcs were not foolish. They were seasoned warriors. 2 wolf riders urged their mounts to leap, utilizing the cliff's edge to propel themselves 10 meters forward, landing behind the adventurers. One wolf rider, mid-air, swung his long knife. But the massive arc was dissipated before Barrett's colossal axe. Though Barrett managed to intercept the wolf rider's strike, he was jolted back by the sheer force. Hawkins was compelled to retreat from the path to confront the attack from the other wolf rider. The remaining members of the adventurers group were not yet capable of confronting the wolf knight in single combat. As the path cleared, the orc infantry surged forth. The first orc soldier emerged, brandishing his weapon and roaring as he charged, only for his voice to be abruptly silenced. 3 sharp arrows were embedded in his chest and face, nearly half of their shafts buried within his body. As he succumbed to his wounds and plummeted off the cliff, the silhouette of a second orc soldier appeared. A larger and thicker, heavy arrow penetrated his chest in an instant, not only piercing through him, but also forcing him back to crash into his comrades behind him. Having executed a 3-shot sequence, Lynch cast a glance at Leo beside him. Leo's yew longbow was no less formidable than Lynch's green longbow, though it appeared somewhat cumbersome and had a noticeably slower rate of fire. The latter utilized lightweight arrows with steel armor-piercing tips, offering greater range and penetration, ideal for showcasing various archery techniques. However, at close range, Leo's heavy bow and arrows functioned almost like a sniper rifle, capable of severing an orc's arm with ease. Under the combined fire of Leo and Lynch's longbows, Fisher's hand crossbow, and Danny's fireballs, the first 5 charging orcs were effortlessly felled, tumbling down the precipice. Indeed, ranged assault proved to be the paramount strategy. These orc infantrymen were warriors of the Orcish ranks, the backbone of their kind. If the Empire's regular infantry could only be compared to the Orcish laborers, then the poorly equipped orc warriors, often armed with but a single weapon, possessed combat prowess that easily surpassed that of the human heavy-armored elite soldiers. Without a shield, Leo would have to pay a significant price to successfully overcome an orc infantryman, perhaps even risking his own safety. Yet, before the might of the longbow and heavy arrows, all beings seemed equal. Mere brutish orcs, clad in little more than scraps of fur, will be left gravely wounded or slain by a single arrow, regardless of their ferocity. However, ranged attacks did have their moments of vulnerability, and after the sacrifice of 5 warriors, the remaining 10 orc infantry finally broke through into the open space, lunging towards the adventurers. Chapter 82. The Sudden Swordplay. As the orc warriors charged, Lynch gritted his teeth and drew his short sword, rushing forward alongside Fisher. The berserkers and shield warriors in the group were engaged in a fierce struggle with the Wolf Knight, leaving only the mages and support characters behind, while the rangers and assassins were forced to confront the orc warriors head-on. Leo, taking cover, unleashed 3 arrows, slaying an orc warrior. Yet he too had to confront the long blades wielded by his adversaries. Unlike other orc clans that favored clubs and axes, this particular clan's members wielded long swords and great swords. Crafting such elongated weapons not only demanded a blacksmith's exceptional skill, but also consumed vast quantities of iron and labor. Even among these elite orc warriors, not everyone could be equipped with a brand new weapon. Many still clutched ancestral heirlooms. Although these ancient weapons were of decent quality, their age had rendered the blades riddled with nicks and imperfections, making it arduous to restore their former sharpness, no matter how much they were honed. The orc warrior, with arms thicker than Leo's thighs, wielded its weapons like clubs, relying solely on brute strength to shatter its foes. Standing before the nearly 1.5 meter long, 10 centimeter wide, half-inch thick blade, Leo's steel sword appeared almost as a mere dagger. After narrowly evading 2 powerful slashes from the orc warrior, Leo was forced to retreat several steps, compelled to engage the foe directly. When their weapons clashed, the tremendous force sent Leo's sword careening aside, threatening to shatter his wrist and nearly wrenching the sword from his grasp. Had it not been for the substantial weight of a northern-style steel sword, that clash might have splintered it. In that moment of crisis, a sudden epiphany struck Leo, as if a hidden technique had been unlocked in his mind. He pivoted his body in alignment with the force that had deflected his sword, akin to swinging a heavy ball and chain, rotating fully while gripping the sword. Then, with a swift release of one hand, the sword surged forward at twice its usual speed and with thrice the force, slicing through the orc's neck with deadly precision. In an instant, the orc warrior, who had just attempted to counterattack, found itself decapitated, its head propelled skyward by the sheer force of blood pressure. Another orc warrior charging in alongside was momentarily stunned, gazing at the severed head soaring above before shaking off the shock and letting out a furious roar. Turning towards old Peter, Leo stared in astonishment at the outcome of his strike, a sense of dread washing over him. Am I truly this powerful? The might of that blow far exceeded his own capabilities, as if the sword had autonomously severed the orc's life, rather than being a mere extension of his will. The tremendous force that had propelled the sword continued unabated, almost causing him to lose his grip entirely. During this moment of distraction, 3 more orc warriors surged past Lynch and Fisher, charging towards Leo. "Be careful," whispered Dennis from a distance, incanting a spell while her staff gathered fire elemental energy at its tip. Having exhausted her spell components, she relied solely on her innate magical power, which significantly slowed her spellcasting. After 10 long seconds of concentration, the fireball had yet to fully materialize. Seeing Leo in peril, Dennis gritted her teeth. As she continued to summon fire elements with her left hand, her right hand withdrew a water pouch from her waist, directing a stream of clear water into the air. The water quickly crystallized into a sharp icicle about a foot long. With a decisive thrust of her palm, the icicle hurtled towards the orc assailing Leo. The sharp projectile struck the orc warrior in the abdomen, embedding deeply into its innards, eliciting a pained roar. In the next moment, a fireball exploded against its face, transforming the horned helmet into a blazing torch. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 orc warriors engaged Leo in a fierce struggle, finding themselves evenly matched. In previous battles, Leo had fought conservatively, allowing his sword to follow his movements while retaining a portion of his strength for unforeseen circumstances, resulting in a somewhat cautious combat style. Now, Leo has transformed into a being who moves with his sword as if tethered to a heavy ball and chain or a spirited husky. He grips the long sword in his hand, his entire body dragged along, each step faltering as if he might take flight at any moment. The sacrifice of his bodily equilibrium has granted him a strength far exceeding the ordinary. The sword he flings forth matches the orc warrior in ferocity. Moreover, his sword play is exceptionally cunning and far more agile than the orc's broad blade, leaving several wounds on the orc warrior in just a few exchanges. However, Leo himself is not unscathed. The instability from his lack of balance renders him vulnerable. Transforming attacks, he would ordinarily evade with ease into perilous challenges that require all his effort to dodge, reminiscent of a roller coaster ride. In this moment, both parties are in a chaotic frenzy, fraught with danger. Denise, having exhausted her magical energy, can no longer cast any spells. With a serious expression, she approaches Leo, raising her staff with both hands. The tip of the staff is aimed at an orc, while the curved grip rests against her shoulder. With a thunderous roar, a foot-long flame erupts from the staff's end. Amidst the explosive sound, a gaping wound the size of a palm bursts forth from the orc warrior's chest, sending him staggering backward until he collapses onto his back. Leo's other opponent, taken aback by this bizarre assault, flails his weapon in a panic, gripped by fear. Seizing this moment of distraction, Leo deftly strikes at the orc's calf, then delivers a decisive blow to sever his head. At that moment, a horn sounds from the canyon, as 2 wolf-riding knights, entangled with Barrett and Harkins, reluctantly retreat with a roar. The remaining 2 orc infantry hastily follow in the wake of the departing wolf riders. The adventurers, having expended too much stamina, do not pursue. The horn-blowing orc leader merges with a throng of wolf riders and companions descending the mountain, vanishing into the wilderness. After a clash with the bear guards, the orcs, having lost half their forces to the adventurers' ambush, fail to achieve their anticipated victory and are instead met with the formidable bear guards, who slay over 10 wolf riders, forcing a retreat. If the strength of the orc warriors is akin to that of low-tier, extraordinary human fighters, then the wolf riders represent mid-tier prowess, while the bear guards are of mid to high tier within that category. The massive white bear, capable of unleashing great chains of lightning, possesses strength comparable to high-tier extraordinary humans. After dispatching 5 wolf riders with a single strike, he joins his comrades in channeling thunderous lightning through his claws. Each strike upon the wolf riders sends both rider and beast tumbling, paralyzing them and rendering them incapable of fighting back. His claws effortlessly tear through the fur of the wolves and the chests of the orcs, his roars echoing deafeningly, instilling dread in the hearts of his foes. In a mere quarter of an hour, more than half of the 20 or so wolf riders lie wounded or dead. As they watch the orcs depart, before old Peter can voice his reflections, Leo interjects, "Fortunately, my command was astute and my coordination effective, allowing us to repel the orcs. I am indeed a seasoned adventurer." Chapitre 83. Denis's fireball technique. Old Peter's lines were interrupted, and he indignantly exclaimed, "I have contributed significantly as well." He had just been chased by the orc warriors, circling the ruins of the altar, thus attracting a portion of the firepower. Among the 15 orc infantry, 6 had initially fallen to ranged attacks, while Leo felled 2, Denis incinerated 1, executed another, and Fisher and Lynch together dispatched 3. The orc infantry that had relentlessly pursued old Peter and his last companion fled as soon as the retreat horn sounded. As for the wolf knights engaged with Hawkins and Barrett, their prowess, bolstered by their mounts, surpassed that of the 2, allowing them to maintain the upper hand throughout the encounter. Consequently, once the orcs withdrew, the group not only refrained from pursuing them, but instead expressed their relief at their fortune. The brief yet intense battle concluded, leaving everyone exhausted and unable to withstand the formidable strikes of the wolf knights any longer. Leo took hold of Denis's staff, examining it closely. This gentleman's cane, crafted from pure metal, was quite heavy, with a curved handle embedded with a fire elemental crystal. Initially, Leo had assumed it to be merely an ornate walking stick, complementing Denis's exquisite attire. To his astonishment, it was, in fact, a staff. The fire elemental crystal at the top evidently amplified Denis's fire spells. Her fireball technique emanated entirely from this source. When Leo believed it to be just a staff, he discovered it was, in truth, a firearm. The cane's end revealed a dark, gaping muzzle, indicating that the entire staff was essentially a hollow barrel. Moreover, its power was immense, comparable to modern shotguns. The slain orc bore a palm-sized wound in his chest, a result not of a single bullet, but rather the devastating impact of numerous large steel pellets discharged in a concentrated spray. Denis explained with a smile, "This is the renowned alchemical firearm crafted by the Master Freeman. It was given to my mentor and is an improved version of the latest dwarven firearm. Because it operates using magical power, it does not require a trigger. Knowing I would be embarking on a journey, my mentor bestowed it upon me for my protection." With a playful grin, Denis continued, "Since it requires magical energy to fire, I suppose it could be considered a form of fireball technique. So I call it Denis's fireball technique." As she spoke, she twisted the curved handle of the staff, revealing the gun chamber within, and inserted a cylindrical bullet. This was indeed a single-shot shotgun, with such a weapon in her possession and being a low-level mage. Denis was far from a burden as she ventured through the wilderness with the Firefly Adventure Group. Leo watched in awe, realizing that while the Orlandes Empire boasted a technological prowess akin to the medieval era, he and his fellow villagers struggled in an anachronistic region reminiscent of classical times. Meanwhile, the imperial capital had already entered the Renaissance. The chasm of civilization between them spanned nearly a millennium. Before them lay a slender, alloy gun barrel, a rarity in the northern region, where few craftsmen possessed the skill to forge such a piece, even if one were to present the blueprints to the blacksmiths of Ethenborough. The resulting firearm would require a barrel thickness of at least 1 centimeter to ensure it did not burst upon firing. In contrast to this alchemical firearm, which demanded magical energy for discharge, Leo found himself more intrigued by the dwarven guns. He could not help but inquire, "Do dwarven firearms possess such formidable power?" Denis shook her head, Responding, I cannot say. My experience with firearms is limited. Most of what I have seen are relics displayed in the Imperial Museum, which lack considerable potency, often proving less effective than a bow. Since the Western territories descended into chaos, dwarves from the West seldom visited the imperial capital for trade. With the occasional appearance of dwarven artisans from the southern Free Isles, Leo nodded in disappointment. His dreams of distant firepower once again dashed. At that moment, a grand and indifferent voice echoed in his ears. You have aided the Thunder Clan, successfully repelling the orcs. You have completed the novice quest and gained access to the Middle Court. In his mind, Leo pondered, access to the Middle Court? Where is that? He felt little enthusiasm for this sudden system. The rewards seemed paltry, lacking even a novice gift pack. He wondered if there existed any Eureka-like opportunities to have his research time on nuclear fusion. If given a choice between this peculiar system and the venerable Master Bowbook, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. With his thought in mind, Leo questioned aloud, Master Bowbook, are you there? Unfortunately, no response came. As he posed his question, a series of data appeared before his eyes. The ground transformed, revealing a sequence of luminous points. Activating auto-navigation. Minimap enabled. Quest guidance initiated. Health bar activated. Faced with a barrage of interfaces and markers springing forth in his line of sight, Leo was momentarily dumbfounded. The once vividly authentic experience of traversing this new world abruptly morphed into a game-like scenario. Seeing the tumultuous expressions flitting across Leo's face, Denise expressed her concern. Leo, what troubles you? It's nothing. I believe I have discovered the Middle Court, he replied. What? Denise exclaimed, looking around in search of confirmation. They found themselves in the midst of a grand canyon, with the vast expanse of the wolf-driving plains stretching outward and the majestic cliffs of the Great Barrier rising inward. The towering cliffs extended endlessly to the north, and on clear days, one could glimpse the snowy peaks above. To the south lay the distant Anzino River Falls, the sheer size and height of the waterfall making it appear deceptively close. Yet, to the naked eye, there were no remnants of any city to be seen. Follow me. Leo, unable to articulate his thoughts, led the way. On the opposite side of the storm altar, a narrow cliffside path wound its way to the canyon's end. The deeper they ventured into the canyon, the narrower it became, and the river coursing through it grew increasingly tumultuous. As Danis ventured deeper, her anxiety intensified, prompting her to ponder the whereabouts of the formidable bear guards that had previously allowed their entry. These bear guards were exceedingly powerful. Unlike the soft-skinned wolf knights of the adventuring party, a single chain of lightning could easily decimate their fragile group. Leo nonchalantly suggested that they might be hiding due to injuries. Danis pressed further, inquiring how Leo had discovered the location of the courtyard, lamenting her lack of any clues. Unable to articulate an explanation, Leo could only clutch his head and exclaim, "Ah, my head aches terribly. I must be growing a brain." He had been struck by the sword's intent at the altar that morning, leaving his mind somewhat clouded. His complexion pale, as if he had not yet recovered from his wounds. Moreover, during the battle with the orcs, his dual-handed swordplay had been extraordinary, allowing him to hold his own against two opponents. Perhaps the soul of the orc sword saint had somehow transcended into him. The group, uncertain and hesitant, refrained from pressing him further. After traversing 7 or 8 miles, they descended from a narrow path into a gorge, arriving at the riverbank. The scenery here was breathtaking. The water was crystal clear, tinged with blue and green, complemented by the azure sky and the verdant mountains flanking both sides, creating an illusion of being within a painting. The glimmering light points spread out towards the waterfall ahead. Chapter 84. Hee. The waterfall ahead obstructed the path through the gorge, due to the winter season. The flow was gentle, resembling a sparse curtain of water more than 20 meters wide. This marked the end of the gorge, with the grand cliff looming just behind the waterfall, scarcely 100 meters away. Beyond the waterfall, one could see water cascading down through the crevices of the cliff. The members of the adventuring party halted in disappointment at the riverbank, but Leo remained undeterred, approaching the waterfall alone. Following the guidance of the shimmering lights, he waded through the shallow river to stand before the waterfall, gently parting the curtain of water before vanishing behind the stone face. The companions of the adventuring party gasped in astonishment, with Barrett being the first to rush towards the waterfall, reaching out behind the curtain, only to encounter the cold stone wall. He traced the water line along the waterfall, exploring until the river's depth submerged him to his chest, before returning to the shore in disappointment. Soaked to the bone, Barrett shook off the water and shook his head, declaring, "There is no entrance." Danis gazed at the waterfall, desperately searching for signs of human intervention, yet found nothing. Ultimately, she speculated, it must be some form of magic. Perhaps it requires certain permissions to enter. In her exhilaration, she was equally disheartened. The excitement stemmed from the realization that this place truly seemed to be the courtyard. The disappointment arose from having reached the entrance, yet finding no means to enter, not even a glimpse. As Leo stepped into the waterfall, his vision expanded. Before him lay a vast circular lake, with a white stone bridge over 20 meters wide beneath his feet. The bridge arched like a rainbow, stretching straight across the lake to reach the opposite shore. The cliffs on either side of the gorge gradually descended and encircled the circular lake, ultimately converging at the end of the stone bridge, revealing a natural circular opening below. The once majestic cliffs, which seemed almost within reach, suddenly receded several miles, revealing a tall and elegant elven city before Leo's eyes. This city, characterized by its ethereal elven architecture, is perched upon the cliffs beyond the stone bridge's archway, with buildings cascading down in various layers. The lowest structure stands at least 100 meters above the rocky precipice, while the highest palace soars to a height of no less than 500 meters. Towering elven watchtowers rise at vantage points on both sides of the canyon, extending outward into the expanse beyond. Indeed, those stone columns. Denise's conjecture was not erroneous. The colossal weathered pillars that the adventurers explored atop the canyon yesterday were veritable elven sentinels, concealed beneath magical camouflage. Their true form remained indiscernible. This grand and fantastical city resembled something Leo had only glimpsed in fantasy films during his past life. The courtyard, the ancient elven city. Struggling to absorb the overwhelming visual impact of this city, Leo took a few steps forward, then turned to glance back. Gone was the waterfall. The river outside and the circular lake within formed a harmonious whole, with the lake's tranquil waters flowing gently to the exit. From this vantage point, the waterfall appeared merely as a curtain of rain cascading from above, akin to water streaming down a glass pane on a rainy day, rendering the outside world somewhat indistinct. Meanwhile, Barrett's figure futilely groped beyond this translucent barrier. System prompt: welcome to the magnificent elven city courtyard. Now, embark upon your greatest exploration. Observing the disappointment etched on his companions' faces, Leo inwardly inquired, "System, can you unlock my companions' permissions?" No. Yet they too aided in repelling the orcs. After a silence of over 10 seconds, the system's indifferent voice resonated once more. Task update. Disrobe, run 3 laps around the lake in the nude. Then kiss your companions. Task reward. Unlock your companions' access permissions. Leo lowered his head, incredulous. Are you jesting with me? The system offered no reply. Resigned, Leo pressed onward, embarking on his solitary exploration. However, he found himself unable to traverse the stone bridge, for at its terminus, beneath the immense circular archway, a formidable bear loomed, blocking the path to the courtyard. Task update. Place a sack over the malevolent bear and give its forehead a resounding thump. Task reward. Unlock your companion's access permissions. Frustrated, Leo approached, seizing the bear's hefty jowls, and exclaimed, "Freya, were you not supposed to be journeying with Master Bobuk? Why are you here, lazing about?" Freya, grasped by Leo, drooled and rolled her eyes, resembling a slumbering husky. After a full 10 seconds, her gaze gradually sharpened, and upon recognizing Leo, she excitedly struggled to rise, feigning a leap towards him. "Thou, I missed you dearly." Leo swiftly pressed his hand against her forehead as the colossal weight bore down upon him, an overwhelming force he could not withstand. "You still haven't answered my question. Where's your teacher? How did you end up hiding here?" Freya, on the verge of tears, lamented, "My teacher is a terrible person. He never provides me with food. I haven't eaten in ages. Just look at me. I've become so thin." Upon closer inspection, Leo noted that Freya indeed appeared slimmer than when he last saw her by the river bend, and her stature seemed diminished as well. At this moment, the system in Leo's mind continued to update its tasks, its once ethereal and detached voice now infused with emotion. Task update. Kick the wicked giant bear into the moon lake and feed her to the fish. Task reward. Unlock access for companions. Leo pondered for a moment before executing a sudden kick, successfully sending the unsuspecting Freya tumbling into the lake. The system exclaimed, "Ah, you really did kick her?" Freya flailed and struggled in the water, choking on several mouthfuls before managing to sit upright. The lake was not deep. Her massive form sat in the water, only submerged to her abdomen. Observing Freya's bewildered expression, Leo took the opportunity to admonish her. "How can you speak ill of your teacher behind his back? He is the revered Master Bobuk, a grand druid admired by all." Feeling guilty, Freya lowered her head, clutching her stomach with her claws, mumbling, "But I'm so hungry." "My teacher went to the northern snowfields, claiming it was too dangerous to take me along, leaving me here all alone without any food." Internally, Leo shouted, "Master Bobuk, hey, hey, hey." The emergence of both the system and Freya felt exceedingly peculiar. In the past, Leo had been like any ordinary person, unaware of his own soul. But after establishing a long-term soul link with Master Bobuk and receiving a strike from the Sword Saint's intent, Leo's spiritual perception had sharpened significantly. He could vaguely sense that within his mind, there now existed a faint veil, obscuring his inner cries, which echoed within but failed to breach the veil's barrier. The simplest evidence was that although Freya stood right in front of him, their soul link had faltered. At that moment, a gentle yet resilient external force pried open a gap in the veil within Leo's mind, and Master Bobuk's soothing voice penetrated. "Oh, stop playing around." The system chimed in. "Hee. Chapter 85, The False System. I'll bubble tea you." In an instant, Leo comprehended that he had been deceived. Since entering the central courtyard, the system had exhibited bizarre behavior, its erratic task updates and the urgency in its tone betraying its true nature. Yet, who wouldn't he desire a personal system? Deep down, Leo still hoped that it was indeed a system, even if an eccentric one. Upon discovering the truth, a profound disappointment enveloped Leo, and he shouted in anger, "You deceitful fraud. So, you're not a system at all. What on earth are you? What on earth?" It is said that when one dies, they transform into a ghost. What about me? I must be a little sprite, perhaps. However, I lack life, so you may refer to me as a sprite ghost. The gentle voice of Master Bobuk serves as a mediating presence. Al is not deceiving you. She is indeed a so-called system, but she is the system of the midfield. The midfield is not merely a simple city. At its core lies a complete alchemical construct responsible for the operation of all magical devices. And Al functions as the control system of this alchemical creation. Over 1,000 years ago, Lord Chisael constructed the midfield and simultaneously created Al. Although the midfield is sealed, the city's core, akin to a living being, ceases to function, equating to death. Thus, it has merely entered a state of dormancy. The voluntary guardianship of the Bear Clan, the Thunder Tribe, has made them the protectors of the midfield, while Al continues to oversee the city's operations. As Bobuk narrates, Leo comes to understand Al's existence. She is essentially an artificial intelligence tasked with the city's functioning. Following the sealing of the midfield, most of the city's functions fell into dormancy. Yet some magical devices require continuous operation, a responsibility Al undertakes in monitoring and maintaining them. Furthermore, this ancient alchemical construct, created by a great druid, possesses formidable spiritual power, enabling it to easily probe into Leo's thoughts, invade his mind, and even obscure Bobuk's soul link. The so-called civilization system is merely an illusion conjured from Leo's subconscious desires and lingering memories. "I merely wish to assist Valhalla in repelling the orcs. It so happened that I found you. You not only wish for me to fend off the orcs, you also want me to bag Freya." Upon her identity being revealed, Al's voice took on a lively tone, exclaiming that Bobuk's soul is truly fascinating. "What is artificial intelligence? Is it me?" Bobuk sighed gently, as if reprimanding a mischievous junior for prying into the hearts of men. With that, a powerful mental force enveloped Leo's soul, bringing him an immediate sense of tranquility, dispelling the faint feeling of being seen through. Leo mused that Master Bobuk could likely probe into his psyche and search his memories with ease. Yet this sincere elder would not wish to do so. This thought deepened Leo's respect for Master Bobuk and augmented his sense of the elder's profound strength. Such formidable and mystical mental power transcends mere mortals. There exists a vast chasm between the extraordinary and the saintly, separated by 3 tiers and 9 levels. Although these 3 tiers and 9 levels are known as the extraordinary, where the limits of the physical body are shattered, resulting in significant enhancements to one's physical attributes and lifespan, they remain flesh and blood. Lower-tiered beings can be easily slain by an ordinary arrow, and higher-tiered ones may not necessarily possess such divine power. This Master Bobuk, adorned only in a single pair of beast-hide shorts, remains inconspicuous. Has he already attained the saintly tier? Glancing back, Leo sees that his fellow adventurers have begun to set up camp by the riverside, prompting him to call out, "Hey, fake system, I have completed the task. You should allow my companions to enter, correct?" System prompt. The clumsy bear has not been fed fish, thus your task remains unfulfilled. Leo retorted angrily, "There are no fish in this lake." To his surprise, Ale was even more incensed, exclaiming, "There used to be. However, this lazy, gluttonous bear has devoured them all." With a hint of sorrow in her voice, she lamented, as a solitary sprite who has lived for 1,000 years. "I painstakingly nurtured those fish, watching them grow. They were my dear little ones. I named each one of them, and now they have all been consumed by the clumsy bear." The melancholy and sadness in her tone softened Leo's heart, and he turned to Freya, questioning, "Did you not claim to have not eaten for quite some time?" Freya feigned ignorance. "Huh, does fish count? But that as fish." Leo finally discerned the reason behind Ale's animosity towards Freya. It was likely that during their time in the courtyard, Freya had squandered Ale's possessions. Just then, Master Bobuk interjected, "Ale, allow them entry. Consider it a token of your jest against Leo." After a moment, Ale's voice reluctantly emerged. "Ding. Your companions have unlocked access to the courtyard." Leo, accompanied by the still-drenched Freya, made his way back, whispering, "Your teacher certainly commands respect. Even the courtyard-esque system must heed him." Freya beamed with pride, proclaiming, "My teacher is the great druid, the guardian of the forest of Trahir, the master of the wild sect." She contemplated for a moment and compared, "Well, if Lord Kaiziel is akin to a duke of the human kingdom, then my teacher would be equivalent to your pope. I dare not imagine. Leo pondered similarly, realizing he could not envision it at all. On the riverbank outside the waterfall, the adventuring party, poised to camp while awaiting news from Leo, suddenly beheld him emerging from the curtain of water, followed by a drenched giant groundhog. The seasoned adventurers could easily identify the species of this magical beast. As Leo dodged the water Freya splashed his way, he opened his arms wide and proclaimed, "My friends, welcome to the courtyard." Under Leo's guidance, the members of the adventuring party finally traversed through the waterfall's veil, arriving at the magical barrier. Even Leo, who had been steeped in films, television, and literary works, was profoundly struck by the breathtaking beauty of the courtyard. The local inhabitants of this otherworldly realm, a group of medieval bumpkins, had never encountered such scenery. While the courtyard may not be the grandest of cities, it is the creation of the ancient great druid Kaiziel, who pursued the ideals of life. Every statue, every corner, every area embodies a quest for refinement, perfection, and the comfort that elves so deeply cherish. The entire city, built upon the mountainside and harmoniously arranged, is infused with the beauty of elven artistry and the natural world. The group traversed the Moon Lake and Moon Gate, entering the courtyard and ascending the main road towards the mountains. Chapter 86. The city feels so empty. The entire city can be broadly divided into 3 distinct sections. The first tier is the trade zone, characterized by bustling commercial streets branching off from the main avenue, as well as an open-air market perched on the edge of a cliff and a grand dome auction house. Here, Danis even glimpsed a magnificent theater. Of course, statues reflecting various cultural styles, observation decks, and leisure areas were also indispensable. As the crowd meandered through, they could nostalgically envision a time when myriad races converged here, jostling for space, with half the wealth of the Morning Light continent flowing through this vibrant hub. The second tier comprises the residential area, separated from the trade zone by a steep drop of several dozen meters. Here, stone staircases and an array of brick and stone courtyards, wooden lofts, stone houses, and tree houses began to emerge. These structures, shrouded in lush trees, unfortunately, showed signs of age and decay, with most in a state of disrepair. The third tier is home to the Elven Palace, situated atop a lofty elevation. This height is a small fault on the Grand Barrier, with a nearly 500-meter drop to the Moon Lake below, which serves as the starting point of the Great Canyon, soaring hundreds of meters above the endless Wolfbane Plain. Thus, the position of the Elven Palace is, in fact, even more elevated than it appears from below. After exploring the residential area, the adventurers, noticing the sun beginning to set, opted to make camp here. Leo surveyed the desolate city with a hint of regret, exclaiming, "Such a plethora of buildings, it is a pity they remain uninhabited. Look, if they're not repaired soon, that courtyard will collapse." Elf frowned and retorted, "Let it collapse. It won't be for your use anyway. I don't care for such dilapidated structures." At that moment, a small deer bounded down the hill, curiously observing the adventurers as they set up camp in the square. The group found it amusing and refrained from startling it. This was the sacred courtyard, and they preferred to nibble on their provisions rather than hunt the creatures that resided here. The deer watched the adventurers settle in, locking eyes with Freya, who was squatting on the ground, eagerly gnawing on the jerky Leo had procured, savoring each bite. Leo, overwhelmed with paternal affection, couldn't help but mentally chastise Master Bobuk, pondering how a parent could so casually leave, especially when children are in their developmental stages and should be eating well. Master Bobuk's voice echoed softly. The shape-shifting magic of the elven druids does not require sustenance to sustain life. It merely needs to absorb natural magic for survival. Freya's claims of hunger stem purely from her gluttony. So my meal of 3 large pancakes was for naught? Leo was bewildered. Master Bobuk's gentle voice carried a hint of mirth. Not quite. That was a reward for labor. As the two conversed, the small deer at the camp suddenly lifted its front legs, leaning back, and shouted in human language towards Freya, "Come catch me, you big silly bear." With that, it frolicked away. "I'll catch you," Freya exclaimed, dashing after it. The group exchanged glances, and Leo reassured them. "It's fine, just children at play." Danis couldn't help but inquire, "Leo, have you been here before?" "No," he replied, "but you seem quite familiar with it," Danis noted, gesturing towards Freya's retreating figure. In their eyes, this groundhog, resembling an earth-shattering bear, undoubtedly played a role akin to that of the guardians of the courtyard, much like the bear folk. Yet it shared a certain familiarity, even a sense of dependence with Leo. This is a druid of the elves, who once visited Riverbend as a guest. Leo could only offer a perfunctory explanation. "How enchanting! I envy your life, Leo. You seem to dwell in a fairy tale," Denise remarked with genuine admiration. Leo, unwilling to shatter the noble lady's idyllic perception, simply smiled and refrained from responding. In the wilderness, when life is at its most carefree, existence resembles a fairy tale, with neighbors who are warm and hospitable, singing and dancing. However, when life becomes burdensome, the fairy tale transforms into a horror story, where one may swiftly become the sustenance for neighbors. Yet, encountering Freya was indeed a heartwarming tale. Indeed, Little Mouse as well. The following day, they ascended the stone steps, reaching the elevated grounds where the palace stood. This palace exuded warmth more than grandeur, embodying the classic elven treehouse style, with only its marble foundation and entrance reflecting regal splendor. Nestled against the majestic cliffs, from its alabaster base emerged countless intertwining giant trees and vines, forming the essence of the palace. Vines spread around the palace, weaving into suspended bridges that led to various areas carved into the cliffs. Regrettably, the snow-white furred leader of the bear folk blocked the palace entrance, declaring, "This is the Lord's palace. Entry is forbidden." Thus, the group could only explore the gardens outside the palace. Standing at the edge of the cliff, their gaze extended over the sprawling foothills, allowing them to behold the entirety of the Wolfbane Plain. 800 miles of mountains lay beneath the morning light, with streams and waterfalls resembling silver ribbons. In the vast wilderness, wisps of smoke rose from tribal encampments, be they of foreign clans or wild folk. Were it not for the perpetual light mist shrouding the Wolfbane Plain, Leo might have even glimpsed the rooftops of Ethenber. Denise exclaimed with excitement. Most adventurers who have explored the Wolfbane Plain have typically set out from the north, from Varangel, delving deep into the plain before venturing southward or northward. I never expected the courtyard to be located at the southern foothills of the Wolfbane Plain. Undoubtedly, anyone standing here would comprehend the Lord of Chazer's choice to establish a city in this breathtaking locale. The entire Wolfbane Plain extends over 1,000 miles from north to south and more than 300 miles from east to west. Including the majestic cliffs and their extensive foothills, it spans nearly 500 miles. Encompassing over 100,000 square kilometers, it is roughly the size of Fujian province. To traverse such a vast expanse as Fujian in search of a magically sealed relic is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Despite the adventurers having journeyed through rugged terrain for several days, the straight-line distance from Riverbend is only about 100 miles. With the Anzino River falls visible in the distance. Leo even spotted an aerial aqueduct extending from the elevated grounds of the Elven Palace directly to the Great Lake at the foot of the waterfall. Regrettably, the aqueduct extends for hundreds of meters only to terminate abruptly, its latter portion having succumbed to the ravages of a millennium. It appears that this site runs parallel to the Grand Lake at the foot of the Great Waterfall. Had the aqueduct remained intact, we could have traversed directly to the wild tribes, truly in a straight line. The adventurers lingered in the atrium for an entire day before Denise reluctantly suggested, "Let us return." Leo, equally enamored with the place, could not suppress his inner inquiry to Master Bobuk. "Master Bobuk, is it truly impossible for anyone to reside here?" Bobuk, evidently attuned to Leo's thoughts, slowly elucidated. Once the atrium was sealed, entry and exit can only be permitted through the manipulations of EL, allowing but a select few to pass. To entirely lift the seal would require a vast expenditure of magical energy to activate the city's core, a burden beyond your current means. Moreover, Lord Kai's El has slumbered for centuries upon returning to the High Court. Without his consent, none may claim dominion over his city. Realizing his thoughts had been discerned by Bobuk, Leo offered an awkward smile. Acquiring a city for free is indeed rarer than a pie falling from the sky. He did not yearn for such serendipity. Merely being able to explore and broaden his horizons was sufficient satisfaction. Chapter 87. Homeward bound early the next morning. The group commenced packing their belongings in preparation for their return. Denise, who had initially been brimming with excitement, grew increasingly reticent. The initiator of this adventure, a university student from the imperial capital, was not one typically described as taciturn, often eager to interject her knowledge into any conversation. Yet today, she was decidedly out of character, scarcely uttering a word throughout the morning. Curiosity piqued, Leo inquired, "Why, after finally discovering the atrium, are we leaving after just one day? I had thought you intended to stay much longer." Denise offered a wry smile and shook her head. Had the atrium been merely an abandoned relic, I might have lingered for an extended period to conduct the necessary archaeological excavations and explorations. However, as it stands, the seal remains intact, guarded by the bear folk, and it is as beautiful as a dream. Any human interference would constitute an act of destruction. My mentor once imparted that history is the eternal patrimony of civilization. In seeking history, we must also safeguard it. Now, the atrium has emerged from history before me, yet I find myself ill-equipped to confront it. Equipped to protect it. Denise's brow furrowed with concern. I even hesitate to disclose my discovery of the atrium to my mentor. Should it be published as a thesis, adventurers, opportunists, and plunderers will undoubtedly swarm, shattering the tranquility that has enveloped the atrium for a millennium, an upheaval of my own making. If I were a king or a duke, I would dispatch a team of professional mages and scholars to engage and explore. Alas, I am not, and thus can only stand idly by. Leo could not help but feel a profound respect for Denise, recognizing her as a genuinely noble and selfless scholar. Her sentiments rendered him, a mere mortal preoccupied with the prospect of acquiring a city, distinctly ashamed. He comforted her, saying, "You are thinking too far ahead. The sealed central courtyard is not so easily accessible as you imagine. Without permission from within, even if the entire wolf's den were turned upside down, you might still find no way to enter. Nonetheless, do inform your teacher. I trust they will make the right decision." Danny's managed a faint smile, hoping that would indeed be the case. Beside them, Freya clung to Leo, feeling a pang of jealousy as she observed him laughing and conversing with Danny's while neglecting her. She suddenly embraced Leo and declared, "Leo has a wife. Her name is Sister Olivia." Danny's burst into laughter, reverting to her usual mischievous self, teasingly replying, "Humans can have many wives, unlike you elves." Huh? Freya pondered this for a moment before hesitantly asking, "So, can you bake pancakes? Danny's was momentarily taken aback by the question, unable to follow the peculiar train of thought. Leo, amused and exasperated, pried Freya's arms away and inquired, "Aren't you coming with us? Come back to River Bay with me. I'll treat you to delicious food." Freya, with a furrowed brow and a quivering voice, lamented, "My teacher won't allow me to go out." Leo had anticipated this. Master Bobuk had left Freya in the central courtyard, as it was sufficiently safe. Furthermore, being situated in the northern snowfields, this location was the farthest extent of the soul link between him and Freya. If they ventured south, even for 100 miles to River Bay, they would lose connection. Though Master Bobuk often misplaced Freya, causing her to tumble off cliffs, endure hunger, and suffer beatings from various creatures, he still cared deeply for his disciple. "Very well, when your teacher returns, do come visit us in River Bay." Leo had no other option. In terms of combat prowess, as a mere mortal, he could not even best Freya, let alone assure Master Bobuk that he could protect his disciple. After escorting the adventurers to the Moon Lake exit, Freya gazed longingly at Leo as he departed, continuously reminding him, "Be sure to ask Sister Olivia to save some pancakes for me." Once they exited the central courtyard and left the gorge, the chaotic interface set by El in Leo's view gradually dissipated. It appeared that El's formidable mental power was confined to the gorge surrounding the central courtyard and could not extend too far. Having traversed the route once, the return journey was particularly smooth, with no further encounters with hostile factions. After passing the rocky hills where the wild boar tribe resided, the journey became even more tranquil. In fact, a stealthy wild hunter shared excess fresh game meat with Leo, treating the adventurers to an outdoor barbecue. Ever since they had defeated the wild boar tribe alongside their allies, the hostility from both the wild folk and kobolds towards River Bay had diminished significantly. They frequently visited River Bay for trade, and Leo, as their commander, had gained prestige and respect. At the very least, the wild hunters no longer regarded him as an outsider. Some of the younger hunters looked at him with a sense of reverence. By the time they returned to River Bay, it was already the evening of the third day. The brief adventure of 8 days had come to a close, with 7 adventurers returning unscathed and the 3 donkeys, initially considered expendable, also finding their way back to the stable. It is noteworthy that the donkeys and supplies prepared by Rio for the adventurers were intended to be discarded at any moment. However, the adventurers' resilience exceeded Rio's expectations. Barrett, the giant, often carried 2 donkeys over mountains, disdainful of their slow pace. The sturdy Northland donkey, having labored throughout its life, could never have imagined a day where it would bear a rider on an outing. Had they known that even the donkeys were unnecessary, they would have simply had Barrett carry the supplies. A suspension bridge was constructed over the waterway on the northern side of the peninsula, where a few timid goblin guards stood, armed with wooden spears, mustering the courage to question returning villagers or militia members. Some boorish villagers would impatiently kick the goblins aside and walk away, leaving the poor goblins whimpering with their tails tucked between their legs. Nevertheless, most villagers responded to the goblin inquiries with the playful demeanor of a child at play. Under the command of Rio, Noise executed his orders efficiently, and within days, these goblin scouts had learned to stand guard and perform their duties. These goblins, raised by Olivia, lacked the ferocity of their kin from the Goblin Valley. In fact, they were more timid than human youths, cowering even when struck, resembling little mice. Upon the appearance of Rio, however, these little goblins seemed to find their courage, standing tall and brandishing their wooden spears, showing their teeth at the more irritable villagers. After all, Olivia was their mother, and since Rio was her partner, he could be considered their father, albeit indirectly. As the adventuring party approached, the little goblins raised their wooden spears and pretended to shout, "Sign up! Sign up!" The members of the adventuring party burst into laughter, and Barrett stepped forward, feigning ferocity as he glared at the little goblins and bellowed, "I am Barrett, and I feast on goblins." 2 at a time, standing before the diminutive goblins, Barrett, towering over 2 meters, appeared as a fearsome deity. The little goblins, frightened, dropped their spears and huddled together, calling out for Rio's protection, exclaiming, "The taste is wrong. The taste is wrong. They are outsiders. Woof, woof, woof. All right, let us not frighten them any further." Rio chuckled, recognizing the chaos he had inadvertently created. He soothed the little goblins while leading the adventurers into River Bay. Chapter 88. The first exploited of River Bay during Rio's absence. The patrol forces in River Bay had been significantly strengthened, comprising not just a few hapless goblins. 50 militia members had officially transitioned into full-time soldiers, engaging in round-the-clock patrols, standing guard, and training. After all, the commotion in the wilderness has been growing increasingly louder, and the newly arrived refugees in Riverbend, along with the easily placated ogres and the well-fed goblins from the Goblin Valley, all constitute unstable elements. It must be said that Julian possesses a military acumen that far surpasses that of the half-hearted Rio. He has organized 50 militiamen with remarkable clarity. Every vantage point in Riverbend is manned by pairs of vigilant sentinels. In any area of population concentration, one can readily observe armed patrols of militiamen passing by, instilling a sense of security among the villagers, while simultaneously deterring the malicious intentions of outsiders. Being an imperial soldier or a civilian officer is no simple task. Without a modicum of skill, Julian would not garner such esteem from Roman's father. Clad in a silk garment of uncertain origin, Julian resembles a farmer masquerading as a wealthy gentleman, meandering through the village. With the recent warming weather, Julian has finally shed his foul-smelling wolfskin coat. Standing at the village entrance, he spotted Rio unexpectedly returning so soon. Those daring enough to venture into the wolf drive are not ordinary adventurers. Even an outing with a noble lady would typically last 10 days to a fortnight, and it was unimaginable that they would return in just 8 days. The spring sowing in the village has yet to commence. Julian's initial concern for Rio swiftly transformed into disdain. With such lavish spending, how could one possibly save money? They returned so soon? Why not indulge for a few more days? As Julian greeted the adventurers with a smile, he quietly grumbled to Rio, suggesting that they should have circled around the Boar people's lair and perhaps taken down a few of them. They would have faced danger and cleared out the beasts, achieving 2 objectives at once. Rio, being an earnest soul, thought better of it. After all, should their ruse be uncovered, it would implicate him as well. Neither Julian nor Rio anticipated returning home so quickly. Rio had envisioned a grand adventure akin to the Fellowship of the Ring. Yet, the narrative had only progressed a brief chapter, leading them to an elven city for a day before heading back home. However, it was not all bad. They had returned unscathed, with no casualties, and their wages intact. Earning over 10,000 a day for 8 days amounts to a delightful sum of 80,000. Julian saw through Rio's modest aspirations and lamented, exclaiming that with such lowly ambitions, he would never become a proper lord. That evening, the adventurers settled into the village, taking refuge in an unfinished longhouse. This structure, located to the left of the Lord's Manor, serves as the militia's barracks. Previously, due to limited resources, the militiamen would return home after dinner, leaving their gear scattered about. In the event of a sudden incident at night, it would be quite challenging to assemble them. Thus, Julian constructed a barracks, intending to rotate a portion of the militiamen to reside there, ready to respond to nocturnal threats. However, the roof has yet to be completed, leaving the building temporarily unoccupied. The newly established territory is in such dire straits that it lacks even an abundance of reeds and straw, necessitating the temporary collection or procurement of supplies. As for tiles, they are a luxury beyond the means of the Lord's Manor. It is preferable for the adventurers to set up their tents and kindle a fire within, rather than endure the cold winds on the riverbank. One evening, Danny's visited the Lord's Manor to deliver wages to Leo. By this time, the manor had been fully completed, with thick planks of oak securely fastened to robust beams, providing a stable footing without any hint of wobbling. Beneath the oak boards, the one-horned boar had acclimatized to its surroundings, quietly resting at the foot of the wooden staircase, lulled to sleep by the warmth radiating from the central fire pit. The 4 corners of the manor were partitioned into storage areas for provisions such as grain. In the center, a straight passage led to the rooftop vent, designed to expel smoke from the central fire pit. Above the fire pit, Valeri had fashioned a lordess throne against the wall, ample enough for a person to recline upon, adorned with a grand saber-toothed tiger pelt. The colossal head of the boar chieftain had been preserved as a trophy, prominently displayed above the lord's throne to symbolize the Lord Valor. Many manors in the northern realms share this architectural style, reminiscent of Viking longhouses, although the one at Rivermouth is notably larger and sturdier. The completion of the Lord's Manor has led to a surge in its popularity, for the warmth of the interior, courtesy of the fire pit, is far more inviting than the outdoor bonfire. Consequently, After dinner, the chieftains often convene around the fire pit to discuss matters, while their children seize the opportunity to romp and play inside. The young, dog-headed creatures from the stables also sneak in to bask in the warmth, rolling about on the floor. Many items that cannot withstand rain are temporarily stored in the hall, meticulously organized by Olivia, creating a seemingly chaotic yet harmonious atmosphere. As it was her first experience as an employer distributing wages, Danny's felt somewhat apprehensive. In addition to the 5 silver as a deposit, she had another 5 silver, 3 of which constituted the agreed-upon commission, while the remaining 2 served as a reward for discovering the courtyard. "Thank you, generous Miss Danny's," Leo exclaimed with delight as he accepted the 5 gold coins. But before he could inspect their quality, they were snatched away by Yulian. In a moment of despair, Leo cried out, "My money!" Yulian, holding the coins firmly, decisively returned one to Leo while glaring, "I am the Lord, and you are a subject. Accepting work here entails paying taxes, do you understand?" With a tax rate of 90%, it was a harsh reality for Leo, the first exploited individual of Rivermouth. He received the solitary remaining gold coin, only to have it swiftly taken by Olivia. Not only his coin, but also Yulian's, Olivia gleefully proclaimed. "I will safeguard all your gold." The 2 men, unable to express their frustration, resorted to mutual complaints, embroiled in internal strife. Danny's, seated before the warm fire, smiled as she watched this family dynamic unfold. They bore no semblance of a noble household, displaying little regard for familial etiquette, yet were imbued with a warmth surpassing that of an ordinary peasant family. In contrast, although I am the daughter of a viscount from the imperial capital, the atmosphere of my family is cold and unfeeling. It is only through my studies and adventures that I can find genuine friendship. After Olivia collected the money, she brought out some dried fruits for Leo and Denise to enjoy while engaging in conversation. Truly, as a scholar from the Imperial University, Denise possessed knowledge far more profound than anyone else present. She could effortlessly delve into any topic of discussion. After a while, Leo suddenly inquired, "I have heard that all residents of the Imperial capital have black hair and black eyes. Why then, do you have brown hair?" Chapter 89. Her Highness the Princess Denise chuckled and explained, "The Orlandes Empire originated from the coastal province of Orlantiri. Only those of pure Orlantiri descent possess black hair and black eyes. Nowadays, less than 1/3 of the population in the imperial capital can claim these traits." Her gaze fell upon the little mouse nestled against Olivia, and after a brief pause, she continued, "The Orlandes Empire has existed for a millennium. Especially after the Northern Territories joined 700 years ago and the Western Territories 500 years ago, the demographics of the imperial capital have become quite complex. The golden-haired, green-eyed Northerners, the brown-haired, blue-eyed Westerners, and the black-haired, black-eyed Southerners. Such traditional classifications are no longer entirely applicable. They now serve merely to indicate a fraction of one's ancestral lineage. Most of the original Orlantiri nobility have undergone changes in hair and eye color after countless generations of intermarriage." Leo nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that even in our village, there are many with brown hair. The village militia member, Vich, is a brown-haired youth, besides his robust northern build. He also sports curly brown hair and sharp dark brown eyes. It is not surprising that even in our remote mountain village by the Northern Ice River, there exists a variety of hair and eye colors. As the 2 discussed ethnic characteristics, the little mouse, who had been snuggling against Olivia, began to appear anxious and stealthily moved closer to Leo, clutching the hem of his garment tightly. Denise had seen this little girl, who often trailed after Leo, but had not paid her much mind. After all, 700 years ago, after humanity repelled the beastmen, a significant number of imperial citizens migrated north across the Anzino River, seizing the territories once held by the beastmen. Although the northern clans held dominance, the Imperial standing army stationed at various military fortifications included soldiers from the west and south as well. Thus, several centuries later, Northerners exhibit a spectrum of hair colors: golden, brown, black, and even the peculiar green, which is said to stem from beastmen blood. However, pure Orlantiri individuals with black hair and black eyes are exceedingly rare. Noticing the little mouse, Denise could not help but smile and asked, "What is your name?" The little mouse hesitated, her pale face turned towards Leo. Leo's primary intention in broaching this topic was to encourage the little mouse, so he urged, "Do not be afraid. Speak boldly." The little mouse timidly spoke, "My name is Gerwig." Dennis smiled and replied, "What a splendid name. Your parents must be cultured individuals. It is a rather rare name among the Northerners, symbolizing royalty and strength. Nowadays, the Emperor's father-in-law, your Grand Duke Michel, has named his granddaughter Gugu. As Dennis spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and her expression grew tense, her complexion gradually paling to match that of the little mouse. The little mouse buried her head in Leo's embrace and, gathering her courage, declared, "I am Gerwig Charlemagne Augustus, King Griffinblack." With each surname uttered, Dennis's face grew paler. The cascade of names revealed to Leo that the little mouse hailed from an extraordinary lineage, prompting him to anxiously inquire, "Miss Dennis, have you heard this name before?" In his desperation, he sought her insight, for in the north, the people around him lacked both education and vision. He could only seize the opportunity to consult Dennis. At the very least, he hoped she might inquire about it upon her return to the imperial capital. Life in the frontier seemed idyllic, yet the environment was exceedingly harsh, barely sufficing for sustenance. Danger lurked everywhere, and even a simple cold could prove fatal with no doctor in sight. In the past, Leo had been indifferent to such matters. But now he genuinely cherished the little mouse as if she were his own daughter, naturally desiring a better life for her. Dennis remained silent for a moment, gradually regaining her composure before exhaling slowly and stating, "Of course, I have heard of this. Is the title of the imperial princess the only daughter of Charles VII, the heir to the Orlantis Empire?" Leo's mouth fell agape as he grasped the little mouse's small head, inspecting her with skepticism. "I happened across a princess on my journey. Do imperial princesses often hide beneath vehicles?" Dennis sighed softly, pondering the veracity of the claim. Nearly a year prior, the queen had taken the little Princess Gerwig to visit her father, the Grand Duke of your northern realm, but tragically, the airship met with disaster, and none survived. The Empire's Griffin Knights, Rose Knights, and Gale Knights all participated in the investigation, yet the cause of the accident and any survivors remained undiscovered. In the past year, countless impostors claiming to be the princess had surfaced, with at least 100 sentenced to hanging. Dennis fixed her gaze on the little mouse and said gravely, "If it is true, it would indeed be monumental news. However, if it is false, not only would you face execution, but I, as a participant, would also be implicated." Leo urged the little mouse to retrieve her nightgown, asking, "Can this prove her identity?" Dennis took it, examining it closely. She felt the hidden patterns and the griffin embroidery, a magical fabric unique to the province of Orlantieri, a royal tribute for a millennium, nearly impossible to find on the market. The griffin emblem was the royal insignia, unmistakable. Yet, none of this could validate her bloodline. What should they do? Leo embraced the trembling little mouse, offering words of comfort. "I am indifferent. If you cannot return, then let me take you in as my daughter. I shall care for you." The little mouse, overwhelmed by the revelation of her identity and filled with trepidation, gradually found solace upon hearing his words. Denise's gaze shifted between the mouse and Leo as she thoughtfully remarked, "Leo, during our time together, I have discerned your character and trust that you would not deceive me, nor possess the capacity to orchestrate such an elaborate conspiracy. However, this world is fraught with treachery, where one might unwittingly fall prey to deception. I cannot, nor dare I, return to the imperial capital with a girl who appears to be a princess. I shall set off immediately to the capital, seek my connections, and endeavor to verify her authenticity. In the meantime, you must ensure her safety." Seeing her seriousness, Leo acquiesced. "Very well, proceed as you must, but please refrain from disclosing this information indiscriminately. Regardless of the truth, I wish to avoid any harm befalling anyone." Denise nodded affirmatively. Of course, whether the little mouse is indeed a princess or not, revealing this information would only expose her in River Bay to significant peril. Leo felt a pang of regret, realizing he had acted rather hastily. Although he had sensed the mouse's extraordinary background upon seeing her nightgown, he had not anticipated the gravity of her situation. The complexity of this side quest was evidently more demanding than he had surmised. After bidding farewell to Denise, Leo turned to the little mouse nestled in Olivia's embrace and called out, "Your Highness, why do you tarry? Come and join me." Chapter 90, The Strong Boy That Night. Olivia, unable to shake her concern for the little mouse, stealthily climbed into Leo's bed. The two lay side by side, gazing at the sleeping mouse between them. In her slumber, the little mouse seemed to be ensnared in a terrifying dream, occasionally gasping for breath and trembling slightly. Olivia gently caressed her, hoping to soothe her troubled sleep, and whispered to Leo, "How can such a tiny creature be a princess?" Leo chuckled at her remark. "Is a princess required to be large?" Olivia envisioned a princess modeled after the petite widow Agatha, adorned in opulent garments, radiating an angelic glow, noble and untouchable. As a rural girl, she had never encountered a true noble, making it difficult for her to conceive of a princess's appearance. In her understanding, luxury meant garments without patches, and nobility implied freedom from labor in the fields. In all of River Bay, only the widow and she could barely meet these two criteria. The widow possessed a few silver jewelry pieces as her dowry, which she would occasionally don during gatherings with her sisters. This was the extent of the rural girl's awareness of splendor. However, the little mouse still left an impression as the scrawny, hollow-eyed waif who, desperate for a morsel of bread, would sidle up to her with pleading, wide eyes. "If she truly is a princess, what shall we do? If she is a princess, we shall return her. If she is not, then I shall cherish her as my princess." Olivia wrinkled her little nose, consumed by jealousy. Only you possess such a kind heart. You're my princess as well." As Leo spoke, his hands grew restless. "Do not tease." Olivia cheerfully grasped Leo's hand and placed it upon the small mouse's belly. Together, they enveloped the little creature and drifted into a deep slumber, though they were merely adolescents. The presence of the small mouse transformed their existence into that of an old married couple. In his dreams, Leo beheld a peculiar alchemical airship, its tail spewing thick smoke, spiraling down through the sky. A violent explosion erupted, flames spread, and darkness enveloped all. Cries of anguish and pleas for help echoed in layers. The bloodied little mouse stood frozen before the raging inferno, while a massive griffin writhed in the flames, and several human torches staggered in all directions. A group of fully armored female knights shielded the little mouse, fending off the encroaching figures cloaked in black. One battle-scarred knight suddenly turned, blood streaming from her hollow eye sockets, and shouted to the little mouse, "Run." A profound wave of terror surged within Leo's heart, jolting him awake. Was this perhaps the little mouse's nightmare? After being struck by the sword saint's intent, Leo's mental fortitude had grown increasingly powerful and sensitive. Observing the little mouse's furrowed brow and pitiable expression, he let out a sigh. He had previously sensed that the little mouse bore some emotional scars. She was an astute and clever girl, yet often displayed a dazed and timid demeanor, as though she were a mere shell of herself, driven only by the instinct to survive, devoid of further thoughts. When he awoke again, the light of day had fully graced the world. The little mouse knelt by the bed, her gaze fixed intently upon Leo. Leo jested, "Princess, good morning. Should I kneel before you?" The teased little mouse let out a playful yelp, leaping onto Leo, taking a bite of his arm, and then wiping her drool on her sleeve. Leo sprang up, instinctively tucking the little mouse under his arm. Olivia, who had been up for quite some time, saw him strolling about as though carrying a doll, and exclaimed in annoyance, "Put her down." Not everyone possesses Leo's carefree nature. Upon realizing the little mouse might be a princess, Olivia's demeanor towards her became somewhat reserved. Unhappily, Leo set down the equally discontent little mouse, and they both stood with their heads bowed as if they had committed some wrongdoing. Once Olivia had walked away, Leo and the little mouse exchanged a glance, and he swiftly tucked her under his arm once more, brimming with delight as they exited. The adventuring party had completed their preparations and retrieved their steeds from the stables, ready to depart. Denise once again grasped the little mouse, quietly inquiring about a few matters until the mouse's expression grew anxious, prompting her to relent. "Then we shall take our leave." The introspective Danis bid farewell to Leo. Leo escorted the group to the southern canal of the River Bay before waving and saying, "Take care, everyone. Come back to play again soon. Next time we embark on a wolf hunting adventure, I shall grant you a 20% discount." The Ranger Lynch, mounted on his steed, could not resist glancing back at Leo before lowering his gaze. To him, the weighty emotions of Danis stemmed from their parting. After all, during their time together, Danis had enjoyed engaging conversations with Leo. The rustic youth, whom he initially perceived as brash and uncouth, had revealed an unexpectedly mature intellect and keen insight, enigmatic and indispensable. Without him, the group could not even enter the courtyard. Yet, this early supporter found himself unable to strike up a conversation with Danis. The young ranger, just beginning his adventurous life, felt he had much to learn. Once the adventurers departed, tranquility returned to the river bay. Leo resumed tinkering with his various inventions, gathering materials deemed useless by others. In his leisure moments, he diligently practiced swordsmanship. Memories infused with the essence of the Sword Saint's teachings inexplicably enriched Leo's understanding. It was as if a sonic wave had penetrated his mind. Without the protection of Master Bobuk, Leo's brain might have been shattered. However, having endured the experience, he gradually unraveled the contained knowledge, and even the smallest insight proved immensely beneficial. His technique for slaying orcs, referred to as the drunken sword, was not truly a drunken style, but rather a result of his physical limitations that hindered complete mastery of the technique. After a grueling week of practice, Leo finally managed to avoid stumbling and falling while training with his sword. Simultaneously, his appetite had significantly increased, requiring him to consume twice as much food as before. Lao, already a voracious eater among the denizens of the river bay, now exhibited an alarming voracity. His strength surged remarkably, with noticeable changes occurring nearly every day. The 3-kilogram thick-backed hybrid sword, which once left his wrists sore after prolonged use, now felt as light as a wooden plank when wielded with one hand. Previously known as the village's strong youth, he had now ascended to the status of a prodigious powerhouse. It is important to note that with his already peak physical condition, akin to a world champion, such significant improvements could not merely be attributed to regular training. Leo experienced a mix of joy and concern regarding these changes. Yet the only individual capable of providing guidance, Master Bobuk, had vanished without a trace, leaving the townsfolk of the river bay utterly incapable of offering any advice. Changes were not limited to Leo. After revealing his identity, the little mouse seemed to drop its guard and became more lively. Not only did it assist Olivia with her tasks more diligently, but also gathered around her after dinner, discreetly reporting on Leo's various misadventures throughout the day. Before bedtime, it would whisper in Leo's ear, informing him of how many supplies Olivia had collected that day, the amount of money earned, the total saved in her little money box, and what she had discussed with her friends. The double agent was evidently insufficient to satisfy her life-esque demands. She, alongside Faye, scaled the walls to spy on Leo's inventions, collaborating in research. The two of them perched on the shoulders of a goblin guard, peering over the fence with their small heads until Leo discovered them, prompting a hasty retreat. One fateful day, a resounding explosion from the Goblin Valley revealed to Leo that Faye had successfully invented gunpowder. Volume 2. This city is so empty, these memories so fierce. The end. Freya's distant call. Let's generate power for love. Chapter 91. Spring sowing ceremony when the thunderous sound erupted from the Goblin Valley. Julian was leading Leo and Olivia to the spring sowing ceremony. The ceremony by the Anzino River commenced a full month earlier than that by the Northern Ice River. At this time, the Northern Ice River was at the mercy of a chilling front, reverting to a frozen landscape. Even a month later, the climate would not be as warm as it was in the river bay. Thus, in the north, villagers could only sow rye and oats in early April, covering the fields with a layer of straw to retain warmth, praying that no severe cold wave would strike. However, in River Bay, the frigid winds from the northern snowfields were thwarted by the majestic barrier of towering ridges, which had already weakened, merely bringing a light snowfall that could not extinguish the resilient life of the seeds. Despite this, Julian remained anxious. Planting in unfamiliar territory was not solely reliant on a mild climate for a bountiful harvest. Timing was equally crucial. To this end, he had employed several local seasoned farmers to instruct the villagers in agriculture. According to the local farmers in the villages near Isenpol, everyone would sow barley, oats, and legumes in early March, harvesting in September, and then replanting wheat and rye. Barley, oats, and legumes planted in the warm season assured a good yield, while wheat and rye sown in the cold season faced significant fluctuations in harvest. However, this was not a considerable issue. For the lower-class farmers, barley, oats, and legumes served as sustenance, while wheat was meant for profit and rye for feeding livestock. The superior wheat from the southern territories, upon crossing the Anzino River, saw a drastic decrease in yield. For free farmers, the risks associated with large-scale wheat cultivation were exceedingly high. They would only regard it as a cash crop, planting a modest amount in winter to exchange the harvest for essential goods. Only those noble estates unconcerned about famine would cultivate substantial amounts of wheat in both seasons for market transactions. After all, only wheat used for making soft white bread constituted the staple diet of the town's populace. Other grains simply did not fetch a price. Is wheat unpalatable? Why consume barley? ISNT barley meant for brewing? Due to this disparity in class perception, the River Bay region, through its grain ingot trade with the Petahov family, had, at least in terms of sustenance, achieved a living standard comparable to that of the urban populace. The steward of the Petahov family was only willing to sell the wheat produced on their estate, refusing to assist River Bay in procuring other, more affordable grains from the market. For reasons known only to him, Yulian chose not to alter the terms of the transaction. However, when it came to tilling the land, he could not afford to take risks. Yulian resolved to heed the wisdom of the local farmers, opting to plant barley and legumes first. This marked the inaugural sowing in the river bend, and should any misfortune befall this endeavor, it would be more devastating than a tenfold assault by brigands. Under the guidance of several village elders, Yulian clutched a handful of seeds, reciting prayers with reverence, beseeching Teal and the ancestral spirits of generations past, as well as the elemental spirits of the winds from the 4 cardinal directions, and imploring the earth and nature spirits. He then scattered the seeds into the soil, carefully covering them with a spade. In his capacity as the Lord of Riverbend, he bestowed blessings upon the villagers, wishing them a bountiful harvest and the health of their families. Traditionally, this was the role of the village shaman, but it had gradually been assumed by the lord or village chief. Leo and Olivia stood behind Yulian, signifying their status as heirs. This was an immensely significant ritual, for the people of the North placed great emphasis on lineage. The quantity and quality of offspring indicated the prosperity of a family. Rigolav harbored doubts about his old subordinate's potential to become a knight-errant, partly due to the fact that Yulian had but a single daughter. During their time at Riverbend, Leo had established sufficient esteem among the villagers, and Olivia's commendable demeanor had also garnered respect. Thus they positioned themselves behind Yulian, symbolizing that the villagers could rely not solely on Yulian, but also on a more enduring protection. However, not every villager and future refugee was privy to Yulian's intention to wed Olivia to Leo, allowing him to stand behind her at pivotal moments as a tacit assurance of succession. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from the Goblin Valley, reverberating through the hills like a clap of thunder. The villagers engaged in the spring sowing raised their heads to gaze, and some timid souls exhibited expressions of fear. Yulian hastily concluded the rites and said to Leo, "Hurry and see what mischief that goblin is up to now." "Yes," replied Leo, unarmed, and made his way toward the Goblin Valley, accompanied only by Ivan and Little Mouse. The clever Fraser was known for delivering surprises or scares, and Leo had long since grown accustomed to it. Having spent considerable time together, they had formed a friendship. Nonetheless, Leo remained concerned about the potential dangers in the Goblin Valley, fearing that the clever Fraser might inadvertently bring about his own demise. The Goblin Valley was as chaotic as ever, and with the surge in the goblin population, it appeared even more tumultuous. The ground was strewn with frolicking goblin pups, while adult goblins scurried about in groups, seemingly preoccupied, each time Leo beheld the goblin throngs. He could not help but recall the mischievous creatures from Journey to the West that sought to capture the Monk Tang's song. They were merely missing the refrain of "The King called me to patrol the mountains." These beings, possessing the intellect of a 10-year-old human, lacked complex logic and emotions. They found joy and contentment in being well-fed, yet became irritable and impulsive when starved. If one were to compare the demeanor of strangers to that of wild dogs, ever ready to bare their teeth and strike, then in the presence of acquaintances, they resemble domesticated canines. Some hostile dog-headed beings may bark a couple of times before scurrying away, pushed along by their companions. Conversely, those more amiable towards humans will pant playfully, wag their tails, and sit obediently in reverence. Although Physa possesses a far superior intellect compared to her kin, she often exhibits a certain childishness. Of course, this is merely Leo's perspective. In the eyes of the dog-headed folk, Physa's might is unparalleled, rendering her the uncrowned monarch of her kind. At this very moment, Physa, adorned with a crown of thorns and draped in a feathered cloak pilfered from a dog-headed shaman, who has long since lost the vigor to bless the iron-smelting furnace, stands upon a large stone. With her arms outstretched, she proclaims loudly, the clever Faisa, the king of dog-headed folk. Beneath her, hundreds of dog-headed beings prostrate themselves, barking fervently, their eyes filled with fervent adoration. Behind them, the already ravaged cliff stands precariously, having crumbled halfway, with enormous fissures threatening a second collapse. A dozen or so dog-headed creatures lie splayed at the base of the cliff, their fates uncertain, evidently victims of the explosive shockwave. Leo approaches, gazing up at Faisa atop the stone, jesting, "Are you preaching up there?" Faisa, looking down at Leo, strives to elevate herself on her toes, expanding her frame, and repeats, "I, the clever Faisa, the king of dog-headed folk. You come down here." With a hasty leap, Faisa descends from the stone, her black tail wagging energetically as she lifts a small wooden barrel, declaring, "The clever Faisa has invented the bang-bang. Powerful. Invincible." Leo takes the barrel from her, lifts the lid, and is met with an overwhelming sight, an entire barrel filled to the brim with black powder. Chapter 92, Bang Bang. Leo glares at Faisa, a desire to twist her dog head off surging within him. Is this what you call an invention? This is plagiarism. Leo has been researching black powder for some time, yet it requires a substantial amount of saltpeter. After a week of diligent collection, he managed to concoct a meager amount of powder that barely produced a sound. Of course, this cautious approach stemmed from his initial hesitance to experiment with larger quantities. He only dared to ignite small samples, merely creating fireworks to amuse the little mice, never attempting to craft any firecrackers. He had no intention of becoming an otherworldly Nobel laureate, risking his family's safety. Faisa's barrel of black powder is evidently of superior quality compared to his own creation. It is clear that she has spied on his formula, sourced better materials, and devised a method to induce an explosion by packing the powder into a barrel. Indeed, Faisa remains blissfully unaware of the impropriety of her actions, instead exclaiming with excitement, "Leo invented black powder. Faisa invented bang bang." Faisa is even cleverer. Such a statement appears to hold merit. After all, for the intellect of a kobold, the act of packing gunpowder into a barrel constitutes a remarkable invention. Is the invention of black powder a pivotal moment in history? No. The true turning point lies in the obliteration of lives. However, Leo's curiosity is not directed towards these matters. He is intrigued by the mechanism that ignites this barrel of explosives. The barrel, as large as a human head, lacks even a fuse. Fraser, noticing his inquisitiveness, gleefully seizes the gunpowder barrel, raises it high, and exclaims, "Boom, boom." The surrounding kobolds erupt in fervor. Fraser points to one of the kobolds and hands over the gunpowder barrel, saying, "You ignite the boom." The bewildered creature, caught up in the excitement, reluctantly accepts the barrel, takes the torch offered by its companions, and strides towards the precipice. It shoves the barrel into the crevice of the cliff and places the torch atop it before turning to flee. Leo swears he has never seen a kobold run so swiftly, akin to a cheetah. Yet, its speed proves insufficient, having barely covered 10 meters. It is hurled away by the shockwave that follows. A tremendous roar reverberates through the valley, the echoes lingering as smoke swirls about. Once the haze dissipates, the opposing cliff has entirely collapsed, revealing a gaping maw over 10 meters wide. The interior, a chaotic excavation by the kobolds, resembling a mountain ravaged by insects. Completely laid bare, the pristine iron ore walls glimmer with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Debris scatters over a wide radius, with many kobolds caught in the blast suffering from falling stones and moaning in pain. Yet, the remaining kobolds bear witness to this miraculous display. Their concerns not for their fallen kin, but for the unparalleled might of the gunpowder barrel. To excavate such a vast opening would typically require a month of toil from the entire kobold mining tribe. However, under the barrel's force, it is achieved in mere seconds. Amidst the frenzied cheers of the kobolds, Leo stands in awe, compelled to concede. "You speak true. You are indeed the more clever," he praises, raising his thumb in admiration. "The patent for this explosive belongs to you." At least until the invention of a fuse, Leo would never allow his own kin to handle such explosives. While lauding Fraser, Leo seizes the moment to instruct the little mouse. "Do you see? Never attempt this." The little mouse, already stunned by the devastation and casualties wrought by the explosion, eagerly nods in agreement. Simultaneously, it feels disheartened, Having observed Leo's various experiments, it has made no discoveries, while Fraser has achieved such grand results. Fraser, brimming with pride, wags his tail vigorously, believing he has finally outsmarted Leo. Seizing Fraser's moment of hubris, Leo quickly inquires, "Where did you procure such an abundance of niter?" "Follow me." Fraser beckons Leo deeper into the valley. Upon reaching Fraser's dwelling, the cave of the Kobold Chief, Fraser drags out a large wooden chest he had concealed. It glimmers enticingly. Upon opening, the box revealed a plethora of diverse and vividly colored ores. Fisa retrieved them one by one, her joy akin to that of a young girl sharing her treasures. A small mouse, watching with envy, yearned for a grand chest brimming with gems. Gleaming yellow, sparkling white, radiant gold, shimmering red. Leo took the ores Fisa offered, discerning gold, or crystal, calcite, and emerald. However, many were beyond his identification. Finally, he held a piece resembling a conglomerate of sand and hesitated, asking, "Is this saltpeter?" "Yes, explosive and sparkling." Fisa exclaimed, licking it with her tongue. It was salty, yet inedible due to its toxicity. As she held the saltpeter before the little mouse, she gestured for her to taste it as well. "Salt." The dog consumes it for strength. The mouse hesitantly extended its tiny tongue, only to be halted by Leo, who continued to inquire, "Where did you acquire this?" Beneath the large box lay a thick layer of gravel-like saltpeter, emitting a peculiar odor. It was evident that Fisa had previously hoarded a substantial amount of saltpeter, now utilized for crafting explosives. While licking the saltpeter, she pointed westward, saying, "The Great Marsh. Dangerous. There are crocodiles." Leo picked up the gold ore and asked, "What about this?" Fisa shook her head. "Found by the dog, I do not know." Disappointed, Leo tossed aside the gold ore. He had hoped Fisa harbored a hidden gold mine. If it were indeed gold, or he would not hesitate to offer a price surpassing that of iron ore. Alas, such fortune evaded him, as the source of this gold ore remained a mystery. Given the dogmen's fondness for shiny objects, it would be impossible for them to overlook the value of a gold mine. The good news was that the dogmen's range of activity was limited, suggesting the gold mine's location was likely nearby. Perhaps one day Leo would indeed discover a gold mine. Rising, Leo addressed Ivan, saying, "Take the little mouse back." Then to Fisa, he urged, "Lead me to the Great Marsh." Fisa visibly shrank back, murmuring, "The Great Marsh? There are crocodiles." Leo encouraged her, "But you are the king of the dogmen. How can you fear crocodiles?" Fisa, realizing Leo's wisdom, nodded, for she was indeed the clever king of the dogmen, and they possessed explosives. Under Leo's coaxing, Fisa, accompanied by a cadre of dogmen warriors and the last barrel of explosives, traversed the Dogmen Valley towards the Great Marsh where saltpeter was discovered. Previously, Leo had devoted most of his thoughts to the threat from the wolf-driving plains across the Anzino River, neglecting the exploration of the dense forests west of the river bay. This area had once belonged to the dogmen as hunting grounds, after eradicating the bandits and settling the ogres. Scouts from the river bay had patrolled the western forest several times, but had seldom ventured beyond the abandoned watchtower occupied by the ogres. This region, akin to the Howling Wolf Plains, extends outward for over 100 miles beneath the majestic barrier, leading to the World Tree Avenue toward the Western Territories. Following the World Tree Avenue westward for more than 200 miles from the Western Watchtower, one encounters the colossal Borikback mountain range, which stretches southward in a straight line for over 1,000 miles, emerging from the Grand Barrier. The World Tree Avenue traverses through one of the mountain passes. Beyond this pass lies the realm of the Empire's western domain. The vast swamp that Fraser spoke of is nestled within the foothills between the Borikback Mountains and the river bay. Chapter 93. The Niter Mine. After traversing the abandoned watchtower north of the ogres and scaling several ridges, I finally laid eyes upon the swamp that Fraser had described. Contrary to expectations, the swamp was not extensive. It was merely a small basin concealed among the mountains, roughly the size of 2 football fields, resembling a pond on the verge of desiccation, revealing the thick silt beneath and a few shallow pools. The muck bubbled ominously, capped with a thick layer of white frost, with remnants of large creatures faintly visible. Yet, given the current temperature, it was evidently not frost. As I prepared to lean in for a closer inspection, Fraser cautioned from behind, "Crocodiles." After scrutinizing the waters for some time, I discerned several sections of deadwood submerged beneath the shallows. Fraser handed me a barrel of gunpowder, exclaiming, "Boom!" Clutching the explosive barrel, I fixed my gaze upon Fraser, who returned with an innocent expression. A group of goblins eagerly watched, yearning to witness the valor of this human warrior. Undeterred, I retrieved my dagger and carved large pieces of bark from a nearby dead tree to fashion a makeshift boat. Placing the gunpowder barrel atop the bark vessel, I gently set it afloat on the water. Retreating to a safe distance, I seized a goblin's crossbow, affixing an oiled cloth to the quarrel and igniting it, observing the bark boat drift approximately 7 or 8 meters away before pulling the trigger. A thunderous explosion erupted, smoke billowing forth and water splashing violently. Once the chaos subsided, 2 enormous crocodiles surfaced, belly up. Nearby, several more shadows glided swiftly through the water. Before I could revel in my triumph, Fraser shouted, "Now is the time. Charge!" Without giving me a chance to intervene, a throng of goblins surged forward, rallying behind Fraser into the mire. I had no choice but to tread carefully in their wake, following the footprints of the goblins. The swamp was shallower than anticipated, only submerging to my knees, yet for the goblins, it reached their hips. Some of the heftier goblins, misplacing their footing, found themselves trapped up to their waists. Navigating through the swamp proved exceedingly arduous for the goblins. After advancing less than 50 meters, many struggled to maintain their balance, becoming ensnared in the muck. With only their heads above the surface, pitifully whimpering, I found myself at the rear, akin to pulling up turnips, rescuing the beleaguered goblins one by one. After saving each goblin thrice, our party finally emerged from the swamp. Standing on the dry ground across the mire, Leo seethed with frustration, questioning Freya. "How could you recklessly rush over here? How will we return?" They had exhausted their last barrel of explosives. Should the placated giant crocodiles return, their path would be irrevocably blocked. Freya, shaking off the mud, reassured him, "Fear not, we can return from this side." She pointed, and Leo noticed a narrow path adjacent to the mire, leading back to where they had come from. Though this natural route was somewhat concealed, it was not impossible to find. Given 3 seconds to observe and contemplate, Leo would have discerned it and opted against plunging into the mire. So why hadn't they taken this route earlier? Freya tilted her head in thought. Indeed, Leo sobbed in despair, vowing never to venture out with Freya again. He felt akin to a primary school teacher leading the most unruly class on an excursion. The mud-covered goblins around him, blissfully unaware of Freya's reckless misdirection, had narrowly escaped disaster and remained immersed in the audacious spirit of traversing the crocodile-infested waters. Had the original Leo been present, he would have returned these goblins to the mire. However, the scenery on this side of the mire captivated him, leaving little room for argument with Freya. Here, the ground was blanketed with thick white frost, and a nearly dried-up stream appeared before Leo's eyes. The entire stream was nearly engulfed by white or transparent crystalline dust, extending to the white cliffs above. This was a cliff composed of various crystals. Upon closer inspection, Leo realized he had stumbled upon an open nitrate mine, accompanied by copious amounts of rock salt and gypsum. The goblins busied themselves, some wielding pickaxes, diligently mining the nitrate from the cliff, while others scoured the ground in corners, collecting pure rock salt crystals. Impure salt was carelessly discarded, as the goblins' rudimentary understanding dictated that colored salt was poisonous. Leo felt a surge of delight. Whether the high-purity nitrate or the accompanying rock salt and gypsum, all were valuable commodities. Nitrate was not only used for producing black powder, but also for making ice. As for rock salt, it was a naturally occurring premium seasoning. Although the salt prices in Ethenbor were not as exorbitant as Leo had imagined, even the coarsest salt equated to wheat in value. Beyond mere consumption, the riverbend territory required copious amounts of salt for pickling fish and meat, which represented a significant expense. As for gypsum, Leo instantly envisioned silky tofu and the orthopedic marvel of gypsum bandages. While supervising the goblins in their mining endeavors, Freya explained to Leo, "This is the domain of the Salt Tribe. In the past, we could only come here in secret." "Salt Tribe?" Leo inquired. "One of their goblins fell to my hand." Freya exclaimed with enthusiasm, brandishing her whip, "The Salt Tribe trades the salt from here for our iron. It's quite valuable. Defeating them shall be my triumph." It It was hard for Leo to fathom how she had traversed such vast distances with her canine companions and emerged victorious from battle. Clearly, all her talents had been devoted to domestic affairs. Upon leaving the Goblin Valley, she seemed capable of self-destruction. When Fisha noticed Leo scrutinizing her with a questioning gaze, she assumed he harbored ulterior motives. She spread her arms wide at the precipice, boldly declaring her territorial claim. "All of this is mine." "Very well. All of it is yours," Leo replied, tossing 3 types of mind ores to Fisha. "These 3, feel free to excavate. The river bend will purchase them without limit. You may sell me the ores, but I refuse to accept any grain." Leo's curiosity piqued. "What do you desire then?" "No food. Perhaps weapons, armor, or technology." The astute Fisha, the Goblin King, wielding control over salt and iron, was undoubtedly destined for a path of greatness. "I want flatbreads. A basket of ores for 5 flatbreads." "No, I want 10. Fisher exclaimed, clutching the oars and declaring what she considered a generous offer, anxiously awaiting Leo's counter. Fisher had yet to learn the stone milling and flatbread-making techniques of Riverbend. Their current cooking methods left the grain husks intact, rendering their concoction inedible to anyone but goblins, whose digestive fortitude was remarkable. Thus, in the Goblin Valley, flatbreads were deemed a delicacy of the upper class. Leo sighed and waved his hand dismissively, suggesting they revisit the matter later. Once the goblins had finished collecting saltpeter and rock salt, the group retraced their steps along the muddy paths, with Fishes still attempting to persuade Leo to agree to the trade. The Great Marsh is perilous. Goblins are not easy to deal with. A basket of ores for 10 flatbreads is quite the bargain. Chapter 94. The Escaping Goblins. As Leo gazed into the mire, 2 large crocodile carcasses floated near the shallow water's edge, prompting him to ponder deeply. This indeed presented a dilemma. The presence of swamp crocodiles heightened the mining risks for the goblins, effectively increasing their procurement costs. These crocodiles did not confine themselves solely to the marsh. Their tracks were scattered throughout the basin. In this shallow water alone, no fewer than 10 crocodiles lurked, while the entire swamp concealed several such pools. Such formidable crocodiles were beyond the goblins' capacity to handle. Coupled with the advantageous terrain, the goblins could only be preyed upon. Leo grasped the tails of the 2 crocodile bodies and dragged them ashore, stating, "Let us take these to the ogres." Each swamp giant crocodile exceeded 4 meters in length and weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Leo, surprisingly unfazed by their weight, managed to drag one with each hand. "Why?" Fisher protested, reluctant to assist, harboring significant prejudice against the ogres. "What do you understand?" Leo admonished. "Neighbors must help one another." Despite her reluctance, Fisher commanded several goblins to take hold of one crocodile carcass, dragging and carrying it all the way to the abandoned watchtower. The leader of the ogres is named Krog. Ever since he heeded Leo's advice to seclude himself in the abandoned watchtower for recuperation, he has noticeably slimmed down. His kin, too, often find themselves haunted by hunger, their eyes ablaze with a green fire during the midnight hours. The foothills of the Grand Barrier are replete with resources, yet the ogres are inept at hunting. It is not uncommon for 15 ogres and 30 heads to share a single deer. This is, however, the better scenario, at times. They are left to subsist on mere mushrooms, their skin tones shifting from red to a pale azure, yet never truly satiated. Just as Krog began to doubt his decisions and contemplated raiding the riverbank for a couple of humans or venturing into the Dog-Headed Valley to capture a few canines to alleviate their food crisis, Leo made his appearance. Upon seeing the food in Leo's hands, Krog experienced a mixture of joy and shame. He was delighted at the prospect of finally having meat, yet ashamed that his friend cared for him so deeply while he had been preoccupied with thoughts of consuming his companion. Regrettably, his 2 ogre faces were ill-equipped to convey the emotion of shame. Leo could only discern a longing for meat in Krog's gaze. Fisa, however, was astute and, sensing Leo's intentions, could not contain her excitement. She leaped on a massive carcass of a crocodile and exclaimed, "All Guy people, neighbors, we bring you a great crocodile. Over there, by the mountains. A whole horde, more than you could devour. Truly, you cannot finish it all." The ogres, upon hearing this, were filled with enthusiasm, eager to set off hunting immediately. A single large crocodile weighs no less than 1,000 pounds, ample sustenance to satiate the ogre tribe, by catching one each day. The entire clan could regain its former girth. Leo smiled silently, concealing his achievements. By incorporating the swamp giant crocodile into the ogre's diet, their fate was already sealed. Krog expressed his gratitude to Leo with one head and to Phaisa with another, proclaiming, "You are truly wonderful, such good neighbors. Though Hadelfolk, I have a gift for you as well. Follow me." With that, the ogre leader led Leo and Phaisa into the depths of the abandoned watchtower. Time had not significantly altered the dilapidated structure. The interior courtyard had merely been adorned with makeshift roofs, barely providing shelter from the elements. The skull and spine of the monk, Lawrence, still hung ominously above the entrance. Clearly, the ogres found great pleasure in this decoration, having additionally collected various thigh bones of humans and beasts to accompany him. As a gentle breeze wafted through, the thigh bones clashed with one another, producing a crisp sound akin to wind chimes. Leo, grasping Lawrence's spine, gave it a light shake, causing several thigh bones to clatter against his skull with a delightful resonance. It turned out that it was not a wind chime, but a doorbell. Leo had not anticipated that Lawrence could integrate into the lives of the newcomers in such a manner. The dog-headed beings were also quite intrigued by this doorbell, yet they were too short to reach it. In a gesture of understanding, Leo lifted two of the dog-headed creatures by their scruffs, allowing them to grasp the skeletal remains and shake them, thus satisfying their curiosity. Upon entering the courtyard of the watchtower, Leo was met with the chilling sound of a low howl emanating from within the corridor. The ogre chief, Krog, calmly crouched as he maneuvered through the tunnel, only to brazenly pull out a towering werewolf. The fleeing goblin was handed over to you. This formidable werewolf, nearly 2 meters tall, was bound by thick iron chains, its body marred by wounds, eyes brimming with ferocity. The chains, crafted from iron rings thicker than a thumb, secured its limbs and neck, severely restricting its movement. Clearly reluctant to reveal itself, the werewolf struggled mightily as it was dragged out, its sharp claws gouging deep furrows into the stone walls of the tunnel. Alas, controlling it was the immensely strong ogre. Even if it were to snap its own neck, it would be futile. Krog handed the chains over to Freya. Leo could not help but cover his face. This was not a goblin. Upon her first glimpse of the werewolf, Freya was momentarily taken aback, glancing between herself and the creature, scrutinizing it repeatedly. Hearing Leo's words, she indignantly retorted, insisting it was a goblin. The same head, the same body. Freya pointed at the werewolf and then at herself, declaring black, white, identical. While Leo had to concede that this Siberian werewolf bore a striking resemblance to Freya, the husky. Was this truly a goblin? Unable to counter Freya's argument, Leo turned to Krog for clarification. The ogre chief scratched his head, his gaze shifting between the werewolf and Freya. Clearly perplexed, mumbling, Leo said, "We cannot eat goblins, so we didn't tea such a large one. It's a pity to throw away." Leo then questioned the werewolf. "Are you a goblin?" The werewolf bared its sharp teeth at Leo, glaring menacingly, its body slightly hunched as if ready to pounce. At that moment, Krog interjected, "Better if it's not a goblin. Let us cook it right away." The werewolf's bared gums retreated, and it licked its tongue, falling into silence. Leo chuckled. Yet another creature that could comprehend human speech. If it could understand, that would simplify matters. Freya continued to assert her kinship, gripping the heavy iron chain tightly, intent on taking the werewolf away. "This is a goblin. Orc. Good friend. Neighbor. A gift for my kin." Leo could only scoff, who had claimed the ogres were not human last time. Thus, the fierce werewolf obediently allowed itself to be dragged away by Freya. As they walked back, Leo observed a throng of goblins surrounding Freya, leading a towering werewolf, happily traversing the forest. He found the scene particularly bizarre. Were the werewolves in this world a different race or merely transformed humans? If bitten by a werewolf, would one also become a werewolf? And what would happen to a goblin bitten by a werewolf? This seemed to be an uncharted realm. Leo couldn't help but warn the werewolf. "I'll assume you cannot speak, but do not pretend to be unable to understand. If Freya truly regards you as kin, then be content to be her kin. Heal your wounds, stay if you wish, run if you must, but do not cause trouble." Chapter 95. Departure. Leo's warning. He was uncertain how much of it the werewolf would comprehend. However, Leo found himself without alternatives. The exuberance of Fisher resembled that of a child who has just received a grand toy, devoid of any rationality. Even the discussions surrounding the nitrate trade, which had been a constant concern, slipped from his mind. Leo could only pray that Fisher would not inadvertently lead him to his demise. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, Leo shared the news of the nitrate mine with Julian. Julian, however, showed little interest in nitrates or gypsum, as he was entirely unaware of their utility. Instead, he expressed great delight upon learning of the accompanying rock salt. With his back to Leo, he marked his map while conversing, dressed in a casual shirt and wielding a quill, adding an artistic flair to his demeanor. An unsuspecting visitor might mistake him for a great poet or scholar. The farmer-turned-knight was finally beginning to embody the semblance of a lord. Meanwhile, Leo's gaze wandered, seeking anything of value to discreetly appropriate. If Fisher claimed it as hers, he reasoned, then it was hers to take. After all, it was the kobolds who would be excavating it. The naivety of the kobolds led him to ponder whether ownership was merely a matter of verbal assertion. A wry smile crossed Leo's face. Should the Bay of Rivers display a more unsightly demeanor, it would not be long before the nitrate mine was dubbed the Valley of Slaves. Ownership, he mused, depended on the strength of one's fist. In the wilderness, devoid of legal and moral constraints, this notion could be further expanded. Initially, Leo had adopted a policy of pacification towards the kobolds to preserve strength and minimize casualties, without much foresight. Now, as the power of the Bay of Rivers had grown and familiarity had developed, these kobolds began to exhibit tendencies akin to domesticated dogs. Killing them was no longer an option. Who would senselessly slay their own hounds? Moreover, they were diligently mining. Julian found these low-intellect, compliant kobolds quite agreeable. When reprimanding disobedient villagers, he often remarked that they were less obedient than the kobolds. In his words, they possessed fewer human thoughts and more canine instincts, emphasizing hard work over rivalry, fostering harmony. Your nitrates and gypsum are of little concern. What truly matters is procuring more rock salt. After the spring sowing, we shall organize several hunts to stockpile meat. Oh, Leo replied, feigning boredom. Take care these days. Avoid injuries, disfigurements, or dying outside. In a couple of days, accompany me to the banquet in Eisenbohr. A banquet? Leo's interest piqued as he leaned in closer. That old coot Rigolav is hosting a dinner at his estate and has invited me. Can I bring Little Mouse? Leo asked eagerly. No. Then I shall take Olivia. Absolutely not, Julian exclaimed, raising his hand as if to strike Leo. Do you think this is merely a game? This is noble socializing, exceedingly important. Taking Olivia with you? How could you even think of such a thing? Do I not wish to take my own daughter? The youthful talents of Eisenbohr, who is unaware of my unmarried daughter. When Julian regards Leo as a nephew, everything appears favorable, yet when he views him as a potential son-in-law, everything seems unappealing. 2 days later, Julian set forth towards Eisenbohr with Leo and Ivan, each mounted on their steeds, bearing gifts. Before departing, Julian summoned several leaders, meticulously outlining every detail. Yet a lingering sense of unease remained, as if something vital was amiss. Leo, too, called upon the militia, Vitch and young Noise, offering careful instructions, fearful of any unforeseen disturbances in the bay during his absence. As they left the bay, Julian and Leo exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. In the past, when Leo ventured out, Julian would remain at the bay. Conversely, when Julian was away, Leo would not wander aimlessly. This unspoken agreement had always been their practice, and it was only upon their joint departure that they recognized this pattern, the source of their unease. The leaders of the bay possessed considerable abilities, capable of managing tasks independently, yet none could oversee the entirety of affairs. Even Olivia, when faced with insurmountable conflicts, would occasionally falter, allowing minor issues to escalate into major dilemmas. There is no third individual capable of making decisive judgments like Julian or Leo. Even if their actions were not flawless, their formidable strength could command respect. Thus, the only one with whom Leo felt secure enough to venture forth was Julian, the cunning military chief and lord of substantial authority. Regardless of Julian's mockery and admonishments towards Leo, deep within, he recognized that Leo was the sole candidate capable of safeguarding the bay in his absence. After the repairs within the bay and several merchant caravans passing through, The route from the bay to the western watchtower had become remarkably accessible. At several significant confluences of streams, sturdy wooden bridges had been constructed, wide enough for 2 wagons to traverse side by side. Riding swiftly through the serene woods, the early spring wildflowers blossomed abundantly, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds, gently stirring the tranquil waters of the river, creating a picturesque scene. The 3 riders, at a brisk pace, passed the western watchtower, taking the opportunity to visit the night noise station there. Upon reaching the western watchtower, located at the confluence of the World Tree Avenue and the Anzino River, a modest mountain pass came into view. The peaks on either side of the pass barely reached 30 meters in height, with the western watchtower constructed on the riverbank. The design of the watchtower closely resembled that of the abandoned ogre strongholds, comprising a large watchtower and several stone barracks partially embedded in the mountainside. This was the farthest west of the Count of Frelov's domain, housing 15 cavalrymen led by night noise and 50 regular infantry. This constituted a formidable force in the wilderness, sufficient to deter small bands of marauders and brigands. Naturally, the Count of the Northwest territory was vast and awaited further exploration. Once the western watchtower became populated, it would no longer remain the farthest west. Since the moment Roman's father sent the letter, Julian took the opportunity to personally visit Sir Noise at the western watchtower twice. The location of the watchtower is exceedingly significant, essentially serving as a guardian for the river bay. If relationships are well managed, one gains a formidable protector. If not, access may become arduous. The knight who shares a name with the captain of the River Bay Militia's youth team, and is also Roman's distant brother-in-law, displayed a demeanor towards Julian that was neither warm nor cold, yet remained within the bounds of decorum. Julian found such a character quite appealing, stern, traditional, and steadfast. He would remain indifferent until truly needed. Clad in full military garb, the aloof Sir Noise met Julian outside the barracks of the western watchtower, engaged in brief conversation, and without even sharing a cup of tea, sent them on their way. Julian was unfazed. He presented a deer he had brought along with a pound of rock salt, before continuing his journey towards Isenball. By afternoon, the trio finally arrived in Isenball. Leo, brimming with enthusiasm, observed the bustling crowds in the city, exclaiming, "Shall we not find an inn to stay? I have never lodged in one in my life." Julian, with a disapproving expression, retorted, "You shall pay for that. We are going directly to the Petahov residence to occupy the finest guest room. Allow you to witness the extent of my connections." Chapter 96. The banquet. Leo had yet to experience the breadth of Julian's connections, as upon entering, he was met with a stern reprimand. The butler of the Petahov household, under the impression that Leo and Ivan were merely Julian's guards, assigned them to servants' quarters, cramming them into a communal sleeping area alongside other attendants. Fearing that these rural newcomers might inadvertently offend the esteemed guests, the butler took it upon himself to deliver a 10-minute lecture, nearly wishing to lock them away until the banquet concluded. This was hardly the butler's fault. Julian had insisted that Leo and Ivan don the finest armaments from the legacy of the late Brother Lawrence, outfitting them in full regalia as armed attendants. It must be said that Brother Lawrence had an eye for spectacle. While the defensive capabilities of the armed escort's gear might not be exceptional, it certainly exuded an imposing presence. Over the chainmail, a fresh coarse linen cloak was draped, concealing any sword marks or rust, and the shoulder guards and helmet were polished and waxed to gleam. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet tall, with well-toned muscles from rigorous training, Leo and Ivan, positioned behind Julian, bore the appearance of elite warriors clad in heavy armor. Their roles as Julian's protectors weighed lightly on their minds. Following Julian, the two men exchanged furtive glances, surveying their surroundings. Leo, having lived 2 lives, exhibited a modicum of composure. In contrast, Ivan, hailing from the most remote mountain village of the north, was utterly unaccustomed to such grandeur. He assumed that a communal sleeping area was the epitome of luxury, finding the soft cotton blankets and feather-stuffed pillows to be unfamiliar treasures. With a sense of wonder, he explored every nook and cranny, nearly reaching out to touch the other attendants. The girls, adorned in black dresses and white knee-high socks, embellished with delicate white lace collars, were mistaken by Ivan for noble ladies, only to be revealed as maids. The male servants of the manor wore coarse jackets, impeccably free of patches. They even donned sleeve protectors while working, embodying an exquisite elegance that Ivan himself would not dare to emulate during the New Year festivities. The Rigolav estate is situated to the south of Isenpol, less than 5 miles from the southern city gate, nestled on a flat piece of land by the river. Modest in size, yielding only a few fruits for winemaking. This property belongs to the Petakov family, primarily serving as a venue for entertaining guests and hosting banquets. Their 4 nightly lands are located even further from Isenpol, each significantly larger than this estate by an order of magnitude. Numerous such small estates surround Isenpol. For most remote nightly lands are merely small villages of a few hundred inhabitants, hardly sufficient to satiate the indulgences of the nobility. While the urban residences are ill-suited for social gatherings and feasting. The Petakov family is renowned as a distinguished military noble in Isenpol, with the current head, Rigolav, celebrated for his martial prowess, being one of the 5 banner knights of Isenpol. In the Empire, banner knights signify not only noble rank but also a military title, denoting command authority on the battlefield. Should conflict arise in Isenpol, the knightly lords would convene, and the commander of the legions would be selected from among Rigolav and the other 4 banner knights. In the Western territories, they would be akin to centurions under the command of Burke, holding a leadership status. Count Froilov firmly governs the World Tree Avenue, the northern artery of land, possessing military strength that ranks in the mid-tier among the 7 northern counts. However, through centuries of governance, he commands the loyalty of 35 banner knights and over 200 pennant knights. This does not account for the family knights nurtured by the Froilov lineage, nor the landless knights of the proletariat. In the event of a full-scale war, the Countess domain could mobilize hundreds of knights, thousands of elite lordly troops, and double the number of conscripted militia. Over the past 2 decades, the most significant conflict initiated by the Froilov family was against the Baboas family to the east, vying for control over the upper reaches of the Anzino River. The Baboas' army advanced upstream, while the Froilov forces descended southward, facilitating an effortless assembly of the majority of both territories' armies, a rarity among other northern counts. In contrast, other counts often struggled to gather even half of their forces within a month due to vast territorial expanses and inadequate transportation. That particular encounter saw both sides amass armies exceeding 10,000, clashing along the banks of the Anzino River, miles downstream of Isenpol, blood staining the waters crimson. The war ultimately concluded with the Froilov family emerging victorious. This victory explains why Isenpol and even the Bay territory lie on the southern bank of the Anzino River, yet belong to the Froilov countship. Due to the inability of the people from the southern banks to prevail, nearly half of Count Froilov's army is currently stationed in the northern military stronghold of Varanger, thwarting the advance of the orcs. According to the traditions of Count Froilov's domain, should the conflict breach Varanger and encroach within 500 miles of Isenbor, the vassal knights of Isenbor are obliged to heed the call to arms and muster their forces to the north. For the warlike northerners, this is hardly a concern. Even now, numerous knights from Isenbor, unable to restrain their fervor for battle, have already departed northward with their troops to partake in the conflict. During this period, the nobility of Isenbor frequently hosts banquets, partly to send off the knights heading into battle and partly to deliberate on the course of the war, as well as the increasingly dire issue of displaced persons. The encampment of refugees outside the city has swelled to over 10,000, and the rising prices of food, deteriorating public order, and the emergence of disease are not trivial matters. Yulian, the lord of the frontier domain, has yet to solidify his identity as a knight. According to the laws of frontier development and northern tradition, Yulian must cultivate the land to a point of self-sufficiency, pay the minimum taxes for 3 consecutive years, and be able to summon soldiers for a full 2 years of knightly service before his status as a frontier knight is recognized. Rigolav's invitation to the banquet is an opportunity for him to meet traditional nobles of Isenbor and to assimilate into high society, thus providing a form of support. The banquet hosted by the Petakov family takes place the following day, aside from Yulian, who arrives a day early. Most guests begin to arrive by noon of the next day. Leo and Ivan, serving as guards, cannot openly participate in the banquet and instead watch from a distance in the corners. Amidst a throng of guards, Leo offers insights to Ivan and the other sentinels. Luxurious carriages adorned with noble crests convey lords, ladies, and young gentlemen into the estate. The ladies, dressed in elaborate garments with layers upon layers, don only a sheer fabric over their bosoms, accentuating their allure with painted features. The maidens, clad in simpler long dresses, cinched with leather corsets and adorned with fresh blooms, present a refined demeanor. As for the male nobility, regardless of age, they are equipped with knightly swords to display their valor. Chapter 97. Rigalav. As the ladies disembark from their carriages, they survey their surroundings with eager and audacious eyes, keenly searching for tonight's conquests. Some have long since found their marital bond strained, their parched hearts seeking solace in the warmth of unfamiliar souls, while others have husbands away at war, their lonely hearts and bodies yearning for comfort. The maidens, in contrast, exhibit much restraint, lowering their gazes and behaving decorously. Only upon spotting a favored gentleman do they muster the courage to approach, before becoming mere instruments of familial alliance. It is essential for them to find their own dashing prince, ideally culminating in a clandestine elopement, a rite of passage for the maidens of the North. The needs of the male nobility are equally pressing. Distanced from war, their masculinity finds no outlet, compelling them to showcase their allure through the number of their paramours. Every banquet is a celebration. Even before the dinner begins, flirtatious glances and lingering looks flit about every corner of the estate. Even for the worldly wise Leo, he is taken aback by the extravagant attire displayed by the noble women. Here, there are no constraints of feudal etiquette, nor are there legal regulations to impose limits. The fashion of the aristocracy primarily reflects the shifts in societal trends. At present, it appears that bearing one's bosom is not deemed improper, while modesty is considered the true lack of decorum. Ivan, who has yet to experience the world, stares wide-eyed, unwilling to miss any scene. Smooth, delicate, taut, and pristine. These sights deliver a profound shock to the young Ivan's spirit. Within a mere hour, the supposedly devoted Ivan finds his affections shifting 10 times over. Rigalav and Yulian stand together, welcoming esteemed guests while engaging in light conversation. Casting a glance at the two astonished young simpletons, Rigalav casually inquires, "Which one is your son-in-law?" "The one with short hair." "Why would he cut it so short?" "He said it was to avoid being caught by the enemy during a brawl." "How amusing," Rigalav chuckles, unable to discern any remarkable quality in him that could surpass my Roman. Yulian is compelled to smile in response. The young couple is smitten with each other. What can I do? During my years in the military, it was Leo who tended to the household. Now, to break them apart would render me less than human. Rigalav had already expressed his displeasure, and there was no need to continually make things difficult for his old subordinate. Moreover, what he values most is Yulian's loyalty and deep sense of honor. In these times, the chivalric spirit has grown increasingly distant from the aristocracy, yet the northern people's loyalty remains ingrained in their very essence. Thus, upon hearing Yulian's words, Rigalav merely smiled and jested. "One can only say that you are not a fitting lord. You are unlikely to ever be a true noble." Yulian chuckled. "Am I not forced into this? Were it not for my ties to my kin, I would have long since come here to serve as your captain of the guard. Surely, it would be more worthwhile to help you deal with troublesome children than to clash with bandits in the wilderness. I have no children for you to discipline. Roman still hasn't found a suitable wife, which is truly concerning." Rigalav embraced the guest, warmly praising the beauty and grace of their wife and daughter. Once the guest had departed, he furrowed his brow and confided in Yulian. "The world is deteriorating. They dress like harlots. What sort of people are these?" Yulian, with his neck craned in interest, straightened his expression and shook his head repeatedly. "Indecent. Indecent." Rigalav turned to Roman beside him. "Go summon Yulian's son-in-law. I wish to speak with him." After observing the guest's entrance, Leo and Ivan's attention shifted to the delectable dishes being served by the attendants. The aroma of roasted suckling pig, sprinkled with almond slivers, pies filled with raisins, an array of pan-fried meats, and white bread slathered in honey or butter made their mouths water, leaving them momentarily speechless. Ivan lifted his hand towards the sumptuous food, but as a servant passed by, he hastily retracted it like a thief. Once the individual had moved away, he again raised his hand, only to be startled into lowering it again when another person approached. The lavish feast and opulent atmosphere overwhelmed this young warrior, who had fought bravely in the front lines, leaving him flustered and bereft of courage. Unable to bear the sight, Leo seized a piece of white bread, folded it, and with a swift motion, stuffed it into Ivan's mouth. As Ivan chewed heartily, the deliciousness made him weep with joy. After the grain surplus at River Bay, Olivia would also organize the village women to bake bread, a delicacy far superior to the flatbreads they usually had. Yet, despite their extravagance, they could only make yellow bread from whole wheat flour milled at their own mill. Unlike the nobility who enjoyed white bread crafted from refined flour-stripped bran, the flavors of honey, jam, and butter completely captivated Ivan. Lau, consuming even more voraciously than Ivan, mocked him as he ate. "Ah, look at you, so inexperienced in the ways of the world." Roman approached and, witnessing their gluttonous display, frowned. "You two should rein it in. You're about to disgrace Captain Julian." Leo offered him a pig's trotter. Care for a taste? He held no animosity towards Roman. After all, one was a rough country lad while the other was a noble scion, and it was only natural for them to have their differences. Previously, Julian had intended to marry Olivia to Roman, who harbored feelings for her as well, yet this did not breed hostility. Who among them did not admire the goddess of River Bay? If it were only Leo who cherished her, that would indeed be problematic. In the village, 9 out of 10 men were enamored with Olivia, and many had boldly expressed their affections. Should Leo consider them all adversaries? Leo possessed the maturity of a former life, while adopting a carefree attitude in this one. In dealing with Roman, he aimed to foster friendships where possible and avoided animosity where it was not. "No, my father requests your presence," Roman replied. Though he found this coarse son-in-law of the captain distasteful, he remained polite. Leo quickly wiped his hands and followed Roman to meet the esteemed knight he had long admired. Having participated throughout the development of River Bay, Leo understood well that the establishment of the frontier could not have been achieved without the robust support of Rigolaf. Without Rigolaf's letter of recommendation, Julian could not obtain the development charter. Without Rigolaf's assistance, the caravan would fail to navigate the formidable checkpoints of the Freylov family along the World Tree Avenue. Without Rigolaf's aid and transactions, the iron ore from River Bay could not be converted into food, leaving hundreds to perish in the wilderness. Thus, regardless of any clandestine dealings or inequitable transactions between Julian and Rigolaf, Leo harbored deep gratitude for this local noble. Upon reaching Rigolaf, Leo bowed enthusiastically and proclaimed, "Good afternoon, Sir Knight." With standard etiquette, a sincere smile, and a resounding voice, Rigolaf's impression of Leo underwent a slight transformation. He nodded and remarked, "He's quite a decent lad." He then offered a few words of advice, treating Leo as a close junior. Chapter 98. To aspire to be a qualified knight, one must not only hone the skills of combat, but also recognize the significance of other disciplines. Noble etiquette, territory management, and tactical command are essential subjects. The broader the knowledge one acquires, the better one can govern their land. When time permits, one may travel to Eisenbohr to seek training from professional instructors, or even choose to serve alongside me for a period as a squire. Thank you for your guidance, Sir Knight. Rigolaf's words were spoken with goodwill, and Leo readily agreed. In the Empire, the knightly class boasts dedicated instructors and even academies that impart lessons on noble etiquette, territory management, and military theory, akin to accelerated business courses in a past life. Many knights of means, lacking relevant knowledge, are willing to invest in their education. However, a more traditional approach involves serving under a respected knight as a squire for a duration, receiving direct mentorship from seasoned knights. The number of squires a knight can accompany is limited, while the number of young aspirants vying to become knights is countless. Not everyone can become a squire to a banner knight, yet nearly all squires serving banner knights ultimately achieve knighthood, realizing their social ascension. After all, the support for a knightly patron is comprehensive, providing not only experience and instruction, but often financial assistance as well. Some impoverished squires find themselves on the battlefield clad in armor and riding steeds bestowed by their knightly patrons. If their knight lacks sufficient economic strength, they must rely on personal funds to acquire their own equipment or ride ordinary horses allocated by their patrons, donning inexpensive leather armor. On the battlefield, heavily armored knights and their unarmored counterparts are entirely different classes of warriors. The former charge fearlessly, while the latter are easily felled by stray arrows. A moment's carelessness could result in being unseated by a peasant's pitchfork. Urian is a quintessential example of impoverished origins. Despite commanding a retinue of several hundred and earning the title of lord, he currently lacks a single worthy northern warhorse, let alone possessing his own knightly armor. A complete set of knightly equipment, including a warhorse, sword, shield, armor, lance, and bow, costs approximately 50 gold sulas. This sum covers merely one warhorse, while a knight is expected to possess at least 3. Additionally, they must support the wages, sustenance, and equipment for at least 2 squires and 10 armed retainers. At present, Urian does not meet this standard. He even lacks the ability to engage in mounted combat. Conversely, Leo is a younger version of Urian, in even poorer circumstances, possessing almost nothing. Should he become Rigolaf's squire, it would be akin to soaring to great heights. In his previous life, having consumed an abundance of novels and films, Leo perceived the knightly class as rather commonplace, with the squire's role being exceedingly humble. However, upon entering this world, he came to realize that knights on the battlefield were akin to the armored tank operators of this era, while others wielded broadswords and spears, or even primitive firearms. You would be commanding a tank. What a profound distinction. A cavalry regiment composed of a standard-bearer knight, dozens of banner knights, and hundreds of squire knights functioned on the battlefield as an armored division, a veritable nightmare for civilian forces. Regrettably, the River Bay was in a critical phase of expansion, leaving Leo unable to depart. Even if he were to object, Julian would surely bind him to the side of Rigolaf. After imparting wise counsel and encouragement in a manner befitting an elder, Rigolaf ceased to intervene and instead led Julian towards the guests, introducing him to the luminaries of Isenball. As a military noble, Rigolaf's purpose in hosting the banquet extended beyond mere indulgence. It served as a gathering for like-minded, knightly lords to deliberate on the developments of the Orc Wars and the security issues plaguing their homeland. Although Isenball security was ostensibly managed by appointed officials and a standing army, expecting them to proactively address problems was nothing short of a pipe dream. Only when a village fell victim to the plundering of bandits or foreign marauders would a sluggish, standing army arrive, belatedly putting on a show of action. Rigolaf was compelled to unite a cadre of knightly lords to exert pressure on the local magistrate or, alternatively, to establish his own patrols to maintain the safety of his domain. Currently, the magistrate of Isenball was Count Frelev's third son, Tarek Frelev, a man devoid of valor and cunning, who indulged in pleasures and excelled only in debauchery. His most infamous exploit involved a duel over a prostitute with his uncle, in which he was bested by a 50-year-old man, resulting in his being cast aside to languish in this outpost before reaching 30. Isenball was not a grand city. Thousands of destitute souls congregated outside its walls, with nearly 100 corpses tossed daily into the Anzino River. Robberies and murders transpired incessantly, raising significant concerns among the discerning. Those who managed to reach Isenball were either robust or cunning, willing to compromise their morals to earn a few coins for their families. Thus they were hardly compliant. These destitute individuals would not endure great hardships to arrive at Isenball's gates only to wait quietly for starvation. Should they fail to find work or aid, they would swiftly transform into bands of marauders, wreaking havoc in the outskirts of Isenball. Once recruited by local bandits or mountain thieves, their numbers could easily exceed 100, putting vulnerable villages at risk. Not all villages, unlike River Bay, were inclined to prioritize the enhancement of their armed forces. Their primary function was to supply resources to the knightly lords. In most remote villages, the lords seldom resided, leaving their manors dilapidated and devoid of defensive capabilities, while the spontaneously organized militias were grossly insufficient in both numbers and combat effectiveness. Once a band of marauders or foreign troops, numbering over 100 storms into a village, many settlements find themselves compelled to surrender. Leo, having paid his respects to Rigolaf, considered his task at the banquet accomplished. There was nothing spectacular or rebellious about the evening. The theme of the gathering was beyond the reach of someone of his modest stature. Upon returning to Ivan's side, he overheard Ivan, his face flushed, whispering, "A young lady just mentioned that her corset was too tight, making her uncomfortable, and she wished for my assistance to loosen it." Leo was taken aback. In such a brief moment of separation, Ivan had found himself in a romantic entanglement. He hastily inquired, "What did you say?" Ivan stammered, "What is a corset?" "I don't understand," so I ignored her. This was, in truth, an excuse. Ivan's timidity rendered him incapable of responding. Leo smacked Ivan on the back of his head, lamenting the missed opportunity even more than his own. "Oh, you." The following day, after the banquet concluded, the three companions set out for home. Along the journey, Yulian, upon hearing of Ivan's encounter, felt a deep sense of disappointment. Oh, you! In the blink of an eye, the entire village, young and old, became aware of Ivan's misfortune. Each person who encountered Ivan expressed their profound disappointment and regret. Oh, you! Many years later, the echoes of this heartfelt condemnation still lingered in Ivan's ears. Chapter 99. The Wild Guest. Before departing from Isambor, Yulian took Leo and Ivan on a stroll through the marketplace, purchasing gifts for the villagers. The riverside now hosted small trading caravans weekly, alleviating the scarcity of essential goods. However, the merchants deemed many luxury items to be beyond the village's means, and thus refrained from stocking them. Prior to their departure, concerned for Leo's well-being in the outside world, Olivia secretly bestowed upon him a gold souler, along with a handful of silver coins and coppers, encouraging him to spend freely. In her view, Leo, who had scarcely ventured into the city, would hardly be able to squander much. At most, he might indulge in a few delightful pastries. The man she admired should not appear as a timid country bumpkin. He needed to exude confidence. Leo gladly complied, purchasing an entire ensemble for Olivia and the little mouse, a pair of warm calfskin boots, and bringing back several jars of exquisite honey and butter, along with an assortment of peculiar experimental materials for himself. He spent every last coin. Olivia often wore a nightgown crafted by her mother before her passing, which had accompanied her for 3 or 4 years. While its fit was questionable, the once gauzy fabric had become thin and transparent, riddled with holes. Although wearing it brought a sense of intimacy while in bed, there were times after dinner, fresh from a bath, when she would wander through the great hall in it, inadvertently exposing herself to anyone who entered. In the eyes of the villagers, this is hardly significant. The rural folk were what they possess, and those with means may stitch a few patches, while those without must make do with tattered rags to cover themselves. When the women of the village engage in strenuous labor, fearing their garments may tear, they may even bare their torsos, much like the men. All notions of propriety and dignity are founded upon material circumstances and the subsequent cultivation of spiritual civilization, which, evidently, the denizens of Heiwan village entirely lack. In contrast to the rugged villagers, Leo appears civilized yet conservative in this regard, unwilling to see his beloved dressed like everyone else. Thus, upon arriving in Isambol, he is determined to purchase her several new garments. When Olivia discovers that a silk nightgown costs 20 silver coins, she is momentarily taken aback, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she scolds Leo for his extravagant spending, vowing never to give him a single copper coin again. 20 silver souls could procure 4 sacks of wheat, enough to bake 400 loaves of bread, sustaining a child in the village for an entire year. Alternatively, it could buy 2 large bundles of coarse fabric, sufficient to craft 20-line jackets for the able-bodied villagers. The thought fills Olivia with guilt. Yet, in an instant, she dons her new attire and eagerly displays it to Leo. Throughout the day, Olivia seamlessly oscillates between the roles of a disgruntled complainant and a joyful maiden, while Leo endures the relentless torment of her reproaches and praises. The little mouse fares much better. Like Leo, she remains oblivious to the value of currency, fixated instead on her new garments, swaying her little backside in delight, an expression she learned from the dog, save for the lack of a nimble tail. Seated before the hearth in the grand hall, Leo presents a piece of limestone to several little dog-headed creatures, encouraging them with excitement. Shiny, give it a sniff. One curious little creature tentatively sniffs it, rolls its tongue, and places it in its mouth, only to spit it out onto the ground, clearly finding it unpalatable. With hopeful anticipation, Leo inquires, "Can you find it?" The little creatures stare blankly at Leo, speechless. "We haven't even ventured beyond the Heiwan Peninsula. Where would we find or for you? Our human father must be quite foolish." Frustrated by their dim-wittedness, Leo's demeanor shifts abruptly as he barks, "Get back to training, you useless lot." The little creature that had tasted the limestone swiftly retrieves it and scurries off with its companions. Just then, Ivan enters to report. Bjorn has arrived. Nearby, Olivia, upon seeing Ivan, shakes her head in disappointment, exclaiming, "Oh, you?" Ivan offers his 100th feeble explanation, but she is a noble lady. To offend her could lead to execution. Alas, Olivia, like everyone else, is not inclined to heed Ivan's explanations. Leo considered the possibility as he stepped outside to greet Bjorn, earnestly advising Ivan, in the future, Do not hesitate to seek my assistance in such matters. They are perilous, and you may not be able to handle them. Bjorn, resembling a formidable brown bear in both stature and attire, stood at the entrance of the riverbend encampment, accompanied by several wild hunters who bore his likeness. Although the two tribes had grown familiar with one another, the wild men retained their sense of being guests and respected their neighbors. Bjorn was reluctant to enter another's domain fully armed without an invitation. Leo welcomed Bjorn inside, leading him toward the great hall. As they walked, Bjorn introduced Leo to Magna, the chief hunter of the northern Wolf Fang tribe. The title of chief hunter is held by the leader of the hunters among the Basaka people, and Bjorn himself was a chief hunter. Typically, smaller wild tribes have only one chief hunter, while larger tribes may boast several, depending on the size of their hunting grounds and the number of hunting parties. Although Leo had already learned from Bjorn and Zolwyn that numerous Basaka wild tribes inhabited the Wolf Driver Plains, today marked his first encounter with them in the flesh. To Leo's eyes, all these rugged hunters appeared quite similar. He had yet to see Bjorn's true visage, relying solely on his bushy beard for identification. Magna, the wild chief hunter, had silently followed Bjorn for some time, and Leo had not perceived him as a stranger. According to Bjorn, the Basaka had dwelled in the Wolf Driver Plains for generations, their tribes scattered throughout the forests, their numbers seemingly endless, with hunters ample enough to slay dragons. However, Leo suspected that the Basaka were not as numerous as suggested. Otherwise, they would not have been driven into the Wolf Driver Plains by Count Freylov and the Imperial Army, nor would they have been bullied by the foreign tribes in the wilderness. In the face of the distant wild man, Leo displayed his hospitality, promptly inviting Magna and the others into the great hall, where he instructed Olivia to serve the finest wine and meat. Magna's demeanor was even more aloof than Bjorn's. He quietly consumed his drink and food, allowing Bjorn and Leo to converse while scrutinizing Leo intently, occasionally whispering in the rough dialect of the wild men. Yet, this dialect had evolved from the imperial tongue, and having interacted with the Great Falls wild men for some time, Leo could comprehend some of it. Why is a child serving us? Can he really make decisions? Leo, the captain of the River Bend Militia and second in command, certainly could. Will they accept us? That depends on your sincerity. Chapter 100. The Approaching War Gen. Leo gradually discerned the underlying tension, excitement coursing through him. Indeed, Bjorn began to articulate his thoughts. Leo, the northern region of the Wolf Driver Plains is as you described. Due to the orc invasion, a multitude of foreign tribes have descended southward, plunging into chaos. The Wolf Fang tribe of Magna resides to the north of the Stony Hills. Recently, a mixed tribe of foreign origin has emerged, frequently invading their hunting grounds. This amalgamation of tribes has seen a rapid increase in population, surpassing 1,000 within a short period. The Wolf Fang tribe, unable to withstand their assaults, is compelled to migrate southward to evade them. Leo furrowed his brow and inquired, "A mixed tribe? What manner of beings comprise it?" The response indicated that the majority are wolfmen, constituting approximately 70%, alongside some boarfolk and goblins. As Leo absorbed Bjorn's account, he fell into contemplation. The individual strength of the wolfmen is slightly inferior to that of the boarfolk. Their physical prowess is comparable to that of the northerners, embodying the quintessential wolfman warrior. In height, weight, and muscular strength, they can be likened to the infantry of the northern peoples. However, the efficacy of an individual in combat is not solely determined by physical attributes. It is also influenced by combat skills, troop morale, and various military qualities. The wolfmen are notorious as one of the most ferocious races in the world, even capable of devouring their own kind. From birth to death, they exist in a realm of slaughter and battle. Every adult wolfman, regardless of sex, is a competent warrior, honed through years of combat training and military discipline, far surpassing the capabilities of human militiamen who have trained for merely 3 to 5 years. The blood coursing through their veins is imbued with a thirst for violence and a fervent genetic predisposition, deeply immersed in a state of combat and slaughter, which significantly enhances their combat prowess. Whether in warfare or duels, once the eyes of a wolfman glow red, it signifies an unyielding resolve to fight to the death, determining both victory and mortality, with each wolfman taking pride in devouring the brains of their opponents. Such a race clearly lacks the potential for peaceful coexistence. They can only be eradicated or avoided at a distance. The Wolf Fang tribe of Magna comprises approximately 200 individuals, surrounded by similarly sized foreign tribes, the vast majority of which pose no significant threat to them. The tribe's growth is limited, yet their survival remains secure. This is the norm in the wilderness, where tribal factions maintain a dynamic equilibrium through mutual skirmishes and hunting within their territories. This balance is exceedingly fragile, easily disrupted by natural disasters or human calamities. Currently, the incursion of the beastmen has shattered this equilibrium. Tribes deprived of hunting grounds are forced to migrate, seeking sustenance by attacking weaker groups. The weaker factions face either assimilation or annihilation. Meanwhile, the victors cannot halt their advance. The destruction wrought by war and the surge in population intensify the demand for food. In the absence of agricultural foundations and trade routes, the game in the hunting grounds does not replenish overnight, compelling them to initiate a new round of warfare. Once the march of expansion commences, it becomes relentless. The victorious tribe grows ever more formidable, necessitating wider territories and encountering increasingly complex adversaries, until ultimately vanquished by an even more powerful faction. The invasion of the Beastmen, although confined to a small segment of the northern region of the Wolfang Plains, has unleashed a tremendous upheaval, reverberating throughout the entire wilderness. The entire expanse of the wilderness is compelled to undergo a profound realignment of power. Even once hostile factions are forced to unite under the immense pressure of survival, vying for the chance to emerge victorious. Clearly, the victors of the region north of the Rocky Hills currently belong to the Wolfmen, with surrounding tribes either joining them or facing annihilation. Their strength has escalated exponentially, overwhelming the Wolfang tribe and driving them to the brink of despair. They are confronted with the dire predicament of an allied coalition of over 1,000 tribes from the north bearing down upon them, rendering any hope of defense futile. To the south lies the terminus of the wolf-driving plains, where the territories of the empire commence. Once the wild folk venture out of the forest, they are akin to soldiers shedding their armor or snails losing their shells, ultimately becoming slaves under the relentless pursuit of the northern lords. Magner can only seek refuge among his kin, hiding within the wild folk tribe beneath the great waterfall. Unfortunately, the basin below the waterfall cannot accommodate such a large population. Zolwyn asserts that it can only support 100 individuals at most, for anything beyond that would disrupt the delicate balance, leading to collective starvation. Bjorn suggests a gamble at Riverbend. The Lord of Riverbend, unlike the imperial nobles they have previously encountered, possesses a compassionate heart that embraces diverse tribes and the audacity to welcome strangers. Listening to Bjorn's exposition, Leo solemnly inquires, "So, friends of the Wolfang tribe, Great Hunter Magner, do you intend to join us at Riverbend?" Magner nods, articulating in stilted imperial tongue. "The Wolfang tribe stands united. We refuse to split into factions. We do not wish to go to the Great Waterfall, but aspire to join your settlement, demanding equal treatment rather than servitude, with the right to depart at our discretion." In the northern realms, instances of the wild folks' integration are not uncommon, yet the outcomes are seldom favorable. The Lord's promises often transform once the wild folk relinquish their longbows, leading them to interminable labor and increasingly burdensome taxes. The wild folk are not adept at production or agriculture. Failure to meet tax obligations or complete labor tasks places their kin at risk of enslavement. Many tribes that have assimilated into the empire have, under the leadership of their chiefs, retreated back into the wilderness after merely a year or two, harboring resentment towards the empire and its nobility, which they carry back into the depths of the mountains. Had it not been for Bjorn's willingness to vouch for them, Magner would never have considered venturing to Riverbend. In dire circumstances, they may be forced to abandon the elderly, weak, and women, transforming into forlorn spirits within the forest to endure this arduous period. As you can see, there are absolutely no slaves at Riverbend. Even goblins possess fundamental human rights. All that you have mentioned is open for discussion. Leo confidently clapped his hands and laughed. Turning to Ivan, "Quickly, go summon Uladin back. We have significant matters to address." Urien, however, is not as leisurely as Leo. Much of his day is spent either assisting the villagers with their spring sowing or remaining across the river in the refugee camp, supervising and guiding the newly arrived refugees alongside Valerie in their efforts to fell timber, construct shelters, and establish military encampments. The arrival of 200 wild tribesmen into the small settlement of He-1 is undoubtedly a significant event for the modest community. Negotiations in such matters require the seasoned expertise of Julian. While Rio possesses ample decisiveness, he is also self-aware, recognizing his own virtues of being neither greedy, selfish, nor miserly. In pursuit of harmony, he often relinquishes his own interests. To him, as long as circumstances progress positively, enduring some loss is inconsequential. Such a compliant nature and principle of coexistence is a virtue in civilized society. However, it becomes a considerable disadvantage in the presence of savages. His past life experiences have imparted the wisdom that even within civilized realms, the majority of humanity comprises those of a more barbaric disposition. In a more primitive world, not all will reciprocate kindness. Therefore, while one may give without expectation, any sacrifices must yield some benefit, and one's possessions should be reserved for one's kin. Currently, the wild tribesmen do not qualify as kin. Thus, matters should be conducted according to established protocols. Once they assimilate into Hiwan and become part of his tribe, Rio can then offer his genuine support. Upon receiving the news, Julian rushed back to the main hall to engage in negotiations with Magna. For a settlement to thrive, it must not only reproduce, but also attract outside populations. However, the influx of newcomers is not easily managed. Chaotic expansion can jeopardize the stability of the community. Julian harbors a disdain for the refugees from Isenbor, viewing them as overly self-assured, impassioned youths, many of whom are not inclined towards the life of a stable farmer. With numerous harboring ulterior motives. Across the river, the lumber camp, comprising just over 100 individuals, has quickly formed several small factions. Those with ambition and cunning are more preoccupied with establishing their own dominance rather than contributing to the community. Regrettably, the Lord of Hiwan is no pushover. In Julian's eyes, these refugee leaders resemble restless roosters in a henhouse, deriving amusement from oppressing the weak, hardly engaging in any meaningful conflicts. The truly audacious have already integrated into local gangs. He can easily find a pretext to teach them a harsh lesson, assigning menial labor or administering punishment, thereby swiftly diminishing their authority. Should he encounter formidable opponents, he can reassign their posts, disrupt their circles, or expel them altogether. Managing the refugees with military discipline is exceedingly straightforward. Though Yulo, Dan disapproves of his lackadaisical prospective son-in-law and often chastises Rio, there are moments when he finds himself in agreement with some of Rio's sentiments. For instance, impose rules on those who respect them, and applies savagery to those who embrace barbarism. In contrast, the wild tribesmen exhibit a more genuine simplicity, acutely aware of the hardships of survival, seeking only stability and desiring little more. After an hour of deliberation, Julian agreed to designate a tract of land across from the River Bay Peninsula and to provide 50 able-bodied villagers with construction experience, along with a suite of building tools, to assist the Wolf Fong tribe in establishing their village. The furs, herbs, ores, and rare materials brought by the Wolf Fong tribe would be sold via the River Bay route, in exchange for sustenance to nourish their kin. All members of the Wolf Fong tribe would become vassals of the River Bay, adhering to the decrees issued by the Lord and paying reasonable taxes in return for arable land and designated hunting grounds. In reciprocity, the Wolf Fong tribe would furnish 50 wild archers, equipped with their own weapons, to join the militia and participate unconditionally in all battles of River Bay. Should irreconcilable differences arise between the parties, the Wolf Fong tribe reserves the right to withdraw from River Bay and depart independently. As the negotiations concluded, Julian and Magna clasped each other's arms firmly. Julian proclaimed, "Thus it is settled. River Bay shall endeavor to assist your migration and ensure your successful settlement. May your bows and our swords unite to safeguard our homeland rather than stand in opposition." "As you wish, new chief," Magna replied, albeit hesitantly. To the wild men, titles such as Lord, Knight, and Nobleman are laden with hostility. It is in calling him chief that true submission is expressed. The terms offered by River Bay were exceedingly generous, far surpassing Magna's expectations. For the future of his tribe, the proud and valiant hunter Magna was willing to lead his people to submit under Julian's banner. Julian provided Magna and several other wild hunters from the Wolf Fong tribe with provisions for their return journey and gifted them a pouch of fine steel arrowheads. The 50 grease-soaked steel arrowheads made Magna's breath grow heavier with excitement. Such treasures, entirely absent in the wilderness, were sourced from the grand workshops of the southern realms. procured by Yulian from the armory of Rigolov. Ever since the last occasion when Yulian had cunningly persuaded Roman to procure 2 superior riding horses from Rigolov, the latter had strictly forbidden Yulian from approaching his livestock. However, the wealth of the Knight of the Banner was simply too abundant. Yulian was resolved to safeguard a portion of it, thus casting his eye upon Rigolov's arsenal. The iron arrowheads forged by the wild men were either too soft and prone to deformation or fragile and easily shattered, with some being inferior even to well-crafted bone arrowheads. The arrow bags of the wild men contained bear arrows for hunting bears and rabbit arrows for hunting rabbits, not out of specialization, but rather out of necessity and backwardness. Despite the tremendous power of the wild men's longbows, they required equally exquisite arrows to complement their strength. Arrowheads of excessively poor quality not only compromised shooting accuracy, but also shattered or deformed upon striking prey, significantly diminishing their lethality. The batch of fine steel arrowheads gifted by Yulian was sharp, sturdy, and capable of penetrating armor. Even when striking the hard bones of prey, they would not easily deform and could be reused. In the wilderness, this is a form of hard currency more valuable than gold and silver. Had the hunters of the Wolf-Tooth tribe been equipped with such steel arrows, Magna would have felt no urgency to migrate. He could have sustained his position for a while longer. Perhaps, by enduring a little longer, he might have weathered this wave of turmoil and protected his homeland. After bidding farewell to Bjorn and Magna, Yulian eagerly began to inventory supplies with Olivia, discussing procurement and making preparations in advance. The inclusion of the Wolf-Tooth tribe was both a pleasant surprise and an inevitable outcome. Once unrest arises in the wilderness, the weak must band together for survival. The wild folk have few allies to choose from. Only a handful occupy regions of absolute advantage, and they can unite to defend their homes. Smaller tribes like the Great Falls and Wolf-Tooth, surrounded by foreign clans, must seek external assistance. One can only imagine that to the north of the wolf-driving plain, countless tribes of wild folk, sharing similar fates with the Wolf-Tooth tribe, either hide deeper within the protective foothills, praying not to be discovered by outsiders, or venture away from the wolf-driving plain, exposing themselves to the gaze of the Empire. Leo also urged Bjorn to arrange for more manpower, closely monitor the movements in the wolf-driving plain, and strengthen communication between the 2 villages to confront the crisis together. A few days later, Leo received a message from Bjorn and immediately led a militia equipped with supplies, filling 15 horses and 15 pack donkeys, and set off towards the rocky hills to assist the migrating Wolf-Tooth tribe. Leo rode upon his steed, followed by a long line of supply wagons, resembling a small merchant caravan. From the forests on either side of the procession, there occasionally came sounds of whistles and howls, relayed by scouts from the Great Falls tribe, delivering reassuring news. The front half of the militia wielded axes and shovels, acting as pathfinders, clearing obstructive trees and shrubs, and leveling small inclines. While proper road construction was not feasible, even a slight improvement in the trail conditions would ease the return journey considerably. The backs of the horses and donkeys were laden with supplies, primarily consisting of pre-baked flatbreads, loaves of bread, and an assortment of cured meats. The meticulous Olivia had also prepared 3 large iron pots with stands, facilitating the militia's cooking. The 2 groups triumphantly reunited in the northern part of the Rocky Hills, and the appearance of the militia brought great joy to the weary, migrating tribe. Chapter 102. The River Bend has become a large village. The wild folk of the Wolf-Tooth tribe had never anticipated that Leo would come to their aid. They resembled a group of refugees seeking shelter from distant relatives, already grateful for their acceptance, and were utterly astonished to receive a warm welcome along the way. The wild folk even felt that the other party's eagerness for their inclusion surpassed their own. Leo was indeed eager. After all, these were wild folk hunters. Initially ambushing the Boer people, the 50 Basaka archers supported by the Great Falls tribe included a mix of the elderly, youths, and women, with true wild folk hunters constituting only 2/3 of the group. Such devastation accounted for a staggering 70% of the entire battle. The Wolf Fong tribe has unequivocally declared its readiness to provide 50 genuine savage hunters to join the militia of River Bay. When faced with the specter of life and death, the remaining Basakans are not incapable of grasping their bows and arrows. The migration caravan of the Wolf Fong tribe set forth from the northern side of the Rocky Hills, traversing over 100 miles along the foothills. Along the way, They endured several assaults from the boarmen and jackalmen, incurring manageable losses, yet the ordeal proved to be quite taxing. The attackers were small rogue tribes from nearby regions, and the mixed tribe of over 1,000 from the north did not pursue them. These diminutive tribes, numbering in the dozens or perhaps 100, dared not confront the 200 members of the Wolf Fong tribe directly. However, hunger compelled them to launch desperate attacks, attempting to exchange the lives of a few of their own for sustenance from the weak and elderly among the humans. In just over 100 miles, the physically robust savages found themselves utterly exhausted, their quivers running low, and some of the savage hunters began to stow their longbows, preparing to wield spears for the battles yet to come. Rio, well aware of the hardships of wilderness migration, could navigate the wilds as if it were a playground, traversing hundreds of miles with ease. Yet, the mere act of leading a group of the frail and elderly, along with some supplies, deep into the wilderness for just a few dozen miles could spell calamity. When the caravan of River Bay first journeyed from the western watchtower to the bay, the brief 30-mile trek nearly shattered the villagers. How much more daunting would be the rugged terrain of the wolf-driving plain? Moreover, the Wolf Fong tribe possessed little in the way of draft animals. All supplies were borne upon the shoulders of the able-bodied, with only a scant few human-drawn carts and wheelbarrows in the entire procession. The tumultuous wilderness left them no time to prepare provisions, and the Wolf Fong tribe lacked a military leader of the caliber of Julian. The arrival of the militia brought an end to the tribe's suffering. Carts were harnessed to donkeys, supplies were loaded onto the backs of horses, and abundant food was distributed among the savages, granting the hunters a moment to breathe. These savage hunters, while safeguarding their kin during the migration and serving as the front line of defense, also raced against time to hunt, ensuring the tribe would not face a crisis of starvation. It must be noted that the sense of community among the northerners is remarkably strong. Akin to the River Bay migration, the casualties among the young and able-bodied savages outweighed those of the elderly. The more formidable the hunter, the greater the wounds sustained. In the following miles, with the assistance of the militia, the journey proceeded with remarkable ease, without a single donkey cart overturning. Rio devised a reasonable itinerary for the migrating group, allowing ample rest for the elderly and weak among the savages, while the presence of 3 large iron pots ensured they could partake in hot meals. This terrain had already become the domain of River Bay, and the roving jackalmen and boarmen dared not venture forth lightly. The watchful calls of the savages echoed through the night, allowing everyone to enjoy a restful slumber. Ultimately, the migration caravan halted on a small hill opposite River Bay, separated from the lumber camp to the south by a narrow stream of about 10 meters. This is the resettlement area allocated by Julian to the Wolf Fong tribe, where timber processed at the lumber mill is continuously delivered, forming small hills in the cleared land that was previously logged. The 3 settlements are positioned like the points of a triangle, interconnected by small boats, maintaining close ties while remaining relatively independent. Julian had initially planned to construct a floating bridge across the river bend. However, at the market in Isenpaul, the exorbitant price of high-quality cables proved prohibitive, and the villagers' handmade hemp ropes failed to meet Julian's stringent requirements, thus postponing the project. Currently, the River Bend territory is home to over 300 individuals, the majority being Julian's kin and refugees from nearby villages, alongside several dozen locals from the vicinity of Isenpaul. Among them, the proportion of able-bodied young men barely constitutes half. The lumber camp employs over 100 workers, predominantly vigorous young men and a small number of healthy women. The Wolf Fong tribe comprises nearly 200 individuals, with young men also making up half of their number. These wild folk have spent years battling the savage tribes of the wilderness and rely on fishing and hunting for sustenance, rendering them exceptionally formidable. Collectively, the 3 settlements surpass 700 inhabitants, qualifying as a significant village, including the group of dog-headed creatures from the valley, who are competent laborers and exceptional miners. The population approaches the 1,000 mark. In the sparsely populated north, a permanent population exceeding 1,000 is considered a small town. Typically, natural villages in the north consist of 300 to 500 people, with smaller ones having as few as 100 or 200. Thus, exceeding 700 denotes a large village. A standard feudal knight's domain, defined as a village of 100 households, typically sustains a population between 400 and 700, barely sufficient to support a knight along with his squire and combat retinue. given the current state of Riverbend, barring any unforeseen circumstances. If all citizens diligently engage in mining, farming, hunting, and logging, they will not only sustain Julian as a knight, but also transform all 50 members of the 1st Militia Squad into full-time soldiers. When Count Frolov issues a call to arms, Julian will be able to lead his 2 knightly squires, Leo and Vich Ivan, who are not yet qualified, along with 50 armed retainers, and summon dozens or even hundreds of farmers to fight for his lord. In the ranks of the Horn Knights, this scale of force is considerable, even rivaling the standards of the Banner Knights. After all, the service requirements for Horn Knights include 1 knight, 2 squires, 10 armed soldiers, and 20 conscripted farmers. During combat, conscripted farmers or serfs rarely engage directly in battle, primarily acting as laborers or auxiliaries responsible for transporting supplies, repairing roads, and establishing camps, among other logistical services. There remains a distinction between the North and the South in this regard. Northerners tend to showcase their valor before equally matched adversaries, engaging in combat under the watchful eye of the war god Tyr. Fully armed knights and soldiers believe that unarmored serfs and commoners cannot be deemed warriors, but rather classified as spoils of war. The knights of the southern realm pay little heed to such matters. An excess of population is merely a burden to them, expendable without a second thought. Under the radiant light of the holy, conflicts should be embraced collectively. In certain provinces of the south, which have basked in comfort for centuries, noble lords frequently instigate wars over the ownership of a single rabbit. They are torn between the fear of losing their soldiers and the dread that their adversaries might unseat them. Thus it has become customary to dispatch only serfs in a battle, allowing the knights to charge forth with greater ease. Chapter 103, Scion of the Plains, the wealthiest of Rivervale. The astute Fae foresaw the arrival of the Wolf-Tooth tribe and promptly gathered a multitude of dogs, along with 3 deer and 5 baskets of iron ingots, to present her gifts to the Wolf-Tooth village. The wild hunters of the tribe, upon witnessing the formidable wave of dogs, nearly seized their longbows in alarm. However, accompanied by Leo, Fae felt no fear. Clad in her linen sack tunic and vibrant feathered attire, crowned with thorns, she strode confidently into the throng, proclaiming, "I, the clever Fae, king of the Knolls, bestow gifts upon the wild folk to forge a new neighborly bond." Whenever something novel emerged in Rivervale, she felt compelled to involve herself, as if seeking to elevate her social standing. Remarkably, this approach proved effective, at least for now. None in Rivervale regarded her as an ordinary Gnoll. It remains uncertain whether Fae is genuinely wise or merely pretends to be foolish, as she cannot abide praise. Any compliment she receives prompts her to return it tenfold. The village women fashioned tattered linen sacks into sleeveless tunics, selling them at a high price to Fae, who was praised for her exquisite appearance. Consequently, the entire Gnoll tribe donned the ragged linen tunics. Inspired by this, many villagers profited by trading various scraps with the Gnolls, amassing a handsome sum, while the Gnoll Valley became cluttered with an array of useless trinkets. Unbeknownst to them, this inadvertently strengthened the bond between the Gnolls and Rivervale. As villagers began to accept the Gnolls' presence as commonplace rather than harboring disdain and hostility, particularly after acquiring barrels of explosives, the Gnolls' mining operations accelerated tenfold. With surplus laborers erecting iron furnaces, gathering timber, and smelting iron ingots, significantly increasing production. Fae no longer confined her trading to iron ingots and ores for food. She also exchanged for fabrics, ropes, arrowheads, iron nails, and processed timber. She even employed artisans from Rivervale to construct houses and dams in the Gnoll Valley, thereby enhancing the living standards of her kin. Once the charcoal kiln in Rivervale was established, Fae was among the first to procure its products, intent on using high-quality charcoal to forge superior iron ingots for a better price. With control over both salt and iron mines, Fae, the Gnoll, subtly emerged as the wealthiest individual in Rivervale. Yuri Yin and Leo welcomed this development, actively supporting Fae's authority among the Gnolls, thereby solidifying her position as their leader. Fae, imbued with ideals and humanity, proved to be an exemplary neighbor and ally, alleviating a significant portion of their survival burdens. Should a ferocious and unruly Gnoll ascend to power, the nearby Gnoll Valley would instantly transform into a menace, echoing the increasingly tumultuous wilderness thereby creating a true predicament of internal and external strife. Although Magna had long learned of the gnolls' existence through Bjorn, witnessing them in person remained astonishing. When did the once feeble gnolls attain parity with humanity? The wildlings of the Wolf Fang tribe may not consume gnolls, yet when encountered in the wild, they would not hesitate to send an arrow their way, banishing these bothersome creatures from their hunting grounds. Faced with the gifts presented by Freya, Magna, being a newcomer, was reluctant to offend anyone and could only bow in gratitude. Expressing, "Clever Freya, king of the gnolls, I thank you for your generous offering." Freya, her ears tingling with delight, wagged her tail vigorously and exclaimed, "New neighbor, good friend, woof woof woof." She surveyed the abundant building materials scattered about Wolf Fang village, exuding the enthusiasm of a gracious host, eager to assist her neighbors in constructing their homes. Magna had no choice but to continue expressing his thanks. Leora interjected with a laugh, "Stop thanking her, or she might just propose a union." Indeed, Magna found himself startled, attempting to evade the affections of the wealthy gnoll. Unable to receive further accolades and gratitude, Freya reluctantly departed, but left behind dozens of robust gnolls, instructing them to assist the Wolf Fang tribe in clearing debris, transporting bricks, and handling the more laborious tasks suited to their strength. The construction team promised by Yulian also arrived, commencing the instruction of the wildlings on house building. The young men of Riverbend, through the endeavor of crafting their own homes, had amassed considerable construction experience, with many villagers advancing to the status of novice carpenters or stonemasons. The 50 villagers selected by Yulian were among the most capable. Compared to their clumsy and inexperienced selves during the initial construction of the Riverbend camp, the villagers now worked with remarkable ease and clear division of labor. A variety of tools danced in their hands, dazzling the wildlings. The lever and pulley systems pondered by Leora were successfully implemented on the construction site, significantly reducing labor demands. Heavy timber and stone, aided by pulleys, ropes, and cranes, seemed to glide through the air of the camp, effortlessly placed in their designated positions. Freya also demonstrated 2 explosive charges, assisting the Wolf Fang tribe in blasting apart boulders, causing even the wildlings to regard the gnolls with altered expressions. Some would instinctively bow upon encountering the bustling Freya. The construction of Wolf Fang village progressed swiftly and efficiently, as if assembling building blocks, with each day presenting a new visage. Whether it was Riverbend Camp, the Lumber Camp, or Wolf Fang Camp, all were constructed by Yulian in accordance with the regulations of a miniature imperial military camp. The current state of the Orlandese Empire resembled that of a once mighty Roman Empire in decline and fragmentation. The economies and cultures of the 3 realms had all experienced varying degrees of deterioration. Yet, the centuries of prosperity had left a rich legacy for posterity. For instance, the comprehensive methods of military training, the scientifically structured barracks, the meticulous process of fortress construction, and the manufacturing of substantial siege and defense machinery are all knowledge even a junior officer like Yulian has mastered. Naturally, this is a fundamental requirement for the soldiers of the Empire, yet higher-ranking commanders often find themselves less familiar with these essentials. While the ordinary soldiers of the Imperial Standing Army may not serve beyond the age of 40, those at the level of Imperial soldiers differ significantly. Some seasoned veterans, with graying hair and diminished agility, remain stationed in the barracks. This is due to their extensive mastery of military expertise, rendering them indispensable assets to the military establishment. The garrison at Wind God Fortress is among the elite forces of the Empire's standing army, boasting a rich and long-standing military tradition. The Imperial soldiers stationed here are not merely reliant on brute strength. They regularly undergo training and assessments, attending fundamental military and cultural courses, ensuring they can at least recognize certain Imperial scripts, comprehend basic military documents, understand various commands from their leaders, and grasp the essentials of soldier training and military engineering. Such talents may require further honing to ascend to the rank of Night Lord, yet they are more than sufficient to serve as village heads, militia leaders, bandit chiefs, or foremen. The encampment overseen by Yulian, while not as stringent as the Imperial barracks, possesses formidable defensive capabilities while also catering to the needs of daily life. Strong walls, watchtowers, and gates stand alongside essential facilities such as communal kitchens, wells, latrines, bathhouses, and warehouses, all meticulously planned and orderly. The wild folk of the Wolf-Tooth tribe had only recently resided in ancestral thatched huts, and they had never encountered such a sophisticated settlement. The thought that this would become their future home filled the new residents with vigor and a profound sense of belonging. This sense of belonging was particularly palpable among the wolf-toothed wild folk upon discovering a newly constructed ancestral temple at the River Bay encampment, where their revered ancestor, Basaka, was honored. The psychological barrier between the wild folk and the villagers of River Bay dissipated instantly, leading them to regard one another as kin. However, troubling news soon emerged. The northern mixed tribal faction had been dispatching raiding parties and began migrating southward. They had already absorbed the remnants of the wild boar men from the craggy hills and were temporarily encamped at their lairs. It is anticipated that once the food supply in the vicinity of the craggy hills is depleted, this expanding tribe will continue its advance in search of new plunder. Chapter 104. Taking the initiative. Bjorn, responsible for monitoring the north, arrived at River Bay to confer with Leo and others regarding military affairs. The tribal leaders Julian, Magna, and Fiza gathered around the fire pit to hear Bjorn's report. According to current intelligence, this tribe would soon descend southward. The walls of the lumber camp had already been erected, providing a solid first line of defense. But the walls of the Wolf-Tooth encampment were still in the foundational stages and likely would not be completed in time. The abilities of the gnolls are markedly primitive. They lack sufficient ranged and siege weaponry and are not adept swimmers. As long as we fortify the river bend and the logging camp, supporting one another, we can exhaust them into submission. Urian remarked, I am in contact with the lords in the vicinity. If we can hold out for 2 or 3 days, the neighboring knights will rally to our aid. What did Elder Zolwyn say? Bjorn inquired. Rest assured, the Great Falls are deeply concealed, unsuitable for a large-scale assault. Even if the gnolls discover our position, they will not foolishly attack, he replied. However, we cannot afford to prolong this conflict. Losing our hunting grounds equates to losing our source of sustenance. The river bend has stockpiled a considerable amount of provisions. We could transport a batch to the Great Falls to help you endure this period. As they deliberated, both Magna and Bjorn felt a sense of relief. The gnolls may be numerous, yet their own forces are not insignificant. Studying the rudimentary map, Urian's expression turned grave as he declared, we must not allow them to cross the Anzino River from the north. Once they enter the River Bend Peninsula, regardless of the outcome, the cultivated fields will be trampled, and the freshly sown seeds will fail to thrive. Both Bjorn and Magna, being tribes of fishers and hunters, did not fully grasp Urian's emphasis on the significance of the farmland, yet they refrained from voicing any dissent, only nodding in silence. This was not difficult to comprehend. The farmland of the River Bend equates to the hunting grounds of the wild folk, serving as a primary source of nourishment. Should the hunting grounds fall to the gnolls, with game consumed and fields ravaged, even a victory would render the year exceedingly arduous. The River Bend also possesses iron mines and timber yards, facilitating external trade for sustenance, while the wild folk are confined to the forest. One could surmise that the wild folk's fate would be far more dire, yet they have long grown accustomed to such hardships. Listening to the ongoing discourse, Leo remained silent until he suddenly interjected, Who says we must fight here? We can retreat and strike back. The others exchanged glances, and Bjorn hesitantly responded, But they have 1,000 men, possibly more now. How can we engage them? Leo rose, grinning. Did we not gain valuable experience from our last encounter? We can replicate that strategy. The River Bend can field 100 infantry. The kobolds can provide 100 crossbowmen, and the Basakans can send 100 archers, forming a regular contingent of 300. As long as we avoid a direct confrontation with the gnolls, our chances of success are substantial. Each gnoll hunting party consists of only about 100 members. Roaming our hunting grounds, we can leverage our home field advantage, capturing a few parties and consuming them, then set an ambush as we did previously. Once we inflict significant casualties on the gnolls and diminish their morale, we can deliver a decisive blow. Thus, we can preserve our farmland and hunting grounds while simultaneously bolstering our spirits. It is foreseeable that the threats facing the River Bend are not limited to this singular mixed tribe of gnolls. Passive defense, while ensuring victory, will also incur considerable losses. Moreover, with each subsequent defense, once, twice, thrice, our morale will erode and our hearts will disperse. The River Bend will cease to be our homeland and instead become a hunting ground for foreign invaders. Only by striking out can we establish the illustrious reputation of the River Bay, thus deterring our foes from further incursions. Moreover, We possess a secret weapon. I have spoken my piece. Who is in agreement? Who opposes? Bjorn was the first to rise, grasping Leo's arm firmly, and declared in a grave tone, I concur. The Basakans are no cowards. We must defend not only our homeland and hunting grounds, but also our honor and glory. By the war, God above, we shall strike forth. Just as we did last time. Magna, succinct in his words, stood and clasped Leo's hand, issuing a low command. Basaka, the Northerners invoked the name of their ancestors. A declaration that bore more weight than merely calling upon the war god. It was a profound affirmation of Leo's leadership. Fish a little mouse. And Olivia gazed at Leo's confident visage, embracing one another with eyes alight with fervor. Leo mondo ruthless Harashao. Clever and brave. Woof woof. Julian regarded Leo with an unusual glimmer in his eyes, nodding incessantly. As an officer, he may not possess extensive theoretical knowledge or understand the nuances between maneuver warfare, guerrilla tactics, and positional combat, yet his mind was far more agile than that of the wild hunters who knew only to defend their homes and attack their enemies. Deep down, he shared Leo's inclination for proactive engagement, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain and striking unexpectedly to gain local superiority, systematically annihilating the Wolfkin's forces and gradually dismantling the opposition. Though his thoughts were not as clearly articulated as Leo's and still formed slowly in his mind, they were nevertheless aligned with Leo's sentiments. In truth, whether they were wildlings, outsiders, or even many Imperial knights, most had never encountered genuine warfare in their lives and lacked the education to understand basic military principles. Their martial abilities generally remained at the level of rural brawls. Many lords appeared formidable, often leading a band of soldiers and serfs to challenge neighboring villages. Yet in reality, they lacked the capacity to command a militia across 100 miles, much less engage in guerrilla warfare. Such organizational ineptitude, in later times, would scarcely qualify one for the role of a squad leader, yet it was a prevalent reality of this era. Leo's proposed troop strength was, in fact, a rather conservative estimate. The combat units of River Bay far exceeded 300. The displaced lumberjacks, the young and old wildlings, and the goblin miners could all take up arms for battle, effectively doubling their numbers. Although they lacked armor and bore rudimentary weapons, and their physical and mental fortitude fell short of regular troops, if pushed to the limit, they could still wield spears and thrust them into the chests of their enemies. Julian, however, was not as compassionate as Leo, constantly preoccupied with the well-being of the weak. To him, how could the frail grow into strength without enduring battles and sacrificing lives? Julian rose to summarize. In light of this, let us proceed as Leo suggests. Each party shall contribute no less than 100 warriors, with greater numbers being preferable, and under Leo's full command. We shall vanquish this pack of Wolfkin and present their leader's head as a sacrificial offering at the ancestral temple. Yes, chief. Yes, chief. With the call to arms echoing. The construction at He1 was largely halted, and even the remaining spring sowing was hastily concluded, with only 200 acres of farmland planted. Aside from the leader, who remained with the villagers to conduct essential irrigation and fertilization, all activities beyond the camp came to a standstill as the villagers huddled within, granting themselves a brief respite. Leo, accompanied by 100 fully armed He1 infantrymen, 100 refugees wielding spears, axes, and pickaxes and burdened with crossbows, awaited the arrival of secret weapons and over 100 Basaka archers, alongside more than 100 goblin crossbowmen, before embarking towards the stony hills. Chapter 105. The Mixed Forces of He1. The 100 He1 infantrymen comprised the entire 1st and 2nd squads of the He1 militia, all well-trained and uniformly equipped. The former had seen extensive battlefield experience, their combat skills and psychological resilience having reached the caliber of regular infantry. They had long ceased to engage in labor, becoming full-time soldiers tasked solely with the patrol and defense of He1, as well as routine drills. Thus, they could no longer be regarded as mere militia. They were now formally organized forces of the Lord. Each infantryman donned identical double-layered fur armor, draped in bearskin cloaks or wolf-skin shoulder guards, with sturdy bee-skin war boots and coarse fabric bindings around their legs. Furthermore, embedded within the fur armor were large, simply hammered, curved iron plates, providing substantial protection against the majority of arrows and blade attacks. As the wild men of the Great Waterfall grew increasingly familiar with the He-Wan domain, a significant stock of beast pelts was exchanged for food. These premium wild animal pelts were meticulously collected by Yulian, none being sold, but all transformed into robust armor, adorning the He-Wan infantry. In addition, each He-Wan soldier wielded a 1-meter-long, thick-bladed iron sword, a double-layered wooden round shield measuring 1 meter in diameter and an inch thick, with each carrying 3 heavy throwing spears. Some infantrymen even preferred to carry 1 or 2 small hand axes or daggers at their waists, lacking only metal helmets. The equipment of the He-Wan infantry met the standards of the Empire's regular soldiers. The He-Wan infantry no longer equipped slings or crossbows. Several battles had demonstrated that the lethality provided by slings and crossbows was subpar and conflicted with the use of throwing spears, significantly increasing the infantry's burden. Hence, aside from during patrols, the He-Wan soldiers ceased to bear slings and crossbows, focusing instead on throwing spears and engaging in close combat with swords and shields. Previously, they had no choice but to utilize whatever was available. Now, with updated weaponry and an expanded force, they could embark on a path of specialization. The discarded crossbows and slings were allocated to 100 refugees. Since their integration into He-Wan, they had undergone regular combat training and crossbow shooting practices, though they had yet to experience actual combat. Leo did not anticipate these refugees to exhibit valor in battle, but at the very least, they could provide some degree of fire support on the battlefield under the cover of the infantry. Moreover, amidst the chaos of battle, they also engage in the excavation of trenches and traps, as well as the construction of barricades and walls. Yulian shares this sentiment, believing it far more beneficial for them to witness the brutal realities of warfare than to linger idly at the lumber camp, where they might seize the opportunity to sow discord. In contrast, the goblin crossbowmen, led by Faisa, exhibit a superior level of skill and combat prowess compared to the destitute archers. Clad in linen tunics, they utilize slings as belts and bear disproportionately large crossbows along with 3 hefty throwing spears. Faisa refers to these goblin marksmen as the Goblin Elite Guards, chosen from among the finest goblin warriors. Goblins possess remarkable digestive capabilities, seemingly gaining weight in proportion to what they consume. Under Faisa's meticulous care, providing them with 2 daily meals of wheat and meat, many previously frail goblin miners have transformed into muscular warriors capable of formidable feats. Some goblins, whose days revolve around eating, mining, and fighting, can gain as much as 15 kilograms of muscle in a month, and their previously stagnant growth in height appears to be experiencing a second surge. Though the stature of the Goblin Elite Guards remains diminutive, their limbs exhibit tremendous strength, enabling them to draw back the formidable crossbows meant for boarmen and throw spears akin to the infantry of Riverbend. A crossbow with a 1-meter span appears rather colossal in the hands of these goblins, whose average height is merely 1 meter 30, yet they wield it with surprising efficacy. Their short frames may prevent them from fully drawing the longbows of the wild men or even the hunting shortbows of Riverbend villagers. Yet they adeptly handle the modified foot crossbows. Many of these foot crossbows have succumbed to the brute force of the goblins, prompting Faisa to devise a method for crafting a new batch, reinforcing them with wrought iron bars while simultaneously increasing their draw weight. Furthermore, the close combat abilities of the Goblin Elite Guards should not be underestimated. With arms as robust as a human's thigh, a well-placed uppercut can effortlessly shatter a human jaw or other vital areas, especially when augmented by iron weaponry. Regrettably, despite Faisa's diligent efforts to organize and train them, the goblins struggle to maintain formation during combat, often appearing disordered and chaotic. Their thrown spears and crossbow bolts are scattered indiscriminately, with the spoils of battle claimed by whoever is quickest. In the fray, they engage in skirmishes among themselves, unbound by any semblance of discipline, rolling about and employing their limbs freely in whatever manner they find comfortable. Fortunately, their rate of fire, accuracy, and agility on the battlefield far surpass that of human crossbowmen, compensating for their lack of intelligence and discipline. The Goblin Elite Guards excel in traversing rugged terrain and concealing themselves within the vast forests. Their senses significantly sharper than those of humans, allowing them to detect danger well in advance. Their thick golden fur provides ample warmth, enabling them to burrow into tree hollows and endure a frigid night. In dire circumstances, they can subsist on tree bark, insect eggs, and bugs to survive. Their will to fight, however, is often feeble, making them prone to retreat when faced with the casualties of their comrades or the ferocity of the enemy, sometimes even surrendering on the spot. Thus, they tend to follow the main forces, engaging only in favorable skirmishes. Upon the counsel of Leo, Fraser also undertook targeted training for the Knoll bodyguards, honing their strengths while mitigating their weaknesses, transforming them into elite wilderness scouts, adept rangers of their kind, and striving to evade close-quarter combat. Had the initial River Bay pioneering caravan encountered such a guerrilla force of Knolls, the subsequent tales would have never unfolded. Nevertheless, both the human crossbowmen and the Knoll archers served as auxiliary troops. It was the Basaka longbowmen, gathered from the Great Falls and Wolfang tribes, who constituted the principal offensive might upon the battlefield. The majority of them were robust, youthful hunters, with only a handful of valiant gray-haired elders and exceptional young men and women among them. Years of carnivorous sustenance had rendered their physiques more formidable than the infantry of River Bay, with exceptionally long arms and powerful limbs capable not only of drawing immense longbows, but also of strangling wolves and leopards with their bare hands. The Basaka longbowmen donned various forms of leather armor, adorned with helmets shaped like bears, tigers, or wolves, and their necks and arms were embellished with trophies of bravery, claws of bears, fangs of tigers, and teeth of wolves, all symbols of primal hunting achievements. They bore longbows of varying sizes, each no less than 150 pounds in draw weight, wielding hunting bone spears or two-handed axes, with quivers at their waists containing heavy arrows the thickness of a finger. After River Bay began producing adequate iron ingots, they also acquired their own Fletcher. While the sharp iron arrowheads lacked the quality of the fine steel heads produced in the southern forges, they were undoubtedly superior to those made of beast fangs, bronze, or wood. These iron heads, armed to the Basaka archers, complemented their heavy longbows, enabling them to pierce the bodies of any medium-sized prey from a distance and to deliver lethal blows to formidable beasts such as grizzly bears and saber-toothed tigers at close range. The most striking aspect of the entire troop, however, was the secret weapon spoken of by Leo. Chapter 106, The Eve of the Final Battle. At the rear of the formation, 15 colossal ogres lumbered along, causing the wild folk to frequently glance back, fearing that at any moment the gaping maw of one might appear at the nape of their necks. The towering Magner seemed a mere sprout in their presence. As the ogres marched, the ground trembled beneath them, each shouldering a massive club as thick and long as an adult's torso. Yet, such clubs served merely as their one-handed weapons. The corpulent and clumsy ogres were unaccustomed to wielding weapons with both hands, for the other was often needed to grasp an enemy and shove them into their mouths, lest they be snatched by a comrade. On the first day of the march, one ogre, unable to withstand his hunger, seized a cargo donkey and, with a single pull, tore it apart, shoving the pieces into his mouth with fervor. The ogre chief, Krog, felt immense embarrassment, delivering resounding slaps to his kin's faces, while the robust head angrily scolded them. The withered one took the opportunity to gnaw on the donkey's ribs. Mistakes among the kin warranted reprimand, yet with the donkeys so close, how could one resist? Thus, Leo found it necessary to remain vigilantly nearby, providing sustenance to the two-headed ogres to prevent their eyes from drifting towards the caravan's livestock or even the soldiers themselves. Observing the gluttonous ogres, whose mouths seemed to perpetually feast as they walked, Leo felt an overwhelming desire to charge them directly into the stony hills, hoping for mutual annihilation between the 15 ogres and 1,000 foes. Krog, filled with profound shame, consoled Leo while continuing to eat. "We possess great strength, are robust. Fear not death, and shall aid you in battle without demanding wages." Prior to their arrival, Leo had offered the ogres a remarkably generous salary to entice their participation in the conflict. Each ogre, indeed, was not only relieved of the burden of meals during the war, but would also receive 20 bags of wheat as recompense once the fighting ceased. If the ogres were to be frugal, consuming only half a bag of wheat a day, the wages Leo had promised would sustain them for an entire month. For such a lucrative reward, Krog had brought his entire family along, dragging the whole tribe into the fray. At this juncture, Leo found it hard to believe their claims of not wanting wages. What if they turned hostile from hunger? Hence, he urged, you should still accept wages. Just eat a little less for now. Take a break, take a break. Krog raised the linen sack in his hand, tilted his head back, and poured the last remnants of food into his mouth before regretfully folding the sack neatly and returning it to Leo. "No more for now. We'll eat again at dinner." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Leo and sniffed the rear of the mount he was riding, startling the steed, which swiftly darted away with Leo in tow. "The horse smells delightful. I long to feast upon it. But not now. I shall wait until nightfall to indulge." As Leo struggled to calm the startled mount, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. "It is already evening, for heaven's sake." After 2 days of arduous travel, the mixed troop of over 400 finally established camp in the valley where the wild boars had previously been ambushed. The carcasses of the wild boars had long since vanished, yet the remnants of battle lingered. The deep pits that Freya had excavated remained visible, now transformed into small pools of water. Scouts from the wild folk had already relayed news of the enemy movements in the stony hills. Since Leo had orchestrated a successful ambush that decimated the main force of the wild boars, they had drastically reduced their hunting range, retreating into the stony hills and remaining concealed. However, in the wilderness, merely hiding like a turtle does not guarantee survival. While Leo refrained from seeking trouble, the wolfmen sought out. Following a brief yet fierce siege, the beleaguered wild boars swiftly surrendered. The remaining boars, numbering fewer than 100, along with their kin from the north and several small goblin tribes, became vassals of the wolfmen. Faced with the overwhelming numerical superiority of the wolfmen, the wild boars and goblins could not resist and were enslaved, forced to gather and hunt on behalf of their captors. Should they fail to provide sufficient food, their own kin would be sacrificed to make up the shortfall. The jackal wolves were far from idle. Several hundred of them, divided into 5 or 6 groups, led by various chieftains, took turns to launch assaults, conquering and purging the diverse tribes and beast lairs concealed within the rocky hills. This expanse of stony terrain, coupled with the forested sea extending southward to the Anzinu River and the majestic mountains under the Great Barrier, spanned over 2,000 square kilometers. In a previous era, this would be comparable to the size of a county, capable of sustaining tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of inhabitants. However, the tribes of the wilderness relied solely on fishing, hunting, and gathering, perpetually engaged in mutual slaughter, resulting in a sparse population. Aside from the previously dominant Boorman tribe, many small groups hid within the river valleys, caves, and basins, struggling to survive with caution. These included herds of 30 or so unicorn wild boars, packs of 40 to 50 wolves, or clusters of 60 to 70 dog-headed beings. There were also smaller yet more numerous groups of hyenas, bison, grizzly bears, saber-toothed tigers, and moose, scattered throughout the forests in countless numbers. In the past, the wild denizens, foreign tribes, and beasts subsisted on one another, maintaining a relative population balance. However, the advent of the jackal wolves shattered this equilibrium. Hardly any small clan could withstand the onslaught of the jackal wolf hunting parties, even if they managed to fend off an attack. It would merely attract more hunting teams. Everyone understood that once the jackal wolves consumed these diminutive groups, their gaze would shift further afield to the riverbends. According to reports from wild scouts, 2 to 3 hunting parties always roamed the wilds, while the remainder remained in their lairs to protect their kin and captives. At present, a hunting party of over 100 jackal wolves prowled nearby, encircling a herd of bison. Magnus seized his hunting bone spear, stepping forward with a cold resolve, declaring, "This pack of jackal wolves is mine. The Wolf-Fong tribe shall use the blood of this hunting party as a gift for joining the river band." Leo hesitated, suggesting, "Shouldn't we go together?" In his view, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, especially when faced with the ferocity of jackal wolves. In warfare, numbers count, and dividing forces recklessly would be unwise. Bjorn interjected, "There's no need. I will accompany them while you prepare the battlefield here. This side is more crucial." After contemplating, Leo could only nod in agreement. In contrast to Magna, who sought to showcase the valor of the Basakans, Bjorn was more meticulous and had participated in the previous battle. Comprehending Leo's tactics, though unspoken, Leo grasped his intent. This valley was less than 10 miles from the Boorman's lair, although shielded by the wild scouts. It would soon be discovered by the jackal wolves. While the jackal wolves might not ascertain the number of individuals hiding in the valley, they would undoubtedly charge in for an initial assault to gauge their strength. The proactive lure of the enemy and the hasty defense against them are entirely different concepts. Leo aimed to prepare the battlefield before the Wurgs could discover their presence, transforming the foreign terrain into a familiar one. Chapter 107. Annihilation of the Wurg hunting party. Bjorn united with his kin and Magnar's tribe, traversing mountains to confront the Wurgs. In a direct confrontation, 100 Basaka longbowmen would only slightly surpass 100 Wurgs in strength. However, in an ambush, the Basaka archers would secure advantageous positions, unleashing a barrage of arrows before the Wurgs could close in, inflicting substantial casualties. Leo harbored no fears of defeat for the wild tribes. His concern lay solely with excessive losses. The two tribes were already under his influence. Even if they were reluctant to yield, they remained allies. Their warriors were effectively Leo's own. A fervent strategist in his past life, he always pursued minimal losses in any game he played. Losing a single scout in a barbaric simulation was painful, and the death of a swordsman would compel him to reload. Now, with real lives at stake, he could not afford losses. Ideally, there would be no conflict at all, with no enemies to confront, allowing Leo and his kin to focus on agriculture and advance to modernity, while directing the infantry and the commoners to hastily construct fortifications and dig trenches and traps. Leo inquired of Phaisa, "What are your great knoll?" The so-called Great Knoll was the word gifted by the ogre to Phaisa. She refused to acknowledge the Wurg as a knoll, thus redefining its kind. This Wurg, bound by heavy chains, had only shown itself twice before vanishing entirely. Leo was uncertain whether it was due to Phaisa's inability to tame it, or if it had seized the opportunity to escape. Phaisa, supervising the gnolls as they crafted explosives, casually replied, "It went home to see its mother." Leo, incredulous, responded, "So you simply let it go? What else could I do?" Phaisa retorted. Leo found himself at a loss. It was Phaisa's decision, and if no harm was done, that was the best outcome. Noticing Leo's silence, Phaisa asserted confidently, "It will return. It is the Great Knoll, my kin." As she spoke, Phaisa approached a knoll engaged in creating gunpowder, seizing a handful of the mixed powder and bringing it to her nose for a whiff, scolding angrily, "Fool! Fool! Too little yellow, too much black." The knoll, chastised, hung its head in despair, nearly despondent. Phaisa then moved to another knoll, taking a handful of powder, sniffing it with satisfaction. "Excellent. The quality is pure." The process by which Phaisa invented the explosive barrels was remarkably simple. She first pilfered the gunpowder formula from Leo, successfully concocting black powder and igniting fireworks in the Knoll Valley. Gifted with an extraordinary sense of smell, she could discern the components of the gunpowder, adjusting the ratios of materials according to the emitted aroma to achieve the optimal blend. She possesses even more and purer niter and sulfur, along with ample time to conduct her experiments. Within just a few days, the potency of her gunpowder surpassed that of Leo's prototypes. While storing the prepared black powder in barrels, an unfortunate mishap caused an explosion, revealing an entirely new realm of possibilities. Thus, the explosive barrel was born. Currently, Phaisa has commenced research into the granulation of gunpowder to enhance its moisture resistance and stability. However, the urgency of war necessitates that Phaisa still employs gunpowder in its powdered form. This powdered gunpowder proves cumbersome to transport and store, particularly in the careless hands of the canine soldiers, where a mere slip could send them soaring into the sky. Consequently, Leo advised Phaisa to carry niter, sulfur, and charcoal separately, mixing them on the battlefield as needed. The canine artificer in Phaisa's employ lacks both skill and dedication in concocting gunpowder, requiring her constant supervision. A barrel, the size of a human head, is secured with 3 iron hoops, filled with irregular iron balls the size of grapes, and packed with gunpowder before being sealed with a lid. Some of the canines even contemplated shaking the barrel to mix the gunpowder, only to be promptly deterred by Phaisa, who lashed them with her whip, eliciting their anguished cries. At this moment, Leo wisely chose to keep his distance. After a day's work, Bjorn and Magna returned to camp, albeit with a few minor injuries. Magna proudly tossed a werewolf's head before Leo and proclaimed, "At least 100 werewolves, all annihilated. Not a single one escaped." The werewolf's head, grotesquely adorned with flesh and menacing fangs, was far larger than Leo had envisioned. Its neck severed, the blood drained, revealing bundles of robust muscle. Leo hastily inquired about their casualties. "We lost 9 men, and about 10 were injured," came the reply. Leo's gaze scanned the returning Basaka archers. noting that more than 20 bore bandages, those capable of wielding weapons, were evidently not included in Magna's count of the injured. The so-called injured, according to Magna, were those being carried back on stretchers. The extent of the casualties weighed heavily on Leo's heart, yet he concealed his discomfort and instead boisterously praised, "Well done." The god of war bears witness to the valor of the Basaka. With Leo's approval, Magna and the newly allied tribesmen breathed a sigh of relief, their spirits soaring. Once the tribesmen dispersed, Bjorn quietly recounted the details of the battle to Leo. Over 100 Basaka archers lay in ambush in a valley against an equal number of werewolves, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows. Within 10 breaths, more than half of the werewolves fell in their charge, while the remaining fled in disarray. However, fearing that the fleeing werewolves might alert others, Magna had preemptively dispatched hunters to intercept them, which inevitably led to a series of small-scale, close-quarter skirmishes. The ferocity and strength of the Wurgs are truly revealed in close combat. The primary force consists of Wurg barbarian warriors, each towering over the wildling hunters. Their muscles even more robust, comparable to those of the canine sergeants of Feisha. The inherent musculature and dense fur of these Wurgs provide formidable defense, further augmented by many of them donning bear or tiger pelts and wielding heavy round shields, enabling them to endure the onslaught of arrows. Armed with hefty flails or chain maces, only a few resort to lighter weaponry. The remaining Wurg hunters possess physical attributes that rival those of the riverbank infantry. However, clad only in a short leather skirt devoid of armor for protection and wielding bows and short spears, they easily succumb to the arrows of the Besaker longbowmen, losing a significant portion of their ranks. A clash ensues between dozens of Wurg barbarian warriors and hunters against the wildling hunters tasked with intercepting them. After suffering further fatalities, they finally engage the wildling hunters face to face, igniting a brutal melee. The wildling hunters exhibit formidable prowess in close quarters, yet lacking shields and battle training. They quickly find themselves embroiled in chaos. No matter how robust their physiques, they cannot withstand the blunt force of a flail or chain mace. Thus, even with a numerical advantage, they can only exchange lives. Ultimately, 9 hunters perish, and 15 sustain severe injuries, culminating in a complete annihilation of their adversaries. Leo would dare assert that had the riverbank infantry been present to hold the line, the casualties would not have been so grievous. Indeed, with a numerical superiority, they might have emerged unscathed. Yet, such thoughts must remain unspoken, concealed from these wildlings who value martial prowess above life itself. Chapter 108. Having consumed one group, another remains. The wildlings not only return with the severed heads of the Wurgs, but also with their equipment and spoils. The tiger and bear pelts adorning the Wurg barbarian warriors, as long as they are not excessively tattered, are stripped away and bundled together by the wildlings. Iron implements are also collected. Though their quality is subpar, their abundance allows for them to be transported back to the riverbank for resmelting. Additionally, there are the carcasses of a dozen northern bison and freshly stripped bison hides, marking a considerable bounty. These muscular, fierce herbivores are not typically provoked by the wildlings, who prefer to hunt solitary brown bears and saber-toothed tigers. Only the mindless Wurgs, driven by a relentless urge to hunt, dare to organize their efforts against the bison. The Wurg hunting party drives the northern bison into a valley, persistently harassing and intimidating them, forcing them to run until they exhaust their strength, even to the point of cardiac failure, before moving in for the kill. This method was employed by Julian, who led the militia to encircle a herd of northern bison, producing jerky and tents. Amassing the resources for a migration of 1,000 miles, Leo accepts the bison carcasses as provisions for his troops, while distributing all the bison hides, along with the bear and tiger pelts, to the wildlings as a reward for their valiant efforts in battle. Regrettably, the proximity to the craggy hills necessitates discretion, preventing the army from lighting a fire, forcing them to continue subsisting on their rations. The Ogre Battalion of Kroger holds a distinct advantage, consuming their food raw without regard for its preparation. Leo expresses a profound longing for Freya. Just a few pieces of flatbread and a compliment can motivate him to labor for an entire day. She embodies the essence of energy conservation and emission reduction. After a brief respite, another pack of wolfmen appears within the scouts' line of sight. As is customary, the wild men are tasked with the assault, Yet Leo sends 50 Riverbend infantry to assist them in holding the front line. Fraser seeks to join the fray, but her proposal is met with disregard by the others. Given the current discipline of the dog-headed folk, there is a genuine fear that once they penetrate the forest, they may slip away under Fraser's absence, preferring to return to their mining endeavors over combat and hunting. The 50 Riverbend infantry, once the first squad of the militia, venture into the woods under the command of Deputy Commander Vich. Vich is not known as Vich by birth. Much like the northern folk who do not call the great man Norv, no one would refer to him simply as Vich. His full name is Antonius Durdanovich. Antonius is his father's name, while Durder is a lengthy and complex term in the local dialect meaning young calf, with Vich serving merely as a suffix. Thus, Vich's full name translates to the young calf of the Antonius family. This name is rather obscure in the rural north, leading villagers to opt for the simpler suffix when addressing him. This illustrates the importance of simplicity in naming. Leo and his late father Mondo possess names that, when combined, yield fewer letters than many single names. Mondo's little lion is easily memorable for anyone. Brown-haired Vich is 2 years older than Leo. He is reserved and composed, exhibiting a level of calm rationality uncommon among his peers. Yet he is not devoid of courage. Like Leo, he is among the promising prot-gs nurtured by Julian. Should Julian ascend to knighthood, Leo and Vich would serve as his esteemed squires. During a prior encounter with bandits, Vich stood atop the wooden structure of the Great Hall with the militia's reserve crossbowmen, engaging the marauders directly and drawing much of the fire, thereby granting the villagers precious time to escape. He has also overseen the military training of the second squad of militia and the vagabonds. Each time Leo departs, it is implicitly understood that Vich will manage the militia, and thus far, no issues have arisen. In comparison to Leo, Ivan, who is a year older, appears considerably more juvenile, akin to the contrast between an adult worker and a university student. The inclusion of the Riverbend infantry does not sit well with Magna, who exhibits a hint of disdain, yet he must acquiesce to orders. Conversely, Bjorn is more cautious, his tribe is weaker, and he has witnessed the formidable defensive capabilities of the Riverbend infantry shield formation. Rather than engaging in a direct confrontation with his kin and the Wolfmen, he preferred to command the archers, shooting with abandon from behind the impenetrable shield wall of the infantry, thereby maximizing the inherent advantages of the wildlings. Prior to entering the fray, the performance of the River Bay infantry was indeed less than satisfactory, when compared to the nimble wildlings who traversed the rugged forests with ease. The farmer-born infantrymen of River Bay appeared rather clumsy, moving at less than half the speed of their wildling counterparts. Indeed, even the elderly and young among the wildlings outpaced them. When faced with a brook exceeding 5 meters in width, the River Bay infantry had to consider a detour, while the wildlings, regardless of age or gender, leapt effortlessly across it. Climbing a small cliff several meters high, the wildlings scrambled up with agility akin to that of monkeys, whereas the River Bay infantry required tools or the assistance of comrades. In their attempts to keep pace with the wildlings, some fell behind, stumbled, and became lost in the thickets. This only deepened Magna's disdain to the point where he contemplated abandoning them. However, Bjorn restrained him, urging him to exercise patience and personally leading the way to guide the lost infantrymen back to the group. After 2 hours of rapid marching, they finally reached the ambush point, narrowly arriving before the Wolfmen's hunting party. Once the battle commenced, the River Bay infantry's performance left Magna utterly astounded. Under Vich's command, the shield wall formed by the infantry effectively blocked the Wolfmen's advance, exposing them to a relentless barrage of arrows. The heavy flails and chain hammers wielded by the Wolfmen struck against the infantry's shields with a thunderous impact, yet failed to shatter them as anticipated. The shields of the River Bay infantry had long since evolved from the rudimentary thin wooden planks they once were. Initially, the shields, lacking iron materials and crafted by inept artisans, scarcely bore a few iron nails, rendering them capable of only minimal defense against arrows and light slashes, merely serving to intimidate the bandits and nomads lurking along migratory paths. Even the short spears of goblins could breach them, causing them to splinter under heavy assault. Now, the shields were constructed from half-inch layers of oak and pine, fastened together with iron rivets and bars, forming a double-layered, thick wooden round shield. Some infantrymen, under certain conditions, even covered their shields with a layer of hide. The front half-inch of soft pine significantly mitigated the kinetic energy of enemy attacks, protecting the wrists of the infantrymen. The rear half-inch of robust oak was sufficiently resilient to withstand the majority of heavy blows. Attacks from arrows and swords could only penetrate the soft pine layer, leaving merely shallow marks on the hard oak beneath. A standard round shield of this kind weighed a formidable 15 kilograms, resembling a thick butcher's block. However, in the hands of the long-trained northern infantry, this was not considered excessively burdensome. The shields used by the elite heavy infantry of the Empire, designed to withstand the battle axes of orc warriors, would often be reinforced with a thick iron plate or replaced entirely with steel shields, weighing in excess of 25 kilograms, which would prove strenuous for an ordinary person to carry, let alone wield in combat. In addition to their formidable defensive capabilities, the River Bay infantry did not merely adopt a passive stance in the face of assault. Chapter 109. The shield formation of the River Bend infantry. The heavy javelins of the River Bend infantry have undergone a significant transformation, no longer the mismatched short spears of the goblins. With the blacksmith's forge now capable of melting iron and producing ingots, the foundation for casting molds has been established, although the quality of the molten iron is still lacking. Preventing the creation of elongated iron swords is sufficient for forging some agricultural tools and iron spearheads. The heavy javelins currently employed by the River Bend infantry are produced in bulk at the blacksmith shop, featuring simple construction and standardized specifications. When quality is insufficient, weight compensates. Like other infantry equipment, the heavy javelin emphasizes heft, relying on sheer force. With a 1-foot-long iron spearhead paired with a 2-foot-long hardwood shaft, it weighs a substantial 3 kilograms. Well-trained River Bend soldiers can effortlessly hurl it up to 40 meters and with precision throw it within a 20-meter range. 3 heavy javelins provide ample firepower before melee combat, delivering devastating blows to opponents. Some infantry proficient with short spears utilize them as one-handed melee weapons, as any sharp object is effective for thrusting from behind a shield formation. Even the Goblin Guards swiftly adopted this new style of javelin as a supplementary weapon to their crossbows. Fraser, keen to learn, would never overlook such a remarkable asset. The javelin throwing of the River Bend infantry proves to be more potent than the longbows of the wildlings. A barrage of javelins swiftly brings down any target struck. Even the Wolfman brutes wielding shields find it difficult to evade, as their battered wooden shields lack sufficient iron reinforcement, shattering instantly before the mighty heavy javelins. Furthermore, if one spear fails to kill, a second follows. After 2 rounds of javelin throws, fewer than 30 Wolfmen manage to close in. Experienced veterans, in the critical moment before a Wolfman's weapon strikes, fiercely collide with it to disrupt its trajectory, potentially interrupting the opponent's attack. They brace the back of their shields with their arms, elbows, or shoulders, safeguarding their relatively fragile wrist bones. The weighty shields, thick fur armor, and robust muscles provide substantial protection to their sturdy arm bones, despite the relentless impact of the Wolfman's chain hammers, which even causes cracks to appear in the shields. The infantry remain unharmed, their combat effectiveness intact. The infantry's right hand wields a thick, broad-bladed iron sword, which they press against their round shields, thrusting at the most advantageous angles while attempting to stir up chaos before retracting. By the time the Wolfmen realize, their entrails are strewn on the ground, trampled by the infantry. As the battle intensifies, the Wolfmen exhibit ferocity and brutality, but achieve little, crowding and trampling each other in futile attempts to cleave through the infantry's shield line. The infantry's formation remains steadfast, with the bodies of fallen foes beginning to accumulate before them. Some veterans even engage in casual conversation mid-battle, discussing the rewards they might receive upon their return. Having endured numerous battles and countless drills, such an intensity of combat no longer stirs their fervor. When warfare devolves into mere target practice, the might of the Basaka longbowman is exponentially enhanced. Even the most static targets can be easily struck by the most anxious wild maiden. The conflict concluded with such swiftness, resembling a one-sided massacre. After the last warg fell, the River Bend Infantry Regiment suffered only a single fatality, with 10 others sustaining varying degrees of injury. The Basaka longbowmen emerged unscathed, each merely losing half a quiver of arrows. The lone deceased infantryman was simply unfortunate, having slain a warg. He lowered his shield to inspect the scene and was struck fatally by a chain mace wielded by another warg warrior. The remaining wounded fared better. The most severely injured, positioned to the shield wall's flank, was ambushed from behind by a warg, receiving a brutal blow to the shoulder, and now lay on a stretcher, coughing blood. Yet, judging by his curses amidst the blood, he seemed likely to survive. Despite the minimal casualties, Deputy Commander Vich remained dissatisfied, chastising several infantrymen relentlessly for their unsatisfactory performance on the battlefield. These soldiers, in their fervor, had attempted to break from the shield formation to engage the enemy, compelling their comrades to hastily follow, causing the entire shield wall to advance several paces forward. Had it not been for the warg's own incompetence, these missteps might have provided the opportunity for the wargs to penetrate the infantry's defenses. The most audacious infantrymen, akin to a litter of young dog-headed creatures, cowered under the reprimand of the younger Vich, not daring to retort. While Vich maintained a calm demeanor in his scolding, had it been Leo, the lash would have struck mercilessly. Under Julian's standards, any disarray in the formation could be deemed as cowardice. Magna stood bewildered, questioning when valor became a reason for reproach. In their tribes, the wild men who fought on the front lines were lauded by their leaders and celebrated as warriors. Throughout the battle, the Basaka longbowmen accounted for 80% of the warg slain, with the Riverbend infantry claiming only a handful. Their shield wall was formidable in defense but sluggish in movement, allowing the wargs to retreat slightly and evade the infantry strikes. However, the wargs could not escape the precise shots of the Basaka longbowmen. With the Riverbend infantry providing a distraction, the safety of the longbowmen was greatly enhanced, enabling some bold archers to advance within mere dozens of meters from the battlefield, executing close-range shots at the infantry's flank. At this proximity, the margin of error for the Basaka archers was less than 3 centimeters, with the most skilled hunters capable of striking targets mere inches from the heads of the infantry. The defensive infantry could even hear the heavy arrows whistle past their ears, piercing through the wards before them. The infantrymen expressed their admiration for the archers' prowess but advised against such risky maneuvers. In this ambush, the spoils of war were meager, consisting solely of a few hides and weapons. The warg hunting party had ventured out not long ago and had yet to find prey. Unexpectedly, they had become the hunted. After witnessing the prowess and strength of the Riverbend infantry, Magna was thoroughly impressed. These heavily armed and slow-moving soldiers, who initially appeared clumsy, reshaped his understanding of warfare. Combat is not merely about the number of kills, but also about the casualty ratio. The wildlings excel in skirmishes involving fewer than 30 combatants. Beyond this number, they struggle to maintain cohesion and often devolve into isolated skirmishes during intense battles. The longer the conflict endures, the faster the casualties mount. Essentially, they remain entrenched in the realm of hunting, lacking the necessary military training. In contrast, even the pillaging warg hunting party demonstrated superior military discipline, capable of maintaining basic formations in battle and consistently following their leaders' commands. The Riverbend infantry, having achieved the standards of a regular army, exhibited tight formations, a composed demeanor, and seamless coordination, transforming the entire unit into a formidable war machine that crushed their disorganized foes. Despite the warg marauders possessing greater strength, speed, and a more savage, bloodthirsty nature, they found themselves powerless against the Riverbend infantry, akin to a bite meeting impenetrable stone. Upon returning to the valley where Leo was stationed, a few reported the battle's outcome and patiently awaited the arrival of the third warg hunting party. Unfortunately, the wargs were quite vigilant. Before the third hunting party could emerge from the stony hills, their leader seemed to sense something amiss and retreated with the others to their den, hiding within and refusing to emerge. They had not received news of the hunting party's annihilation, but their innate sense of danger alerted them to the peculiarities of the surrounding forest. Thus, they decided to remain in their lair, dispatching only a handful of scouts to patrol the vicinity while waiting for news from the 2 hunting parties that had ventured out. What now? Observing the wargs on the opposite side, who were aware of the anomaly yet remained concealed, Magna and his companions began to feel anxious. The opposing force numbered at least 800, while they had just over 400. Should they confront them directly? Even if their ranged units unleashed maximum lethality and achieved the most favorable results, they would still face an equal number of enemies charging at them. With only 100 riverbend infantry, their modest shield formation would be easily overwhelmed by the multitude of foes, leaving the crossbowmen and archers defenseless. Even if they secured a final victory, few would return alive. We can lure them in once more, Leo calmly suggested. The enemy remains unaware of our presence and our numbers. We could deploy a small contingent, as we did previously, to entice a portion of the enemy into the valley and eliminate them. Regardless of how many come, it is preferable to direct confrontation. So, who shall take the role of bait? Naturally, it should be the seemingly weaker contingent. A force that appears too strong might draw the entire Word tribe upon them. As the discussion unfolded, all eyes turned to Faisa. She glanced around, sensing the weight of humiliation. Leaping onto a stone, adorned in her resplendent phoenix crown and flowing attire. She spread her limbs wide, striving to present herself as tall and magnificent. The kobolds were formidable. The kobolds were the strongest. The kobolds were invincible. Woof, woof, woof. Leo could only reassure them, saying, "It's not that you are weak. Rather, you appear less threatening, which may lead the enemy to lower their guard." He further encouraged, "Faisa, you are clever and brave. Having defeated the Wurgens, you shall be the queen of the kobolds." Faisa found wisdom in Leo's words and wagged her tail vigorously. Clever and brave Faisa, alongside brave and clever Leo, would lead the kobolds to vanquish the fearsome Wurgens and ascend as the queen of the kobolds. Startled, Leo quickly clarified, "It's not about defeating the Wurgens. It's about deceiving them first, then defeating them together." Having witnessed Faisa's military prowess in the Crocodile Marsh, he feared her impulsiveness might lead the kobolds into a reckless charge, resulting in catastrophe. Encouraged by Leo, Faisa set forth with her kobold army. Like a concerned father, Leo incessantly cautioned her against launching a hasty assault on the rocky hills, advised her not to use explosives prematurely, and urged her to disregard any words from the Wurgens. Just unleash a few volleys of arrows at the Wargen sentries, and if you see enemies pursuing, retreat swiftly to the valley. As Leo watched the kobolds depart from the valley, his expression was etched with worry. The remaining leaders exchanged glances. Magnus stroked his chin, pondering, "Why does this feel akin to sending children off to war?" Vicky held a differing opinion, likening it more to sending a foolish daughter off to school. The others nodded in agreement, finding the comparison apartment Leo's naive daughter had her own ideas. She led her forces to the forest near the rocky hills, commanded them to halt, and then let out a wolf howl towards the wild boar's den. Woof, woof, woof. Awoo. Over 100 golden retrievers echoed her howl in unison. Awoo. The howls reverberated throughout the valley. Within the wild boar's den, the kobolds, being the most alert, listened intently. A black-furred kobold leader, well-versed in various tongues, reported in the guttural language barely comprehensible to the Wurgens. Woof, woof, woof. Over 100 Wurgens approach. The Wargen chief was taken aback. The combat prowess of the Wurgens far exceeded that of the tribes of the wilderness, rivaling that of dire wolves, possessing exceptional intelligence, cunning, and a knack for night ambushes. Wurgens stood no chance against them, regardless of their numbers, and would inevitably be hunted to extinction. The black-furred kobold leader shared this sentiment, repeatedly suggesting, "Perhaps we should surrender." The Wargen chief, incensed, struck him down with a single blow, and the unfortunate black-furred kobold, having barely held the title of leader for a few days, met a grisly end. With ears pricked, the Wargen chief listened intently to the howls outside, catching the distinct barks intermingled within. Gazing into the distance, one's eyes discern a group of golden-haired goblins, partially concealed within the distant mountain woods. "Nonsense! It is a band of feeble goblins, your kin," the werewolf chieftain bellowed in fury, pointing at a familiar black-haired goblin among them. "You, go and compel these goblins to surrender. Should they refuse, slay them." Upon issuing this command, an ominous feeling washed over him, prompting him to instruct the nearby Boarman leader. "You too shall go, as a vassal of the werewolves." The new black-haired goblin chieftain, lacking the strength to resist, could only lead over 100 black-haired goblins along with 50 or 60 Boarman hunters towards the forest where Fisher resided. The survivors of the Boarman tribe had suffered immense losses, with their formidable warriors long fallen, leaving only a scant number of hunters, while the rest were mere younglings, continuously devoured by the werewolves. Presently, the Boarman lair consisted of two factions. One was the weaker tribe, while the other boasted over 100 warriors and hunters, wielding greater influence. Although the black-haired goblins comprised several tribes, each was merely a small group of dozens, forcibly merged into a single entity under the werewolf's dominion, their numbers dwindling further. Upon seeing the enemy emerge, Fisha leisurely retreated several miles before they caught up with her. Ascending to a vantage point, adorned in a resplendent crown and radiant attire, she unleashed her missionary powers once more. I, the astute Fisha, king of the goblins, command you to submit to me. Follow me. There is meat to be had. The missionary ability, ineffective against humans, proved surprisingly effective on the goblins. The black-haired goblins surveyed their brethren across the way, noting their robust physique and superior weaponry, while they themselves trembled with hunger, emaciated like thin dogs, and felt a stir of desire. Accompanying the werewolves meant daily consumption by their kin. Thus, aligning with the goblins seemed preferable. At least the goblins did not consume their own. Sensing the shift in morale, the Boarman chieftain bellowed angrily, ordering the black-haired goblins to attack Fisha. Yet, Fisha continued to incite. Annihilate them, and you may join my tribe. Daily feasts await. No longer shall you be devoured. Before the Boarman chieftain could retort, several black-haired goblins lunged forward, engaging in a fray. These goblins, primitive and lacking even basic weaponry, were no match for the Boarmen. However, once the conflict commenced, there was no turning back. All black-haired goblins bore fierce expressions, launching themselves at the nearby Boarmen. Chaos erupted as over 100 black-haired goblins clashed with dozens of Boarmen. Fisha pointed towards the battlefield, commanding, "Fire!" All goblin guards, having already loaded their crossbows, pulled the triggers upon hearing the order. Some clever goblins drove a heavy spear into the ground, propping up a crossbow to accurately target the nearby Boarmen. The foolish ones, however, disregarded the identity of their targets, focusing solely on rapid fire and overwhelming force. Half of the bolts struck the Boarmen, while others vanished into the distance, and some even pierced the bodies of black-haired goblins, claiming their lives. Dozens of wild boars, ensnared and torn by the black-furred goblins, were unable to escape and were completely annihilated by Fisa's crossbowmen. Chapter 111. Fisa, clever and cunning. Concerned about Fisa, Leo climbed a tall tree at the valley's high point, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle from afar. Although he could not hear the sounds due to the distance, and his view was quite blurred, he could roughly deduce the events taking place. Who would have imagined that the black-furred goblins would turn against their own side at Fisa's mere words? Truly, she is the child of the plains. The mere tremor of her dog-like form exudes a regal aura, compelling all who behold her to bow in reverence. Just as Leo was filled with joy, he observed the black-furred goblins, who had aided Fisa in vanquishing the wild boars, bowing to their new chieftain, only to be promptly expelled by Fisa. The forsaken goblins glanced back at Fisa with lingering gazes, whimpering as they returned to the wild boar's lair. Upon Fisa's return to the valley camp, Leo, filled with indignation, reproached her. They had already surrendered and assisted you in annihilating the wild boars. Why did you drive them away? 100 more goblins would mean 100 fewer foes. The scales of victory would tilt in favor of the riverbend. Fisa nonchalantly replied, "I have changed my mind." Leo, incensed, retorted, "How can you be so untrustworthy?" Fisa looked at Leo as if he were a simpleton, responding innocently, "I am just a goblin. Aren't you asking too much of me?" Leo scratched his head, rendered speechless. Indeed, even those who profess to be civilized humans are rife with deceit. How could one expect a goblin to adhere to principles of trust? As expected, devoid of morals. One cannot be shackled by them. Moreover, your words flow so smoothly. You must have contemplated them for quite some time. Seeing Leo at a loss, Fisa resembled a mischievous pup who had snatched a treat, grinning widely, "Woof woof. There are too few wild boars and too many wolfmen to become my kin. They must offer more." Leo, perplexed by Fisa's thoughts, could only shake his head and sigh, continuing to urge the refugees to dig trenches in preparation for the final battle. He redirected his frustration towards the remaining goblins, commanding the goblin guards to set down their weapons and assist the human refugees in excavating the trenches. The goblins, still joyfully playing and competing to see who could roll the farthest down the hillside, appeared bewildered upon receiving the order. Yet, astonishingly, none resisted. All obediently leaped into the trenches and worked diligently. Leo, known as the Dogbiter, was a merciless commander of the Harashao coalition, and his commands were met with unwavering compliance from the goblins. Through the songs of the elder goblins, Leo had become a demon in the eyes of all goblins. The kind that devours without leaving a bone. The goblin guards, all hailing from mining backgrounds, possessed strength and endurance far surpassing that of the refugees, resembling miniature excavators as they carved deep trenches throughout the valley. Meanwhile, the black-furred goblins had returned to the wild boar's lair as darkness began to fall. The wolf-headed chieftain gazed upon the return of the black-furred dog-headed men, only to find that no golden-haired allies accompanied them. Nor was there any sign of the wild boar men. With indignation, he demanded, "Where are the wild boar men? Where is the golden-haired one?" "The wild boar men are dead, and the golden-haired one has fled," timidly replied the leader of the black-furred dog-headed men. "Fools! Worthless! I shall feast upon your young tonight." The chieftain of the wolf-headed men lamented, regretting his excessive indulgence in the dog-headed young the previous night, which had dulled his wits and led to this grave miscalculation. As the chieftain raised his mace in anger, the black-furred dog-headed leader lifted a wooden barrel cradled in his arms, presenting it as a token. Though the golden-haired one resisted submission, he offered a gift nonetheless. The wolf-headed chieftain sniffed the barrel, which was the size of a human head, and upon lifting it, discovered it was sealed tight. "What is this?" he inquired. Pointing to a small hole in the barrel, the black-furred dog-headed man exclaimed, "A treasure, a grand treasure. Light a fire here, and behold our ancestors." Placing the barrel upon a table, all the wolf-headed chieftains gathered round, eager for a share of the spectacle. Among the tribes of the wilderness, shamanistic beliefs were prevalent, and everyone longed for a glimpse of their forebears to seek guidance. Before the wolf-headed chieftains could ponder the implications, the black-furred, dog-headed leader boldly ignited a torch and held it to the small opening. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, lifting the entire chieftain's tent into the air, with the igniting black-furred leader and all the wolf-headed chieftains sent skyward. Harashao, acting on recommendations from Leo, had cleverly enhanced the powder keg with iron pellets, transforming it into a large grenade. Dozens of grape-sized iron balls erupted forth, obliterating those in close proximity. The unfortunate black-furred, dog-headed leader, who had scarcely held power for a day, met a gruesome end in the treachery of the wilderness. Yet, he had sacrificed his life to secure a future for his kin. Chaos ensued in the wild boar men's lair. Bereft of their leader, the wolf-headed men wept and howled, while the stronger among them seized the opportunity to rally their supporters, vying for the chieftain's throne. The remaining black-furred, dog-headed men, hearing the commotion, clutched their young and ignited fires in all directions. Amidst the turmoil, they fled the lair, following the scent left by Harashao, heading straight for the valley where Leo resided. The new chieftain proclaimed that slaying a few wild boar men was hardly commendable. To earn recognition from the tribe, they must create a significant uproar in the wild boar lair, imparting a lesson to the wolf-headed men and showcasing their prowess. With the entire command system of the wolf-headed tribe obliterated and the wild boar lair set ablaze, the ensuing tumult was indeed substantial. The black-furred, dog-headed men escaped with delight, already envisioning a promising future, as long as they could gather a single cassava from a deer antler and endure fewer than 100 lashes, ensuring their young remained unharmed. They swore unwavering loyalty to their new chieftain. By the following morning, as the flames in the wild boar lair subsided, through relentless duels and betrayals, a new wolf-headed chieftain emerged. He led the dispossessed wolf-headed men, along with the surviving wild boar men, in pursuit of the treacherous black-furred, dog-headed men. Originally, the vast and mixed tribe, surpassing the threshold of 1,100 members, has now dwindled to merely half its size, comprising over 400 wolfmen and more than 100 boarmen. Of course, the young ones, lacking hunting prowess, are never counted in the total population. Hundreds of wolf cubs have been ruthlessly abandoned amidst the ruins of the boarmen's lair. With the loss of their food supply, the wolfman tribe could no longer sustain such a multitude of younglings, and thus chose to forsake them. Should they manage to capture the deserting black-furred goblin tribe, they might consider nurturing their offspring. However, this is contingent upon the cubs not being devoured by wild beasts or succumbing to starvation first. Nearly 600 wolfmen and boarmen surged into the valley, greeted not only by the multitude of goblins, but also by the faint silhouettes of wild men lurking in the woods, along with 100 human shield-bearers, who stood arrayed in the depths of the valley in anticipation. Although the total number of their adversaries remained uncertain, it was unlikely to exceed their own ranks. Any hesitation or fear would only serve to further jeopardize the already precarious position of their newly appointed chieftain. Without a moment to ponder, the chieftain unleashed a war cry, commanding all tribesmen to charge forth. As the wolfmen charged, the scattered Basaka archers in the forest released their bowstrings. Chapter 112. The Battle of Five Armies commences. The commotion from the boarmen's lair was audible even from this side of the valley the previous night. A great fire had raged throughout the night, nearly igniting the surrounding woodlands. With a large contingent of black-furred goblins entering the valley and submitting to the command of Faisa, Leo knew that a great battle was imminent. He thus ordered his troops to prepare, to rest in shifts, and to bolster their defenses. Indeed, by the following morning, the main force of the wolfmen charged directly towards the valley. The first to greet them was the hospitable rain of arrows sent forth by the Basaka archers. The arrow storm fell like a torrential downpour, piercing the bodies of countless wolfmen, who collapsed en masse like harvested wheat. The heavy arrows of the Basaka longbowmen were a terrifying nightmare for any army lacking iron armor and large shields. If a human lord's army were to face such an onslaught of arrows, they would likely have fled in disarray. However, the wolfmen were far more ferocious, showing little concern for the casualties among their kin. Under the direction of their captain, a portion of the wolfmen scattered to the sides, charging into the flanking woods. The main body of the wolfmen remained fixated on the most conspicuous target, the riverbank infantry regiment, who taunted them with the clashing of heavy javelins against shields. Lao, standing behind the infantry regiment, observed the wolfmen disperse without flinching. The Basaka archers, strategically positioned in the woods, utilized their range advantage to shoot from elevated positions. Meanwhile, Faisa's goblin guards held their ground at the foot of the hill, tasked with intercepting the marauding wild men. Even if the interceptors faltered and the goblin guards were to flee, it would not dampen the morale of the troops, as no one expected these goblins to engage in a hard-fought battle. Standing resolutely at the forefront, the Basaka archers could effortlessly eliminate the approaching foes once they had captured the attention of the werewolves. A multitude of werewolves, having strayed from their main forces, braved the deadly rain of arrows as they ventured into the woods, mingling with the goblin guards. The goblin sentinels displayed a clear tendency to prey on the weak. When encountering a solitary werewolf hunter, they would swarm and pierce it with heavy javelins or crossbow bolts. Conversely, upon confronting a pack of more than 10 werewolves, they would scatter in haste, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek among the trees. Meanwhile, the Basaka archers concealed within the foliage or perched upon branches would methodically eliminate the werewolves blindly pursuing the goblins. In the valley, the main body of werewolves unwittingly trod into the traps laid by the goblins and the refugees. These trenches, several meters wide, had been hastily dug and were only 2 or 3 meters deep, insufficient to truly ensnare the agile werewolves. However, they could at least marginally impede their charge. Some nimble werewolves leaped over the traps, while many others, caught in the crowd, stumbled into the trenches, becoming stepping stones for their comrades behind them. They struggled to climb back up, only to be trampled down by the large feet of their fellows. Vich directed the refugee crossbowmen to array themselves at the flanks of the infantry regiment, executing a mechanical 3-part shooting sequence. He did not demand exceptional precision from the crossbowmen, but rather insisted they adhere strictly to their training protocols, providing a stable barrage of fire on the battlefield. Under the influence of Yulian, he had become a competent commander, well aware that these untested refugees should not be afforded excessive time for contemplation or improvisation. Though the refugees exhibited commendable morale, eager to demonstrate their valor, such enthusiasm was fleeting. Once casualties occurred, their focus would shift to survival. Maintaining a steady output from the rear, free from panic, chaos, or retreat, represented the pinnacle of their performance. The 3-part volley of 100 crossbowmen inflicted considerable damage upon the werewolves. As some of the werewolves charged into the woods, they effectively distracted half of the Basaka archers, resulting in a marked decrease in the rainfall of arrows from the forest. Ultimately, the number of werewolves that reached the infantry regiment was even greater than Leo had anticipated. However, Leo had a contingency plan. As the werewolves closed within 50 meters, he commanded, "Scatter." The River Bend infantry regiment immediately spread out, revealing the ogre tribe position behind them. These colossal ogres, even while seated, towered over the human infantry. Leo shouted, "Now is the time. Ogres, charge!" 15 ogres rose to their feet, yet upon seeing the horde of werewolves and boarmen charging toward them, they contemplated sitting back down. They were merely foolish, not devoid of fear. Frustrated, Leo had to think quickly. Werewolves. Delicious. Go eat. Krog muttered. They don't look tasty at all. Leo continued to entice them. Just give a try. A taste. Unpalatable. I shall gift you a wild buffalo. Krog's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his mighty club and shouted, Allguy tribe, devour the works. His other head echoed the call, we must have the buffalo as well. With that, he led his kin, charging through the scattered infantry ranks. Colliding with hundreds of works, Leo wiped the sweat from his brow. These unreliable ogres, he mused, should be placed at the forefront next time, allowing them to charge directly into battle. This also imparted a lesson. On the battlefield, one should refrain from micromanaging, for it is easy to entangle oneself and lose the war. In the fleeting seconds of their exchange, the dispersed infantry hurled a volley of heavy javelins, pinning the foremost boarmen warriors and werg marauders to the ground. Leo shouted, shield wall, shield wall. The seasoned soldiers, undaunted, quickly regrouped, raising their round shields with practiced ease. The shields interlocked like scales, poised to meet the impending assault. The appearance of 15 ogres instilled a tremendous panic among the wergs. Any denizen of the wilderness fears the strong, and the wergs were no exception. They were unafraid of being outnumbered, but terrified of facing insurmountable strength. Each ogre represented a formidable warrior, their combat prowess comparable to the mightiest boarmen warriors against the weakest kobold miners. Armed with massive clubs, as thick and long as the northern giants, a single sweeping blow could send 4 or 5 wergs flying, or reduce a boarman warrior to mere pulp. With their right hands wielding their clubs, their left hands were not idle. They seized a nearby werg, biting off its head. After a few gnarled chews, they spat out the bone fragments with disdain, exclaiming, werg, unpalatable. The charging wergs, filled with dread, began to retreat with only a few, their eyes gleaming crimson in a frenzy, daring to press on. Yet, the wergs' hunting spears could merely pierce a few inches into the ogre's skin, which was thicker than rhino hide. Heavy maces and stone hammers striking their flesh would often rebound, striking their own skulls instead. Astonishingly, the 15 ogres scattered the hundreds of wergs in a direct confrontation. Krog, in his fervor, stumbled into a trench, becoming ensnared as he struggled to free himself, futilely swinging his club to fend off the foes attempting to cross over him. What should have been a glorious battle for him devolved into a tower defense game. The beleaguered wergs, unwilling to engage in a death struggle with the ogres, left a portion of their warriors to entangle and restrain, while the remainder surged towards the infantry shield wall. Chapter 113, The Battle of 5 Armies. Carnage. In the face of the more numerous werg forces, the Riverbend infantry displayed remarkable composure. On the fierce battlefield, the enemy surged forth in overwhelming numbers. Yet the mindset of the seasoned veterans remained unshaken. After all, none had the leisure to count the adversary's ranks, nor could they afford to flee at the mere sight of greater numbers. Instead, they strove to collaborate with their comrades, maintaining the shield formation and wreaking havoc upon their foes. Only a handful of new recruits in the rear felt the weight of anxiety, tasked primarily with hurling javelins and supporting the shield wall, serving as substitutes rather than engaging in close combat immediately. Whether in the ancient Roman legions or the modern riot police, the ability to confront 5 or 10 adversaries was not solely due to individual prowess. Rather, it stemmed from superior equipment, unwavering combat resolve, and a solid formation. Within a secure battle line, soldiers coordinating with one another had far fewer concerns than a taxi driver. Provided that their comrades held firm, an experienced driver could navigate the chaos with ease. In warfare with cold steel, victory often hinged not on numbers, but on which side could endure casualties without faltering first. 1,000 organized infantry could send tenfold the number of peasant soldiers into a panicked flight, with more trampled by their own than fell by the enemy. When the Riverbend infantry met the wolfmen, the outcome mirrored that of their encounters with the wolf-hunting squads. The infantry seemed to labor on an assembly line in a grand slaughterhouse, except that the products beneath their blades fought back. Only the mightiest boarmen warriors posed a significant threat to the infantry's shield wall. A stone hammer, weighing dozens of pounds when swung with force, could send both man and shield flying, creating a breach in the formation. The most perilous moment occurred when a Boorman warrior barreled into the infantry, accompanied by 4 or 5 robust wolfmen brutes, crashing into the shield formation and sowing chaos. Anticipating this, Leo had prepared 10 elite veterans equipped with great swords or battle axes. Their combat skills exceptional. They swiftly advanced, coordinating with the sword and shield infantry to dispatch the intruders, sealing the breach in the formation. Leo refrained from joining the fray, opting instead to wield his longbow, observing the battle while guarding against any disarray within the shield wall. He took aim, focusing on the Boorman warriors. After 2 months, his archery had reached the minimum standard of the Basarka longbowmen, only slightly inferior to the young wildlings who had come to fight. These adolescent wildlings were not mere conscripts. They were the elite of their tribes, their participation in battle akin to a preliminary assessment for wildling hunters. Although Leo possessed extraordinary brute strength, he had not undergone years of longbow training. Pulling the 200-pound longbow would cause slight tremors within 3 seconds. The slight tremor caused by the arrow's deviation can exceed a foot at 50 meters, and at 100 meters, it may even miss the target entirely. However, his strength has been steadily increasing, reaching a superhuman state, effortlessly drawing back the 200-pound longbow for 10 seconds without strain. Such power even eclipses that of Bjorn and Magna, renowned hunters among the wild folk. While their longbows also reach 200 pounds, they do not indulge in prolonged aiming. Instead, they rely on their extensive experience and fluid technique, drawing and releasing in seamless motion. In the presence of these formidable wild hunters, one scarcely perceives the action of their bow being drawn before the long arrows strike their prey. Yet, overwhelming strength provides only stability in shooting. It is but one condition for precision in archery. Experience and instinct still demand extensive training. Currently, Leo's archery skills, though not yet on par with the wild hunter's mastery, ensure that within a 30-meter range, he may not achieve a perfect hit every time, but he certainly will not strike his allies. The skirmish between the Riverbend infantry and the Wurgens lasted a mere 5 minutes before the tide of battle began to shift decisively. With heavy casualties, the frenzy in the eyes of the Wurgens started to wane. A surviving Wargen chieftain surveyed the battlefield, flanked by an impenetrable wall of infantry shields in front and the fearsome 2-headed ogre warriors behind, who continued to sow terror. The heavy arrows from the Basaka archers, the bolts from the Knoll bodyguards, and the crossbow bolts from the vagabond crossbowmen ravaged the field like a swarm of locusts. The 5 factions, humans, gnolls, ogres, boarmen, and Wurgens, were all entwined in chaos. With every breath, countless kin fell, and the once tightly packed ranks of his followers had largely become a mountain of corpses. The battalion that had surged into the valley in dense formation was now scattered, engaged in individual combat. Many Wurgens, shocked by the immense toll, began to falter. What utterly shattered their will to fight came from the assault of Freya. On a high vantage point on one side of the valley, Freya had her men secure a massive Y-shaped frame with stout wooden stakes. Bound to it was a thick elastic made of numerous strands of bull sinew, with a pouch affixed in the center. This was a 2-meter-high slingshot. Freya stood beside it, directing the 2 Knoll bodyguards, pulling the elastic. Pull. Keep pulling. A line had been drawn at their feet, marking the threshold from yesterday's test. Freya's explosives could only reach the center of the valley if they passed that line. With astonishing brute strength, the 2 Knoll bodyguards strained against the elastic, while several others struggled to stabilize the frame, preventing it from toppling. Panting and near collapse, they finally drew the elastic beyond the line. Freya placed a barrel of explosives atop it, inserted a fuse into a small hole, and then lit it. Her fuse was crafted from several fine cotton threads, adhered with specially formulated gunpowder, and then twisted together. This ingenious concept was proposed by Leo, yet he lacked the time and energy to explore it further. Of course, Faisa would not let such a valuable opportunity slip away. After a period of diligent experimentation, she had successfully created a fuse that could burn steadily. This was her secret to mastering explosions, a knowledge she could not afford to share with anyone. Release. The exhausted kobold guards hastily let go, tumbling to the ground, panting heavily with their tongues lolling out. Under immense force, the large barrel of gunpowder soared into the sky, tracing an arc before plummeting into the valley 100 meters away. Before it even touched the ground, the barrel erupted midair, transforming into a shower of shrapnel. The surrounding wargs within a 10-meter radius were hurled away by the tremendous shockwave, their bodies torn apart by the flying iron pellets. Those within 20 meters were assailed by the deafening sound wave, clutching their ears in agony, with several unfortunate wargs collapsing under the barrage of bullets. Nearby, several two-headed ogres also fell victim to the iron projectiles, as scalding bullets embedded themselves in their bellies and backs, causing them to howl in pain. One bullet even traveled a full 50 meters, striking a foot soldier's round shield and denting its surface. All present, regardless of their allegiance, were momentarily paralyzed by the cataclysmic explosion and the devastation it wrought. Faisa, witnessing the results from the mountaintop, exclaimed joyfully, "Yes, launch successful." This time, the barrel's trajectory had deviated from its intended target, landing a mere 50 meters away. Chapter 114, The Battle of Five Armies. Concluded. Leo was startled, gazing up at the scene of Faisa and the Kobold guards dancing with excitement above the valley, and he shouted in exasperation, "What are you rascals up to now?" Unfortunately, the distance was too great for Faisa to hear him. The method of launching the gunpowder barrel, using a slingshot, was inspired by the idea of the children from the riverbend. Yet, it had never received Leo's consent. Everyone remained blissfully unaware. Under Leo's influence, Faisa spent her days inventing all manner of contrivances. As the chieftain of the kobolds, even if an accident were to occur, none of her kin would dare to intervene. Leo felt a chill run down his spine, vowing to discipline this increasingly erratic creature upon his return. Otherwise, one day, an overloaded explosive might come crashing down upon his head, leaving him with nowhere to lament. Nevertheless, this explosion had utterly shattered the morale of the wargs. Although Leo's forces were momentarily stunned, they had some awareness of Faisa's handiwork, unlike the wargs, who remained entirely oblivious. Such a terrifying assault, beyond their comprehension, was more fearsome than an ogre's attack, causing many wargs to flee towards the valley's edge. The surviving warg leader finally relinquished any fantasies of victory, now concerned for the survival of his race. After all, the evolution and progression of any species revolve around the core principle of survival and continuity, not self-destruction. The ferocious and bloodthirsty nature of the wargs aids their survival in the wilderness, yet this savagery dissipates rapidly when faced with insurmountable foes. Along howlescapes, and the already demoralized wargs abandon their adversaries, fleeing in a frenzy from the valley. Since their entry into the valley, the wild boar men have suffered near annihilation, leaving the wargs with scarcely over 100 survivors. However, the wild folk are unwilling to let them escape unscathed. The waterfall dwellers and River Bay infantry are somewhat manageable, but the Wolf-Fong tribe's wild folk have been relentlessly hunted by the wargs, ultimately driven from their homes and forced into exile, a deep-seated vendetta born of bloodshed. Dozens of Basaka longbowmen pursue while loosing arrows, with some wild folk hunters blocking the valley's mouth, aiming to trap the wargs. Numerous goblin bodyguards charge from the woods, crossbows at the ready, firing incessantly. They may be driven to flee by the warg's brutal ferocity, yet the scent of the warg's own fear invigorates their spirit. Despite the warg's swift escape, many have managed to break through the wild folk hunters and goblin bodyguards, vanishing into the wilderness. Rio refrains from leading a pursuit. The River Bay infantry are inherently slower than the tribes of the wild, and burdened with armor weighing 60 to 70 pounds, they are hardly equipped for a chase. He instructs the River Bay infantry to rest, prioritize tending to the wounded, and clean the battlefield. The plaster bandages he devised have entered a practical phase, benefiting many villagers injured during construction and wild folk hurt in hunts, particularly for fractures. Only the goblins refuse their use, preferring to drag a broken leg rather than be perceived as a burden by their kin, were it not for Phesus orders, according to goblin tradition. One who suffers a fracture and loses the ability to hunt or mine for an extended period would be abandoned in the wilderness to fend for themselves. This battle has been the largest scale engagement experienced by all present, with over 400 River Bay coalition fighters clashing against nearly 600 wargs, filling the small valley to capacity. The war concludes with the utter defeat of the warg coalition. Known as the most savage race in the wild, the wargs, feared by others, find themselves nearly annihilated when faced with 2 millennia of military thought, 15 centuries of formation tactics, and a millennium of weaponry. The true prowess lies with the Basaka longbowman, who can unleash at least 10 heavy arrows per minute with precision rather than indiscriminate fire. Most Basaka longbowmen, armed with 2 bags totaling 40 heavy arrows, have exhausted their quivers before the battle's end. Anticipating this issue prior to departure, Rio ensured that the Basaka longbowman, accustomed to carrying but 1 quiver, received an additional one, and he also had pack mules carry 3,000 arrows, strategically placed at key positions along the longbowman's line. It is not that Leo is unwilling to carry more, but rather that the available arrows are limited. This is the entirety of the stock produced by the Great Falls tribe, the Wolf Fong tribe, and the River Bend Fletchers. However, once the battle commenced, some wargs darted into the mountains, resulting in only half of the archers being able to retrieve the placed arrows. Moreover, due to their interference, many of the Basaka longbowmen found it difficult to focus on the front line, thus failing to deliver sufficient arrows to the main force of the wargs, significantly decreasing the anticipated casualties. According to Leo's original expectations, with over 100 Basaka longbowmen and more than 200 crossbowmen providing fire coverage, the 600 wargs should not have even been able to reach the River Bend Infantry Battalion. Yet, not only was there a loss of firepower, but the resilience of the wargs also exceeded Leo's predictions. The frenzied wargs proved to be more tenacious than the boarmen. As long as their heads and hearts were not struck, even if their bodies were pierced by heavy arrows, they could still raise their weapons and charge forward. They were no longer mere creatures. They resembled maddened zombies. In contrast, a human pierced by an arrow as thick as a finger would hardly be able to continue the assault, let alone breathe. Furthermore, unlike the boarmen, this tribe of wargs, seasoned by years of warfare, had many of their brute warriors equipped with combat-round shields, and some leaders even donned tattered, rusted iron armor. Although these armors were old, varied in composition, and of uncertain origin, they still offered a degree of protection. They could not cover the entire body, but at least they could shield vital areas, consuming a few more arrows from the enemy. Yet, this is the nature of war. Not everything unfolds as anticipated, and Leo could only strive to do his utmost. The valley was filled with arrows, and each warg and boarman corpse bore at least 3 arrows. Some towering boar warriors and warg brutes were mercilessly targeted and nearly turned into porcupines. Under the precise aim of the Basaka longbowmen, the stronger the enemy, the quicker they fell. Following the Basaka longbowmen, the second most lethal were the crossbow bolts from the Kobold Guards and the refugee crossbowmen, primarily due to their numbers and comfortable firing conditions. Throughout the battle, aside from a few Kobold Guards playing hide-and-seek with the wargs, at least 2/3 of the crossbowmen were continuously firing. However, the rate of fire from the crossbows was more than 3 times slower than that of the longbows, and the power of the bolts was diminished by 1/3. Additionally, the kobolds and refugees were not as skilled in archery as the wild men, only managing to provide fire coverage. Once the ogres charged into the fray, to avoid friendly fire, the area that the crossbowmen could cover was further reduced. As for the casualties inflicted by the River Bend Infantry Battalion, they were comparable to those caused by merely 15 ogres. Although they attracted nearly half of the enemy's attention and engaged in close combat with over 100 wargs, their inflicted damage amounted to less than 1/10 of the total, around 60 individuals. This was entirely expected. The wargs were not foolish enough to stand idly by while the infantry attempted to strike them down. Amidst the tumult, a horde of warg marauders, dragging their entrails, scurried about, yet they continued to engage in battle for an extended period, further diminishing the infantry's lethality. The foot soldiers, bound by their orders to maintain the shield formation, could not break ranks to pursue and deliver finishing blows. The rear ranks, tasked with supporting the front lines to uphold the shield wall against the enemy's onslaught, had little opportunity to wield their blades, apart from the occasional hurling of javelins. Chapter 115. Slaying and Casualties. As for the 2-headed ogres, they operated devoid of strategy, heeding no commands during the fray. Their utmost capability was to discern friend from foe, ensuring no harm befell their comrades. They initially inflicted significant damage upon the wargs. Yet thereafter, few adversaries dared to confront them directly, instead resorting to various evasive tactics. A dozen ogres chased the wargs through the valley, and by the battle's conclusion, their tally of slain foes was minimal. Only 2 fortunate ogres, catching sight of a large group of wargs aligned against the infantry battalion, gleefully returned to the fray. creating a gruesome scene and alleviating some pressure from the infantry shield wall. The ogre chieftain, Krog, became ensnared in a trap and remained trapped until the battle's end, resorting to gnawing on the carcasses of wargs in a futile attempt to pass the time. The Bansaka longbowmen, gathered from all directions, did not regard the River Bend infantry and the two-headed ogres with disdain due to their modest kill counts. Rather, they held them in high esteem, reveling in the excitement of the battle. The infantry's shield wall drew enemy fire, while the two-headed ogres disrupted the enemy's formation. Their contributions far exceeded mere numbers. Had there been solely over 400 Bansaka longbowmen engaging 600 wargs, they might have initially leveraged their range superiority to inflict substantial casualties. However, as the wargs closed in and the chaos of melee ensued, their advantage would swiftly turn into a disadvantage. Against the wargs, who excelled in coordinated combat, more than half of the Bansaka longbowmen would likely perish in the fray. Yet, in this grand battle, astonishingly, only 7 had fallen. Among these, merely 2 were hunters from the Wolf Fong tribe, driven by vengeance to irrationally confront the wargs and subsequently fell to them. The remaining 5 were notably more cautious hunters from the Great Waterfalls. These 5 hunters, initially perched in the trees alongside their comrades, faced minimal danger. Yet upon witnessing the dog-headed guards pursued by wargs nearby, they leapt from their lofty vantage to render aid. A skirmish ensued between a dozen hunters and over 20 wargs in the underbrush, resulting in the loss of 5 hunters and several injuries. Yet they emerged victorious. Although they often dismissed the canine-headed beings as lesser in the throes of battle, they subconsciously regarded them as comrades. None of the participating hunters felt they had acted incorrectly. Even Bjorn, known for his deep-seated loyalty to his kin, merely furrowed his brow upon receiving the news, refraining from reproach. The River Bend infantry, on the other hand, suffered only 2 fatalities, with 7 or 8 sustaining severe injuries, while minor wounds were overlooked. Under the command of Rio, armed with his longbow of yew, and in coordination with a squad of dual-wielding warriors, the shield formation remained unbreached until the battle's conclusion, successfully avoiding the chaos of close combat. This was a scenario Rio fervently sought to prevent. Although the River Bay infantry were well-trained and capable of overwhelming the savage tribes of the wilderness, they could hardly be deemed seasoned veterans. Even the most fundamental shield formation, honed over several months, still saw instances of error, making it a fanciful notion to expect them to maintain the cohesion of their training amid the tumult of melee combat. Once engaged in close quarters, the infantry would primarily rely on personal valor, and even if they did not face the wolfmen one-on-one, casualties would undoubtedly be significant. Rio himself had expended nearly half a quiver of arrows, with each shot either slaying or severely wounding an enemy. After all, to strike foes beyond the infantry shield wall, he could only aim for their necks and heads. Within a distance of 30 meters, Rio's arrows found their mark with deadly precision, often resulting in instant death. Yet, as a commander, it was imperative for him to monitor the battlefield's dynamics and uphold the formation, rather than indulging in the role of an archer, which constrained his capacity to unleash his full potential. Surprisingly, the greatest casualties were not among the dog-headed guards shielding the longbowmen of Basaka, but rather amongst the dispossessed crossbowmen. 8 of these dispossessed crossbowmen perished, and more than 10 sustained injuries, with at least 5 estimated to not survive the return journey. The wolfman hunters and wild boar hunters were armed with ranged weaponry, engaging in a deadly exchange of fire as the boar warriors and wolfmen marauders charged forward. Some approaching wolfmen marauders also resorted to hurling their throwing spears, while the dog-headed guards could swiftly retreat into the woods after being attacked. The formation of dispossessed crossbowmen had no such luxury, enduring the brunt of the casualties. Standing to one side was Vich, the deputy commander of the militia, alongside his 2 militia subordinates, acting as enforcers. Throughout their previous training sessions, and prior to the commencement of this great battle, Vich had issued stern warnings countless times. Any who dared to flee would find themselves facing the severance of their heads on the spot. Thus, despite the casualties and a momentary instability in their ranks, the dispossessed did not falter. Had this been before their arrival at River Bay, the mere sight of a single wolfman marauder charging would likely have sent them scattering in fear. This reflects the plight of the serf soldiers. In the densely populated southern regions, the presence of non-human tribes is minimal, rendering the populace seemingly worthless in the eyes of their lords. Conflicts among the southern lords typically involved serf against serf, pitchfork against pitchfork, with all parties merely going through the motions. Aside from the occasional fatal goring by a knight's lance, casualties were relatively light. However, in the northern and western territories, where population density is low and non-human tribes are plentiful, the harshness of survival compels border lords to regularly lead their troops in purging these tribes. Even if serf soldiers were braver than their southern counterparts, they would still suffer heavily during battles, under the fierce assaults of the savage tribes. The inadequately armored serf soldiers would be easily slain. In contrast, professional soldiers, even the most basic conscript infantry equipped with a piece of iron-studded armor and a wooden shield, could significantly enhance their chances of survival and combat effectiveness. Thus, the armies of numerous border lords are predominantly composed of professional soldiers, with the proportion of serf soldiers being exceedingly minimal. Given the already sparse population, utilizing serfs and peasants as cannon fodder would leave the fields of the territory untended. This is not an act of mercy from the border lords, but rather a compulsion of circumstance. As for the gnolls, aside from the recently integrated black-furred gnolls, who sought to prove their worth by daringly engaging the wargs, they suffered devastating losses, while the remaining gnoll guards incurred comparatively fewer casualties. The fate of the black-furred gnolls went unnoticed, and the exact toll among the gnoll guards remains unknown. After all, gnolls are not particularly adept at counting. The bodies of their companions lay abandoned in the mountains and forests, with no thought given to retrieving them for mourning or burial. Even Freya paid little heed to the death toll. She merely gathered all her kin after the battle, and, upon seeing a large crowd still intact, felt a sense of relief. Leo, unable to bear the sight, urged Freya to dispatch a portion of the gnoll guards to recover the bodies of their fallen comrades and conduct a proper funeral. Instead of seeking the remains of their companions, the gnolls were far more enthusiastic about scavenging the battlefield, with most of them rummaging through the valley in search of items they deemed valuable. They would then present their finds to the infantry from Riverbend tasked with tallying the spoils of war, wagging their tails eagerly, awaiting the return of any discarded trinkets. This portion constituted the spoils of the gnolls, a testament to their triumph over the fearsome wargs. As the leading figure in the salvage trade, Freya would naturally not miss this opportunity for the gnolls to revel in their haul, and she intended to accompany her guards, laden with large baskets, to scavenge in the boarfolk's lair. Leo believed that the boarfolk's lair held little of value, especially following a recent fire, likely leaving even food in short supply. His assessment proved accurate. The boarfolk's lair contained nothing of worth, leaving the gnoll guards who followed Freya disheartened. However, Freya was exceedingly pleased, for she returned with a considerable number of warg pups. Chapter 116. All things can be gnolls. These warg pups, in the midst of shedding their fur, mostly displayed a chaotic array of colors, with patches of baldness rendering them rather unsightly. Only a few pups, having completed their molting, boasted fur as vibrant as a cheetah's, and their faces began to take on a more fearsome aspect, resembling the terrifying wargs. There were over 100 of them, all captured by Freya and stuffed into several large baskets. Struggling to lift one of the hefty baskets, filled to the brim with warg pups, she rushed before Leo to showcase her find. "Look, new gnolls!" Leo felt a wave of suffocation and exclaimed in anger, "These are wargs, not gnolls." "New gnolls," Freya retorted, equally furious, adopting a defensive posture, baring her teeth as she confronted Leo. Yet, her resolve faltered, and her gaze betrayed her uncertainty. After much contemplation, the imperial script she had learned from Olivia and Little Mouse finally found its application. The astute Fiza, after much contemplation, finally conjured a novel term. "They're the fierce dog-headed ones," Fiza asserted with unwavering conviction. "The great dog-headed ones. The fierce dog-headed ones. The golden-haired dog-headed ones. The black-haired dog-headed ones. Since time immemorial, they have been my kin. Alas, you have dared to utter the imperial tongue before me." Leo felt a wave of despair wash over him, for his cultural prowess paled in comparison to Fiza's, rendering him unable to contest her assertions. Simultaneously, he grew wary, realizing that one should never engage in a verbal duel with a dog. Otherwise, one would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage from the outset. Leo resolved to remain composed. Thus, he raised his hands in surrender. "Ah, indeed, you speak the truth. After all, everything can be a dog-headed entity. Perhaps I am one of your kin as well." Fiza's eyes sparkled, her gaze flitting between Leo's golden locks and her own golden-haired, dog-headed guards, seeking commonality. Leo bellowed in response, "Begone!" Fiza, accompanied by her newfound kin, scampered away, yet she felt a surge of elation. As long as Leo did not vehemently oppose her, it implied tacit approval. In truth, Leo understood Fiza's antics, filled with childishness and mischief. The burgeoning population and strength of the riverbend had deeply unsettled this clever dog-headed creature, although she lacked a coherent concept to articulate her concerns. The sense of crisis stemming from the imbalance of power lingered in Fiza's subconscious, driving her to strive for the expansion of her tribe. In the absence of immediate prospects for new dog-headed clans, and with the younglings not multiplying quickly enough, Fiza resorted to inventive measures, designating other similar races as her kin. Beyond this, her imagination faltered. As the rulers of Riverbend, both Yulian and Leo bore goodwill towards the dog-headed ones. Yet what if a different leader were to arise? For instance, someone like Vich, whose family had been slain by a foreign tribe, and who harbored immense hatred towards the wild factions. Or an outsider lord, eager to demonstrate their valor by subjugating the dog-headed ones at first sight. Moreover, the iron mines of the dog-headed valley constituted the primary economic resource for all of Riverbend. Could it truly be said that no one would covet such wealth? In contrast to Yulian and Leo's concerns regarding a potential change in the ownership of the dog-headed valley, Fiza was the one truly engulfed in fear. She could only devise every possible means to bolster her strength, vie for influence over Riverbend, and elevate her own status. Parading the wolf cubs before her was, in fact, a plea for support. After all, her supporters were scarce, with Leo being the most formidable among them. Yet, to a certain extent, Fiza's argument held merit. While this foreign tribe was labeled as wolf-headed, in both stature and fur, they bore a closer resemblance to hyenas. Rather than being termed wolf-headed, it would be more fitting to call them hyena people, suggesting a kinship to dogs seemed entirely reasonable. After an extensive search across the hills, the remains of all companions, both human and canine, were finally gathered, arranged neatly in rows upon the valley's clearing. The funeral was held at dusk, where felled trees and collected firewood were stacked into two enormous pyres, one for the cremation of human remains and the other for the remains of the dog-headed folk. In the north, both cremation and burial coexist. Those with the means opt for burial, while those without resort to fire. The term with means refers to secure and stable settlements, free from the threat of large beasts or scavengers, possessing their own graveyards where deceased kin may rest in peace. Conversely, those without means are often nomadic or belong to weaker tribes, facing precarious existence with no place to call home. Rather than allow their kin's bodies to be devoured by wild animals, they prefer to incinerate them. Some skulls and femurs that remain unburned are crushed by the tribesmen to prevent scavengers from carrying them away. This practice of reducing bones to ashes is not considered malevolent in the north. In addition to cremation and burial, the Storm Gulf, where Olenek resides, along with the coastal region of Peshnik, also practices water burial, where the bodies of the deceased are wrapped in bundles and cast into the great rivers or seas. This custom starkly contrasts with that of the south, where only burial is observed. In the south, the bodies of the dead and the living are accorded equal rights, and any act of disposing of a corpse is regarded as a grievous desecration, deemed an evil ritual of the heathens, with cremation being the primary method of executing heretics. Although the River Bay territory is currently self-sufficient, beyond the peninsula lies a realm dominated by beasts and foreign tribes. After some deliberation, the chieftains decided on cremation, choosing to return only with the ashes. During the funeral, Leo delivered a brief eulogy and prayer, while all the humans mourned in silence. The dog-headed folk stood by, observing with vacant expressions, inhaling the sorrowful air mixed with the scent of flesh, drooling while grappling with an unfamiliar complexity of emotions. Only the ogre found the humans' actions perplexing, lamenting the waste of such abundant meat. Once the funeral concluded, and after a night's rest, the troops prepared to journey home. Before their departure, Fraser ascended a height and proclaimed loudly to his kin, "Clever Fraser has led the dog-headed folk, along with allies and neighbors, to vanquish the fearsome wargs. He has become the king of the dog-headed." All the golden-haired and black-haired dog-headed folk erupted in jubilant cheers, filling the valley with their ecstatic adulation for Fraser. Following their previous triumph over the terrifying boarmen, the dog-headed folk, under Fraser's leadership, once more united with humans to defeat the dreadful wargs. Together with humans, they slaughtered the wargs mercilessly. This victory stirred great excitement among the humans, who had avenged their devastated kin, while the River Bay infantry addressed the threats posed by foreign invaders. The refugee crossbowmen, having participated in this thrilling battle, witnessed the formidable might of the River Bay territory, significantly enhancing their sense of belonging. Spirits soared high, and hearts brimmed with joy. Yet as adults, they managed to retain their composure, tempering their emotions to uphold the fundamental order of the march, while the dog-headed folk, unrestrained, reveled and sang joyously along the way. The disorganized kobold squadron drifted around the main force, capturing mice or insects to present to their familiar human friends. Some kobolds even severed the heads of wergs or boarfolk, along with their fur, crafting them into beastly fur cloaks akin to the wolf and bear helmets of the wildlings. With the blood still fresh, they donned these trophies upon their heads, scaring their companions, even if it meant risking concentrated fire from startled allies. They sang the Kobold Anthem, composed by the Kobold Shaman and penned by Lord Fisa, as they returned home, spreading joy to every corner. Kobolds are truly brave. Kobolds are truly magnificent. Woof, woof, woof. Dogs and humans, together in battle. Woof, woof, woof. Ogres, dear friends, never eat the dogs. Woof, woof, woof. They beat the boarfolk, crying for their mothers. Woof, woof, woof. They drive the wergs back, calling for their fathers. Woof, woof, woof. 2 days later, amidst a chorus of barking and with at least 10 lost dogs, the River Bend Coalition finally returned home with all their spoils. Chapter 117. Theocratic unity in the Kobold Valley. Taking kobolds to war is akin to leading elementary school students on an outing. A moment's inattention can lead to them getting lost. The only difference is that no parents would reprimand Fisa for excessive discipline. With a whip in hand, most kobolds fear pain and would remember to stay close to the main force. Fortunately, the lost kobolds would regain their senses. As long as they were not devoured by beasts, their excellent sense of smell would guide them back to the main force, or even lead them home independently. Upon reaching a large pond upstream of the river bend, Fisa ordered all the kobolds to remove their gear and jump into the water to cleanse themselves before returning home. Especially the black-furred kobolds, who likely had never bathed, were caked in mud, their fur matted, with only a few strands reflecting light, albeit still dirty and greasy. Once they returned to the Kobold Valley, a large bath filled with hot water and sulfur awaited them. The golden-furred kobolds in Fisa's command were much cleaner and had begun to adapt to regular bathing. They were not fond of frolicking in cold water, but yearned for the warmth of the valley's grand bath. However, the bath's capacity was limited, and producing a tank of hot water consumed considerable firewood, often allowing it to be opened only once every few days. Only the robust kobold guards could indulge in frequent baths, while the weaker ones had to wait 10 days or more for their turn. Most of the time, they were compelled by Fisa to wash in the river. Fisa's hygiene standard for the kobolds were almost entirely modeled after Riverbend. Previously in the north, due to the excessively cold climate and lack of economic means, the villagers of Riverbend were all unkempt, appearing as if they hadn't bathed in centuries. Yen, a retired elite legionnaire, could hardly bear to witness this but felt powerless to change it. Upon arriving at Riverbend, the village temporarily entered a primitive communal society, becoming a dictatorship under Urian's rule. He gradually implemented a system of militarized management, disseminating certain regulations from the barracks to the village. For instance, he emphasized obedience to orders, adherence to rules, and attention to hygiene. These principles coincided seamlessly with Leo's vision. Urian was tasked with constructing bathhouses and latrines, while Leo ensured that the villagers utilized them, significantly enhancing the sanitary conditions throughout the Riverbend. Even the most slovenly of modern individuals began to exhibit greater cleanliness than the villagers had previously demonstrated. Following the concerted efforts of Urian and Leo, the majority of the villagers started to adopt basic personal hygiene practices. The River Bend infantry, being the primary focus of care, naturally became the first beneficiaries of this transformation. After all, it was somewhat unsettling for these robust warriors, who neglected to wipe themselves after using the toilet, to be in the company of their comrades. Once the River Bend established a firm foundation, Urian and Leo conferred and decided to incorporate personal hygiene into the assessment criteria for the militia. Fraser insisted that all the goblin miners be thoroughly cleaned before leading them back to the valley. After the invention of explosive barrels, the valley's stone walls, which had previously appeared riddled with decay yet remained standing, were utterly obliterated within a month. A massive opening, several meters wide, emerged on one side of the valley, glinting with metallic sheen, as iron-rich hematite lay scattered everywhere. Numerous goblin miners continued to hammer away at the ore, filling their backpacks, while those responsible for transportation carried the loads to the blacksmith shop or the peninsula of the river bend. Leo contributed 2 wheelbarrows for Fraser to replicate, aiming to enhance the goblins' transport capacity. However, they had yet to enter mass production, and the vast majority of iron, ore, and pig iron ingots still relied on the goblins for transport. A clear, rugged path had developed from the Goblin Valley to the river bend, with goblins bustling about, continuously transporting ore. Even the smallest of goblins joined their parents and elders, scurrying back and forth with boulders that were almost as large as their heads. After Leo removed the armed forces from the river bend, the entire area fell into a state of idleness, on guard against potential attacks. Nevertheless, the goblins remained unfazed, simply treating it as if the hunting party had yet to return. The remaining goblins continued to operate as usual. If they had learned the idiom to starve to death due to choking, they would have mocked humanity. The Goblin Valley now appeared significantly more open than before, having constructed numerous shelters and huts. Kitchens, storerooms, latrines, blacksmith shops, carpentry workshops, barracks, and public squares began to take shape. An elderly, balding goblin leaned on a cane at the valley's entrance, welcoming his kin. He was the shaman of the goblin tribe, rendered obsolete after the tribe lost its magical heritage. Relying solely on his wit, he concocted crude stories and songs, performing the inherited shamanic dances to earn a meager meal. During a dance meant to bless the blacksmith's forge, this aged goblin shaman, trembling on his feet, lost his strength and fell into the fire pit. Emerging from the flames, his fur was singed away, and one of his legs was broken. The tribe deemed him worthless and prepared to abandon him in the wilderness to fend for himself. However, Fisa holds a different perspective. She believes that as long as the old goblin can still speak, he remains capable of teaching the young goblins the songs of their kind, recounting the tales of the sacred Goblin Mountain, and identifying unfamiliar herbs. Thus, he still holds value. Consequently, she merely sees the shaman's thorny crown and feathered cloak, along with the shaman's title, while ensuring that the tribe would care for his sustenance until his demise. At present, Fisa stands as both the chieftain and the shaman of the Goblin Valley, accomplishing a union of governance and spirituality, wielding absolute authority. Fisa entrusted the word pups to a trusted female goblin. Yet en route, some of these fierce pups were surreptitiously consumed by the hostile black-furred goblins, dwindling their numbers to fewer than 100. The black-furred goblins brought along dozens of their own pups, oblivious to the circumstances within the Goblin Valley, believing that the word pups would encroach upon their own offspring's space. Coupled with previous animosities, they relentlessly attacked and devoured the word pups along the way. By the time Fisa discovered this, at least 20 had perished. As the black-furred goblins entered the valley, it was akin to a group of Na'vi villagers stumbling into a grand estate. The human-like structures, various production facilities, open mines, and the joyous barks of goblins were sights they had never encountered. It was already absurd that the old goblin had not been cast into the wilderness. How could the female goblins frolic leisurely with their young, rather than engaging in labor? These inexperienced black-furred goblins were herded into a scorching hot bath. The basin was infused with a copious amount of sulfur to eliminate any lice and pathogens they carried. The goblins who had returned early to the valley had already relayed the news of their victory and instructed the female goblins to adhere to standard welcoming protocols for their new kin. The unfortunate black-furred goblins, having just emerged from a cold bath and feeling unprecedentedly clean, were abruptly thrust into the boiling water, nearly scalding their fur off. Some little black pups, fearing they would be cooked, flailed and struggled in the water, their faces contorted in terror. On the river bend, Leo's infantry and the Basarka longbowmen were also greeted by their kin. Chapter 118. From Militia Leader to General. Olivia, accompanied by the little mouse, stood at the forefront of the welcoming party alongside Julian. When Leo, riding his steed, leisurely approached the marching column, he appeared outside the waterway to the north of the river bend. Olivia rushed forward, unhesitatingly embracing Leo's leg. Although Leo rode a mount suitable for cavalry, it was a purebred northern horse, standing at a height of 1.5 meters. At 170, Olivia leaped forth, only a head taller than the horse's back, yet unable to reach Leo's waist. Leo grasped Olivia's arm and effortlessly lifted her onto the saddle. The little mouse scampered over, standing beneath the horse, twisting her fingers in envy as she gazed up at her sister, Olivia. Leo cradled Olivia in his arms, extending a leg to signal to the little mouse. With an unspoken understanding, the nimble mouse swiftly grasped his trousers, climbing up with agility until it perched upon his boot. Off you go. Leo gave a shake of his leg, sending the mouse into the air, where he deftly caught it and placed it before Olivia, embracing both girls in his arms. Amid the displeased snorts of the horse, Leo rode through the suspension bridge and the village gate, returning to the River Bay Peninsula. The villagers from the 3 camps had gathered near the gate, their admiration palpable. Leo surveyed the throng of several hundred individuals, suddenly raising his hand in a fist, and shouted, "Invincible River Bay!" The crowd, invigorated by his fervor, raised their hands in unison, echoing, "Invincible River Bay." If previously Leo was regarded as a formidable militia leader capable of safeguarding them and their homeland, now he undoubtedly embodied the essence of an exceptional commander, capable of leading them to triumph over external foes. Watching Leo stride into the River Bay with a battalion of valiant infantry, Julian felt a surge of emotion. How could such a reckless young scoundrel suddenly become so enlightened? Yet, he was his son-in-law, the future heir, and his remarkable performance was indeed commendable, a testament to the adage that the student surpasses the master. Under the villagers' adoring gazes, Olivia, disregarding her shyness, nestled into Leo's embrace, relishing the strength of his protective hold, her hands exploring him with tenderness. Noticing the absence of scars and hearing no signs of pain from him, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. During Leo's absence, she had been sleeping with the little mouse, plagued by nightmares for consecutive nights. In her dreams, she often saw Leo being overpowered and mauled by several towering gnolls, blood splattering in a horrific scene. Having never encountered Gnoll before, the most vicious canine creature she had ever known was Fraser's father, the former Gnoll chief. The most harrowing sight she had witnessed was Leo being torn apart by the Gnoll chieftain. It was said that each Gnoll was mightier than Fraser's father, with some Gnoll brutes towering even above the boar man. The very sight of the boar heads hanging in the hall invoked unsettling thoughts. They faced a coalition of over 1,000 foreign foes, not merely 1,000 rabbits. Even a common wolf pack, numbering over 1,000, could easily annihilate a village. Not just her, but nearly all the villagers harbored such profound concerns. Only Julian maintained a demeanor of assured confidence to soothe their anxieties. Yet, even he felt an undercurrent of trepidation. Despite the favorable odds predicted before the battle, those were merely ideal scenarios. Casualties were inevitable. The question remained how many would return. As long as losses did not surpass 1/3, it would be deemed a resounding victory, worthy of grand celebration. Even if Rigorath, renowned for purging foreign entities and bandit dens, were to arrive, he would have to concede. The concerns lingered until midday, when news arrived from the hastily returned wildling scouts, alleviating the collective anxiety. The little mouse was, in fact, the most assured among them, lacking a true grasp of the war's magnitude, yet sharing the same unwavering confidence in the astute and formidable Leo as did Fraser. Although the wildling scouts reported minimal casualties and the villagers had made preparations, an undercurrent of doubt persisted. The reported losses were astonishingly low. Gazing upon the nearly unscathed troops, disbelief washed over the villagers. Were it not for the substantial spoils being dragged back by the beasts of burden, they might have thought the forces had retreated without ever engaging in battle. The trophies left by the coalition of gnolls were meager, their equipment woefully outdated. Stone tools lay abandoned on the battlefield, and, of the iron implements collected, half were deemed unserviceable. Even the dog-headed folk, who demanded everything, dismissed these trinkets, selecting only a few heavy weapons from the wild boars as tokens of their victory. Aside from a portion of iron that would be returned for resmelting, the principal spoils comprised a vast collection of animal hides, whether from bison, saber-toothed tigers, or bears. Even those riddled with arrows and unsuitable for infantry armor could be mended and distributed among the impoverished villagers, transforming into fine bedding or blankets. Upon returning to the river bay, Leo's first order of business was to summon Fraser and emphasize the critical importance of safety in production. Seated before the warm hearth in the great house, Leo earnestly counseled Fraser, "I have learned that in your Knoll Valley, one dog dies every day. This cannot continue. They are your kin." Continuous reports of fatalities among the Knolls, whether from mining explosions, collapses, or Fraser's perilous experiments, have been a constant source of concern. Initially, the activities in the Knoll Valley went unnoticed, as long as the iron ore flowed steadily. However, following the recent conflict, Leo resolved to intervene, lest he too become a victim one fateful day. Fraser, upon hearing this, nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, my kin. One has perished, but there are still 499 left." The little mouse silently calculated, with 500 Knolls, averaging one death per day, that amounts to 50 each month. "May I inquire how many will remain a year hence?" Leo was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether Fraser was boasting of her counting skills or the size of her kin. "Is that the crux of my concern?" he exclaimed. "The focus is on the alarmingly high mortality rate. Just consider, one day, an explosion or collapse could claim you as well, leaving no progeny behind. You are already 3.5 years old, a mature and responsible Knoll. You must understand the importance of preserving your lineage." "You are right." Fraser pondered briefly, then decisively nodded. "Thus, I must find a husband." Leo suddenly awakened to the realization that spring had arrived, heralding the season of mating among animals. He shifted his stool back a few paces, warning, "Humans and Knolls must not intermarry." Faisa had not considered this matter at all. She pondered, "The black-haired goblins are too foolish, the golden-haired goblins are too simple-minded, and the fierce goblins are too small. Oh, what a vexing dilemma." As she spoke, she tugged at the little mouse, insisting it accompany her to the Goblin Valley in search of a husband. Meanwhile, Olivia found the situation both amusing and melancholic, her expression quite peculiar. While mending her clothes, she teasingly remarked, "Faisa is already seeking a partner. Aren't you planning to find one?" Leo scratched his head, replying, "Do I even need to?" Olivia, however, fell silent, awaiting Leo's reaction. Chapter 119. Give Leo a son. In recent days, Olivia's concerns had not gone unnoticed by her circle of friends, who offered her consolation and advice. Since Julian's rise to prominence, Olivia's status had soared, resulting in an increasing number of friends. Although some women of similar age secretly envied Olivia's fortunate circumstances, none would dare to show a hint of jealousy outwardly. With her gentle nature, kindness, and willingness to assist others, along with her control over the village's wealth, who could refuse her friendship? Some scheming village women were even consciously seeking to align themselves with her. After all, with the burgeoning prosperity of Riverbend, once Julian was officially recognized as a pioneering knight, Olivia would truly become a noble lady. When Olivia eventually married, she would be the lady of the Lord. At that point, being a friend of a noble lady, or even serving as her maid, would surely be preferable to laboring in the fields like the village women. Thus, whenever Olivia's worries surfaced, at least 10 of her friendly contemporaries would come forth to comfort and confide in her. Some women spoke absurdly, while others offered sensible advice. Agatha, in particular, was forthright, sharing her experiences as someone who had been through similar trials. Before Julian retired to the village, Agatha's father-in-law was the village chief, responsible for collecting taxes from the knights and managing the community. Her husband was the captain of the militia, wielding control over the village's armed forces. Furthermore, her own family hailed from a prosperous household in the neighboring village, and her marriage had been accompanied by silver jewelry and 2 hefty pigs as dowry. Thus, in the north, Agatha had truly been a landlord's daughter, even more remarkable than the still flourishing Olivia. Regrettably, an invasion by a marauding band of orcs had slaughtered her family and seized most of their wealth. The only survivor was Agatha, who clung to 2 little black pigs while seeking refuge in a haystack. It could be said that Olivia's current predicament mirrored Agatha's past. If Leo were to perish and the foreign coalition invaded Riverbend, Olivia would find herself fleeing with 2 little goblins in her arms, just as Agatha had. Therefore, Agatha earnestly advised Olivia to hasten and bear Leo a son upon his return. With a child, her focus would shift away from incessantly longing for a man, sparing her the need to use 2 piglets as her emotional crutch. Olivia was deeply convinced, yet Julian refrained from broaching the subject of marriage. and she lacked the audacity to press the matter. After enduring several days of psychological torment, she resolved to take the initiative. However, her inherent timidity limited her assertiveness. Those subtly veiled insinuations proved utterly ineffective in awakening the oblivious Leo. For several consecutive days, Leo found himself ensnared in Olivia's cryptic and sardonic demeanor. As a quintessentially straightforward man, he had never contemplated this particular issue. They had already shared a bed, so what could possibly be difficult about discussing marriage? He merely thought they were too young, that it was premature. Julian, being exceedingly busy, had little time for romantic entanglements. As the ruler of Riverbend, he was occupied with overseeing various projects and issuing directives, while also shuttling between 3 camps to mediate conflicts. The villagers of the 3 camps were far from accommodating, and it was impossible to avoid discord. The inhabitants of Riverbend were fiercely territorial, apprehensive that the newly arrived populace would encroach upon their interests. The wild men of Wolffang were unruly, adhering to their own customs and looking down upon the farmers and outcasts of Riverbend. Meanwhile, the outcasts faced rejection from both the villagers and the wild men, lacking a sense of belonging, merely wishing to subsist aimlessly while seeking fleeting amusements. Julian was tasked not only with reconciling these various disputes, but also with devising strategies to enhance their productivity, a burden that turned his hair gray with worry. As the population of Riverbend swelled, the issue of talent scarcity became evident. Aside from Julian, Leo, and Olivia, there were scarcely any capable individuals for governance. Even those who might have been suitable lacked the requisite prestige to command respect in a short span of time. Take Vice Commander Vich of the Infantry Regiment, one of Julian's designated nightly attendants. He was a competent officer, but struggled to resolve civil disputes. Within the military camp, he could easily deal with unruly militia members. But outside of it, confronted by the lamentations of the elderly and weak villagers, he found himself at a loss. Additionally, there were Eugen, Moros, and other infantry squad leaders. While they had garnered some degree of respect and wielded influence in the 3 camps, they hailed from the ranks of local ruffians. And reigning in their own conduct was a feat in itself, let alone managing others. In this regard, Olivia also exhibited a degree of indecisiveness. She was an exceptional logistics officer and territory manager, adept at handling the flow of resources and labor distribution in Riverbend, and she managed most internal affairs quite well. However, her benevolence often led to hesitation in civil disputes, as she sought to avoid offending either party, striving for an ideal resolution. It was evident that such an outcome was unattainable. No matter how fair and reasonable the solution, one party, or even both, would invariably feel aggrieved. Thus, during this period, the often idle Leo frequently accompanied her, alleviating her burdens. Clad in a tattered linen shirt, he rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, flanked by his diminutive companion, both serving to intimidate the villagers as they stood vigil behind the industrious Olivia. The illustrious reputation of remarkable generals and fearsome villains has transformed the villagers of the Triad and the goblins into obedient souls. Whenever 3 villagers gather for casual conversation, they instinctively disperse at the sight of Leo. Likewise, a group of children joyfully playing will line up to receive his inspection upon seeing him. Even the wild folk bow their heads in respect when Leo appears. The youthful wildlings gaze upon him with fervent admiration, akin to fans enamored with a star. They revere strength, and Leo, who is nearly their age, stands as the epitome of their admiration. In instances of village disputes, Leo can swiftly resolve matters with just a few words. He instructs Olivia, "It is not necessary for both parties to feel that justice has been served. You merely need to ensure that the observing villagers perceive it as fair. Justice is the fairness of the majority. If a minority feels it is unjust, let them grapple with it themselves or find solace in other ways." With Leo's assistance and guidance, Olivia has become increasingly adept at handling civil affairs. At this moment, the little mouse feels the utmost pride, for there is no greater power than that of the fox borrowing the tiger's might. Moreover, Olivia has declared that her status among the guards exceeds that of Leo, since Leo is unwilling to assist her with bookkeeping or counting. The clever little mouse is more than capable of fulfilling those duties. Olivia has even confided that once the little goblin matures, she intends to dismiss Leo and promote the most skilled in writing and counting to serve as the little mouse's assistant. The village children, who once looked down upon her or excluded her from their play, now regard her with envious eyes. The village elders whisper that black hair and black eyes signify the bloodline of demons, the embodiment of curses. Though the children remain skeptical, they prefer to avoid trouble. Thus, the little mouse often finds companionship only with the little goblins. These godsons of Olivia regard the little mouse as their leader, obeying her every command. Beyond domestic affairs, Julian must also navigate diplomatic challenges. The threats from the River Bay are not confined to the north, as dangers loom from other directions as well. Julian is compelled to travel frequently between the River Bay and Isenpaul, engaging in discussions with concerned knight lords such as Rygalaf to address issues of vagrants and bandits. Chapter 120. The renowned victor Rygalaf. Once again, Rygalaf participated in the noble banquet of Isenpaul, and upon Julian's return, he was filled with trepidation. Isenpaul has become increasingly unsettled, with 3 villages in the north already having fallen prey to bandit raids. Rygalaf proposed the formation of a joint patrol team, where each patrol would maintain security within its own territory. Should they uncover the whereabouts of a bandit stronghold, they would unite to eliminate it swiftly, preventing the bandits from growing in power. Leo expressed no objections, stating, "You are in charge. Handle it as you see fit." He was not particularly worried, for the River Bay region remained relatively safe. The Western Watchtower serves as a formidable checkpoint, making it difficult for large bands of bandits to form along the World Tree Avenue to the west of Isenpaul, unlike the situation to the north. Most bandit groups consist of small contingents of fewer than 100, requiring little in the way of supplies, allowing them to dart and hide within the mountains and forests. Though they dared not assault the nearby villages, they would stealthily abduct cattle and sheep, ambush isolated villagers, and even attack small merchant caravans lacking sufficient protection. Many of the merchant groups, which roamed near Isenbohr, consisted of no more than 30 individuals, mostly drivers and traders, with few experienced guards. Whenever the numbers were comparable, the bandits would boldly emerge to intercept and extort. Larger bands would even mercilessly slaughter merchants and seize their goods, while smaller groups would not hesitate to launch nighttime raids, making off with several wagons. Although the situation was not as dire as in the north, the increasing number of refugees had significantly eased the recruitment of bandit forces, posing a risk that a stronghold of over 100 robbers could quietly emerge in some hidden corner. While the River Bay possessed formidable strength and was no longer afraid of these bandit groups, their livelihood largely depended on trade. If those smaller merchant caravans and the Petahov family's trade convoys suffered frequent attacks, it would pose an extremely grave threat to River Bay. The two conferred, with Julian observing Leo seated upon his lordly throne, playfully teasing the small mouse and dog-headed creature while enjoying Olivia's offerings, exuding an air of opulent indulgence. Meanwhile, Julian toiled day and night, consumed by envy and burning with rage. "What do you mean I should handle it? You must participate." After some contemplation, Leo suggested, "Let Vich lead the 2nd Infantry Squad to form a patrol team responsible for maintaining order around River Bay. We can assess the situation regarding the eradication of the bandit strongholds later." Julian pondered this for a moment and found it reasonable, nodding in agreement. The 2nd Squad had seen too little bloodshed. It was essential for them to gain experience. With Rigalav leading the troops cautiously, even the 2nd Squad would face minimal danger. The 1st Squad is the foundation of River Bay. Should the situation become truly severe, we can deploy them. Leo nodded, and the matter was settled. He then inquired, "Very well, is there anything else?" Julian, in a fit of sudden fervor, kicked Leo off the lordly throne, exclaiming, "Am I the lord, or are you? Get to work." Sir Rigalav Petahov, a knight renowned for his valor acquired through the eradication of foreign foes and bandits, had garnered the support of most military lords for his council. Around Isenbohr, militia patrols were swiftly established, led by seasoned veterans patrolling the territory and assisting merchant entries and exits. Even without encountering the enemy, they could showcase their might, deterring refugees and bandits from choosing them as targets. In years past, Julian served at the Western Watchtower, where the commander was none other than Sir Rigalav. Together, they trained a cadre of soldiers, ridding the region of bandits and foreign invaders, and within a few years, they had purged the malignant presence west of Isenbohr. Consequently, for many years thereafter, the land saw little sign of bandits or foreign threats, which was also one of the reasons Julian led the group southward for 1,000 miles to seek new opportunities in River Bay. The vast and sparsely populated north is characterized by its noble lords, who, aside from contending for a few strategically vital territories, generally prioritize harmony, resulting in large-scale wars erupting less frequently than once a decade. However, the people of the north, who proudly regard themselves as descendants of the god of war, channel their fierce valor into subjugating the wild tribes and foreign races, given the lack of legitimate battlefields. The term wild tribes encompasses not only the truly untamed clans that have not been assimilated, but also various brigands, thieves, and bandits that have retreated into the mountains and forests. Rigoraf is no exception to this, yet he's distinguished by his steadiness and military acumen. His approach to purging banditry is marked by a methodical and assertive strategy. He first trains a cadre of elite scouts to meticulously gather intelligence on the hideouts of robbers and the positions of foreign clans. Upon discovering these groups, he summons the neighboring knightly lords, deploying forces that are 5 to 10 times greater to crush the foes, striving for encirclement rather than mere expulsion. Once a bandit stronghold has been dismantled by him, it takes years, if not decades, for it to recover. Ordinary knightly lords find their military capabilities limited to the level of rural skirmishes. They often lead their poorly equipped retinues and militia in fruitless pursuits of bandit bands, engaging in bloody confrontations to showcase their personal valor. A victory in such clashes may yield a Pyrrhic triumph, while a defeat results in the tarnishing of their lifelong reputations. Death in battle is one thing. However, knights captured by bandits must pay exorbitant ransoms. Wealthy knights may find themselves forfeiting the equivalent of a year's worth of plunder in a single campaign against banditry. In contrast to these reckless lords, Rigoraf, who excels in disciplined and strategic warfare, emerges as a paragon of military prowess, boasting an impeccable record. His least favorable outcome involves a large bandit force slipping through his encirclement, but he has never faced defeat. His most celebrated achievement is the annihilation of a formidable contingent of nearly 500 mounted bandits and raiders, whom he trapped in a valley. Rigoraf's title as a Knight of the House of Fong comes from family inheritance, yet his personal renown is earned through his capabilities. In comparison to those knights who rely on feasting and the flattery of bards for their prestige, Rigoraf undoubtedly garners the trust of military leaders more readily through his accomplishments. Once Julian departed, a diminutive goblin approached Leo, observing his seemingly good spirits, and timidly reported, "Boss, I have a headache." Leo seized the goblin's head and playfully ruffled its hair, inquiring, "Feeling better now?" The goblin nodded, but soon returned, saying, "Boss, it still hurts." Leo then called out to the busy Olivia, "Mother of the child, your son has a headache." "I know you have a headache," Olivia retorted, disdainfully pulling the goblin closer and giving it a vigorous ruffle, then warning, "If you behave, it won't hurt anymore, understood?" "Understood," the goblin replied, displaying a hint of trepidation as it quickly scurried beneath the lordess' throne. Leo sensed that something was amiss. The goblin offspring raised by Olivia were particularly reliant on their adoptive mother. A mere compliment from Olivia could send the little goblins into ecstatic joy, and she treated them all equally, never expressing disdain for any of them. Yet, Leo displayed little concern for the young kobold, who in turn was filled with trepidation at the sight of him. Today, it was evident that something was amiss. The little kobold, suffering from a headache, sought him out instead of its mother. Curiosity piqued, Leo inquired, "What is the matter? How could a healthy pup be afflicted with a headache? Shouldn't you, as its mother, be more attentive?" Olivier, filled with ire, retorted, "I am aware of its headache. It served him right. Do you know what mischief he's been up to?" Chapter 121. The Boar Rider, Sixus. Sixus, come fort, Olivier commanded, her voice tinged with frustration as she bent down to rummage beneath the lordly throne, eventually dragging out the little kobold that had been hiding. After a long day of overseeing the village's construction, Olivier also took on the responsibility of nurturing the young kobold that Leo had brought. Unlike Leo, who was often careless, Olivier could not ignore the whimpering of the hungry pup. Kind-hearted Olivier genuinely treated the young kobold as her own son, ensuring they were well-fed and clothed, teaching them language and literacy, supervising their baths and sleep, and fostering good character. During their time in the north, Leo had once captured a fawn, which Olivier raised as a daughter for a full month, naming her Little Flower. Unfortunately, upon returning home one day, Olivier found only the fawn's legs remaining. the rest having been given to starving villagers by Leo. Although she shed silent tears, she still managed to eat joyfully. Such occurrences were numerous, and Olivier had grown accustomed to them. She possessed her own kindness, just as Leo had his, without conflict. Over the months, Olivier and the little mouse had named more than 30 young kobolds. Regrettably, only they could distinguish between them, while Julian and Leo could barely recognize the largest few. Now, half of them could no longer be referred to as young kobolds, having evolved into small kobolds. The largest, Rambo, was already over a year old, standing less than a meter tall, yet weighing more than the little mouse. Though not as formidable as an adult kobold, he was a small yet spirited member of their kind. He had become the vice captain of the 3rd Squad of the Militia, responsible for the combat training of the young kobolds. Before Olivier hung the slender, timid little kobold, named Rambo, Six's dog, by the scruff of his neck. He hung limply, his limbs dangling, his gaze evasive. Under Leo's inquisitive stare, he stammered, "Sixis rode a pig." Olivier delivered a light slap to the back of his head, exclaiming, "Was it merely riding a pig?" He also smashed through the livestock pen. What else? He trampled the farmland. It turned out that, under the encouragement of his companions, the young kobold had climbed atop a rampaging boar, which then charged through the livestock pen. Several more boars followed suit, trampling the fields before finally being driven back by the arriving militia. Were it not for the great river and irrigation channels that obstruct their path, these unicorn boars would have ventured into the wilderness, returning to their natural habitat. The rudimentary taming techniques imparted by Bobuk to the villagers can only barely pacify these creatures, preventing them from becoming excessively agitated or aggressive towards humans. Yet, these unicorn boars remain as untamed as wild boars, and to this day, they can only be herded into pens for brief moments of fresh air, unable to roam freely in the forests like domestic pigs. The goblin pups, having spent their days in close proximity to them, have grown familiar, but their interactions are limited to mere gentle touches. Leo, reveling in mischief, laughed heartily and remarked, "I never would have guessed that beneath your timid facade, you could display such courage. Sykes, the boar rider, you truly are a cunning one." Upon hearing Leo's praise, Sykes swiftly wagged his tail, grinning with delight. Olivia, however, delivered a sharp reprimand, exclaiming, "Look at you! What if you hurt someone? What if you caused a fatal accident? Would you dare to do it again next time?" Clearly aware of the potential consequences, Sykes immediately shrank back, losing his bravado. The unicorn boars weigh even more than wild boars, sporting a horn nearly a foot long on their snouts, resembling half-grown rhinoceroses. When truly provoked, even several infantrymen from the river band would struggle to withstand their assault, while ordinary villagers would stand no chance of resistance. Previously, due to the lack of rock salt, preserving meat was a challenge, leading to the unicorn boars being fed daily with some deer antler cassava, awaiting the moment when their meat supply ran out before they could be slaughtered. However, since the ambush on the wild boars, the meat reserves at Riverbend have not only been maintained, but have actually increased. The Wolf Fong and Great Falls tribes are both hunting communities, relentlessly pursuing game each day, with nearly half of their substantial catch of meat and hides being delivered to Riverbend in exchange for grains and fabrics. The textiles woven by the tribespeople are far inferior in durability and warmth compared to the coarse cloth brought by merchants, and meat is not as easily stored as grains. Moreover, trading fresh meat and pelts for relatively inexpensive grains alleviates the hunting pressure on the tribespeople, allowing them to redirect their energies elsewhere. Even the ogres have come to understand this, frequently hauling freshly caught salt marsh crocodiles, stag deer, brown bears, and saber-toothed tigers, entire and intact, to Riverbend, exchanging them for large quantities of grain in return. With their limited skinning techniques, the ogre tribe often tosses their catches, fur and all, into large cauldrons. Now, the pelts they previously deemed unnecessary can be traded for more grain than the meat itself. The 6 unicorn boars have thrived to this day, living a life of ease, feasting and then sleeping. After Sykes caused a significant mishap, Olivia, fearing the wrath of Julian and Leo, decided to conceal the incident involving the puppet's demise. However, private admonitions were inevitable. Leo seemed largely unconcerned. Had it not been for the modern sensibilities prevailing, the boar rider would not have fallen to the diminutive goblin. How is it that I remained unaware of such an amusing affair? While stroking Sykes' canine head and conversing with Olivia, he feigned a lesson for the pup. Did that hurt? Next time you ride a boar, I'll make sure to flatten your little head. The little mouse answered Olivia. Leo is a great sluggard, still indulging in slumber. 6. Comforted by the false paternal figure, seemed to regain a semblance of courage and weakly remarked, "Why are you in pain if the dog's head wasn't struck?" 6 fell silent once more. Leo cast a suspicious glance at Olivia and the little mouse. The two girls averted their gazes, avoiding eye contact with Leo. Seizing the opportunity, Leo grabbed the little mouse and began to tickle her under the arms, applying severe interrogation methods. The little mouse squirmed, squealed with laughter, and instantaneously became a traitor, exclaiming, "Sister Olivia knows magic." What? Leo was taken aback, not expecting this revelation. He turned to Olivia and suddenly burst into laughter. "You can perform magic? I could do extraordinary things too." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Olivia felt the sting of disdain, pouting and ignoring him, snatching the little mouse from his grasp and holding her silently. The two girls huddled together, whispering quietly. When Leo was not paying attention, Olivia began to chant softly, pointing a finger at Leo. "Wow." As Leo was tending to the fire, a sudden sharp pain struck his forehead as if he had been lashed with a whip. This blow not only stung his skin, but also penetrated into his mind. He nearly toppled into the fire, horrified, thinking, "Am I about to drop dead again? Will I ever be able to return, to engage in a wild and rebellious adventure?" Fortunately, the pain was fleeting, dissipating quickly, leaving only a dull ache at the back of his head, a reminder that this was no mere illusion. Leo pressed his hand against his head and looked at Olivia and the little mouse. The two girls were nestled together, glancing around, pretending they had seen nothing. "Goodness, she truly can perform magic," Leo exclaimed, suddenly realizing what spell it was. Had the dog violated the heavenly decree, warranting such mental punishment? Chapter 122. Olivia's natural awakening. This spell Leo had already endured once before, known as the mental lash of the holy light cleric, Lawrence. However, Lawrence's mental lash felt akin to being struck with a blade to the forehead, capable of cleaving one's mind. It rendered opponents completely incapacitated. Weaker targets might even perish on the spot. Having experienced Lawrence's mental lash, along with Danny's fireball spell, Leo had gained some understanding of the magic in this world. Even the most basic spells were formidable against extraordinary beings. A mere ordinary person struck by one would surely meet their demise. Leo, with his formidable physical prowess, would have been rendered brain-dead by Lawrence's attack had it not been for Master Bobic's protection. Yet, Olivia's spell, while striking, bore little actual lethality. Leo was simultaneously astonished and delighted, though somewhat perplexed, as he inquired of Olivia, "Have you awakened naturally?" Olivia, however, appeared even more bewildered than Leo, asking, "What does awakening mean?" Alas, in the River Bay, there exists not a single extraordinary being. All individuals remain illiterate in the realm of the extraordinary, lacking the capacity to provide sufficient theoretical knowledge. The villagers' understanding of the extraordinary is confined to notions of nobility and power, devoid of any foundational concepts. While there are indeed individuals who awaken naturally, those recorded are exceedingly few. The number of women is even scarcer. Many from southern territories were executed as witches by the church, while in the north, a handful of female shamans and priestesses possess rudimentary spells. In contrast, the likelihood of natural awakening appears greater among the tribes of the wilderness, where numerous larger alien clans boast shamans skilled in the arcane arts. However, the primary method of awakening stems from the alchemical legacies of various clans and factions. The Empire designates these potions that stimulate awakening as awakening elixirs, available in the grand cities of the three realms. Regrettably, their exorbitant prices render them accessible only to affluent landowners and lords. A single qualifying awakening elixir fluctuates around 100 gold sulas, equivalent to the complete armament of 2 heraldic knights. In the context of a previous life, this would translate to 1 million, especially in the remote mountain villages of the early 2000s. During the peak of its developmental phase, River Bay finds itself in dire straits. Olivia wishes she could split a single copper coin into 2. It is challenging to amass even the funds for a set of heraldic knight armaments, let alone the awakening elixir. Only a knightly family like the Petahov can rely on the income from their 4 knightly fiefs to procure such an elixir for their heir. Although Rigolav himself has not ascended to the extraordinary, his third brother's son is a renowned extraordinary being from Isenball. having retired from the Gale Knights and received personal accolades from Duke Mitchell Odilov. However, Rigolav's current concern is his son Roman, who has reached the requisite foundational strength to consume an awakening elixir, yet his second brother's eldest son is even more remarkable. Due to military accomplishments, his nephew has already secured a pioneering knightly fief under his second brother's influence and has been successfully appointed as a pioneering knight. Should the Pedohov family acquire an awakening elixir, a rivalry between Roman and his nephew is inevitable, as neither would relinquish the opportunity to ascend to the extraordinary. Leo finds himself unable to discern Olivia's condition, yet he is acutely aware that she has awakened naturally. Master Bobak once briefly touched upon the subject of extraordinary awakenings, but due to the vast gulf between that discussion and the current state of River Bay, a deeper exchange did not occur. Awakening is not an instantaneous transformation from an ordinary individual to a formidable extraordinary being. It involves a gradual process. Ordinary individuals, through physical training, elevate their bodies to peak condition, only to reach a point where their attributes cease to improve. Awakening represents the breaking of these shackles. Post-awakening, individuals do not become powerful overnight. Rather, they surpass their limits and can continue to enhance their strength through training. This kind of restraint must be experienced at each tier, with some being surmountable through potions, while others necessitate talent, insight, or fortuitous opportunities. According to this notion, Leo believed he had likely awakened as well. However, due to his lack of experience, the certainty of his awakening remained elusive. Who could say whether this was some form of mutation? Contemplating this, Leo was suddenly beset by feelings of anxiety. How he longed for the 50th day with Master Bobak. Sitting together by the warm fire pit, Leo, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Do you possess any other spells?" Olivia produced Lawrence's tome of Holy Light, flipping to the last few pages and pointed to one, saying, "I can also perform this, Holy Light." This sacred text, largely composed in the Imperial High Language, contained the doctrines of the Holy Light, which Olivia and the Little Mouse had employed as an introductory book for the goblins and children. After all, this was the only book available in Riverbend. Thus, even the smallest of goblins could solemnly preach in Imperial High Language. "May the Holy Light be with you. The Holy Light shall judge you. In the boundless realm of the endless God, let there be a world of limits." This spectacle left a group of villagers in awe, nearly prompting them to kneel and worship the little goblin. Leo exhibited even more enthusiasm than Olivia, urging her, "Give it a try. Just try." Olivia, feeling somewhat shy and reserved, set the Holy Light tome aside, closed her eyes in meditation, and silently recited for a full minute before a faint golden light began to materialize in her palm. This glow was nearly imperceptible under the firelight, only revealing its sanctity in the darkness when turned away from the flames. Olivia gently placed this weak manifestation of holy light upon the head of Sykes, the goblin, to offer him a modicum of relief, then lamented, "It's essentially useless. It can barely treat minor colds, coughs, and runny noses, much less fevers or external injuries." Leo, however, viewed the situation differently, encouraging her, "It's already quite commendable. It's better than having nothing, isn't it? With diligent practice, you will only grow stronger. This is a natural awakening, akin to winning 5 million. Why fret over such an opportunity?" At this, Olivia's spirits lifted. "But please, do not continue to practice mental discipline on the goblins in secret. They're already foolish enough. If you push them further, they will be beyond saving." Olivia retorted angrily, "Do you think I want to? They are simply too mischievous, worse than the village children. Sending the older ones for military training has helped a bit. In truth, the young goblins are not more unruly than human children. Rather, they're simply less intelligent and lack proper guidance, often only realizing what they should not do after facing punishment. Yet they possess a certain advantage. Human children forget their lessons within days of being punished, while goblin cubs tend to remember for a long time. The goblins in the third squad are far more disciplined than their human peers." Gazing at Sykes, who was still huddled beneath Olivia's skirt, revealing only his goblin head, Leo felt that these goblins had grown too attached to their mothers. Thus he asked, "Aren't you the sixth in line? Why are you so small? Aren't you participating in military training?" Sykes, with a look of panic, replied in a voice even less confident than that of the little mouse, "My dear, I am your daughter." Chapter 123. The robustness of the goblin veil. What? There's still a female cub? Leo, filled with curiosity, poked at the belly of the goblin pup, eager to ascertain whether Sykes possessed male attributes. Oh, do move away. Olivia impatiently swatted Leo's hand aside, shielding Sykes beneath the hem of her skirt. The initial batch of goblin pups sent by Fisha had not been sorted by gender. Instead, they comprised the weakest and most difficult to sustain from the tribe. Initially, during several skirmishes with the Riverbend Militia, the goblin warriors suffered devastating casualties, rendering the surplus of offspring in their clan rather excessive. Leo proposed to offer 20 goblin pups as hostages. Surprisingly, even Fisha, who cherished her kin, did not vehemently oppose the idea. Based on previous experiences, those frail pups were unlikely to survive, even if not sent away, destined to be abandoned. Thus, Fisha naturally refrained from selecting the robust ones, but seized the opportunity to rid herself of a burden. As relations between Riverbend and the goblins began to thaw, Fisha observed that the goblin pups sent to Riverbend were not subjected to cruelty. Rather, they received attentive care, growing even stronger than their siblings in the valley. Consequently, she continued to discreetly deposit the surplus pups into the Riverbend pig pen, allowing humans to nurture them until Leo uncovered her actions. Eventually, with ample food in the Goblin Valley, there was no longer a need to discard any pups. As a result, of the 36 goblin pups, at least 1/3 were female. The goblins' beliefs mirrored those of the tribes of the wilderness, wherein females occupied a subordinate status to males, receiving lesser food rations from a young age. Over time, this led to increasingly robust males and increasingly frail females. After arriving at Riverbend, Sykes, like the other female goblin pups, faced exclusion from the male pups, struggling for sustenance, which further weakened her. Were it not for Olivia's keen vigilance in monitoring them and reprimanding the stronger pups vying for food, along with sufficient provisions, these female pups might have perished from starvation. Consequently, despite being the 6th in line, Sykes ranked 15th in terms of physical strength, leading to her exclusion when Leo selected goblin soldiers. Meanwhile, these goblin pups lived amidst human society, inherently disadvantaged, navigating their existence with caution. Their temperaments were generally more timid and sensitive than their counterparts in the Goblin Valley. The female goblins faced even greater hardships. Not only were they scorned and bullied by human children, but they were also looked down upon by the male pups. Thus, when Leo inquired why Sykes did not participate in military training, the sensitive little goblin immediately feared the loss of her worth, worrying about being discarded or slain by humans. In their perspective, female goblins were merely vessels for reproduction, a rare selection to become goblin warriors. Yet, in human society, they had lost even this attribute, rendering them nearly useless. As Leo's mental fortitude grew increasingly robust, he became acutely aware of the fear emanating from Sykes. Initially indifferent towards these canines, he harbored no disdain for them, regarding them merely as companions for Olivia's amusement. However, as they matured and their intellect expanded, surpassing that of mere dogs, Leo found himself compelled to regard them as sentient beings. Thus, in a manner befitting a canine folk, he encouraged Sykes, the boar rider, clever, brave, and strong. Fear not the trials ahead. Recall Fraser, the king of the dog-headed folk. The diminutive Sykes peeked from beneath Olivia's skirt, his eyes sparkling with admiration for his human guardian. Sykes shall grow stronger. Meanwhile, Julian summoned the 2nd Squadron of the Riverbend Militia, assigning them to patrol the vicinity under the leadership of Vice Commander Vich. Their mission was to sweep the area, eradicate, and recruit small bands of marauders or displaced camps. Those who were relatively docile would be escorted back to the lumber camp at Riverbend, gradually assimilated into loyal subjects. Conversely, the more ferocious bandits would be dealt with decisively, ensuring they did not gain power. Magna from Wolf Fong Camp received word and dispatched 30 young wildlings to join the patrol. They were proficient Basarka longbowmen with some hunting experience, yet they had yet to pass the wildling hunter's assessment. To become a wildling hunter, one must successfully hunt and slay a mature brown bear or saber-toothed tiger. Such formidable predators are not easily vanquished. Even modern hunters armed with high-powered rifles can falter, let alone use wielding only longbows and bare-bone spears. Each year in the Wolf Fong region, many young wildlings meet their demise during the assessment, often despite the covert assistance of experienced hunters. Through a recent conflict, Magna gained profound insight into the superiority of the imperial military system. Rather than allowing his kin to accrue experience through perilous hunts, he deemed it far more prudent to enlist them in a regular army, where they could receive structured training and engage in real combat. The patrol, consisting of 50 Riverbend militia and 30 Basarka longbowmen, constituted a formidable force in the wilderness, capable of addressing most threats. Drawing upon their hunting experiences, they gradually matched the prowess of the first squadron. In the face of formidable adversaries, they could swiftly communicate with Riverbend to assemble a coalition and eliminate the threat. As for the initially promised 50 wildling hunters, they were duly presented to Leo. These individuals, possessing a combat strength of level 2. 5, showcased remarkable individual prowess, with their longbows delivering devastating firepower. With a modicum of military formation training, they could easily ascend to the status of level 3 elite Imperial longbowmen. The elite longbowmen of the Empire, alongside the Imperial heavy infantry and equipped cavalry, represent the apex of civilian military units. Ascending further are the ranks of officers, knights, and formidable extraordinary beings. Thus, Riverbend now boasted 2 formal military units, the 50-strong Riverbend infantry and the 50-strong Basarka bowmen. Leo divided them into 2 teams, each consisting of 25 infantrymen and 25 longbowmen from Basarka, tasked with patrolling and guarding the River Bay territory. The other equally composed team ventured into the wolf-driving plains for hunting, allowing comrades to become familiar with one another in the heat of battle. The infantry imparted battlefield techniques to the archers, while the archers taught the infantry the skills of survival and hunting in the wild. The 2 teams would alternate weekly, striving to elevate their ranks to level 3 before the next great conflict. However, a soldier's prowess is significantly contingent upon their weaponry and equipment. The battlefield is not an arena. It emphasizes teamwork. A squad of level 3 heavy infantry, stripped of their armor, might not necessarily outmatch a squad of level 2 regular infantry. When faced with a rain of arrows or other ranged assaults, the former would likely suffer greater casualties. The double-layered fur armor reinforced with iron plates currently available in River Bay barely achieves the defensive capabilities of regular infantry. In winter, it suffices blending protection with warmth. But in summer, donning such fur armor becomes more uncomfortable than wearing iron, potentially diminishing combat effectiveness even before engagement. Thus, Julian urged Valerie to begin researching the production of chainmail, scale armor, padded armor, and fabric armor. Plate armor was out of the question. Even Eisenball lacked a workshop for it. The plate armor hand forged by northern blacksmiths takes 3 years to craft a single set, and its overall performance is inferior to chainmail produced in 2 months. After several days of deliberation, Valerie concluded that it would be more prudent to purchase ready-made armor instead. Chapter 124. The rights and games of the Dogheads. The current technological level of River Bay is only marginally superior to that of the Empire's villages, barely reaching the standard of small town. River Bay has its own blacksmiths, carpenters, stonemasons, fletchers, and tailors, yet their skills remain rudimentary, enabling them to produce only the most basic of tools for daily life. The simplest chainmail, lacking wire drawing technology, relies on imported rings and is thus better acquired as finished products. The finer iron rings for lamellar and scale armors are even more elusive. River Bay possesses neither the materials nor the craftsmanship, relying solely on imports. Padded armor, a more advanced option, is also only obtainable through purchase. Only fabric armor can be produced in limited quantities, yet the labor and materials required are substantial, and the craftsmanship falls significantly short of that produced in town workshops. With the time and labor available, it will be far more beneficial to produce additional iron ingots and agricultural tools for sale. Thus, Valerie emphatically advocated for purchasing. Julian could only lament and seek alternative solutions. Buying was not an option due to financial constraints. The cheapest iron armor from Eisenball came in the form of silver-scaled breastplates imported in bulk from the southern regions, tailored to accommodate the taller stature of northern folk. Even a robust man like Leo could wear one with an additional layer of hardened leather beneath. Unfortunately, each silver-scaled breastplate costs 5 pieces of gold. Furthermore, the silver-scaled breastplate offers protection solely for the chest and back, should one wish to complement it with a complete set of splinted arm and leg guards, scale shoulder armor, and chainmail boots. The price would double. In other words, equipping a regular infantry soldier requires 10 gold coins, a burden that the River Bay cannot bear. The regular infantry of the Imperial Standing Army dons a more exquisite and superior type of chainmail, offering enhanced protection while being lighter and more flexible, yet significantly more expensive. The leather-lined chainmail that Leo currently wears is merely a poor imitation of the Legion's chainmail. As for the heavy-armored elite infantry and the Imperial Cavalry's heavy plate and scale armor, they are essentially simplified versions of knightly armor, costing no less than 20 or 30 gold coins. It is worth mentioning that the metal armor in the Northern Territories is primarily imported from the southern regions. The metal armor produced in the major cities of the north is largely monopolized by several prominent earls, resulting in a self-contained economy. Only a few custom-made knightly armors are crafted by renowned artisans of the north. These bespoke knightly armors are not made from ordinary steel. Rather, they incorporate alchemical materials, akin to modern alloy steel. Additionally, some knightly armors are adorned with magical inscriptions, providing various special effects. Such high-level equipment, referred to as magical gear, can only be painstakingly crafted by master artisans, making mass production impossible. Nevertheless, River Bay is not entirely devoid of sources for iron armor. The patrol teams have managed to confiscate some second-hand armor during their confrontations with local bandit groups. Among these bandits are many skilled individuals, including veterans and deserters, and even skilled archers from the north, akin to wild hunters. Seasoned by bloodshed, they understand the significance of a piece of armor. And many bandit leaders and long-standing criminals possess commendable gear. These pieces of mail, chain, scale, and cloth-covered iron armor, though tattered, are collected by the River Bay patrols and sent to workshops for repairs, transforming them into integral components of their strength. Yulian, through the connections of the Petahov family, managed to exchange a stockpile of iron ingots and high-quality pelts for a batch of second-hand chainmail at half price, thereby barely increasing the iron armor coverage of the River Bay Infantry Corps to 70%. A retired officer from an elite legion, educated in military strategy and seasoned in battle, Yulian is well aware that unarmored militia are mere facades, while militia may suffice for chasing away beasts or fending off bandits. In true wartime conditions, sheer numbers of militia are futile. The effectiveness of a field army and the extent of armored coverage are paramount. Leo understands this particularly well. Without a sufficiently formidable field army and superior equipment, a nation of over 100 million could easily be defeated by a remote tribe of merely 20,000. Yet, the chasm between reality and ideals is often vast. Lacking a systematic windfall or a technological breakthrough, Leo can only collaborate with Yulian, gradually accumulating strength bit by bit. On this day, Yulian ventured to Isenpaul, where an incident occurred, prompting Ivan to report back to Leo. As Leo saw him enter, he immediately greeted him. You, be quiet. However, before he could finish, Ivan, already gripping the hilt of his sword, glared fiercely, disregarding rank, poised for a confrontation that seemed destined to spill blood. His exploits have circulated widely in River Bay, spawning various retellings. Even rumors have circulated about his inadequacies, causing the village maidens who once exchanged glances with him to now shy away. Although the young Ivan may not shine as brightly as Leo, he serves as a crucial member of the Riverbend Infantry, one of the squad leaders and a favored companion of Leo. Young, unmarried, and strikingly handsome, he has certainly attracted the attention of many village girls. Alas, all these promising prospects have evaporated into thin air. What is the matter? Leo urged him to cease speaking. Captain, there is unrest in the Goblin Valley. Leo remained remarkably composed, responding, "Let them stir as they please. What concern is it of ours?" Just as any developments in Riverbend often tied back to Leo, so too did news from Goblin Valley typically stem from the antics of Fisha. Much like Yulian's reluctance to meddle in Leo's affairs, Leo had grown weary and disinterested in Fisha's troubles. The ogre has gone to the Goblin Valley, intending to become its leader. Leo stood up intrigued. What are these hefty fellows up to? Let's go see the commotion. As they made their way to Goblin Valley, Ivan recounted the information he had gathered. It turned out that even before the ogres settled in the abandoned watchtower, many goblins had regarded them as demigods. The superstitious human villagers compared the ferocious bears and tigers of the mountains, and even remarkable stones and trees, to mountain deities. The goblins, with their even lower intellect, were even more ignorant. The terrifying form of the two-headed ogre deeply intimidated them. Some goblin hunting parties, upon returning from their expeditions, would secretly offer half of their catch to the ogre tribe, beseeching their protection. This was also why the ogres had never indulged in feasting on goblins since their arrival in the western forests. With the addition of the black-furred goblins into Fisha's tribe, this situation worsened. The black-furred goblins revered strength above all, believing that Fisha, being female, could at best serve as a shaman, but not as a leader. In their eyes, only the mightiest goblin could lead them toward greatness and glory. However, the black-furred goblins were generally smaller than their golden-furred counterparts, and the strongest of the golden-furred goblin guards remained fiercely loyal to Fisha. Hence, they contemplated inviting the two-headed ogre to take up residence in Goblin Valley as their king. The thought of having a cohort of ogres charging in a battle against other races excited the black-furred goblins. This notion even garnered the support of a few golden-furred goblins, leading them to establish contact with the ogre lair. The two-headed ogre, Krog, was equally exhilarated, immediately brandishing his club and preparing to relocate his tribe to Goblin Valley. Imagine the bounty of hundreds of goblins, daily delivering food to the ogres, enough to gorge themselves to excess. Even in the absence of food, the sustenance provided by hundreds of goblins would sustain them for months. Chapter 125, A New Era. During this period, Fisha successfully manufactured a batch of unicycles and repaired the road from Goblin Valley to Riverbend. The capacity of the troglodyte transport team has significantly increased. The once limited troglodyte miners, who could only carry 50 pounds of iron ore, are now capable of swiftly pushing over 200 pounds. It is not that the troglodyte miners are inherently weak, but rather that the willow baskets and wooden crates can only bear such weight. The warehouses in River Bay are overflowing with iron ore, and the iron smelting furnaces have been repeatedly expanded, yet they cannot keep pace with the influx of ore. Following Leo's suggestion, Valerie constructed new blacksmith shops and warehouses by a small lake in the center of the peninsula, leaning against the stone ridge. Simultaneously, the construction of a blast furnace commenced, along with research into steel smelting. The continuous development of River Bay has attracted several skilled individuals, unlocking numerous technological advancements. However, these innovations are still in the exploratory phase and have not yet been put into practical use. The emergence of such novelties naturally caught the attention of Fisa. She personally acted as a spy, daily lurking behind the stone ridge to observe, while her group of bodyguards was seized by Valerie and pressed into service as free laborers for construction. 15 ogres gathered outside the Troglodyte Valley, blocking the mining team within the valley and obstructing Fisa's pursuit of knowledge. The foolish troglodytes were merely spectators, while the astute ones had already reported to River Bay. The ogre leader, Krog, stood between his kin and refrained from launching an assault, instead confronting Fisa. He feared that a single blow might slay a troglodyte, prompting Leo to seek retribution. This territory belongs to humans, and few places can accommodate an ogre tribe. Although Krog is not particularly intelligent, he possesses basic survival instincts. Fisa, accompanied by over 100 troglodyte bodyguards, defended the valley's entrance, preventing the ogres from advancing. Compared to battling in the wild, the morale of the troglodytes doubles when defending their homeland. Even the formidable ogres failed to intimidate them. Many troglodyte bodyguards bared their teeth, poised to charge, prepared to face the ogres in a fight to the death. Their crossbows could barely pierce the ogres' thick hides, unable to inflict significant damage. If the 15 ogres were to rampage into the valley, it would result in a massacre. The leader of the black-haired troglodytes stood behind her, witnessing the approach of the ogres with a mix of excitement and fear, incessantly urging Fisa to surrender, exclaiming how terrifying and powerful the ogres were. With Leo's arrival, the golden-haired troglodytes barked joyfully, clearly relieved. Their loyalty now lies not only with Fisa, but also with Leo, standing before him like a group of honest and simple golden retrievers. Subconsciously, they regard Leo as a ruler, second only to Fisa, given the troglodytes' reverence for strength. Should Leo choose to contest for leadership of the Troglodyte Valley, he might garner a following that rivals Fisa's. The ogres are indeed powerful, but Leo the Dogbiter is no weakling. Upon witnessing Leo's appearance, the ogre leader, Krog, visibly faltered. Before the affluent patron, Krog, seeking to avoid an uproar, brandished his hefty club and pointed at Fraser, declaring, "I, Krog of the Orge, challenge you to a duel." Fraser emerged from the protective circle of his goblin guards, tilting his head in contemplation before suggesting, "Why not compete instead?" "Compete in what?" Krog inquired. "In counting," Fraser replied swiftly, proposing that whoever could accurately tally the number of goblins would be the victor. Intelligence, after all, is a crucial attribute for leading one's kin. One cannot be a king if they are foolish. Krog, however, was not easily deceived. He could not even ascertain the number of his own kin. Thus, he swung his club in frustration, insisting, "No, let us choose another contest. Then let us measure who has more kin and friends." Fraser proposed. "That will not suffice," Krog retorted, his anger mounting. "Orcs have no friends." Fraser's expression turned sorrowful. "But I am your friend." "Huh?" Krog was taken aback, stammering after a moment. "Fraser is also a friend of Krog. Leo is too. Krog has 2 friends." Fraser proclaimed loudly. "Clever Fraser has 100 friends." The ogre, feeling defeated, quickly exclaimed, "No, let's change it again. Then let us measure skills." Fraser continued, suggesting they compare who has more inventions. Fraser raised his fingers, enumerating the 3 essential abilities for leading a tribe: intelligence, emotional intelligence, and technical skill. "Choose any of these for our contest." Not only the ogre, but even Leo was left dumbfounded. Had he not taught Olivia these very concepts? In his previous life, as a seasoned corporate worker, Leo was not entirely ignorant. He had absorbed knowledge through brief videos and casual readings, participating in corporate training sessions, and was familiar with foundational theories like the 6 abilities of leaders, 7 essential traits, and the 3 core competencies of managers. When collaborating with Olivia to manage the River Bay, Leo often boasted about these concepts, leaving the 2 girls astonished. Olivia and Little Mouse listened intently, applying themselves diligently and improving rapidly. Yet, as much as he spoke of effort, Leo was prone to laziness. He preferred to slack off rather than exert himself, having been resigned to the life of a corporate worker in his past existence. The 3 core competencies of a manager, technical ability, interpersonal skills, and conceptual understanding, could be articulated in terms that the denizens of this realm would comprehend: skill, emotional intelligence, and intelligence. Unexpectedly, Fraser adeptly navigated these theories that Leo had often exaggerated in theory rather than practice. This remarkable capacity for learning made Fraser the foremost among the trio of River Bay's misfits. The 2-headed ogre Krog, having been momentarily stunned, finally regained his composure and became thoroughly enraged. "I will not compete. I shall duel you." Just as Leo prepared to intervene, Fraser nodded in agreement. "Very well," she said resignedly, accepting the gunpowder barrel and a thick firearm handed to her by her subordinate. Cradling the barrel with her left arm and hoisting the massive firearm with her right, she approached Krog. "Fraser accepts your challenge." Krog, quick to concede, declared that Fraser would forever be the leader of the Goblin Valley, the undisputed Goblin King. The ogres and the gnolls shall remain eternal allies, fostering harmonious relations across generations, each respecting the other's domain. Fraser's adversaries are indeed the foes of the ogres. It is no jest. Even now, 2 iron bullets remain embedded in his back, unextracted, causing an unbearable itch whenever the rains descend. Thus concluded a farce, devoid of the grand tumult typically associated with the territorial disputes of wild tribal leaders, and notably, blood was not shed. As the orchestrator of this contest for leadership, the chief of the black-furred gnolls, cradling a gunpowder barrel bestowed by Fraser, ambled towards the mines, his mind awash with reflection. Times have indeed changed. Leo observed the commotion, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. He had initially anticipated that Fraser would succumb to pressure, rushing to him in tears, beseeching him for justice. Alas, Fraser's rapid maturation was striking. Though he often exhibited the demeanor of a Na'vi middle schooler, he effortlessly surpassed the intellectual capacities of the ogres and other gnolls, whose reasoning resembled that of kindergartners. Chapter 126. A renewed assault. A 10-year-old child, lacking formal education and exposure to the outside world, possesses an intellect not vastly different from that of an average 5-year-old, with some potentially even less developed. This distinction is vividly illustrated by the golden-furred and black-furred gnolls. The golden-furred gnolls, having cohabited with humans for merely 3 to 4 months, exhibited rudimentary logical reasoning, enabling them to communicate with humans and grasp basic concepts of good and evil, right and wrong. It is evident that, with the passage of time, These golden-furred gnolls will increasingly resemble humans in their mental faculties. Conversely, the recently subdued black-furred gnolls remain trapped in chaotic thought patterns akin to wild dogs, driven solely by primal survival instincts. In this light, the villagers of Riverbend are not much better off. Their aspirations seem limited to mere survival and procreation. Many villagers, with little more than ancestral farming skills, display a reluctance to embrace new ideas, their learning abilities scarcely superior to those of the gnolls, rendering them incapable even of basic craftsmanship, thus appearing rather dull-witted. Consequently, education holds paramount importance. With Leo's unwavering support, Olivia and Little Mouse have diligently maintained their literacy classes. However, children over the age of 10 are compelled to toil alongside their parents, leaving them with scant leisure time. Only those under 10, alongside a handful of ineffectual gnolls, have the opportunity to engage daily in arithmetic and literacy under their tutelage. Following the conclusion of the farce, Leo, accompanied by the gnoll chief Fraser, conducted a comprehensive assessment of the Gnoll Valley and delivered a significant address regarding its production and development. His speech resonated fervently among the gnolls, illuminating the pathway for future endeavors in the valley. Subsequently, he toured Fraser's recent inventions, which, while brimming with creativity, lacked practical utility, and he fervently lauded Fraser's spirit of innovation. Before his departure, Leo grasped Fraser's ear, imparting earnest advice to prioritize production safety within the valley. Especially regarding her perilous experiments, efforts must be made to minimize materials and diminish their potency, lest any more of our kin perish. Perhaps the farce of the ogre seizing power is partially rooted in the high mortality rate among the dogs. This time, Fisher refrained from jesting, instead earnestly noting Leo's words. Upon returning to Riverbend, dusk had descended, and the communal kitchen was filled with curling wisps of smoke as preparations for the village's supper commenced. As the abundance of food in Riverbend improved the villagers' lives, certain individuals began to reveal their true natures, seeking to cut corners and shirk responsibilities. After all, in a communal setting where everyone shares, both diligent effort and idleness yield the same sustenance. To enhance the villagers' work ethic, Julian altered the daily communal meals from 2 to 1. The morning meal would now require villagers to earn it through labor. Those who adopted a lazy demeanor in an attempt to coast through life would find themselves going hungry. This was unavoidable in the mining valleys of the dog-headed folk. Laziness would earn one the lash of the foreman's whip. However, Julian did not wish to treat his kin as serfs, opting for a gentler approach. In due time, the evening communal meal would also be reduced in frequency, eventually transitioning to once every 3 days and gradually phased out. Olivia had concluded her day as labor and returned to the Great Hall. When Leo entered, she was engrossed in the tome of the Holy Light, diligently studying the spells within. The little mouse was beside her, peeking curiously and elucidating the arcane vocabulary. Indeed, Olivia's mastery of the imperial tongue had yet to match the mouse's proficiency. The tome contained 7 or 8 recorded spells, yet, lacking a teacher, Olivia was left to navigate them on her own. Aside from Mental Scourge and the Holy Light spell, the rest failed to elicit any resonance of the Holy Light, rendering them ineffective. An idea struck Leo. Following the traditions of the North, when commoners ascend to the extraordinary, they are granted the title of knight and receive lands. Why bother with expansion when one could simply be bestowed a fief? Olivia, having secretly researched the matter, scoffed at his suggestion. It is not as simple as awakening to knighthood. One must undergo rigorous assessments. Moreover, once one becomes a knight, they are bound to knightly duties. Do you wish for me to lead troops in a battle? According to the edicts issued by the Duke of the North, every knight lord must respond to the call of war from their sovereign, bearing arms. The lowest standard-bearer must command at least 2 knightly retainers, 10 armed attendants, and 20 peasants or commoners in response. Of course, one could also pay a fee to evade conscription or delegate the duty to a proletarian knight. There are numerous such knights in the North, like Roman, who has attained knighthood but lacks a fief, or those common soldiers who have achieved significant feats and passed the knightly assessments. They have yet to pledge their allegiance, or rather, they have not found a lord to whom they can swear fealty. Thus, they are referred to as the proletarian knights, and consequently, they bear no obligation to serve in the knightly capacity. Even among the extraordinary beings, numerous proletarian knights exist, for the nobility does not possess sufficient villages and fiefs to bestow upon them. Moreover, when confronted with unfamiliar, extraordinary knights, the nobility feels no sense of loyalty and would rather grant their lands to the descendants of knights who have sworn allegiance to them. These proletarian knights are equipped with the armaments and combat skills of true knights and can take the place of banner knights on the battlefield. As for Rio, he lacks the title of knight and does not even possess the qualifications to replace Olivia on the battlefield, relegating him to the role of squire. Upon hearing this, Rio sheepishly remarked, "I could bear it, but even Oldang would not want to part with it. Yet, I could aspire to become a lady knight or a priest of the holy light." During this period, Olivia has consistently held objections against Rio, dismissing his words with a huff. "If I become a lady knight, then I shall be the lord of the river bend." Little Mouse grinned cheekily. "Then Olivia would be the lady of the lord." This incited Rio's fury. "How dare you not call me father? I, the merciless Harashao, challenge you to a duel." Little Mouse leapt up. "I, the adorable Hakimi, accept your challenge." With that, she drew her wooden sword and charged at Rio, colliding into his embrace. Rio caught her and lifted her high. Their playful antics continued until they grew weary, collapsing onto the bed to rest. Olivia entered the room and exchanged a knowing glance with Little Mouse. Promptly, Little Mouse scrambled up, leading a gaggle of goblin pups outside for play. Lying beside Rio, Olivia grew a bit unruly, inquiring, "Has Fisa found a husband yet? Why are you so fixated on this?" "It's important," Olivia retorted. "The Goblin King finding a husband is quite significant, is it not? I don't understand. Do goblins practice monogamy or polyandry? It seems rather complicated." As their conversation meandered, Olivia's outer garment vanished, followed by her top. Over half a month had passed since Agatha's proposition, yet Olivia had made no progress. She often stealthily snuck into Rio's bed, sending Little Mouse away. Yet perhaps due to their age, Rio was reluctant to engage in a serious confrontation. The wilderness would not remain tranquil indefinitely. No one knew when Rio would next take to the battlefield. It could be tomorrow or the day after, and Olivia began to feel a sense of urgency. If she wished to bear Rio a son, she would need to take the initiative. Chapter 127. A Parachute Drop of Freya. With Olivia's incessant teasing, Rio found himself unable to contain his desires. The age-old adage holds true. When a man pursues a woman, a mountain may lie between them. But when a woman pursues a man, a mere veil separates them. Yet, Olivia had left no veil behind, and here Rio struggled to maintain his composure. As he felt his breath quicken, he lunged toward Olivia, ready to charge forth, but suddenly found himself frozen in place. In the depths of his mind, a distant and faint call from Freya resonated. "Leo, Leo." Olivia, who was tense to the point of suffocation, witnessed Leo halt his movements, lost in a stream of incoherent words. "What? Are you coming to River Bay? Master Bobuk sent you over? Master Bobuk has returned as well? What? Has he arrived now?" Olivia, understanding the situation, joyfully inquired, "Freya is coming to River Bay?" "Indeed," Leo replied with delight, planting a kiss on Olivia's cheek before hastily donning his attire and dashing out the door. Olivia, too, hurriedly dressed, and just as she reached the grand entrance of the Lord's manor, a resounding eagle's cry pierced the air. The majestic and resonant cry of the eagle echoed over River Bay, soaring above the northern wolf-driving forest as a colossal shadow plunged toward the camp. It was a golden eagle, immense in size, resembling a dragon, nearly eclipsing the sun. The residents of River Bay gazed upward, awestruck and paralyzed by the imposing presence of the great eagle. Its talons clutched a writhing prey, which seemed to resemble a larva, yet bore a closer likeness to a brown bear. As the eagle descended to a height of 100 meters, it abruptly released its catch, then, with a powerful flap of its wings, halted its rapid descent. The prey emitted a long, piercing scream as it plummeted like a cannonball into the Anzler River at the heart of the three camps. Amidst the enormous splash, the great eagle circled above the peninsula of River Bay, then ascended like a streak of lightning, vanishing into the twilight as a mere dark speck in the distance. Leo surmised that this was Master Bobuk's eagle form, yet he had not anticipated their swift arrival, urgently calling out in his mind, "Master Bobuk, do come down and visit." He envisioned the wisdom Master Bobuk might impart upon the village, or perhaps offer assistance to the severely wounded soldiers. In this world, he felt it was this singular figure who could be relied upon for support. Master Bobuk's gentle voice responded, "Apologies, I am quite occupied." A few individuals rushed to the riverbank, pulling Freya, who had struggled to the shore, onto dry land. Surrounded by the dripping Freya, the group exchanged glances, with Leo being the first to inquire, "Freya, why have you shrunk so much?" Before him, Freya stood less than 2.5 meters in length when she crouched. She was nearly the same height as Leo, resembling the size of an adult brown bear. This was at least half the size she had been during her previous visit to River Bay. As she vigorously shook off the water, Freya indignantly exclaimed, "The teacher starved me to this state." Olivia, being the most empathetic, embraced Freya and whispered comforting words, casting a fierce glare at Leo. "What does this have to do with me?" Yet, as an unfeeling conduit of communication, he relayed Olivia's grievances to Master Bobuk without alteration. The larger size was intended to intimidate adversaries and withstand harm. Master Bobuk eloquently explained that the diminishment of size facilitates hunting and the procurement of sustenance, while Freya has reached an age where self-sufficiency is paramount. Leo felt a sense of injustice for Freya, who is but an 80-year-old child. As a member of the elven royal lineage, she is the princess of the Silvermoon tribe, the largest elven clan in Trellishire, and must acquire all survival skills before reaching adulthood to become a competent druid. 80 years is not insignificant. Perhaps my overindulgence has led to her delayed intellectual development, and it is time for her to broaden her experiences. Bobuk's heartfelt sentiments revealed a concern for those with diminished capacities. Leo rolled his eyes in secret. "With your adeptness at delivering Freya, the term indulgence seems rather misplaced." Of course, the most delighted were the little mice. The two rodents, together, wiggled their tails exuberantly, expressing their joy. Leo admonished them, "With a slap for each, you ought to conduct yourselves with more decorum, for you are mice, not dogs." One little mouse responded, "Woof woof," while Freya declared, "I am not a mouse. I am a bear." She then mimicked a brown bear, clawing the air and roaring, "Moo moo moo." In no time, Freya had the little mouse on her back, darting in circles amidst a throng of tiny dog-headed folk at the Riverbend campsite. With each lap, they paused outside the communal kitchen, peering in to see if dinner was ready. The little dog-headed folk were equally ecstatic. They remembered their previous roommate, and though not as close as with the little mouse, they were very familiar and no longer fearful. Moreover, as Freya's size diminished, the little dog-headed folk and human children grew bolder. Previously, when playing with her, they had to be cautious to avoid being inadvertently crushed by Freya's exuberance. Now, it was much better. They could roll around without fear of injury. The only discontent arose from Olivia, who, by evening, found both Freya and the little mouse clambering onto Leo's bed, resolutely refusing to come down. Only Olivia's wounded world remained complete. The two mice wrestled on the bed, nearly collapsing Leo's wooden frame. Fortunately, Riverbend lacked the capability for finely crafted wooden boards. Even the bed slats were 3 inches thick of oak. Otherwise, they would not withstand Freya's antics. Seizing the opportunity before Master Bobuk departed too far and severed their soul link, Leo hurriedly sought counsel for the issues he had encountered. "Master Bobuk, have I awakened?" Leo inquired. "Indeed," Bobuk replied, easing Leo's mind. "You have activated the sword intent of the ancient beastman, Sword Saint beyond the courtyard. Although I intercepted this sword intent, the dissipated spiritual power has nonetheless allowed you to unlock your shackles and awaken your magical abilities." "Ah, no wonder I've often felt a warmth in my Danteon lately," Leo exclaimed. "I apologize. The concept of extraordinary awakening pertains to the realm of the mind. What you describe as warmth in the Danteon is likely merely the urge to relieve yourself, or perhaps youthful restlessness. That will subside once you marry Olivia." As Leo engaged in dialogue with Master Bobuk, he gradually began to comprehend the concept of what one might call magical power. In this world, magic permeates the air, existing in every corner. All beings, whether sentient or not, are in constant contact with this mystical force. The only distinction lies in the active versus passive absorption of magic. Those humans, other races, and even beasts who have yet to awaken are continually and passively absorbing magic, fortifying themselves. Thus, some ordinary individuals, despite their lack of awakening, can still emerge as formidable warriors. Similarly, many creatures and races remain unawakened, yet possess a strength that surpasses their kin. This phenomenon arises from their higher innate potential, allowing them to absorb more magic even before their awakening. Once transcendent beings awaken, their capacity for magic absorption far exceeds that of the average person, and they begin to actively draw upon this power in combat. Regardless of whether one belongs to a physical or magical profession, meditation serves as the means to absorb magic. The distinction lies in the fact that magical professions enhance mental prowess through magic absorption and wield spells using magic, incantations, materials, and mediums to manipulate external elements during battle. In contrast, physical professions augment their corporeal strength through magic absorption, enhancing their physical attributes, although numerous physical classes can also unleash magic vigorously to create martial techniques. In Chapter 128, Plucking the Wool from Freya, after a brief conversation, Master Bobek's voice gradually diminished until it vanished with an apologetic farewell. Leo felt a surge of trepidation. Master Bobek's eagle form flew with such velocity, akin to that of a fighter jet. In such a short span, Bobek had flown beyond the range of their soul link, indicating he had traveled at least 1,000 miles back to the northern tundra. What could have transpired in the northern tundra that warranted Master Bobek's urgent concern? If it were merely a standard incursion of beastmen upon humanity, Bobek, though disapproving, would not have rashly intervened. There must be a matter of greater significance at hand. Regrettably, such affairs were beyond the reach of the diminutive Leo, and even inquiries would be futile. Fortunately, although Master Bobek had no time to sit and rest, hastily returning with his aircraft, he left behind a singular Freya. Freya, too, was a transcendent being, possessing one of the most esteemed legacies in this world. Leo lavished her with hospitality, eager to extract some esoteric knowledge from her. He sought insights into meditation techniques, preferably the most advanced practices of the druidic wild cult. Freya appeared perplexed by the notion of meditation, equating it merely to sleep. Leo was at a loss for words. Did she truly rely on sleep to absorb magic without any effort? Freya, with a sense of conviction, affirmed her stance. Indeed, noticing Leo's confusion, she cheerfully elaborated. Elves are pure magical beings, naturally awakening their magic without the need for meditation. Yet, one must exert effort to grow stronger, right? To become a powerhouse like Master Bobek. Mere slumber would not suffice. Yes, one must also eat, and live long enough. Eating, sleeping, living long. Was this truly the path of cultivation for elves? Leo felt his belief crumbling. Freya, with her delicate fingers, explained to Leo that not all food would enhance one's strength. It must be imbued with magical essence, such as the exotic flora and fauna of the Midgard or the flesh and blood of formidable beasts. Even sleep must be chosen wisely, with the optimal location being the magical spring of the High Court, followed closely by the springs of life scattered across the world's corners. Longevity is another factor. Elves reach maturity at a century, enter middle age at 3 centuries, and attain old age at 6 centuries, typically living up to 800 years, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Even humans, upon awakening their extraordinary abilities, could live for 7 or 8 centuries, thus becoming quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Leo found himself in agreement. No longer the naive youth who had just traversed into this foreign realm, he had gleaned a considerable amount of knowledge about this world over the past few months. The average human lifespan here is 70 years, and after their extraordinary awakening, some high-tier extraordinary beings may live into their hundreds. Yet, even those at the saintly tier have limited lifespans, with very few reaching 3 centuries. Only upon ascending to the demigod realm can one transcend biological limitations and achieve immortality. Those saints in human history who lived for a century or two could have potentially become demigods if granted a few more centuries of life, significantly increasing their chances of attaining godhood. Contemplating this, Leo felt a surge of frustration. Useless Freya had led him to a fruitless endeavor. He grasped her cheek, shaking her vigorously. I don't care. I want the meditation technique. Without it, I cannot have my bread. Freya instantly wilted, resembling a schoolchild burdened with double homework. Sprawled across the bed, reluctant to move. Let me think. I will prepare one for you tomorrow. Leo did not hold much hope, as Master Bobek had already informed him of the reasons for sending Freya his way. This mischievous groundhog had wreaked havoc in the Midgard, depleting the fish of the Moon Lake and devouring the exotic flora, nearly attacking the ancient trees that had developed sentience. She was in constant skirmishes with El, causing chaos, and the Bearfolk tribe would flee at the sight of her, unwilling to care for this troublesome child. Then, she would pester Bobuk, cry play at the river bay. Overwhelmed, Bobuk could only return intermittently to drop her off at the river bay to fend for herself. Watching Freya, exhausted and nestled with a small mouse. Soon drifting into slumber, Leo reclined as well, observing her movements. As Freya slept, countless intangible magical energies drifting in the air were drawn to her, gathering around her, and, with each breath, gradually assimilating into her being. These invisible magical energies were imperceptible to the naked eye, but could be sensed on a spiritual level. Previously, Leo was oblivious to their existence, but after his awakening, he could barely perceive them. Most notably, the magical aura enveloping Freya was overwhelmingly abundant, a veritable torrent. Leo slowly extended his hand, resting it upon Freya's back, feeling an intangible magic gradually enveloping his palm, seeping softly into his skin. A surge of joy filled Leo's heart. Yet this emotional fluctuation seemed to be sensed by the magic, causing the energies encircling his hand to scatter like startled tadpoles. Elves, as inherently magical beings, are not repelled by natural magic, but Leo, being a creature of later awakening, found himself unfamiliar with such forces. Without a second thought, he embraced the little mouse, pulling it snugly between them, and surrendered to a deep slumber. Meditating was unnecessary. I can reap the benefits instead. At dawn the following day, as the light began to break, the meticulously punctual Freya rose and stealthily slipped away from the riverbank, her destination unknown. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Leo was roused by Olivia for breakfast, only to see Freya returning with exuberance from the outside. In her tiny claws, she clutched a mysterious red fruit. This was the food of the extraordinary. Consuming it could enhance one's power by a decade. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, Leo took a bite, only to suffer 3 days of relentless stomach distress. Did you not claim this was the food of the extraordinary? He exclaimed in frustration. Freya, equally disheartened, countered, I eat it daily without issue. Leo, exasperated, retorted, you are an elf, a groundhog. You could consume 10 pounds of deer antler cassava daily without consequence. Perhaps I should teach you meditation techniques instead. Freya obediently settled into a proper sitting position, allowing Leo to guide her in adjusting her breathing, emptying her mind, and reducing emotional turbulence. Yet, she soon fell asleep. However, sitting nearby, Leo sensed something unusual. After his awakening to the extraordinary, Leo's mental strength had grown daily, allowing him to adjust his mindset more easily than the average person, achieving a state of mental clarity. As he settled into this state, a portion of the magic that had been drawn to Freya began to attach itself to him, slowly permeating his being. Another fragment of this magic infiltrated his mind, sharpening his awareness. Ah, this is meditation. How simple. Yet, as soon as Leo thought this, the wandering magic abruptly dissipated. Turning his gaze back to Freya, he observed that although she was soundly asleep, the magic surged towards her with fervor. If one were to liken magic to temperature, the magic surrounding Leo was akin to his own body heat, while that encircling Freya resembled the roaring flames of a grand hearth. Rather than relying on his own warmth, it would be far more beneficial to draw closer to the fire. A realization dawned upon Leo. Humans and elves are fundamentally different. For humans, sleep serves merely as a restorative respite, allowing the body to recuperate and repair, yet the mind remains active, often more chaotic than during wakefulness, rife with fluctuations. Meditation, on the other hand, facilitates mental adjustment, clearing distractions, concentrating the mind, and amplifying mental strength. In contrast, elves possess brains and perspectives that differ from humans. Their nature is tranquil and their thoughts simple, rendering sleep equivalent to meditation. Thus, Leo could not attract the magic's attachment through sleep as Freya did. Instead, it is essential to cultivate one's abilities through meditation. The deeper the practice, the swifter the absorption of magical energies. Chapter 129. Sir Nelson, in the southern regions of the north during May, the temperatures have warmed, and the deciduous forests along the banks of the Anzino River have once again flourished with verdant foliage. The once eerily silent oak groves have come to life, teeming with countless squirrels, rabbits, and other small creatures emerging from every nook and cranny. Before the gates of the village on the southern tip of the River Bay Peninsula, A small mouse donned a thin, coarse cloth tunic and a light animal hide cloak, mimicking the militia of River Bay as they bound their arms and calves with strips of burlap. In her hands, she wielded a wooden sword crafted by Leo, with a sling secured at her waist. Behind her was a diminutive band of adventurers composed of children from River Bay, wildlings, and a small dog-headed creature. They were similarly attired, some brandishing small wooden shields and swords, while others held short bows and arrows. The least equipped raised a tiny wooden spear. This time, they would venture beyond the confines of the River Bay Peninsula into the dark, dense forest to confront the fearsome beasts and rescue the villagers. The adventurers, numbering 7 or 8, set forth along the main road towards the western watchtower, guided by the watchful eyes of the militia, before veering into a thicket. Here stood a colossal oak tree, its sprawling roots claiming at least an acre of land, with several shadowy entrances nestled among the intricate root system. A deep, ominous growl resonated from within the tree's hollow as a massive bear, or rather, an enormous groundhog, burrowed forth, roaring as it lunged at the adventurers. The small mouse stood upright, brandishing her claws as she let out an exuberant cry, more endearing than intimidating. Charge! Fearless in the face of the daunting creature. She raised her wooden sword and led the charge. Her companions followed suit, striking at the groundhog with their wooden weapons. A few arrows whizzed overhead, striking the groundhog's ample rear before falling to the ground. With a swift motion, the small mouse hurled her sling, sending a pine cone crashing against the beast's forehead. And at long last, the fearsome creature's vitality waned. It toppled a human child with its backside and headbutt a small dog-headed creature, managing to stagger a few steps before collapsing, eyes rolled back, tongue lolling out. Hooray! Victory! The adventurers cheered, raising their weapons high. River Bay is invincible. After feigning death for a few moments, Freya sprang up, more jubilant than a playful husky, exclaiming, "It's my turn. I want to be a hero." Whose turn was it to embody the fearsome beast? All eyes turned towards the small dog-headed creature, Sykes, with no strength to argue. Sykes dejectedly dropped his weapon and scuttled into the tree hollow. Not far from the grand oak along the main road, a procession slowly passed. Listening to the joyous laughter of the children in the forest, the leader of the group nodded in approval. Indeed, the security here was far better than I had anticipated. His retainer quickly concurred, asserting that Rigoloff indeed had a method for maintaining order. On the southern banks of Ethanborough, scarcely a village faced disturbance. However, his flattery fell flat. As the leader of the party, the knight Rigoloff held little affection for him, merely grunting in response. This entourage comprised 2 horse-drawn carts and over 10 mounted retainers. The carts were devoid of passengers, instead laden with provisions and necessities, while most of the riders donned military chainmail, with half of them bearing crossbows. The leader of the group was a slightly, portly middle-aged man, standing under 6 feet, which rendered him somewhat diminutive atop his towering northern steed. He was clad in splendid noble attire, with only a lightweight chainmail shirt beneath for protection. As the procession reached the southern gate of Riverbend, the stationed infantry promptly moved to block their passage. The leader's retainer immediately exclaimed, "How dare you? This is the esteemed Sir Nelson. He is the noble lord of Ethanborough, the son of Florolov, and cousin to Talek Florolov." The Riverbend soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the lengthy string of titles. But one astute soldier turned and hurried back to the village to report to Julian and Leo. Stalled outside the drawbridge, the esteemed Sir Nelson felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, observing the orderly merchants, the vigilant militia, and the small fishing boats traversing the nearby river, he found his spirits lifted. Indeed, it was a splendid place. Soon, Julian and Leo arrived. While Leo remained largely uninformed, Julian had diligently absorbed much knowledge about the nobility of Ethanborough under Rigoloff's guidance during this time. This so-called Sir Nelson was the 3rd son of the 2nd sister of the current Count Florolov, thus making him a cousin to Talek Florolov, the lord of Ethanborough. In the north, only dukes and earls held sway. There were no assorted viscounts or barons. However, heirs of noble families were often respectfully addressed as Sir. Nelson was indeed among the line of succession for the Florolov estate, albeit ranked 20th. Nonetheless, Sir Nelson remained a genuine noble descendant. "Honored Sir Nelson, welcome to Riverbend," Julian said, rubbing his hands together, appearing as earnest as a village chief before a nobleman. Nelson merely nodded. surveying his surroundings as though he were a lion surveying his domain. His retainer conveyed the message, "Esteemed Sir Nelson, by the commission of the great Lord Talek Florlov of Ethanborough, you are tasked with surveying the territory surrounding Ethanborough, assessing the welfare of the populace, and rewarding the knights and lords who excel in their duties." Leo, standing behind, discreetly smirked, nearly laughing aloud, though the declaration sounded akin to that of an imperial envoy. In reality, it bore little authority. The knightly domains possessed considerable autonomy. Even Count Florlov himself held no power to interfere in the internal affairs of the knightly territories, unless free citizens and foreign merchants encounter injustice and appeal to the court of Ethenbur, the local courts in the northern towns. Akin to the manor courts within the knightly fiefs, primarily serve to uphold the authority of noble lords, clearly favoring one side. If we consider each northern earldom as an independent micro-kingdom, the knightly fiefs are merely diminutive realms. The lords of these fiefs wield absolute dominion, capable of enacting any decree within their territories, even if it contradicts imperial laws, which seldom raises concern among the populace. Nelson's presence is evidently opportunistic. Julian, prepared for this encounter, warmly welcomes Nelson's contingent into the River Bay encampment and invites them to rest in the Great Hall. However, Nelson, mounted on his steed, dismisses the traditional northern lord's dwelling with disdain. He refuses to dismount, stating, "There is no need, simply show me around." Julian, with patience, assumes the role of guide, leading him on a tour of River Bay, providing insights into the current state of affairs. As they wander the gravelly shores of River Bay, Julian engages in casual conversation, subtly probing for the purpose of their visit. If their intention is merely to take advantage of the situation, Julian, recognizing Nelson's noble lineage, can tolerate a certain degree of impertinence, provided it does not exceed reasonable bounds. In the course of their discourse, it becomes apparent that Nelson is but a distant relative of Count Frolov, yet he holds significant sway in Ethenbur, capable of issuing a single remark that could jeopardize the very existence of River Bay. Despite his profound aversion, Julian must tread carefully. Yet, Nelson seems disinterested in Julian's company, instead offering unsolicited assessments of River Bay and suggesting improvements. Pointing to the farmlands to the north, Nelson remarks, "This expanse of farmland is rather unsightly. It would be better to level it, fill it with gravel, and create a riverside estate for entertaining guests. The scenery here is quite delightful." This northern farmland, painstakingly cultivated by Julian and the villagers, constitutes the foundation of his enterprise. The wheat seedlings have emerged, casting a verdant hue across the fields, while the elderly overseer, Rashka, devotes his days to tilling the soil, wishing he could sleep among the crops. Surrounding the wheat fields, additional land has been cleared, with timely replanting of flax and legumes. On the northern riverbank, a dike, rising to less than 2 meters, is gradually taking shape, extending from the northern tip of the peninsula to its southern end. Julian, having visited River Bay 7 or 8 years prior, possesses a keen understanding of the hydrology. During the summer floods, the waters of the Enzino River inundate the entirety of River Bay Peninsula, merging with the central lake and submerging much of the land. This phenomenon accounts for the scarcity of large trees in River Bay Peninsula, as it lies within a floodplain. The riverbank, rising less than 2 meters, may not seem particularly high, yet it barely surpasses the opposite bank. With this protective embankment in place, even if the waters inundate the forest farm across the river, the peninsula plain remains unscathed. The collective efforts of the villagers are rendered insignificant by Nelson's dismissive remarks. Urien felt the tension rise, veins pulsing on his forehead, yet he maintained a forced smile. My lord jested. He remarked, "This place is a full 100 miles from Ethanport, deep within the wilderness, with inconvenient access. No noble lady or young miss would wish to traverse such terrain to attend a banquet. It is a matter of your status, not the locale," came Nelson's retort. Indeed. Observing the raucous wolf-fawn camp across the river, Nelson furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is that also your village?" "Yes. We have recently absorbed some refugees and wild folk, engaging them in logging and hunting to generate some income." Nelson shook his head vehemently. "The wild folk and refugees are akin to roaches and rats. To accept them is to defile the land. They should be expelled entirely. Those serfs ought to toil in the fields, while the Lord's hunting grounds should remain untouched by the lowly commoners." With a sidelong glance at Yen, he added with a knowing smirk, "Forgive me. I had forgotten you have yet to be knighted. You are still a commoner." Yen waved his hands in protest. "It's nothing. Nothing. Your lordship speaks the truth." He then called to Leo, chiding him. "Did you hear that? The Lord has spoken. Hasten to drive away those wretched wild folk." Leo, who had been engrossed in the spectacle, reluctantly scratched his head and set off to inspect the Wolf Fong encampment. Recently, wild folk had been arriving from the north, joining the camp in groups of 10 or 20. Although these numbers were small, their cumulative effect was significant, as the Wolf Fong camp now boasted over 100 individuals, nearly matching the population of the river band. These newcomers were likewise refugees from the north, struggling to survive. Regrettably, not all tribes had found a safe retreat before the chaos erupted. Some were mercilessly slaughtered without the chance to escape, while others wandered aimlessly in flight, ultimately dissipating in the wilderness. The fortunate souls who managed to reach the river bend likely constituted less than 1%. Magna discreetly informed Leo that the approximately 100 new wild folk survivors hail from at least 5 different tribes, with the furthest tribe being more than 500 miles away, one that had scarcely interacted with the Wolf Fong tribe. These wild folk also brought news of a new alien tribe, numbering over 1,000, which had re-emerged in the north. However, this time, rather than traversing the stony hills towards the river bend, this tribe had crossed through a vast forest, appearing along the World Tree Avenue north of Ethanport. The Knights of the Petahov family hold their land south of the Anzino River, southwest of Ethanport. Thus, when the allied lords established a patrol, another knight, whose domain lies on the northern bank of the Anzino, and Rigolov took charge of the defenses on the respective banks. The coalition of diverse races, numbering in the thousands, surged forth from the forested expanse of the wolf-driving plains, laying waste to 2 human villages before being intercepted by a Knight of the Banner, tasked with defense. Rigolov's third brother, the extraordinary Knight Solovi, also led troops in this purge, though he did not include the patrols from River Bay. The distance from the battlefield rendered River Bay's militia incapable of participating in the conflict, and the lords of Eisenbort did not expect the few dozen local militia to engage in such a grand-scale warfare. Not only the wildling encampments, but also the villagers and the displaced people's camps saw a continuous increase in population. The villagers' encampment persistently absorbed refugees and skilled artisans from Eisenbort. Anyone with a craft was generously granted the status of a formal subject, along with ample land allocation. The refugee camp, overwhelmed by a multitude of displaced individuals returned by the patrols, appeared chaotic, yet under militarized management, it did not erupt into significant disorder. After a period of fattening, labor, and military training, those who excelled were also sent to the River Bay Peninsula to become formal members. Julian, fearing that Riao might be provoked by Nelson's words into a violent confrontation, decided to send Riao away and handle matters himself. Nelson proposed numerous constructive suggestions, such as doubling taxes, selling off the useless elderly and weak, and chaining the goblins enslaved in River Bay. Moreover, River Bay's military strength was exceedingly feeble. The militia on patrol donned tattered armor, lacking even a single proper legion chainmail, while some wore various furs for protection, resembling uncivilized wildlings. He pointed to his retinue, boasting that survival in the wilderness required superior equipment, and employing a band of brigands as subordinates was utterly futile. His followers and guards were clad in fine legion chainmail, sporting iron helmets with leather neck guards, plate shoulder armor, and splendid arm protection, armed to the teeth with steel blades and crossbows. Julian expressed profound envy and was deeply moved. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Nelson took a seat at the table by the hearth, shaking his head in disapproval of the manor's backwardness. In his view, a lord ought to reside in a manor castle, and such an antiquated northern traditional structure, dating back centuries, was far too obsolete, akin to dwelling in a long-abandoned ancestral temple. Sir Nelson lamented, stating that when he became lord here, the first order of business would be to raze it to the ground. Chapter 131, Too Barbaric. Upon hearing this, Julian ceased feigning ignorance and, astonished, inquired Sir Nelson, "What do you mean by that?" Nelson feigned a knowing smile, unwilling to respond. His attendant explained, "The esteemed Sir Nelson has taken a liking to your land and is willing to offer a high price of 50 gold sulas to purchase it." As he spoke, he produced a pre-prepared pouch of coins from his cloak and tossed it onto the wooden table. The pouch's drawstring loosened, revealing a glimmering array of gold coins within. Yulian instantly grasped the situation. From the moment they entered the river bay, the other party had been gesturing and critiquing, belittling the bay to the point of insignificance. It became clear that they viewed it merely as a commodity, intending to suppress its value in order to negotiate a bargain later. Enraged, Yulian retorted, "Apologies. But this is my domain, and it is not for sale." Nelson replied nonchalantly, "You are mistaken. Theoretically, this land belongs to Count Frolov. I am merely purchasing peace of mind." His attendant chimed in, "You currently lack even a knightly title. Even if my lord does not buy it, it will inevitably be seized by someone else. Besides, this place is devoid of value, merely a dilapidated village. If I were you, I would take this substantial sum and become a small landowner in Isenball. Here lie my kin." Yulian countered, "What kin? Just a bunch of serfs." Yulian's expression darkened. He was too weary to argue. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the militia of the river bay to present the prepared gifts. Before them lay a stack of meticulously crafted furs, minks and foxes, the finest quality, favored by the imperial aristocracy. Initially intended for social engagements in Isenball, Yulian now offered them as a means to avert disaster. The impoverished and austere river bay could hardly produce any suitable gifts. These furs were but a small token of gratitude for the honorable sir's arduous visit to the bay. As for the matter of land, it was best left unspoken. Before Nelson could respond, his attendant, unable to contain his impatience, drew his sword and sliced through the neatly stacked furs, cleaving them in two. Enraged, he exclaimed, "The noble sir's interest in the river bay is a favor to you, and you dismiss him with these worthless rags?" Meanwhile, Leo, having inspected the wildlings' encampment, grew anxious for Yulian and hurried back to the Lord's manor. Nelson's ilk resembled the petty bureaucrats of a bygone era, their intent to exploit under the guise of oversight unmistakable. Such individuals were layered with guile, their speech dripping with sarcasm, not easily handled by a mere soldier or village chief. Yulian, a rough soldier by background, had accrued some experience in aristocratic dealings through relentless social engagement. Yet he still paled in comparison to genuine nobles. Leo feared that Yulian might fall prey to their rhetoric, risking the hard-earned wealth that could be unjustly snatched away. Though Leo himself possessed little experience, he had seen enough to assist and strategize in order to minimize losses. As he returned to the river bay, passing the militia's longhouse before the Lord's manor, he overheard the muffled sounds of a struggle within. In the next moment, the door of the longhouse burst open, and a bloodied, armed guard stumbled out. Without a moment's thought, Leo kicked him back inside. His newfound strength was formidable. The kick sent the guard flying 3 meters, landing on the ground, struggling to regain his composure, nearly losing consciousness. Ivan burst forth from the militia chief's quarters, his foot firmly planted upon the face of an armed guard, as he thrust his sword into the guard's throat. Nelson and his entourage were ushered into the Lord's manor to take their seats, while the remaining armed guards were invited to rest in the militia chief's quarters. Little did they expect that, just as they laid down their weapons, they would be ambushed by the militia. "What is happening?" Leo inquired urgently. Ivan flashed a simple smile as he dragged the lifeless body of the armed guard backward, gesturing toward the Lord's manor. Without hesitation, Leo hastened toward the manor, pushing the door open. Inside, confronted by the aggressive entourage of Nelson, Yulian exchanged a knowing glance. As Nelson's followers continued their furious tirade, a robust arm suddenly encircled the neck of one of them from behind. Before he could struggle, a sharp dagger pierced through the side of his neck. Emerging from the other side, he flailed in a frenzy, but the loss of strength from his body surpassed the blood pouring from his wound, and within 3 seconds, he collapsed to the ground. The unnamed follower, who had just displayed a flair for swordsmanship and temperament, was dispatched by Vich as effortlessly as one would slay a chicken. Leo entered just in time to witness this grim scene. Nelson had not anticipated such a violent uprising. In his eyes, these commoners were lowly and timid, easily manipulable. Armed with a retinue that boasted the strength of nearly a quarter of a banner, he believed they would not dare to defy him. Moreover, the intricate deceptions among the nobility did not operate in such a crude manner. There were many formalities before blood was shed. The process involved negotiations, overt intimidation, and covert threats. Even if the Fade were to be torn asunder, it would manifest as a contest of family power, leading to intermediaries for compromise. At the very least, it would devolve into a duel arranged among their retainers. Nelson's paternal lineage, the Glaston family, was also a knightly house of Ethenborough, possessing 3 parcels of fertile knightly land. Yet, none of this privilege was afforded to Nelson, who had 2 uncles, 2 brothers, and 4 cousins ahead of him in the line of succession. After a long struggle to attain his knighthood, Nelson found himself without an inheritable knightly domain. While the Frolov family showed no inclination to bestow a village upon such an ineffectual heir, offering him only a charter for land reclamation. However, reclamation proved impossible, too laborious, too slow, and too troublesome. Thus, Nelson set his sights on the newly opened lands near Ethenborough, seeking a suitable knightly domain for himself over the years. He had also targeted the 4th knightly domain opened by the Petikov family, but after several negotiations, they came to naught. Petikov was likewise an established knightly family of Ethenborough, boasting a banner knight, an extraordinary knight, 2 pennant knights, and the proletarian knight Roman. With a lineage of 5 knights, they could easily muster an army of hundreds, even earning the respect of Lord Tarik of Ethenborough, let alone that of a mere proletarian knight like Nelson. Overcome with fear, Nelson slumped against the wooden steps, his voice trembling as he pointed at Yulian and bellowed, "I am the esteemed Sir Nelson, nephew of Count Frolov, the 3rd son of the Glaston Banner family. How dare you, insolent commoners, offend a noble?" With an impassive expression, Yulian commanded his subordinates to escort Sir Nelson home. After uttering these words, 2 militia members approached, lifting the incapacitated Sir Nelson and dragging him out of the Grand Hall. Yulian made a gesture across his throat towards the militia, then entirely dismissed the matter of Nelson, turning his ire towards Vichy. "Look at you. Why use a knife? Couldn't you simply snap his neck?" Vichy, lowering his head, concealed the dagger behind him and meekly replied, "The knife is more convenient. I assent to it. It just leads to blood everywhere." Yulian was deeply pained. The wooden steps surrounding the fire pit and wooden tables in the Grand Hall were meant for sitting, adorned with meticulously sewn sheepskin and deerhide blankets crafted by Olivia. At this moment, several blankets, cushions, as well as the wooden tables and fire pit, were stained with blood splattered by the subordinates. Even Olivia, who had been watching from within the room, emerged, glaring at Vichy in indignation. Feeling guilty, Vichy hurriedly carried the subordinate's corpse and grabbed a few soiled blankets. Heading out to wash them, Leo entered, startled by the turn of events, exclaiming, "This is barbaric, so bloody. How could it come to murder?" Chapter 132. The ruthless Yulian standing together on the wooden steps outside the Grand Hall. Yulian briefly recounted the constructive suggestions put forth by Nelson. Lao, after hearing only 3 remarks, was both amused and infuriated, gazing at Nelson's departing figure, bewildered. Does this man lack common sense? Yulian resonated with this sentiment. Having spent too long in the city, he had forgotten the rules of the wilderness. In the city, the struggle is characterized by cunning machinations and political deceit among individuals. In the wild, the contest is about who first severs the opponent's throat or cleaves their skull with an axe. Nelson attempted to draw Yulian into his domain, leveraging his identity and social standing to overpower his adversary. However, Yulian was entirely unfazed by these tactics, decisively eliminating this nuisance. Even the kind-hearted Olivia felt no concern over the matter. Was it enough to merely drive the wolf away? Surely, one must strike it down to ensure peace. Yulian's benevolence was only evident before his own people. As an imperial soldier, he could hardly be considered soft-hearted. When he turned fierce, even Leo found himself at a loss. His usual methods indicated that if the riverbank expansion failed, Yulian would not passively watch his kin starve. Instead, he would transform into a bandit leader, rallying the militia to plunder for survival. The moral threshold of the northern folk is far lower than that of modern society. Even in times of hardship, if Yulian were to rally the River Bay infantry and wild hunters to raid, at least 80% would readily agree, and 50% would cheer enthusiastically. Conversely, Leo felt a twinge of worry, hesitating. It was too rash. He died on this trip to the River Bay, and his family will not let this go. And what can I do about it? Surely, I cannot allow him to return. Moreover, the esteemed lord conducted an inspection of my territory and lavishly praised the livelihoods and security of the River Bay. However, on his return journey, he encountered bandits, which seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? After all, with the imminent threat of war and the proliferation of outlaws. One must be psychologically prepared for potential assaults when venturing outside. That said, Yuri Yin was aware that such reasoning was merely a form of self-comfort. Engaging in discourse with nobles is inherently illogical. Their wrath descending upon you bears no relation to any wrongs you may have committed. Yet, individuals such as these cannot be allowed to remain, for they pose an endless threat. Wherever they may assume lordship, suffering will surely ensue. Let it be known that this is a necessary act for the welfare of the people. As Yuri Yin watched Nelson's entourage depart from River Bay, he wearily turned away, sighing. Last time it was a monk, this time a lord. Who knows what will come next? Alas, the days ahead shall be arduous. Leo, too, felt a sense of gloom. The threats from the wilderness were akin to visible blades. If one could block them, all would be well. However, the dangers arising from human society were like hidden arrows or venomous serpents, capable of inflicting grievous harm when least expected. Some of these subtle assaults cannot even be opposed, for any act of defiance would render you at fault. As River Bay flourished, such adversaries would only multiply. With the influx of newcomers, spies often infiltrated under the guise of merchants or refugees. Nearby bandit groups eagerly sought to feast upon this rich territory. Local knightly lords contemplated whether to engage in trade or extortion, depending on the situation. The Church of the Holy Light and other obscure sects emerged, vying for monopolies over faith and even demanding the dismantling of the village temple. The cultivation of peaches relied heavily on the villagers' efforts and the encouragement of their ancestors. Yet when it came time to enjoy the fruit, all manner of demons and spirits would appear. Fearing that the young militia might be intimidated by the noble status and easily swayed by Nelson en route, Yuri Yin deliberately summoned 2 trusted veteran soldiers, instructing them to don their armored chainmail and escort Lord Nelson on his journey. Having narrowly escaped peril in the Lord's manor, Nelson only regained his composure once he was shoved into the carriage. How barbaric! How bloodthirsty! This is no frontier, but a den of bandits. Nelson bellowed upon my return. I shall rally my forces to exterminate you. In his panic, he recalled a pouch of gold coins he had forgotten to take, sufficient funds to arm a knight of the banner. However, it was impossible for Nelson to return. He hurriedly summoned an armed guard, hoping to retrieve it. As the guard approached, he revealed a face that Nelson had never seen before, causing him to choke in disbelief and fall silent. Silence proved futile, as the veteran, fearing unforeseen events, brandished a hand axe and struck the back of Nelson's head, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, Ivan and a group of River Bay infantry, delighting in their newly acquired chainmail, rode on horseback, escorting the carriage as they departed. The team ventured beyond the western watchtower, advancing towards Ethenborough under the watchful eyes of the sentinels. It was only 5 miles past the watchtower that they faced an ambush, scattering in disarray. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, Leo discovered Olivia pouring a sack of gold coins onto the wooden table, gleefully counting her newly acquired riches. Reminiscent of a little miser enchanted by the allure of wealth, he grasped a handful of gold coins, feeling their weight as they slipped through his fingers, colliding with one another and producing a crisp sound. He could not help but exclaim, "To be fair, Sir Nelson's offer is quite substantial. I had thought he merely sought to catch the autumn breeze, yet he possesses such audacity." The imperial gold suller, large and round, exquisite in its craftsmanship and high in gold content, wielded immense purchasing power. Acquiring a village for 50 gold pieces was certainly implausible, unless it pertained to those encampments of refugees or the small, organically formed hamlets of a mere few dozen or 100 souls. A village worthy of being called a knight's domain would undoubtedly boast a population of no fewer than 300, typically around 100 households, with some exceeding 1,000. Certain knightly domains not only encompassed farmland, but also included their own lumberyards, pastures, hunting grounds, and even mines. The annual yield could sustain a knightly family while also providing a surplus, with stockpile provisions sufficient to weather famine or fend off external threats. Nonetheless, the purchasing power of 50 gold coins was not insignificant. The various supplies provided by the Petahov family over the past 2 months amounted to roughly this sum. Leo found himself captivated by the glimmering imperial gold suller. Gratitude was owed to Sir Nelson for his generous reward. It was evident that Nelson perceived the situation as such. A fledgling village, barely established for less than half a year, lacked the people's allegiance, its foundation precarious. Still 2.5 years away from qualifying as an official knightly domain. This time frame would afford him ample opportunity for various maneuvers, extending beyond economic sanctions and mercenary plundering to include pressure from the higher echelons of nobility. Should the price be steep enough, he could even strip Julian of his pioneering rights. Should he succeed in this endeavor, the village of He-Wan would be deemed an illegal encampment of refugees or a tribal settlement. At such a juncture, a show of force would elicit gratitude from the villagers towards his ascendants. When considered in this light, Julian's decision to return to Ethenbor or elsewhere to retire with 50 gold coins seemed the most prudent outcome. In the face of the animosity from the Fangchi knightly family and a hefty sack of gold, any sensible individual would make the correct choice. Regrettably, these threats, which had yet to be articulated, were swiftly silenced by Julian's fierce retort. This turn of events instilled in Leo a sense of urgency to bolster his strength. Once He-Wan boasted extraordinary individuals, the covetous gazes upon them would diminish significantly. As the day waned, Leo stepped outside, scanning the surroundings for the presence of Freya and the little mouse. It was time for dinner, time for meditation and cultivation. Where was my charging station? Chapter 133. Leo's charging station upon discovering Freya, the source of his rejuvenation. Leo wasted no time and immediately beckoned Olivia to join him. As night falls, the two companions, one on each side, embrace Freya as if cradling a colossal stuffed bear, soothing her into slumber while siphoning off her magical essence. This brings immense joy to Freya. Throughout her life, only the Elven Queen had ever lavished such affection upon her, and that was over 2 decades ago. Although Master Bobuk dotes on his disciple, he remains steadfast in his commitment to the wild druidic teachings. Even the nest for sleeping must be excavated by Freya herself. She transforms into a groundhog, able to gnaw on tree roots and cassava when hunger strikes. Should she shift into a carnivorous form, given Freya's hunting prowess, she would have surely starved like a helpless kitten. Thus, upon arriving at Riverbend, Freya enjoys daily baths under Olivia's attentive care, retiring to bed early and obediently lying there, awaiting their nightly companionship. The poor little mouse, having lost its favor, finds itself relegated to the side. A large wooden bed, measuring 2 by 2, has been extended with a low cabinet, leaving Freya sprawled across most of it. If the little mouse were to sleep outside, it risked being pushed off the bed entirely. Consequently, it opted to nestle atop Freya's belly. Olivia recounts bedtime stories taught to her by her mother, yet they prefer the tales spun by Leo. With casual ease, Leo draws snippets from the fragments of his past life, weaving together tales from fairy tale books and short videos that astonish the 3 girls. Prior to Freya's arrival, both Leo and Olivia could only rely on their own efforts to enhance their skills, lacking even the foundational meditation techniques. The slow pace of their advancement is readily apparent. Although Leo possesses strength far exceeding that of ordinary folk, easily besting 3 to 5 Riverbend infantrymen and even grappling with a unicorn boar, Julian's experience suggests he is still far from reaching an extraordinary level. In the Firefly Adventurers Guild, Hawkins can traverse mountains and rivers clad in over 100 pounds of heavy armor, withstanding the powerful strikes of mounted wolf knights. Barrett is capable of traveling a day's journey while hauling 2 hefty northern pack donkeys, exerting dominant force over the formidable wolf mounts. Even the unassuming old Peter, when pursued by wolf and orc warriors, can evade capture with remarkable composure, unharmed. Olivia's holy light spells are considerably weaker, with healing effects being nearly negligible. However, her shadow spells prove somewhat stronger, suitable for chastising disobedient kobolds. Yet, after Freya's arrival, the prowess of both Olivia and Leo begins to soar. Within a mere week, the holy light Olivia gathers shines several times brighter than before, allowing her to heal simple injuries. Leo, too, can swing a club weighing over 100 pounds. Engaging in combat with ogres and sparring with Krog, his wrists and shoulders resilient against the force of weapon collisions. When Julian discovers the 3 girls huddled together on Leo's bed, he expresses his discontent, unable to comprehend the situation. However, Olivia conjures a radiant orb of holy light, directing it towards his injured legs, dispelling a considerable amount of darkness. Julian promptly asserted that as a highly esteemed and noble elven druid, Freya could rest wherever she desired. The Riverbend offered 2 young attendants, Leo and Olivia, to serve her personally. Furthermore, in the name of the Lord of Riverbend, he graciously provided Freya with additional provisions. Half a month later, a knightly order arrived in Riverbend to investigate the death of Sir Nelson. This contingent comprised 3 knights from Ethenborough, a monk, and over 20 armed retainers. Although Sir Nelson was held in low regard within the noble circles of Ethenborough, with some even branding him a mere drunkard, he was nonetheless the nephew of Count Frelov and a cousin to Lord Talek, and their familial bond was not entirely strained. Upon receiving the news, Nelson's family, the Glaston knightly lineage, was only presented with a tattered corpse gathered by patrol near the western watchtower, along a secluded stretch of World Tree Avenue. A carriage bearing the Glaston insignia stood forlornly at the roadside, ensconced in the woods. All valuables had been pillaged, including Nelson-esque garments. A gash on his forehead, likely the cause of his demise, was rendered indeterminate due to beasts having invaded the carriage to gnaw at the remains, complicating the investigation. The mere existence of any remnants was a testament to the efficacy of the southern patrol established by Rigolov. Nelson was discovered by a passing patrol less than a night after his death. Had another night passed, the scent of blood would have attracted nocturnal predators, leading to a report of his disappearance rather than his death. Despite the Glaston family's appeals causing Lord Talek to erupt in fury, demanding a thorough investigation from the town court of Ethenborough to deliver justice to the Glaston family, the court-appointed investigation team appeared somewhat lackadaisical. They merely surveyed the knightly domains flanking the western side of World Tree Avenue. Initially, 2 investigating knights, after questioning several soldiers at the western watchtower, intended to forego a visit to Riverbend and return home. However, the monk, intrigued by this newly established frontier, subtly hinted at Sir Nelson's true motive for being there, which piqued the interest of the investigating party, thus leading to their journey to Riverbend. On the road to Riverbend, a young investigating knight inquired of the similarly youthful monk if, as you suggest, Nelson coveted this frontier and thus met with his demise, how could the soldiers at the western watchtower have seen his party depart? The young monk corrected him, stating, "I merely suggested his desire for this territory. I did not imply it resulted in his fatal encounter. It could very well have been an ambush by bandits, without concrete evidence. To assert otherwise would be slander." The young knight faltered momentarily, yet the 2 more seasoned knights exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads. Nielsen's contingent comprised a formidable force of 15 fully equipped regular infantrymen, all mounted on warhorses. Not to mention ordinary refugees or bandits. Even the seasoned marauders who prowled the nearby woods could only watch in despair. This cavalry of 15 regular infantrymen was sufficient to contend against double the number of brigands, even if they were unable to secure victory. Total annihilation of their ranks was improbable, as at least a few would inevitably escape. Having garnered a hint of insider information from a cleric of the Holy Light, 2 seasoned investigative knights had already discerned the general outline of the situation. Yet would it matter? The people of the North revered the god of war, renowned for their valor, whilst Nielsen had only obtained his knighthood through familial connections at the age of 30. After 5 years as an Unland knight, he had not received any fief, and though he possessed the charter for colonization, he merely sought to reap the rewards elsewhere. While this was not entirely a jest, it was certainly looked down upon by others. The 2 experienced investigative knights had become vassals of the Count of Frelov, each acquiring their own estate. Although their holdings were not as grand as those of the colonizing knights, they were sufficient to sustain a knightly household. Their fiefs were earned through merit and toil, not through cunning or coercion. Were it not for their status, the 2 senior investigative knights would gladly stand on the banks of the river, calling out to them in greeting. Even if the head of the Gladstone family were to arrive, he would not dare declare, "My son came to seize your colonized lands and was slain by you. I seek vengeance." Instead, they were compelled to swallow their grievances and beseech the investigative team to gather evidence, aiming to hold the riverbank accountable for the alleged murder of a noble. However, aiding and abetting such a cause without any benefit was a task even the most villainous would shy away from, let alone for the investigative knights, whose mission was to uphold law and justice. Moreover, this riverbank territory was clearly a newly established family supported by the Grolaf faction among the knightly orders. Though the colonization lord was but a lowly common soldier, such an individual would be more easily swayed by the Petahov family. In the north, the Banner families held a status equivalent to barons beneath the earls of the south and centurions under the command of the Burke family in the west, and typically possessed no more than a single knightly domain. Yet, The ruling earls would not allow these banner families to expand their influence unchecked, usually imposing limitations on the number of territories they could possess. This was one reason why Nielsen, as the nephew of the Count of Freylof, was unable to acquire even a single knightly fief. The Freylof family, a prestigious lineage with centuries of heritage, had no fools among its ranks. The current count was unwilling to permit a relative with negative territorial management skills to squander his estate, nor was he inclined to allow collateral branches to grow in power and potentially threaten his dominion. The largest banner family within the Freylof domain possessed no more than 10 knightly lands, and those that were contiguous were even rarer. Should the banner families wish to continue expanding their power, they would have to explore alternative avenues, alliances through marriage or forming coalitions. A third method would be to cultivate knights from external lineages who would secretly pledge their loyalty. The investigation team found themselves caught between the two prominent knightly families, and it was best to feign ignorance. Taking initiative would only lead to mistakes. Should the River Bay fail to operate with sufficient efficiency or professionalism, exposing a flaw, the investigation knights would have no choice but to present the gathered evidence to the town court. If there was no evidence indicating that Nelson met his demise at the hands of River Bay, then any ensuing conflict would no longer concern their investigation team. Before the team could even enter River Bay, scouts from the Wild Men had already reported their presence, and both Julian and Leo arrived at the village gate to welcome them in. The knights of the investigation team observed the gleaming armor of the sentinels, their steel blades and crossbows, nodding in affirmation of their prior assumptions. The River Bay frontier was indeed a burgeoning knightly domain, vigorously supported by the Petahov family. As for the source of such exquisite equipment, the investigation knights could only assume positively. It must have originated from the Petahov family's arsenal. The village infrastructure, armed forces, the condition of the villagers, and the level of commerce in River Bay far exceeded their expectations. It was inconceivable that a pioneer of commoner status, or even a noble knight with family backing, could achieve such a level of development and scale in merely 6 months. In the vicinity of Ethanport, the newly established frontiers over the past few decades were predominantly initiated by noble lords who first built lumberyards or mines, gradually transforming them into villages over the course of 5 to 10 years. Some developments lagged, with minimal investment, failing to reach knightly domain status even after 10 or 20 years. Others were unable to endure frequent attacks from foreign tribes and wild men, ultimately falling into ruin. Several investigation knights were inwardly apprehensive. The Petahov family not only had a remarkable knightly domain south of the Western Watchtower, but now also controlled a substantial territory and populace in the northern River Bay. The Western Watchtower was regarded as the traditional boundary of Count Freylof's domain, and beyond its mountain pass, there were scarcely any knightly lords. Many ambitious pioneers met with failure. Yet now, the Petahov family boasted 2 territories. The lands west of Ethanport, under Rigolof's influence, were virtually unchallenged. Given such a domain, Nelson's reckless attempt to seize it could only be deemed a tragic folly. The investigation team did not even disclose their intentions, merely taking a cursory tour of River Bay, questioning a few villagers, and recording their responses before accepting Julian's gracious invitation to the Lord's Manor. The knights were well aware of the identity of Nelson's murderer, but could only feign ignorance. Julian and Leo discerned that the visitors had surmised the events, but were also compelled to act oblivious. Only the light monk, DeWitt Jefferson, among the investigation team, elucidated their purpose in casual conversation, yet without undue scrutiny, merely mentioning the light monk Lawrence. "My brother Lawrence has been missing for nearly 3 months, with no trace of his whereabouts. I fear he may have met with misfortune," Julian lamented, offering his condolences. After the demise of Lawrence, Urian and Leo diligently immersed themselves in the knowledge of the Church of the Holy Light. The term brother in the imperial tongue refers to the monks of the Holy Light Church, who address one another as brothers. The southern sect of the Holy Light, known as the Brotherhood of the Holy Light, further exemplifies this camaraderie. Thus, when they listened to Brother DeWitt's words, they were not overly astonished, unlike Ivan, who naively assumed that a true brother of Lawrence had arrived in the village. Nonetheless, certain actions of Brother Lawrence indeed contradicted the tenets of the Holy Light, and I had previously advised him against such behavior. Brother DeWitt continued, stating that it was inappropriate to delve into the misfortunes encountered here. However, Lawrence's family remains in anguish, awaiting news, even if it is merely the return of his remains. According to the doctrines of the Holy Light, a believer's remains must be interred in a graveyard. If left abandoned, the soul struggles to ascend. DeWitt's plea was undeniably earnest, yet Urian and Leo remained unmoved. Who could discern whether his words were mere platitudes or genuine sentiments? In any case, the matter of Lawrence had already transpired, and it bore no relevance to River Bay. Moreover, given that Lawrence had become a favored target of the ogres, Leo dared not act recklessly. Thus, Urian could only feign ignorance and pledge to assist him in the search. Noticing their reluctance to relent, DeWitt remained undeterred. Subsequently touring the Temple of River Bay after a sumptuous reception from the lord of the territory. Originally a modest shrine dedicated to the land, it had been rebuilt with the surplus labor of River Bay, involving both wild folk and vagabonds in its construction, and had even added several divine altars. It now resembled a rural ancestral hall. At the center of the altar stood a wooden carving of the war god Tyr, flanked on either side by the emblems of various deities such as Oduro, Freyla, Basaka, and Lavard, among others. The northern folk worship a multitude of gods, with an array of beliefs. Some noble houses adhere to their own deities, while others embrace all faiths. For centuries, the Church of the Holy Light has tirelessly propagated its teachings in the north and in the southern region, specifically along the banks of the Anzino River. A significant number of northerners have come to embrace the Holy Light. Many knightly houses have erected churches dedicated to the Holy Light, gradually integrating them as essential components of village life. The deities once venerated have been relegated to domestic worship. Consequently, many northerners pray in the church during the day and beseech at home in the evening, finding no conflict in their dual practices. While the southern sect of the Holy Light harbors a history of executing heretics, the northern monks often choose to overlook such topics. After all, those who dare to advocate for the burning of heretics are often met with a fiery end at the hands of the savage northerners. Chapter 135. The Tranquil River Bay Brother DeWitt, a native of the north. Despite his family having adhered to the Holy Light for over a century and forsaking the worship of the northern gods, still participates in the monthly temple rites held by the Lord. It would be rather audacious to publicly decry the Lord as a heretic. Thus, regarding the temple at the river bend, DeWitt harbored only respect and admiration, without any inclination to cast blame. He did not even broach the topic of constructing a cathedral of the Holy Light. The notion of relocating the Holy Light into the temple was utterly implausible. The willingness of the northern gods to share a roof with the Lord of the Holy Light did not imply that the Lord of the Holy Light reciprocated this sentiment. Moreover, once within the temple, the arrangement of which deity would assume the principal seat would pose a considerable challenge. Every devotee of the Holy Light aspired to become a priest, to possess their own chapel, and to disseminate his radiance. However, not every practitioner of the Holy Light was so avaricious or shameless. DeWitt resolved to maintain amicable relations with the Lord of the Riverbend, in hopes of securing an opportunity to preach in the future. As dusk approached, the investigative team prepared to spend the night in the Riverbend, planning to depart the following day. Nevertheless, the Riverbend remained a quaint village, lacking adequate accommodations for several noble knights. At Leo's suggestion, a modest tavern with an inn was constructed near the dock, providing entertainment and lodging for villagers and merchants alike. Regardless of whether one traveled by land or water, the journey from Isenpool to the river bend required at least a day, if visitors were left only with the option to pitch tents or seek shelter with villagers. Devoid of any recreational activities, the likelihood of merchants and opportunists returning to the river bend would undoubtedly diminish significantly. The tavern was managed by the elder Rusev, with the widow Agatha and 2 other girls employed therein. Being a property of the Lord, no one dared to cause trouble, and with a monopoly on beverages, the daily revenue was quite substantial. Yulian was far from a selfish individual. He remained steadfastly loyal to his Rusev, Valerie, and Rashka, ensuring they were not deprived. Once the river bend stabilized, they each acquired their own enterprises: Rusev's tavern, Valerie's blacksmith shop, and Rashka's farm. Although the yields from these ventures could not be fully allocated to them at present, as the primary income was required to support the development of the river bend, Yulian had discreetly ensured their interests were protected, even having Olivia prepare the land deed documents. Once his status as an exploratory knight was recognized, these deeds would become immediately effective. Leo expressed a desire for his own enterprises, such as the spacious and warm lordly residence. However, as soon as he voiced this thought, he was playfully chased up to the rafters by Julian and Olivia, with even the little mouse offering no assistance, instead cheering from below. Yet, such a tavern, with only a few small rooms and a large dormitory, was hardly befitting of a knight's esteemed status. Julian could only clear out one of the empty rooms in the lordly residence, laying down sleeping mats for the 3 knights and D. White to stay for the night. Their attendants and guards, however, had to squeeze into the militia longhouse. Such is the simplicity of the countryside in the north. The lord's household was not affluent, and a lordly residence of around 300 square meters was considered quite spacious, allowing for a few spare rooms. Smaller lordly houses measured even less than 100 square meters and typically consisted of only 2 stories, only slightly larger than the villagers' homes. The expansive dwelling comprises a singular grand hall with a substantial fire pit at its center. The upper floor serves as living quarters for the family, while the lower level houses livestock. The entire family congregates around the fire pit for meals, sleep, and daily life. Guests partake in this arrangement as well. During warmer weather, one can discern the pungent odor of animal waste wafting from beneath the floorboards. This is a common sight along the banks of the Northern Ice River. Each winter, Agatha tucks piglets into her bedding, while Olivia confines lambs to the room with the stove. The knights of the expedition, all hailing from the north, are familiar with rural conditions and do not express undue criticism. Rather, they convey deep satisfaction with Julian's hospitality. Brother Devitt stands upon the wooden steps outside the large house, observing the twilight descend. He watches the villagers, weary yet relaxed, gradually return from all directions, evoking a profound sense of tranquility and contentment. This place, untouched by the light, reveals an unexpected beauty. His heart brims with peace, and he feels an irresistible urge to settle here. However, amidst the returning throng, peculiar scenes unfold. A large pack of dog-headed folk, more robust than dwarves, rushes from the blacksmith's shop toward the communal kitchen, their expressions fiercely menacing. The villagers, accustomed to such sights, smoothly part to create a path for these drooling, frenzied creatures to pass. A squad of smaller dog-headed beings, marching in orderly formation, brandishes wooden spears as they proceed toward the side of the Lord's house, disappearing into the stables. A creature, resembling a bear yet not quite, bears a small girl with dark hair and eyes, also making her way toward the grand house. Behind them trails a long line of unicorn boars, each carrying a diminutive dog-headed creature upon its back. Upon seeing outsiders obstructing their path, Freya prudently refrains from speaking, opting instead to feign the demeanor of a simple-minded steed akin to the unicorn boars. Under the pretense of a mouse directing traffic, Freya guides the procession of unicorn boars back to the livestock pen behind the Lord's residence. Initially, Devitt worries for the villagers' safety due to the presence of the dog-headed blacksmiths. Then, his concern shifts to the well-being of the expedition's mounts because of the smaller dog-headed creatures. Ultimately, his apprehension extends to his own safety due to Freya and the unicorn boars. As an elven druid, Freya possesses fundamental calming spells and the ability to communicate with beasts. Upon arriving at the river bay, she successfully pacifies these semi-tame unicorn boars. The small dog-headed beings, having coexisted with the unicorn boars for an extended period, seldom face hostility from them. With Freya's assistance, several small dog-headed creatures, including Sykes, manage to mount the unicorn boars and can effectively guide their movements. After several rides through the pastures, the unicorn boars cease to reject the small dog-headed beings. After all, they're typically confined beneath the Lord's house, occasionally permitted into the livestock pen for a breath of fresh air. The inhabitants of the river bay never considered treating these soon-to-be slaughtered reserves with kindness, nor did they harbor hopes of taming these beasts, which are fiercer than wild boars. Only when mounted by the small dog-headed beings do the unicorn boars have the opportunity to leave the pen and roam through the woods. Originally Sikhs, who merely indulged in eating and sleeping while rolling and crawling around aimlessly, have now finally found their purpose. They are tasked with caring for and training the unique wild boars, cleaning their excrement, and ensuring that before the temperature rises, they do not foul the Lord's abode. After sending off the investigative knights, The troubles brought by Nelson have temporarily subsided, yet it is evident that the Glaston family will not rest easily. Yulian can only conspire frequently with Rigolav, devising strategies and preparing for the impending dangers. Rigolav harbors a strong disdain for Sir Nelson, despite the existing estrangement with his younger brother when his nephew plotted to expand the territory. He initially opposed it, but was later forced to support the venture with substantial resources due to the nephew's stubbornness. Although the family's strength has indeed increased, he remains profoundly unsettled. This matter pertains to their Petahov family. The territory that his younger brother and nephew have painstakingly developed has now caught the eye of someone like Nelson. He even audaciously approached Yulian, inquiring whether he could purchase it. In front of Rigolav, Yulian did not conceal the truth and candidly revealed that he had executed Nelson. Rigolav merely remarked, "Well done," and assured Yulian that he could return with peace of mind, as he would keep a vigilant watch over the Glaston family's activities. Chapter 136. Charge forward and strike him down. As Rigolav dismissed his guest, he disdainfully remarked, "Although Nelson is the nephew of Count Freylov, his title of Sir is merely nominal, a mere appellation that he alone regards as an honor. In the north, only the heirs of hereditary noble titles are referred to as Sir. Even the Knights of the Banner, in principle, cannot inherit their territories. They must employ various means to secure their inheritance. If the family's power is insufficient or the knight's progeny lacks strength, the lord has the right to revoke the knight's claim to the territory. However, hereditary nobles need not worry about such matters. The tradition among northern nobles is to ensure succession. Even in the event of territorial wars, the victorious side does not annihilate their opponents entirely. Instead, they leave one or two heirs to inherit the noble title, granting them a piece of land to maintain their lineage and ancestral worship. The bloodline of the war god must not be severed. This is a tradition that dates back to the era of the northern kings, over 700 years. The lands of royal descendants have continually shifted, and some noble families have even become exiled nobles, yet no bloodline has ever been completely extinguished. For Nelson, as the 21st in line to inherit the Freylov countship, the prospect of claiming the title and territory is more improbable than being struck by a falling meteor. Unless all his predecessors are purged and extinguished, it is unlikely that he will ever assume the role of head of the Glaston family, let alone the countship. Rigolav remarked, "The Lord of Glaston is nothing but a fool. He possesses merely 3 knightly fiefs, while his numerous offspring fail to strive for a 4th or 5th. Once he passes, his family is destined to fracture. Moreover, at present, one of Glaston's fiefs has been ravaged by the alien coalition, leaving him with but 2 territories. Should war be declared, he may not even be your match." Yulian felt somewhat reassured, yet remained cautious. 2 well-managed knightly fiefs could still provide considerable military strength. If he were to act recklessly, he would surely require your assistance. Rigolav cast a knowing glance at Yulian. "You seek my intervention? That would signify a war between the Fonchi family. I fear that in such a scenario, Lord Tarek of Isenball would be compelled to choose sides. After all, the Lady of Glaston is his maternal aunt." Yulian's temper flared. "What do you suggest? You are the one who reassures me, yet you also express concern. If trouble arises, I shall lead my kin to your lands." Rigolav could only offer solace. "Fear not. Return to your duties as lord. You have my word." With soothing words, he managed to send the irate Yulian on his way. Once Yulian had departed, Rigolav instructed Roman, "You must personally visit your uncle's knightly fief and convey this information to him," urging him to take precautions. Roman nodded in agreement. Half a month later, Edward Glaston, the lord of the Glaston family, publicly declared in Isenball that his 3rd son, Nelson Glaston, had been murdered in the Bay of Rivers, with compelling evidence to support this claim. Yulian, the lord of the Bay of Rivers, was held accountable for this incident. Thus, Sir Edward Glaston summoned his forces, gathering 100 regular infantry, 100 longbowmen, and 200 militia, alongside hiring a mercenary band of approximately 100 men, and marched towards the Bay of Rivers along the World Tree Avenue. In total, they numbered 500, departing from Isenball with the intent to seek justice for Glaston. The formidable force advanced along the World Tree Avenue, with Sir Edward at the forefront, silently contemplating. Confronting an emerging fief should not necessitate such a grand display of might. However, with the recent incursions by the savage tribes, the 3 knightly fiefs of the Glaston family had become vulnerable, and one had been entirely annihilated. The Glaston family needed to safeguard their kin, maintain their military, and uphold their dignity, yet their resources had long since been depleted. Therefore, this conflict, framed as retribution for his son, served as a pretext for a more significant purpose: to decisively subdue their adversary, compel them to provide ample war reparations, and transform them into a source of wealth. Should resistance be minimal, they might even seize the Bay of Rivers and incorporate into their holdings. The influx of iron ingots from the bay into the market was no longer a secret, given the availability of high-quality iron mines. The consequences of this revelation were undoubtedly detrimental, potentially tarnishing the century-old reputation of Glaston. Yet, in the face of familial peril, such concerns became secondary. After all, who could resist a taste of a fresh opportunity? Even the strict Petahov family, along with the self-proclaimed upright Lord Rigelav, could not escape the whispers suggesting that he intended for his eldest son to wed the daughter of the peasant lord from the riverbend. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the party arrived at the western watchtower, preparing to traverse the mountain pass. The commander of the station troops, Knight Noise, verified their identities and, daunted by their reputation, allowed them passage without objection. This offered a modicum of comfort to Knight Edward, as the name of the Glaston family still held considerable weight in Ethenbur. However, upon exiting the western watchtower, Knight Edward found the army halted at the mountain's entrance, obstructed by a lone rider ahead. Despite his advancing years, Edward was a seasoned knight of notable merit, and the movements of the opposing rider's steed and posture indicated a formidable adversary. Reluctantly, he approached with his guards to engage in dialogue. "Who goes there?" he inquired. The unfamiliar knight, brandishing a lance, gazed down imperiously from his mount. "I'm the local patrol leader, the Gale Knight Solove Petahov, and who might you be?" The Gale Knight Solove, the third brother of Rigelav and the Knight Lord of the territory south of the Western Watchtower, commanded respect. Edward felt a twinge of apprehension and patiently explained, "I am Edward, the Lord of Glaston. We are a legitimate lordly force, on our way to confront a hostile family." Solove shook his head resolutely, stating, "We are in a state of military readiness. Any disputes or duels must be postponed until after the conflict. As the local Knight Lord and patrol leader beyond the Western Watchtower, I command you to depart." Knight Edward's blood boiled with indignation. He would not heed Solove's orders. He exchanged a glance with the captain of his guards. Unable to contain himself, the captain raised his lance and charged forward, bellowing, "I am General Cinderong of Glaston. Clear the way, obstructor." Having served as the captain of the guards for many years, he had honed his skills to extraordinary levels, rarely encountering an opponent, and had earned the trust of his lord. Though he had become a knight early in his career and displayed commendable fighting prowess, he lacked the noble recommendations and support necessary to establish his own lineage. 2 years prior, Lord Edward had contemplated allowing him to venture forth independently, to carve out a knightly domain and become a bannerlord. However, due to the Glaston family's substantial expenditures over the past 2 years, they found themselves unable to provide sufficient backing. This time, Knight Edward had explicitly stated that should they conquer the river bend, he would appoint Cinderong to oversee it, rather than relinquishing it to his inept brothers or nephews. In such circumstances, even if Lord Edward were to acquiesce, Cinderong would firmly oppose it. Observing that the knights of the Glaston family had yet to plant their battle standard and initiate a knightly duel, he charged towards Solove, lacking any semblance of knightly decorum. Enraged, Solove advanced, launching a lance that met its mark. Chapter 137. The Gale Knight Solove. The jousting contest between knights was devoid of any embellishments. 2 mighty warhorses, bearing fully armed knights, charged at high speed, fearlessly confronting the sharp points of each other's lances. As the 2 figures crossed paths, victory and defeat were determined in an instant. In the midst of a high-speed charge, adjusting one's lance and body within the briefest moment of engagement proved exceedingly arduous. It was akin to 2 heavy motorcycles colliding head-on at a speed of 50 miles per hour, while simultaneously attempting to reposition oneself and their weapon at the moment of impact. Moreover, this was not a mere contest within an arena, where dull-headed wooden lances were wielded behind protective barriers. In Solove's grasp was a formidable cavalry spear, nearly 3 meters in length, with a 2-foot-long spearhead. At the moment of confrontation, he slightly raised his arm while subtly angling his body. The tip of Cinderong's lance grazed Solove's knightly breastplate, igniting a shower of sparks before passing beneath his arm. Conversely, Solovey's cavalry spear effortlessly pierced through Sindarong's chainmail neckguard, driving into his throat and emerging from the back of his head, penetrating the steel helm. In his final moments, Sindarong caught but a fleeting glimpse of the spear's glint before succumbing to darkness. A flash of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear unleashed like a dragon. The 2-foot spearhead nearly protruded entirely from the back of Sindarong's skull, and the overwhelming force dislodged him from his mount, leaving him suspended by Solovey's lance. With the lifeless body of Sindarong hoisted upon his spear, Solovey galloped another 10 paces before halting his steed, casually flinging the vanquished corpse several meters ahead, landing at the feet of Sir Edward. The towering and valiant Sindarong, once a leader of marauders, a member of the personal guard of the Duke of Berk, and ultimately a distinguished knight of Glaston, met his end by a single thrust. The nearly 300-pound body encased in knightly armor was discarded by Solovey as though it were but a scarecrow. Let anyone who dares step beyond the western watchtower face my spear. The 500-strong battalion stood in eerie silence. Sir Edward, the banner knight, displayed a countenance of fluctuating emotions. After a minute of steeling himself, he finally gestured with a pale face, commanding retreat. The hundreds of soldiers moved like a defeated rabble, sluggishly making their way homeward. The Windrider Knight, Solovey, although he may not single-handedly challenge a force of 500, he could certainly charge forth, cleaving down Sir Edward and other commanders. The Windrider Order, under the command of the Duke of the North, is one of the 3 grand knightly orders of the Orlantis Empire, established 7 centuries ago when the North joined the Empire. Each year, it summons over 100 of the North's most exceptional young knights, subjecting them to 3 years of rigorous training and trials, from which only the top 10 in overall performance may officially join the ranks of the Windrider Knights. Solovey, the third son of the previous head of the Petikov family and the uncle of Roman, passed the knightly assessment at the tender age of 18. By 25, he had become a formal member of the Windrider Order, and even after serving 5 years, he is now just over 30. Upon the return of such a person to Ethenport, even the mediocre Lord Tarek dared not be negligent. He promptly stripped the fallen Misvich family of their fiefdom, bestowing it upon the swift knight Solovey. In the sparsely populated north, where villages are few, not every newly knighted lord can immediately acquire a knight's domain and become a full-fledged banneret. Many lesser knights can only hope to be granted a modest estate, barely sufficient to sustain their expenses. This was already considered fortunate. One could hardly remain a landless knight for a lifetime, scraping by as a mercenary or bodyguard. In the woods along the highway leading from the Western Watchtower to River Bay, Leo observed the entire affair. When the Glaston family's forces gathered at Ethenport, astute individuals promptly informed the Petikov family, who then hastened to River Bay to relay the news. Aware of the formidable enemy forces, Leo took it upon himself to scout the situation, pondering whether to ambush or hold his ground, whether to annihilate or merely drive them away. However, under the might of Solovey's lance, these concerns seemed to dissipate. Emerging on horseback, Leo transformed into a fervent admirer, approaching Solovey with a sense of camaraderie. Sir Solovey, that was truly magnificent. Slaying an extraordinary knight was as effortless as killing a chicken. You are indeed a paragon of martial prowess. Leo was envious of Solovey's striking defeat of Sindarong, for even with Sindarong's brief display of power, Leo, no matter how confident, would not dare claim victory without a fierce struggle lasting at least 300 rounds. Witnessing Solovey's formidable strength, he finally understood why Zhao Zilong could penetrate Chao's camp 7 times unscathed. He must surely be a naturally awakened extraordinary knight. Meanwhile, Leo still struggled to even charge properly on horseback, let alone execute the complexities of a lance charge. On horseback, he could only swing his sword at foot soldiers. His combat effectiveness even diminished compared to fighting on foot. It was not that the lance charge was inherently difficult, given Leo's physical attributes. It should be relatively simple to learn. The challenge lay in applying it effectively in real combat. Just look at Sindarong's lance charge. It was executed with remarkable skill. Casting a glance at Leo, Solovey Knight inquired, "Are you the intended son-in-law of Yulian?" "Yes," Leo replied eagerly. Solovey Knight offered no further words, simply stating, "Tend to your domain well, safeguarding your land and its people." He then urged his steed onward, making his way back to his territory. Leo hesitated for a moment before following suit. Unlike the River Bay fief, which extended 30 miles into the wilderness, Solovy's domain lay conveniently adjacent to the World Tree Highway, ensuring easy access. Crossing the World Tree Highway and traversing a stretch of several hundred meters of forest, Leo was met with an expansive vista of fertile farmland and village structures, which suddenly emerged before his eyes. This knightly domain was quite sizable, boasting exceptionally rich soil and convenient irrigation. Tiny streams flowed down from the southern mountains, meandering through the knight's land, ultimately converging to reach Ethanport, where they join the Anzino River. The Solovey knightly domain lies to the north, adjacent to the World Tree Avenue, and is flanked to the south by a foothill of the Borkback Mountains, spanning a width of over 20 miles from north to south. To the east, a ridge extends from the Borkback foothills to the western watchtower, serving as a demarcation line with another knightly territory. To the west, there are no further knightly domains until the distant Buck Mountain Pass, 200 miles away, with the intervening expanse consisting entirely of wilderness. The Borkback Mountains delineate the boundaries between the north and the west, as well as between the west and the south. Beneath the majestic barrier, the Buck Mountain Pass is the essential passage for the northern territories leading into the north. Ever since Count Frelov and Count Talhank of the West forged a peace treaty, Ithimber has not faced the ravages of war from the west for 2 decades. However, the area from Buck Mountain Pass to the western watchtower, situated on the boundary between the two realms and serving as a buffer zone between Count Frelov's domain and Count Talhank's, has remained a haven for wilderness bandits. Groups of horse thieves infiltrating from the west, mountain bandits comprised of local outlaws, as well as brigands formed by fugitives and refugees, have established their strongholds in this vicinity. They not only persistently raid nearby villages and plunder the territories and merchant caravans, but have even dared to harass and attack station troops. The abandoned watchtowers once occupied by ogres were not naturally formed. Nevertheless, a decade ago, the patrol squad of the Western Watchtower, established by Rigolov of the Petikov family, eradicated the bandit nests surrounding the Western Watchtower over 5 years. The strength of these wilderness bandits has significantly waned. They can scarcely contend with the Lord's forces, let alone some migrating tribes, relegating them to mere outlaws and allowing for a modest resurgence of population in the area. Chapter 138. The Solovey Knightly Domain. If the Northern Ice River resembles the Heilongjiang of the past, then the Anzino River can be likened to the Yellow River of Huagua, serving as the mother river of the north, just as the south of the Yellow River is not the true south. The southern bank of the Anzino River does not indicate the arrival of the southern territories. The division between the north and south lies further south, at the Dom River and the Fabados Mountains. Extending from the southeastern corner of the majestic barrier, the Borkback Mountains stretch straight southward, akin to the Taiyang Mountains of the Orlantis Empire, separating the west from the north and south. Due to the presence of the Anzino River's waterfall, along with the obstacles posed by the majestic barrier and the Borkback Mountains, the moisture-laden winds from the south, combined with the nourishment of the Anzino River, render Ithimber, despite its inland position, abundantly supplied with rain and conducive to a pleasant climate. In the northern part of the wolf-driving plain, much of the forest is gradually transformed into grassland over 7 centuries. However, the southern part of the plain near Ithimber remains densely wooded. The southern bank of the Anzino River mirrors this, with lush forests offering a wealth of forestry resources, leading each knightly domain to possess its own lumberyard. Yet, unprocessed logs find little market value in Ithimber. Only select rare woods and processed planks garner acceptance in the marketplace. The Solovey Knight's domain is graced by a modest stream, insufficient for the construction of anything grander than a small lumber mill and watermill, thereby achieving self-sufficiency. Unlike other neighboring fiefdoms blessed by mighty rivers, it cannot transform its abundant timber into wealth through hydraulic power and navigation. The inhabitants of Solovey sustain themselves through agriculture, hundreds of individuals tending to several hundred acres of farmland. Although it is not the season for farming, many farmers remain diligently at their fields. The flourishing wheat fields, alongside cattle and sheep grazing in the woods, and the relaxed demeanor of the villagers, indicate that this territory is remarkably secure, with little threat from wild beasts or vagrants. As the Solovey Knight passes along the dirt road by the fields, the farmers bow their heads in reverence, some even prostrating themselves. In the north, such acts of homage are profound rituals, with even a single knee bent reserved for the gravest of occasions. Leo follows behind, observing the villagers' veneration towards the Salavi knight, and he refrains from any cynical reproach. The respect reflected in the villagers' eyes reveals that the Salavi knight serves as their guardian spirit. In stark contrast, the knight exhibits a cold indifference towards the villagers, disregarding their gestures of respect while riding away without a glance back. The villagers, accustomed to this routine, disperse only after the knight has departed. Leo often hears Yulian speak of the Petahov family, a traditional and conservative knightly lineage that prides itself on adherence to the chivalric code, loyalty, honor, justice, courage, and generosity. Yet, this family also harbors a noble's arrogance, looking down upon the lower classes. In the current generation, represented by Rigolov, this disdain extends even to other nobles, often becoming the subject of ridicule for their rigid and dogmatic views among the aristocracy of Isambor. However, from the perspective of a commoner or a time traveler, the Petchahovs, who are passionate about upholding the chivalric code, can be regarded as moral exemplars within the noble circles of Isambor. They are valiant in battle, strategic in thought, protective of their subjects, law-abiding, and abhorred by villainy. Thus, despite their everyday condescension and criticisms, when confronted with a crisis, they genuinely come to aid, regardless of personal connections. Yulian, a fervent admirer of Rigolov, often embellishes his tales. Just as the sons of affluent landowners are often seen as foolish, and wealth does not guarantee happiness, one might question the virtue among the nobility. Yet, Leo is acutely aware that the assistance promised by the Petahov family for the construction at Riverbend, along with their support in Isambor, has not diminished in the slightest. Even Rigolov, his younger brother with whom he has perpetually clashed, has never sought to embellish his own narrative. This time, Sir Salaviv has boldly emerged, driving away the invading forces of the Glaston family, thereby absorbing their animosity on behalf of the Riverbend. Rather than residing in the manor constructed by the former Knight Lord, the Milvis family, Sir Salaviv has chosen to allocate it to the appointed village chief, opting instead to erect a modest dwelling on a hillside not far from the village. He has taken a boy and a girl from the village as his attendants, responsible for his daily needs. In stark contrast to other Knight Lords, he appears less as a lord and more as a solitary ascetic. Leo, standing on the grassy expanse outside the wooden cabin, gazes down upon the village, recognizing that Sir Salaviv shows no inclination to invite him inside for a chat. Thus, he initiates a conversation. "Has my uncle not yet taken a wife?" Sir Salaviv casts another glance his way, replying tersely, "No, partner." Although his elder brother, younger brother, and even his nephew have begun to express concern over his marital status, he remains steadfastly resolute, undeterred by the passage of time. Moreover, the noble women of Ithambol, even his own brothers, have openly declared as unworthy, rendering the prospect of marriage daunting. Leo quickly contemplates whether there might be an avenue for progress in this regard. At present, the most cultured adult female in Riverbend, apart from his own Olivia, is none other than the kobold, Faysha. To avoid being metaphorically skewered by Sir Salaviv, Leo hastily shifts the subject. After observing the village below for a moment, he remarks, "Your lordship's subjects live in health and prosperity, with the elderly cared for and the young provided for. Your governance is truly exemplary, a model for Knight Lords." Sir Salaviv has little interest in engaging with him. This village remains unchanged since the reign of the Misvich family. The only difference is the allegiance of the people. Sir Salaviv is wholly focused on his personal prowess, leaving him lacking in management skills. Each day, he mounts his horse, armed, and patrols the knight's domain, slaying wild beasts to provide meat for the villagers. He likewise dispatches robbers with ease, instructing the villagers to display their corpses upon trees. Should vagrants appear, he drives them back to the village, demanding the chief provide shelter and allocate land. He takes no profit from the knight's domain, giving half to the lord and allowing the village chief to distribute the remainder among the villagers. While the population of the knight's domain has indeed increased somewhat, its overall appearance remains virtually unchanged since its takeover. Noticing Sir Salaviv's indifference, Leo continues on his own. It is unfortunate that the villagers have grown somewhat complacent. Look at the wooden wall to the west. It has begun to decay, and some villagers are using it as a shortcut. The west leads to wilderness, where a pack of wild wolves could easily infiltrate and claim lives. The path to the World Tree Avenue needs maintenance, It ought to be a gravel road. Yet it has turned into a muddy track, deterring trade caravans from entering. And those water channels, they are stagnant, are they not? At last, Sir Salaviv appears somewhat intrigued. Responding to Leo's observations with a question, "What do you propose we do?" Chapter 139, a modest suggestion for managing territory without a moment's hesitation. Leo resolved to mobilize the able-bodied villagers, compelling them to engage in labor to mend walls, pave roads, dig ditches, and undertake infrastructural development. Through his direct involvement in the construction of the river bend, Leo has garnered substantial experience in managing a village. Organization, infrastructure, and industry are paramount. In this world of small villages beset by external threats and unpredictability, internal management is remarkably straightforward. The Lord himself embodies the organization, wielding absolute authority, thus negating the need for arduous efforts to build a following or win hearts. The villagers share this sentiment, barring a few obstinate individuals. The majority are inclined to submit to the Lord's dominion. No villager would dare challenge the Lord's directives, convene villagers' assemblies to countermand his decisions, or even appeal to distant towns for a re-election. Moreover, not every proposal for development would meet with half-hearted opposition. As long as the Lord refrains from arbitrary amendments to decrees, indiscriminately slaughters the innocent, and ensures that taxation does not lead to starvation, he can be deemed sufficiently benevolent. Figures like Salaviv and Yulian are, in truth, akin to angels among mortals. Indeed, Yulian's initial intent in developing the river bend was not to become an exploitative noble lord, but rather to genuinely enhance the quality of life for his people. Salaviv, adhering to the traditional knightly ideal, eschews the use of his strength to oppress the weak. He not only halved the taxes, but also exempted the villagers from 3 months of labor. In the absence of internal resistance, the success of infrastructure and industry relies solely on the Lord's managerial prowess. The mill of his family, father and son, possesses considerable business acumen, managing to withstand external pressures at the western outpost and cultivate a pioneering knightly domain of nearly 600 inhabitants. Their robust wooden walls, extensive irrigation channels, and well-planned pastures and forests attest to their considerable investment of effort. Regrettably, with the family's decline, the Misvich family has lost sufficient military strength and external support, becoming the target of the contemporary Count Freylov's animosity, thus struggling to preserve the fruits of their labor. However, Salaviv's knight appears somewhat outmatched. He selected a village chief capable of earning the villagers' respect and provided adequate military protection, believing that such measures alone would suffice for the village's prosperity. Yet, without a formidable leader, the villagers remained disjointed, fixated solely on their individual plots of land, disinclined to engage in any further endeavors. When the wooden walls decay, no one attends to their repair. When the roads transform into muddy pits, it elicits no concern, and when the irrigation channels become obstructed, it is deemed none of their business. Villagers upstream, unaffected by the blockage of the irrigation channels, revel in their abundant water supply, while those downstream, hindered by the upstream obstruction, are reluctant to lend a hand. When a need for water arises, the downstream villagers brandish their hoes, prepare to clash with their upstream counterparts. The prospect of repairing the channels seems impossible. They cannot swallow their pride. Even if the villagers upstream were defeated, they ultimately managed to excavate the waterway. However, due to the chief's inability to address their grievances, some would venture out at night to breach the canal and release the water. After repeated frustrations, the villagers downstream abandoned the waterway, resorting to expending tenfold effort to procure water from nearby streams. In these underdeveloped and remote hamlets, the villagers possess a certain simplicity and kindness, yet more often there exists a prevalence of barbarism, ignorance, and various incomprehensible foolishness. Even in the 21st century, villagers have been known to defy the decisions of the village committee, resorting to pouring pesticides into reservoirs or discarding dead pigs in the village courtyard. To prevent the villagers from acting foolishly, only a decisive and authoritative lord could impose order. Yulian exemplified this well, employing a militarized management of the villagers, articulating rules clearly, and administering punishments without mercy. It is not uncommon for people from the refugee camp to join the villager settlement, with some villagers being expelled to the refugee camp for reformation. The village leaders in the north resemble clan patriarchs. They're either powerful family heads or highly respected elders. Salavi chose the latter. He endeavored to mediate the villagers' disputes, ensuring they did not escalate to the Lord. However, organizing large-scale infrastructure projects proved to be quite beyond his capabilities. Such endeavors require not only organizational skills, but also substantial investment, both of which this chief lacked and was reluctant to mention to the noble knight. Furthermore, the chief believed the current circumstances were already quite satisfactory, preferring to avoid stirring up trouble. Even when a villager raised such matters, he would suppress the discussion. Having lived 2 lives and witnessed the villagers' lack of initiative, Leo was far less idealistic than Sir Salavi. Upon hearing Leo's words, Salavi frowned, his expression turning cold, and he offered no response. The other party's advice was straightforward, yet echoed his elder brother's counsel. Fulfill the responsibilities of a lord, organize the youth, initiate labor duties, and prevent idleness. The subjects of the knight's domain, whether serfs or hired laborers, were expected to manage their fields, pay taxes, and additionally contribute 3 months of compulsory labor each year. This labor was essentially a means to utilize the villagers' idle time for the maintenance of village infrastructure. However, most noble lords would exploit these 3 months of labor to have their subjects repair their own houses or castles. The manor houses and small castles of village-level lords are far less refined than those of dukes and princes. These stone and timber structures often lack even proper roofing, relying instead on thatch like the villagers' cottages. With bricks cracking and wood decaying, considerable manpower was required annually for maintenance and repairs. In some territories, the maintenance of the lord's residence became the villagers' primary duty, with the 3 months of labor being an additional requirement. This perception fueled Sir Salavi's disdain for laboring villagers, making him reluctant to exercise this power. He even scorned the idea of residing in the lord's manor. In truth, he had never contemplated becoming a knightly lord. Such matters could easily be delegated to the family steward. However, his elder brother, Rigolov, believed that as a knightly lord, he must possess a certain aptitude for managing territories. Thus, he was compelled to remain here for a minimum of 3 years, unable to return prematurely. Salaviv was no fool. He harbored some thoughts on management. Yet contemplating was one thing, while execution was another. Ultimately, he could only allow matters to drift aimlessly. Noticing his lack of response, Leo had no choice but to relent, offering a few final words of advice. To truly manage a knightly domain well, one must stir up some commotion. Such a passive existence would eventually attract the covetous eyes of others. Currently, the western region was in good condition, with fewer foreign tribes and bandits than in other areas. Once he had firmly established his foothold here, even if he were not targeted, what about the lands further west? Salaviv, my dear uncle, I shall take my leave now. Watching the young relative attempt to forge a closer bond, he leisurely rode away, leaving Salaviv lost in contemplation. Chapter 140. A distinct approach to territorial expansion. The documentation pertaining to the northern frontiers territories is quite intriguing, starkly contrasting with that of the southern regions. The south boasts a dense population and numerous villages, resulting in severely limited territories for expansion, which are often predefined by established borders, typically determined by soil fertility and geographical features. In areas of barren land with anticipated low yields, the territories are slightly larger, though rarely exceeding 10 square kilometers. The smallest may be as little as 1 square kilometer, roughly equivalent to about 250 acres under the Orlandes Empire's measurement system, which to the northern folk resembles nothing more than an inadequate estate for horse riding. Once the territories are conferred, administrative officials arrive to measure the land, erect boundary markers, and create maps to prevent disputes with neighboring knightly domains. However, in the north, where land is vast and population sparse, the tax revenue from 250 acres is insufficient to sustain even a knight, let alone a heavily armored infantryman. The smallest estates in the north exceed 1,000 acres, typically encompassing farms, pastures, and hunting grounds. Moreover, the documentation for knightly territories in the north usually lacks defined borders. It merely requires the count to point at a location on the map, allowing the clerks to ascertain that it is unclaimed land. For instance, the domain of Count Freylov broadly encompasses the howling plains west of the World Tree Avenue, with no fixed western boundary. The Freylov domain stretches from the Wind God Fortress on the northern banks of the Northern Ice River to the northern shore of the Anzino River. extending over 1,000 miles from north to south. If one were to include both the plains of the Howling Plains and the foothills of the majestic Barrier Mountains, its width would approach 500 miles, comparable to the size of Fujian province. Even Isenpal falls within the southern bank and, in theory, belongs to another count's territory. Yet, the count's lands to the south are obstructed by the foothills of the Borkback Mountains and following several large-scale battles. The entirety of the upper Anzino River now falls under the jurisdiction of Count Frolov. In a more narrow sense, the territory of Count Frolov encompasses only a few towns along the World Tree Avenue, along with fewer than 300 knightly estates and small natural villages, which are not included in the count. Compared to the vast expanse of land, the area that has truly been developed is less than that of a single city. For instance, the River Bay territory stretches 30 miles into the wilderness from the Western Watchtower. Initially, Yulian acquired a charter through a recommendation from Rigolov, designating the River Bay Peninsula as his land, though the extent was not specified. Count Frolov would not concern himself with such trivialities. Knightly territories cannot be inherited and can be reclaimed at any moment if necessary. Regardless of how much land the pioneering knight develops, it ultimately serves to benefit the count. Naturally, if a pioneering territory reaches the level of a town, the count would find ways to intervene, such as establishing several newly developed lands adjacent to it to restrict its expansion. He might even seek a pretext to exchange territories, swapping for a smaller knightly estate, allowing the burgeoning knightly family to continue their endeavors. If the River Bay pioneering territory establishes itself in the wilderness and expands westward towards the Watchtower before other pioneering knights receive their charters, then the entirety of that 30-mile expanse will belong to River Bay. Similarly, the Salavi knightly territory spans 1,000 square kilometers of wilderness from the Western Watchtower to the Buck Mountain Pass. Yet the area developed by Salavi currently amounts to less than 10 square kilometers. If, at this juncture, a new pioneering knight acquires a charter from Count Frolov and, adhering to tradition, places a boundary stone 10 miles beyond the western edge of Salavi, then the vast remaining territory will no longer pertain to Salavi. The area of the Northern Frontier Pioneering Territory is divided into 5 main components: farms, pastures, mines, forests, and hunting grounds. According to traditional pioneering protection laws, the farms, pastures, and mines of a pioneering lord are considered part of the developed area, and no new pioneering territory is permitted to place a boundary stone within 10 miles of the already developed regions of an existing pioneering territory. Forests and hunting grounds, however, fall under the semi-developed category, and new pioneering territories cannot establish boundary stones within 5 miles of them. To avoid disputes, traditional pioneering knights generally refrain from placing boundary stones within 10 miles of their neighbors' lands, favoring greater distances whenever possible. Yet the farther one ventures, the more perilous the journey becomes. The risks of failure in the wilderness increase significantly. After Salavi and River Bay established their footholds outside the Western Watchtower, the thousands of square kilometers of land adjacent to the World Tree Avenue would inevitably attract attention once more. With the cautious nature of the nobility, they would not be as audacious as River Bay in delving into the wilderness. They might brazenly occupy a side of the territory, securing maximum benefit with minimal risk. Leo's words serve as a reminder to the Salavi knights regarding this issue. Rapid development of pioneering territory carries risks, yet slow progress is equally detrimental. Various infrastructure projects must not falter. The wilderness must be swiftly transformed into forests and hunting grounds, and those into farmland and pastures. Otherwise, year after year, day after day, the elimination of bandits and foreign threats, and the driving away of beasts, may ultimately benefit others. Indeed, the western frontier has become even more promising, as its expansion is devoid of any boundaries and does not adhere to imperial colonization laws. Whether others have embarked on this venture is of little consequence. The dominion size is dictated solely by the might of one's blade. While Lord Salave pondered the situation, Lord Yulian had already set his plans into motion. The northern lands of the River Bay Peninsula have been transformed into fertile wheat fields, while the southern territories are being vigorously cultivated to prepare for the sowing of additional crops. Beyond the peninsula, to the west, lies the abandoned Watchtower of the Ogres, and to the south, the Western Watchtower. The beasts and foreign tribes have all but vanished under the relentless efforts of patrols and hunting parties. rendering the area a thriving forest for River Bay. A steady stream of high-quality oak is being felled and processed into planks, which are then floated down the Anzino River to Eisenbohr, where they are exchanged for grain and weaponry. Some oak groves, abundant with acorns, have been preserved by Julian. In this era, acorns and pine nuts still hold a significant place in the villager's staple diet. Moreover, an initial agreement with Harashao stipulated that half of the sacred oak groves be reserved for them, a promise that Julian has honored. On the opposite bank of River Bay, the displaced individuals of the pine forests, aside from establishing camps, primarily engage in logging. Vast expanses of forest have been cleared, with timber roughly processed to construct the villagers' houses and defensive structures. Some of the displaced even take the opportunity to cultivate vegetables and fruits in the open spaces dotted with massive tree stumps. The wildmen's encampment and the camps of the displaced extend all the way to the stony hills, while the expansive sea of trees in between serves as the hunting grounds for the wolf-fawn wildmen, who provide a continuous supply of furs and meat to River Bay. Many small tribes of outsiders, having fled from the north, have not had the chance to expand their influence before being eradicated by the cleansing forces composed of River Bay's infantry and wildmen archers. Throughout May and June, the frontier of River Bay has been actively absorbing wildmen and displaced individuals, with small bands migrating daily to join the three encampments. In response to the issue of displaced individuals in Eisenbohr, Rigolov proposed that the neighboring knightly domains strive to accommodate more population, thereby alleviating the influx of displaced people and preventing potential uprisings. Although this proposal did not pass in the Lords' Council of Eisenbohr, it garnered some private support among the Lords' gatherings, with at least 10 knightly lords taking in hundreds of young men from the displaced. This was an unavoidable situation, as some knightly domains were already grappling with poverty or overpopulation, lacking sufficient resources to fulfill this obligation. However, the majority of nobles were reluctant to intervene, with some even suggesting the expulsion of the displaced gathering outside the city. Should they dare to resist, it would be deemed rebellion, and their eradication would yield military merit. This proposal indeed piqued the interest of Lord Talek and several other noble lords. The prospect of 1,000 rebel heads translating into military accolades was no less enticing than confronting the beast folk in the north. As July approached and temperatures began to rise, Leo had shed his bear pelt shoulder guard, and upon returning from the camp of the displaced, Julian proudly announced his achievements. Excluding the canines, the population of the River Bay has surpassed 1,500 souls. Chapter 141, The Grain Dilemma. The increase in population brings both joy and concern. While 1,500 may not seem excessive, the daily consumption of sustenance is substantial. Moreover, at least 1,000 of these individuals are robust laborers engaged in arduous tasks. When it comes to nourishment, they consume vast quantities of grain. The cultivated fields cannot possibly sustain such a multitude, and the resources of the hunting grounds are finite, destined to be depleted eventually. The hunting parties are compelled to venture further afield, yet the risks increase correspondingly. The threats they face are not limited to bears and saber-toothed tigers. There are also far more formidable supernatural beasts. Even the most basic of dire wolves pose a challenge beyond the capabilities of ordinary hunters. For the first time, Leo encountered a valley smaller than Bjorn's, along with a wild boar nest nestled among the rocky hills, which has evolved into a small encampment. Now fortified by wild hunters and River Bay infantry stationed there long-term, the hunting teams, straying farther from home, can no longer return swiftly with their catches and the injured. The emergence of these two minor encampments provides the incessantly traveling hunting parties with food, shelter, and medical care, as well as the means to process meat and pelts. Currently, the River Bay primarily relies on trade to import grain, while the situation in Ethenbohr is dire, with the price of grain escalating continuously. Fortunately, during times of conflict, iron ingots serve as a solid currency. Thus, as grain prices soar, so too do the prices of iron. Presently, the River Bay's chief export consists of high-quality iron ingots sourced from the Goblin Valley and blacksmiths, minimizing reliance on imperial currency and alleviating concerns over rising grain costs. However, the increase in grain prices is a mere trifle. The potential for supply disruption is the real concern. Ethenbohr, located upstream on the Anzino River, has enjoyed favorable weather in recent years, achieving self-sufficiency and even generating surplus grain that is sold to northern cities via the World Tree Avenue. Yet, various frictions between the northern and southern regions have hindered the transport of affordable wheat from the south to Ethenborough. Consequently, should the local grain reserves in Ethenborough be exhausted, or should the landlords and grain merchants perceive a crisis and seize the opportunity to hoard their supplies, the River Bay would then confront the peril of a grain supply interruption. Olivier, responsible for statistical management, is deeply troubled. Through recent trade endeavors, we have amassed 5,000 sacks of grain, sufficient to sustain 1,500 individuals for 3 months. However, the forthcoming harvest is unlikely to meet self-sufficiency. In the language of the Orlandian Empire, a sack represents a fixed unit of measurement for grain, akin to the bushel of the past, weighing approximately 50 to 60 pounds. 5,000 sacks of grain amount to at least 250,000 pounds, entirely adequate for feeding 1,500 people over 3 months. The granary on the second floor of the Lord's Manor is filled to capacity with sacks, while the barn adjacent to the stables is under construction. Additionally, villagers' homes have begun to stockpile provisions. Although Julian has yet to allocate land to the villagers, their participation in various construction projects ensures they receive compensation for their labor, with food being the most significant reward. Leo reassured them, saying, "Do not worry. There will be bread, there will be milk, everything will be provided." Olivier's calculations were based solely on current food consumption. However, once the autumn harvest arrives and the labor-intensive project diminish, the consumption of grain will gradually decrease. Furthermore, rural villagers do not consume wheat daily. They rely significantly on more affordable legumes, tubers, and a variety of foraged and cultivated vegetables and fruits. In the River Bend territory, meat resources are plentiful, and there is ample rock salt for processing and storage, ensuring that supplies will not dwindle significantly by winter. Additionally, cattle and sheep have begun to graze on the pastures of the River Bend Peninsula, providing dairy products for the territory. This calculation suggests that wheat consumption could be halved, likely sustaining the territory for 6 months. Although Olivia is the daughter of a landowner, she has experienced hunger and hardship. Therefore, she naturally desires an abundance of food, hoping for more than they could ever consume. The little mouse resembles a hamster, wishing to stash food beneath her bed. Julian and Leo, however, remain composed. The current situation is already remarkably favorable, surpassing their expectations. Regardless of what the future holds, Julian can confidently declare that they have achieved their goal of leading their people on a 1,000-mile migration to a better life. There is food to eat, work to be done, no worries about sustenance, safety is assured, and they have the basic medical care provided by Freya and Olivia, both of whom are novice doctors. For the villagers of the north who have endured hunger and war, this is akin to a divine existence. For various reasons, Julian has chosen not to disclose the population and strength of River Bend to outsiders. Strangers can only operate within the markets of the River Bend Peninsula, unable to cross the river to spy on the heavily guarded wildling camps and refugee settlements. Consequently, the accounts from outsiders upon their return are largely inaccurate, filled with exaggerated claims of hundreds or even thousands of inhabitants, iron mines, recruitment of wildlings, and enslavement of goblins, with only vague information being conveyed. The Gladstone family, thwarted by the Soloway Knight, remains inactive for the time being, which prevents River Bend from having to display its military might. Rather than suggesting that the Gladstone or other nobles have abandoned their covetous gaze upon River Bend, it is more accurate to say they have yet to discover a means to contend with the Soloway Knight. The Soloway Knight has arrived. A few individuals were chatting outside the Lord's Manor when the guards approached with news. Julian promptly descended the wooden steps to greet him. A month prior, after hearing Leo's words, the Soloway Knight visited River Bend the very next day to inspect the ongoing construction projects. Following his first assessment, the knight returned to gather the villagers, announcing plans to construct walls similar to those of the River Bend camp. When he presented the blueprints, the elder village leaders turned pale with fear. This is a schematic representation of a small military encampment established by the Orlandis Legion. Without delving into the details of the gate, watchtowers, drawbridge, and various defensive mechanisms such as small catapults and crossbows, let's focus on the most rudimentary structure, the camp walls. These walls comprise a trapezoidal foundation standing 2 meters high, crowned by a wooden wall of 3 meters. The inner layer of the trapezoidal foundation consists of a rammed earth wall made from a mixture of soil and gravel, while the outer layer is reinforced with a stone wall measuring 1 foot in thickness. The foundation measures 3 meters at the base and narrows to 2 meters at the top. The wooden wall is not merely a single-sided structure as found in the Solovyi Knight domain. Rather, it consists of 2 rows of thick timber erected upon the trapezoidal base, with layers of wood stacked in between for added support. The top is covered with sturdy wooden planks. The walkway formed between the 2 rows of wooden walls allows defending soldiers to move freely and shoot at the enemy. This represents the simplest design for military encampment walls within the Imperial garrison. A more advanced structure would be the stone walls. The initial walls constructed at River Bay were single-sided wooden walls from the Solovyi Knight domain. Once the lumberyard was established and refugees settled, both the refugee and wildling encampments followed the design standard of the small military encampment walls. As the main settlement of River Bay, it could not afford to lag behind. Thus, the walls, regarded as the foremost defense mechanism of the wilderness, were promptly reconstructed. The village leader of the Solovyi Knight domain is a shrewd individual who recognized the issue at hand and hurried to River Bay to implore Yulian for assistance. Such walls could not possibly be erected solely by the few hundred farmers of the Solovyi Knight domain. Chapter 142. The Ambitious Solovyi Knight. Leo could only accompany Valerie to the Solovyi Knight domain to provide guidance for their infrastructure. Valerie meticulously observed the scale of the village, the terrain, and the approximately 100 able-bodied men that the village leader had managed to assemble. As a pioneering domain, the Solovyi Knight domain undoubtedly possessed more than just this workforce. Yet the village leader could only rally this many. Faced with the demands for infrastructure and the quality of labor available, Valerie indicated that at least 6 months would be necessary for the construction of a complete encampment wall, and that this would require full-time dedication. In a village devoid of resources, merely gathering sufficient materials would likely take 2 months. He proposed that the immediate focus should be on repairing the old wooden walls, dam, and roads, and that once a portion of the villagers had acquired basic craftsmanship skills and sufficient stone and wood materials had been stockpiled, they could then consider the encampment walls. Valerie, a craftsman apprentice with a breadth of knowledge, had already evolved into an engineering expert capable of offering strategic recommendations. Upon his second visit, the Solovyi Knight assessed the military development at River Bay. Upon returning, he organized a militia and procured a batch of crossbows from Rigolov. The Solovyi Knight domain had previously possessed a militia, but the leader's formidable personal strength had rendered it largely inactive, with no formations or drills conducted for over a year and a half. The round shields distributed to the villagers were the most basic, thin wooden variants, some of which had begun to rot and mold. As for the weaponry, that is a matter set aside. When the Misvich family departed, they did not merely take their armed escorts. They also carried away their armaments and armor. The Solovyi Knight could only continue to beseech the Lord Rigolav for assistance. During his service in the Gale Knights, he did not toil without compensation. His military pay was not inferior to that of the knights under the Petahov family. All of these funds had been entrusted to Rigolav, and at this juncture, seeking money, provisions, and weapons left Rigolav in a precarious position. Compared to aiding the River Bay fief, he was far more generous towards his own brother. Within 3 days, 30 sets of silver-scaled breastplates and 30 thick-backed iron swords had been procured. Even Solovyi's elder brother, upon hearing the news, sent 100 iron spearheads and 20 crossbows. Thus, within a week of returning, the Solovyi fief had assembled a militia comprising 50 armored infantry, 50 spearmen, and 50 crossbowmen. Yulian's envy was palpable. Had it not been for the inclusion of goblins and wild men, his 6 months of effort would not have yielded such results. However, while the Solovyi militia was well equipped, their combat effectiveness was questionable. They could barely form ranks and establish a shield wall, and they scattered at the slightest movement. In this regard, the Solovyi Knight had considerable experience and trained them vigorously in military tactics. Yet, having witnessed the valor of the River Bay militia, he found his own troops somewhat lacking. The opposing militia, standing resolutely, exuded an aura of aggression, while his own seemed destined to be the victims. He even hesitated to lead them against bandits, fearing they would flee in panic. Who does not desire a cadre of elite warriors under their command? Nevertheless, the formation of the militia had its merits. At least the villagers' collective consciousness had been revitalized, enabling them to respond more proactively to their lord's commands, and the internal conflicts among them had diminished notably. Moreover, The provision of weapons and training served as a pillar of morale. At the very least, should a bear or a pack of wolves invade the village again, the villagers would not be driven into a frenzied retreat. This marked the Salavi Knights' third visit to River Bay. The station militia had already recognized this strikingly handsome, stern, and upright knight, and they did not dare to impede his passage, allowing him to proceed unchallenged. As Yulian descended the wooden steps of the Lord's Hall, the Salavi Knight had already approached on horseback. Yulian warmly took hold of the reins for him, assisting him as he dismounted while instructing his subordinates to tend to the horses. Meanwhile, Rio, Freya, and 4 or 5 goblin pups sat obediently in a line at the edge of the wooden steps, watching the Salavi Knight with keen interest. Since Freya's arrival at the camp, Free had visited River Bay more frequently, nearly every day, to partake in merriment. The trio of River Bay, inseparable, cherished each moment together. Although as a 3.5-year-old mature goblin, Free preferred not to engage in make-believe games with Freya and the little mouse. Merely observing from the sidelines did not detract from her stature as the Goblin King. Olivia even prepared a small room for Fraser in the Lord's Manor, allowing her to stay there whenever she wished to avoid returning home. To Leo, Sir Salavi was almost a second Fraser after discovering the merits of River Bay. He aspired to learn everything he could from it. However, Leo found this rather unfortunate, given the relationship between Yulian and Rigolov. The River Bay territory was virtually entwined with the Petahov family, and it was best that they prosper together. In the presence of Yulian, the earnest lord of River Bay, Salavi exhibited a greater degree of courtesy. According to his nephew Roman, this seemingly simple yet cunning old veteran, who was inherently filled with knightly spirit, had not only saved Rigolov's life, but also Roman's. Nevertheless, having endured the battlefield, Sir Salavi understood that among comrades in arms, the question of who had saved whom more often was rather ambiguous. Thus, he maintained a respectful demeanor toward this elder subordinate and his nephew's former superior. After visiting twice, Sir Salavi had also gained some familiarity with the River Bay Zoo, no longer astonished as he had been initially. As he approached the wooden staircase, he took the opportunity to greet everyone. Princess Freya, good day. Hello, Sir Salavi. Princess Gerway, good day. Greetings. Princess Fraser, good day. Hello, Sir Salavi. Leo 6 Lumbo, Savantine. Surdy, greetings to you all. The little dog-headed creatures quickly wagged their tails. Leo was incredulous. You've only been here twice, and you can recognize them? Sir Salavi appeared equally surprised. Isn't that quite normal? Leo stroked his chin, scrutinizing Sir Salavi, suspecting he harbored ill intentions towards the creatures. Indeed, Sir Salavi then declared, Princess Fraser, I have come this time intending to borrow a few of your dog-headed companions to explore my knightly territory for any potential mineral resources. Fraser was taken aback by her unexpected significance, especially since a formidable human knight was using honorifics towards a dog-headed creature. Neither Leo nor Yulian exhibited such politeness. This delighted her immensely. She felt as though she could bestow the entire valley of dog-headed beings upon him. Woof, woof, woof. Sir Salavi, my good friend, take as many dog-headed companions as you wish. Sir Salavi smiled and replied, Thank you very much. I shall provide ample remuneration. Fraser promptly dispatched 20 golden retriever trackers, who followed Sir Salavi under the escort of 2 River Bay infantrymen, without familiar River Bay infantrymen accompanying them. These dog-headed trackers, trained by Fraser, dared not leave their territory with a stranger. Chapter 143, Leo is so ruthless. Dog-headed creatures are born seekers of minerals. Even those wild dog packs that have devolved into small settlements in the wilderness can locate mineral veins through their innate lineage gifts. They possess an innate passion for various metals and gemstones, referring to any stone that emits light or reflects it as shining gems, which they cherish and collect as treasures. Thus, in a certain sense, the emergence of a kobold tribe near their territory is fortuitous, as it likely indicates the presence of undiscovered mineral veins within. Conversely, the kobolds nurtured by Leo, having lived too comfortably in the bay, have experienced a regression in their innate abilities. Even now, they can only patrol with makeshift wooden spears, waiting for their next meal. To prevent these unfortunate creatures from being scolded like himself by Yulian for idleness, Leo seeks to assign them tasks. As Leo bids farewell to Sir Salaviv, he simultaneously seeks guidance in extraordinary practices. The only source of transcendent knowledge in the Bay is the unreliable Freya, whose elven constitution starkly contrasts with that of humans, rendering her an inadequate mentor. Consequently, Leo must devote himself to learning from Sir Salaviv. The knight, however, does not withhold his insights, answering all of Leo's inquiries and imparting fundamental meditation techniques along with some swordsmanship advice. With Leo's extraordinary awakening and the support of a rodent-like charging station, his body has been continuously enhanced by magic, enabling him to master the dual-wielding sword techniques inherited from the ancient beastman Sword Saint with greater proficiency. In the past, relying solely on brute strength and the rudimentary combat skills taught by Yulian, he could manage 2 soldiers from the Bay. Now, with a long sword in hand, he can withstand assaults from 10 Bay infantrymen. This is merely in defense and practice. In actual combat, ordinary infantrymen from the Bay would be utterly unable to withstand his fierce slashes. The 3-kilogram mixed-breed sword feels somewhat light in his grasp. It is reminiscent of a child wielding a wooden sword. Leo's vigorous swings even generate a significant rush of air. Upon reaching the gate of the Bay Peninsula, Leo halts. A few small kobolds merrily carry wooden buckets, drawing water from the aqueduct to pour onto a stone wall. With a powerful kick, Leo collapses the seemingly sturdy wall, expressing his dissatisfaction. This will not do. It must be rebuilt. The kobolds, holding their buckets, appear despondent, as if the carefully stacked blocks they had assembled were shattered by a villain's foot. A group of kobold guards, previously trailing behind Sir Salaviv's warhorse in a cheerful disarray, quickly lines up in formation, tucking their tails between their legs. The dog-biter Leo is so cruel. Even Sir Salaviv cannot bear to witness this, advising, even if they are slaves of a different race, one should not overly oppress them, for it will only yield adverse effects. Leo feels compelled to clarify. This is merely an experiment with new building materials. We are still in the exploratory phase. Once we achieve mass production, I shall send some to my uncle. Sir Salaviv remains unconvinced, but is unwilling to interfere further, departing with his exploration team. Previously, Leo had intrigued him with tales of the formidable kobold scouts. Until now, the Salave Knights have only managed to export food and have no other external industries to rely upon. Any construction endeavors must depend solely on familial support. This predicament has rendered the Salave Knights in a rather passive position. Should the goblins discover 1 or 2 mineral deposits, they could recruit refugees to continue their development. Leo watched as the Salave Knights departed, then shifted his focus to the crumbled stone wall. This is what he had been researching for some time, cement. However, he could not recall the precise formula, only the general ingredients, necessitating repeated attempts and explorations. Every endeavor is easier said than done, especially when knowledge is only half-formed. Fee's goblin hunting team uncovered a cavern behind the Goblin Valley, rich in limestone minerals. Yet, even the goblins who have lived in cave environments their whole lives are quite averse to mining limestone. Lacking protective masks for their eyes and noses, they merely shattered a few stalactites in the cavern and brought them back to the river bay for Leo. Although the quantity was small, it was sufficient for experimentation. Once they reached the mass production phase and the cement's effectiveness became apparent, Leo only needed to raise the purchase price slightly, and these goblins, desperate for food, would deliver a steady supply of limestone to the river bay. However, for now, it was more profitable to have the mine iron ore. The current experimental cement, upon setting, has a texture akin to brittle sandstone. While it can be utilized for construction, it often crumbles with a single blow, failing to meet Leo's standards. He instructed the young goblins to continue building walls with the next batch of prepared cement and, as per his directives, to regularly splash water on the cement walls to prevent cracking. After a week, he planned to give it a kick to test its sturdiness. In addition to the stone walls erected by the young goblins, some rudimentary stone and wooden walls have also been constructed along the inner side of the canals on the River Bay Peninsula. The canals are continuously being widened, now reaching a width of 3 to 4 meters, ensuring that during a bandit attack, they could no longer leap over with ease. Following the canal upstream, Valerie is leading a team of 50 able-bodied workers to raise the banks of the Central Small Lake. With the rainy season upon them, the water level in the Central Small Lake has surged more than a meter, yet has not flowed entirely downstream as intended. The encroaching waters have flooded newly cultivated fields, transforming vast areas of pasture in the southern part of the peninsula back into marshland. After all, The River Bay is a fledgling group, and mistakes are inevitable, prompting them to continuously seek out and rectify shortcomings, often patching together solutions. Summer is the season of abundance for fish, with countless wild fish of various sizes darting through the pastures in half a foot of water. Freya and a group of human and goblin children are at the grassy banks of a small lake, attempting to catch fish. The small fish are devoured immediately, while the larger ones are saved for cooking upon their return. Nowadays, Freya has further diminished in size, now standing at less than 2 meters, even smaller than a single horned boar. In her accustomed squatting posture, she was still not as tall as Leo. She was no longer a capable excavator. Thus, no one tasked her with arduous labor. However, her body had grown more agile, enabling her to catch fish and rabbits, which earned her the title of King of the Children. Olivia was deeply concerned about this, not only providing her with an endless supply of flatbreads, but also preparing a generous cup of fresh milk every evening, hoping her height would stabilize. Otherwise, how sorrowful it would be for Master Bobuk to see his apprentice, once a formidable earth-shattering bear, reduced to a mere little gopher upon his next visit. Freya, moved by Olivia's sincerity, finally ceased her fabrications and revealed the reason for her diminishing stature. Chapter 144. Knowledge of the Elven Clan. When an elven druid first practices shape-shifting, the caster cannot fully control their own magical power, resulting in a transformed form that fluctuates according to their magical energy, remaining uncontrollable. An elf with limited magical ability, even when transformed into a saber-toothed tiger, would only match the size of a small kitten. Freya, with her naturally potent magic, could transform into a gopher yet maintain the stature of a colossal bear, thus becoming the second largest gopher in Trellishire. Once the adaptation phase of shape-shifting is over, druids can gradually master their forms and ultimately revert to their original appearance. Freya was at this transitional stage, even without consciously controlling her magic. Her subconscious would automatically adjust her size according to her environment for survival. This is why she was becoming increasingly diminutive, gradually achieving equilibrium with her surroundings. In a human village, playing among children and sleeping on a 2-meter-long bed, her bear-like physique was evidently ill-suited. Had she lived in the wolf-bane jungle, facing brown bears, saber-toothed tigers, and hunting parties of boarmen and werewolves daily, her form might have evolved even more robustly. Olivia, however, was unconcerned. She preferred her child to be plump and robust rather than frail and diminutive like a little mouse, which would surely cause her endless worry. The little mouse, tormented by past tragedies, faced not only psychological struggles, but also issues with physical development. Under Olivia's meticulous care, her height remained stagnant. 2 meals of flatbreads a day, now supplemented with a cup of fresh milk, had not significantly increased her weight. At night, Olivia held the little mouse, often fretting about her future prospects for marriage. The condition of the 2 little ones left her, as a mother, utterly exhausted. Can you still transform into a giant bear? Freya, wishing to reassure Olivia, felt compelled to demonstrate her abilities. She clenched her paws, held her breath, and emitted a faint green glow, causing her form to inflate dramatically until she reached a height of 3 meters. Once transformed back into the massive beast, Freya reveled in her newfound stature, bounding around the large room and chasing the terrified, yapping dog-headed pups. The thick oak boards beneath her feet trembled precariously, nearly buckling under her weight. The diminutive dog-headed creature appeared to be perched upon a trampoline, catapulted into the air by Freya's exuberant leaps. Alarmed, Leo swiftly grasped the nape of her neck and dragged her out of the grand hall to frolic freely. Observing Freya's joyous escapade with the little mouse while her stature diminished, Olivia felt a wave of relief wash over her and resolved to have Freya's rations. Leo, too, was filled with contentment as his excavator returned. Through their light-hearted conversations, Leo gleaned insights into the lore of the elf race, which greatly expanded his understanding. Elves are beings of pure magic, birthed from the potent magical springs that bestow upon them a nascent consciousness, emerging as mere orbs of concentrated magical energy. Therefore, strictly speaking, elves lack a definitive physical form, parental lineage, and even gender. Upon reaching maturity, elven couples undergo extensive training and assessments, ultimately adopting unformed magical sprites under the auspices of the High Court's magical springs, nurturing them with their own magical essence. Consequently, despite possessing lifespans tenfold that of humans. The elven population does not proliferate uncontrollably. Even if they possess the capacity for reproduction, they cannot give birth to pure elves. The offspring of two pure-blood elves can only be transient half-elves, and witnessing their progeny perish before reaching maturity, a mere century. With their essence failing to return to the magical springs, is a sorrow not all elves can bear. Over time, nearly all elven couples prefer to wait for the magical springs to naturally conceive a sprite, striving for the opportunity to adopt. Thus, unlike other races, elven parents are meticulously chosen and well-trained, rather than being unprepared individuals thrust into parenthood. The magical springs of Trellashire can yield only a limited number of sprites, and even the ruling elven queen would not dare to hoard them. In her 4 centuries of life, she has had but one descendant, Freya. Of course, given the carefree and leisurely disposition of elves, successfully nurturing a single heir is a remarkable achievement. Desiring a second is sheer folly. If one were to inquire of the 400-year-old elven queen whether governance or a game of checkers holds greater importance, she would undoubtedly declare governance paramount, yet would privately opt for the latter. The physical form of a successfully shaped elf often bears the influence of their parents, but it is also shaped by their environment, with the ultimate determination resting upon their self-awareness. The traditional human perception of elves, characterized by humanoid figures, pointed ears, antlers, and green hair, reflects the external visage most elves adopt when interacting with humans. However, this is merely one of the forms they have gradually adopted for ease of communication. As this human-influenced appearance gained popularity within elven society, it has become widely accepted, with many elves subconsciously conforming to this shape as their primary form. Nevertheless, in Trellashire, a greater number of elven tribes prefer to adapt to alternative forms that align with their environment. For instance, the Lord of the Courtyard, Chiziel, was surrounded by the great Trahir snails during his childhood, and thus, he too was transformed into a grand snail before reaching adulthood. Similarly, the great druid Bobuk was once a highland groundhog in his youth. There are also certain small elves who directly shape themselves into ancient trees, bearfolk, or elven dragons, becoming guardians of their tribes, thereby bypassing the transformation process typical of druids. As a foster child of the elven queen and the reigning monarch of the greatest tribe of Trahir, Freya not only inherited her mother's intellect, but also possessed an extraordinary beauty akin to that of the elven queen, as she herself narrates. However, in her youthful years, at just over 60, she was entrusted to the great druid Bobuk for training, who temporarily transformed her into a large groundhog, causing her to lose her beauty. In the territory of the Solovi Knights, 20 Knoll scouts scurried about, each burdened with a large backpack. 3 days later, 15 of them returned to the village of the Solovi Knights. As for the remaining 5 golden-haired scouts, they had meandered onto the avenue of the World Tree, forgetting their duties as they followed their noses back to the Knoll Valley. These golden-haired gnolls, possessing the intellect of a mere child, displayed a rather foolish and erratic behavior unless their lives were in peril. Having been exposed to the River Bay culture, Freya was reluctant to impose the harsh wilderness customs of slaughter and cruelty. Thus, without supervision, one could hardly expect them to adhere to any rules. The River Bay infantryman responsible for leading the group initially felt anxious and guilty for the loss of 5 scouts, fearing to meet Freya's sorrowful gaze. However, upon returning, they discovered that the scouts had already returned home and devoured the provisions meant to reward all 20 Knoll scouts. Nevertheless, the remaining 15 golden-haired scouts brought good news to the Solovi Knights. Chapter 145, Pyrite 15 baskets of vibrant, multicolored ores were deposited by the golden-haired scouts before the grand hall of the Solovi Knights. They were entirely unaware of the names of these minerals, but they collected all that they found visually appealing. Fortunately, through Freya's targeted training, they recognized several essential minerals such as gold, silver, copper, and iron, and gathered them regardless of their quality. Thankfully, the Pedohov family had its own craftsmen, whom the Solovi Knights summoned, allowing them to identify most of the minerals with some difficulty. By the time Leo rushed to the Solovi Knights' domain upon hearing the news, the Urvain had already been discovered. In a small valley located over 10 miles southwest of the Solovi Knights, steam continuously emerged from the crevices of the rocky walls, and the streams within the valley carried a warm embrace. Deep within the valley, there were pools of yellow and green, all varying in temperature, with some even boiling. Behind the hot springs lay a diminutive cave, not standing taller than a meter, accessible only to the diminutive gnolls. A valuable mineral sample found by the golden-haired scouts was discovered within this cave. Out of the 15 large baskets of ores, only one useful vein was identified. Other ores either lie scattered on the surface or lack sufficient quality, or they are simply worthless. However, this is already impressive. It has only been 3 days, and the results are astonishingly proficient, even more so than exploration experts equipped with modern surveying tools. The artisan is leading a group of strong villagers to excavate the cavern. After digging 5 or 6 meters deep and breaking through the layers of soil and rock, golden veins emerge. The excavated stones shimmer with a golden hue, dazzling under the sunlight. Leo picks up a piece of the golden rock, observing the small square metallic flecks upon its surface, and is greatly astonished. "Is this gold, or?" he inquires. "No," replies Sir Salaviv with a sigh. "It is pyrite." Pyrite, also known as fool's gold, resembles gold but is utterly useless. It is nearly impossible to refine iron from it, thus no one would purchase it in large quantities. Only a few civilian jewelers would use it to craft inexpensive trinkets. However, this vein is also associated with some stannite and chalcopyrite, and there may even be gold or present, albeit of low quality, which could still yield considerable profit upon extraction. Leo toys with the pyrite in his hand, puzzled. "ISNT pyrite used for sulfur?" Sir Salaviv responds, "Sulfur? I have not heard of it. The Empire has developed gunpowder technology, but it only briefly appeared in the south. The northern folk are entirely unaware of such matters. Presently, the Empire's alchemical firearms are still in their rudimentary stages. Aside from Dennis's fireball spell, a product of magical alchemy, ordinary firearms merely emulate the dwarven guns of decades past. Whether firearms or cannons, their power is insufficient, and the knightly plate armor of the extraordinary world possesses double the thickness and defense of that from a medieval era. Some alchemical and enchanted armors can even withstand a crossbow bolt. Common firearms lack the power to rival the wild men SU longbows, let alone the military-grade enchanted crossbows or the Empire's fine steel longbows. Thus, the advent of gunpowder has yet to garner attention, and it has not even reached the northern territories. In the north, sulfur is merely a material used by alchemists or shamans. Sir Salaviv's earlier remarks were simply a verbatim recounting of what his artisan had said to Leo. In truth, he possesses no knowledge of pyrite, stannite, or chalcopyrite, let alone their applications. Even as a noble knight, he has not undergone 9 years of compulsory education, nor been exposed to a wealth of information from the internet. Such knowledge of minerals is only passed down to a select few specialized craftsmen. Leo chuckled. "If you deem pyrite useless, I would be willing to acquire it, although the current demand is not substantial." Sir Salaviv replied, "I only desire the stannite and chalcopyrite within. I could easily gift you a batch of this worthless material. You may send someone to collect it." He had intended to offer everything to Leo, but, being no fool, realized that the very fact the other party expressed interest indicated a value he himself did not comprehend. He decided to send a batch over and, once the value of pyrite was understood, engage in negotiation later. Leo nodded with enthusiasm, indicating his willingness to assist Uncle Salaviv in removing the worthless mine tailings at no charge. What appeared to be useless or to the other party was, in Leo's eyes, equivalent to high-quality hematite from the Goblin Valley. Pyrite is, after all, a primary source for sulfur. Although no natural sulfur deposits have yet been discovered near Isenpol, pyrite is virtually ubiquitous. However, the pyrite scattered across the surface varies in quality, with most failing to meet the standards of industrial ore. Previously, the sulfur Leo used for gunpowder had to be procured from Isenpol, rendering mass production impossible. Thus, gunpowder remains in the realm of fireworks, only occasionally allowing him to set off firecrackers for Little Mice and Freya. Only the goblins in Fraser's possession, utilizing their innate talent for mining, can gather the scattered pyrite and sulfur, refining it into higher quality sulfur. Consequently, Fraser possesses a greater supply of gunpowder, resulting in weekly explosions in Goblin Valley that astonish the newly arrived villagers of River Bay. However, the process of goblins collecting the ore one by one hardly qualifies as mass production. The sulfur produced barely suffices for Goblin Valley's mining operations. and its supply is exceedingly unstable, relying primarily on chance. Collecting, or for goblins, is as straightforward as for humans gathering wild fruits, perhaps even easier. With a mere sniff and glance, they can unearth it, even if buried deep underground. Minerals with pungent odors, particularly their favored sulfides, can be detected even from 10 meters below the surface, ensuring they seldom miss an opportunity, though the challenge lies in actually encountering them. Having gathered a batch of pyrite, Leo felt a surge of joy as he stood at the entrance of the mine, his gaze drifting toward the hot springs nestled in the valley. The entire southern expanse of Isimpol is obstructed by the foothills of the Borikback Mountains, which, while not towering, are quite treacherous. The small ridges cascading down from these foothills form a series of valleys behind Soloviv's knightly domain. Compared to the plains below, these valleys are difficult for humans to exploit, offering little utility aside from potential mining sites. Furthermore, due to the frequent emanation of sulfurous odors and the presence of large predators seeking refuge, they have earned the villagers' moniker of the Demon Valley. Tales of demons residing within deter even the boldest hunters from approaching the area. According to Knight Soloviv, the streams flowing through these valleys often possess warmth, with some even reaching the territory's irrigation channels while still retaining a degree of heat. Contemplating this, Leo inquired, "Uncle Soloviv, have you heard of the Hot Spring Manor?" Knight Soloviv echoed in confusion. "Hot Spring Manor?" "Indeed," Leo replied, raising an eyebrow at Knight Soloviv. "When it comes to the primary and secondary industries, how does one not profit from engaging in the tertiary sector?" Chapter 146. Hot Spring Manor. The Soloviv Knights enjoy external advantages that are absent in the River Bay territory. Adjacent to the western watchtower lies a small grove, a mere few miles wide. Currently, the commander of the western watchtower is none other than Roman's distant brother-in-law, who is also the distant nephew-in-law of the Knight Solovi. Faced with a young, formidable, and promising Wind Knight, it is likely that the stern and austere Knight Noise would be quite pleased to acknowledge this kinship. Although the western region is also referred to as wilderness, a grand avenue of the world tree runs through it, providing a modicum of civilization compared to the wolf-driving plain. Thus, the safety of the territory under Knight Solovi's command is far more assured than that of River Bay. This area is in closer proximity to Isimpol, a mere 60 miles away, entirely traversable via the flat avenue of the world tree, while River Bay is burdened with an additional 30 miles of muddy roads. The reputation of the Wind Knight Solovi holds a magnetic allure for the noble ladies of Isimpol. Hailing from a venerable house of flag knights, the young and unmarried Solovi, when hosting a banquet, would attract half of Isimpol's noble maidens. If he were to hold the event in tandem with his equally unmarried nephew Roman, their appeal would be irresistible, drawing not only young ladies but also matrons eager for their attention. River Bay, however, lacks such advantages. Although River Bay boasts breathtaking scenery, with the Grand Anzino River waterfall cascading from the heavens and the tranquil lake inviting leisurely boat rides, the profound isolation of the wilderness breeds insecurity. The Lord of River Bay is but a lowly knight without title or influence, rendering him incapable of drawing the gaze of the nobility. Save for those opportunists eyeing the riverbank territory, some fated aristocrats might even consider marrying off their daughters to Yulian. Leo and Knight Solovi explored several valleys behind the latter's territory and discovered a gently sloping, picturesque hot spring valley, which they deemed suitable for establishing a hot spring resort. This location lies a mere 5 miles from the village within Knight Solovi's domain, devoid of treacherous terrain, allowing for the construction of a road suitable for carriages with relative ease. To become a destination for nobility seeking to host banquets or enjoy leisurely retreats, it cannot appear overly rudimentary. Even without erecting a castle, it must at the very least resemble a noble estate. However, the investment required to build a noble estate far exceeds that needed for mere irrigation or road repairs. Knight Solovi hesitated to make an immediate commitment and sought counsel with Rigolov. Leo proposed that River Bay could supply a portion of qualified craftsmen for the construction and expressed a desire for Knight Solovi to recruit displaced persons, employing them in lieu of relief, thus utilizing the current inexpensive labor force to establish the estate. Through collective labor, these displaced individuals would develop a sense of belonging, and in time, the most deserving could be retained as his subjects. Once the Orc Wars conclude and the displaced return to more stable agricultural settings, Attracting a significant population would become increasingly challenging. Upon deliberation, the three brothers of the Petahov family concurred with Leo's recommendation. The Petahov family possesses 4 knightly domains, yet none of them boasts a proper noble estate. Even a knightly domain owned by the head of the family, Rigolav, is merely a traditional lordly manor. For hosting banquets, they are compelled to procure a small estate on the outskirts of Isimpol. To a certain extent, owning a luxurious and grand noble estate serves as a symbol of status and signifies the family's strength. From the 4 knightly domains of the Petahov family and the River Bay, each contributes 10 seasoned craftsmen, alongside the recruitment of 500 able-bodied refugees, to aid in the construction of a hot spring villa. In addition to providing the 10 seasoned craftsmen led by Valeri, the River Bay also supplied a multitude of apprentice craftsmen and even a few crude artisans. During this period, the various infrastructures of the River Bay have been completed in succession, ensuring that the labor force always has tasks to engage in, yet the craftsmen have become surplus. It seems a pity to revert the painstakingly trained craftsmen back to farming and hunting. Thus, it is perhaps more beneficial for them to venture out, exchange ideas, and broaden their horizons. Assisting in construction is indeed true, as is the pursuit of knowledge. The craftsmen nurtured by the River Bay are essentially a makeshift assembly of farmers, lacking a mature system and complete heritage. The refugee craftsmen later absorbed do not possess the esteemed skills of dwarven masters of forging or goblin engineers as imagined by Leo. Any master craftsman with a lineage, regardless of their circumstances, will be considered a valuable asset in any territory or workshop. Even if noble descendants become refugees, they are unlikely to truly descend into destitution. Valeri's craftsmen possess decent talent, yet they lack systematic education. All their knowledge of civil engineering is derived from practical experience, and overseeing the construction of the lordly manor is already the extent of his capabilities. Although the lordly manor of the River Bay is more opulent than those of other knightly domains, its structure is flawed. Had it not been for Master Bobek's intervention to reinforce it, Valeri would inevitably face numerous issues that require future modifications and maintenance. While larger constructions are not beyond reach, ensuring they do not collapse remains a challenge. His achievements are already exceptional, displaying remarkable talent. Ordinary villagers struggle to erect even wooden houses. Without supervision or guidance, they are left to inhabit makeshift shelters. Following the comprehensive decline of the Orlandes Empire, the technological level of the Northern Territories has regressed to a state reminiscent of medieval Western Europe. Most castles within the territories are constructed from rammed earth combined with timber, and only the great lords or those with abundant stone and labor resources possess true stone castles. On one hand, there are limitations in materials and manpower, and on the other, there is a deficiency in technical knowledge. The North lacks the aid of reinforced concrete. Thus, to build a grand stone castle requires not only wealth, but also the expertise of master builders proficient in architecture. Participation in such large-scale construction enables both seasoned craftsmen and novice apprentices to acquire a wealth of knowledge through practice. Many architectural techniques are entirely unfamiliar until one has the opportunity to witness them. Upon his return to the River Bay, Leo entrusted Sir Solovi with 10 gold sula to hand over to Fraser. This sum represents the remuneration for 20 golden retriever scouts. 20 golden retriever scouts dashed about in the territory of the Knights of Salaviv, enjoying abundant provisions, while 5 of them managed to escape. Within 3 days, they amassed a fortune of 100,000. This prompted Leo to contemplate the initiation of a mining venture, aiming to market the goblin mining team to all the noble lords of Ethenbor. However, not all nobles possessed the generosity and integrity of the Salaviv Knights. These well-trained canines were likely to be imprisoned and enslaved once their value was recognized, with a generous compensation of 10 silver coins paid to the River Bend territory. This amount was double the highest price for goblin slaves in the market. Gazing at the glittering gold in his hand, Fraser harbored profound doubts about its worth. He mused that it would be more beneficial to trade for a few bags of grain. Goblins had an inherent affinity for shiny objects, yet to Fraser, these trinkets were mere luxuries, far inferior to iron ingots and sustenance, as they could neither be consumed nor fashioned into weaponry. When food was abundant, it could be utilized for trade with other goblin tribes. In times of scarcity and wilderness turmoil, such items became utterly useless. Although Leo endeavored to elucidate the human currency system to Fraser, he ultimately remained skeptical, entrusting the gold to Olivia for conversion into equivalent food and tools. Just as the construction in the Salaviv Knights' territory was flourishing, new tidings arrived from Ethenbor. Sir Tarek Frelov, the Grand Lord of Ethenbor, in the face of increasingly dire security concerns, decided to heed the counsel of his vassal ministers and expel the vagrants of Ethenbor into the wilderness. Chapter 147. The Expulsion of Vagrants. The vagrants arriving in the northern lands of Ethenbor exhibited a slightly higher overall quality, with a continuous influx of artisans and young laborers being absorbed into town workshops and surrounding territories. Moreover, under the call of Rigoloff and another banner knight, many lords began to exert efforts to assimilate the vagrants and alleviate the pressure. The world was not always tranquil. Major wars erupted on average every 30 years, while minor conflicts occurred every 3 to 5 years. Invasions by foreign tribes, skirmishes among lords, and bandit raids were annual occurrences, hardly qualifying as warfare. Thus, not every noble was a fool, especially those border lords who had experienced natural and man-made disasters, possessing a keen awareness of potential crises. The gathering of vagrants did not pose a threat to Ethenbor, a fortified town with stone walls, but for the neighboring knightly territories, characterized by mere wooden barriers and militia. It represented a volatile bomb ready to explode at any moment. However, the orc invasions persisted, and the influx of vagrants would not cease. Ethenbor lay at the southernmost edge of Count Frelov's domain, faring relatively well, even with the World Tree Highway. The majority of the vagrant population lacking carriages and draft animals could not traverse such distances. Farther north, the military stronghold of Varangel and the main city of Count Florwald had congregated over 50,000 vagrants, unable to be accommodated. Rigolav's efforts were not in vain. At least the total number of vagrants had not further increased. Yet until now, nearly 10,000 displaced individuals have congregated in the northern outskirts of Ethenbor. Their presence has profoundly disrupted the security, commerce, and sanitation of the area. The tents of the refugee camp nearly obstruct the pathway to the northern bridge, while the docks teem with laborers seeking work and the elderly and infirm begging for alms. Incidents of theft, robbery, and murder have escalated alarmingly. In response, Lord Tarek Frelov made a decisive resolution to expel these refugees beyond the western outpost. Indeed, not to the north or downstream along the Anzino River, but into the wilderness beyond the western watchtower. For driving them northward would not only congest the Ethenbor Bridge, but would also allow the refugees to gradually return. Meanwhile, the lower reaches of the Anzino River constitute the largest agricultural area in Count Frelov's domain, boasting tens of thousands of hectares of fertile arable land, alongside thriving fisheries and river transport. The influx of refugees would wreak havoc on production and trade, jeopardizing the food supply for Ethenbor. Conversely, the wilderness beyond the western outpost is a remote expanse of rugged mountains and desolate terrain, nearly devoid of human habitation. Here, one side is bordered by majestic cliffs, while the other is flanked by the steep Borkback mountain range, with the Buck Mountain Pass looming 200 miles away, resembling a severed Grand Canyon, thus mitigating concerns of the refugees dispersing. Lord Tarek's intentions are glaringly evident: to drive these displaced individuals into the wilderness to either starve or become insurrectionists. This would resolve the refugee crisis in Ethenbor while simultaneously accruing significant military merit. It is only the traditional noble Rigolav who dares to voice dissent, feigning adherence to chivalric virtues. Yet, in a twist of irony, he swiftly mustered his troops to lead the charge against the refugees, rendering himself a target of ridicule among the noble circles of Ethenbor. The Pedikov family possesses 4 knightly domains at the foot of the mountains south of Ethenbor, but the other 3 do not border the World Tree Avenue and are shielded by several knightly estates, thus escaping the encroachment of refugees. Rigolav assembled the armed forces from his family's 3 ancient knightly domains and recruited willing knights under his banner, forming a contingent of approximately 1,000 men to partake in the expulsion of the refugees. Similar forces were gathered by 3 neighboring banners, along with various minor knightly lords. Even some impoverished knights, mercenary bands, and slave traders brought forth their own troops, eager to seize a share of the spoils. Throughout the journey, Rigolav endeavored to maintain discipline within his ranks, stockpiling provisions while establishing relief stations to distribute food and offer solace to the displaced. His strategy was straightforward. If he could not thwart Lord Tarek's decree, he would strive earnestly to execute it. From a humanitarian perspective, Lord Tarek's decision is excessively brutal. However, from the standpoint of a feudal ruler, it is undeniably justifiable. The tide of refugees resembles a malignant tumor that, if left untreated, will only continue to grow, ultimately endangering life itself. If one cannot heal on their own, they must endure the painful decision to sever ties. At the Lord's assembly convened in Ethenbor, a single rebuttal from Tarek rendered the steadfastly opposing Rigoraf speechless. Do you possess a superior alternative? Indeed, viable solutions exist. The grain stored in Ethenbor is more than sufficient to sustain the 10,000 souls. If his proposal were followed, each knightly domain could absorb hundreds, thereby swiftly dispersing the destitute. Yet, this remains mere rhetoric. Only a third of Ethenbor's lords support him, with even fewer willing to take tangible action. Moreover, the destitute are not solely comprised of able-bodied individuals. Many among them are the elderly and infirm. What purpose would they serve upon return? Even Rigoraf himself has no desire for them. Alone, he is powerless to tackle this dilemma. Thus, he must acquiesce to the decision, striving to leverage his influence to guide the refugees into the wilderness to fend for themselves, rather than allowing them to become a scourge. He can only choose one side, the lives of the refugees or those of his subjects. Regrettably, there are those who secretly incite panic among the refugees, plotting insurrections. On the surface, several other military factions regard the refugees as less than human, akin to driving out a horde of rats. Some impatient lords even lead their troops to charge at the refugee throng, unleashing a rain of arrows upon them. Ultimately, the refugees failed to exit the western watchtower as intended. Within a mere 60 miles, chaos erupted, fracturing them into several factions, which then attacked the villages lining the World Tree Avenue. In an instant, the western expanse of Ethenbor descended into a quagmire of disorder. Rigoraf could only exert his utmost effort to successfully drive one group of refugees beyond the western watchtower, where he then stationed himself, attempting to consolidate and subdue the scattered masses. In this expanse of 500 square kilometers, each village, every grove, and all hollows transformed into a paradise for armies and mobs, while becoming a hell for the weak. The unarmed mobs, incapable of confronting the fully armed Lord's forces, dare not assault the heavily fortified knightly domains, and thus vent their frustrations on the small encampments of refugees and natural villages. Some bandit factions seize the opportunity to grow in power, or even outright join the Lord's forces, transforming into guardians of order amidst the slaughter. Such is the nature of this world, scarcely differing from the law of the wilderness. The big fish devour the small, and the small consume the shrimp. The weak suffer under the oppression of the powerful. True resistance against authority is rare, yet countless harbor resentment, directing their fury at those even more vulnerable. The construction of the Solivay Knights' estate must be halted, redirecting efforts towards fortifying village defenses in preparation. Chapter 148. I must save lives. Fortunately, the 500 refugees in the possession of the Solivay Knights during this period have been nurtured by the ample provisions provided, cultivating a sense of stability. Unaffected by the external turmoil, as the tide of refugees approaches, they will raise their tools to participate in the defense, safeguarding the hard-won tranquility of their lives. The displaced individuals, driven to the western watchtower by Rigolav, are relatively docile and still harbor hopes for the future. In the short term, they refrain from recklessly assaulting the Solovy Knights' domain. However, once they realize their predicament and deplete their food supplies, hunger will inevitably transform them into beasts. The River Bay region, in stark contrast, appears stable, seemingly disengaged from worldly strife. Those who attempted to incite rebellion within the refugee camp were swiftly apprehended and delivered to Yulian, where they faced public execution by hanging at the camp's entrance. After extensive training and scrutiny, the camp has been purged of any malcontent leaders. What remains are either tribal heads sincerely seeking stability for their kin or pragmatic individuals who have grasped the harsh realities. These truly astute individuals are diligently working towards integrating into the River Bay community to secure legitimate status. External instigators are merely unwittingly contributing to their efforts. Nonetheless, In the face of such societal upheaval, River Bay may evade immediate danger, but not indefinitely. The distance from River Bay to the Western Watchtower is a mere 30 miles. Not too far, yet not too close. It is only a matter of time before the refugees take notice. If guided by those with ulterior motives, this discovery will come even sooner. Driven by desperation, the starving refugees will come rushing in, devoid of rational thought, severely disrupting the order of River Bay. During this period, Leo recalled all soldiers from the wolf-driving plains and established outposts between River Bay and the Western Watchtower to patrol and guard against large-scale assaults from the refugees. As the population of River Bay grows, so too does its military strength, which now boasts 100 infantrymen, 100 longbowmen, and 100 crossbowmen. All these troops are regular forces, having engaged in extensive training and combat, equipped with adequate weaponry, and ready for warfare. After the battle with the alien coalition, Yulian, inspired by the Imperial crossbowmen's equipment, outfitted River Bay's crossbowmen with large tower shields and one-handed swords. Compared to the longbowmen, who require years of training and a plentiful supply of meat to develop, crossbowmen can undoubtedly be produced in greater numbers. In theory, anyone capable of cocking a military crossbow can be trained as a crossbowman within a short span. 7 centuries ago, before the Northern Territories joined the Orlantis Empire, the Southern Territories lacked even a single organized longbow regiment, yet possessed crossbow regiments that outnumbered the total military strength of the North. In times of great conflict, the crossbowmen's overwhelming ranged firepower was as formidable as that of their longbow counterparts in the North. For hundreds of years, the straightforward and practical imperial crossbow has been embraced by the Northerners, with numerous standing armies and feudal lords now fielding crossbowmen. The two defining features of the imperial crossbowman are the crossbow itself and the tower shield. The rectangular tower shield stands 4 feet tall, 2 feet wide, and measures between half an inch to an inch in thickness, akin to a door panel. High-quality shields are often encased in iron or animal hide and adorned with vibrant paint. They come equipped with sturdy supports and straps, allowing crossbowmen to train while bearing the weight of the 15-kilogram tower shield. During combat, the tower shield support is lowered and positioned upright before the soldiers, forming a formidable wall of defense alongside their comrades. Crossbows are then rested atop the tower shields for precision shooting. The elite archers of the Empire possess the capability to wield the tower shield in close combat, exhibiting a prowess that rivals that of the Imperial infantry. In contrast, the archers from the River Bay, lacking such proficiency, have significantly lighter and thinner tower shields to ease their burdens. Nevertheless, the presence of a large shield before them provides substantial protection against incoming arrows, instilling a sense of security that allows them to shoot with greater composure. Yin and Leo naturally aspire for the men, women, and children of River Bay to be trained as formidable warriors akin to the wild hunters. Yet this remains an unattainable ambition. Rather than hoping for villagers to draw the heavy yew longbows or charge forth armed with swords, it is far more pragmatic to expect them to hold crossbows and take cover behind fortifications to provide suppressive fire. Furthermore, the domain of River Bay boasts an equal number of militia groups as the Lord's army, comprising soldiers who regularly partake in training and patrols, ready to serve as reserve fighters for the Lord's forces. However, the lack of actual combat experience renders them well-suited to defend their homes, yet poses risks when deployed in open warfare. Leo divides the Lord's army of River Bay into 2 contingents, each led by Leo and Vicky, tasked with patrolling the vicinity and maintaining communication. An increasing number of refugee groups are being gathered by Rigolov, driven out from the Western Watchtower. Many of these groups have established temporary encampments along the World Tree Avenue, flanking the Western Watchtower, forming makeshift villages. Human nature inclines towards strength and solidarity, particularly among the vulnerable. In the refugee populace, any individual displaying even a modicum of capability, however exaggerated, gradually attracts followers, forming a collective around them. Individuals akin to Yen, tribal leaders with dozens of strong youth at their disposal, find new refugees attaching themselves along the way, eventually amassing a following of several hundred. Meanwhile, certain bandit leaders seize the opportunity to expand rapidly, using sweet words to entice honest farmers into their ranks. Regardless of their motivations, be it personal gain or genuine concern for their kin, these individuals inevitably tread the path of brigandage. Faced with the fully armed elite forces of River Bay, The majority of the refugee groups appear docile and unassuming. Yet, there are those foolish enough to covet the River Bay troops' equipment. Witnessing the emaciated young refugees, coerced by ruthless bandit groups to charge at him wielding hoes and pitchforks, Leo feels a pang of discomfort. Among the ranks of these bandits, many are new recruits, emulating their comrades by daubing their faces with clay or blood or donning fresh sheep-bone masks, brandishing weapons while emitting terrifying howls. In their attempts to mask their own fears, they vainly hope to intimidate the forces of River Bay. Alas, such intimidation may sway ordinary villagers. But the seasoned veterans of River Bay remain unfazed, sheltered behind their shields, displaying stoic expressions, and even suppressing the urge to smile. These displaced young men, once humble farmers only a few months prior, have transformed into mere expendables in the throes of battle or devolved into ruthless marauders. With a heavy heart, Leo commanded fire. The band of marauders, lacking armor and shields, were swiftly decimated by the formidable range of the archers and crossbowmen before they could even approach the River Bay infantry. Following two unambiguous victories, Leo's spirits were notably dampened, in stark contrast to the unscathed and high-spirited River Bay army. He returned to River Bay, addressing Yulian. "I no longer wish to kill." Yulian, dismissive of his sentiment, scoffed. "What nonsense is this? If you don't wish to kill, shall we let them kill instead?" Yulian, a local brigand chief, simply could not grasp the compassion of this outsider. Leo contemplated anew. After all, these were human lives, and what the North desperately needed was precisely that, people. To take a life meant waiting 18 years for another to emerge. Therefore, I must save lives. Chapter 149. Return to the Heartland. While Yulian continuously berated Leo for his lack of ambition, he possessed a degree of self-awareness. In truth, he was not in a significantly better position. Merely managing to ensure the survival of his kin in the wilderness was the extent of his capabilities and aspirations. Thus, in the face of the chaotic influx of refugees, his stance aligned closely with that of Rigolov. Compassionate yet resolute, he stood firmly with his own people over the newcomers. After a decade of service, he had been discharged due to injuries and had journeyed 1,000 miles south. The tides of war no longer concerned him, nor could he alleviate the sufferings of humanity. Now, he solely wished to protect his tribe and undertake endeavors within his means. Nevertheless, he was not devoid of ideas. Rigolov's plans to accommodate and integrate the refugees had failed to gain traction at the Lord's Council of Isenbor, yet Yulian was exerting his utmost to support him. The number of refugees in River Bay had swelled to 1/3 of the total population, a figure fraught with peril. It is worth noting that another third constituted the newly arrived wildlings, whose lifestyles, cultural customs, and values starkly contrasted with those of the Empire's citizens, rendering them particularly unruly in the eyes of the Empire. These wildlings were not any easier to manage than the refugees, although the likelihood of rebellion was minimal. Minor conflicts persisted unabated, were it not for the core combat strength of the wildling hunters, whose elite had joined the Lord's army of River Bay and become allies of Yulian and Leo. The situation would likely have escalated. The formidable Magna, a renowned hunter among the wildlings, also commanded great respect within their camps. It was nearly impossible to avoid bloodshed between the Empire's citizens and the wildlings. The influx of a vast number of outsiders threatened to disrupt the original ecology of the settlement, and River Bay had reached a critical juncture. In truth, the absence of major upheaval, despite the significant number of newcomers, was a testament to Yulian's iron-fisted and adept governance. In typical villages, when the influx of outsiders increases by 2 to 30% and the village leaders lack fairness and justice, it is only a matter of time before escalating conflicts result in large-scale violence. At this juncture, Leo proposed a rescue mission, but Yulian, without a moment's hesitation, declined. He was preoccupied with maintaining order in 3 encampments and had no time to spare for Isenball. Issues of public security, food supply, and power balance forbade the River Bay from accommodating any more outsiders. As the second in command of River Bay, Leo was well aware of these matters, in certain respects. His theoretical knowledge surpassed that of Yulian, and his considerations were more profound. Thus, he resolved not to permit their entry. While vociferously advocating for a rescue, Leo abruptly abandoned his troops and home, fleeing with Freya. Initially, he envisioned Freya transforming into a colossal bear, eager to experience the thrill of riding a great beast. Unfortunately, Freya was unwilling and, in a fit of anger, launched a surprise attack, toppling Leo and rolling over him, threatening to crush him. 2 days later, Leo and Freya emerged in the vast canyon beyond the courtyard. The canyon lay not far from the Stonehill Ridge and from the elevated vantage points on either side. Wisps of smoke could be seen rising from the ridge, where the River Bay hunting party had established its encampment, a small fortress rebuilt atop the ruins of a wild boar tribe's lair. With dozens of permanent residents, several hunting teams ventured in and out daily. Joining the River Bay territory merely granted the wild inhabitants the right to utilize the hunting grounds. They still had to procure their food through their own efforts. The 100 most elite wild hunters had enlisted in the Lord's army of River Bay, becoming professional soldiers, no longer burdened by concerns for their family sustenance. The remaining wild families continued to labor daily, hunting and foraging. The Stonehill Ridge and its southern pine plain were designated as the wild inhabitants' hunting grounds, where their hunting teams not only gathered and hunted, but also acted as guardians of the territory, expelling and eradicating foreign tribes. Even the migrating wild tribes were barred from entering the Stonehill Ridge, in response to the ceaseless influx of wild tribes from the north. Julian offered them two choices: either join the River Bay as legitimate hunters or swiftly vacate his hunting grounds. After all, in the northern territories, sustaining a farmer required merely 10 acres of land. A herdsman needed 100 acres of pasture, but a hunter required at least 1,000 acres of forest. Despite the seemingly boundless expanse of the 2,000 square kilometers of forest between the Stonehill Ridge and the Anzino River, the number of hunters it could sustain was limited. This area had previously suffered from the ravages of the Wolfman Coalition, and combined with River Bay's ongoing efforts to stockpile resources, Julian fully opened the hunting rights, unlike other lords who imposed restrictions on the quantity and species hunted. Consequently, the large game became increasingly scarce. Some wild hunting teams boldly ventured beyond the Stonehill Ridge, delving into the wilderness to the north, even returning to their former homes to hunt in familiar grounds. As Leo ventured into the Grand Canyon with Freya, a familiar mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Ding! You have activated the hunting system. The system is loading. Selected 1, you have activated the hunting system. Now, commence your grand hunt. Beginner task: slay an evil giant bear. Task reward: access to the courtyard. Begone. Leo disregarded the voice of AI in his mind, calling out loudly, "Master Bobuk, are you there?" AI's ethereal mechanical voice took on a hint of emotion as she continued to entice Leo, stating, "Master Bobuk is unavailable. The signal here is poor. You must enter the courtyard to establish contact." Skeptical, Leo tugged at Freya's cheek, shouting in her ear, "Hey, Master Bobuk." Freya, with her mouse-like face, looked bewildered. Leo had brought her along with the intention of contacting Master Bobuk, and she was his beloved disciple. Compared to Leo, Freya possessed significantly greater mental prowess. Even if Leo could not reach Bobuk, there was a chance to tap into Freya's connection. Unable to bear it any longer, Freya had to explain, "AI is not deceiving you. You can only contact the Master by entering the courtyard. He is too far away, no matter how loud you shout. It won't help." Disheartened, Leo finally released Freya. She scampered on all fours to the canyon's edge, leaping into the waterfall, vanishing behind the curtain of water, her cries fading alongside her. Where are you? I'm back." Leo approached the small waterfall and reached out, feeling the damp stone wall behind the water veil. The sensation was so vivid. Had he not been there once before, he would hardly believe that a city lay hidden behind it. It was no wonder that for 7 centuries, after humanity claimed the northern territories, adventurers had failed to uncover the traces of the courtyard. Who could have anticipated that the fabled elven city was less than 200 miles from the straight line to Isenbor? "AI, let me in." "No, your task has failed." Just as Leo was about to flatter AI with a few words, his palms suddenly met emptiness as the magical barrier of the courtyard dissipated. "Oh dear, hurry in. Freya is gnawing at my feet." Chapter 150. The Spirit of Humanitarianism Stepping Through the Water Veil. Leo entered the courtyard and beheld a grand oak tree flourishing by the vast sun lake. Its robust roots sprawled half into the water and half into the mountainside. Freya was frantically circling the great oak, attempting to gnaw on its roots. The tree's roots and branches whipped about like whips, striving to drive away the bothersome groundhog. Lao, eyes wide with wonder, inquired, "Weren't you a little deer last time?" AI's proud voice resonated. I can attach myself to many life forms and exert simple control over them. It took me 3 months to traverse from the hillside to here. As Leo gazed along the straight roots of the grand oak tree, he spotted a large pit, overgrown with grass, 100 meters away at the edge of the oak grove. Clearly, I'll have been quite industrious these past few months, having moved the mighty oak 100 meters. How impressive! Well, I mean in terms of perseverance. As he spoke, Leo sensed the spiritual vibrations of the tree dissipating, shifting instead to the pigeons resting atop the canopy. Coup! I could still transform into a coup. Freya, refusing to be outdone, declared, I can fly too. With a sudden leap, Freya sprouted a pair of tiny yellow duck wings from her back, flapping them energetically, yet her descent only slowed marginally. Frustrated, Freya resumed gnawing at the roots. Al hurriedly reattached himself to the grand oak, continuing to wield the roots to fend off Freya. Leo, neglecting the frolic, bowed his head in earnest, initiating a soulful inquiry. Master Bobuk, are you there? I seek your guidance. I am here. As Bobuk's gentle voice resonated from the depths of his mind, a shiver coursed through Leo. Bobuk's tone remained as soothing and robust as ever, yet this time, the spiritual connection conveyed more than mere sound. It relayed a chilling essence, the howl of a dragon amidst a frigid tempest. A suffocating despair loomed, and Leo felt as though he stood behind a frosted window in the heart of winter, witnessing the icy desolation outside. An instinctive dread gripped him. Were he to occupy Master Bobuk's current position, he would be encased in ice within mere seconds, only to be obliterated into frosty shards by a blizzard and the wrath of a dragon. Under the blazing July sun, he trembled and queried, Master Bobuk, what is happening? After a minute, Bobuk's voice returned, this time devoid of the previous anomalies, evidently shielded by his formidable mental prowess. Ah, my apologies, I just vanquished an ice dragon. Leo's jaw nearly dislocated in shock. Master Bobuk was slaying an ice dragon while on the phone. Stammering, he replied, No, am I interrupting? Suddenly, his own concerns seemed trivial in comparison, unworthy of such an esteemed being's attention. Not all, what troubles you? Well, I wish to save some people. Leo recited the carefully crafted words he had formulated over the past 2 days, articulating the events that transpired in Ethanborough as thoroughly as possible. I do not expect to save everyone. I will do my best to rescue as many as I can. That isn't too much to ask, is it? To his surprise, Master Bobuk countered, Why do you wish to save them? In times of famine, both the tribes of the wilderness and the beast clans will abandon the elderly and weak, even some of their kin, to fend for themselves. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Hesitating, Leo responded, Is it possible that I am human, and thus speak of humanity? The exchange on a spiritual level does not necessitate overly complex language. Master Bobuk, by attuning to Leo's consciousness and emotions, comprehends the humanitarian spirit that Leo seeks to convey. After a brief moment of silence, Master Bobuk gently smiles and remarks, Ah, you, as a human, your kindness is remarkable. A druid, a guardian of life, dares to call me kind. Leo, unable to contain himself, finds his words provocative. Thus, he begins to argue, isn't this merely an opportunity for growth? Once this window of time passes, there will be no chance to gather so many people again. The river bend is so remote that, in times of peace, even dogs are reluctant to venture there. Bobuk smiles but remains silent, then inquires, What do you seek from me? Merely reasoning is insufficient. One must possess adequate strength, a quality I cannot provide. Primarily, I am in search of spiritual support because I feel that, apart from you, no one else would stand by me. Freya interrupts Leo, exclaiming, I wholeheartedly support you. And little mouse, too. Leave me be. You consume the sustenance meant for 5, effectively undermining my efforts to save 4. Leo's smile morphs into a sly grin as he rubs his hands together, continuing, on a secondary note, I hope to receive some guidance, such as how to swiftly procure several tons of food. With an exaggeratedly humorous tone, Leo articulates this, not genuinely expecting Master Bobuk to provide tangible assistance, but rather to set a high price and hope for some valuable advice in return. A great druid who has lived for 5 centuries could impart wisdom that might spare Riverbend from a decade or 2 of trial and error. Yet, Bobuk's response is unexpectedly intriguing. Several tons of food is not out of reach. You know of cassava, don't you? I have seen and tasted it. Leo responds, puzzled. Isn't it toxic? In this world, the cassava is a wild root plant, unlike the cultivated varieties on Earth, possessing a toxicity far exceeding Leo's recollections. During the early days of Leo's arrival, the villagers of River Bend often consumed this to stave off hunger. However, due to its extreme toxicity, it cannot be eaten raw and must be thoroughly processed before even a small amount can be consumed. The elderly and weak are unable to partake at all. Given Leo's physical constitution, he would not withstand even a pound of cassava's toxicity. Many desperate refugees have met their demise by consuming cassava. Moreover, this plant is as tough and fibrous as ordinary tree roots. Even after boiling for an entire afternoon, chewing it feels akin to gnawing on desiccated, aged yam. If hunger could be alleviated otherwise, no one would consider it. Cassava is both frost-resistant and drought-tolerant, thriving even in permafrost, and it grows abundantly in the wolf-driving plains. It burrows underground like the antlers of a stag, with a simple excavation yielding dozens or even hundreds of pounds. Unfortunately, only beings such as orcs, boarmen, and unicorn swine possess the robust digestive systems and resilience necessary to barely process its potent toxins. Even goblins would succumb if they consumed too much. Only the newly joined ogre tribe extolled the virtues of the cassava, due to excessive consumption of toxic mushrooms. Krog's two-headed ogre tribe had transformed their once red skin into a shade of azure, lamenting their grotesque appearance. However, after indulging in copious amounts of cassava, their azure skin reverted to its original crimson hue. Thus, cassava has become their second favorite sustenance, following meat. Despite the tribes of the wilderness lacking agricultural techniques, they managed to sustain a considerable population, largely due to the existence of root vegetables, such as cassava. This food, inedible to humans, serves as their lifeline in the wild. Chapter 151. Cassava and the Common Perception. Fishing and hunting tribes survive primarily through hunting and fishing. In reality, over half of their sustenance is derived from foraging and cultivation. No matter how diverse the forest species, the fauna is limited. In the wilderness, there exists a greater abundance of wild vegetables, fruits, fungi, and root plants than there are birds and beasts. Even the most adept hunter cannot rely solely on meat throughout the year. This rings particularly true for the exotic tribes of the wild, who, in addition to various mushrooms, wild vegetables, and insects, depend on the widespread cassava for more than half of their food supply, especially during years of famine. The large appetites of the wild boar folk and the less adept dog-headed people see them relying on their stored cassava to survive the winter. As an envoy from the flower-growing community, Rio, possessing a traditional virtue of agricultural enthusiasm, could hardly overlook them. Thus, during his leisure, he diligently studied the subject. Following the standard procedure from his previous life for producing cassava flour, he crafted a bag of cassava flour and transformed it into delectable pastries for Ivan to sample. Poor Ivan, after consuming just a small piece, suffered a day-long bout of stomach pain, indicating that the toxins had not diminished but rather intensified. A few thieving, dog-headed folks sprawled on the ground, tongues lolling and drooling, convulsed for an entire day. Rio speculated that the toxins within the cassava were manifold, not only causing digestive distress and intestinal spasms, but also potentially paralyzing the nerves, leading to asphyxiation, paralysis, or even death. It was a veritable amalgamation of cassava and toxic mushrooms. The process Rio employed to create cassava flour was less about detoxification and more akin to purification. Such a substance might suffice in moments of near starvation, but consuming it during labor or battle would be tantamount to courting death. After several unsuccessful attempts, Rio was compelled to abandon cassava. At this juncture, Master Bobek's suggestion ignited a flicker of hope in Rio. Rather than speaking, Master Bobek conveyed a pure stream of consciousness. A series of vivid memories unfolded in Rio's mind, depicting the processing techniques for cassava. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to watching a video in his mind, yet it felt more like a deeply personal recollection. Master Bobek could sense Leo's astonishment and chuckled, saying, "The Soul Link is a legacy spell of the orc shamans. It not only facilitates communication, but also allows for the sharing of knowledge. Orcs lack the elven grace and the intellectual acumen of humans. Many intricate and profound pieces of knowledge and spells are often too complex to articulate in words and must be transmitted through the Soul Link. This is the origin of the divine endowment and ancestral inheritance among the orcs. Leo comprehended instantly. The erudite orc shaman resembled a university professor, while the young orcs were akin to elementary school children. Transmitting the knowledge of a university professor to elementary students solely through verbal instruction is indeed a daunting task, necessitating a form of replication. Charms, spells, and knowledge may be conveyed through written and spoken language. Yet the profound spiritual insights and experiences accumulated over the years can only be grasped through personal encounters. The soul link serves as an advantage, enabling young shamans to inherit centuries of wisdom directly. Suppressing his curiosity, Leo reflected on Master Bobuk's esoteric teachings of the orc shaman, sharing with himself a culinary video on the preparation of cassava. First, the cassava roots must be thoroughly cleaned and then sun-dried while observing their skins. If the skin turns black, the cassava is deemed ready for processing. If the skin remains red, it indicates that toxins have not been adequately released, rendering it inedible and suitable only for feeding unicorn boars and ogres. The next steps involve peeling, chopping into small pieces, soaking for 2 days, cooking until soft, thoroughly drying, and grinding into powder. This process closely resembles that of preparing cassava flour in his past life, although 2 additional additives are introduced during the soaking phase: sulfur and silver. Once Leo absorbed the information he received, Master Bobuk began to elucidate. After extensive sun exposure, most toxins in the cassava will leach out with the water, causing the skin to darken. Cassava that has not turned black indicates residual toxins within. Sulfur and silver will neutralize the other 2 types of toxins. Soaking for 2 days and nights, with multiple water changes, will eliminate the released toxins entirely. The processed cassava will still possess slight toxicity, yet it will reach a level safe for human consumption. Excessive consumption may lead to mild poisoning, but it will not be fatal. Nonetheless, it is advisable to limit intake, as grains remain the best staple for humans. Feeling relieved and elated, Leo hesitantly inquired, "It won't tea require an excessive amount of silver, will it?" Master Bobuk couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "At least it's less than buying food with silver coins." Gratefully, Leo responded, "Master Bobuk, I hardly know how to express my gratitude." Bobuk replied with a smile, "There is no need for such formalities. Simply pursue what you wish to achieve, for I eagerly anticipate your accomplishments. However, to save others, mere food is insufficient. My child, you must strive harder. And please, take good care of Freya. By sharing this method, I have disrupted the balance of the wilderness and contradicted my teachings. I cannot impart more knowledge to you." In the 6 months following the traversal, Leo finally restrained his flippant demeanor, nodding earnestly, "I will." The voice of Master Bobuk carried a hint of weariness and reflection. "A millennium ago, there was a person much like you, endowed with compassion and ambition. This is what you refer to as humanitarianism." An L's voice summarized a term unfamiliar to him: the ideology of unification. This notion was gleaned from Leo's mind. Leo shook his head repeatedly. "I have no grand ambitions. Were it not for the threat posed by the refugees to the village, I would gladly return home to rest." L's voice persisted. "A true man, living in this world, cannot remain subjugated for long. One must strive to be a paragon in life and a hero in death. In poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In prosperity, one should aid the world." "What is this? Study material?" Leo exclaimed in exasperation. "Master Bobuk, please intervene." Master Bobuk advised, "L, cease your antics." Leo, intrigued, inquired, "Is it Emperor Orlantis?" "There is but one emperor worthy of the title of Emperor Orlantis, the founding monarch of the Orlantis Empire, who unified the 12 southern nations and forged an alliance with the supreme king of the north, successfully expelling the orcs and initiating a millennium of prosperity, the Great Augustus." "No, it is the ruler of Midgard, the elven Lord Chisail." "Huh?" Leo's curiosity about this history deepened, yet the elves spoke of it in hushed tones, and humanity knew little of it, leaving Leo in the dark. However, Master Bobuk was reluctant to delve deeper. He was preoccupied, and such matters, being both ancient and distant, were not pertinent for Leo to grasp at present. Before departing, Leo could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Master Bobuk, what are you doing in the northern snowfields?" I'm also saving lives. All lives." Chapter 152. The grand scheme and stance in the deepest recesses of the Arctic tundra, Even in July, the world remained cloaked in white. The winds howled furiously, and the frost roared, as if capable of obliterating all existence. Master Bobek stood alone on the precipice, clad only in a pair of fur shorts, his bare torso exposed to the elements, with his green hair and beard billowing in the icy gusts. He had just concluded his conversation with Leo, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Humanitarianism. 1,000 years ago, Chisale had uttered similar words, yet ultimately, having witnessed the world's perils and the complexities of human nature, he chose to abandon his efforts. Nevertheless, Bobek believed that humanity could still be salvaged. Beneath him, at the edge of the cliff, lay the remains of a colossal ice dragon, its spine protruding with bone spines that almost reached the height of the precipice. Its head was grotesquely twisted, the neck snapped, and the soul fire within its skull had long since extinguished. The frost giant dragon, a creation of the undead lord, had transformed from the dragon's carcass over decades into an evil entity, possessing the powers of death and frost, perhaps even stronger than it had been in life. Each ice giant dragon was far more formidable to vanquish than its living counterpart. After all, they had long since lost their lives. Behind the corpse of the frost dragon lay an army composed of countless undead, nearly filling the entire icy expanse. Minotaurs, bearmen, boarmen, warjinn, orcs, and even a few humans. There were also formidable beasts such as snow bears, saber-toothed tigers, and icy wolves. Most of their bodies had yet to decay. Some bore only torn skin, resembling half-flayed corpses, while others had lost half their muscle and all their innards, with gums and nasal cavities exposed. Several frost dragons circled ominously in the blizzard behind them. These lifeless beings had long ceased to breathe. Within their skulls burned the cold fire of restless souls, surging forth from their hollow eye sockets. These eye sockets, flickering with a ghostly blue flame, all faced southward. However, Bobek stood on the cliff, blocking their path southward, observing the deathly legion, intent on annihilating all living beings. He watched as they surged towards him after a brief moment of hesitation and regrouping. Bobek slowly clenched his fist. I may have given up, but I still have not. Leo, accompanied by Freya, hastily embarked on the journey home. Regarding Bobek's account of Midgard and Lord Chisel, the details were somewhat vague. Yet, during their idle chatter on the road, Leo discovered that Freya possessed a wealth of knowledge. Despite her seemingly lackluster intellect, her lineage and mentorship were among the finest on the continent, and her actual age was not much younger than that of the elders of humanity. Even in her casual listening to bedtime stories, she had absorbed enough ancient history to surpass most. Through their conversations, Leo gleaned that over 1,000 years ago, the great druid Chisel had founded the city of Midgard at the foot of the mountains, aspiring to unite all races and establish a society of equality and harmony. To meet the demands for food, he cultivated a type of cassava, originally from the southern tropics, to thrive in the northern realms. He also repeatedly improved wheat strains to enable them to bear fruit in the frigid north. To address the communication barriers among races, he simplified the Elven tongue, creating a universal language. The official language currently used by the Orlandes Empire is this very universal tongue, which serves as one of the foundations for the Empire's unification. To alleviate racial tensions, he established the fundamental law of all races and the Midgard Lords Conference. The legal principles of the fundamental law have had a profound impact across various races, while the Lords Conference system has been wholly adopted by orcs and northern folk. Alas, there has never been a flawless societal system. Conflicts and oppositions among races are eternal, with class divisions inevitably arising. With the support provided by the elves, the burgeoning orc population grew dissatisfied with the northern plains, beginning to encroach upon the lands of other races, gradually occupying the entire northern bank of the Anzino River and enslaving most races. Thus, the dream of Lord Chisel crumbled, and in the wars instigated by the orcs, he became disheartened and chose to retreat to Trellashire to sleep. This act has been ridiculed by subsequent historians and literati, with various historical texts and narratives denigrating him. Yet, Freya asserts that Chisel remains one of the most revered elves among his kin. He fulfilled the most common aspiration of the elven race, to venture beyond and experience the world, and he made the most cherished choice of returning home to rest. Many elven tribes in the Thralhir Highlands eagerly await the day when Chisel will finally pass away, so they can erect a statue in his honor. Indeed, the legendary elven archdruid, Lord Chisel of the High Court, has lived for over 1,000 years and still slumbers in the enchanted spring of the High Court. Cesare possessed the prowess to vanquish the beast folk. A powerful elf could defeat all adversaries. However, he believed that by defeating the beast folk, another race would inevitably rise, igniting a new wave of conflict. Thus, he chose to return to the High Court, distancing himself from the races below the mountains. Freya trailed behind Leo, engaging in playful banter as they journeyed. Ultimately, she threatened, "If you continue to brawl, I shall no longer partake in your games." Leo quickly reassured her, "No more fighting, I solely wish to save lives." "Then I shall assist you." Leo had not anticipated such smooth progress on his quest, as he resolved his greatest dilemma effortlessly. The previously prepared tactics of throwing tantrums, relentless persistence, and threats toward Freya became unnecessary. Master Bobuk merely gauged his emotions and provided his utmost support. According to the tenets of Elven Druidism, Master Bobuk's actions significantly contravened these doctrines. The existence of the horned cassava was never intended for humanity. Once humans acquire the means to consume horned cassava, they will possess the key to conquering the wilderness. Faced with overwhelming demographic advantage, the habitats of the wild tribes would soon be thoroughly compressed. Sooner or later, these foreign races and beast folk would become rare protected species. Yet, given the current environmental consciousness of humanity, these beings would likely face near total extinction before any remnants garnered human attention. However, such matters were not Leo's immediate concern. Humans must contemplate the greater good while maintaining their stance. No matter how objectively Leo viewed this world, his allegiance would always lie with humankind. He could not genuinely regard all beings as equals, as the great elven druid might. He need only stand firm in his convictions and exert his efforts, thus ensuring his peace of mind. With the food crisis resolved, half the prerequisite for saving lives had been achieved. The process of purifying horned cassava is, in truth, remarkably simple. Aside from the selection of materials and additives, it closely resembles the preparation of cassava flour, as Leo knew it. Such a straightforward method. Could humanity not have mastered it centuries ago? Regrettably, they had not. Those in dire need of horned cassava lacked the time, energy, and knowledge to explore its consumption. Conversely, those equipped with time, energy, and knowledge would not direct their efforts towards such a toxic substance. Chapter 153. Toxicity Testing upon returning to Rivervale. Leo tirelessly prepared a batch of cassava flour. The village had long stored a supply of sun-dried cassava, kept for emergencies. After engaging in trade with the ogre tribe, many villagers began bringing back cassava, discovered in the wild. Once dried, the cassava could be casually tossed into the warehouse or hung beneath eaves, remaining preserved for several years without fear of mold, decay, or pest infestations. It served both as sustenance and fuel. However, with the advent of other food sources, the villagers had ceased to consume this toxic root. Freshly unearthed, the cassava's skin and flesh bore a deep crimson hue akin to that of sweet potatoes. After drying, most of the cassava's skin turned black, with only a few retaining a dark red tint. The darkened cassava revealed a paler, pinkish flesh within. Following a meticulous process, Leo peeled, chopped, and soaked the cassava, incorporating sulfur and silver refined from coins. After soaking overnight, the additives showed no reduction. However, the silver ingots emerged with a slightly roughened surface, possessing a textured feel. Leo prudently replaced the sulfur and silver to preserve their efficacy. After 2 days and nights, the pinkish flesh finally transformed into white. Leo promptly dried it and ground it into powder. Olivia and the little mouse had assisted Leo in processing cassava flour previously, and they were once again at his side. Freya, meanwhile, flitted around them, consuming all the undesirable remnants. Her digestive prowess surpassed even that of the ogres. This formidable creature could effortlessly devour 10 pounds of cassava, leaving wild boar men to exclaim in awe. Once a bag of finished cassava flour appeared, Leo asked Olivia to prepare pastries, just as she had done previously. The remaining flour was set aside as an insect repellent. This time, the pastries were pristine white, more appetizing than the previous batch's reddish-blue hue. Holding the pastries, Olivia and Leo stood upon the wooden steps of the Lord's mansion, observing the villagers below. They exchanged polite refusals, suggesting, you go, with Leo feeling it inappropriate for a man of his stature to deliver pastries. Shall I go then? Perhaps to Ivan? We mustn't poison just anyone. Let us choose another. As they whispered, several infantrymen residing in the Militia's barracks gathered leisurely, unaware of the grim fate that awaited them. Olivia began to survey the crowd, ultimately selecting Vicky. Approaching him with a mix of guilt and bashfulness, she said, "Vicky, would you care for a pastry?" Vicky, taken aback, accepted the pastry while casting furtive glances at Leo, anxious about provoking his jealousy. Yet, Leo displayed a magnanimous demeanor, gesturing for him to indulge without hesitation. Several other soldiers leaned forward, gazing at Olivia with eager anticipation, but she paid them no mind, swiftly departing with her delectable pastries. Alas! Such treatment was reserved solely for the vice-captain, Vichy, who was regarded as the young prodigy, second only to Leo in the River Bay. Curiosity ignited among the soldiers. Had Leo fallen from grace? Amidst the envy of onlookers, Vichy nibbled delicately on his pastry, yet an unsettling sense of foreboding gnawed at him. He observed two individuals huddled in a corner, whispering conspiratorially while casting him furtive, unsettling glances. Leo, in a display of generosity, shared the remaining pastries with the little dog-headed folk, who looked on with tear-filled eyes, hesitant to reach out. Not even the typically harmless little mice dared to approach, their eyes fixated on him as Freya watched intently, as if poised to deliver a lethal blow. A troubling thought crossed Vichy's mind. Only he possessed the capability to command the troops of River Bay, much like Julian and Leo. His complexion paled, and he clutched his stomach, quaking as he exclaimed, "You?" Leo and Olivia approached, their expressions laced with concern, inquiring, "What's wrong? Are you all right? Is your stomach hurting?" Their expressions seemed disingenuous. "I, Vichy, the mere vice-captain of River Bay, am hardly worthy of such a sinister plot concocted by you two." Unfortunately, the melodramatic scenario anticipated by the militia did not unfold, nor did the sinister conspiracy that loomed over Vichy come to fruition. After a lengthy pause, he experienced no physical reactions. Leo, observing Vichy, spoke with evident relief. "It seems you're fine." The little mice and Freya finally relaxed and returned to their playful antics. Fearing Vichy might genuinely be poisoned, Freya, the novice healer, along with her small assistant, remained on edge, ready to offer medical assistance at a moment's notice. Of course, a second round of toxicity testing awaited. Leo, buoyant as ever, ventured into the crowd, distributing the remaining pastries to the soldiers. "Come, everyone partake. Each of you deserve a share. They are delightful." As the night wore on, the soldiers who consumed the cassava pastries exhibited no adverse reactions. When Julian returned home from duty, Leo tossed the leftover cassava flour at his feet, exuding confidence. It is time to demonstrate the true strength of River Bay. Julian, harboring his own ambitions, remained steadfastly aligned with River Bay. With a new food source at hand, the potential for expansion had grown. Yet, food represented but a fraction of the solution. Without a reasonable means to accommodate the refugees, they would remain a burden, threatening when hungry, and doubly so when sated. "What do you require?" Leo boldly demanded. "I want all the personnel from the refugee camp, and an additional 100 soldiers." "Very well," Julian replied, observing Leo's enthusiastic departure. Rufus, who had been watching nearby, piped up, pipe in mouth. "You didn't even inquire," and simply agreed. After enduring a tumultuous period, the silver-haired Rutherf now owns a quaint tavern and has largely stepped back from the management of Riverbend. His pipe is finally filled with tobacco, freeing him from the daily ritual of clutching an empty pipe in nostalgic remembrance of days gone by. Nevertheless, during significant decisions, Julian instinctively summons him to attend. This is a tradition of the North. Julian, as the lord and leader, regards Rutherf as the village elder. A mere nod from Rutherf can quell the villagers' dissent regarding many decisions. As Julian tasted the cassava flour with his fingers, he reflected, "The times have changed, and the pace of change is so swift that I find myself unable to adapt. Matters beyond our realm must be entrusted to the youth." Rutherf empathized, as their primary objective remained simply to survive in the wilderness. The subsequent expansions, though they appeared to retain control over everything, unfolded in ways they had never anticipated. The current state of Riverbend even surpassed their previous imaginings. Observing Leo's departing figure, Julian mused, "All I could do now is safeguard Riverbend. Regardless of whether he succeeds or fails, he will always have a place to return home." Chapter 154. shift in mindset. Julian's attitude towards Leo has evolved monthly. Prior to their arrival at Riverbend, he regarded Leo merely as a brash youth, a mere frontline soldier. Coldly speaking, even if he were to be expended, it would not matter. A veteran of the battlefield, Julian's mindset diverges greatly from that of ordinary folk. In his eyes, life holds little value. Even for those he holds dear, death is acceptable, provided it serves a purpose. Upon returning to the village, there were many young protagists he valued and diligently trained. Not solely Leo and Vicky, but most of them have perished over the past 2 years. The demise of these individuals afforded the remaining villagers a chance at survival. Considering the dire circumstances they previously faced, the loss of one kin could save 99 others, an undeniably advantageous trade. This sentiment was shared not only by Julian, but also by the families of the deceased. However, after arriving at Riverbend, Leo, following a near-fatal injury, displayed a marked awakening, finally grasping the importance of strategy over brute force. At this juncture, Julian began to alter his previously indifferent and laissez-faire approach, becoming more directive and occasionally harsh towards Leo. This change stemmed from a newfound investment in Leo's potential. No longer viewing him merely as a disposable warrior, Julian began to hope that Leo would acquire some military knowledge, evolving into a competent militia captain capable of offering greater assistance to both himself and their kin. As Leo returned victorious from several battles and consistently contributed sound recommendations during crucial decisions, Julian began to regard him as a potential successor. At this point, their interactions transformed. Julian began to engage Leo in discussions, rather than dismissing his words as he had in the past. Now, he felt assured in allowing Leo to take the reins independently. The process of this change in mentality appears intricate and protracted. In reality, it is merely a span of 6 months. In half a year, even the dog-headed people cannot mature so swiftly. The remaining villagers share a similar mindset. Initially, when Leo sought to undertake any endeavor, the militiamen and villagers, being commanded, would first await Julian's nod, with some even expressing skepticism. Now, at the mere sound of Leo's call, the villagers inquire not at all, but simply seize their provisions and follow suit. With 100 soldiers and 500 laborers at his disposal, Leo has acquired the confidence to act. The adage that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish rings true. Relying solely on relief aid in times of disaster proves futile, as work for relief schemes are far more effective. However, in ancient times, such schemes were seldom employed compared to the direct distribution of grain. It is not that the ancient officials were inept, rather, they lacked the necessary conditions. Work for relief could only be implemented in localized famines, such as when one province suffers while a neighboring province possesses ample grain, allowing for a swift influx of supplies. Otherwise, once projects commence, food consumption escalates exponentially, and during famine, work for relief not only burdens the populace but exacerbates the calamity. Furthermore, a robust organizational structure is essential. Rulers must maintain control over their subordinates and ensure order among the laborers at the work sites. Otherwise, among 10 officials tasked with relief, 9 might be preoccupied with their own gain. It is nearly impossible to abstain from corruption. Even in the face of rebellion from the laborers or the threat of execution from superiors, the temptation to embezzle remains. 18 years later, they might still be deemed well-off, corrupt officials. Among 10 foremen, 9 might conspire to form their own alliances, engaging in banditry rather than laboring. 18 years later, they might still be celebrated as heroes. Thus, the records of work for relief schemes typically emerge during the flourishing middle periods of a dynasty, while in its waning years, the response is uniformly to open granaries. Do the lords of Isenball not desire to reap the benefits of the influx of displaced persons? Do they not wish to harness this opportunity to develop their territories and expand their dominions? It is not that they lack ambition. Rather, they lack the execution capability. Lords with insufficient management skills struggle to govern their own subjects. Establishing a work site for the displaced is fraught with challenges. They cannot even maintain order for the distribution of food. The nobles above fail to see the necessity of oversight, while the overseers below are disinclined to manage the situation. Laborers toil, yet receive no sustenance, enduring the overseer's lash. Aside from those who are sufficiently robust and unruly, the remainder either band together to elevate their chances of receiving food or resort to conserving energy while working scavenging scraps, or simply fleeing on empty stomachs. When labor is distributed according to strength rather than merit, benevolence turns into malevolence. The Salaviv Knights, in constructing the Hot Springs Manor, recruited only 500 displaced individuals, reaching their limit. This is merely a matter of population. Transforming them into competent laborers nearly depletes the grassroots management of the River Bend and Petahov's 3 other knightly domains, relying heavily on seasoned craftsmen and trusted subordinates. Without these grassroots organizations, the displaced individuals would descend into chaos, proving even less useful than a band of mercenaries. Not every minor lord possesses the requisite foundation to achieve such order. Leo strives to approach all with goodwill, yet is acutely aware of the darker tendencies of human nature. To venture alone with provisions to alleviate suffering would be akin to courting death. However, with 100 fully armed veterans from the River Bay and 500 trained laborers among the displaced, even in the face of 5-fold their number, they would possess sufficient means for self-preservation and maintain their composure. The displaced are not a regular army. They comprise men, women, and children, many of whom are too famished to move. No matter how much they are incited or coerced, when faced with the reality of battle, a volley of arrows would send 80% fleeing in panic. Leo, accompanied by his troops and laborers, has gathered ample supplies and sets forth along the River Bay towards the western watchtower. This 30-mile route, though still a muddy path, has been made passable through daily foot traffic and repairs, allowing for the smooth passage of caravans. Just under 2 miles from the western watchtower, a narrow stream, less than 10 meters wide, flows from the dense western forest into the Anzino River. Beside this stream lies a clearing, sparsely populated by ancient oak trees, so gargantuan that little grass can grow in their shade. Here, Leo establishes a camp, dividing the laborers into 5 teams, each led by a foreman, assigning them specific tasks. One team is tasked with felling trees, another with gathering stones, a third with constructing the camp, a fourth with transporting materials, and the last with recruiting displaced individuals at the Western Watchtower. The first step to salvation is to establish a factory. He intends to set up a cassava flour processing plant, implementing a production line that transforms the displaced into his workforce. The process of producing cassava flour is remarkably simple, with over half of the procedures requiring minimal physical exertion, allowing even the elderly and frail to participate. Thus, Leo's recruitment strategy for the displaced contrasts sharply with the previous policy at River Bay, which sought only able-bodied young men. Instead, those with families are prioritized. Displaced individuals with familial ties are generally more docile and manageable, with entire families working together in the factory, receiving meals and lodging, along with salaries and benefits. The situation appears almost utopian. The displaced of this fantastical medieval era are unexpectedly afforded the lifestyle of 21st century laborers. As long as a continuous supply of deer antler cassava is provided, a steady output of cassava flour will ensue, allowing for self-sufficiency in their sustenance. As for the issue of sales, there is no immediate urgency at this stage. The grain supply of the River Bay territory has yet to achieve self-sufficiency. Any surplus that cannot be sold will simply be consumed internally. Currently, there is no fear of excessive grain stockpiling, which instead enables more manpower to invest their efforts into reclamation and other developmental projects. Chapter 155. Establishing the factory. While the construction of a factory may seem trivial, it is situated in the wilderness. In addition to the production workshops and housing for accommodation, the establishment of certain defensive structures is essential. Leo's primary concern lies not with petty thieves scaling walls, but with the threat of bandit groups and incursions from foreign entities. Thus, he prepared to construct a similar camp wall in the Oak Grove, adhering to the regulations of the River Bend camp. The plan was to first build the camp walls, trenches, and watchtowers, followed by the construction of housing. The enclosed area would serve both as a construction site and a temporary settlement for the displaced populace. River Bend had already established 3 military-style villages, becoming quite adept at the process. Thus, creating a smaller one would be a matter of relative simplicity. Most of the displaced individuals had prior experience in infrastructure projects. Once instructed, they instinctively knew their tasks, proving to be competent laborers. Several leaders among the displaced, selected by Julian, were particularly diligent, striving to impress Leo. Leo's young pups accompanied them, and with the assistance of the River Bend infantry, they brought in several carts of cement. This new construction material had just been validated for its practicality and reliability and was readily accepted by Yulian. However, River Bend's production capacity was limited, and most infrastructure projects had already been completed, meaning cement was not yet needed. The Solovetsky Knights' territory was temporarily halted due to the influx of displaced individuals, and thus did not utilize it either. These few carts of cement represented the entirety of their accumulated stock during this period. Before departing, Leo instructed Fraser to increase the extraction of cement raw materials, preparing to send them directly to the site for on-site processing. A group of young pups participated throughout his cement research, becoming proficient in the current optimal cement formula. They finally found their value in survival and gained recognition, which made them exceptionally lively. A group of humans, under the supervision of these young pups, learned to produce cement and to utilize it. However, without Olivia's oversight, these pups quickly reverted to their wild instincts, rolling in sand and mortar all day long, transforming from golden retrievers into stray wild dogs. Some pups were caked in cement, oblivious to the hardened crust that formed on them. Leo was left to assume parental responsibilities temporarily, tossing them into the small river each night to wash them clean before they returned to sleep. The militarized camp walls demanded significant labor, with the foundation being the most labor-intensive aspect, in addition to compacting the earth in the center. The outer layer required a thick wrapping of stone. This was akin to the early stone city walls, albeit employing shortcuts due to insufficient labor and technology, resulting in only half the work being completed and a significant reduction in scale. Compacting earth, quarrying, and processing stone materials, as well as constructing walls from stone, were all far more complicated than building walls from timber and required a degree of stonemasonry skill. Without several hundred able-bodied laborers freed from agricultural constraints, the construction of stone walls was hardly feasible. The Western Watchtower may appear modest. It had consumed nearly 1,000 able-bodied laborers and took a year to erect the main structure. The remaining ancillary buildings were gradually added in subsequent years, predominantly of wooden construction. However, with the introduction of cement, the difficulty was significantly reduced. The compacted earth layer could be directly reinforced with pebble concrete, eliminating the need for extensive manpower and time spent on compaction. The outer stone wall materials also no longer required meticulous craftsmanship. They could simply be stacked with cement for efficient construction. In areas that are particularly challenging to manage, wooden boards were directly utilized to create molds, which are then filled with cement for repair. This expedient construction of the camp walls may lack robustness, yet Leo's requirements were modest. As long as they did not collapse within a short span, they sufficed. The newly erected camp walls rose at a visibly rapid pace, their gradient steeper than those of the 3 camps at Riverbend, due to the limited skills of the displaced craftsmen, who were still unfamiliar with the use of cement. The surface of the stone walls appeared exceedingly rough and uneven, far more rudimentary than the cement riverbanks Leo had observed in his childhood. The quality of this batch of cement was subpar, barely meeting the standards for construction. Leo even hesitated to use it for making cement bricks for walls, fearing they would succumb under their own weight. Furthermore, Leo estimated that within 3 to 5 years, these walls would become brittle and begin to crumble, necessitating further repairs. Nevertheless, for the time being, they remained genuine stone fortifications, an insurmountable barrier for both the displaced and ordinary bandits. They provided not merely defensive capabilities, but also a profound sense of security, along with the morale and sense of belonging that accompanied it. As the camp walls were constructed, batches of recruited displaced individuals entered the camp, among whom were inevitably spies harboring ulterior motives. They gazed upon the stone walls, enveloped in astonishment. What merit did our humble band of displaced individuals possess to warrant the construction of such a stone fortification for our defense? In the face of overwhelming strength, any mischievous thoughts were swiftly extinguished. Leo refrained from allowing the newly arrived displaced individuals to engage directly in construction. Instead, he tasked the original leaders of the displaced to instruct them in the customs of Riverbend. Life in the displaced camp bore little difference from that of sweatshop. There were fixed times for work, meals, sleep, and even bathing. Adhering to rules such as queuing for meals, refraining from public defecation, avoiding fights, and abstaining from theft were equally crucial, qualities that many of the displaced lacked. Numerous strong displaced individuals had developed a reliance on brute force for communication, and the primary task of the leaders was to instill new habits in them. Those who could not be reformed would simply have to be expelled. Constructing the camp was a labor-intensive endeavor that required significant physical strength. Leo did not expect the newly displaced individuals, who had just fled from the agricultural fields or pastures in the north and had endured months of hunger, to possess the stamina for strenuous labor. Even Julian, during his recruitment of displaced individuals, understood the necessity of allowing them to regain their strength by providing them with nourishment and some concentrated feed. Therefore, apart from familiarizing themselves with communal living and rules under the guidance of the leaders, they were temporarily assigned only light auxiliary tasks. Their primary physical responsibility involved carrying various containers to water the foundation of the newly built camp walls, preventing cracks from forming. Only a handful of young displaced individuals, in good health and possessing quick wits, could swiftly join the construction team, albeit only in roles related to the collection and transportation of deer antlers and cassava for preparatory work. The establishment of the cassava processing plant progressed rapidly. While the camp walls demanded considerable manpower, the construction of the buildings did not require an extensive period. The lumber mill at the river bend directly processed a substantial quantity of semi-finished materials, which drifted downstream along the river. Laborers retrieved these materials and assembled them into the main framework of houses, akin to piecing together a jigsaw puzzle. Soon, a rudimentary tapioca flour production workshop commenced operations, even before the reeds intended for the roofing were fully gathered. The processes of sun-drying, peeling, crushing, soaking, grinding, and sifting, 6 steps in total, were executed in 3 workshops, devoid of any machinery, entirely handcrafted and environmentally friendly. However, the toxic water was discharged directly into the small river, resulting in the demise of numerous small fish and shrimp. Nevertheless, the environmental damage inflicted by such a small workshop was an order of magnitude less severe than that caused by rural enterprises in the 1990s. The water, after undergoing soaking treatment, possessed relatively low toxicity, sufficient only to harm smaller aquatic life. It was diluted to inconsequential levels within mere meters of entering the small river. By the time it flowed into the Anzino River, it had completely lost its toxicity, akin to the effect of urinating in the upstream of a larger river. This factory, occupying an area similar to a square with sides measuring 300 meters, was roughly the size of a primary or secondary school campus. The enclosure was constructed on 3 sides, with the 4th side facing the river temporarily secured by a simple wooden wall, allowing for future expansion across the river. The tapioca processing facility required a significant amount of water, which this small river conveniently provided. Such a factory could accommodate approximately 2,000 residents for living and production. Exceeding this number would lead to overcrowding, thereby affecting productivity. Any surplus population would necessitate separate arrangements by Leo. Chapter 156. The Dog-Headed Scribe, however, there was no immediate urgency, as the recruitment of displaced persons was progressing at a much slower pace than he had anticipated. Not all refugees were convinced that, after being driven into the wilderness by the military, they could secure a stable job. The majority were hesitant to heed the recruitment calls from the river bend, fearing encounters more dreadful than death itself. Most were unarmed and lacked the skills for wilderness hunting, clinging instead to the outskirts of the western watchtower, unwilling to depart despite repeated expulsions by the station troops. The first batch of recruits comprised only a little over 100 individuals, most of whom hailed from the same group of displaced persons, one of whom happened to know someone from the river bend. Originally 2 stray dogs roaming together, upon reuniting, one had unexpectedly transformed into a robust man. Even if they did not trust each other's words, it was evident that he was thriving. The leader of this group of displaced persons took 2 days to arrive at the decision to trust his companions after exhausting all alternatives. Thus, with a mix of apprehension, he led his kin and vassals into the still under construction gate, where they were subsequently assigned to a corner by the soldiers. At that moment, the foundation of the camp walls was only a little over a meter high, with wooden frames filled with pebbles and concrete scattered everywhere. The construction site was bustling with unfamiliar machinery, such as small sliding tracks, unicycles, and wooden lifts. Piles of river sand, pebbles, timber, and stones were abundant. Groups of laborers tirelessly pushed their unicycles, continually depositing the construction materials transported from site. Another group of laborers was incessantly transporting goods to various areas. The camp lacked housing, and the newly arrived refugees could only pitch tents on the open ground. Here, compared to the wilderness, there was at least a robust wall surrounding the area, accompanied by numerous armed guards. While setting up tents and soothing their kin, the refugee leader felt a sense of unease when he noticed a small gnoll approaching. Was this little creature truly so audacious? Did it dare to wander into a construction site, bustling with hundreds of people? Before he could voice a warning, the gnoll scanned the crowd, its gaze landing on the refugee leader. It produced paper and a pen, fixing its eyes on him as it barked. Woof, woof, woof. Name. The refugee leader fell into a stupor, stammering Babasilov. Age. Babasilov is 40. Woof, woof, woof. You lie. Startled, Babasilov quickly corrected himself, 48. He feared that reporting an age deemed too advanced would result in the camp rejecting him. Although they had initially stated that the old, weak women and children would all be accepted, who could predict if they might suddenly turn hostile a few days later and expel the elderly and frail? In the countryside of the north, one was considered elderly at 45. The gnoll disregarded him, instead focusing on counting the individuals behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 116. After noting the tally on paper, the gnoll addressed Babasilov. You are responsible for managing these people. Any casualties must be reported. With that, the gnoll turned and departed. All right, good. The bewildered Babasilov couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, may the holy light be upon us. The gnoll, hearing this, turned back and replied, Woof. May the holy light be with you. Once the gnoll vanished from sight, the awakened group of refugees remained ensnared in silence. They exchanged glances, and one companion could no longer contain himself, whispering to Babasilov, Boss, is the Lord here a gnoll? How could that be? It's probably just the Lord's secretary. A gnoll's secretary? These two familiar terms, when combined, felt exceedingly foreign. Leo found himself at a loss. The soldiers from Riverbend excelled in combat, but fumbled in matters of administration. The vast majority of soldiers were illiterate and innumerate, with only a few striving individuals managing to recognize a handful of characters or perform basic arithmetic within 3 digits. In stark contrast, the gnolls trained by Olivia stood out remarkably. Though they often appeared rather dim-witted, their writing and calculating abilities surpassed those of 99% of Riverbend's populace. Among them, the clever ones could speak fluent Imperial language, write most of the Empire's characters, and perform simple arithmetic. Gnolls might not possess high intelligence, but they developed swiftly, with simple minds and strong focus. Basic elementary content could be learned with just a few repetitions. They did not have a passion for learning and were even more playful than human children. If given a choice of 10 life skills, literacy and numeracy would undoubtedly rank last. Regrettably, there exists a stern maternal figure hovering above. Although Olivia possesses a gentle and kind disposition, refraining from mistreating small animals, she is unyielding when it comes to disciplinary measures, such as striking palms or enforcing standing punishments. Moreover, she is adept at mental chastisement. While her mastery of holy light spells leaves much to be desired, her proficiency in the shadowy arts of mental discipline is unparalleled, able to wield her influence over the hapless creatures at will. It seems she is destined to follow a path akin to that of a shadow priestess. Thus, the little dog-headed individuals who accompany her are tasked not only with overseeing the workers in the production and mixing of cement, but also with managing the newly arrived refugees. Detail management is certainly beyond their capacity. Leo merely requests clarity regarding the number of refugees, facilitating his population control efforts, along with the names of key leaders for effective communication. Most of these leaders are akin to clan chieftains or group heads, much like Yulian, holding significant sway within their small communities. Leo possesses limited practical management experience and prefers to adopt the most prudent measures, which involve employing Yulian's established methods from the River Bay refugee camp. Initially, he aims to win over influential refugee leaders, granting authority to the compliant while seeking to undermine the defiant before ultimately removing them. As evening fell, having completed his duties, Leo settled in his military tent, receiving a cup of tea from the little dog-headed attendant, and welcomed Basilov, the first refugee leader recruited. The military tent, once Yulian's, had been thoroughly cleaned by Olivia and transformed into Leo's command post. The tea was a recent gift from Sir Noyes, the commander stationed at the adjacent Western Watchtower. The close relationship between the River Bay territory and the Petuha family had not gone unnoticed by this dutiful knight. Witnessing the River Bay's construction activities within his purview, he felt compelled to send a token of goodwill, despite any disdain for the common folk. Stationed at the western watchtower, he observed the daily comings and goings of caravans and fishing boats in the River Bay, making him, aside from Rigolov, one of the few outsiders fully aware of the River Bay's strength. Basilov, aged 48 and a believer in the Holy Light, glanced at the documents laid before him by the little dog-headed attendant and could not help but acknowledge that the latter's handwriting surpassed his own. The imperial script he penned elicited a shake of the head from the dog-headed creature. Sensing the appreciative gaze of the human, the little dog-headed being, poised to gnaw at the table leg, immediately straightened up, its tail wagging vigorously. Yes, indeed. Basilov nodded, a touch apprehensive. The Basakans? Yes, indeed. Basilov hurriedly clarified that they resided near Varanger, having fled when their village was destroyed. Rest assured, my lord, we have been subjects of the Empire for 200 years. There are many Basakans in River Bay, and due to long-standing interactions, Leo has garnered considerable knowledge of their culture. Chapter 157, Recruiting Refugees. The ancestral names of the northern clans, such as Odaro, Lavad, and Basaka, are reminiscent of the Chinese surnames Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, having branched out over centuries to form countless settlements. Centuries ago, the Basakans, unwilling to become a part of the empire, retreated into the forested expanse of Wolfbane Plain after defeat, becoming wild folk. However, there were also numerous factions that migrated out in the subsequent centuries, naturalizing as subjects and becoming part of the empire. Those in the south referred to themselves as Basakar, while those in the north called themselves Basilov, both signifying descendants of Basaka. Thus, upon encountering this name, Leo immediately associated it with the Basakar people, among the wild hunters of the River Bay. Several names bore a striking resemblance, albeit with slight variations in pronunciation. Nevertheless, when transcribed in the imperial script, they too read as Basilov. Leo found himself intrigued. Did the Basakar people also adhere to the faith of the Holy Light? The Church of the Holy Light had flourished in the northern territories for centuries, yet it was only relatively prevalent on the southern bank of the Anzino River, existing in a rather generalized state of belief. In the north, followers of the Holy Light were exceedingly few, and holy churches were a rarity, especially in rural areas. In the vicinity of the North Ice River where Leo resided, the very notion of the Holy Light was unheard of. Basilov hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, I do not believe. A towering man, over 6 feet tall, he made an effort to shrink his imposing frame, attempting to appear harmless. Simultaneously, he sported a grin towards a young junior, a demeanor often observed in Yulian. Thus, Leo was well aware that such individuals would go to great lengths for their kin. Should harm befall their people, they would devise every conceivable method to exact vengeance. However, if one were to offer their kin a chance at survival, they would revere you as if you were an ancestor. Most of the leaders of the displaced whom Leo had encountered bore a similar demeanor. Many had served as soldiers, taken lives, and witnessed the world. They possessed considerable martial prowess, astute minds, and a remarkably flexible moral compass. Without such foundations, one could not lead a group of 100 souls to survive until now. Leo could not help but chuckle in my domain. As long as it does not conflict with the edicts of the Lord, every subject enjoys the freedom of belief. I permit you to follow any doctrine, but you must not proselytize in public nor coerce others into faith. Yes, Basilov replied, visibly excited, nodding fervently. May the Holy Light protect you, noble sir. As a follower of the Holy Light, his greatest fear was that the Lord would oppose this faith, fostering resentment towards him and his kin. First, settle here and care for your people. When time permits, I shall take you back to the River Bay. There are others of your kin there as well. Leo rose to bid farewell. As dinner time approached, prepare to dine. I have arranged for your meals. Basilov expressed some skepticism, wondering if there would indeed be food before any work had been done. Yet, being a wise man, he refrained from voicing his doubts and graciously exited the military tent. Before dusk fell, the cook responsible for the meals arrived at the encampment of the displaced, hauling a cart laden with provisions. Climbing atop the vehicle, he raised a metal spoon and called out, Form a line, prepare for dinner. Upon seeing the cart brimming with food, the displaced rushed forward like famished wild dogs, with some able-bodied individuals already rolling up their sleeves, entering a state of combat readiness. Although more than half of them belonged to the same clan, and the rest were fellow survivors who had lived and died together, their primal instincts emerged before food, rendering any semblance of civility utterly irrelevant. However, they were unexpectedly blocked by fully armed infantry. Under the cold glare of swords and arrows, the refugees huddled together in fear. The cook, accustomed to such chaos, continued to bellow, "Form a line. Form a line. Get in order. There's food to be had." Some astute refugees began to queue, yet more than half remained dazed, seemingly unable to comprehend human speech. Basilov hurriedly stepped forward, directing his kin to form a long line. Indeed, once they organized themselves, the orderly infantry allowed only one person to pass at a time. As food was distributed, the cook incessantly shouted, "Stay in line. Each person is entitled to one portion of food, no substitutions, no snatching from others." Those who received food were ushered to another area to eat, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid any disputes. Under the cook's supervision, each adult male among the refugees received a piece of flatbread and a bowl of meat soup, while the elderly, women, and children were given half a piece of flatbread and a bowl of soup each. During the meal, the cook continued to proclaim the camp's rules amidst the refugees' ravenous consumption. Leftovers could be discarded into the designated bucket, but could not be shared with others. Those who were still hungry had to endure, forbidden from picking up any scraps that fell. Even the injured and sick were brought forth by their companions, required to finish their food under the watchful eye of the cook before they could leave. These regulations were the result of accumulated experiences from the He-1 refugee camp. While not the most optimal solution, they proved effective. By not rigidly defining the rules, the dominant group always found a way to secure food from the vulnerable, who often willingly relinquished their share. Gazing at the large flatbreads and the oily meat soup, which even contained a piece of meat, the refugees could scarcely believe it until the food filled their bellies. The flatbreads and soup were even seasoned with salt. The portions were not substantial, leaving them only about 70% satisfied. Some robust young men could even consume 3 additional flatbreads, but the cook had already taken the remaining food away. Another day passed, and the newly arrived refugees were assigned some simple communal labor and provided with 2 more meals before Leo met with Basilov again. "Sir, what brings you to me?" This time, the respect on Basilov's face was replaced with genuine emotion, no longer the obsequiousness that could provoke a sneeze from a goblin. 3 meals spoke louder than any words, compelling this refugee leader to sincerely pledge his allegiance. As long as he was not sent to his death with his kin, he was even willing to become an outlaw. He had already resigned himself to the possibility of being conscripted as cannon fodder. "I need you to gather your people and head to the Western Watchtower to continue recruiting workers, starting with those you know and trust." The progress of recruiting the displaced laborers at Riverbend has been sluggish, yielding minimal results. Each day, only a handful of these individuals dare to test their fortunes, while those who band together remain skeptical of such fortuitous prospects. Particularly, some laborers, who enter the camps with a savior complex and an air of arrogance, often find themselves at odds with the newcomers. The latter suspect them to be slave traders, attempting to exploit their plight. Were it not for their overwhelming numbers, these troubled laborers could have faced dire consequences. The returning workers incessantly grumbled about the lack of honor among the displaced, their disdain for outsiders evident in their words. Leo found this absurd. These laborers were, just 2 months prior, in the same position as those they now scorned. It should have been a time for mutual support, yet a sudden class divide had emerged. Consequently, Leo decided to alter his approach, bringing back the River Bend displaced to partake in the construction efforts and reassigning newcomers like Basilov to the recruitment task. They surely had acquaintances outside who would be more inclined to heed their call. Treating it like a form of networking, he believed that familiar faces would yield better results. Indeed, Basilov proved his worth, leading a group of over a dozen to the Western Watchtower, returning that very day with over 300 individuals from 2 different displaced groups, one of which had previously clashed with him. Yet, it was precisely this history that made them more willing to trust him. Leo refrained from lengthy discussions. After feeding them a few meals and assigning them tasks at the construction site, within 2 days, most of the displaced refused to leave. The bustling scenes of labor and construction instilled faith in them. After all, the Lord preparing to build a castle would naturally require a considerable workforce. Upon witnessing the cement foundations and various equipment, The newcomers were convinced that the Lord intended to erect a fortress. Who else would construct a 3-meter-wide stone foundation? Even the most ambitious small towns would hesitate to undertake such a venture. Thus, through repeated cycles, nearly 2,000 displaced individuals gathered outside the Western Watchtower, all absorbed into Leo's factory. Most of these newcomers came with families, and the able-bodied constituted only half. However, Leo cared little for the demographic quality. He welcomed all. After nurturing the young and strong for 3 to 5 days, he had them join the laborers, starting with less strenuous tasks. Once engaged in work, under the supervision of soldiers, thoughts of rebellion would be quelled. The elderly, women, and children were assigned preliminary tasks, such as drying cassava and peeling and chopping. During this period, the focus was primarily on restoring the displaced's strength and vitality, with no emphasis on productivity. Nevertheless, the displaced worked diligently, striving to prove their worth, at least to justify their 2 meals a day. As they observed the influx of new arrivals, a sense of competition ignited within them, each eager to take on the heavier burdens. The recent migrants who have just departed from the fields and pastures are far from being qualified construction workers. They lack both the consciousness of collective labor and the proficiency in handling tools. They cannot even be regarded as mere laborers. The collective productivity of 1,000 young migrants pales in comparison to that of 500 trained laborers from the river bay. However, they compensate for their inadequacies with fervent diligence. Lacking tools, they shoulder heavy burdens, forming long lines as they transport stones and timber by hand. Those fortunate enough to receive tools seem to attain a certain certification, their spirits and demeanor elevated. Within a month, the once barren construction site transformed into a bustling factory, with various structures nearing completion. During this time, Leo not only directed the craftsmen in erecting the camp walls, workshops, and factories, but also designed the infrastructure for the cassava flour processing plant and trained the first batch of workers. While these tasks were straightforward for him, they were utterly incomprehensible to the impoverished populace of this world. The concepts of channels, drying platforms, soaking pools, and baking areas were relatively easy to convey through verbal descriptions, allowing the artisans to guide their laborers in construction. However, for more complex mechanisms such as water wheels, water mills, windmills, and composite filters, it was essential to draft blueprints and provide on-site guidance, exploring meticulously until a semblance of function was achieved. Fortunately, River Bay already possessed a hydraulic mill, and the various simple devices designed by Leo had been applied in previous constructions. Otherwise, even if Leo had drawn the blueprints, the craftsmen would have been utterly lost. The processes and tools involved in cassava flour production appeared simple, yet without instruction, no one would know how to proceed. Leo, bearing the weight of responsibility, felt quite fatigued. On this particular day, Leo accompanied Sir Salaviv by the small river within the factory grounds, observing the craftsmen and workers as they installed a newly constructed water wheel. The 10-meter diameter wooden wheel, supported by more than 10 laborers, was gradually elevated with the assistance of a hoist and pulley system, positioning it above the river surface. Several similar wheels were in the works. However, the one currently being installed served the purpose of a water wheel, while others were designated for constructing water mills to grind deer antlers and cassava. Leo's decision to establish the factory at this location was deliberate. The small river originates from a valley near the abandoned Ogre Watchtower and flows into the Anzino River from the east side of the factory, across a main road. Although it is not the largest tributary in the vicinity, its deeper channel and favorable location make it ideal. The factory is situated close to the small river, with the river mouth located less than 100 meters downstream. The river here spans 10 meters in width, with the deepest sections reaching 3 to 4 meters. With some minor dredging and the construction of a small dock, it could facilitate the passage of fishing boats. Whether navigating upstream towards River Bay or downstream to Eitenbor, access is remarkably convenient, while the capacity of small fishing vessels is limited. And the natural waterway upstream of the Anzino River is fraught with rocky hazards that pose a risk of capsizing. It remains one of the modes of external transport for River Bay, not yet entirely obsolete. While constructing the encampment walls, Leo not only excavated a trench outside, but also created a drainage channel along the base of the wall within, meticulously crafted from cement and stones to form a concealed conduit. This drainage system, akin to the external trench, encircled 3 sides of the encampment. ultimately rejoining the small river downstream. A windmill, designed to draw water, was installed at the inlet of the channel upstream, directing the pristine waters of the river into the factory, thus resolving the issues of water supply for both production and daily life. Sir Solovyv quietly observed the completion of the water wheel installation, listening to the jubilant cheers of the laborers, and remarked with genuine admiration. The ancient tomes of the Gale Knights document that the legions of the Atlantis Empire could erect a military encampment overnight while simultaneously engaging the enemy. Initially, I harbored considerable skepticism. Now I am nearly convinced. It is indeed rare for today's standing army to reach such proficiency. The Empire has undeniably declined. Leo responded with a smile. Yulian is an infantry sergeant of the Wind God Fortress garrison. He mentioned that their legion's traditional skill lies in fortifying defenses, with 10 military lessons each month, 8 of which pertain to encampment construction. After all, when confronting the formidable beastmen warriors, even the thickest armor proves futile. Sir Solovyv nodded in agreement. The individual strength of humans does appear feeble in comparison to the beastmen. Even the most elite heavy infantry struggles against orc infantry. However, with the presence of walls, the scenario changes dramatically. The Wind God Fortress and Olenek have stood as the most magnificent strongholds in the north for centuries, largely compelled by the threat posed by the beastmen. Lord Yulian indeed possesses considerable skills. The 3 villages in the river bend serve as competent military encampments, a rarity within the entire territory of Count Frolov. To be certain, such occurrences are uncommon. In the frontier regions of the north, the lords lacking strength erect modest estates, while those with power construct castles, with few lords laboring on the fortifications of settlements. Most merely consist of wooden walls intended to ward off wild beasts, easily surmountable even by bands of robbers. Some formidable cavalry units can even gather their steeds to forcibly topple wooden walls, charging into villages to wreak havoc. Fully exploiting the advantages of cavalry, one cannot entirely fault the lords. Small settlements have limited efficacy in their external walls against invasions. Chapter 159. A blank canvas awaits creation. Do not be deceived by the encampment walls of this factory, which measure a mere 300 meters per side, sounding rather diminutive. If all 4 walls were constructed, the total perimeter would reach 1,200 meters, necessitating at least 400 soldiers for defense, not accounting for reserves. Most villages in frontier knight territories have a total population of only 300 to 500, with able-bodied adults constituting at most half. Yet the village is not smaller than this factory. Even if all able-bodied villagers were to muster on the walls, they would be sparsely scattered, with large sections devoid of presence. An enemy of equal numbers could effortlessly breach the defenses at any point. Thus, the construction of walls proves futile. In such circumstances, it will be far more prudent to erect a solid lord's manor or a small castle, along with several ancillary towers, where 100 militia could effectively thwart assaults from multiple times their number. Some stone castles, nestled against mountains and beside water, with their formidable terrain, can withstand the assaults of thousands with merely dozens of guards. Initially, the Bay of Rivers was constructed in such a manner, encircled by a wooden palisade to fend off weaker foes, such as beasts and goblins, while the villagers resided in tents. The Lord's mansion was built at the highest elevation. Once the Lord's residence was completed and the population increased, providing surplus labor, Yulian gradually reinforced the palisade. Armed with advanced fortification techniques learned from the legion centuries ago, coupled with various inventions from Rio, the challenge of constructing the walls was nearly half compared to other lords. Moreover, the visions of Rio and Yulian were imbued with greater ambition than those of the average minor lord. Warfare cannot solely rely on defense. One must also take the initiative to attack. The camps of wildlings and refugees serve as bastions for the peninsula of rivers, intended to repel incursions from the alien tribes of the Howling Plains. Presently, this factory stands as the forefront of the bay, designed to intimidate the malice emanating from human society. The robust walls not only instill fear, but also facilitate the transformation of the space into a military encampment in times of war. With 2,000 refugees housed within, a modest amount of training could transform the able-bodied among them into a formidable city defense force. After all, their families resided within the encampment, and with the sturdy walls and ample provisions, the the morale of the militia would undoubtedly double. Furthermore, the factory is adjacent to the Western Watchtower and the Solovy Knights' domain, a mere 30 miles from the bay. Provided they are not overwhelmed in a single assault, reinforcements can swiftly arrive. Had the Glaston family's forces ventured from the Western Watchtower to encounter such a military camp, they would have thought twice about advancing without the intervention of the Solovy Knights. Throughout this month, the Solovy Knights have fortified their own domain, enhancing defenses and bolstering morale in preparation for the onslaught of refugees. When they finally ventured to assess the enemy, they were astonished to find that the adversaries had vanished. All captured by Rio, the Solovy Knights, taken aback, entered the factory to investigate. Much like the refugees, they found themselves reluctant to leave. The distance to their domain was less than half an hour by horse. Thus, once the threat from the refugees dissipated, they found themselves visiting daily. Encountering new innovations, they brazenly replicated and transported them back to their own estates. Rio humorously referred to him as Fraser II. As the construction of the cassava flour processing facility neared completion, the Solovy Knights could not help but admire the construction prowess of the bay. His own hot spring villa, staffed with 500 refugees and led by 50 craftsmen, had only just laid the foundation. This was commendable, as the chief craftsman from the Petahov family initially estimated a 6-month timeline for completion. Only after establishing the foundation did he dare to revise the estimate to 3 months. The limitation did not stem from the craftsman's capabilities, but rather from the inadequacy of labor and organizational efficiency. The artisans of the river bend, equipped with innovative construction tools and trained under the auspices of the Petakova family, adequately fulfilled the fundamental requirements for erecting the spa resort. However, the 500 recruited vagrants were far from being skilled laborers. They could only rely on the guidance of the leading craftsmen for hands-on instruction. Were it not for the abundance of artisans and the sufficient nourishment provided to the laborers, the efficiency of construction would have further diminished, and it is conceivable that even the foundation would have been poorly executed. The construction of the cassava flour processing plant, while certainly less challenging than that of a noble estate, still entailed a greater volume of work than a typical stone and timber structure. In just a month, such substantial progress was achieved that the Knights Solovy felt a profound sense of enlightenment. The advanced management systems, rational allocation of manpower, and enhanced efficiency were indeed astonishing. As he engaged in casual conversation with Rio, the Knights Solovy leisurely ascended the newly constructed wooden city wall. With the stone foundation completed, the upper wooden ramparts rose swiftly, reaching an impressive height of 5 meters. Without the involvement of large siege engines, capturing this military camp would be a formidable task, relying solely on a few ladders. Standing atop the freshly constructed ramparts, the knight gazed beyond the factory. He observed laborers felling majestic oak trees not far upstream and sawing them into logs, which were subsequently cast into the small river. These logs floated downstream, where they were retrieved by workers within the factory for seasoning. Once the water-powered saw was constructed, further processing would ensue. As the colossal trees along the riverbanks continued to fall, the view gradually expanded. The Knights Solovy continued to express his admiration, remarking on the excellent judgment displayed in selecting this site, characterized by its flat terrain, convenient transportation, and abundant water supply, making it exceedingly suitable for settlement. Provided there was ample food, this location would be even more enticing to incoming populations than the Riverbend territory. Rio nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a blank canvas is best suited for artistry. If he were to bring everyone back to the Riverbend, arranging accommodations would be a challenge, potentially leading to chaos. The Knights Solovy nodded, recognizing the philosophical and logical nature of Rio's words. At times, he genuinely wondered to which noble lineage Rio belonged, as such profound insights were rarely articulated by ordinary youths. Rio casually mused, "In truth, I am but a half-elf, having lived in secret for 50 years, by age. You ought to address me as uncle." The Knights Solovy believed the first half of his statement to a degree, but upon hearing the latter, he realized it was jest. He chuckled, saying, "To call you uncle would surely have Lord Yulian ready to hang you by your feet." Although Rio persistently sought to establish a connection, calling him little uncle, the Knights Solovy, being only in his early 30s, often regarded Rio as his peer, especially when he exhibited a mature demeanor. Therefore, during their interactions, The usually serious Knight of the Gale felt no displeasure at the light-hearted banter. The location of the processing plant bore a striking resemblance to the territory of the Knight Salavi. If one were to fold the map along the World Tree Avenue, the two would nearly overlap. To the west lies a dense forest that stretches 200 miles to the Buck Mountain Pass, extending northward to the River Bay Ridge, where there exists a flat expanse of 20 to 30 miles. Even if development reaches only as far as the abandoned watchtowers 30 miles west, and the forest is halved with River Bay, this territory encompasses over 100 square kilometers, undoubtedly qualifying it as a new frontier for the Knights. However, the entire forest is filled with massive oak trees that require considerable time and effort to convert into arable land and pastures. The establishment of the Salavi Knight's domain has demanded the dedication of 2 generations from the Misvich family. Indeed, the words of the Salavi Knight ring true. Once the processing plant is completed, this area will attract a population even more readily than River Bay. Yet, once the refugees join River Bay, their habitation is not a matter of personal choice. Chapter 160. Rivermouth Town to prevent chaos and pollution from the indiscriminate entry and exit of refugees into the factory. The cassava processing plant has been divided by Leo into production and living areas, separated by wooden fences, accommodating 2,000 individuals for work and residence. The camp has reached its population limit. This is partly due to the refugees' indifference to living conditions, as they are willing to crowd into shared wooden cabins, sleeping in communal arrangements. However, once the refugee crisis passes, such living conditions cannot be sustained for long. Young families naturally prefer not to have their wives and children sleeping in the same room with strangers. Therefore, once the factory is fully operational, Leo plans to have craftsmen continue constructing wooden houses in the living area as an incentive for families of exemplary workers. On the other hand, the cassava processing plant does not require a large workforce. Given the current situation, even if all able-bodied refugees were to join laborers in construction work, felling trees in the western forest, or harvesting wild cassava, the factory could easily maintain production with just 1,000 elderly, weak, and women and children left behind. With only basic tools such as carpenter's planes, shredders, sieves, and large pots, these individuals managed to exhaust the entire stock of cassava and the temporarily gathered wild cassava within half a month, transforming it all into cassava flour. They learned as they worked, creating everything by hand, and combined with the factory's assembly line, their output was remarkably impressive. While producing cassava flour, nearly 1,000 individuals across the 3 camps of River Bay, along with a portion of young refugees at the processing plant, were engaged in foraging for wild cassava. Countless carts and boats laden with wild cassava were relentlessly delivered to the factory, yet still failed to meet the demands of the production floor. Consequently, Leo had to revise his plans, retaining only 600 skilled workers in the production area for processing cassava flour, while the remainder were dispatched into the western forest to cultivate land on the cleared grounds for planting wild cassava. Although wild cassava is abundant near the wolf-driving plain, this shrub-like plant requires a certain amount of sunlight to thrive. In the dense forests of the west and the pine plains to the north, a single harvest of cassava can yield dozens, even hundreds of pounds, but these roots have matured over the course of 3, 5, or even 10 years. The new cassava, deprived of sunlight, grows slowly, yielding only a modest amount within a year. Currently, the harvesting has just begun, and it is premature to declare the wild cassava resources exhausted. In 2 months, once the nearby forest farms have depleted their supply, one will have to venture into the hunting grounds to seek out more. However, these hunting grounds, situated beyond the forest, are home to numerous wild beasts, making the pursuit of cassava by ordinary villagers a rather perilous endeavor. Ultimately, the solution lies in cultivation. Leo has already instructed that as soon as space becomes available in the dense woods west of the cassava processing plant, cassava should be replanted without delay. This plant is remarkably resilient and easier to cultivate than clearing fields for wheat. Although the yield cannot be precisely estimated, it will certainly not be less than that of the original wild variety. In contrast, the foothills and rocky hills to the north are where wild cassava grows in twisted, dense clusters. This area was once the domain of the wild boar hunters, who relied on this resource to sustain a community of over 200 individuals. Had it not been for the relentless hunting that weakened their numbers and the proximity to the empire's borders, they could have potentially evolved into the dominant force in the southern reaches of the wilderness. While managing the processing plant, establishing regulations, and optimizing structures, Leo continues to recruit displaced individuals. The young recruits are not only expected to engage in productive labor in exchange for sustenance, but must also undergo regular military training to form militia groups that will assist the riverbank infantry in patrolling. The Salave Knights, perceiving a lull in the situation, have resumed construction of the hot spring resort, in stark contrast to the vigorous construction efforts outside the Western Watchtower. The chaotic scenes within resemble a living hell. After the Lord's army of Ethan Bold drove thousands of displaced individuals to the western outskirts, they quickly succumbed to a frenzy of bloodshed. In the eyes of many noble lords, once the displaced were cast into the wild, they became mere savages. These savages, devoid of human rights and regarded as lower than slaves, could be killed without consequence, should they dare to resist. It would only serve to enhance the valor of the Lord's army, as slaying rebellious villagers equated to vanquishing bandits, thus earning military accolades in a manner both safe and efficient compared to genuine bandit eradication. Yet, some lords, still possessing a semblance of conscience, refrained from indiscriminate slaughter and cooperated with Rigolov's forces to drive the scattered bands of displaced individuals from the forests to beyond the Western Watchtower. Prior to this, only the 2,000 displaced individuals under Rigolov's control were successfully relocated outside the Watchtower. The majority of the remaining displaced were encircled and hunted down by the Lord's army. And in the struggle for food resources, many turned against one another, resulting in an alarming 80% mortality rate within a mere month. Ironically, those who had allied with local bandit factions, having early on succumbed to a life of crime, survived due to their combat prowess and concealed hideouts. The true survivors are now few, all gathered by Rigolov and sent beyond the Western Watchtower, prepared to fend for themselves. This is the utmost he can achieve. Forcing the tide of refugees into the wilderness is not a novel occurrence. While fraught with peril, human resilience remains formidable. A portion of these individuals will inevitably adapt to the wilderness, discovering means of survival. Numerous settlements of wildlings and small natural villages have emerged in this manner. As these communities flourish, the noble lords will return to reap the benefits, expanding their knightly domains to accrue taxes and land. In contrast, Rigolov would prefer that all noble lords opt for the latter. Harvesting fruits is certainly preferable to uprooting the trees. When he returned to the Western Watchtower with 20 carts of grain, intending to send a group of refugees over the mountain pass, he discovered that only a few of the previously displaced had perished. Beyond the Western Watchtower, a small fortress had unexpectedly sprung up. A throng of refugees wielded axes and saws, clearing the northern woods of the World Tree Avenue. Those unaware of the situation might have mistaken them for an army preparing to assault the Western Watchtower, rather than the grim fate he had anticipated. Rigolov stood atop the Western Watchtower, gazing at the cassava processing plant for a considerable time until dusk settled. He then instructed his attendant, "Deliver the grain and convey that it is a tribute from the Petahov family. I shall not go." His initial intention was to distribute the grain to the refugees, encouraging them to venture into the wilderness in search of a new life rather than languishing by the watchtower awaiting death. It now seemed unnecessary. Leo lingered at the cassava processing plant for another fortnight until the tide of refugees had fully subsided and the plant had stabilized in production, at which point he prepared to depart. By then, the plant was bustling with 3,000 refugees, doubling the population of the Riverbend territory. Fortunately, its proximity to the Western Watchtower, alongside the clearing of the Western Forest by the Ogre tribes and Riverbend patrols, alleviated concerns regarding bandit and foreign attacks. As it was situated at the estuary, many laborers and refugees had begun to refer to this place as Estuary Town. For most of the northern folk, this settlement, complete with walls, a watchtower, and a population of thousands, was indeed a genuine small town. Leo, who lacked a knack for naming, found himself adopting the title as well. The modest factory could hardly accommodate such a large number, prompting Leo to plan for the relocation of half of them. Chapter 161. The pressure is high while constructing Estuary Town. Leo also sought another development site to house the surplus population. After several discussions with Yulian, he resolved to venture to the gravel hills to establish a deer antler cassava plantation. Naturally, the cleared spaces around the Riverbend Peninsula could also serve for the cultivation of deer antler cassava. However, The land in the River Bay territory was painstakingly cultivated by its inhabitants, and any crops grown here should rightfully belong to the villagers of River Bay. It would be unjust to favor the newly recruited refugees at the expense of the local populace. For safety considerations, the two had contemplated searching for a suitable location near the River Bay Peninsula. Yet, given the North's primitive agricultural methods and barren soil, the per capita land requirement is substantial. A knightly fief capable of generating sufficient tax revenue to support knights and their armed retainers must not only possess ample arable land for crop rotation, but also include pasture land for livestock. In territories where arable land is insufficient, there must be adequate forests for gathering food and harvesting timber, as well as expansive hunting grounds for pursuing wild game. Particularly in the frontier territories, the vast expanses can evoke envy. Most newly developed territories do not venture far into the wilderness. They typically expand from the periphery of existing settlements. Thus, they can only extend in 2 or 3 directions, resulting in irregular semicircles or quarter circles of development. A well-established knightly fief features a fully cultivated area within a 3-kilometer radius, boasting extensive fields and pastures. The area extending from 3 to 5 kilometers is semi-cultivated, designated for berry gathering or firewood collection. Beyond this, there exists an almost equal expanse of hunting grounds that have been explored but not yet fully developed. The knightly fiefs near Isenpaul are no smaller than 50 square kilometers, with those at the foothills reaching even over 100 square kilometers. In the southern regions, many baronial lands do not match such size. However, the reality for the majority of knightly fiefs resembles that of the Solovi fief. The truly cultivated area amounts to less than 10 square kilometers in the core, with the majority still comprising rugged mountains and desolate wilderness. The newly established River Bay territory, despite its efforts, pales in comparison to the decades or even centuries of development seen elsewhere, with actual cultivated land barely reaching 10 square kilometers. This year's newly cleared fields are insufficient to sustain the 500 inhabitants on the peninsula. Nevertheless, River Bay will not cease its expansion, placing the new refugees to close risks creating land disputes with the locals. After ensuring adequate developmental space for the River Bay residents, Leo sought further territory, only to discover the abandoned Ogre Watchtower and the Wild Boar People's Den among the crumbling hills, 2 of the most suitable locations. Thus, it is evident that ancient peoples and foreign tribes are not foolish. The prime land that Leo coveted had long been recognized by them. Even the initial coalition of wolfmen had lingered at the Wild Boar People's Den, unwilling to depart. Once a den for wild boars, it has now transformed into a hunting camp for River Bay. The wild boars had excavated numerous caverns here, and River Bay has erected a small stronghold, with a solid foundation laid, ideal for further development. The vegetation is sparse, offering a broad vista, and the vicinity is characterized by rolling hills and a portion of mountains extending from the central courtyard area, despite the lack of level terrain and the prevalence of gravel, rendering it unsuitable for extensive cultivation. The land is exceptionally conducive to livestock farming and the thriving of cassava. In contrast to the flat expanses of Songyuan in the south and north, the rugged hills of gravel present a complex topography, with the hunting camps situated in a strategically advantageous yet perilous location, easily defendable but difficult to assault. On 2 occasions, Rio led his troops to eradicate foreign tribes, halting just outside the Boar People's lair, intent on luring them into the wilderness for battle. He was reluctant to risk the lives of his soldiers to fill the natural stone walls and streams outside the Boar People's Den. Leading a contingent of 1,500, he traversed the River Bay Peninsula, following a previously established path that directed them toward the gravel hills. The troop comprised 100 River Bay soldiers, 400 skilled artisans and laborers, along with 1,000 newly recruited refugees. After several inspections of the construction in Rivermouth Town, Julian had complete faith in Rio, who received even greater support this time, with a substantial provision of iron, food, and livestock resources, nearly depleting River Bay's reserves. The name Gravel Fortress, which Julian casually marked on the map, would serve as River Bay's stronghold against the wilderness, and he was determined to construct a formidable city, if at all possible. Julian was unconcerned about the expenditure of manpower and resources. His only worry was that Rio might skimp on thickening the fortifications. Having spent 5 years stationed at the Wind God Fortress, with its towering walls exceeding 50 meters, Yulian had developed a discerning eye. He regarded any fortification within Count Frolov's domain with disdain. Walls of 3, 5, or even 10 meters could hardly be called fortifications, merely small earthen mounds. Rio expressed the immense pressure he felt, stating that he was meant for farming, not city building. Meanwhile, Ivan, left behind in Rivermouth town, faced even greater pressure. The young squire watched as Rio's grand army departed, feeling utterly unprepared for such a sudden and overwhelming responsibility. How could a humble squire destined to be a knight become the leader of 1,500? It was only after Rio's forces vanished from sight that he turned back to exchange glances with his companion, the dog-headed creature. The dog-headed being, Rambo Rabbit, felt equally aggrieved, drooping his ears and barking in dismay. Due to his outstanding performance, Rambo Rabbit had also been retained by Rio to assist Ivan in managing the cassava flour processing plant. The director of the cassava flour processing facility, the commander of the garrison in Rivermouth town, and the future knight squire, was none other than the well-known militia member, Ivan. Meanwhile, the deputy director and financial accountant of the processing plant, serving as an advisor and secretary to the town's mayor, was the beautiful young dog-headed militia member, Rambo Rabbit Dog. This arrangement seemed quite reasonable. Rio found himself in a difficult position. There were simply too few trustworthy individuals in River Bay to delegate such significant responsibilities. During the cassava processing, the soaking phase required the introduction of silver. Consequently, Rio collected 3,000 silver coins, which he melted down into 10 silver ingots, entrusted to Ivan for safekeeping. Each time cassava was soaked in the production workshop, 2 or 3 of these valuable silver ingots were placed in the soaking tank. Their worth considerable, posing a risk of theft if not guarded carefully. Do not underestimate the insatiable greed of humanity. Even the foreman in the workshop, upon beholding such silver, may be tempted, and one day it might be exchanged for a mere iron plate. As for food safety, what holds more significance than silver? Before heads roll, corrupt officials remain unrepentant. Additionally, Rio has entrusted Ivan with 50 soldiers and 100 laborers from the River Bay, along with several exceptional leaders among the refugees, such as Basilov, to help him establish a firm footing. Naturally, Rio will not abandon his responsibilities. He and Yulian will conduct monthly inspections to assess both production and living conditions, resolving the quandaries that Ivan cannot handle. Chapter 162. The dog-headed merchant caravan. Ivan's primary duty is to serve as the military chief of Rivermouth town, maintaining a firm grip on the armed forces. To expand the gravel fortress, Rio has taken most of the able-bodied refugees, leaving a high proportion of the elderly and weak at the cassava flour processing plant, with only 650 able-bodied individuals remaining. This number includes the 50 soldiers and 100 skilled laborers that Rio has left behind. Ivan's task is to use these 150 individuals to control the remaining 500 able-bodied refugees, training them into skilled laborers and a reserve military force. The training methods need not be reinvented, as the River Bay refugee camp has already undergone practical application. In addition to morning drills and a full day of collective labor, there will be military training every 3 days, focusing on basic combat commands, weapon handling, and the use of fortification equipment. At the end of each month, evaluations will be conducted, with the most outstanding individuals integrated into the Rivermouth Militia becoming semi-professional soldiers. The semi-professional militia members of Rivermouth Town receive the same remuneration as the River Bay Militia, with more frequent and intense military training sessions. They also participate in patrol duties in the River Bay territory and receive 1/3 of the infantry salary as a recruitment compensation. These militia members serve as reserves for the Lord's Army, representing a valuable source of manpower, awaiting the day they may be called into actual combat, thereby transitioning into a field army. As for the remaining elderly, women, and children, lacking any military support, they are incapable of inciting chaos or seizing power, rendering the possibility of rebellion negligible. The majority of the lower classes are solely preoccupied with meeting their basic needs for survival and reproduction. Few possess the ambition or capability for more. Furthermore, in the face of stringent regulations and formidable military power, their ambitions can only transform into motivation for hard work, rather than schemes of deceit and plunder. Ivan merely needs to systematically implement the military knowledge imparted by Yulian and the regulations established by Rio to firmly grasp control of Rivermouth Town. Although he is Rio's subordinate, He is also one of the longest-serving militia captains in River Bay, in comparison to the minuscule threat of rebellion or external assaults. Civil disputes and maintaining production order represent Ivan's true challenges, which is why individuals such as Lamboot and Basilov have remained to assist him. After all, suppressing rebellion and defending against invasions require nothing more than a strong fist and a sharp blade. Handling civil disputes and maintaining production order necessitates an understanding of human relationships as well as managerial wisdom. Unlike Hiwan Peninsula, which delves deep into the wilderness and is almost isolated from the world, Hiku Town lies adjacent to the World Tree Avenue. Here, not only do small merchant caravans from the vicinity of Ethanburg frequently appear, but even large trade groups from the western regions pass through. These various merchant groups occasionally stop to rest beneath the western watchtower, and with a fortified settlement nearby, it is only natural for them to investigate. Additionally, with 3,000 displaced individuals already gathered, even in their impoverished state, they inevitably engage in some form of trade among themselves. Although Leo had made preparations, leaving ample space outside the southern gate of the processing plant for the establishment of market, he had yet to take action before a small marketplace spontaneously emerged in that area. The presence of vendors and the market enriched the resources available at the processing plant. The denizens of the neighboring Salavane Knight's domain would come here to sell agricultural products, while soldiers stationed at the Western Watchtower would also frequent this place for their needs. Even the citizens of the Frontier Knights territory and the villagers from nearby natural settlements would travel from afar to partake in the market. After all, the Western Watchtower is situated 30 kilometers from Ethanburg. Without the assistance of draft animals, villagers would have to journey from dawn to dusk while carrying their goods. In comparison to the methodical management of military affairs, the complexities of civil administration present a far greater challenge, one that is not easily navigable by a young man like Ivan. Even with the assistance of individuals like Basilov, Ivan found himself overwhelmed, and in the ensuing months, many significant decisions necessitated consulting with Yulian and Leo in Hiwan or simply awaiting their arrival to address matters. As Leo, leading a pioneering team along the Hiwan main road, had only traveled a short distance when he noticed a commotion ahead, it soon became apparent why. Fisha, riding Freya, appeared at the forefront of the group, followed by 4 boar riders and a large entourage of goblin guards. Among the 6 domesticated unicorn boars raised in Hiwan, 2 had recently given birth to litters and were unfit for riding. Although these domesticated boars no longer ran wild in the company of the little goblins, they could not be set loose in the wild and were confined to the Hiwan Peninsula. It was only when accompanied by Freya that these unicorn boars could venture beyond the peninsula. At that moment, the 4 little goblins, including Sykes, were mounted on the backs of the unicorn boars, tightly holding the reins to prevent them from attacking the unfamiliar group of displaced individuals. As Leo approached on horseback and saw Fisha atop Freya, jealousy surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Why is it that you get to ride Freya while I do not?" Freya shook her head and tossed her heavy iron chain collar, declaring, "Fisha gifted me this splendid necklace," to which Leo retorted, "That is a shackle." Freya, indignant, firmly responded, "No, it is a necklace." The large black iron chain, with links as thick as a thumb, was attached to an even larger steel collar. Leo immediately recognized it as the very shackles that had once confined a werewolf. It remains a mystery how Freya managed to acquire it and present it as a necklace. The shackles, capable of restraining a werewolf, are undoubtedly not of inferior quality found in the wilderness. They're not only robust and durable, but also adorned with a rust-resistant coating, a true masterpiece among masterpieces. Leo found it quite astonishing. How could such a heavy iron chain, weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds, not be burdensome when worn around the neck? He deemed it unworthy of further debate and turned to the kobold entourage, inquiring about their destination. At that moment, the kobold group, trailing behind Freya, gradually gathered, halting behind her. Among them were a multitude of fully armed kobold guards, along with several adults dragging 2-wheeled carts or pushing single-wheeled hand trucks. Having lost interest in her hairstyle, Freya no longer tended to her hair, prompting the kobolds to revert to their primitive appearance. The once popular crest hairstyle had vanished without trace. Nevertheless, they still donned long linen tunics. And some of the kobold guards even wore hardened leather armor reinforced with iron studs and bars. The golden-haired kobolds, having spent considerable time among humans, had largely shed their wildness. Under Freya's guidance, they had learned to groom themselves and maintain cleanliness, thus appearing particularly amiable. Even when faced with unfamiliar groups of refugees, they refrained from baring their teeth or barking, instead wagging their tails and panting to clear the path. A dozen two-wheeled carts and single-wheeled hand trucks were parked by the roadside, laden with baskets of goods, primarily iron ingots, along with some gypsum, rock salt, iron spearheads, and pickaxes. One single-wheeled cart even bore a stone mill. Freya proudly showcased her intellectual achievement, exclaiming, "Behold, the kobold merchant caravan." Freya chimed in, "We are off to trade to the estuary to purchase delicious cassava flour." Leo found this rather absurd. Was there not cassava flour available at the bay? Not quite, Freya retorted. Counting on her fingers with pride, the bay has a monopoly on the iron ingot trade, and Freya's ingots are sold too cheaply there. We shall transport them to Estuary Town and exchange them for more cassava flour made from deer antlers. Moreover, delivering to the estuary saves the buyer transportation costs, allowing for a higher selling price. Not just iron ingots, but also iron spearheads, pickaxes, rock salt. We aim to sell the kobold products throughout the world. Leo questioned, setting aside the notion of selling to the world for a moment. ISNT Estuary Town also under the jurisdiction of the bay? Furthermore, there isn't even a blacksmith shop there. If you deliver the iron ingots, do I not still have to return to the blacksmith in the bay for processing? This hardly reduces transportation costs. It merely increases them. Additionally, the small market at Estuary Town typically only trades vegetables, fruits, poultry, and fish unless a large merchant caravan passes through. Selling a hoe or an axe would be a significant event. With these dozens of carts of goods, unless you set up shop for 2 months, you will ultimately depend on the processing plant's buyers for procurement. And this stone mill, was it not crafted by artisans from a bay? Even at half price, it would struggle to sell, would it not? The brook in the Valley of the Goblins is ill-suited for the construction of a mill. With great difficulty, Harashao managed to persuade the artisans of Riverbend to craft a few small hand-cranked stone mills, finally enabling her to transform wheat into delectable flour. To the goblins, these stone mills represent cutting-edge technology, and they are willing to trade an equivalent weight of iron ingots for them. Harashao deliberately brought one of the stone mills along, hoping to sell it at a handsome price. However, the delighted Freya was left speechless, exchanging glances with Harashao. Though Harashao understood little of what was said, it did not deter her from wagging her tail, gazing at Freya with anticipation for her to refute the insufferable Leo. Freya, crouched and hesitant, fidgeted and lowered her head, unable to find her voice. Leo immediately recognized this as Freya's poor advice to Harashao. This ludicrous business strategy could only have sprung from the mind of a groundhog. He laughed so hard while mounted that he nearly toppled from his horse, exclaiming, "Ha, Harashao, it seems your business advisor is rather lacking. Did you two brilliant minds not think to bid farewell to your sister Olivia before embarking on this venture? Surely you could have consulted the little mouse as well. Is it because the mouse is too clever that you expelled her from the trio of fools at Riverbend? Had you merely asked Olivia or the little mouse before setting out, you would not have allowed such folly to occur. Even the little mouse, though unable to clarify the issues at hand immediately, would have sensed the impracticality of your plans and dissuaded you. Of course, during this period, both Olivia and the little mouse have been exceedingly busy, leaving no time to entertain your whims. 3,000 refugees is no small number, while few directly head to Riverbend. Their sustenance is largely reliant on the resources allocated by Riverbend, all of which must pass through Olivia's accounts. The cassava from the deer antler is not intended for human consumption. The flour derived from it contains a significant amount of plant fiber and mild toxins, leading to bloating and fatigue if consumed excessively. To maintain energy levels, even one meal a day is a struggle, and unless there is a dire shortage of grains, laborers cannot rely on it as their staple food. Conversely, the goblins, with their superior digestive capabilities, can consume cassava flour in abundance without issue. Despite its coarseness, cassava flour is far more digestible than unshelled wheat, and its plentiful quantity is both filling and sweet, rendering it a prime delicacy for the goblins. This has alleviated some of the food pressure on Riverbend. Until now, over half of the food in Rivermouth Town, as well as all production materials, have been sourced from the Riverbend Peninsula, apart from those procured from Ethan Burrow. Not only does the little mouse assist daily with accounting and inventory, but a group of little goblins has also been enslaved, reduced to mere canine calculators. Feisha finally comprehended the dire predicament she found herself in, realizing that Freya had led her into a trap. The goblin caravan had set forth without success, their entrepreneurial endeavors thwarted midway, on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet, in this exchange, one shackled the other, and the other offered poor counsel, leaving neither in a position to cast blame. Fraser, disregarding the dignity of her canine king, flung herself beneath Leo's warhorse, clutching at his boots and swinging in desperation. With a pleading tone, she exclaimed, "Woof, woof, woof. No, you must assist me. This cargo represents my entire output from last month." As she cried out, she bared her teeth, ready to bite if Leo refused to help. Having learned her craft, she dared to snarl at me. Leo, with a flick of his leg, sent Fraser tumbling, watching her spin through the air before landing on Freya's back. Leo pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Deliver this cargo to the Solovi Knight's domain. Let him purchase it. Remember to fly your white flag." The Solovi Knight's realm is currently constructing a hot spring resort and mining yellow iron ore, necessitating a substantial amount of supplies. Recently, the influx of refugees has severely obstructed trade routes in the western region of Isambor. Merchant caravans of fewer than 100 dare not venture out, while the large trading groups of Isambor disdain the modest offerings from the Knight's domain. The Pathuff family-esque caravan comprises merely 50 individuals. Without the protection of Lord Rigolov's troops along the way, it would be nearly impossible to transport goods to the Riverbend and Solovi Knights territories. Fraser's cargo would alleviate some of the immediate needs of the Solovi Knights. As for the white flag, it does not signify surrender. Rather, it is a customary gesture among envoys and traders to indicate a lack of hostility. Leo feared that the patrolling militia of the Solovi Knights might respond to a sudden appearance of a large group of dog-headed beings with a volley of arrows. Upon hearing Leo's suggestion, Fraser's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as she nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "The Solovi Knight, a good friend. I shall race to the Solovi Knight's domain to trade." Having spent considerable time together, Leo no longer regarded Fraser as an alien. It felt disheartening for her to suddenly announce a return home after joyfully leading her caravan for over 20 miles. There was little concern that the Solovi Knights would inflate prices, for it was evident that the iron mines in the Dog-Headed Valley were essentially the property of Riverbend, with Fraser merely acting as its steward. Although the Solovi Knights are generous, they are also wise and would not engage in petty schemes that would yield them no benefit. However, Leo did not anticipate that the Solovi Knights would outmaneuver him. After Fraser delivered the substantial supplies, the knight traded with her using yellow iron ore, which was of no use to Leo. Moreover, he was exceedingly generous, offering Fraser exactly what she asked. Ultimately, with 5 times the weight of yellow iron ore, he acquired all of Fraser's goods, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. Fraser even made 2 trips to transport the cargo back to the Dog-Headed Valley, conveniently bringing back a mediation fee of equivalent value for Leo. Chapter 164. Return to Riverbend. Leo led a grand army of 1,500, taking an entire day to traverse from Rivermouth Town to the peninsula of Riverbend. As all animal power is required for the transportation of resources, the 1,500 individuals primarily advanced on foot. To expect a group of untrained refugees to march with the precision of a well-drilled army is undoubtedly a fanciful notion. Among the 1,500 led by Rio, more than half had undergone a month of rigorous training and collective labor, and a dozen esteemed refugee leaders have been appointed as labor squad captains to assist the River Bay infantry in maintaining order. Even so, this was merely sufficient to ensure that chaos did not ensue during their march. Although dawn had barely broken, Rio had long ago laid out the itinerary and had no intention of pressing onward. Today was to be a day of ease, for tomorrow would bring the distribution of a substantial quantity of tools, weapons, and tents, requiring many of the able-bodied to carry heavy loads. Thus, it was imperative that they conserve their strength. Rio did not consider himself a great general, nor did he believe he possessed any extraordinary leadership talents. Otherwise, he would not have found himself at 30, still a lowly cog in the machine of society. The praise from the villagers of River Bay, regarding him as an outstanding commander or a chosen one, was to be taken lightly and not seriously. Yet, it was precisely this sober self-awareness that rendered him sufficiently pragmatic, guiding him to faithfully adhere to the wisdom of his ancestors in significant decisions. For instance, forming strong fortifications, training soldiers, enhancing equipment, and employing superior numbers to overwhelm the few. Establishing camps to facilitate both offense and defense. Cautiously breaking camp to prevent enemy attacks. Analyzing the terrain to seize strategic advantages. And discerning friend from foe to ensure victory. The fragments of knowledge from his past life, whenever even a modicum was applied to reality, yielded remarkable results. He, accompanied by the River Bay infantry, oversaw the refugees as they formed long lines, arriving at the small dock of the River Bay Peninsula. Through the small boats that scurried back and forth, everyone was ferried to the opposite refugee encampment. This camp, meticulously constructed by the Julian over several months, was no less impressive than the hastily erected cassava flour processing plant created by Rio in just 1 month. The side facing the wilderness featured 4 mounted crossbows. Although it was fortified with walls on all 4 sides, the southwest side abutted River Bay, the northwest faced the Wildman's encampment across the river, and the southeast was bordered by treacherous marshlands. The greatest threat loomed from the northeast wilderness, hence the 4 crossbows were strategically positioned in that direction. The Wildman's camp had no need for such contraptions, as the Basaka people were all archers, their long-range capabilities unparalleled in the wilderness. When it came to city defense, as long as there were sufficient longbows and arrows, individuals of all ages could take to the walls to unleash a rain of arrows. The area occupied by this camp was comparable in size to the other 2 camps, being 30% larger than the cassava processing plant, roughly half the size of a regular military camp. However, to take advantage of the terrain, it was not a complete square. The walls on all sides exhibited varying degrees of curvature. In addition to the 4 hard-won second-hand crossbows from Julian, the camp was stocked with a significant quantity of inexpensive spears, swords, shields, crossbows, and bolts. The camp, which typically accommodates 2,000 inhabitants, can double its capacity during wartime, providing refuge for those seeking to escape the chaos. Among the 500 skilled laborers supporting the construction of Rivermouth Town, only 100 remain, while the remaining 400 have returned to the refugee camp. Of these, 300 will interchange with the newly arrived refugees, accompanying Leo to the gravel hills to explore new territories, leaving 100 to mentor the newcomers. At present, 1,500 pioneers have settled in, with their needs for food, shelter, and daily living meticulously arranged, creating an environment of order and efficiency, not counting the newly recruited 3,000 refugees. River Bay already boasts a population of 1,500, far surpassing the prosperity of a typical pioneer knight's domain. The wealth generated by organized production, hunting, gathering, and timber processing is astonishing. If all resources were converted into currency, after deducting necessary expenses, the monthly profit could reach 60 gold suler. Yet, Julian has yet to invest in a single set of standard arms. Aside from essential supplies, any surplus output is utilized to procure production materials and weaponry, aimed at enhancing the productivity of his subjects and the combat effectiveness of his troops. Currently, the financial records merely reflect a balance between income and expenditure. The experience gained from arduous survival and the theories provided by Leo have solidified Julian's belief in a fundamental truth. Money spent is the only real currency. When establishing the cassava flour processing plant, River Bay did not find it overly burdensome. It merely halted logging and procurement of arms at the refugee camp. The production activities of the villagers and the daily hunts of the wild folk were minimally affected. However, venturing into the gravel hills now appears to be a strain on resources. Consequently, Julian, responsible for logistical support, and Olivia are overwhelmed with pressure, wishing they could stretch a single copper coin to meet their needs. Exhausting their hard-earned savings to satisfy Leo's requirements has become a necessity. In contrast, Leo, the pioneering leader, appears considerably more at ease. By the time Fisa and Freya return to River Bay, Leo has already settled the refugees and returned to the River Bay Peninsula with a few subordinates. It is impossible for him to pass by his home without entering. Although he is devoted to the survival and development of his people, he is not noble enough to abandon his family. Even during the most critical phases of constructing Rivermouth Town, Leo frequently sneaks back to the peninsula to spend time with Olivia and playfully tease Freya and Little Mouse. Knowing Leo would return today, Olivia intentionally concluded her workday early, preparing a grand feast with her friends and several goblin companions. As Leo took his seat at the wooden table in the Lord's house, Olivia called out, "Dinner is served." The slightly ajar front door of the house was flung open, and Freya burst in like a fluffy ball, tumbling and rolling, her body quickly shrinking as she dashed through the entrance. At last, she steadied herself before the wooden table, her height reduced to that of a diminutive mouse, barely managing to squeeze her ample belly into the gap between the table and the bench. Fraser, panting, followed closely behind, taking a seat opposite Leo, alongside Freya and the little mouse. The trio of fools from the riverbend sat hand in hand, their heads resting on the wooden table, gazing longingly at the food. Yet, Julian had not yet returned home, and according to custom, they could not eat before him. A few small dog-headed creatures, brought along by Olivia, scurried beneath the table, eagerly awaiting morsels from the diners. While waiting for Julian's return, Olivia engaged in casual conversation with Leo. Fraser running a trade? How intriguing. Olivia, having received her commission, still found it hard to believe. She had also been informed by the militia on duty, knowing that Fraser had ventured to the river mouth with a band of dog-headed creatures and goods, but she merely assumed it was at Leo's behest. Little did she expect that Fraser had cleverly exploited this information gap, nearly succeeding in selling herself. Leo, however, cared little for the customs, engaging in idle chatter while stealthily indulging in the food. Chapter 165. A dream feast on either side of the unlit fire pit. Two rough-hewn long wooden tables bore an array of nearly identical dishes. Each person's plate was adorned with a generous portion of roasted, freshly cooked venison steak, a piece of soft bread infused with the unique sweet aroma of deer antler cassava, and two unfamiliar fresh fruits. In front of the plates lay a communal platter, brimming with ready-to-eat vegetables, fruits, jerky, and cheese. Alongside the platter were jars filled with butter, honey, and jam, much like the feast depicted in television dramas featuring Vikings. The ambience was primitive yet abundant. Compared to the arduous days of 6 months prior, this was truly a dream feast for everyone. The three sisters across the table were practically drooling. Of course, such a lavish dinner was a rarity. It was in celebration of Leo's return. Having spent a week in Riverbend preparing to select and train settlers for the rugged hills, Leo had not returned home. It was as if a brief separation had rekindled their affection, and Olivia expressed her joy through the bounty of food. Upon seeing Olivia's friend, the young widow Agatha, serve the food, Leo positioned himself behind the group, pouring wine into the glasses on the table. He casually remarked, "Do take a seat." "Not a chance," the proud young widow Agatha declared. "I am now Olivia's maid." Leo could not help but scoff. "You've become a servant, and yet you take pride in it?" Agatha was unfazed, giggling. "Well, it's certainly better than pouring drinks for rough village men at the tavern, isn't it?" She had previously assisted Ruth in managing a small inn, adept at serving dishes and pouring drinks. Clearly, something unpleasant had transpired, leading her to leave her former job and come to serve Olivia instead. Ruth's tavern was not lacking in patrons, as the population in Riverbend continued to swell and the small commercial street by the dock expanded in tandem. The quaint tavern now occupies a full 4 storefronts, complete with second-story accommodations. The village maidens of the riverside, rather than toil alongside their parents in the fields, find it more advantageous to earn a living on the bustling commercial street. The local lords of the riverside are extraordinarily stringent in their governance, ensuring that oppression is a rarity. However, the village's hapless bachelors, who have never tasted the sweetness of prosperity, and the mercenaries who have not endured the wrath of the riverside guards, reveal their true natures after a cup of ale, often behaving inappropriately towards the tavern maidens, with a plethora of crude remarks. Some village girls choose to endure the indignities with grace, believing that civility brings prosperity, while others erupt in confrontations that escalate into chaos. Agatha, fortuitously, belongs to the latter category. Each time she raises a ruckus, Rutherf stands behind the counter, amused, waiting for the opportune moment to intervene and support Agatha. As for the impact on business, a joke. Rutherf, now a prosperous gentleman, has little concern for such trifles. What he craves is the authority and thrill of dispensing justice. Yet, after several incidents, Agatha comes to the realization that being a tavern maiden is not her calling. She promptly dismisses Rutherf and takes up the position of maidservant to Olivia in the lordess grand abode. However, Agatha's role as Olivia's maidservant is not one of lowly status. With the riverside expanding to such dimensions, Olivia has become the logistical overseer for thousands. commanding dozens of heads of departments who report to her daily. Some small merchants and external investors seek to cultivate relationships with her through various means. Agatha, while attending to Olivia, is not merely tasked with cooking and pouring drinks. She is also involved in managing the logistical affairs of the riverside. It is exhausting, yet the power she wields is considerable. Should she harbor any dubious intentions, she could easily amass a fortune. Olivia, too, finds herself in a predicament. Aside from her trusted goblin head servant, Agatha is her only reliable aid. The other village girls who are close to her either lack competence, restricted to menial tasks such as laundry and sweeping, or unstable in character, unable to maintain their integrity in the face of substantial gain. In truth, given the current economic conditions of the riverside, it is rather parsimonious of Olivia to employ but a single maidservant. Similarly, a knightly lord ought to provide each family member with a maidservant, along with professional stewards, coachmen, grooms, chefs, and both male and female attendants. How else can one uphold the dignity of nobility? One would be mocked upon venturing out. Should the noble ladies of Ethenborg catch sight of Olivia in her current state, they would be utterly embarrassed to associate with her. Freya, the competitive child, upon hearing Agatha's words, immediately declares, "I also wish to serve as a maid to Sister Olivia." The little mouse eagerly follows suit, exclaiming, "Me too." Fiza observes their spirited dispute with envious eyes. Yet, as the Goblin King, she must maintain her persona and cannot partake in this contest for influence. Alas, how I envy you youthful ones, while I stand aloof, feeling the chill of solitude. Just as she speaks, Julian strides in from outside, engrossed in a letter he holds in his hand. Beside him was a small goblin, serving as his literary advisor. Upon seeing the words, he remarked, "What is this nonsense?" The goblin, evidently familiar with the correspondence, promptly elucidated to see the letter is akin to seeing the other person. Oh, Julian continued to peruse the letter, while the goblin discreetly rolled his eyes. The phrase "time flies" simply signifies the passage of time. After laboriously finishing the letter, Julian slammed the paper onto the dining table, indignantly exclaiming, "That old den is flaunting his refined language in front of me, taking advantage of my lack of education." Leo, taking the letter for a cursory read, found it equally challenging. This was a missive from Rigolov addressed to Julian, yet it was not a convoluted piece of imperial eloquence. Rather, it was written in straightforward language, albeit with a few slightly sophisticated terms. The general gist conveyed that the Gladstone family was contemplating a scheme, but it had been suppressed, assuring Julian that there was no cause for concern, along with a few mundane pleasantries. Julian, after all, was a rough-hewn man, having received only the most basic military training, which allowed him to comprehend simple military documents and orders. Rigolov, hailing from a traditional knightly family, naturally possessed a certain literary cultivation. "You must read more. Our family's cultural standing has been dragged down by you," Leo admonished Julian in a tone befitting an elder. Julian glared back in anger, retorting, "How much better are you than me? What about that?" Saventine, his literary advisor, quickly interjected, "We're equally matched." Julian maintained his glare, affirming. Indeed, deep down, he recognized that with the flourishing development of the River Bend, his own cultural literacy indeed warranted enhancement. After all, if he had the goblin to read the letter for him, why would he need to read it himself? Nonetheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Even if he acknowledged the truth, Leo felt somewhat guilty as well, for when including Freya, an eccentric being, along with the youngest goblin, his literacy level remained among the lowest. Their long-standing rivalry for the title of least literate was a testament to their stubbornness. Busy and lazy, Leo reasoned that with diligence and effort, given his current intellect, mastering a foreign language should not be beyond him, especially compared to Julian, the roughneck. The imperial script he had learned was gleaned from observing Olivia and the little mouse teaching River Bend's children and goblins, with his serious attendance at lessons being exceedingly rare. Chapter 166, The Formal Departure. Ultimately, it was the ultimate great Olivia of River Bend who concluded their quarrel. Two illiterates. Time to eat. Leo's venison steak had dwindled to a mere skeleton during their idle chatter, which he casually handed to the eagerly awaiting goblin below. The goblin showed no disdain, eagerly gnawing on the bone, prompting several other goblins to rush over and engage in a tussle over it. The little mouse, meanwhile, offered her portion of venison steak to Sykes beneath the table, discreetly gesturing towards Leo. Sykes could only suppress his saliva as he assisted her in transporting the food. However, Freya was not one to let the little mouse's flattery succeed, and she stealthily slipped under the table to intercept the little mouse's advancing troops. The mission of the Seekers was at hand as they scurried around the fire pit, clutching a venison steak. By the time Olivia noticed and called out to them, Freya and several of the little dog-headed creatures were already rolling in the ashes of the fire pit. Olivia, with her hand pressed to her forehead, could only glare at this foolish pack, watching them finish their meal before preparing to bathe them. Julian diminished the cultural standards of the Lord's manor, while Freya lowered the overall intelligence of the household. The young widow, Agatha, watched the interactions within the manor with a cheerful demeanor, genuinely envious of such a life. Alone and solitary, she found her own existence devoid of such clever and amusing company. After finishing their meal and chatting for a while, Leo rose and said, "I shall take a stroll around the opposite camp." The camp of displaced persons, filled with 1,500 souls, though tamed by Leo's discipline, still left him with an uneasy mind. He planned to patrol before nightfall, instilling a sense of awe among the populace. In the beginning, he had taken a hands-off approach, relying on Julian to manage affairs. Now, as the responsibilities grew, he began to feel the weight of various challenges. He, along with Julian and Vicky, as senior leaders of the Riverbend Lord's army, could maintain a faade of impartiality, adhering strictly to the established regulations. However, the Riverbend infantry and the wild hunters under their command were far from high-caliber force. The squad leaders at the grassroots level were also unable to enforce discipline with unwavering resolve. While the soldiers presented themselves as docile sheep before Leo, they displayed a markedly haughty demeanor towards the newly recruited displaced persons. The North still bore remnants of a heavy slave culture. Although the total number of slaves was not vast, each city hosted a considerable slave market. Many soldiers instinctively regarded these newly recruited refugees as slaves, quick to resort to beatings and threats, even drawing their blades. Furthermore, the squad leaders, when their subordinates erred, often subconsciously dismissed the severity of the misdeeds, choosing to overlook them. When issues escalated to the point of requiring Leo's intervention, the dilemma arose. On one side stood their sworn brothers, and on the other, the unfamiliar displaced persons, the choice of whom to favor was glaringly obvious. Leo found himself at a loss regarding these unruly soldiers, compelled to repeatedly emphasize military orders, enhance education, and apprehend a few troublemakers as examples to instill fear. On the other hand, the newly recruited displaced persons were by no means innocuous. The people of the North were renowned for their fierce bravery, a quality that could easily be substituted with barbaric volatility. It was nearly inevitable for any northern man to possess a temper. Moreover, the survival dynamics within the feudal lord society hinged upon the exploitation of the vassals by their lords and the subsequent resistance of the vassals against their lords. Not all lords were as benevolent, generous, and far-sighted as the Lord of Riverbend, who not only exempted his subjects from onerous taxes, but also compensated them for their labor. Many lords would impose a tax one day and a corvée the next, continuously leaping back and forth to satiate their own lavish lifestyles, often pushing their subjects to the brink of endurance. The subjects have been severely oppressed. Either they resort to lethargy or choose rebellion to compel their lord to exhibit moderation. Some may even resort to slaying the Lord's tax collectors, setting their village ablaze, and retreating into the wilderness to live as outcasts. The truly docile and kind-hearted have long since vanished. Thus, among the newly arrived young refugees, there exists a significant number of spirited young men. When treated well by the Lord, they labor diligently in return. Conversely, if the soldiers treat them unjustly, many will protest and even band together in resistance. In any society, the survival space of the lower classes cannot solely rely on the moral boundaries of the ruling class. They must also strive for their own rights. This is the essence of class struggle, which Leo cannot rectify in a short span of time. He must continually enhance patrols and promulgate decrees, for neither side dares to cause unrest beneath his vigilant gaze. Education is not an instantaneous achievement. Observe how, just a month into Leo's tenure, the villagers of Riverbend have resumed their indiscriminate defecation. No matter how rigorously Julian enforces the rules, he cannot control those who fight for the right to defecate freely and engage in guerrilla tactics against the Lord. Ultimately, he finds himself at a loss. Compelled to emulate Leo by re-establishing the youth brigade and the dog-headed militia to continue admonishing the villagers for their indiscretion. On the following morning, Leo distributed the various supplies he had meticulously prepared to the refugees. Hundreds of pack donkeys and two-wheeled carts laden with provisions trailed behind the main contingent. The expedition, comprising 1,500 individuals, officially set forth towards the Stony Hills to establish a new settlement. This contingent consisted of 50 regular infantry from Riverbend, 50 wild hunters, 150 sword and shield militia, 150 crossbowmen, along with 700 young refugees and 400 women and children. The 300 militia had been trained from the refugee encampment, becoming skilled laborers through prolonged training. They had not only adapted to collective labor and mastered the use of tools, but had also developed commendable combat prowess. Given that a considerable portion of the 3,000 refugees comprised the elderly, infirm, and women and children, Leo had to select 400 relatively healthy women and children from among them to be part of the expeditionary force. Even so, the proportion of able-bodied individuals remaining in Riverbend was less than half, and any further decrease would severely hinder production and construction efforts. After all, they were venturing into the wilderness. Leo was determined not to take along any elderly, infirm, or children if at all possible. Protected by a substantial contingent of soldiers and militia, this unwieldy group of pioneers felt secure against marauding tribes. The route from Riverbend to the Stony Hills had already undergone several improvements during encounters with the Wolfman Coalition, the integration of the wolf-toothed wildlings, and the transportation of game by hunting parties. Adhering once more to established practices, Leo ensured that the march proceeded at a measured pace, allowing for ongoing repairs along the way. This time, the upgraded road could accommodate 2 carts traveling side by side and straighten many of the winding mountain paths. Strong wooden bridges were constructed over the previously impassable ravines and streams, ensuring smoother travel ahead. The presence of a multitude is advantageous. When encountering aspects that do not meet Leo's approval, a contingent of 100 is left to regroup while the main force continues along the well-trodden path. Before nightfall, the team assigned to the repairs concludes their work and rejoins the larger group. The direct distance from the River Bay to the Gravel Hill hunting camp measures 15 kilometers. Yet the actual journey is nearly doubled. With the extensive construction of bridges and the opening of mountain trails, the effective distance has been reduced to 20 kilometers. Under such conditions, a day's walk would not be required to traverse 20 kilometers, and galloping on horseback would take less than an hour. Once the River Bay establishes its own pasture and cultivates a cadre of cavalry, mounted infantry could provide support to any outpost within the realm of River Bay in a single day. After lingering for 3 days, the main force finally reaches the hunting camp at the Gravel Hills. Chapter 167. Gravel Fort, situated to the northeast of River Bay and southeast of the Grand Canyon. The Gravel Hills encompass an area of less than 500 square kilometers. This terrain predominantly features gently rolling hills, interspersed with a few modest stone mountains. A mountain range extends from the southern end of the Grand Canyon, boasting several peaks that soar above 2,000 meters. This range continues into the southern part of the Gravel Hills, ultimately merging with the surrounding landscape. Once the lair of wild boars, now a hunting camp, and destined to become the Gravel Fort, it rests at the very tip of this mountain range. Nestled between 2 low stone hills, it forms a passage leading northward. Although the peaks on either side are not particularly high, reaching only a few hundred meters, they are quite steep, adorned with bare stone walls. To the north, south, and east of the Gravel Hills lies an endless expanse of forest. To travel from the southern forest to the northern one must either pass through this mountain pass or traverse the western mountain range, or take a lengthy detour of several dozen miles to circumvent the eastern forest. Previously, Leo had led the Firefly Adventure team northward in search of the Grand Canyon, and later, during the migration of the Wolf Fong tribes, they had crossed the western mountains, which proved to be a considerable waste of time and energy. After seizing the wild boar lair, all hunting parties heading north utilized this mountain pass. The widest part of this mountain pass spans a full kilometer, extending 4 to 5 kilometers in depth, interspersed with streams and hidden ravines. The wild boar lair is merely located at the southern exit of the pass, utilizing the terrain to construct several caves, wooden walls, and watchtowers. The hunting camp mirrors this arrangement, with a sturdy wooden wall erected on a natural foundation 5 to 6 meters high at the exit, and another row of wooden walls constructed at the narrowest point above the pass, complemented by several watchtowers to address security concerns. Leo's objective is to replace these 2 rows of wooden walls with more robust stone walls. Should the population grow in the future, a wall could be constructed at the exit a few kilometers north. The area between the 2 walls is ample enough to accommodate thousands of residents. Currently, at the southern exit, aside from a gentle slope less than 100 meters wide, both sides are flanked by natural stone walls rising 5 to 6 meters high. The enemy seeks to assault this place from the south, and, aside from attacking through the gentle slope at the main entrance, they must first devise a method to scale the 6-meter-high rock face before assaulting the city walls. In the past, Rio endeavored to eradicate the coalition of wild boar men and wolfmen, repeatedly attempting to lure them into open terrain for battle, deliberately avoiding these rocky cliffs. This is also why Julian did not oppose Rio's initiative to establish Stonefort. Rather, he wholeheartedly supported it. Deep within the northern Wolf Driver region, a constant influx of foreign tribes arrives. Once this mountain pass is occupied, eradication becomes exceedingly difficult. Not all foreign tribes are as foolish as the previous wild boar men and wolfmen, should they choose to remain entrenched at the mountain pass. Utilizing the terrain to fend off attacks from the river bay, while continuously absorbing smaller foreign tribes from the north, they could swiftly grow into a formidable force, posing a significant threat to the river bay territory. Rather than allowing such a scenario to unfold, it is prudent to seize this window of opportunity, quickly occupy the area, construct a gateway, and establish a home advantage. Rio directed the bulk of his forces into the valley, quickly setting up camp and mobilizing labor to commence construction. Some began dismantling the original wooden walls and leveling the ground, relying on the natural terrain to erect the city walls. Others ventured out to fell trees, returning with timber for processing. Meanwhile, another group worked within the camp to clear debris, level the ground, and build shelters. This time, Rio not only brought skilled laborers and newly recruited refugees, but also several craftsmen trained in River Bay, including carpenters, stonemasons, bricklayers, and kiln workers. Since the establishment of the charcoal kiln in River Bay, brick kilns had also been erected. However, due to the remoteness from other settlements, the bricks produced could only be utilized locally, yielding no economic gain, which limited the manpower allocated for production. Typically, bricks were only employed when constructing facilities like blast furnaces, fireplaces, or fire pits within the settlement. Given that Stonefort carries the designation of a fort, it must be sturdier than the other military-style encampments. Its walls are no longer constructed from wood, but instead are entirely built from rammed earth, stone, and bricks combined with cement. The interior is filled with rammed earth or concrete, while the exterior is enveloped in stone and brick, complete with battlements and parapets. Such walls, even in their smallest configurations, require a considerable amount of labor to construct. Nevertheless, Rio remains unhurried, for the hunting teams scattered around the stony hills have yet to report any signs of foreign invasion, granting him ample time. Moreover, the natural defenses of Stonefort are formidable. Even a modest repair of 1 or 2 meters, combined with the existing 5 to 6 meter rock face below, would render it a veritable stronghold in the wilderness. Beneath the rock face inside the mountain pass, the wild boar men had excavated numerous caves of varying depths for habitation or storage. Although the external shanties were consumed by the fierce flames of the black-furred, dog-headed man, these caves remained unscathed. With some minor adjustments, they could be utilized. One particular cave, delving deep into the mountain, is exceptionally spacious and was used by the wild boar men as a secure granary for their supplies. Regrettably, a malevolent colossal beast, in its quest to pilfer the sustenance within, excavated a tunnel several hundred meters long from the opposite side of the mountain. Although this passage has been obstructed by the wild boar men with rubble, it could still serve as an external conduit if cleared. Perhaps one day, it may prove unexpectedly useful. Previously, the wild inhabitants of the hunting camp carved a narrow path along the mountainside adjacent to the city wall, erecting a watchtower atop a small cliff over 20 meters high. From the vantage point of the cliff watchtower, Leo could behold the entirety of the scene within the mountain pass. The collective efforts of over 1,000 individuals had resulted in a truly magnificent spectacle. with throngs of people bustling about and teams transporting materials tirelessly across various zones. Gazing toward the southwest, one could faintly discern the upper section of the Anzino River waterfall, shrouded in mist at the cloud's edge, while its lower part remained concealed by the undulating mountains. Beyond the mountain pass, to the north lay an endless expanse of rolling hills, strewn with rubble and sparse vegetation, only dotted with thickets of cassava and patches of grass. This area teemed with wild goats and gray rabbits, thus concealing numerous predatory beasts, including the occasional presence of wolves. Leo disapproved of the hunting parties from the river bend, venturing northward across the mountain pass. To him, every wild hunter was an elite marksman, a crucial asset to the river bend's range firepower. However, the wild men adhered to their own way of life. To set aside the longbow in favor of a hoe was deemed a disgrace, an endeavor reserved solely for the women of the tribe. When a wild hunter relinquished his longbow to wield a hoe, it signified an admission of aging and diminished strength, a recognition of no longer being a worthy warrior. With the establishment of thoroughfare, transportation between Rubble Fort and the river bend became exceedingly convenient, with cargo trucks carrying pioneering supplies departing in the morning and arriving by nightfall. The forests flanking the road had long been stripped of their wildlife due to the relentless patrols of the wild hunting parties. Nonetheless, beneath the majestic barrier on the foothills, the occasional brown bear and saber-toothed tiger still wandered into the plains. Yet, the river bend's convoys were not easily intimidated. They would not be deterred by one or two ferocious beasts. Chapter 168, The Dog-Headed Life-Saving Banner. As early October arrived, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and Rubble Fort could distinctly feel the chill of the northern winds. The laborers tasked with constructing the opposite wall at the mountain pass were particularly acutely aware of the cold. The geography of the mountain pass resembled a Grand Canyon, high in the center and lower at both ends, with the northern wall built at its highest and narrowest point. Standing atop the northern wall felt akin to being at the mouth of a tempest. However, most of the pioneers of Rubble Fort were northern refugees, unperturbed by such brisk winds. Migrants like Leo, who journeyed from the shores of the northern ice river, were akin to those who donned light clothing during heavy snowfall. This cold breeze felt to him like a gentle spring zephyr. In years past, by this time, the northern ice river had already begun to snow, while he would be barefoot, clad in a tattered linen shirt, scouring the fields for mice. Only a handful of refugees, who originally resided near Wrangell, would shiver in such biting winds, fretting about their survival through the winter. Aside from the construction of the gravel fortress, the production in Riverbend Town and the River Bay territory continued unabated, with the harvested grain completed by the end of September. The wheat fields on the River Bay Peninsula, under the meticulous care of Rashka, achieved an astonishing yield of an average of 1,000 pounds per acre. Nearly 300,000 pounds of barley were stored in warehouses, alongside a substantial amount of legumes and root crops, greatly enriching River Bay's food reserves, coupled with the ongoing procurement of wheat and the production of cassava flour. Even if all production were to halt now, there would still be sufficient provisions for everyone to endure the impending harsh winter. Moreover, this is merely the harvest of one season. The local elder farmers asserted that such fertile land could yield another crop of winter wheat, allowing for an additional bounty come spring. However, given the geographical conditions akin to Western Europe with the current technology and seed varieties, a harvest amounting to half of that in summer would be considered a remarkable success. Julian had contemplated continuing the cultivation of barley, which has a shorter growth period and higher yield, but was dissuaded by the elder farmers. In Ethampole, even the finest barley seeds, when sown in autumn, could not withstand the winter frosts, resulting in total crop failure. Naturally, Julian acquiesced, eagerly directing the villagers to replant winter wheat, hopeful for a second harvest in the coming year. The extensive clearings in the forests surrounding the River Bay Peninsula revealed a half-meter thick layer of humus, beneath which lay hard, compact clay and troublesome tree roots. A single northern donkey, tasked with pulling a light plow, proved ineffective on such barren land. It would require two robust northern donkeys or large bulls, in conjunction with a wheeled heavy plow, to make any progress. Furthermore, irrigation posed a challenge. While the planning of water channels was underway, the actual implementation would be no small feat. Julian could only proceed to plant cassava for the time being, deferring consideration of other crops until the following spring. Cassava flour, however, is hardly a suitable food for humans, while a meal or two may be tolerable. Excessive consumption would turn the entire River Bay territory into a veritable realm of flatulence, deterring even goblins from approaching. Additionally, the mild toxins present do not leave humans entirely unaffected. After a meal of cassava flour, one would feel lethargic and drained, only desiring sleep. However, it serves as a decent dinner for laborers, as they would fall asleep immediately afterward, lacking the energy to engage in any disputes. Upon awakening the next day, having digested the toxins, they would return as vigorous and robust men. In contrast, goblins have a preference for this food, as it does not cause bloating or flatulence, although it does induce a slight euphoric state accompanied by mild hallucinations. Some goblins even secretly consume the toxic peel of cassava, conducting tests through their own bodies to determine a non-lethal dosage. If you happen to see a goblin sprawled on the ground, tongue lolling, drooling, and twitching slightly, there is no cause for alarm. That is merely a goblin who has indulged in the cassava peel, experiencing the effects of its hallucinogenic properties. In the gentle chill of the breeze, Leo stood atop the city walls, now risen to a height of 4 meters. Observing a convoy of cargo wagons as they gradually passed through the western gate, all the while perusing a letter from Julian, the leader of the caravan. This missive, penned by the hand of the Lord Julian himself, urged him to expedite the repairs of Stoneford and return to Riverbend for his wedding. Although 6 out of 10 words were misspelled, the message was nonetheless comprehensible. Notably, the critical phrase concerning his marriage to Olivia was entirely accurate. The steely-hearted Lord Julian could no longer withstand the daily barrage of his daughter's longing glances and subtle hints, and he proactively proposed to wed her to Leo. As Riverbend gradually stabilized and its population surged, a wave of marriages ensued, with local families frequently celebrating nuptials at the temple. As a member of Julian's kin and a core part of his people, the villagers of the Riverbend Peninsula received particular attention, with many widows and widowers forming new families. Initially, Julian found joy in attending each wedding to bestow his blessings, but as the frequency of these celebrations became overwhelming, he delegated this duty to his goblin advisor. During dinner, whenever a new couple celebrated their union, Olivia would exclaim, "So and so is getting married. How early? They seem younger than me by a year. It's far too soon. Or so and so has been together for ages. It's just that their families didn't approve until now. How wonderful." In response to her musings, Julian could only manage a retort through a grunt of discomfort born from the cassava flour he had consumed. The letter also detailed the items included in the batch of support supplies: essential provisions, ironware, tools, and 3,000 sets of thick, double-layered cloth coats and gloves, intended for distribution to the laboring refugees as winter attire. Clearly, the concerns of the pioneering refugees were unfounded. The Lord of Riverbend had already considered every aspect. Beyond the inexpensive protective garments, Leo had also stockpiled a collection of furs through the Wildman's hunting parties, which would be distributed as rewards to commendable workers once the engineering project concluded, ensuring they could endure a warm winter. Finally, Julian included a flourish of eloquence. On the day Stoneford is completed, the knights shall return. Just as Leo was engrossed in reading the letter, a sentry atop the cliff face suddenly called out, "There's movement ahead." Leo lifted his gaze towards the direction indicated by the sentry. It was towards Riverbend, but a dense expanse of pine trees obscured his view. Only from the lookout tower above could one discern any activity in the riverbank clearings. Yet Leo felt no anxiety, for the presence of Stoneford transformed the vast woodlands between the Anzino River and Stonehill into the backyard of Riverbend. Any force exceeding 100 individuals would not escape the watchful eyes of Riverbend's domain. During this period, in addition to Riverbend's own convoys, various adventuring parties ventured into the wilderness along the thoroughfares constructed by Riverbend. Like the Firefly Adventuring Group, they would eagerly inquire, who is the finest guide in Riverbend? As Julian eagerly sought out the finest wilderness scouts, he was met with the audacious demand of 80 copper pieces per day from these adventurers, refusing to offer even 100. Enraged, Julian nearly resolved to hang them on the spot. However, a small sum is still a sum, and 80 copper pieces surpassed the daily bounty of many wilderness scouts. After all, the scouts had patrolling duties and could only hunt small game on their way unless they joined a hunting party. Ultimately, Julian extolled the virtues of the wilderness scouts until he secured their services for a mere 2 silver coins a day, renting them out to the parsimonious adventurers. He instructed the scouts to guide the adventurers on a leisurely tour of the garden behind the river bay, encouraging them to delve into bear or tiger dens and return with 1 or 2 beasts akin to a patrol. Upon their return, they could also collect a tax on their catch. After a moment's pause, Leo inquired, "Did you see clearly?" The sentinel maintained a vigilant watch for a while longer, his demeanor relaxing as he replied, "It is the flag of the dog-headed savior." Chapter 169. The Sacred Mountain of the Dogmen. Leo waited a while longer before he beheld a large throng of dog-headed beings emerging from the bend of the forest path, brandishing a white banner. Much akin to the battle standards of the northern tribes, the white fabric bore the image of a yellow dog head with a lopsided grin. Leo swore this was certainly not his design. Within the lordly hall of the river bay, a colossal wild boar's head hung upon the wall behind the lord's throne, accompanied by crossed, massive battle axes and stone hammers, all spoils from the wilderness conflicts. Beneath the crossed weapons lay a rectangular banner, black in color, adorned with a white auspicious knot. Nearly all lords' banners were rectangular. However, the Knights of the Corner banners utilized smaller triangular flags for the sake of battlefield command, hence their designation. Once the river bay established its foothold, Julian needed to prepare a banner for his family. Initially, Julian intended to hastily create a design for the Lord's flag, perhaps featuring a sword thrust into the head of a wild boar. Unfortunately, there were no skilled artists or seamstresses in the river bay to bring Julian's vision to life. After an entire afternoon of sketching, Leo and the little mouse produced an abstract cartoonish boar head, leading to a day-long debate between Julian and Olivia, with one insisting it resembled a dog head and the other a pig head, nearly causing a rift between father and daughter. Of course, the esteemed family of artisans in Isenball specialized in crafting noble crests and battle flags, capable of producing any emblem one desired, albeit at an exorbitant price. The creation of a single flag commanded 2 golden shures. Julian remarked, "I possess 2 gold coins. Surely, purchasing 4 robust northern donkeys would be more advantageous." In the end, Leo proposed his own solution. Armed with a pencil and ruler, he sketched a simple design of a peace knot and entrusted it to the village seamstress, requesting that she embroider it onto the battle flag in proportion. Leo conveyed to them that this design symbolized unity, making it particularly fitting for the current circumstances of the river bay. However, the abstract cartoonish head of the wild boar was not wasted. It was adopted by Faisa as her emblem, embroidered onto the white flag of the dog-headed people. Clearly, the seamstress's skills were lacking, and she stubbornly believed it represented a dog as head, leading to further abstraction on the battle standard. How could the dog-headed people's banner possibly feature a wild boar's head? Ultimately, it transformed into a yellow, round dog head with a crooked smile. Leo dubbed it the dog-headed lifesaver flag. As long as the dog-headed people bore this banner, they would be spared from the attacks of the humans from the Bay of Rivers. With their own flag, the cohesion of the dog-headed people in the valley noticeably strengthened. The wild and unruly black-furred, dog-headed individuals and the developing wolf cubs became particularly obedient. Under the protection of the dog-headed lifesaver flag were Faisa riding on Freya, accompanied by a large entourage of golden-haired, dog-headed bodyguards. Now, Freya not only wore heavy shackles around her neck, but also bore a soft saddle pad strapped to her back. If this continued, Freya would soon be tamed by Faisa, reduced to her personal steed. After waiting for a moment, Leo focused his gaze again and grew anxious. He jumped down from the city wall, landing deftly on the ground with a light touch against the stone wall. Behind Faisa, Little Mouse clung to her waist, also perched on Freya's back, peering around curiously. The Little Mouse of today was no longer the ragged, hollow-eyed beggar of the past. Her chin had even developed a baby fat, her face clean, and her pair of dark, lively eyes brimmed with vitality. She wore a meticulously crafted little jacket made by Olivia, with the collar and cuffs lined with soft mink fur, and topped with a long-furred rabbit-eared hat to shield against the cold wind. Aside from her small head, she bore a striking resemblance to the dog-headed people. Leo was truly angry. He strode over, plucking Little Mouse from her perch, questioning Faisa and Freya. "How could you bring Little Mouse out here? It's far too dangerous." Freya feigned ignorance. "Oh, is it dangerous here?" Although they had traversed several miles through the pine woods, which Leo referred to as the backyard of the Bay of Rivers, numerous wild beasts still roamed within. Occasionally, small alien creatures, or even human poachers would sneak in from the depths of the eastern forest. Freya possessed an invulnerable body, and Faisa had hundreds of loyal, golden-haired, dog-headed followers. But what did Little Mouse have? A mere road deer could engage her in a fierce battle for 300 rounds. Little Mouse could only weakly explain for them, "Leo, I came here by myself." Leo immediately lost his temper, yet seeing Faisa and Freya's nonchalant demeanor left him feeling unsettled. An idea struck him. Pointing at Freya's rear, he exclaimed in horror, "What is that?" "Freya, do you have something stuck on your backside?" Freya, startled, turned to check her own rear, but unfortunately, her gradually expanding physique, akin to that of a giant panda, prevented her from seeing her own hindquarters. In a state of utter panic, Freya spun in circles, ultimately losing her balance and collapsing to the ground, struggling futilely. Naturally, Faisa was unseated by her antics, finding herself trapped beneath Freya's thrashing form. Cradling her little princess, Leo effortlessly subdued two alien princesses while surveying the kobold entourage, inquiring, "What brings you here? Are you preparing to trade at the stone fragment fortress once more?" In addition to the kobold guards accompanying them, Faisa was followed by a long line of small carts and wagons laden with various goods. One cart even bore an elderly, hairless kobold. This was the ancient shaman of the Kobold Valley, remarkably still alive despite his advanced age. The typical lifespan of a kobold is merely half that of a human. Yet those who live to such an age are exceedingly rare. Such an aged, balding kobold could only be cared for by someone like Faisa. At the rear of the procession, an ogre trailed behind, evidently a mercenary hired by Faisa. After finally wriggling free from Freya's grasp, Faisa scrambled to her feet, excitement radiating from her as she exclaimed, "No, we are headed to the sacred mountain of the kobolds." Leo raised an eyebrow, skeptically questioning the sacred mountain of the kobolds. Is that credible? He had heard the tales of a sacred mountain, but the kobold tribe of 100 or so retained only the most rudimentary of legends. The shaman, devoid of cultural heritage, clearly lacked the vocabulary to convey much. In any case, they were oblivious to the location or appearance, only able to express vague sentiments of grandeur and distance. "The old shaman has been there. He remembers the way," Faisa declared enthusiastically. "When the great dog star appears atop the Borak Peak, the sacred mountain will open and all the kobold tribes will come to pay homage. Our tribe is too small. We haven't worshipped at the sacred mountain for many, many years. Only the old shaman has been there. I, the clever Faisa, the kobold king, shall go to pay homage and receive the blessings of the kobold god." Chapter 170. Faisa's endeavors upon hearing Faisa's words. Leo cast a dubious glance at the old kobold shaman. This aged creature was so frail that he could barely move, lying helplessly on the cart. Thankfully, the Kobold Valley now had access to flour and cassava, for had they been reliant on their former coarse fare, he likely would have perished from overindulgence. Observing the shaman's dim eyes and feeble condition, Leo found him utterly untrustworthy. He harbored a fear that the old kobold might, in a moment of delirium, lead his clan to pursue a non-existent faith. After all, excessive consumption of kobold cassava could induce all manner of hallucinations. Thus, he addressed the little mouse. "You are forbidden from going." The little mouse pouted, her bottom beginning to wiggle. Leo, unyielding, grasped her by the collar and proceeded toward the stone fragment fortress. Meanwhile, Faisa's kobold entourage brazenly paraded through the fortress gates, waving their banner high. The southern wall of the shattered stone fortress is perched on the edge of a natural stone cliff. Due to the elevation gradient, with the south being lower than the north, several structures have been erected upon the slopes within the fortress. Additionally, the abundant rubble and soil cleared from the interior prompted Rio to fill in the slopes, facilitating the transport of materials while conserving bricks for the inner side of the wall. Consequently, when viewed from outside the fortress, this wall appears as a towering stone face of 5 to 6 meters topped with a 4-meter-high wall, yet from within, it reveals a flat square. Thus, the gate in this wall is remarkably deep, resembling a tunnel at 7 to 8 meters in length. On a small plaza atop the wall, teams of laborers are diligently transporting bricks and stones to lay the foundation of the nearly completed wall and construct the parapets. The natural stone cliff rises 5 to 6 meters, complemented by a 4-meter wall and an additional 2 meters of parapet. From this vantage point, those below appear diminutive. This is the advantage of a formidable fortress standing atop it. Even cowards can feel like warriors. On one side of the plaza, Two stonemasons are diligently crafting stone spheres, while the corners of the wall are already stacked with numerous spherical stones, each the size of a human head. As the shattered stone fortress gradually nears completion, half of the workforce has been dispatched by Rio to the nearby forest clearings to replant cassava and harvest timber, preparing for the impending winter. Feisha, accompanied by a large contingent, enters the plaza of the shattered stone fortress, ascending onto a cart, her cloak spread wide in an effort to appear imposing. I, the king of the gnolls, bestow upon you food and weapons, she proclaims, under the curious gaze of the laborers. The gnoll warriors pulling the cart bring forth an impressive array of 10 small trailers filled with ingots of iron, pickaxe heads, crossbow bolts, and bags of wheat. Observing the laborers' bewilderment, Feisha reiterates, I, the king of the gnolls, bestow upon you food and weapons. Rio, sensing the need for encouragement, begins to applaud, prompting the laborers to join in with cheers. It is a peculiar scene, gnolls delivering speeches while humans cheer below. Rio muses over Feisha's journey laden with supplies, realizing she merely stopped by to reward her troops. Although Feisha lacks a clear strategy or political acumen, her subconscious relentlessly strives to integrate into human society. When the Wolf Fong tribes joined the River Bay, she contributed both financially and physically. As Rio constructs the rivermouth town, she engages in trade. Now, as the shattered stone fortress approaches completion, she returns to reward the pioneering settlers. The gnolls' ability to thrive within human society is due not only to the tacit approval of the rulers of River Bay, but also significantly to Feisha's myriad efforts. Were it not for Rio's understanding of her character, he might have feared she was a scheming invader from another realm. Having granted rewards to the human inhabitants in her capacity as king of the gnolls, Feisha, along with her retinue, pushes the remaining unicycles through the shattered stone fortress, continuing towards the fabled holy mountain of the gnolls. Observing the envious gaze of the little mouse, Rio hoists her onto his shoulder, exclaiming, Come, let us join the revelry. The soldiers of Stone Heap are managed by their subordinates, while the craftsmen have a chief artisan, and the laborers are overseen by a labor leader. During this period, Leo found himself with ample free time. After each significant decision was made, he became the most idle among them. Rather than languishing, he decided to take the little mouse to witness the bustling activity. The kobold troops traversed through the Stoneheap Mountain Pass, ascending along the northern slopes of the Western Mountains. Approaching the outskirts of the Great Canyon of the courtyard, Leo murmured to himself, pondering whether the sacred mountain of the kobolds might be the courtyard itself. Freya, now an expert, declared it was not the courtyard but rather just beyond it. With a sense of pride, she elaborated, the sacred mountains of the kobolds, the orcs, the wild folk, the gnolls, the boar folk, and the trolls all lie outside the courtyard. Every peak beyond the courtyard is a holy site for the diverse clans of the wilderness. It made sense. A millennium ago, the courtyard governed myriad tribes, and those residing in the Wolfbane plains revered this place as sacred. Even after centuries of being barred from the sealed courtyard, they continued to commemorate and pray in its vicinity. After nearly a full day of travel, they reached the summit on the southern side of the Great Canyon of the courtyard, where an elderly kobold shaman seemed to regain his vitality. He stood and surveyed his surroundings, finally pointing excitedly at a mountain peak beneath the Grand Barrier, exclaiming, Woof, woof, woof. The sacred mountain of the kobolds. The god of the kobolds is guiding my path. However, it was not divine guidance. Smoke was rising from there, likely from other kobold tribes that had arrived early and set up camp. After another hour of trekking, signs of kobold presence began to emerge in the woods, gradually thickening until they formed a mountain trail. Shadows of kobolds occasionally flitted between the trees lining the path, but they clearly feared this large and complex group. Face's kobold bodyguards were all muscular warriors, standing over 3 meters tall, clad in studded leather armor, and wielding heavy crossbows. If unleashed, each of these kobold guardians could easily become a chieftain of a small kobold clan. Ordinary wild kobolds, driven by the need to hunt and survive, typically develop to the size of wolves. Even with abundant food, they could not grow so stout and robust. Following the kobold guardians were over 20 semi-grown gnolls, the oldest batch raised by Feisa among her fierce kobolds. Although not yet fully grown, they already exceeded 5 meters in height, their bodies beginning to develop muscle, and their appearances becoming menacing. They bore thick iron shoulder armor with iron spikes, spike protective gear at their joints, short swords at their waists, and carried round shields on their backs. This was Face's cultivated melee unit, agile and ferocious, skilled in sword and shield combat, capable of tearing enemies apart with their sharp teeth and claws. Moreover, trailing behind them was a 3-meter-tall, two-headed ogre, a presence that the kobolds could never hope to contend with. As this formidable troop ventured into the wilderness, even when faced with double the number of adversaries, they could effortlessly vanquish their foes. Chapter 171. Faisa is expelled from the Dog Clan. As the party ascended towards the summit, an increasing number of goblin figures emerged along the path. Scattered among the woods were clearings, housing encampments of various small tribes. These modest encampments, mostly comprised of a mere 10 goblins, occasionally boasted groups exceeding 50. Apart from a few elderly shamans, the majority were goblin warriors. Leo discerned that the goblins who came to pay homage to the sacred mountain constituted the elite of their respective tribes. After all, goblins are a beleaguered race. The elderly and infirm within their ranks possess combat prowess inferior even to that of ordinary wild wolves. Traversing mountains and rivers to worship the sacred mountain is an exceedingly perilous undertaking for them. The more Leo observed, the more alarmed he became. Just in his line of sight, there were already over 10 tribes and hundreds of goblins. The Wolfbane Ridge was rife with turmoil, and amidst the chaos of the foreign coalition, it was astonishing to discover so many goblins hiding in the nooks and crannies of Wolfbane Ridge. This could not possibly represent the entirety of the goblin tribes in Wolfbane Ridge, but rather the concealed groups residing nearby. The goblins that were too distant lacked the requisite strength, faith, and heritage to traverse hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers to reach this sacred site. The goblin tribe to which Faisa belonged had been obstructed by wild boars and had not made the pilgrimage in many years. Upon reaching the summit, the vista opened up dramatically. Beside a small lake lay a flat expanse of land. Here, an even greater assembly of goblins congregated, exceeding 500, all of whom were elite warriors. There were not only golden-haired and black-haired goblins, but also lion-headed, whippet, and mastiff goblins. Gazing at the densely packed goblins, Leo felt a twinge of regret for having brought the little mouse along recklessly. Fortunately, Faisa's contingent was sufficiently large, enveloped by the goblin guards. They were shrouded in an aura of hostility, yet no small tribe dared to approach. At the end of the clearing, beneath a stone wall, stood a 5-meter-tall statue. It depicted a stout goblin, standing with a round belly, whose face bore a resemblance to that of a pug, yet its ears were remarkably large, drooping down to nearly touch its chest. Its hands were held in front of its chest, as if grasping an invisible orb. As Faisa's grand troop arrived, all the goblins turned their heads, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar visitors. The excited Faisa, oblivious to the goblins' scrutiny, rode forward boldly on Freya. The goblins in her path dared not impede her, parting like a tide to create a clear passage for Faisa. Faisa's goblin guards, having undergone 6 months of training, finally bore semblance to a proper army. They formed 2 lines flanking Faisa, subsequently standing guard along the path cleared by the goblins, pushing bystanders to the side. With robust physiques, exquisite equipment, and impeccably aligned ranks, the dog-headed banners fluttering defiantly in the wind rendered the other tribes' dog-headed creatures mere spectators. Lao, accompanied by the 2-headed ogre and a cadre of wolf-like gladiators, trailed closely behind Freya. If it weren't for the absence of a crimson carpet, Freya could have easily assumed the role of a king gracing the countryside. Upon reaching the statue of the dog-headed creature, Freya turned towards the assembly of dog-headed beings and proclaimed loudly, "I am the king of the dog-headed." The gathered dog-headed individuals exchanged glances, yet none dared to contest her declaration. Had it been a human or any other race that ventured into the sacred mountain of the dog-headed and spouted such audacity, they would have found themselves torn to shreds by the enraged dog-headed beings. However, the dynamic shifted when it came to one of their own, this black and white dog-headed creature, albeit a diminutive female, commanded the respect of her formidable kin. Her ogre guards, though seeming rather dull-witted, were indeed robust ogres. Even her mount, which appeared quite foolish, was a veritable giant bear, not to mention the fearsome wolf-like creatures who bowed to her authority. As it appeared that all the dog-headed beings were on the verge of prostrating themselves in submission to Freya, the ancient shaman of the Greyhounds, obstructed by the golden-haired guards, expressed his profound dissatisfaction. He sniffed the air hastily and suddenly shouted, "Woof! Woof! The scent is wrong. Not a dog-headed creature." Freya was taken aback, about to retort, when she noticed other shamans from various dog-headed tribes also fervently sniffing the air and exclaiming, "Yes, yes, not a dog-headed creature. It is a werewolf." The rightful claim of the golden-haired was usurped by a werewolf. Panic surged through Freya. As the esteemed king of the dog-headed, she found herself expelled from her lineage. Upon hearing the shaman's outcry, numerous dog-headed beings rose to their feet, baring their teeth and barking. Yet, more than half chose to remain submissive, perplexed by their companion's ire. "My goodness, aren't werewolves stronger?" they wondered. "Hooray, our future king will be a werewolf." Just then Leo's voice interjected. "She is not a werewolf. She is a husky." The ancient shaman of the Greyhound spat back, "Wretched human. You lie. There are no huskies among the dog-headed." With confidence, Leo taunted, "Can't you tell if I'm lying?" In his eyes, Freya was undoubtedly a husky. She looked like a husky, spoke like a husky, and behaved like a husky. Therefore, she must be a husky. The old shaman strained to sniff, to discern, ultimately feeling both angered and deflated. The human spoke the truth. A husky, a dog-headed creature. A new breed, flowing with werewolf blood, clever and powerful. Woof, woof. With the old shaman's endorsement, the remaining dog-headed beings ceased their hesitation and prostrated themselves in submission. Observing this extraordinary spectacle, Leo felt a surge of envy. As a traveler from another world, he lacked the regal aura, yet possessed an abundance of a rather different kind of presence. When he had first arrived, he had been met with disdain. Although they feared him, they often disregarded his opinions. The esteemed status and reputation he possesses were painstakingly earned through relentless effort. A mere tremor of his powerful frame could compel others to bow in submission, a feat that remains unachievable even now. Yet, Fraser accomplished this extraordinary feat. Over half a year ago, she was nothing more than a dog, yapping in distress at her own doorstep. After reveling for a moment in the authority bestowed by the dog-headed king, Fraser turned to face the statue of the dog-headed god. "I, the astute Fraser, pay homage to the dog-headed god, who shall endow me with divine power." With her self-assured proclamation, a radiant orb began to coalesce in the palm of the dog-headed statue. This luminescence enveloped Fraser, lifting her gently into the air, her fur becoming voluminous, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. In the next moment, it felt as though invisible hands were ruffling her fur with fervor. Leo stood aghast, yet a flicker of realization dawned upon him. He shouted in his mind, "Ael, come fort." With a sigh, Leo rolled his eyes and muttered, "You must be the dog-headed god, right?" "If you say so." Ael continued to play with Fraser, twirling her in the air repeatedly before reluctantly setting her down, exclaiming joyfully, "Hooray! A new king has risen among the dog-headed." In chapter 172, titled The Dog-Headed God, all the tribal leaders of the dog-heads who approached to pay their respects were uniformly blessed by the dog-headed god. Many of the more aesthetically pleasing breeds enjoyed a prolonged blessing, while those less fastidious in hygiene were transformed almost instantaneously, as if illuminated by a divine light. After all, not all dog-headed beings possess Fraser's cleanliness, although every leader had bathed prior to their homage. A mere couple of washes with cold water could not eradicate the grime accumulated over the years. The blessed dog-headed leaders exhibited a noticeable change in demeanor. Though most reverted to their former selves once their excitement settled, only a select few of the most robust dog-headed warriors and the wisest shamans exhibited fluctuations of magical energy within them. Under Ael's blessing, these dog-heads astonishingly awakened. Fraser experienced a similar transformation, her black and white fur crackling with static, exuding an aura of magical intensity that could be felt by those nearby. Leo gazed on with envy, feeling the sting of injustice, and inwardly pleaded, "Oh, grant me a blessing. Bestow upon me divine strength." "Woof woof, you're dreaming." Ael dismissed him, continuing to pet his favorite dog while casually remarking, "Dogheads possess few extraordinary shackles, as long as their mental and physical capabilities meet the standard. Most can awaken naturally. I have no power to grant them. I can scarcely use it myself. This is merely a form of spiritual encouragement." Leo was taken aback, realizing that the blessing from the dog-headed god was but a ruse, while Ael's true intent lay in indulging in his fondness for dogs. With Ael's explanation, Leo acquired a wealth of extraordinary knowledge. In this world, the physical constitution of each race varies, and the conditions for transcending the ordinary differ accordingly. Some races face greater challenges, while others encounter fewer obstacles. For instance, elves, being inherently magical beings, are born extraordinary, rendering the notion of awakening obsolete. Many foreign races experience a more accessible path to extraordinary awakening than humans, with the probability of natural awakening significantly surpassing that of humanity. This phenomenon explains why, despite a scarcity of extraordinary heritage in the wilderness, foreign beings continuously undergo extraordinary awakenings. However, due to the absence of relevant extraordinary lineage, most foreign beings remain oblivious, even when they meet the conditions for awakening. Much like Leo and Olivia, who, after awakening, remain in a state of confusion without guidance, unaware of how to progress. Only a few foreign beings, through fortunate circumstances, can sense the presence of magical energy and gradually absorb it, growing stronger. The so-called blessing from the god of the goblins is merely a potent psychological suggestion. Meanwhile, El's fervent manipulation of magical energy equates to granting them a bath in the pool of magic. Under this psychological influence and the cleansing of magic, goblins who reach the threshold of awakening finally become aware of divine power. Master Bobuk has stated that magical awakening is a concept rooted in the realm of the mind. For goblins, any stimulation pales in comparison to the blessings of deities. Upon realizing this, Leo's gaze fell upon the large assembly of goblin bodyguards, and he couldn't help but feel elated. No worries. There are plenty of adorable golden-haired goblins here for you to continue your endeavors. These goblin bodyguards of Fisha are robust and far superior to the average goblin chieftain. Surely several must awaken. A voice filled with regret echoed from the depths of Leo's mind. No, my friend, a single tribe can only produce one awakened being. This is a rule set by Lord Chisale. It turns out that the goblin god is not only El's secret pastime, but also involves the participation of the great lord of the midfield. El continued to elucidate. Goblins are inherently frail, lacking a structured culture and belief system. They have no deities of their own and cannot seek protection, leading them to blindly worship the gods of other races, resulting in long-term subjugation. Thus, Lord Chisale created a deity for them, allowing them to tenuously join the ranks of various races. Typically, Lord Chisale himself takes on this role, but in his absence, I shall assume responsibility. Leo fell silent, realizing the extent of Lord Chisel's efforts for the sake of equality among the races. Nevertheless, whether it is the powerful Lord Chisale or the diminutive El, their prowess truly resembles that of deities to the goblins. Though El may appear unimposing, she possesses the capability to shield herself from the soul link of Master Bobuk in the vicinity of the midfield. Serving as a goblin deity is not beyond possibility. After concluding the quadrennial dog petting event, El clearly remained unsatisfied, still striving to capture Freya for a turn of affection. Regrettably, it remains uncertain whether the issue lies with Freya's weight or if her formidable magical prowess is simply beyond the grasp of the dog-headed god. Thus, El could only surreptitiously indulge in a couple of playful encounters with the little mice before dissolving the magical hand of the dog-headed god. Observing Freya still basking in divine energy, Leo could not help but inquire. So, the question arises, is Freya a dog-headed being or a werewolf? El provided the answer. Her maternal lineage is that of a werewolf, while her paternal lineage is dog-headed. So, she could be described as a husky person, perhaps. However, her maternal bloodline is evidently far more potent, suggesting that as she matures, she will resemble a werewolf more closely. Leo was taken aback. Freya has yet to grow up? Ah, you weren't aware? She is merely 3.5 years old. A werewolf typically does not reach adulthood until at least 10 years of age. With the strength of her maternal bloodline, she ought to mature around the age of 7 or 8. Thus, Freya remains a mere pup of the dog-headed kind, or rather, a werewolf pup. Leo's worldview was utterly shattered. A pup had not only ascended to the role of tribal chief, but had also been his formidable counterpart for the better part of the year. However, this revelation clarified why Freya exhibited such intelligence, yet often appeared quite juvenile, because she is still a child. Having concluded the pilgrimage of the dog-headed people and returned to Shattered Stone Fortress, Leo still felt a sense of enchantment. Freya confidently led her team forth and returned with equal assurance, subsequently achieving a state of transcendence. The dog-headed tribes that had pledged allegiance to Freya did not follow suit, as they had their own kin and were unlikely to abandon their homeland lightly. The upheaval caused by the two foreign coalitions had depleted a considerable portion of the alien populace, temporarily ushering in a brief period of tranquility in the southern region of the wolf-driving plains, making these dog-headed beings even more reluctant to relocate. Nevertheless, the dog-headed king proclaimed that all dog-headed individuals of the wolf-driving plains were her subjects. Any tribe that offered her 10 pups would receive her martial protection or material assistance. Those tribes, unable to sustain themselves, could seek refuge in Dog-Headed Valley, thus becoming her vassals. Upon returning to Shattered Stone Fortress, Leo delegated his affairs to his deputy and rejoined the main force heading back to Riverbend. The construction of Shattered Stone Fortress was nearly complete, with only some minor ancillary facilities remaining under construction. Leo could hardly contain his impatience to linger here. Traditionally, as the de facto lord of Shattered Stone Fortress, Leo was expected to wait until the Lord's residence was finished, host a grand celebration, deliver a heartfelt speech, offer prayers, and then indulge in some fanciful promises to his subjects. Leo had no interest in such trivialities. What nonsense! I wish to return and marry. Thus, upon his return to Riverbend, Leo and Olivia held a splendid wedding, embarking on a life filled with happiness together. The end. Not quite. Volume 3. The Rise of the Dog-Headed People concludes. Let us generate some love. Chapter 173. The Eccentric Freya. In the Lord's residence. The fire pit blazed brightly, with a pile of charcoal radiating warm red and intense heat, illuminating those gathered nearby to warm themselves. The northern skies are capricious. A single night of biting winds heralds the first gentle snowfall over the river bay. More than a month ago, 2 unicorn boars gave birth in succession, yielding a total of 20 offspring. The larger brood has grown to several dozen pounds, scurrying about in the shadowy underbelly of the floor, releasing their pent-up energy. The smaller litter emerges from the crevices of the wooden staircase, gathering around the fire pit to warm themselves or leaping up the steps, darting about in the Lord's Grand Hall. These young boars, akin to wild piglets, have yet to develop their tusks and horns, adorned instead with a dense coat of natal fur that renders them quite endearing. The little canine caretaker, a dog-headed creature, trails behind them, barking anxiously, fearful of reproach from its human master. In days gone by, this season would not have necessitated the warmth of a fire. Everyone could endure the chill for a while longer. Even when a fire was lit, it was typically with dried wood. Yet, times have changed. As the first gust of a northern wind swept across the river bay, the charcoal worker from the Lord's estate delivered a truckload of the finest charcoal. The fire pit in the Lord's Hall measures 3 meters in length and 1 meter in width. Lighting it with charcoal is essential to warm the entire great hall, consuming enough charcoal daily to sustain an entire villager's household. Even the most modest of individuals, Olivia, has begun to adapt to this luxurious lifestyle. What? The wedding is still a month away? Exclaimed Leo, returning eagerly to the Lord's Hall, incredulously questioning Julian. Then why did you summon me back? Julian, reclining in his lordly throne, munching on a snack, retorted impatiently. What do you mean I summoned you? You came back on your own. Just a few days ago, didn't you say the quarry would take another half-month to finish? Leo scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Did I say that? Faced with Julian's logical superiority, Leo could only bargain shamelessly. Look, the weather's turning cold. If we wait any longer, it will snow. Let's do it sooner. Freya, circling Julian's throne, playfully preened before him, chiming in to support Leo. Sooner. Under normal circumstances, Freya would not be so familiar with Julian, particularly due to the unpleasant odor of his feet. However, at this moment, Julian was indulging in a peculiar fruit that resembled a pomegranate, with a watermelon-like exterior and grape seed-like flesh within. After sampling a couple of seeds himself, he tossed one aside, which Freya deftly caught with her mouth. Truly a dog raised by a great lord. This fruit, a southern delicacy delivered by Rigoloff, is rumored to possess detoxifying and beautifying properties, fetching dozens of silver coins each, and even Ethan Bowl may not be able to acquire it. Such an expensive fruit would be a pity to waste on Leo. Yet there was no means to sell it. Julian split the fruit in half, giving one portion to Olivia while keeping the other for himself. However, he He had clearly miscalculated. Olivia, cradling the exotic fruit, sat beside Leo and the little mouse, feeding them morsel by morsel. The little mouse burrowed entirely into Leo's bearskin cloak, leaving only its tiny head exposed to receive offerings from Olivia. This was once its favorite spot, providing warmth and safety. Alas, as the weather grew warmer, Leo replaced his shoulder guard with plate armor, and the mouse lost its cozy nook. Julian, increasingly displeased, tossed aside the scant remaining fruits and grimaced, declaring, "Do you think this is like a village farmer's wedding? Merely a visit to the temple and a casual chicken sacrifice? I am a person of noble standing, the Lord of Riverbend. My daughter's marriage necessitates consulting the great shaman for auspicious dates, and we must send out invitations to the nobility of Isenball. This is not just a matter for you two. It is a significant social affair among the aristocracy. As a frontier lord, Julian lacked noble blood and a prestigious lineage, placing him at the lower echelons of nobility, even beneath the fallen petty nobles. The least esteemed noble in Isenball possessed at least 3 surnames, while Julian only bore the ancestral name Lavard. The descendants of Lavard had never known wealth, faring even worse than those of Bisaka. To integrate into the noble circles, Julian had to exert tenfold the effort of his peers, while the nobility of Isenball could choose not to attend his daughter's wedding. He could not afford to overlook their invitations. Furthermore, allies such as the Petahov family would certainly be present. As one of the original investors in Riverbend, Rigolav would also need to visit and assess the area. Julian had to ensure everything was meticulously arranged to prevent any notion of a failed investment. Freya, having finished her share from Julian, approached Olivia for more. She obediently squatted beside Olivia, her large, sorrowful eyes fixed on her. This tactic proved infallible against kind-hearted Olivia. Unable to withstand Freya's pleading gaze, Olivia reluctantly divided her remaining fruits with her. Ecstatic, Freya placed half a melon rind atop her head, proudly showcasing the bounty Olivia had bestowed upon her. Leo, already in a foul mood, was taken aback by Freya's antics. Tapping the rind atop her head, he admonished, "All you do is eat. Why not lend a hand? Riverbend is in dire straits and requires effort. You may be poor, but I am not wealthy either." While munching on her melon, Freya puffed out her belly, revealing the large buttons on her midsection, exclaiming, "Look, I don't even have clothes." Leo was instantly taken aback, as Freya's existence utterly shattered his preconceived notions of elves. Olivia, however, felt deep shame. Freya had been in Riverbend for quite some time and still lacked a single garment. Even the goblin pups had 2 outfits each. Yet, it was a challenging matter. Freya's size fluctuated unpredictably, and her peculiar nature made it impossible to fit her into any clothing. As they conversed, Agatha entered with several companions, each carrying a stack of garments, joyfully announcing, "The wedding attire has arrived." Olivia hurriedly approached, joining a group of women who were engrossed in examining the wedding gowns sent from Isenball. The River Bay had its own seamstresses, but they were accustomed to sewing simple garments for the villagers. Even at the height of their imaginative prowess, they could not craft a gown befitting the nobility. Moreover, a wedding dress for the aristocracy is laden with countless details and symbolism, and an expert can discern its quality at a glance. Thus, Julian heeded Rigolov's counsel, ensuring that precise measurements were taken and dispatched to the esteemed tailor in Isenball. Not only would the newlyweds, Leo and Olivia, each possess an outfit, but Julian and the little mouse also had their own sets, along with Ivan and Agatha, the best man and maid of honor. With great delight, Olivia draped the wedding gown over herself for a fitting, only to be dismayed moments later. This dress, resembling a wedding gown, was merely a piece of sheer fabric. Aside from the waistline, which was partially concealed by soft leather, the rest of the dress was almost transparent. It was even thinner than her silk nightgown. Such attire might be suitable for the privacy of one's bedroom, but to wear it in public would be nothing short of an affront. Even her most liberated companion found the garment excessively provocative. Consequently, the women began to deliberate on how to modify the gown, seeking to align it with their own moral sensibilities. Chapter 174. Return to Rivermouth Town. Leo, unwilling to serve as a mere mannequin for the women, gently set down the little mouse he had been cradling and resolved to venture to Rivermouth Town. Both Rivermouth and Shattered Stone Fort were constructed by his own hands. They were akin to his beloved children. He could not favor one over the other. It had been an entire month since his last visit, and he was eager to ascertain their progress. The thoroughfare from the river bay to the western watchtower had, through daily use and maintenance, become wide and straight, with sturdy stone bridges spanning several small rivers. Each day, pedestrians and merchant caravans journeyed to the river bay to procure high-quality iron ingots, furs, and herbs, or to seek employment opportunities. In this world, the avenues for advancement among the lower classes are nearly sealed. Serfs remain serfs for life, and farmers are bound to their plows. It is exceedingly difficult for farmers trapped in the fields to find a path to becoming craftsmen or merchants. Valery, despite his intelligence and strength, spent 5 years as a blacksmith apprentice wielding a heavy hammer, only to be cast out upon completion of his training. However, River Bay was different. All were of common birth, and the various lords provided numerous employment opportunities and an array of tools, while also being reluctant to see their subjects undervalue their skills. Even if some craftsmen believed their culinary skills should remain undisclosed, the lords were willing to invest in hiring them to train a sufficient number of apprentices. If all else failed, they would simply seek others, for these were merely foundational skills, not unique talents. Under the lords' encouragement, nearly every fundamental technique became widely disseminated. Now, a newcomer who once knew nothing could easily learn to construct brick walls, shape stones, treat leather, and work with wood. In this era, the skills that modern individuals can learn are akin to heirlooms. Ordinary vagrants, serfs, and farmers find themselves relegated to mere laborers on construction sites. In contrast, skilled artisans like Valery, who have amalgamated knowledge from various trades and have gained ample practical experience in diverse projects, can now rightfully be called master craftsmen. The Anzino River nearby is frequented by small fishing boats. To facilitate navigation, Julian has entrusted Valery with the task of clearing portions of the riverway, allowing small cargo vessels from Isenball to finally reach the bay. However, in terms of town classifications, the yield from the bay remains limited, and the clearance of the waterways has yet to earn the approval of the cargo ship owners. Consequently, few vessels are willing to venture there. Upon departing in the afternoon, Leo allowed his mount to trot leisurely, taking in the scenery, and by the time he arrived at Rivermouth Town, dusk had settled. At this hour, the cassava flour processing plant had already closed, leaving the town quiet save for the residential area and the market at the south gate. As anticipated, Rivermouth Town attracted a considerable influx of vagrants, whose numbers have surpassed the population capacity of the cassava flour factory, forcing them to set up tents and shanties outside the city walls for survival. These homeless individuals established a sprawling camp along the World Tree Avenue, adjacent to the western city wall, awaiting a benevolent decree from the Lord of the Bay to grant them a semblance of hope. Meanwhile, the food produced by the cassava flour factory remains a coveted target, with petty thieves frequently attempting to scale the camp walls to pilfer supplies. Upon Leo's arrival, torches had been lit along 3 sides of the camp, with patrolling guards moving about in shadowy figures. As he approached the eastern gate, he heard Ivan bellow from atop the wall, "Krog, halt!" At the base of the wall, a vague, colossal shadow froze in response to Ivan's call and then revealed itself. The 2-headed ogre chief, Krog, was cautiously inching along the wall's base, but had no choice but to comply when discovered. Ivan pointed at Krog and shouted, "Are you trying to steal my delectable cassava flour?" Krog, feeling wronged, retorted, "I merely wish to take it outside to eat." Ivan rolled his eyes dramatically, mimicking Krog's words. "Oh, I just want to take it outside to eat." He leaped down from the wall and seized Krog's large sack. Upon inspecting its contents, he found it filled with cassava residue, which provided him with some relief. The deer-horned cassava, after processing, yields 30% skin, 50% residue, and only about 20% flour. This is a lenient estimate of coarse processing. If modern agricultural filtering methods were employed, the fibrous deer-horned cassava might yield less than 1/10 of the flour. While this cassava residue is indigestible for humans and typically used for livestock feed or fertilizer, it is viewed as a delicacy by ogres. During Leo's endeavors to develop Stone Fort, the ogre tribe had also relocated. Outside the niter mines, the salt marsh crocodiles have been completely devoured, and the large beasts near the abandoned watchtower have been forced to migrate, leaving the ogres with scant food sources. The wild cassava, too, does not yield its bounty endlessly. Kroger, therefore, had no choice but to lead his kin in consuming toxic mushrooms, transforming themselves into a hue reminiscent of sky blue. With the establishment of Rivermouth Town, Kroger perceived an opportunity. he brought his tribe to align with Ivan, offering to serve as gate guards in exchange for ample rations of cassava residue. Regrettably, his kin, much like the goblins, displayed a preference for the more intriguing cassava skins. After indulging in a significant quantity of deer-horn cassava skins, the ogres resembled inebriated revelers, drowsy yet prone to mischief, severely disrupting the production order of the cassava flour processing plant. In a fit of anger, Ivan dismissed them all, wishing to impart a lesson. However, the ogres were oblivious to the concept of acknowledging their faults. Deprived of their food source, they resorted to thievery for survival. For sustenance, these 3-meter-tall behemoths became nigh invincible, capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth. Consequently, during this period, Ivan devoted most of his energy to outsmarting the ogre tribe. Of course, the cassava flour processing plant was not under his direct management. The goblin Rambot and the vagrant leader Basilov collaborated effectively, ensuring Rivermouth Town was meticulously organized. Amused by their interactions, Leo finally stepped through the gates of Rivermouth Town. The guards at the city gate had long since noticed Kroger, but dared not intervene. At most, they reported to Ivan. They were not sufficiently acquainted with the ogres. The loss of cassava flour was far more tolerable than the prospect of being secretly consumed by them. After reprimanding Kroger, Ivan approached Leo to brief him on recent developments. Production was running smoothly. The yield of cassava flour fluctuated slightly with the harvest of wild deerhorn cassava, yet it remained sufficient to sustain the entire populace of the bay. The vagrants in the factory were well fed, enjoying porridge and pancakes each morning and cassava flour in the evening, growing plump and healthy. Concurrently, the development of cassava flour products was underway. Alongside cassava flour bread and simple cassava cakes, cassava noodles had begun to enter the diet of the inhabitants. Now, the artisans of Rivermouth Town had commenced experiments in sugar production and brewing from cassava flour. Beyond this, only the matter of the bandit hideout remained unresolved.